My father had just passed the 7th day of mourning when the imperial princess came to my doorstep to break off our engagement. Yet, far from being angry, I knelt and bowed 3 times, thanking her for her refusal to marry me. The reason? I had just realized I was the cannon fodder villain in a novel, and the destined protagonist would soon kick me to death for her sake. So this whole breakup scenario was nothing short of a godsend. Not only could I rid myself of this domineering female lead, but I might even rewrite my fate of being crushed by the protagonist. At this thought, I couldn't contain my excitement and couldn't help but look up at Princess Li Yuaning. Dressed in an elegant purple gown, she was undeniably beautiful. Little did I know, my inner monologue had already been transmitted to her mind. Her gaze toward me was now filled with disdain. My mind is made up. If you're a man, you'll annul the engagement, she declared. Mid-sentence, my voice suddenly echoed in her head. She is gorgeous, sure, but she is off limits, destined to be a stepping stone for Chen Xian's rise. If I can't handle it, I'll just avoid it. Seeing my polite smile, Li Yuaning was stunned by the ability to hear my thoughts but also furious. What does this scoundrel take me for? Meanwhile, I was puzzled by her odd expression. Why had she stopped talking? Clearing my throat, I put on a sincere face and said, "The princess is absolutely right. This humble air is far beneath you. I'll sign the annulment at once, severing all ties between us." With that, I hastily gestured for the steward to bring paper and brush, then swiftly wrote, "I, Zhao Tian, lacking virtue and talent, voluntarily renounce the engagement. All betrothal gifts from the Northern Garrison Princess estate shall serve as compensation, humbly offered for the princess's acceptance." The tone was so self-deprecating it could evoke pity. Li Yuaning's expression grew even more complicated. She hadn't expected me to be so accommodating. A twinge of guilt pricked her, given that today was the 7th-day mourning ritual for my father, the Northern Garrison Prince. As she wrestled with her thoughts, I proactively handed her the annulment letter. "Princess, no need for hesitation. Everything is as you wish." My smile under the sunlight seemed utterly natural. Little did she know, my mind was already impatient. "Just take it and go, lady. What's the hold-up? My father's fortune is enough to keep me living lavishly for centuries. Keeping you around is just a waste of resources." Hearing this, Li Yuaning snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth. "You think it's that easy to dismiss me? Are you that eager to break it off?" Before I could respond, she glared at me with undisguised resentment. What's going on? Is she planning to force her way into staying so Chen Xian can kill me? Go find him already. Panicking internally, I urged aloud, "Perhaps the princess is inconvenienced today. Eunuch Chen, please take the annulment letter and escort her highness back at once." Eunuch Chen hadn't even responded when Li Yuaning suddenly declared, "I won't leave." She was now certain she could hear my inner thoughts, but what concerned her more was the content of those thoughts. This damned man, what did he mean by repeatedly saying she belonged to Chen Xian? She knew of this Chen Xian, but he was merely a commander of the cavalry battalion. What right did he have to treat her, the 7th princess, as a mere tool? At this point, I was also getting anxious. Why was this stubborn woman still clinging on? Did she know about my father not actually being dead? According to the original plot, my father did suffer a defeat at the border, but his death was merely a ruse to deceive the enemy. Later, he regrouped his forces and annihilated the barbarian tribes invading the northern territories of Great Xia. However, upon learning that his only beloved son had died in the capital, he flew into a rage and led his troops back to the court, demanding an explanation for my death, only to also perish by Chen Xian's sword. If this woman didn't leave now, she would end up getting both my father and me killed. Suppressing my fury, I forced a smile and said, "Your Highness might think I was joking, but I truly respect women. Since the 7th princess is unwilling to marry, I would never force the matter." My eyes were full of hope that Li Yuaning would leave quickly, but instead, I noticed she hadn't moved. She stood frozen in place, as if she'd just heard some earth-shattering secret. Though angered by my complaints, Li Yuaning was no brainless, pretty but vapid princess. The Northern Guardian King, who commanded the army, had actually faked his death? If she were to break off the engagement now, wouldn't that give the Northern Guardian King a pretext to rebel? That would spell doom for her Li imperial family. Quickly regaining her composure, she said coldly, "I want to cancel the engagement. You must marry me. Our marriage was decided by both my father the emperor and your father. How could we treat it as a joke?" Zhao Wujiang people were dumbfounded. "Wasn't it you who said to withdraw from the marriage? Now I am the one who is childish? Good guy, version T0 right?" Li Yunrui is incomparably smug. "The dead man must not know that I can hear your heart. This is good. After the marriage, you do not want to hide anything from me." But Zhao Wujiang wanted to hang himself. "If you don't withdraw from the marriage, how can I change the plot? How can I avoid being hated by the protagonist? Our little villain also has a desire to survive, okay?" Zhao Wujiang immediately pointed at his face. "I'll remind you once more, I'm Zhao Wujiang. What kind of person am I in your eyes? Scoundrel. And nasty bastard. Then isn't that right? Withdraw from the marriage. No refund." Li Yunrui firmly shouted. These words made Zhao Wujiang retreat 2 steps in fear. Not withdrawing? Then what are you doing here without withdrawing from the marriage? Zhao Wujiang was enraged. You care about me. Li Yunrui tore the withdrawal letter that Zhao Wujiang had just written directly. Anyway, this princess married you. Good guy, really peppercorns thrown over the wall numb the next door. Don't have something to say withdraw from the marriage is definitely to withdraw just now there are many people, why don't I give you a kowtow now? Right at this moment. Outside the Jinbei king's mansion, a group of cavalry came whistling. The vibrations from the iron hooves on the ground immediately caused the people outside the royal residence to retreat in all directions. Zhao Wujiang and the others inside the royal residence also noticed the commotion and looked over. They only saw that the person who led the cavalry to come was leaping off his horse, moving handsomely and wearing armor as he came in step. Snapdragon Battalion Commander Dragon Warrior, by His Majesty's order, I've come to protect the 7th princess. Zhao Shizhi is disrespectful to the 7th princess and is spoiling the stability of our capital. Come on, take him down for me. Chapter 3, Plot Change, Preparing for a Reversal? Coming. Could it be that I really can't escape the fate of being obliterated by the Dragon War? Zhao Wujiang's pupils shook as his eyes stared deathly at Long Zhan, who had brought in his soldiers. Long Zhan was full of confidence, his entire image was that of a spirited young hero. The Zhao Wujiang in his eyes, however, was just a flamboyant man who had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, a piece of trash who was nothing without the king of Jinbei. So Long Zhan didn't even give Zhao Wujiang a greeting, but came straight to Li Yunrui. At the sight of this stunning beauty, even though Long Zhan had intentionally hidden his desire, he still couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To think that this kind of special beauty actually had a marriage contract with this pusillanimous person, Zhao Wujiang. Long Zhan was very upset. She should belong to me, Long Zhan. Your Highness has been frightened, Long Zhan will take you away now. As he spoke, Long Zhan drew his long sword, and his blade swept across everyone in the Jinbei king's mansion. Imprison everyone here for me, especially him. The tip of the sword was aimed at Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang let his breathing smooth out as much as possible. This was his first time facing the protagonist of a novel head-on, so it would definitely be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. But the more this happened, the more calm he should be. Daring, this is the Jinbei king's mansion, when did it become your turn to make a scene? But before Zhao Wujiang could say anything, the old butler who had just been beaten rushed out, wanting to use this to curry favor with Zhao Wujiang. Don't worry, world son, this guy will be fended off by the villain. But Zhao Wujiang's eyes narrowed, and snapped. Immediately slapped the old butler in the face again. Commander Long is also doing this for the good of the 7th princess and everyone else, so what are you talking about? The old butler's ears buzzed. He felt that the world's son must be sick, seriously ill. The previous Shirzi would have definitely gone against these people. After all, with the Jinbei king as his backer, who was he afraid of? But he didn't know that Zhao Wujiang was protecting him. In the original story, the old housekeeper led the resistance and ended up getting his throat sealed by a sword from Dragon Warrior and was also labeled as obstructing law enforcement. If Zhao Wujiang hadn't opened his mouth, at this moment, the old housekeeper would already be a dead soul under the sword. All of you are not allowed to move, fully cooperate with the Snapdragon Battalion. After Zhao Wujiang finished speaking, he arched his hand towards Long Zhan and said, Commander Long, if you want to take the princess away, go ahead, my Jinbei royal mansion will definitely cooperate. The people from the Jinbei royal mansion were originally ready to cop out. But when they heard Zhao Wujiang's order, they all lamented in their hearts. Without the Jinbei king, His Highness the Prince seemed to have lost his backbone. Surprisingly, he was bullied at the door by a Primus battalion commander and still didn't dare to resist. It was just that they didn't know that right now, Long Zhan was in an even more difficult situation than Zhao Wujiang. He had gotten a decree from His Majesty that as long as Zhao Wujiang dared to use force on the 7th princess, then he would be executed on the spot. Long Zhan was still waiting for Zhao Wujiang to resist, so he could kill Zhao Wujiang and show off in front of Li Yunrui. In the meantime, he would be able to gain the hearts of the beautiful people. If he could get the support of the royal family in the future, his future would soar 90,000 miles. But now, Zhao Wujiang was a bit too cooperative. Instead, it left him without an excuse to make a move. You aren't going to resist a bit? The son of the Jinbei king, but you're this incompetent. There were a few hints of provocation in Long Zhan's tone. It was clearly irritating Zhao Wujiang and reminding him of his identity. Although the king of Jinbei has fallen now, the remaining power is still there, so you should at least resist a bit. Zhao Wujiang, however, was not affected by the provocation at all. Instead he smiled and said, right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. It's not like I, Zhao Wujiang, stopped the 7th princess today. Her going or staying is free. Why do I need to resist? These words instantly put Zhao Wujiang on the moral high ground. Long Zhan immediately retorted, that's not right. It's clearly you who coerced the 7th princess to come and defy the royal family. Who cares if you rebel or not? Let's condemn you first. In short, you Zhao Wujiang must die today. But while Long Zhan was talking, he didn't notice that there were a few more points of contempt in Li Yunrui's eyes as he looked towards him. This was the dragon warrior that Zhao Wujiang kept mentioning? There was nothing special about him? A small commander, although he had the qualifications to govern the stability of Kyoto and investigate the government, but that was all. When is it his turn to come to the Jinbei king's residence to act like a bully? As long as I hold back, when my father returns, I'll still be afraid of you. But now, I must endure and send this woman away. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's heart, Li Yunrui changed his opinion of him a few more points. To be able to endure what others can't, this fellow, it seems, isn't as bad as the rumors. My father is also old and confused. Inviting Dragon Warrior to cause trouble instead gave Zhao Wujiang the chance to drive me away. Never in a million years. Li Yunrui immediately snorted lightly. You are Commander Long? Who said we were coerced to come? The moment her words came out, Long Zhan's face instantly looked off. How could the seventh princess speak for Zhao Wujiang? Long Zhan's eyes still couldn't help but wander over Li Yunrui's hot body. In the past, maybe Li Yunrui wouldn't be able to detect it, but now, Li Yunrui was already on the defensive against him. What are you looking at indiscriminately? It seems to this princess that you are the one who has designs on us. No. My subordinate has absolutely no such intention. Long Zhan was confused. But at the same time, there was also Zhao Wujiang who was confused. What's the situation? Is the plot like this? Shouldn't it be that Li Yunrui cries and sells himself short, giving Long Zhan a reason to kill through my Jinbei king's mansion? Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words caused Li Yunrui to raise his head arrogantly. Do you really think I'm that kind of vain vassal? How could I possibly help an outsider and harm my own fiancé? Li Yunrui thought to herself, and again looked angrily at the Primus Battalion crowd. Why don't you quickly get out? Long Zhan came back to his senses. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if he was using some kind of Machan formula to see through Li Yunrui. Something is not right. This seventh princess, could it be that she fell for Zhao Wujiang's path? Well, a pustule, I didn't expect to have some skills. Zhao Wujiang, what kind of evil magic did you put on the seventh princess? Tell me the truth. Long Zhan pointed his spear at Zhao Wujiang. The seventh princess doesn't know the world is dangerous, don't be fooled by this fallen sun. Long Zhan deliberately emphasized the word in distress, then raised his hand. Come on, His Majesty's order, first take the seventh princess back. As for Zhao Wujiang, I will personally interrogate him. When he spoke, Dragon Warrior's overbearing demeanor leaked out, as if he was still in control of the whole situation here. This is the protagonist aura? Really handsome Not right, martyr wait to suffer is me. Zhao Wujiang came back to his senses. Wait, you can take away the seven princesses, but I haven't done anything. What else is there to interrogate? The dragon strategically smiled with a slight hint of evil. Routine. Zhao Shitzi, please forgive me. Zhao Wujiang suddenly tightened his posterior. See what pardon? If you want to ask here. It's not convenient here. Are you trying to flex your muscles? Dragon warfare, what are your intentions? What are your intentions? Then I'll tell you plainly, everyone knows that you Zhao Wujiang are despicable and incompetent. After the fall of the king of Jinbei, your Zhao family is even more like rats from a sinking ship. How could the seventh princess come to the door of her own free will? She was clearly captured by you. As soon as the words fell, the Snapdragon Battalion crowd had already begun to draw their swords and move their hands. Zhao Wujiang couldn't stand it anymore. In the past, when I read novels from the perspective of the protagonist, I didn't feel that it was ruining the viewpoints. But now that I'm standing in the villain's perspective, I realize that many protagonists are simply not human. I'm not allowed to live, am I? You want to kill me, right? I'll fight you if I have to. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's heart, Li Yunrui felt even more aggrieved by Zhao Wujiang. This dragon warfare was too much. Which one of you dares to touch Zhao Wujiang? Only to see Li Yunrui take a step out, a voice of loyalty echoing throughout the Jinbei king's mansion. I'm Zhao Wujiang's unmarried wife, and today is the 7th day of the Jinbei king's head, so what's the problem with me, as his future daughter-in-law, being here to observe the mourning? Whoever injures the future son-in-law today is my Li Yunrui's enemy. Wait to bear the wrath of my Li clan's royal family. For a moment, both the Dragon Warrior and the Snapdragon Battalion froze in place. Even Zhao Wujiang, who had already picked up his shovel and was ready to fight with Long Zhan, was dumbfounded, suddenly having a sense of accomplishment from eating soft food. Chapter 4 Father, my child's life is hard. Hell no. Hasn't the 7th princess always been against this marriage? The whole capital knows about it, and now she personally recognizes Zhao Wujiang's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. What the hell is that? Long Zhan's heart was tossing like the sea. He thought he always had a way with women. This time when he saw Li Yunrui's maneuvering, he was truly a bit unable to guess. 7th princess, my subordinate is also following His Majesty's holy decree. Long Zhan still wanted to move the current son of heaven out. But this even angered Li Yunrui. Immediately, Li Yunrui lifted up a slap and hit Long Zhan's face impartially. Slap. The loud sound was extremely loud, causing the Jinbei king's mansion to be silent in an instant. My father and the Jinbei king are 8 friends, how can I allow you to spread your wildness here? If you dare to slander my father's emperor again, I will execute your 9 clans. Li Yunrui was furious. This what a Thai Primus Battalion commander Long Zhan was intentionally trying to pit them against the Li clan's royal family. Had to provoke their relationship with Zhao Wujiang? Trying to force the king of Jinbei to revolt, and when the time comes, the soldiers will come to the city, isn't it? Disgusting. Li Yunrui's slap made the fists in Long Zhan's sleeves clench dead tight, and even because of too much force, the fingertips sunk deep into his palm, oozing out drops of blood. However, Long Zhan did not dare to really get angry at Li Yunrui. He had to hold back, at least until he had climbed to the top. When the day came when he was in power, he would make Li Yunrui kneel at his crotch and beg for forgiveness, and he would make Zhao Wujiang a horse for him to ride. But now, it's Dragon Warrior who made a slip of the tongue. Please forgive your highness. Knowing the slip of the tongue, why don't you get lost? Yes. Long Zhan hardened his head and compensated with a smile, and immediately left the Jinbei king's mansion with the Snapdragon Battalion's men. This caused Zhao Wujiang's heart to become even more uneasy. As everyone knew, the more a protagonist could hold back, the more terrifying they were. Even though he had changed the plot now, this Dragon Warrior, I guess he wanted to get himself killed even more now than before. Mama Batch. It's all because of this stupid princess. My good plan to live in peace has failed just like this. No, I still have to live in peace first. When my father returns with the army, I will have the chance to raise my head. Zhao Wujiang thought to himself and looked at Li Yunrui. But before he could say anything, Li Yunrui had an "I get you" expression. Then I'll go? Zhao Wujiang froze. He always felt that this seventh princess, her attitude towards herself was different from the original plot. Like a roundworm in her own stomach. Your son should be busy with something important, then this princess will leave first. Don't worry about father's place, I will go and explain. After saying that, Li Yunrui actually left as well. This certain death plot, just like that? Zhao Wujiang ran through his thoughts. Li Yunrui's attitude towards himself seemed to have changed a bit. But that didn't really allow him to live. The next time Dragon War came looking for trouble, he had to find a way to solve it himself. There was. Zhao Wujiang had a flash of light and entered the study. Here was a top-secret letter that had just been sent from the Northern Realm. Before, Zhao Wujiang was so despicable that he hadn't even read it, but after he was made to die by Long Zhan had seen the epistle. Zhao Wujiang opened the letter, and inside was a family letter sent by the Jinbei king. Inside, it informed Zhao Wujiang that his death was a fake death and told him not to be sad. Obviously, King Jinbei was extremely in love with this son of his and was afraid because of himself. It was a pity that the previous Zhao Wujiang was nothing more than a minor villain in a novel who gave head to the protagonist and couldn't be helped up at all. However, this family book, but let the Dragon War know about the Jinbei king did not die, can prepare in advance, only to set up the later pit and rebellion. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujiang wrote furiously. Father, my child's life is hard. Ever since father faked his death, the court officials have been hideous, trampling on my Zhao family at will. The current royal family condones the Snapdragon Battalion's insults to my family's lintel. I tried to honor my father, but he beat me so badly that I almost broke my ancestral roots. Luckily, I remembered my father's teachings and realized that the Zhao family is a single line, and that my children and grandchildren depend on me, so I survived. But now that I am surrounded by enemies, I ask my father to return to the court with his army of millions of men and give my son support. Your bitter son, Zhao Wujiang wrote with tears in his eyes. After writing these words, Zhao Wujiang even moved himself. He believed that his cheap father, who always put him first, would be able to lead his troops back to the court immediately after seeing this letter. Only, the return journey, counting on 10 days. Plus the days to send the letter out. At the earliest, half a month, the king of Jinbei will be able to come back. Endure. If Long Zhan could endure, why couldn't he, Zhao Wujiang, endure? As long as I endure this half a month, my little life is hooked. Zhao Wujiang pondered, how can I send this letter of mine out? Other people he didn't trust. As for the neighborhood of this Jinbei king's mansion, he, Zhao Wujiang, had experienced the loss of his father and the withdrawal of his marriage, and his every move was definitely being watched by a bunch of people. Moreover, the gates of Kyoto were heavily guarded, so he couldn't escape at all, or else he would have just run away, and what was the point of hiding from dragon warfare? If this letter is sent out on the way to be intercepted, that is a big trouble. In order to seek stability, Zhao Wujiang decided that a moment after dark, personally go to the corner of Kyoto City to send, and then use the Jinbei Royal House trained Falcon to send the letter. Falcon speed is extremely fast, will not worry about being shot down. Just do it. But still not enough insurance. There could also be danger on the way there. Zhao Wujiang immediately went to the elixir room, where there were antidotes and poisons that the Jinbei king used to specialize in hiring major physicians and poisoners to create. What is the world's son doing hiding in the potion room? A subordinate wondered. The old butler looked relieved. His Highness the son is finally going to be self-improving. He must be studying the medical books. Quick, go and prepare a few beauties for His Highness. He will relieve his fatigue in a while. Learning the fart medical book. Zhao Wujiang spat after hearing it inside. He looked at one of the green bottles in front of him. LSD, oxycodone, cartilage powder, 10 fragrant soft tendon powder. Who cares, anything that can nullify the enemy, bring it all. Out of the room, and looked at the housekeeper behind the butler. You, close off. The housekeeper froze. Your Highness, there are women, the old slave has prepared women for you. What do I need women for? Zhao Wujiang was speechless. But to the butler's ears, he thought that Zhao Wujiang's interest had changed. The housekeeper was also startled. Shitsi. I'm not mentally prepared. So much nonsense, take it off. Zhao Wujiang knew that this group of underlings, following the previous Zhao Wujiang much more, had their heads full of dirty thoughts. He only took away the underlings' outer clothes and a bunch of poison and hid in the room. Waiting for it to get dark, he sneaked out the door. At the same time, in the Snapdragon Battalion commander's residence, Long John returned with a dark face and went straight to the deepest room. Inside the room, a melodious shao sound came from the room, echoing melodiously in and out of the room. Only in the sound of the piping, Long John heard a hint of loneliness. The door of the room was not closed, and after Long John went in, he saw a woman wearing a purple-colored gauze dress. The skirt of the gauze dress was opened very high, exposing a lot of those big long legs outside. The woman was holding a long shao with both hands, and between her delicate little mouth blowing and spitting, her jade fingers were also bouncing regularly, making people's imagination come to mind. After seeing Long Zhuo's return, the woman even deliberately stuck out her tongue and licked gently on the mouth of the shao. Seeing this, Long Zhan, who had already suffered from holding back at Zhao Wujiang, also felt his mouth dry. Fifth senior sister, I'm on fire right now. The woman in front of her was 1,000 times more charming. Then let me help you remove the fire? Chapter 5 Dragon Nurturing Sacred Body, Ruyan Lu. Could it be that senior sister's dragon nurturing sacred body has finally come into great fruition? Long Zhan was pleasantly surprised. To nourish a dragon was to nourish a man. The fifth senior sister, Ruyan Lu, was born with the dragon nurturing physique that men could only dream of. As long as there was bedtime sex with her, every time, it could nourish the man's body. Let a man's power stronger, more fierce physique. Therefore, Long Zhan had long coveted this senior sister's body. In addition to the fact that Ruyan Lu was indeed beautiful and had a good body, there was also a part of the reason for her dragon nourishing sacred body. Long Zhan quickly stepped forward and approached Ruyan Lu. But before he could touch Ruyan Lu, he was warned by Ruyan Lu's eyes, there is still one day left, so you are still not allowed to touch me. The excitement that Long Zhan had just ignited was so extinguished by a pot of cold water. Then senior sister still said to remove the fire for me. Isn't it because I can't do anything about you? Lu Ruyan clapped her hands and a maidservant walked out of the door. Although this maidservant's face value was only 70% of Ruyan Lu's, her appearance was already extremely similar. Seeing Long Zhan, the maidservant shyly lowered her head and owed, "See master." Senior sister this is. Senior sister, I am not that kind of person. Long Zhan pretended to be a white lotus flower. Lu Ruyan laughed. Okay, your future is destined to be a man with power over the world. It is normal to have more women to sleep with, although I can't let you touch it, but it is still possible to find a substitute for you to use temporarily. After saying that, Lu Ruyan walked out and closed the door of the room. Enjoy it, after tomorrow, I can only belong to you. Soon, the sound of the bed shaking came from inside the room. Ruyan Lu sighed outside the door. She was ordered by her master to come and cultivate Long Zhan's rapid growth, and she even had to sacrifice her body to him at all costs. Although she was a bit unhappy about it, her master's order could not be disobeyed. Tomorrow? Ruyan Lu felt that her dragon-nurturing sacred body was about to become a great success, but she was a little afraid. After a tea, the bed and couch regained its calmness. The door to the room opened, and the maidservant, whose clothes were a bit tattered, ran out with her head down. Only then did Lu Ruyan enter, her eyes swept over the exhausted Long Zhan who had just put his clothes back on. Look at Long Zhan's expression is relatively calm, not just so down head. Lu Ruyan only squarely said, Jin Bewangfu trip how is it, get rid of Zhao Wujiang, you are the first Kyoto red man. But Long Zhan snorted coldly. It's all because that seventh princess suddenly turned against me, or else today, I will definitely be able to get rid of Zhao Wujiang. His Majesty's side has already made it clear that as long as Zhao Wujiang dies, he will choose a new extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side. This kind of great opportunity to soar to the top is destined to belong to me. Looks like you failed, Lu Ruyan sighed as she listened. Senior brother, you're still too young. Zhao Wujiang is indeed extremely popular in the capital, and with him around, you won't be the most talked about youngster in the capital. However, in order to get him killed, you don't necessarily need to explicitly have the Emperor decree it. You have to learn to be flexible. Long Zhan's eyes lit up. What does senior sister mean? Lu Ruyan's small mouth lifted, suffering from the death of his father, and today, being withdrawn from the marriage by the princess. Do you think it would be reasonable for this world's son to hang himself at home? Hearing this, Long Zhan instantly understood, it makes sense. As long as I get that pusillanimous person killed, Li Yunrui will naturally withdraw. At that time, it's only a matter of time before I take her down and become the Emperor's son-in-law. Lu Ruyan shook her head. You can't take a shot at Zhao Wujiang right now, you just had a conflict with him today, taking a shot will easily draw fire. Tonight, you go find a few people to drink with and let them prove that you were present. Lu Ruyan's eyes carried a few points of sternness and killing intent. As for Zhao Wuzhang's, it just so happens that I've stayed with you for too long, and it's time to go out for a break. Long Zhan immediately understood what she meant. Then I'll be grateful to senior sister. When senior sister returns from her endeavors, senior brother will surely redouble his efforts to compensate senior sister. Ruyan Lu laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll suffer from Zhao Wuzhang as well? That's impossible. Zhao Wuzhang doesn't have that ability. Long Zhan said confidently. Ruyan Lu was equally confident. Alright, wait to receive Zhao Wuzhang's death. The night color was like ink. In the dark dog hole in the corner of the Jinbei King's mansion, Zhao Wuzhang crawled in a sorry state. The falcon had already delivered the family letter. Zhao Wuzhang felt that this time, delivering the letter was as stable as a batch. Even when he entered and left the royal residence, he climbed into the dog hole, and there were not many people on the street at night, not to mention recognizing him. Next, all he had to do was to wait in the royal residence until the king of Jinbei returned. But he just climbed in, but saw a purple silhouette also jumped into the royal residence at the same time. The two of them met eye to eye. Zhao Wuzhang was dumbfounded. Who are you? That Lu Ruyan was also stunned for a moment, not expecting someone to climb out of the dog hole. Immediately, she swept her eyes at Zhao Wuzhang's ashen appearance, as well as the fact that she was wearing the clothes of a servant of the king's mansion. A lackey of the Jinbei royal house? The jade shao in her hand instantly shot out and set it on Zhao Wuzhang's neck, and she said in a cold voice. Speak! Where is Zhao Wuzhang? Zhao Wuzhang raised one hand to indicate surrender, but one hand reached into his arms, ready to spray poison at any time, while sizing up the other party's appearance. Purple clothes, jade shao. The brain quickly recalled the plot. Isn't this the original book, of those 5 sisters of Dragon Warrior, the 5th sister who possesses the dragon-nurturing saint body, Lu Ruyan? Ruyan Lu was born with a dragon-nurturing saint body. The man who was with her would have his power continuously enhanced. That's why Dragon Warrior's master let her follow Dragon Warrior, and as soon as the dragon-nurturing sacred body becomes a great success, she will immediately nourish it to Dragon Warrior. This woman, a living, breathing upgrade artifact. Counting down, in the original, it was after Long Zhan slaughtered his Jinbei King's residence, Lu Ruyan's dragon-nurturing sacred body also immediately became a great success. Could it be that the Dragon Warrior couldn't kill himself during the day, so he sent her here? Such a critical period also sent her to. Mom eggs, really look down on my waste persona. Our villain stepping stone also has dignity, okay? Woman, spare your life. Zhao Wuzhang said very cooperatively. The son of the world has just favored a few women of the wind and moon and has already slept to death, and the villain only snuck out to sell the items of the royal household while he had the time. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan mocked. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The Jinbei Wangfu has really run out of gas, and even got in the way to block my senior brother's path. It's really damned. She glared at Zhao Wuzhang. Take me to Zhao Wuzhang's room or I'll kill you. Yes, don't worry Lady Warrior, I've also long looked at Shitzi in a bad light. Zhao Wuzhang took the initiative to lead the way in front. Seeing that he was so cooperative, Lu Ruyan only thought that he was a dog lackey who was afraid of death, and the jade shao in his hand was put down. Soon, Zhao Wuzhang brought Lu Ruyan outside a darkened room. Lady Warrior, His Highness, the son of the world, is inside. Lu Ruyan didn't expect the royal residence to be so poorly guarded, and there were no guards the entire time. But thinking about it, it was also true. Without the king of Jinbei, there was only one Zhao Wuzhang left in the Jinbei royal house who couldn't be helped, so it was normal for rats to scatter a sinking ship. Seeing that Zhao Wuzhang had already quietly opened the door, Woman Warrior, please come in. After you kill the son of the world, I will steal a few things and also run away immediately. Villainous ambition. Lu Ruyan took it all as if the one beside her was an underling with no great ambition. She focused all her attention on the room. There was no firelight at all. It seemed that Zhao Wuzhang had really slept to death. She was just about to slap this dog slave leading the way unconscious, but when she turned around, a large amount of powder appeared in front of her. The harmless Zhao Wuzhang was throwing packets of poisonous powder from his arms. Acacia scatter. 10 fragrant soft sister powder. Spring itchy powder. Zhao Wuzhang didn't know exactly what was there, but in any case, he used it all. Lu Ruyan was shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back, but she had already inhaled quite a bit into her nose. At once, the jade shao in her hand fell to the ground. She wanted to run her internal force, but she found that her whole body could not use any strength at all. At the same time, the royal residence was instantly lit up. Zhao Wuzhang stood with his hands in the air and spoke in a cold voice. Come on. Give this son of the world, take down this assassin. In an instant, the butler brought dozens of guards and surrounded Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan stared dead on at the young man giving orders in front of her. You're Zhao Wuzhang. Before Zhao Wuzhang could speak, in her body, an uncontrollable dryness suddenly erupted. Chapter 6 Steady Man. Lu Ruyan's body was swept by an uncontrollable dry heat. A tingling and paralyzing sensation spread to her limbs and bones, and in an instant, she was somewhat unsteady on her feet. Not to mention exerting martial arts to resist. Tie this female assassin up for this Shitsi, remember to tie her up a few more times. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's order, the subordinates threw out pitch-black chains and wrapped them around Lu Ruyan's limbs as well as her neck. This was specially ordered by the old butler, after all, he knew his young master. Lu Ruyan collapsed on the ground unable to move and was tied up in an awkward manner, immediately gritting her teeth. Zhao Wujiang, you despicable villain. If you're capable of letting go of me, let's fight it out. Coming to kill me in the middle of the night, you have the nerve to say I'm despicable? Zhao Wujiang stepped forward and kicked Lu Ruyan's dainty buttocks. And a duel? I'll let you know who's the male in a moment. Come on people, continue to add more chains to make sure she doesn't have the strength to fight back and won't hurt me, then escort me to the cell. Soon. Inside the cell. Everyone withdraw, give the world son and this beautiful assassin space. The old butler had an expression of an old slave who understands you, and then he wisely left with the guards. Zhao Wujiang reseated Lu Ruyan with 10 fragrant soft tendon powder to ensure that Lu Ruyan's state continued to be weak and could not do any harm to him. Ruyan Lu knew that he was planted. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Wujiang, this dog son of the world, after testing her inability to resist, would definitely move against her. Zhao Wujiang, kill me if you want to, you don't want to be rude to this girl. But to her surprise, Zhao Wujiang did not approach her to take advantage of her. Even when Zhao Wujiang's mouth didn't speak, Lu Ruyan heard Zhao Wujiang's voice in her head. Although this woman is shrewish, but her looks are really good, no wonder in the original story, Long Zhan waited every day for the dragon-nurturing sacred body to become a great success, and waited so long that he couldn't think of anything else, just to take her down in the first place. If only I could use her to practice my kung fu, become stronger, and not have to be scared every day like this. No, how can I have such a death wish? Even if I can practice martial arts, I still have to be careful. Only by staying alive can I live longer, only by living longer can I enjoy the world's food and beauty. Ruyan Lu froze, her mind buzzing. She looked down and confirmed that because she had fallen to the ground, her skirt had been pressed against her thighs, and her white legs were just exposed to Zhao Wujiang's eyes. Zhao Wujiang's words were right. But Zhao Wujiang didn't say anything. Was what she heard the words in Zhao Wujiang's heart? How was she able to hear the words of Zhao Wujiang's heart? Strange. Could it be that because her dragon-nurturing sacred body was about to come to fruition, she had the special ability to hear the heart of the man who was plotting against her? This special physique was truly powerful. However, how does this punk know about his relationship with his senior brother, and also know that I am carrying the dragon-nurturing holy body? Can it be that his father investigated us before he was born? King Jinbei is really powerful, but it's a pity that he gave birth to a useless son. He actually presumed to use me to practice kung fu? Lu Ruyan decided to take the trick. Her angry eyes changed in an instant, becoming mesmerized and flirtatious. She bit her moist lips with her shell teeth, and the flushing of her cheeks added more charm to her appearance. Your Highness, my little girl knows that she is wrong, you let me go, I have a secret book on me that I can give away, I still hope that your son will have mercy on me. Just as Lu Ruyan spoke, her two long legs even rubbed together a bit because of discomfort. It made Zhao Wujiang couldn't help but cast a gentlemanly gaze. It's so long, so white. Lu Ruyan was afraid that this kid would plot against her and shrunk her feet. Zhao Wujiang also smiled. Secret book? What secret book? The clear wind sleeve palm. It's known as the #1 palm in the world. If you let go of me, I can memorize it and give it to you. Ruyan Lu had a face of sincerity. If it wasn't for a man like Zhao Wujiang who had a firm heart and knew her details long ago, I'm afraid he would have already been charmed into a warped mouth. Don't! Zhao Wujiang said in a cold voice. Lu Ruyan frowned. Why, that's the #1 in the world. Alright, really take me as a little cutie. The #1 palm in the world is the dragon subduing 18 palms. It's your turn to have the Qingfeng whisking sleeve palm? However, I'm more interested in another martial art on you. Lu Ruyan was puzzled in her heart. The clear wind sleeve whisking palm was indeed an unorthodox martial art, and she had only used it to fool a layman like Zhao Wujiang. But what the hell was the dragon falling 18 palms? Surely it wasn't in the mainstream either. I don't have any other martial arts on me. Oh? Zhao Wujiang pinched her mouth. Isn't the martial art the dragon warrior is practicing right now what your master asked you to teach him? Lu Ruyan froze on the spot. But immediately afterward, Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words shook her even more. I remember that the original story said that if you forcefully take over Lu Ruyan's dragon-nurturing sacred body without the Dao Sect's unique internal martial art, True Young Heart skill, instead, your essence would be sucked away by Lu Ruyan, and you would be a dowry for Lu Ruyan. I have to lasso out the True Young Heart skill first. That's what Dragon Warrior has been practicing hard in the early stages. Looking at Zhao Wujiang's tightly closed mouth. Lu Ruyan's brain, however, was buzzing. Zhao Wujiang had actually recognized her identity at a glance, and knew about her relationship with Long Zhan. Now it was even more outrageous. He even knew the secrets of her dragon-nurturing sacred body and True Young Heart skill? Just as Lu Ruyan's mind was reeling. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Wujiang saw her dead look of not speaking and thought that she was being mouthy. Although I don't want to offend your sect, but your clan's people are screwing me every day. Am I still a man if I don't get some favors from you? Zhao Wujiang decided to pry the true young heart technique out of Lu Ruyan. Thinking about it, he carried out a box from his cell. It was a torture device called a wooden donkey. Once a woman sat on it, she would immediately go from pleasure to pain. It was obviously left behind by the previous Zhao Wujiang. It seems that the label of being horny can't be washed away. Forget it, Lu Ruyan, right? Second female lead, right? Let's let you taste the power of our little villain first. Zhao Wujiang looked at Lu Ruyan. But he didn't know that Ruyan Lu wanted to die. You want the true knowledge, why don't you just keep asking? How do I know you want it if you don't ask? Although I can hear your heart, I can't say it openly, otherwise I'm afraid of dying even more miserably. But you're just going to torture me without interrogating me first. Can you respect me, a beautiful woman? Ruyan Lu was suffering inside. Instead of being tortured and suffering by herself, she might as well pretend to cooperate with Zhao Wujiang first. Anyway, the true Yang heart technique is an extreme test of talent. Can he, Zhao Wujiang, practice it with this brain? Obviously it couldn't. I say! Ruyan Lu suddenly shouted. Zhao Wujiang froze. What is this going to say? I haven't even asked yet. We have to go through the process of torturing and forcing her to become a prostitute, don't we? Isn't that how it's done in novels? Hearing his heart, Ruyan Lu trembled. This Zhao Wujiang wasn't as simple as he appeared, but was a difficult character with a deep inner city that didn't follow the norm. Since you found out all about it, I won't hide it from you. My dragon-nurturing sacred body can indeed allow you to enhance your power. Only there's another key point: you have to practice the first layer of the true young heart technique first. Otherwise, it will only damage yourself. True young heart know-how is in my bib inner layer. Don't believe you can check, just know I have no lie. What are you talking about? What is the situation? So simple, white to me. The villain should be tortured to force a confession, and then you protagonists vowed not to follow. This plot is only right off. Looking at Ruyan Lu's sincere eyes, Zhao Wujiang was puzzled in his heart. With a cold snort, he sprinkled Lu Ruyan with some cartilage again. Are you as careful as that? Where's your manliness? Lu Ruyan's entire body was tingly and hot, and she couldn't help but break into a rage. Zhao Wujiang's face didn't change, and he didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with being careful with his life. Manliness converges underneath the body, caution is hidden in the heart. Cut. Zhao Wujiang, I have a word first. Even if you get the true Yang heart skill, you may not be able to practice it, and until you do, you won't be able to get me. Determining that Lu Ruyan didn't have the strength to fight back, Zhao Wujiang reached into Lu Ruyan's arms, looking for the true Yang heart secret. Don't you touch it, it's not on this side, you have to undo the straps first. Lu Ruyan scolded. Zhao Wujiang around the back of the jade, a pull, the belly band fell. From the bib sandwich, pulled out a thread-bound yellowed ancient book. On the cover of the ancient book was written True Yang Heart Secret. Zhao Wujiang put the true Yang heart knowledge into his arms. He then tidied up Lu Ruyan's messy clothes. Lu Ruyan thought that he had found his conscience. Don't let these chains get loose, they need to be tied tighter. I'll have the maid clean you up later, and when I've practiced the true Yang heart technique, I'll come back to enjoy your dragon-nurturing sacred body. Lu Ruyan was speechless. After checking, Zhao Wujiang left in satisfaction. Returning to the practicing room, Zhao Wujiang flipped through the true Yang heart secrets. It wasn't clear if he had any martial arts talent himself. But no matter what, if you want to survive, strengthening yourself is fundamental. If he didn't have any talent, he could only practice hard. If you have talent, you have to practice hard too. Survival is not a child's play. Chapter 7. Father, you don't understand yellow hair. World Sun. At the same time, Dasha Kyoto, Imperial City, Imperial Study Room. Dasha's reigning son of heaven, Li Ziyuan, leaned on top of a wooden chair, full of majesty, but also with a unique doting look towards the seventh princess, Li Yunrui. Yunrui, how did you change your mind? Weren't you determined to go and withdraw from the marriage before? He asked his daughter, and why did you reward the dragon warrior with a slap? Father, he was the one who overstepped his bounds first, a small Primus battalion commander who repeatedly disrespected Zhao Wujiang and I. Li Yunrui slightly beamed a small hum. Among the crowd of imperial princes and princesses, she had always been the most favored. In front of her father, there was less fear of treating the emperor and more of a child's capricious posture. Li Ziyuan shook his head and smiled as he detected his daughter's tone when she mentioned Zhao Wujiang. Compared to the past, the tone of disgust was all but gone, and there was even more tenderness? Didn't you hate the Zhao Wujiang the most in the past? Because today I just realized that Zhao Wujiang is quite good. Oh? Tell me about it with father. Li Yunrui pursed her red lips as Zhao Wujiang's appearance appeared in her mind. He does things in a methodical way, has his own unique mind, and is not the drunken bag they say he is. As for being lustful and horny, my daughter can't see any of that. Father, you can't see, the way he looks at my daughter, there is only simple admiration, there is no lewd gaze at all. He even couldn't wait for me to withdraw from the marriage. When Li Yunrui said this, he was suddenly interrupted by Li Ziyuan. He still wants to withdraw from the marriage? My daughter, she is even looked down upon by him? Father, you don't understand him. Li Yunrui immediately explained, he is thinking that his current situation will delay his daughter. Alas, the world misunderstands him too deeply. Zhao Wujiang can tolerate what ordinary people can't. His city is not shallow, his inner show is not obvious, he is a good man yet. Oh? Are you saying that he is hiding his fronts? What is he hiding his fronts for, and when is he going to? Sharpness? Li Ziyuan's smirk narrowed even more, and a murderous intent quietly arose in his heart. Instead, he preferred that Zhao Wujiang was stupid and mediocre. The Li clan's royal family had always been afraid of Jinbei King Zhao Tingxiao. When Li Ziyuan was still the crown prince, he had been sworn brothers with Zhao Tingxiao. However, now that Li Ziyuan was the son of the emperor, the rules that should be followed were still in place. Zhao Tingxiao is in charge of the northern border of Daxia, has millions of soldiers, and has won the hearts of the people. Together with the friendship, Li Ziyuan has not been able to find an opportunity to recover the military power. But Zhao Tingxiao is now dead. Although Li Ziyuan was also sad for a few days, but relaxation. At least the royal power is stabilized. And the only son of this sworn brother, Zhao Wujiang. Li Ziyuan can allow Zhao Wujiang to be lustful, playboy, become a puddle of mud that cannot be helped. But he doesn't want to see Zhao Wujiang become the second Zhao Tingxiao. That's why he acquiesced to his daughter's withdrawal today and sent Dragon Warrior along to protect her, because Li Ziyuan wasn't willing to give Zhao Wujiang any capital to go against the odds. But now his daughter had actually realized that this brat, Zhao Wujiang, was hiding his fronts? Father? Li Yunrui felt her father's tone turn cold and frowned. She wasn't a vase princess, she knew that Father Emperor had always been afraid of the Jinbei King. Unexpectedly, Father Emperor seemed to be scornful of even Zhao Wujiang. Then it would be even more important to not tell Father Emperor the secret that the Jinbei King wasn't dead. Once Father Emperor learns about it, he will kill Zhao Wujiang on impulse, and wait for the Jinbei King to return. Li Yunrui didn't dare to think about it further. No matter what, the secret she learned from Zhao Wujiang's heart must not be leaked. Li Yunrui pondered for a while and shook her father's arm, slightly pouting. Father, the king of Jinbei is already dead, what are you still worried about? Why don't you treat this Zhao Wujiang kindly for your daughter? He is after all the emperor's son-in-law, and now his family is broken. Li Ziyuan's brows slowly stretched. Yes, Zhao Tingxiao is dead. This Zhao Wujiang, I give some rain and do gentleman grace, so that the whole dynasty to see my tolerance of people, what is the harm? The premise is that Zhao Wujiang has no ambition, no ability, and best of all, nothing. So Li Ziyuan knocked on the table, he, Zhao Wujiang, must be worthy of my daughter to be the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Zhenghua. An answering voice came from outside the imperial study. Old slave is here. Declare Zhao Wujiang to enter the palace. Li Ziyuan, full of majesty, finished as if he thought of something and added. Bring Dragon Warrior as well. Yes. After the Grand Eunuch Shen Zhenghua led the orders and left. Father, why did you let that obnoxious Long Zhan come? Li Ziyuan looked at his daughter, who was making a little fuss, and favored her with a smile. In fact, when it comes to talent, this Long Zhan is young and talented, brave and resourceful, and has excellent kung fu. Father was thinking that after you and Zhao Wujiang withdraw from the marriage, this Long Zhan will be one of the strong candidates for the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Li Yunrui disagreed, he is also worthy? Li Ziyuan laughed. Father knows that you are biased against Long Zhan because of today's incident, but he is only carrying out orders, so it is justifiable for him to slightly overstep his bounds. Father Emperor. Listen to Father Emperor, when Long Zhan and Zhao Wujiang compare, you will know how mediocre Zhao Wujiang is. Chapter 8 Scholarly Beauty, Shiba Rizhou. Snapdragon Battalion Commander's Mansion. Long war drinking wine all night, do enough alibi, waiting for the fifth sister Lu Ruyan good news. But such as today are bright, his alcohol has subsided, Lu Ruyan has not yet returned. The Jinbei King's residence also did not have half a bit of movement, not to mention the death of Zhao Wujiang, such a big thing. Could something have happened to the fifth senior sister? Dragon Warrior muttered in his heart. But think about it, and not possible, Zhao Wujiang did not have that ability. At that exact moment, someone knocked on the door of the room. Lord Commander, Lord Commander. Chief Steward Chen is here with the Holy Oracle. At the same time, Jinbei King's mansion. Holy Oracle? Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. The old housekeeper nodded respectfully. Yes, Your Highness, it says that His Majesty wants you to hurry up and go to the palace. What is the Emperor planning to do? I'm already at home as a turtle, why did he suddenly ask me to go to the palace? Zhao Wujiang waved his hand, signaling the old housekeeper to go down. He practiced all night and finally stepped into the first layer of the True Yan Heart technique. I don't know if this progress is fast or slow, and I was about to go watch and re-torture Ruyan Lu when I received an oracle from the Emperor. Where could he disobey the emperor's word of mouth? Forget it, see what happens and keep a low profile. Zhao Wujiang casually picked himself up and headed inside the palace. 2 hours later. Outside the imperial study. When Long Zhuan saw Zhao Wujiang, his heart only thumped. Sure enough, 5th senior sister hadn't killed Zhao Wujiang yet. Then where did the 5th senior sister go? Zhao Wujiang also saw him, but Zhao Wujiang didn't want to clash with this thing with a protagonist's aura and an open fortune. If you can't afford to mess with him, can't you hide from him? Seeing Zhao Wujiang change his path and walk away, Long Zhen sneered in his heart. Scared of me? That's right, without the backing of the Jinbei king, if it wasn't for the 7 princesses protecting me yesterday, I would have killed you long ago. However, it's not too late now. Your Highness, the son of the world. Long Zhan took the initiative to block Zhao Wujiang's way. Zhao Wujiang's heart was numb and criticized, and when he was about to pretend to be deaf and go around, 2 people suddenly walked up to him. One person he recognized was Li Xinshu, the secretary of the Honglu Temple. The other person is a good skin and bones of the woman, full of green silk like waterfall. Under the cold eyes, it is a straight nose, red thin lips. Further down is the snow-white neck, a wide snow-colored robe. The end was an iceberg beauty. This is the cultural envoy of the Cold Sang country, Chiba Rizhou. Li Xinshu took the initiative to introduce himself and asked, Your Highness, World Sun, Commander Long. What are you guys? Cultural envoy of the Cold Sang country? One of Dragon Warrior's harem in the original, now it's cold, and in the future, it won't be raided by the protagonist, garbage plot. Zhao Wujiang remembered that in the original. The Jinbei king was guarding the northern border against the Cold Sang country. Now visiting Disya, he wanted to sign a truce with Disya between the 2 countries. The death of the Jinbei king gave them the backbone to negotiate. In this plot, dragon warfare should still have a part in pretending. Later, this bookish beauty, Chiba Rizhou, is also taken into the harem by dragon war. Chiba Rizhou's serious expression suddenly trembled. What was that sound just now? Who spoke? She looked around, no one spoke off. Could it be that she had come to Daxia on a long boat ride and was hallucinating? Zhao Wujiang, you guys quickly come in. Inside the imperial study. Suddenly came Li Yunrui's voice. Li Ziyuan had no choice but to add, Commander Long, the Cold Sang envoy, come in together as well. The crowd went in together. Li Yunrui's eyes were always on Zhao Wujiang. Long Zhan was irritated. Zhao Wujiang also remembered that his native language was speechless. Why is this original heroine always staring at me? Look at your dragon battle to go I have what to see. Simply inverted the Big Dipper. Li Yunrui read to the heart, more pleased with the leap. She loved this feeling of suddenly knowing a man completely. Zhao Wujiang wouldn't be able to hide anything from her in the future, and she would be the woman in the world who understood Zhao Wujiang the most. Greetings to the great summer emperor. Chiba Rizhou greeted, but not with much respect. Great Xia and Coldsan have been at war for several months, and it's hard to distinguish between them. I, His Majesty the Emperor of Coldsan, have the intention to negotiate peace, but Coldsan has suffered heavy losses because of Great Xia. If Xia is willing to give 1 million taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, and 10,000 war horses, I will bring them back to Coldsan. Coldsan can guarantee a 10-year truce. This is the Cold Sang country to take advantage of the death of the king of Jinbei, the northern border of Daxia temporarily without a backbone, military disorganization. It wants to take advantage of the fire and take advantage of Daxia. If the Jinbei king was still alive, the Cold Sang kingdom, a small island nation, would never have dared to send an envoy. Li Ziyuan rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desktop, his brows deep. Long Iching, regarding the truce mentioned by the envoy from Coldsan, what are the views of the 2 of you? Your Majesty. Long Zhan respectfully cupped his fists, his voice loud and clear. Truce can be, but some of the conditions in the convention are open to question. My great summer must not suffer the slightest condescension on the convention. Chiba Rizhou's eyes were icy cold, glancing at dragon warfare. Although Long Zhan's words denied her, she felt that this person had a strong iron bone and a good figure. On the contrary, the one next to him, Zhao Wujiang, who was playing with his fingers with his head down, looked like an idiot. Zhao Wujiang also realized that Chiba Rizhou must be laughing at him in his heart. Laughing at me now, wait for the dragon war to press you on the couch to see if you still laugh out loud. Zhao Wujiang lowered his head to play with the jade pendant on his waist, just wanting to keep a low profile as an NPC. But he didn't know that the way Chiba Rizhou looked at him was even weirder. I didn't hear about it, did I? In my head, it's his voice? Chiba Rizhou was puzzled, only now the scene was tense and she didn't have the chance to look deeper. Li Ziyuan was more appreciative of Dragon Warrior's essence and answers. Not too humble, courageous, and imposing. Zhao Iching, what about you? Li Ziyuan smiled gently, looking very Confucian thick and kind. But he also knew deep down that Zhao Wujiang categorically didn't have the vigor of long battle. When he finished answering, his own precious daughter would naturally know that Zhao Wujiang was no match for Long Zhan. Zhao Wujiang said with an honest face, I have no opinion, as a human subject, your majesty's opinion is the opinion of a microcosm. Cut. Long Zhan heard Zhao Wujiang's flattering to no opinion. In his heart, he despised Zhao Wujiang, this waste of a son of the world, more and more. Shiba Rizhao also snorted in his heart. Originally, knowing that Zhao Wujiang was the son of the Jinbei king, she was still afraid that the son would take over his father's business and fight back against Cold Song. Now, it seemed that the Jinbei king's might was overwhelming, but his son was not useful and was not to be feared. However, only Li Ziyuan looked at Zhao Wujiang's words in a different light. As a courtier, your majesty's opinion is the opinion of my humble servant. The former king of Jinbei, born in humble circumstances, had also always looked up to him as his elder brother. Listening to any of his dispatches, bowing and scraping, he saw the shadow of the Jinbei king in Zhao Wujiang. Wan Plas Qing. And, knowing that his father had died in the battle with Cold Sun, but Zhao Wujiang did not get angry when he saw the enemy's envoys in order to show off the great Xia's temperament. It had to be said that compared to Long Battle's sharpness, Zhao Wujiang's behavior was even better. At the very least, it was more in my heart. Zhao Wujiang didn't know what Li Ziyuan was thinking. This reply of mine, it's enough to pose as a loser and have no opinion, isn't it? As long as I continue to act like a loser, no one will pay attention to me, so I can live and develop secretly. Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words made Li Yunrui hold back her smile, her eyes full of spring. She was aware of her father's father, the eyes of her father when he looked at Zhao Wujiang, but it was a lot more gratifying. Chapter 9 The Beautiful Rapunzel. My opinion, Daxia can negotiate peace, but not pay compensation. Li Ziyuan said while casting an admiring gaze at Zhao Wujiang. Shiba Rizhao also seemed to have expected that the great Xia dynasty would not compromise easily. The matter of the convention is extremely involved, and at this moment, the study room is heavy with scrolls and literature. Under the beauty of this good time, why not talk about elegance first? Shiba Rizhao changed the topic, pacing back and forth. It just so happens that a few days ago I had composed a line of poetry, but I couldn't think of the next line. I've heard for a long time that Daxia is the world's literary treasure, and there are many talented people. Zhao Wujiang was bored on the side, knowing that this was following the original plot. Next, Shiba Rizhao wanted to suppress with culture, and it was time for Dragon Warrior to pretend. It's just that he's already GA at this point in the original, and he's still present now. But even if you are present, you can still play dead. Shiba Rizhao moist lips slightly tugged, as a cold mulberry famous talent. Her heart at the moment born out of the grandeur, want to use cultural talent to suppress the heart of the great summer more and more intense. She slightly lifted her chest, and her already full arc stood up 1 point, her voice was clear and cold, spitting out half a verse. As much as possible to make friends with the world's wise and powerful elders. I wonder if someone present can help me to match the next line? Really is this line, also do not know write the original that dog author which copied, I remember the next line is. Often the master of the rivers and mountains, the smoke and the moon. Zhao Wujiang muttered in his heart and raised his head, just in time to lock eyes with Li Yunrui. Ha? What is Li Yunrui staring at me for? I feel like this bastard is trying to trap me again. No, I have to avoid the wind. Zhao. Li Yunrui just wanted to call out to him. He heard Zhao Wujiang immediately salute Li Ziyuan. Your Majesty, I suddenly feel unwell and would like to go for convenience. Li Ziyuan glanced at Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang was usually uneducated. He thought that he couldn't match the poems at all, so it was good that he didn't stay here to lose face. Granted. Seeing Zhao Wujiang leaving the imperial study with his head lowered, Long Zhan gave a cold snort inwardly. Running away again? Ha! Zhao Wujiang's cowardly act made him scoff more and more. The corner of Shiba Rizhao's mouth hooked without a trace. The more cowardly this only son of the Jinbei king was, the more relieved she was. Only Li Yunrui deflated her mouth. She had heard what Zhao Wujiang was thinking inside. Zhao Wujiang didn't want to be in the limelight. To make friends with all the world's wise and powerful elders, and to be the master of the rivers, mountains, smoke, and moon. Wasn't Zhao Wujiang right just now? It's true that he's a man who hides his fronts. Low-key, but also very talented. After leaving the study, Zhao Wujiang skipped to a garden. Inside the garden, there were hundreds of flowers competing for color. The wind will destroy the wood when it shows in the forest, and it's the same with flowers. Zhao Wujiang picked one of the most colorful flowers and murmured softly. Who are you? How come you're in this imperial garden? Hearing the questioning, Zhao Wujiang looked sideways. Not far away at some point stood a woman with a delicate figure. At first glance, it was a girl, but at a closer look, one could see the shallow traces of age left on her delicate cheeks. As it turned out, it was a beautiful young woman. Zhao Wujiang? The beautiful young woman sized up Zhao Wujiang and recognized him. This man who had affected her flower viewing was the only son of the dead Jinbei king, the nasty and infamous Zhao Wujiang. The beautiful young woman hummed lightly. How can you meet Li Ziyuan's sister, Li Zhaohua, even when enjoying a flower? Li Xiaohua is really as flirtatious as the rumors say. Although there are only eunuchs and women in this harem, there are still occasional courtiers who are summoned by the emperor with his permission. This is only wearing a gauze skirt, and you can see the lotus flower embroidered on her corset through the gauze. Zhao Wujiang also remembered who this young woman was. He slowly saluted. Greetings, eldest princess. But Li Xiaohua didn't answer Zhao Wujiang because her entire body was now frozen. Zhao Wujiang had said just one sentence. How had she heard Zhao Wujiang say so much? Strange was also strange. Why are her eyes suddenly gazing at me? Could it be that she's staring at me? I've heard that this has kept many male pets in the mansion. None of them have ever made it out of her house alive. She has no husband, never married, and has always been alone. Now that she's at the age of a tiger, she must be desperate for a man. I have to sneak out before she sees me. Zhao Wujiang clasped his fists. I won't disturb the eldest princess' pleasure. I'll leave now. Slow. Li Xiaohua quickly stepped forward and directly stopped Zhao Wujiang, her face containing fury and her eyes had a startled look. She was pretty sure that she could hear Zhao Wujiang's inner voice. However, she couldn't be bothered to think about the reason why, because Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt voice made her angry. What do you mean, she craves men? I, Li Xiaohua, am of heavenly beauty and noble as the eldest princess. What kind of man do I want that I don't have? The dead kid was talking nonsense. The more Li Xiaohua thought about it, the more upset she became, but again, what she heard was the voice of her heart and she had no evidence to directly make things difficult for Zhao Wujiang. Wujiang ah. The Jinbei king was loyal to his country, conquered the northern border, guarded the Li family's kingdom, and labored hard, but he passed away in the northern border. This palace is even sorry. Li Xiaohua grabbed Zhao Wujiang's wrist with the concern of an elder. I also don't know if the Jinbei king's mansion is well during this period of time. Many thanks to the eldest princess for her concern. Everything is well in the Jinbei Wangfu. Safe and sound. Oh, safe and sound of fart. If not for the suspicious nature of your Li clan's royal family, do I need to wait? Waiting. You private secretly practice things, Li Ziyuan sooner or later will also know. And when that time comes, you'll have to bite the dog. Zhao Wujiang showed a grateful expression. But Li Xiaohua stared at Zhao Wujiang. Her mind was buzzing. The secret she had hidden for so long was known by Zhao Wujiang? She clenched Zhao Wujiang's wrist tightly. Right now, there were only two paths in front of her. Get Zhao Wujiang killed. Or, take it for herself. Chapter 10. The plot isn't right. Zhao Wujiang knew her secret and apparently hadn't told his royal brother yet. This son's position was not yet clear, so she wanted to know Zhao Wujiang's position first. Li Xiaohua tried to release her goodwill after weighing the situation. Child, you don't have to hide it from me. Your father and my elder brother are sworn brothers, and you have a marriage contract with Yun Rui, so I am considered your aunt. Li Xiaohua took a step closer, the ethereal fragrance came, and the two groups of half-exposed snowy whites all shook her eyes a little. Come to tell aunt, you must be having a bad time, right? Let's do it this way. This palace let the subordinates send some silver money to the Jinbei king's residence. In addition, since you have come to the palace, I think it is His Majesty's summons. You have to hide your honor at the right time. His Majesty is not always kind and forgiving, do you understand? Zhao Wujiang clearly sensed Li Xiaohua's recruiting intentions. Saying that His Majesty is not good is trying to bring him to the side of the eldest princess. Strange, could it be that I have any use for this beautiful Tai fox? Zhao Wujiang didn't want to get involved in the royal war. Cupping his fists, he said. Thank you for your concern, eldest princess. His Majesty still has a summons there. I'll leave first. Li Xiaohua watched him leave with a smile on her brow. It had been established that Zhao Wujiang knew about the game between her and her royal brother. However, Zhao Wujiang's position was still unknown, and more contact was needed. Zhao Wujiang returned to the imperial study along the same path. There were a lot of thoughts in his mind. In the original book, Li Xiaohua was called the first prodigal daughter of Xia. Li Ziyuan was aware of her virtues, but as long as Li Xiaohua didn't form a party, Li Ziyuan didn't care about other things. Only Li Ziyuan did not know. Li Xiaohua in fact has been in private party camping. On weekdays, he deliberately pretended to be a loose cannon in order to confuse Li Ziyuan and use it to protect himself. Later, Li Xiaohua was captured by Dragon Warrior. Dragon Warrior also obtained Li Xiaohua's hidden power, and finally was able to turn the Li dynasty upside down. It could be said that the one who got Li Xiaohua got 1/3 of the imperial power. Zhao Wujiang returned to the imperial study, thinking that this broken plot that was specially given to Dragon Warrior to pretend to be a bully should also be over. Give the emperor a greeting and go home. Zhao Wujiang thought to himself, but he hadn't opened his mouth yet. Li Yunrui directly ran over and took his arm. With a complaining tone, she whispered, Zhao Wujiang, why don't you go and pair up your poems? You're clearly more talented than Dragon Warrior and Chiba Rizhao, why don't you go show off? No, big sister, where did you see that I'm talented? I'm a minor villain alright, a despicable son of the world, so I have to respect my own persona and keep a low profile. Zhao Wujiang didn't move on the surface and responded with silence, not wanting to take care of Li Yunrui. But Li Yunrui heard his heart and stomped her foot. She felt that her future husband should be the best in literature and martial arts, so how could he hide his clumsiness? Wealth and riches do not return home, like brocade traveling at night. It must be that Zhao Wujiang didn't feel safe after King Jinbei faked his death. As his fiancé, he should encourage him and support him more. Seeing that Long Zhan was ready to speak, Li Yunrui took the lead and shouted. In the second half of the sentence, always be the master of the rivers, mountains, smoke and moon. The counterpoint was neat, and there was more of a sense of spontaneity and bravado. The words that Long Zhan was just about to say were swallowed back into his throat. Strange. I just flashed this sentence in my mind. Why did the seventh princess say it first? Sure enough, she has a heart-to-heart with me, and is the woman that rightfully belongs to me. Dragon War. Dragon Warfare was still fantasizing while being surprised. Chiba Rizhou looked at the delicate and lovely seventh princess with some surprise. Often is the master of the rivers and mountains smoke and moon. Well, not ashamed to be my daughter. Li Ziyuan was the most surprised. He was already fond of dancing in ink. This favorite daughter of his own seems to have inherited his talent. Ha! Dragon Warrior hasn't pretended yet, how come the princess pretended first? The plot is not right. Zhao Wujiang wondered. In the next moment, Li Yunrui said something that directly reversed the crowd's mind. Father, it was Zhao Wujiang who taught me. Grass. When did I teach you? Don't flatter me. Zhao Wujiang cursed in his heart. He didn't want to be in the limelight at all, and when had he taught Li Yunrui? Long Zhan was shocked in his heart and his face became even more ugly. Your Highness must not be presumptuous. Long Zhan could accept that the seventh princess was connected to his mind. So it was one step ahead of him against poetry. But he absolutely could not accept that he lost to this trash Zhao Wujiang. Chiba Rizhao's eyes turned and said, Princess is joking. How about this, I'll recite another line and try to see if Shitzi Zhao can match it. Iron shoulders of the road, please world sun match the second half of the sentence. Zhao Wujiang pretended to look like he was thinking hard and couldn't come up with anything. He didn't want to go and pretend this. Li Yunrui looked at him with an expectant face. Li Ziyuan, on the other hand, scrutinized Zhao Wujiang. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang didn't even look like he could get it right, he couldn't help but breathe a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that it was his baby daughter who didn't want to see Zhao Wujiang lagging behind Dragon Warrior, and deliberately said that the latter half of the sentence was taught by Zhao Wujiang. Chiba Rizhou gave Zhao Wujiang time to think. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang still couldn't come up with half a sentence correctly, she couldn't help but bring a sneer to her words. Your son doesn't have to worry, and he doesn't have to blame himself for it. Your father still lost to Cold Sang, so if you can't match the poem of my Cold Sang messenger, you can still be regarded as a son following in his father's footsteps. You can't read the poem of the messenger of Cold Sang, but you can be regarded as a son who has inherited his father's work. Ha! Chiba Rizhou's words stimulated the softest part of Zhao Wujiang's heart. A loyal and patriotic god of border war who died defending his family and country. How could he allow an enemy country to come to his door and flog his corpse? In the second half of the sentence, a wonderful hand writes articles. Zhao Wujiang's words caused Chiba Rizhou's sneering smile to instantly disappear. This. Good, right on. Li Yunrui stepped forward with a face full of adoration, holding Zhao Wujiang's arm, glaring at Chiba Rizhou, and then looking at Li Ziyuan. Father, I told you that Zhao Wujiang is very talented, right? Li Ziyuan also nodded in satisfaction. No way, you. Chiba Rizhou still wanted to retort. But since Zhao Wujiang was planning to counterattack, he would definitely take the initiative, and he said in a cold voice. If Emissary Cold Sun is not convinced, will you also take a few words from me? Not giving Chiba Rizhou a chance to refuse. The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return. Pity the few drops of Bodhi water, pouring into the two petals of the red lotus. A golden needle pierces the peach blossom's pistil. I dare not raise my voice and frown. A pair of mandarin ducks in the quilt, a pear blossom pressing down on the begonia. Yes, you're right. Chapter 11, The Princess's Own People. Zhao Wujiang made a set of consecutive moves. Chiba Rizhou only felt these lines of poetry. First, there is the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. Afterwards, there was the affair of men and women sleeping together, which was in line with Zhao Wujiang's rumors. Only she didn't expect that the poem was so talented that Zhao Wujiang was such a flirtatious and not nasty person. She was dumbfounded. For a moment, she couldn't think of how to come up with the next half of the poem that would satisfy her. The defeated look of Chiba Rizhou, the Cold Sang ambassador, was caught in the eyes of the crowd. Li Ziyuan could not help but praise. Good. Secretary Zhao is quite talented, my heart is very pleased. Long Zhan's heart became more and more gloomy. This kid, where did he get such great talent? Did he memorize it before? Or did the seventh princess teach him? No matter what, Zhao Wujiang, this person, is too much of an obstacle for him to ask the throne room, must be removed. Since the Cold Sang messenger is not very talented, we should talk about the matter of negotiating peace. Now that Chiba Rizhou was being suppressed by Zhao Wujiang, Li Ziyuan took advantage of this to bring the matter of the pact back to the forefront and lower the conditions. Chiba Rizhou knitted her brows. Her talent that she was proud of had been suppressed by Zhao Wujiang, and she no longer wanted to stay in the imperial study. Your Majesty the Emperor, could you allow me to leave first and reply tomorrow? Li Ziyuan was full of majesty and casually waved his hand. Chiba Rizhou's long sleeves fluttered lightly. Before turning to leave, she took a deep look at Zhao Wujiang, reflecting this face, which she had never cared about before, deep into her mind. After the Cold Sang envoy Chiba Rizhou left, Li Ziyuan pondered slightly and looked at Zhao Wujiang. They say that you don't study and don't think about progress. When did you have this kind of talent? Li Ziyuan had learned from his daughter that Zhao Wujiang was hiding his fronts. Originally, he didn't believe it. But just now, Zhao Wujiang had blurted out several lines of poetry with excellent meaning. This made him more and more wary of Zhao Wujiang. I knew that the Emperor's old man would ask this. Zhao Wujiang lowered his eyebrows and nodded. In fact, he had already regretted it just now. Because the small island country stirred up his nose and mocked his father, he had just not met Ah. His eyes turned and thought of the beautiful young woman who had just shown herself favor. Why not do a favor? Back to the Emperor, talented is not the microminister Ah. When I left the table, I was lucky to meet Her Highness the Princess. When the princess saw me frowning, she asked me why. I saw that the envoys from Coldsong were trying to suppress Xia with their poetry and culture, so I turned to Her Highness for help. Her Royal Highness, when she realized that the envoys from Hansang had come for a bad reason. Then she taught the humble servant a few lines. So it's Xiaohua ah, Li Ziyuan's slightly frowning brows slowly stretched. It turned out that Zhao Wujiang was nothing more than a messenger. For this sister, who liked to read, he was aware of it. Only, in the past, he only saw that this sister was arrogant and extravagant, degrading the Li clan's royal family style. Unexpectedly, she has a heart for the honor and disgrace of Daxia. Pass on my word, go to the treasure pavilion to select appropriate treasures for the eldest princess and send them to the Showa Palace. A big eunuch's respectful response came from outside the room. Li Ziyuan looked at Long Zhan again. Your performance today is also good, not insulting the national prestige of Daxia. Also, go and receive your reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long Zhan cupped his fists and left, but his heart was filled with unwillingness. Today's result was far too different from what he expected. The one who was in the limelight should clearly be himself. The Emperor's meaning was also obvious. He wanted to let himself show off in front of the 7th princess and the Cold Sang envoy. Even when he saw the wonderful body of the Cold Sang emissary, he was already thinking about whether he could take her into his bed, and when the time came, with the 7 princesses, the 2 women would serve him together and share the clouds and rain. But all of these were ruined by Zhao Wujiang that. Grandma! Zhao Wujiang, you give me weight. Seeing the dragon War Eyes cut a glance at himself before leaving, Zhao Wujiang heart sighs. I don't want to, it's Li Yunrui who wants me to pretend. This heaven's mandate protagonist, I guess he wants to bite me to death now. Zhao Wujiang. Li Ziyuan's eyes finally noticed Zhao Wujiang again, his complexion slightly. Your performance wasn't bad either, go down. Li Yunrui frowned slightly. Father Emperor was also too unfair. That useless dragon warrior had a reward. Why didn't Zhao Wujiang have any? How could Zhao Wujiang not think of this? He guessed that the Emperor still didn't treat him well. He didn't change his color and left after respectfully saluting. After Zhao Wujiang left, Li Yunrui couldn't help but say, Father, Zhao Wujiang has accomplished something. He's also loyal to you, he's filial, and he's humble. When Li Ziyuan saw that his daughter was leaning towards Zhao Wujiang, he rubbed his brows. It wasn't that he couldn't see his daughter's mind. Today, Zhao Wujiang's performance was honestly very satisfactory to him as well. However, if Zhao Wujiang really became the emperor's son-in-law, what if he used this to rocket up the ranks and become the second Jinbei king with high achievements? There are some things that are best stifled in the cradle. On the other side, Zhao Wujiang's foot had just stepped into the Jinbei king's residence when the old housekeeper trotted over to welcome him. Your Highness, the eldest princess mansion has brought you some gold, silver, jewelry, and witty playthings, saying that they want to thank you. Greetings, Your Highness. The delicate figure sitting quietly in front of the hall rose and nodded slightly towards Zhao Wujiang. She was the eldest princess's close confidant, Xiaolan, about 28 years old and beautiful. My master instructed Xiaolan to pass on a message, saying that you will be one of our own from now on. Chapter 12, Enjoying the Dragon Nurturing Sacred Body. One of our own? Zhao Wujiang's eyes stared. Eldest Princess Li Xiaohua had always refrained from associating with anyone in the dynasty to avoid being caught by Li Ziyuan in a party. In the original story, he had already GA at this time, and there was no plot to hook up with Li Xiaohua. And if it really hooked up with Li Xiaohua, regardless of whether it is dragon warfare or Li Ziyuan, they are all staring at him. How to think is a trouble. I'll accept the thought. Sister Xiaolan had better hurry back to resume her orders. Xiaolan couldn't help but knit her brows. Thoughts received? That thing? The thing you take back, just truthfully convey my words to the eldest princess. Zhao Wujiang blandly said, having already given his expulsion order, and turned his head to look for Lu Ruyan. The old housekeeper behind him wondered in his heart. This Xiaolan had a good figure and was also young and pretty. According to the young master's past character, must not touch a small hand, embrace a willow waist, take advantage of? But now he actually drove the person away directly. Could it be that after the old master passed away, the young master has really grown up as well? Thinking like this, the old master's death is not a bad thing? The old housekeeper was filled with relief and sent little Lan out. Outside the door. Xiaolan didn't understand and tried a sentence. Your world prince's mind, it's beyond my ability to guess. Our eldest princess has the sincerity to make a friendship. Hee, aunt, you misunderstand Shitzi. Shitzi is now a target of all, even. The old butler clasped his fist. Even the current son of heaven are staring at the son of the world. This gift, if he receives it, is not a harm to the eldest princess. Hearing this, Xiaolan's eyes lit up. So that's it. She thought that Zhao Wujian was unwilling to befriend the eldest princess. Only then did he kick her out. It seemed like she was being simple. I'll make sure to properly explain to the eldest princess that Zhao Shitzi deserves deep friendship. The old housekeeper was filled with pride. If he hadn't explained himself, these people would have misunderstood my Shitzi again. Then I'll be grateful to auntie. Sell. Getting rid of Li Zhaohua's people should be the right thing to do. Less getting involved with these bigwigs of the court. My little life will be stable. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words, Lu Ruyan, who was still asleep, swindled awake violently. Just as she raised her head, she saw Zhao Wujiang slap her across the face. You think you're here on vacation, sleeping in my territory? Lu Ruyan's brows contained fury. Scumbag, denizen. True young heart technique, I practiced it. Zhao Wujiang said faintly. Lu Ruyan snorted at his words. So what if you practiced it? Can you practice it? I'm afraid you won't even be able to find the path of initiation, right? Zhao Wujiang rubbed his nose. This thing, is it hard to practice? Ruyan Lu laughed coldly. Nonsense, even my extremely gifted senior brother, he practiced for 7 days. He practiced for 7 days before he entered the first level. Before stepping into the first layer. If other people don't get the gist of it, not to mention 7 days, even if it's 7 days and 49 days, it's still hard to step into the first layer. The true Sun Heart technique is fierce and overbearing, and emphasizes talent. 7 days? Dragon Warrior practiced for 7 days before entering the first level? How did I enter the first level in one night? Am I practicing wrong? Or is my talent even higher than Dragon Warriors? According to the original story, Zhao Wujiang died a few days ago and didn't have a chance to practice martial arts. Maybe the author of the original dog didn't set his talent attributes at all. So his attributes were pulled full by default? Zhao Wujiang was secretly happy. Lu Ruyan, who had heard Zhao Wujiang's heart, had been shocked beyond words. She couldn't believe that Zhao Wujiang had stepped into the first layer of the true young heart skill after practicing for one night. What kind of terrifying talent was this? Long Zhan was already a talent not encountered in 100 years. Could this Zhao Wujiang be the reincarnation of a martial god? It's impossible for you to step into the first layer. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in shock as her heart turned over. How did you know that I practiced the first layer? Zhao Wujiang wondered. Lu Ruyan's eyes stared. Never let this thief know that I can hear his heart, or maybe he'll kill to silence him. To YouTube. Lu Ruyan stubbornly said. Temper is not small. Zhao Wujiang snorted coldly. Do you know what I'm going to do to you after I've practiced the true young heart technique to the first level? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Of course she was clear about it. However, she wouldn't allow this to happen. Zhao Wujiang, you'd better curb that little mind of yours. If my division knows about this, you'll be dead. My master is a sect master. Don't worry, they won't know. My people heavily guard outside every day, they can't get in. Zhao Wujiang blandly said. If they come in, I'll slaughter you first, then throw you out, dead or alive. Lu Ruyan's heart went cold. What a ruthless man. Alright, mental construction is done, right? Okay, I'll start practicing. Wait. Have you really practiced the first layer? If you don't finish practicing, you'll be revolted. Ruyan Lu's voice was already completely begging for mercy. She was finally sure that Zhao Wujiang wasn't blowing off steam. Hell, how could he be so fast? Whether you've practiced or not, you'll know if you try it. Zhao Wujiang, I'm wrong. I know I was wrong. Tears welled up on Ruyan Lu's delicate face. If you let me go, I won't even bother you in the future. Che, I originally wanted to avoid you guys, but you stepped on the door to kill me in the middle of the night. Is it reasonable for me not to draw some interest on you? You. Lu Ruyan still wanted to resist, but she was fed a few more mouthfuls of medicine by Zhao Wujiang. Is it chondroitin again? Nope, this time I've added ingredients. I hope that the effects of your what's-it-all dragon nurturing sacred body won't let me down. Zhao Wujiang smiled. Chapter 13, Great Increase in Fei. At the same time, Primus Battalion Commander's mansion. Long Zhan was gloomy. Today, he was stolen by Zhao Wujiang, which made him very upset. At the same time, 5th senior sister said that she would go get rid of Zhao Wujiang for him. But today, Zhao Wujiang was alive and well, but Lu Ruyan was nowhere to be found. Counting on the fact that the dragon-nurturing sacred body has been prepared, it's also time for me to take down the 5th senior sister, but as a result, where did she go, damn it? Long Zhan was chagrined. Outside the house, a purple silhouette came walking. Her appearance was beautiful and contained charm. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. 5th senior sister? Where have you been? Long Zhan rushed to welcome him and was about to embrace Ruyan Lu, wanting to enjoy the taste of the dragon-nurturing sacred body right away. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyan had just stretched out her hand when she suddenly slapped her palm lightly. It seemed to be extremely slow, but it arrived in an instant. Long Zhan couldn't dodge in time, and was directly sent flying backwards by a palm, and ruthlessly crashed on top of the steps. 5th senior sister, you. Long Zhan's brows were furrowed in an instant, and his eyes suddenly trembled. Only to see Ruyan Lu's silhouette change, transforming into another woman. With a long water blue dress, she was as cool as an immortal. Completely different from Ruyan Lu's flirtatious and moving, this woman looked like she didn't need fire on earth, a feeling that she didn't put any man in her eyes at all. Senior brother, your martial arts, slacking off. The woman spoke icily. Only then did Long Zhan recognize the figure-changing technique. It was precisely one of the master skills of the division, Mirror Flower Water Moon. And the woman in front of him was not Lu Ruyan, but her 4th senior sister, Ling Qingxue. Greetings 4th senior sister. Long Zhan immediately bowed and saluted. The afterglow also peaked at Ling Qingxue, this senior sister, just like Lu Ruyan was still a virgin, ice clear and jade clean. Ling Qingxue had always had a sense of coolness that regarded men as if they were nothing, so to Long Zhan, Ling Qingxue gave him more temptation than Lu Ruyan. Only Ling Qingxue has not been able to see him. So Long Zhan could only wait and wait for himself to be strong someday before conquering her. Where is Ruyan? Ling Qingxue's figure fluttered as she sat gracefully on the main seat. Long Zhan told the truth about the ins and outs of the matter, of course, with some modifications made in his favor. Disappeared? You guys can't even solve a waste of a son of the world. Ling Qingxue's face contained fury, growing colder and colder. I know that you have been looking forward to the great completion of the dragon-nurturing sacred body, so you can practice by leaps and bounds. But after all, the holy body is a supplement. You still need to practice your martial arts diligently on your own. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unable to even clean up a Zhao Wujiang right now. Long Zhan lowered his eyebrows and arched his hand. What senior sister said is extremely true, but right now, Zhao Wujiang has the 7th princess protecting him. If I move him, it will easily cause displeasure from the royal family. Ling Qingxue glanced at Long Zhan and sighed. Zhao Wujiang is not worthy of us personally. Long Zhan wondered, what does senior sister mean? Ling Qingxue's eyes were empty, and she said in a cold voice, before I came here, I had already learned that cold Sang country, someone had gone to the Jinbei king's mansion, so perhaps there is something going on. But this is not important. You will bring troops to the scene, directly titled Zhao Wujiang Collusion Cold Sang, collaborate with the enemy and treason can be. He will not be able to defend himself at that time. The emperor is suspicious of the Jinbei royal family and will put him in jail. At that time, with your official position, it will be easy to get him in prison. Long Zhan's eyes lit up. What a powerful scheme. 4th senior sister just came to the capital and has such news. Her skills are really much more powerful than 5th senior sister. If I can take her down, in the future, won't I, Long Zhan, be as powerful as the sun? Senior brother will do it now. Soon after, a Primus army marched out. Jinbei King's mansion. Dungeon. Ruyan Lu tightly covered her broken long skirt. She looked miserable and sad, and the corners of her eyes were filled with tears. On the contrary, Zhao Wujiang in front of her. He was already there meditating on his knees. Lu Ruyan felt the fluctuation of Zhao Wujiang's internal force, which was becoming more and more rigid and overbearing. This person had really utilized her dragon-nurturing sacred body and his power had grown a lot. It was a loss. Zhao Wujiang, I will definitely double the humiliation you have inflicted on me today. Zhao Wujiang glanced at the smear of blood on the ground while feeling the abundant power in his body, and smiled. Alright, then I'll humiliate you again now. Wait, didn't you just come? Don't! Laughing to death, this woman's mouth shouts don't. The energy of the holy body is clearly still gushing out. What a waste! Ruyan Lu shrunk her legs, not giving Zhao Wujiang a clear view. She clearly heard Zhao Wujiang's playful mockery in her heart, but the other party still had a harmless smile on his face. She bit her lip in shame, but Zhao Wujiang didn't care about her pleas for mercy. Utilizing the dragon-nurturing sacred body to enhance her power was the right thing to do. At the same time, outside the cell, the sound of the old butler Zhao Manfu's report came. Your Highness, the Cold Sang mission is requesting an audience and has already arrived outside the gate of our residence. What is Chiba Rizhao doing here at this hour? Could it be that you've been slapped in the face by me today and are looking for trouble at the door? How dare you come to touch the porcelain on a small day? Do you really think that this Shirzwa can't lift a sword? Hearing that someone was looking for Zhao Wujian, Lu Ruyan looked like she saw a savior. Zhao Wujian, you go and get busy first, I'll wait for you right here, I won't run away. Zhao Wujian, however, shouted out to the outside of the cell, I'm busy, tell him to get lost. Outside the Jinbei king's residence, Shiba Rizhao sat in the sedan chair, lifted the curtains, saw the still closed gate, and couldn't help but knit his brows, growing colder and colder. Shiba-kun, Zhao Wujian wouldn't have the guts to see you, right? The coachman was the second in command of the Cold Sun mission, and like most of the Cold Sun kingdom, he was short. It won't be, this coward wouldn't dare to not see me even if he doesn't have the guts to see me. Shiba Rizhao's slender jade fingers combed her hair, full of confidence. The Jinbei king is dead, the Jinbei royal house has fallen. There is an old saying in Daxia that those who recognize the times are wise. Zhao Wujian wouldn't dare to put up a fight and not see us. This is not it, here it comes. The sound of the gate opening came, she lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to get off. But the gate only opened a crack. There was no intention of welcoming guests. The old butler drilled out, My Worldly Highness, he told you to roll. Shiba Rizhao was about to get out of the car, movement stiffened. Do not dare to believe, looking at the old housekeeper, momentarily suspecting that he heard wrong. The Jinbei royal house is now in decline. Where did Zhao Wujian get the courage to offend her? Baka. Shiba Rizhao's face was furious. The carriage driver glanced at her, not daring to speak. But Shiba Rizhao knew that she had just sworn that Zhao Wujian wouldn't dare not see her. Now it was being slapped in the face. These little ones must be laughing at her in their hearts. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and her wide robe could no longer hide her upright curves, so with a twinkle in her eye, she deliberately said, You will then convey to Zhao Shizhi the remains of the Jinbei king. Do you not intend to ask for them? The old housekeeper froze. The old master had died in battle in the north, and it was true that his remains had not returned. Could it have fallen into the hands of these Cold Sun thieves? He knew the situation was serious. Immediately, he went to the dungeon to ask questions. Not long after, the old butler returned. Shiba Rizhao smiled confidently. It seems that Zhao Wujian already knows that his father's remains are in our hands, so why don't you open the door quickly? But the old butler was not even opening the door, only poking out a head. My Highness said, burn the remains for him. The ashes can be sprinkled anywhere. Sprinkled in Daxia, it's like his soul returning to his homeland. Sprinkle them in cold sang to suppress your small country. Chapter 14 Jinbei King's mansion closes another beauty. The old housekeeper finished delivering the message for Zhao Wujian and closed the gate again. Nanny! Shiba Rizhao's slender hands were trembling, already completely confused. She was trying to threaten the Jinbei king's remains, trying to get Zhao Wujian to put in a few good words for the treaty between the two countries. But now, she hadn't even seen Zhao Wujian's face. Zhao Wujian. You have some skills. Shiba Rizhao was still trying to figure it out. Suddenly, a group of soldiers and horses, in an encircling position, approached the Jinbei king's mansion. Don't let any of them go. A majestic and chilling voice came immediately afterward. Only to see Long Zhan riding a high-headed horse, galloping his horse, shouting in a righteous manner while galloping. Zhao Wujian colluded with Cold Sang, collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country. This kind of thieves, everyone should be executed. Dragon Warrior steered his horse and stopped at the entrance of the royal residence. Seeing the Cold Sang caravan, he immediately determined that fourth senior sister's information was not wrong. But when he saw the tightly closed gate, he couldn't help but stare. Zhao Wujian, this coward, actually dared to not see the Cold Sang envoy? Or was he too early? If Zhao Wujian didn't come out, then how could he catch him in the act? With a twinkle in his eye, Long Zhan immediately said, It looks like you guys just came out of the Jinbei king's mansion. He held the Snapdragon Battalion's troops and horses in his hands, and had the power to inspect the safety and security of Kyoto, and since he had already surrounded this place, then everything, it was all up to him. He said that Zhao Wujian colluded with Cold Song. Zhao Wujian was colluding. Break open the gates of the mansion and capture the traitor Zhao Wujian. Long Zhan shouted angrily in a deep voice and waved his big hand. The soldiers in armor behind him shook and surrounded, encircling all of the Cold Sang envoys. Shiba Rizhao froze in place. What the hell? When did she collude with Zhao Wujian? She clearly hadn't. Daxia officials, what a despicable tactic. Shiba Rizhao was about to run away. Stop. Another woman's light voice rang out. Long Zhan glanced and realized that it was the carriage of the 7th princess Li Yunrui. Why was Li Yunrui also here? This woman, did she come to meet Zhao Wujian at night? Damn it. Long Zhan righteously said. Your Highness, my subordinates are capturing the traitor. The princess should not get close, just in case this traitor jumps over the wall and injures the princess. The remaining Snapdragon Battalion men and horses blocked in front of Li Yunrui's carriage. And the rest of the Snapdragon Battalion's men who broke through the gate managed to crash through the gate. But before they could charge in, a crossbow bolt forced them to fall back in haste. For a while, the Primus Battalion died quite a few people. Long Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly. Good Zhao Wujiang, he actually had a defense? The elite soldiers of the Jinbei royal house held crossbows and lined up, aiming their crossbows at the Snapdragon battalion and the Cold Sang mission. After the soldiers separated on both sides, Zhao Wujiang walked out with his hands behind his back. Zhao Wujiang, you. Long Jin just wanted to speak, who knew that Zhao Wujiang spoke even faster. Long commander colluded with Cold Sang and besieged my Jinbei king's mansion all night long. The human evidence is all there. Seventh princess, quickly help me take him down. Long War was at a loss for words. Li Yunrui chided, Long Zhan, today's matter, I will definitely report to my father and unload your Snapdragon battalion commander position. Seeing that Li Yunrui was still helping Zhao Wujiang, Long Zhan's heart grew more and more furious, still gripping his greatsword tightly. Zhao Wujiang is accusing me wrongly. Come on people, take down the Cold Sang people and hand them over to His Majesty for a decision. This dead cat, Long Zhan, can't eat it. Shiba Rizhao and the others were full of innocence, but Long Zhan didn't give them a chance to argue, and had already taken them all down. Soon, Li Ziyuan met with the crowd. Yun Rui? Are you saying that Long War colluded with Han Sang and surrounded the Jinbei king's mansion with swords? Yes, father, my son asks you to decide for Zhao Wujiang. Yun Rui, Li Ziyuan shook his head. Father knows that you're biased against Long Zhan. But father is still clear about Long Zhan's character, he could never collude with Cold Song. Li Yunrui bristled, it's also impossible for Zhao Wujiang to collude with Cold Song. There must be some misunderstanding in this. Li Ziyuan's eyes flickered. Regardless of what misunderstanding there was, the occurrence of this incident could be utilized to take down the Cold Sang envoys, allowing Disya to establish its authority. After establishing authority, it would be possible to force the two countries to change the unfavorable conditions of the armistice agreement. Father. Li Yunrui still wanted to speak for Zhao Wujiang. No need to say more, pass on my order. The Cold Sang mission, without reporting, left the area under the jurisdiction of Honglu Temple, suspicious behavior, causing the two loyal ministers to be suspicious. From now on, the Cold Sang mission shall not leave the Honglu Temple. The envoy, Shiba Rizhao, is to be handed over to Zhao Wujiang for interrogation to find out the truth. Long Zhan frowned, the emperor was obviously helping him, not only solving Zhao Wujiang's false accusations for him, but also giving the hot potato of Shiba Rizhao to Zhao Wujiang. If anything happened to Shiba Rizhao, then Zhao Wujiang could be the ancient sinner who triggered another war between Disya and Cold Sang. Your Majesty is clear-sighted, my subordinate will go and inspect Kyoto more closely to make sure that there are no remaining Cold Sang elements. Long Zhan arched his hand and thanked him for his grace, then looked at Zhao Wujiang and sneered, Shenya envoy, I'll leave it to Zhao Shitzi, His Majesty trusts Zhao Shitzi, Shitzi don't let His Majesty down. Zhao Wujiang's face was gloomy. To put it nicely, it's called His Majesty's trust, but to put it badly, it's being a backstabber. This emperor old man, it seems like he doesn't want me to have peace. Zhao Wujiang excused himself and left. Li Yunrui listened to his heartfelt words and looked at his fallen back, incomparably heartbroken. Yunrui, father still has Zhangfu to read, go make a cup of tea to refresh father. Li Ziyuan's favorite tea that Li Yunrui brewed to refresh himself. But this time, Li Yunrui left with a cold face. I'm not feeling well, father emperor make it himself. Jinbei king's mansion. Zhao Wujiang could only lock Shiba Rizhao in another room in order to keep Rian Lu from being exposed. Iron chains, cartilage powder, 10 fragrant soft tendon powder, and harmonization powder were enough. There was also a heavy guard outside the door sent by the butler. Zhao Wujiang, you didn't dare to see me today, so it's because you're afraid of me. I'm a woman, why are you so wary of me? Coward. Shiba Rizhao snickered as she wore a snow-white light veil, outlining a delicate silhouette under the chains. Zhao Wujiang was silent, still wondering how to deal with this hot potato. Those lines of poetry you proposed in the imperial study, I've thought of the second half of the line, do you dare to take it? Zhao Wujiang couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Is this S-brain one-dimensional? What time is it, still thinking about poetry? She can't be unaware that the people out there who want me dead right now also want her dead, right? As long as she dies, I'm the culprit who provoked the two countries into war, and her Cold Song family will have to bear the blame. Xianya Rizhao's moth eyebrow was slightly raised, surprised. Zhao Wujiang didn't open his mouth. How did she hear what Zhao Wujiang said? The words didn't seem to be spoken, but rather what was in her heart. Could it be that she was trapped here and the gods of the Cold Sang country felt it and granted her the power to hear Zhao Wujiang's heart? Shiba Rizhao's eyes grew brighter and brighter. If that was really the case, she could take down Zhao Wujiang little by little through her heart's voice. Getting more secrets of the Jinbei army. Shiba Rizhao suddenly twisted her body slightly, her small mouth slightly opened, and the tip of her tongue inside licked her pink lips. Zhao Wujiang, as long as you cooperate with me, I can fulfill any conditions you want. Chapter 15 Shiba Rizhao's awesome. Everyone in the Great Summer Kyoto said that Zhao Wujiang was despicable and lustful. Therefore, Shiba Rizhao determined that with just a slight hand, with his own beauty, how would Zhao Wujiang be able to cope? Seiji, you and I talking about good things like this is really a waste of great light. Great scenery, where did it come from? "Hate, men and women sharing a room together, is it not a great view?" said Shiba Rijo intentionally struggle, snow white light veil and chain together shaking, will her already full and exquisite figure, more tightened a point, appear more attractive. Her red lips pursed lightly, with a few points of shyness. Now there are no outsiders, world son, why still pretend to be a gentleman? High-end hunters often came out as prey. She was confident in her beauty. Although she was high up in cold sand, she knew that many men had fantasized about her, only that they hadn't let those dogmen have their way. But the next moment, scram! Zhao Wujiang blandly spat out a single word. "What does Shitsi mean by this? You come less, do you think I don't know that the intercepting yang ninjutsu that you cultivate specializes in restraining men?" Shiba Hinata's brain buzzed as she was suddenly poked and prodded. This ninjutsu was something her mother, worried that she would be slighted by men, so she secretly made her practice it diligently since she was a child. How did Zhao Wujiang know about it? This island stinking woman. Fortunately I remembered that the book said her details, or else I would really be counted by her. The tips of Chiba Rijao's ears suddenly flushed red, and the chains clattered as she clutched them. She used the movement of adjusting her sitting position to place her knee against the side of Zhao Wujiang's leg, but her voice carried a hint of panic. "Shitsi is joking, Shiba is just an ordinary envoy." Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words immediately caused Chiba Rijao's breathing to increase. Book? Could it be that Daxia has intelligence books that know her cold sun's secrets? Waiting for her to really submit to me, then it's not too late to her, there's no reason not to eat the fat meat that comes to hand. Shiba Hinata grimaced. "You want me to submit to you? You don't even know my true identity, and you still want me to submit to you? Ordinary and confident Daxia man. Ha!" When Shiba Rizhao despised in his heart. However, for now it is better to make use of her identity to do something. After all, the original story said that she is the only daughter of the Emperor of Coldsan, and this time, hiding her identity and taking the initiative to ask for help to come to Daxia to negotiate peace, but it is just to gild the lily to go back, so that she can become an heir to the Emperor in name only. Hearing this heartfelt statement, Shiba Rizhao's eyes towards Zhao Wujiang changed violently. She was shocked. She was fearful. Zhao Wujiang, how did he know my identity? She had come to Daxia this time, only arriving secretly as an envoy and as a talented woman. Even in Cold Sangri, only the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother knew about it. Impossible, it's impossible for Zhao Wujiang to know. In case this guy uses my identity to threaten Coldsong. If he takes the opportunity to demand conditions, it will be unfavorable to Coldsong. World Sun, there's something to be said. She wanted to plead for mercy, but Zhao Wujiang didn't even bother to listen. Say, don't try to trick me into taking the bait, stay honest. She didn't know that Zhao Wujiang didn't intend to publicize her identity. Once others knew that Chiba Rizhao was the Cold Sang princess, she would only die faster. He and Chiba Rizhao were already on the same rope under the Emperor's old man's manipulation. If Chiba Rizhao died here and Emperor Coldsun went mad and attacked Xia, he would have to take the blame. Incoming. Zhao Wujiang went out and sank his voice. Keep an eye on her for me. Other than me, no one else is allowed near her, not even a fly. Yes. The elite government soldiers answered respectfully. Zhao Wujiang returned to his room. Since he had already started practicing, he would never be a lazy person. The only way to better deal with danger was to be constantly strong on his own. After all, there was still a Heaven's Destiny son who saw him as a thorn in his side. Martial realms, from weak to strong, were categorized into 9 grades. To the first grade of martial artist, and above the first grade, there was the Sect Master and Grand Sect Master realms. According to the original book, there are 3 Grand Masters in Daxia, one of them is his cheap old man Jinbei King. As for the Grand Master, there is only one person, the one sitting on the dragon chair. The ending of the original book, after Long Zhan stepped into the Great Master, also with the help of the eldest princess, led 100,000 elite soldiers to attack the city, in order to kill Li Ziyuan, to take his place. Moreover, it was still at the stage where Li Ziyuan was aging. After all, even Grand Masters cannot live forever. I don't know if I can step into the Grand Master, but at least I can't be slower than Dragon Warrior. If he steps into the Grand Master first, he can kill me with his hands. Zhao Wujiang felt a great deal of pressure. After he enjoyed Lu Ruyan's dragon-nurturing sacred body. With the help of the true Yang Heart technique, he had already stepped into the 9th grade martial realm. As for Dragon Warrior's current stage, he was at the 7th rank, and with the profound martial arts secrets given to him by the Dao sect behind him, he had the power to fight with the 6th rank. But this was common sense, which novel protagonist couldn't cross the level of challenge off? Zhao Wujiang practiced hard all night. The true Yang Heart technique was showing signs of stepping into the 2nd layer, but it was just a little bit too close. The true Yang Heart technique had a huge increase in power. If he could break through the 2nd layer, he had a premonition that his power would be able to step into the 8th rank. It still feels like it's almost there. Should I not go find Lu Ruyan again? Zhao Wujiang thought to himself, but after trying with Lu Ruyan last time, he realized that even though the dragon-nurturing sacred body could increase his power, there was still a limit. It couldn't keep coming, his dantian needed to rest. Your Highness. It's not good. As the sky dawned, the old housekeeper Zhao Manfu knocked on the door of his room. What is it? Zhao Wujiang heard the voices outside the room getting noisier and noisier. After stepping into the 9th grade martial artist, his ears had to be a bit sharper. He even heard the sound of armor clashing. The old butler's tone was a bit anxious. Your Highness, the Snapdragon Battalion is here again. This time, even Lord Jing Zhaoyin has come. What is the capital Zhaoyin doing here? The capital government is in charge of the security of Kyoto and enforces the laws of Dixia, equivalent to a modern-day police station. If the police chief comes to the door early in the morning, it's not going to be good. Zhao Wujiang frowned and ended his practice. He walked with the old housekeeper and headed out. The old butler explained to Zhao Wujiang as he walked. Yesterday, when it was about to get dark, in the east of Kyoto, Tianshui Square, a 7th grade official's mansion, there was a big murder. Inside the mansion, except for one person who survived, the rest of them were all killed. And that 7th grade official, surnamed Xiao, the only survivor, is Chao Xiaolan, who went home yesterday to visit her family. Chao Xiaolan? Zhao Wujiang raised his eyebrows. Eldest Princess Li Zhao was close confidant. Isn't that Chao Xiaolan? The old housekeeper nodded repeatedly. Zhao Wujiang already understood. The Beijing Zhaoyin and the Snapdragon Battalion had appeared outside his residence together, so it was needless to think that the murderer must have a relationship with him. At least on the surface. As expected, the old housekeeper lowered his eyebrows and nodded as he opened the door, and outside the residence stood a huge group of sword-wielding Primus guards and Beijing Zhaowu's staff officers. The momentum was surging, rolling towards Zhao Wujiang. Greetings, Your Highness. The Beijing Zhaoyin was a gray-haired old man, his large hand pressed on his belt as he spoke in a cold voice. He said he was saluting, but he did not bend down or nod his head. As the parental official of Kyoto, he has enough backbone to face the offending powerful noble. Let alone, it is a powerful noble who has lost power. The world's son is sleeping comfortably. Do you know, he has committed a stupid offense. Long Zhen glanced at Zhao Wujiang, snorted coldly, and with a shake of his right hand, he threw out a portrait. Zhao Wujiang, you released this person to commit murder and to cause a disturbance to the national capital. What crime should you be guilty of? Zhao Wujiang fixed his eyes on it. The person on the portrait was none other than Chiba Rizhou. Last night, Lord Chao was brutally murdered. The Beijing Zhaoyin waved his hand, and the soldiers came forward. Some of them took out chains and wanted to imprison Zhao Wujiang. Yin's voice was dry and filled with anger. The only survivor, Chao Xiaolan, witnessed the murderer's face, and it was the cold Sang envoy, Chiba Rizhou, that Your Highness had been ordered to watch over. Your Highness, because of your dereliction of duty, you have killed the entire family of our Dixia officials. Men, arrest him. The old housekeeper stepped forward and blocked Zhao Wujiang. You're making false accusations. Whoever dares to harm our world's son, I'll fight with them. The government soldiers in the mansion quickly rushed over, and both sides had their swords drawn. Chiba Rizhou massacred the entire family of the 7th-ranked officials of the dynasty. Zhao Wujiang, you can't absolve yourself of the blame. Long War drew his long sword and aimed it at the old housekeeper. Zhao Wujiang was afraid that he would GA the old housekeeper with his sword and recreate the drama from a few days ago, so he pushed the old housekeeper away and said in a cold voice, Where is Chao Xiaolan? Zhao Wujiang, do you still want to kill to silence? What's long commander's hurry? If you want to convict me of dereliction of duty, at least let me confront someone and make it clear, no? After saying this, Zhao Wujiang raised an eyebrow at Jing Zhaoyin. What do you think? Jing Zhaoyin raised his hand, and the crowd behind him parted, revealing Chao Xiaolan's figure. Chao Xiaolan's eyes were swollen and red, her cheeks remnant of tear stains. She wiped a handful of tears and walked quickly, her face full of resentment and anger with a sobbing voice. Your Highness, it was indeed Chiba Rizhou who slaughtered my Chao family. Zhao Wujiang, what else do you have to say now? Long Zhan was filled with righteous indignation, commanding the magistrates of the Jingzhou prefecture. Everyone, follow my Snapdragon Battalion and take down Zhao Wujiang. Chapter 16, The Princess Comes to the Door. Zhao Wujiang kicked away a staff-wielding magistrate who was eager to take credit for his actions and said in a cold voice. That's strange, Chiba Rizhou was trapped in heavy chains and locked up inside my king's mansion, but he didn't go out. Don't be sophomoric. The eyes of the king's magistrate were glazed over. Chao Xiaolan is the victim, can she still lie? I think you're resisting arrest, Commander Long. Long Zhan was about to make his move when a group of guards from the Jinbei king's mansion also formed a line and stopped in front of Zhao Wujiang. They were ready to go to war at any time. Zhao Wujiang raised his hand. I've said not to rush. Chiba Rizhou is in the mansion and has never left. If a few of you don't believe me, why don't you come in and take a look? Beware of deception. Long Zhan directly stopped Jing Zhaoyin and Chao Xiaolan. Jing Zhaoyin, named Sun Shufu, gently pushed away Long Zhan's blocking hand, his voice low. This official is on the case. No curmudgeon shall be allowed to commit any mischief, nor dare to do so. Commander Long, don't worry, this official is only going to check the clues. I think His Highness knows the limits. Sun Xiufu made a gesture and invited Chao Xiaolan to accompany him. He and Chao Xiaolan crossed over Long Zhan, crossed over Zhao Wujiang, and walked straight towards the inside of the royal residence. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, Long Zhan's eyes flickered and he also walked with Sun Xiufu and Chao Xiaolan. Zhao Wujiang turned around blandly. The elite government soldiers held machine crossbows and aimed them at the Snapdragon Battalion generals and the Jing Zhaoyin's pawns outside the mansion. As the chains crashed to the ground, the locked door of the room was opened. The government soldiers holding sharp short soldiers pushed open the door of the room, revealing everything in the room to Zhao Wujiang and the others. Inside the room, Chiba Rizhao's hair was disheveled, his complexion was haggard, and his limbs were trapped by heavy chains. The chains were so heavy and long that they could only supply Chiba Rizhao with the ability to barely move within the room. Seeing that Chiba Rizhao was really imprisoned within the royal residence, the capital's brow furrowed, feeling more and more that this matter was fishy. But suddenly, "I'll kill you." Ah! When Chao Xiaolan saw the enemy who had killed her entire family, tears streamed down her cheeks as she violently rushed towards Chiba Rizhao. An incomparably sharp vermilion hairpin slipped out of her sleeve robe and stabbed at Chiba Rizhao's heart. "She can't die." Zhao Wujiang's eyes and hands were quick, and he hugged Chao Xiaolan, snatching away the vermilion hairpin and holding Chao Xiaolan in his arms. "Let go of me. I'm going to kill her." Chao Xiaolan was snotty and howling, unable to struggle. "Auntie, if you kill her, then I won't be able to wash away even if I jump into the Yellow River." Zhao Wujiang sighed in his heart and imprisoned Chao Xiaolan tightly. Seeing that Chao Xiaolan couldn't get through, Chiba Rizhao let out a sigh of relief, listening to Zhao Wujiang's heart, her heart warmed. At this moment, Zhao Wujiang was her only salvation. Sun Xiufu's eyes flickered as he asked rhetorically. "World Sun, the fact that Chiba Rizhao is now in your residence doesn't mean that you didn't let her go last night." Long Zhan indifferently watched this without saying anything. Zhao Wujiang knew that it was probably this trick again. "As long as your lordship is clear about it." This official is naturally open-minded. Jing Zhaoyin crouched down to inspect the chains for a while, and then examined Chiba Rizhao's complexion as he slowly stood up. "This matter concerns the World Sun and the Cold Sang envoy. This official will first report to the saint. Please wait a moment." Long Zhan sneered in his heart. The current Son of Heaven had long wanted to get rid of Zhao Wujiang. Reporting to the Son of Heaven would be the deadliest news for Zhao Wujiang. All watch closely, don't let His Highness the Son of the World suddenly run away. Hearing Long Zhuan's words, Zhao Wujiang wasn't in a hurry. He just saw Chao Xiaolan, who had already cried until she was hoarse and thought that she was really miserable. Half an hour later, Jing Zhaoyin brought back a decree. "His Majesty told your Highness to find the murderer within 3 days, otherwise, you can't absolve yourself of the blame for the death of Lord Chao's family, this crime." Zhao Wujiang nodded and accepted the order. "Good dog, Emperor, what does investigating the case have to do with me as the son of the king? I have to take the blame for everything." In addition, Jing Zhaoyin added, "The 7th princess asked me to tell you that she always trusts you." Zhao Wujiang was somewhat used to Li Yunrui's show of kindness. He was just troubled as to how to solve this trouble. On the contrary, Long Zhan, who was on the side, grimaced as if that was supposed to be his own affection. "World Sun, get a grip." Long Zhan snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Back at the mansion, Long Zhan was in a good mood. The emperor told Zhao Wujiang to find the murderer within 3 days. How could Zhao Wujiang find it? The real murderer was here with him. On the high seat in front of the hall, the woman who looked exactly like Chiba Rizhao sat there. "How are things?" Dragon Warrior cupped his fists and said. With senior sister's hand, Zhao Wujiang only has 3 days left to live. Senior sister's mirror, when it's really hard to tell the real from the fake. Thousand Leaf Rizhao's face transformed, and reverted back to Ling Qingshua's cool and immortal-like appearance. Fourth senior sister, killing the entire family of the eldest princess's beloved this time will not only victimize Zhao Wujiang. It will also make the eldest princess an enemy of Zhao Wujiang, making it more and more difficult for Zhao Wujiang to move forward. This one shot, 2 birds with 1 stone masterstroke is thanks to you, senior sister. It's 3 birds with 1 arrow. Ling Qingxue corrected. Zhao Wujiang is feuding with the elder princess. When you get rid of Zhao Wujiang in the future, you will be taking this out for the elder princess, and if you sell this favor to her, you will be able to get your hands on her power. Please senior sister explain. Long Zhan was puzzled. What kind of power does the eldest princess have? However, what fourth senior sister was best at was disguise and spying. It seemed that she had found out something he didn't know. Ling Qingxue narrated. The Rapunzel is not as bad as on the surface. She has private forces all over, has been hiding the front, civil officials, military generals. There are her people, 10 miles outside of Kyoto, a village all non-villagers, but her cantonment place. Long War surprised. It turned out that the Rapunzel was so powerful. Then if he can get the power of the princess, he day step by step up, and then to the power, will be like a bag. Jinbei King's mansion. Although the calm has been restored for a short time, there is a crisis of a rainy day. How should I carry such a big pot? Just as Zhao Wujiang was agonizing, Chao Xiaolan stepped into the royal residence with a lightly veiled and masked woman. Zhao Wujiang sized up the masked woman. Her figure was really good, concave and convex, her dress was hard to hide, and she carried a touch of nobility between her walks. When the masked woman approached, he smelled a wisp of fragrance. This fragrance was pure and clear, he seemed to have smelled it somewhere. Good smelling woman, this flavor, it is a pure young woman ah. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words, the woman smiled gently and slowly unveiled her veil. Zhao Wujian? Don't you recognize my palace? The veil was lifted, revealing Princess Li Zhaohua's delicate and well-maintained face. The knitted brows and smile showed off the nobility and charm. So it's her, instead of the heavy makeup she wore in the palace today, she's even more beautiful. This young woman is suitable for light makeup, after all, she's good-looking enough on her own. I told you it's some kind of fairy girl who was approaching the dust. Before even catching a glimpse of her face, my heart and mind are swaying. So it's the eldest princess, then everything makes sense. Li Zhaohua was still stealing joy because of his heartfelt words, but he didn't realize that Zhao Wujiang's mouth was even better. This child of yours is sweet-mouthed. If your father had your general mouth back then, why would this palace need to? Li Zhaohua smiled like a flower, said to the second half of the sentence seems to evoke what matters of the heart, instead of stopping the words, and then the words turn, Zhao Wujiang, this palace is not a good mouth, I do not expect that Zhao Wujiang's mouth is even better. Zhao Wujiang, this palace came here for the matter of Qiba Rizhao's murder. Chapter 17, The World Sun's Whip is Powerful. This palace has learned the general vein of the matter, and there are many oddities. However, this palace all believes that this matter has nothing to do with you. Li Zhaohua said. Chao Xiaolan's eyes were tearful as she wiped her cheeks with her handkerchief. This woman trusts me so much? Could it be because I'm handsome? Zhao Wujiang smiled and didn't say anything. Li Zhaohua gave him a blank look, but the imperial decree has been issued, an imperial brother will not easily retract his order. Unless you find the real culprit. 3 days' time is too hasty, what do you need this palace to help, just open your mouth. The court so many big and small officials, there are so 2 or 3%, or willing to sell the palace a face. Li Zhaohua said in the end, her calm tone invariably carried hegemony. Since Zhao Wujiang knew that she was privately powerful, there was no need for her to twist and hide with Zhao Wujiang. It was Zhao Wujiang who froze. In the original story, Li Zhaohua had been hiding her fronts, so why was she suddenly telling him this kind of thing now? If Li Ziyuan knew, would he think that he, Zhao Wujiang, had tipped him off? No, it's better not to rub off on this big beauty's power until it's absolutely necessary. Zhao Wujiang's tone was sincere. Thank you, eldest princess, I'll say more if I need to. Li Zhaohua nodded, listening to Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words, thinking that he was too competitive and independent to want to trouble her. Zhao Tingxiao. You have given birth to a good son. Chao Xiaolan still can't stop sobbing. The Chao family up and down the entire family died, and she was unable to suppress her grief for a short period of time. Zhao Wujiang sighed. In this matter, he always felt that it was Dragon Warrior who came at him, and it was himself who indirectly dragged Chao Xiaolan into this. Sister Xiaolan, come with me. Zhao Wujiang walked towards the place where Qiba Rizhao was being held. Chao Xiaolan stumbled and stabilized herself, and followed behind Zhao Wujiang. Li Zhaohua was suspicious, and after thinking about it, he also followed. There were many ways to comfort a woman, and one of the best ways was to take a shot. If one shot didn't work, then 2 shots. Of course, Zhao Wujiang wasn't taking Chao Xiaolan to get a shot, he was going to hit someone. He pushed open the door to the room where Qiba Rizhao was being held. World Sun, is it a good idea to cooperate with me? Qiba Rizhao thought that Zhao Wujiang had changed his mind. Who knew? Cooperate, you sister. Zhao Wujiang was furious and handed a whip to Chao Xiaolan. Shitsi. This? Chao Xiaolan was a little alarmed and didn't dare to reach out. Zhao Wujiang forced it into her hand and said, vent it out, don't worry, the person responsible for watching over him is me, I'll take the blame if something happens. Qiba Rizhao was blinded, just about to angrily yell at Zhao Wujiang. When she glanced at Chao Xiaolan behind Zhao Wujiang, she swallowed the angry yell that came to her mouth. This crazy woman wanted to kill her before, but Zhao Wujiang stopped her. Seeing that Chao Xiaolan still didn't dare, Zhao Wujiang came directly behind her, grabbed her arm, and the whip swung down smoothly, hitting Qiba Rizhao's body. She frowned in pain, understanding that Zhao Wujiang was taking it out on the crazy woman behind her. It really wasn't me who killed anyone, stop hitting. I know it wasn't you, but this matter, it started because of your identity, plus you're a woman from a small island country, so what's wrong with a beating? Qiba Rizhao was dumbfounded, and could only let out an aggrieved muffled grunt. Chao Xiaolan, on the other hand, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and stared at Zhao Wujiang in a daze, unable to hold back her gratitude towards this man. Seeing Chao Xiaolan venting her emotions stabilized. Li Zhaohua didn't stay much longer and said goodbye to Zhao Wujiang and left. On the way back to the palace. For Zhao Wujiang to make this move in order to show goodwill with this palace, it's interesting and heartfelt. As Li Zhaohua spoke, Chao Xiaolan's red lips pursed and suddenly knelt on the ground. Eldest princess, I think Shitzi is also for the sake of justice, you can definitely help Shitzi, I believe he is a good person, he should not die. Don't worry. Li Zhaohua looked at this silly girl with a smile. If Zhao Wujiang really can't find the real culprit 3 days later, this palace will also personally intervene to plead for him. In the dim dungeon, the oil lamp swayed lightly. When Lu Ruyan saw Zhao Wujiang arrive, her eyes brought fear and a hint of resentment, covering her breasts that couldn't cover the spring light leakage. She moved backward. Behind her was the cold stone wall. "You? What are you doing here again?" She colored and her voice was loud, trying to use it to give herself courage. The power of the dragon nurturing sacred body was something that Zhao Wujiang needed to refine, and the last time he came on himself so many times, could it be that he had already finished refining it so quickly? Zhao Wujiang's aura was cold, and he opened the door to ask. "Ling Qingxue killed someone to frame me. I need you to tell me her weakness." Lu Ruyan's eyes dodged. Fourth senior sister had come out? But looking at Zhao Wujiang's appearance, it was obvious that she had suffered defeat at her senior sister's place. Oh, deserved it. Ruyan Lu shook her head and said, "You say she kills people just because she kills people? What makes you so sure it was my fourth senior sister?" "Nonsense." Zhao Wujiang raised his sword brows. To be able to turn into another person exactly like her and still have the ability to massacre the entire mansion of a 7th rank official in a short period of time, if she didn't use the mirror flower water moon, who else could it be? Lu Ruyan looked at Zhao Wujiang in disbelief. Zhao Wujiang even knew about the mirror flower water moon? And learned about it from Dragon Warrior? But senior sister has already arrived. Lu Ruyan gradually had a bottom in her heart and straightened her full wind and moon. "Since you know the power of the mirror flower water moon, why don't you let me go? Otherwise, senior sister seeks here, you." "Ah. What are you doing?" Lu Ruyan hadn't finished her threatening words. Zhao Wujiang took the whip that Chao Xiaolan had just used and lashed it on Lu Ruyan. "Say it." "I won't say." "Zhao Wujiang, don't think that I'll defect to the imperial court like Dragon Warrior and tell you all the secrets of my division." Ah. I don't have time to bull with you. If you don't tell me, I'll whip you to death." "I won't say anything. It's useless even if you beat me to death." Zhao Wujiang showed no mercy, but Lu Ruyan's backbone was bigger than he thought. The original only roughly stated that the mirror flower water moon skill had a fatal weakness. As for what weakness, Zhao Wujiang didn't even see it when he chased the story until the grand finale. Because almost all of the plot was centered around Dragon Warrior, and the protagonist's aura radiated to those around him, this weakness was ignored. But if you want to bring someone to find out Ling Qingxue, the fake Qianye Rizhao, you must first break the mirror in water moon. This whip won't work, so I'll change it? Zhao Wujiang looked at Lu Ruyan's stiff upper lip and prepared to replace it with one that had barbs. Lu Ruyan's face changed. I say. Ha? Zhao Wujiang wondered. She's gone soft? Ruyan Lu grunted in pain a few times. Biting her lip, she reluctantly said. The weakness of the mirror flower water moon lies in the state of mind. The mirror flower water moon can change the appearance, and as the saying goes, looks are born from the heart. A stable appearance requires a stable state of mind to maintain. Once the state of mind suffers a big influence from the outside world. For example, sudden loud noises, bright lights. All of them will cause the state of mind to fluctuate, thus causing the mirror flower water moon to become unstable and expose its true form. Zhao Wujiang's eyes lit up as he listened. Chapter 18, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Broken. Zhao Wujiang gradually had a molded idea in his mind, knowing how to uncover Ling Qingxue, the true culprit. Thanks, next do the second thing. Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with guilt after betraying her senior sister. She knitted her brows in sorrow, her clothes were not covered, and her pitiful appearance had an even more heart-stopping attraction than before. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with fear as she begged for mercy. I've told you my weaknesses truthfully, you can't whip me anymore. Don't worry, I'm a good man. Zhao Wujiang threw away the whip in his hand. Come, enhance my power for me. 3 hours later. Snapdragon Battalion Commander's Mansion. Zhao Wujiang found the murderer? Ling Qingxue had just received the news from the Jinbei King's mansion. Her delicate jade-like cheeks were first surprised, but then held a snorting smile. Long Zhan also couldn't help but laugh. It's the people from the Jinbei royal mansion themselves who said it to the public. Quite a few people in the city know about it. Elder sister, that Zhao Wujiang most likely looked for a scapegoat to save himself. This incompetent second-generation ancestor can only think of this kind of subterfuge, but if I really let him muddle through, it would be a waste of my efforts. Ling Qingxue's eyes blazed. Tonight, I'll give him a good slap in the face. Since Zhao Wujiang said that he had caught the murderer, what if Thousand Leaves Rizhou appeared to kill again at this time? How would Zhao Wujiang explain? At that time, the Jinbei royal house would lose all of its face to him. Long Zhan was too smart and immediately understood Ling Qingxue's meaning. Then I'll trouble senior sister again tonight. You practice diligently, don't become as useless as Zhao Wujiang when the time comes. Ling Qingxue glared at him, and with a point of her toes, her figure drifted and transformed into the form of Thousand Leaves Rizhou, disappearing into the night. Long Zhan was a little embarrassed at being scolded, but he grew up with a personality that the more he scolded, the harder he worked, clenching his fists and thinking about Ling Qingxue's ability to change in 100 different ways. If I slept with fourth senior sister, wouldn't I be able to make her change into a woman daily for fun? Wouldn't that be equivalent to sleeping with a bunch of women? First change Li Yunrui, then that elder princess. And third senior sister, second senior sister, eldest senior sister, and master. Long John's face was full of anticipation as he swung his sword and practiced under the moonlight. Dasha Kyoto, east of the city. Tianshui Square. Adjacent to Tenmu Square where the Jinbei king's mansion was located, the square was mostly the residences of civil officials in the dynasty. Ling Qingshue's silhouette fluttered in the night, standing on top of one of the walls as she scanned the entire Tianshui Square, looking for a new target. The last time she impersonated Thousand Li Frizhao, she sought out Chao Xiaolan's family because Chao Xiaolan was a close friend of the eldest princess, and secondly, because Tianshui Fang and Tenmu Fang were adjacent to each other, which made it even more believable that it was Zhao Wuzheng who released Thousand Li Frizhao. It was the same this time. She searched for a new scapegoat, pointed her toes at the wall, lightly stepped on the rubble of the house to land, and just kicked open the door with a big swing. All that was needed was for her face to be seen at the moment. The servant who was adding oil to the door lamp was startled. "Who are you?" "Shiba Hinata." Of course the servant had heard of this murderous devil. It must be that foppish Siyu who didn't keep an eye on people again and let her out again. "Shiba Rizhou has come to kill. Shiba Rizhou has come to kill." With the servants shouting, soon a group of people ran out from the mansion. "Shiba Rizhou. I am an official of the court," shouted the old man leading the group. "The one Zhao Wujiang asked me to kill is the great Xiaodog official." Ling Qingxue spoke in a cold voice. "Zhao Wujiang. This son is after the king of Jinbei, and he even colluded with you, cold son. Just know." Ling Qingxue sheathed her long sword and was about to start killing. Dang! A gong sound like thunder suddenly rang out. Ling Qingxue's hand blade trembled, the ringing sound was too sudden and startled her. Dang! Dang! Another gong sounded, this time the gongs were in succession, shaking the space in all directions. She was once again startled in her heart. The mirror water moon was now like the surface of a lake that had been thrown into a stubborn stone, rippling and no longer reflecting the complete appearance of Thousand Leaves Rizhou. Ling Qingshue's face was strangely distorted. The sound of the gong was like thunder in the sky, startling the guards of the mansion, and they flocked over. There were also people outside the mansion who came together to join in the fun and rushed out of their homes to see what was going on. Countless people have noticed the night white skirt fluttering woman, face that strange hazy, like a lampshade dim halo under the overlapping light and shadow. Soon, it returned to Ling Qingshue's original appearance. The mirror, broken. The old official immediately shouted, "You're not Shiba Rizhou, who are you?" Remembering that the other party had deliberately said that they had come on Zhao Wujiang's orders, "You're trying to frame the world's son, come on, take it down." The government soldiers rushed towards Ling Qingxue. But these people, to Ling Qingxue, were simply not enough. But at some point, a group of soldiers in armor lurked under the night, pouring out from all sides of the alley. Look, a face changer. What a handsome little lady, changing her appearance in the blink of an eye, strange. They say that a woman's face changes faster than a book, so it's true, my father honestly doesn't deceive me. There were cacophonous sounds from the crowd of onlookers and soldiers, all surprised by the rapid change in Ling Qingshue's face. Ling Qingxue was annoyed to the core, knowing that she had been tricked. All of this, it was a setup. Who was so powerful? She leapt onto the high position of the house, but arrows shot out from all sides, like a sudden rain and wind. The rain of arrows quickly covered her. She grunted coldly, her figure remained light and agile, dodging the rain of arrows that filled the sky, fleeing further and further away, dodging rounds of arrows. Thinking she was safe, she gently landed on a roof, slowly panting, feeling indignant. But the next moment, a strong wind came unexpectedly, directly hitting her heart. Bang! This palm was so powerful that it was comparable to the Buddhist Vajra, rigid and overbearing. Ling Qingxue instantly fell backward, hitting the rubble and wiping out a bloodstain, holding in her eyes a blooming anger. Also saw the person who had sneaked in. Tall in stature, masked, even his eyes were covered with a light veil. It would be more appropriate to cover his entire head, obviously not wanting her to recognize his identity. Despicable villain. She clenched her silver teeth and glimpsed that the soldiers guarding the city patrol not far away were holding torches and were rapidly arriving. Knowing that she could not be entangled in a fight, Ling Qingxue got up, forced herself to endure her injuries, and fled with all her might, once again blending into the night. The soldiers guarding the city patrol arrived late. The masked man sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that a full-force sneak attack with a slap actually didn't kill this face changing. But it's also good that I didn't reveal my identity, so she can't do anything about it. Ling Qingxue, who had fled not far away, suddenly had these two heartfelt words ringing in her mind. She was shocked, but firmly memorized them. No matter who you are, this girl will seek revenge on you. Chapter 19 Division Sisters and Brothers Disconnection. Jinbei King's Mansion. Dog Hole. The masked man climbed in before taking off his hood. His name was Zhao Wujiang, an old six. The sneak attack was unsuccessful, but the plan had been finalized. Just changed back into his clothes. The old butler came to report at the right time. Your Highness, the commander of the patrol battalion who was guarding the city tonight has something to see you. Invite him in. The patrol battalion commander clutched his helmet, drank his tea in one go, and wiped his beard, which was as messy as weeds, fiercely. Your Highness, it's just as you expected. Someone is pretending to be Chiba Rizhao, a pussy, good-looking, but just very powerful in martial arts, injuring several of my brothers. There are quite a few people who witnessed this with their own eyes. It can't be faked. I will report it to the Saint as soon as possible. Thanks a lot, Commander Wang. Zhao Wujiang smiled gently and moved his finger, signaling the old butler to get something. The patrol battalion commander saw the old butler being detached, and only then did he lower his voice. Since the eldest princess has given an explanation, I will naturally help you. After speaking, the patrol battalion commander brought up his helmet and was about to head out to report this night's situation to the emperor. Commander Wang, wait. The old butler came at this moment holding a wooden tray. Inside was silver money wrapped in red paper. When the patrol battalion commander saw the scene, he frowned thickly. What does the world's son mean by this? Zhao Wujiang took the wooden tray from the old housekeeper and walked towards Commander Wang. Commander Wang gave him a wink. The eldest princess has already ordered. The world's son doesn't have to. Commander Wang, I, Zhao Wujiang, never treat my brothers badly. Zhao Wujiang walked up to Commander Wang, looking like he had overindulged. His body was weak and his legs were about to fall down. Commander Wang went to help him. Zhao Wujiang laughed softly, and the wooden tray with silver money slid into Commander Wang's hand. Commander Wang was stunned. He is a reckless man. Where has he seen this kind of battle? This can't be the legendary official bribe, right? It was so exciting. Zhao Wujiang carried his hands behind his back and didn't give Commander Wang the chance to push back. Commander Wang is busy with his nobleman's business, so I won't keep you. Commander Wang's arms were heavy as he clasped his fists and nodded his head heavily. If there's anything in the future, World Son, feel free to command. Imperial Palace. Imperial Study Room. Li Ziyuan, who was still dealing with trivial matters, frowned as he looked at the report that the patrol battalion had just sent up. Father, drink tea. Li Yunrui obediently brought up a cup of wakeful tea. She had also seen what was on the report and was delighted in her heart. This Zhao Wujiang fellow was really powerful. Only one day and he was cleared of suspicion, worthy of being the man she favored. Li Ziyuan smiled kindly and took a sip of tea, his fatigue sweeping away some of it. Father, look at Zhao Wujiang. It's only been a short day and he found the real culprit. This talent, shall you not reward him? Seeing his beloved daughter taking credit for Zhao Wujiang, Li Ziyuan had a sigh of a little cotton jacket leaking and shook his head. It was true that Zhao Wujiang had quickly found the real culprit. But how did Zhao Wujiang invite the patrol battalion? This was one of the city guard armies. Without an oracle or decree from him, the Son of Heaven, the patrol battalion, the Primus battalion, and so on, could not be directed by anyone else. Zhao Wujiang, I can't see through you anymore. Li Ziyuan's scorn deepened and his brows furrowed deeply. Clearing his name is the reward for him. Father. Li Yunrui directly took the wakefulness tea away and snapped. It's fine if you don't reward Zhao Wujiang, but Kyoto has had a succession of big murders and the real culprits are still at large. Isn't it a dereliction of duty on the part of the Snapdragon Battalion and Beijing Zhaowu? You've always been wise and capable, and you've made a clear distinction between reward and punishment, so this has to be punished, right? Although we couldn't get a reward for Zhao Wujiang. But those few people who came to bully Zhao Wujiang before, she, Li Yunrui, was not willing to let them go. Li Ziyuan rubbed his brow. He knew that he had to demote Long Zhan and Jing Zhaoyin. Otherwise, Yunrui would not serve back this awakening tea. Dragon War's residence. Ling Qingxue took advantage of the night to escape and return, hiding in the compartment to heal her wounds. Her brows contained fury, and her delicate face grew colder and colder. She couldn't figure out how her mirror flower water moon could be cracked. Those soldiers of the patrol battalion, holding gongs and banging, ringing loudly, obviously either by mistake or prepared and targeted. Moreover, the most crucial thing is that there was a despicable thief who secretly attacked her at the end. Among the palm force, there was actually the unique internal force of the true Yan heart technique. Senior sister, are you alright? Long Zhan pushed the door and saw the pale Ling Qingxue. When Ling Qingxue saw him, but her heart tightened and she was immediately on guard. That thief who had sneaked up on her, possessing the power of true Yang, who else could it be but Long Zhan? Senior sister, is this an injury? At this moment, Ling Qingxue had the fragile feeling of an iceberg snow lotus. The contours of that marvelous figure brought Long Zhan the opposite of ice and snow in terms of dryness. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to take a step closer to Ling Qingxue, or even take Ling Qingxue on this. Long Zhan took a few steps forward. Elder sister, I will use the true Yang heart technique to heal your injuries, so take off your top. Ling Qingxue felt Long Zhan's steeply hot gaze, her eyebrows raised and she rebuked, no need. Senior sister, senior brother, I'm really a righteous man. Long Zhan. You give me to remember, even if the master's father determines that you are a person of heaven's destiny, in the coming days, you can make the clan stand above the imperial power. Even if master teacher makes us sisters, all of us, pay for you. But that's the future you. The current you is not worthy. Get out of my room. Long Zhan was depressed by Ling Qingshue's unceremonious rejection. But in order to salvage his image, he still changed the topic and said, "Senior sister, senior brother is just concerned about your injuries. After all, the heavenly sword is about to come out. If you are too injured, it will definitely affect the fight for the heavenly sword." Chapter 20, One person under 10,000 people. In the face of Long Zhan's righteous questioning, Ling Qingshue's eyes condensed. The reason why she came here was because her division, the Dao sect, had earlier gotten the news that the sword casting division's longsword Dong Lai, who had spent countless manpower and material resources, had devoted his efforts to creating a heavenly sword, was about to come out. Jianghu martial arts, the 3 religions and 9 streams, the major forces are concerned about this, recently entered Kyoto one after another. According to the deduction of Master Shi Yuhang, he knows that the person who masters this sword in the future will command the world's heroes. Master believes that Dragon Warrior is that person, so he ordered her to help Dragon Warrior obtain the heavenly sword. Dragon Warrior had obviously gotten the news a long time ago, and it was only now that she asked after it. If it were the past, she would tell the truth, but now, she was secretly attacked by a thief. Internal injuries are very serious. And this thief was most likely Dragon War. Ling Qingxue raised a strong breath and pretended to be calm, saying, "There is no harm, a minor injury, some mediation will be fine, it won't affect the fight for the heavenly sword." Long Zhan glanced at his senior sister's face, which had already flushed up. "Then senior sister will meditate, senior brother will not disturb." Long Zhan turned around and left. Only then did Ling Qingxue inwardly breathe a slow sigh of relief. Outside the door, Long Zhan secretly thought that it was a pity. A woman's weakest point was when she was injured and out of love. If the 4th senior sister's injuries had been more focused, preferably unconscious, then he would have had the chance to take it in one fell swoop and hold the beauty. After all, without his 5th senior sister's teaching, his martial arts progress had been getting slower and slower lately. Ling Qingxue was too clear and cold, treating him as nothing. However, the more clear and cold a woman is, the less she can see you as a woman, and it's only enjoyable to conquer. It's just, as long as senior sister is here with me, there is always a chance. Those who achieve great things have to be calm. When Long Zhan was comforting himself, he saw his men bringing over a person wearing a eunuch's uniform. "Eunuch Shang? Commander Long, I'm here to deliver the decree." The imperial decree was spread out. As the eunuch delivering the decree read it out, Long Zhan's hanging heart was finally dying. The imperial decree said that the Primus Battalion was to blame for the successive murders in Kyoto, fining him half a year's salary and ordering him and the capital government to find the real culprits within 3 months. Long Zhan clutched the imperial decree, his face dark and heavy. When Ling Qingxue came back from her injury just now, he received the news and knew that the plan to plant evidence to frame Zhao Wujiang had failed. He didn't expect that dog Zhao Wujiang not only escaped, but also managed to counterattack and make him, Long Zhan, suffer this kind of implication instead. He and Zhao Wujiang hadn't had any actual conflicts in the past. But Long Zhan always felt that Zhao Wujiang was just a stepping stone on his way to success. Now that this stepping stone had gotten in the way many times, and he couldn't even solve it, it further depressed Long Zhan's heart. "No, this son has to be gotten rid of, or else it will affect my Dao heart to dominate the world." But the only fortunate thing was that the advantage was still with him at the moment. The bias in the emperor's holy decree was obvious. It was to help him, Long Zhan. Jinbei King's mansion. Zhao Wujiang, who had already heard about the contents of the holy decree, couldn't help but hum lightly. What a magnanimous and unselfish emperor. Biased to such an extent? The same search for the murderer, but for him, Zhao Wujiang was given 3 days? And for Dragon Warrior, it's 3 months? Your Highness, calm down. The old butler brought a big bowl of oyster and wolfberry ginseng tea to comfort Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang drank it all in one go and heavily slapped the table with his big hand. Drinking tea to kill a farting fire. At the end of the sentence, he turned around and left, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, and came to the dungeon where Ruyan Lu was being held. The more the emperor's old man scorned him, Zhao Wujiang and that cheap old man, the king of Jinbei, the more he had to quickly become strong and possess great strength. When the enemy suspected that you possessed strength that could threaten the other party, you had better have it. Instead of proving to the enemy that you didn't. Looking at Zhao Wujiang's back, the butler immediately informed the dining room to immediately boil a pot of great tonic soup. In a moment, the world's son will need to replenish his body. Inside the dungeon, Lu Ruyan was momentarily subdued by Zhao Wujiang's ferocious aura. Her tattered clothes were difficult to cover her delicate body. She could only try her best to cover her 3 points. Her expression was hamstrung and her back was against the stone wall. "You? What are you going to do? Demon, I want you to help me cultivate." Early morning the following day. In the palace council hall, the grand eunuch let out a shout. Like the transmission of a beacon signal, the rolling sound was passed down layer by layer. "Declare Zhao Wujiang to come forward for an audience." Zhao Wujiang, who was standing a long way outside the council hall, began to pick up the steps. Since the death of the Jinbei king, he, the son, was going to attend the court on his behalf, but it was only to show his face, so Zhao Wujiang stood very far back every time, and no one cared about him. But this time the emperor's old man specially declared him quasi nothing good. The latest news, the whole Kyoto is spreading. Due to the Cold Sang mission being under house arrest, the war situation in the north, which has already lost its backbone, is becoming more and more unstable. The Cold Sang Island Kingdom demands that the Daxia dynasty send back all the Cold Sang missions, including Chiba Rizhao, within 10 days. Otherwise, the truce of war will start again. Cold Sang will attack Daxia with full force. Today's morning court mainly is to discuss about the Cold Mulberry mission and the war situation of Daxia. Zhao Wujiang stood at the very back of the 100 officials. Long War is at the very front. Originally to his official position is not worthy to stand there, but obviously he is Li Ziyuan specially arranged in front. Zhao Wujian laughed coldly in his heart. The original was such a descending wisdom setting. Li Ziyuan admired Long Zhan very much, unconditionally. So Zhao Wujiang had been thinking that it would be extremely difficult to bring down either of them. But if he could find an opportunity to disintegrate the trust between them, and then break them down one by one, perhaps he, the minor villain, would have a greater chance of winning. At this moment ahead, many ministers thought that if the Cold Sun Island Kingdom wanted to fight, then let's fight. Daxia will never be soft. Only if the fight starts, the Northern Realm will need a main general to sit in the center. This main general, who should be the main general? After all, the position of the North Realm's main general is a vague replacement for the king of Jinbei. The king is the one who will be worshipping the king. Moreover, the millions of Jinbei army, that was a god of killing that stood out in a pool of blood. If you have the opportunity to lead them, it would be a force comparable to a rebellion. That's why all the officials are electing their own people to go to the north. Seeing that this group of people are ambitious, Li Ziyuan also knows that the position of Jinbei army commander is where the foundation of Daxia lies. However, these people are all civil ministers, and none of the sons and daughters that they have nominated can fit into Li Ziyuan's eyes. The only one he looked favorably upon was Long Zhan. Long Zhan, are you willing to go? Long Zhan immediately arched his hand, knowing that this was a good opportunity to reach heaven in one step. When he obtained the heavenly sword in a few days, and then traveled to the northern realm to replace the king of Jinbei, in today's court, he would be under one person and above 10,000 people. Dragon warrior, I am willing to bathe in blood to subdue the northern realm for the great Xia. Hearing the current son of heaven personally naming him, and Long Zhan being unshirkable. Those 100 officials who had pushed for one of their own, also shut their mouths, but their eyes were filled with envy towards Long Zhan. This kid, who just entered the capital, has been promoted continuously, and now he has been favored by the son of heaven. His life was like he was hanging on by a thread. In that case, then you will be the one to do it. Li Ziyuan was about to give the decree. But suddenly behind the 100 officials, came a voice, wait. Li Ziyuan and the 100 officials of the court looked into the distance. Only to see Zhao Wujiang coming up step by step, his gaze firm. The voice from the party was him shouting. This son of the world is somewhat similar to the Jinbei king in his lifetime, only the aura is still far apart. The aura of the king of Zhao back then, where can he catch up with the look of a weak-kneed boy? The courtiers looked mostly contemptuous. After all, Jinbei king, the only son, had a big and stinky reputation in Kyoto. Long Zhan stood amongst the courtiers and glanced at Zhao Wujiang with cold eyes. I don't know what this kid is going to do. Li Ziyuan was seated high above the dragon chair, looking at the approaching Zhao Wujiang. In a trance he seemed to see his sworn brother Zhao Tingxiao from back then. Zhao Wujiang seemed to have begun to have the same aura. Subject Zhao Wujiang, see your majesty. Zhao Wujiang's robes flung out and his left hand carried the hem of his robes, as if he was about to kneel and salute. Li Ziyuan took out more kindness and generosity, son of the king of Jinbei, exempt from kneeling. Thank you, your majesty. Zhao Wujiang's knees, which had just been bent, tensed up in a mischievous manner, all but unable to see his move to kneel and salute. Li Ziyuan said in a deep voice, speak, what is the matter you are initiating? The Zhao Wujiang of the past was a waste of space who even muddled through the morning court. Now he actually took the initiative to speak. Rather, it made him wonder. Zhao Wujiang knew that the emperor couldn't look at him, but he still arched his hand and shouted, I am willing to replace my late father and go to the northern border to defend the kingdom for Daxia. When the words fell, the entire room was shocked. Chapter 21, Openly Confronting Li Ziyuan. The moment these words came out, the courtroom was filled with clamor. Zhao Wujiang wants to go to the northern realm? What right does he have? Doesn't he only play with women? Long Zhan even laughed coldly in his heart, thinking that Zhao Wujiang was being funny. Zhao Wujiang continued, it is only natural for a son to follow in his father's footsteps. The northern realm that my father wanted to guard during his lifetime, I will guard it for him. Please fulfill me, your majesty. If I die in battle in the northern realm, Zhao Wujiang will be willing to do so. He spoke with righteous indignation, his face was serious and loyal, maintaining the posture of bowing and arching his hands, not moving a muscle, so that all the 100 officials in the room could not say anything. However, what he thought in his heart was, please, let me go to the north. That way, I don't have to wait for father to return. I'll be able to revolt in the north immediately, waving millions of troops into the capital. Please, your majesty, abdicate your position. But surely you can't say what's in your heart to anyone else, isn't that a fool's errand? During the time Zhao Wujiang was waiting, Li Ziyuan had a grave expression. Dragon Warrior's fire came up in his heart and arched his hand towards the dragon chair. Your Majesty, Zhao Shixi was emptied of his body by alcohol and sex long ago. This heavy responsibility, he is ashamed of it, and he is incapable of accepting it. The position of commander of the Jinbei army that was clearly about to come to hand. This Zhao Wujiang even came out to intervene and get in the way. Zhao Wujiang let out a cry. Who says I've been emptied by wine and sex? If you've got the guts, you can go one-on-one. Of course he was just scaring Long Zhan. Although he had whored himself out to Lu Ruyan, his martial arts skills had indeed improved by leaps and bounds. However, it was still not enough to fight against Long Zhan. Who knows that Long Zhan also lost his mind, shouting in the hall, I'm afraid of you. We'll fight to the death as well as to the death. Zhao Wujiang's heart thumped. Good boy. Forget it, my life is more valuable than yours, let's not fight first. Dragon Warrior was speechless. Li Ziyuan, who was in the upper seat, looked deeply at Zhao Wujiang. Although Zhao Wujiang looked unreliable in the past. However, he could see that the tearing up with dragon warfare was something Zhao Wujiang had done intentionally. This kid, is he intentionally making me think he's stupid? Although Zhao Wujiang wasn't as good as Zhao Tingxiao, if he was let go to the north, the Jinbei army would definitely elect him and become the second Jinbei king. At that time, it would be letting the tiger return to the mountain. The best way is to let Zhao Wujiang die in Kyoto. Never let it out. Zhao Wujiang, you're not fit to go to the north, it's better for Dragon Warrior to go, Dragon Warrior. Li Ziyuan was ready to give another decree. Without waiting for Long Zhan to receive the decree, this time Zhao Wujiang directly opened the pendulum. Under the heavens, is there anyone more suitable to go to the northern realm than the Jinbei king's son? Long commander this seniority to go to the north, I can't guarantee that the millions of Jinbei army will not kill him. There was no way he would let Long Zhan go to the northern realm. Once the matter of his father not being dead was known by Long Zhan, it would definitely be spread back to Kyoto, and at that time, just like the original plot, it would get his father killed. But this emperor is not a little cutie, so it was also impossible to let him go to the north. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's words, Long Zhan instantly raised his eyebrows. Zhao Shixi, you don't want to be ungrateful. Zhao Wujiang. Are you threatening me? Li Ziyuan also lowered his dragon authority. Zhao Wujiang's mind turned. Your Majesty. Actually, there is a better way to handle this matter. Li Ziyuan's face was dense. Speak on. Zhao Wujiang continued. I have concluded that these threatening words from Hansang are just a bluff. They don't dare to fight. That's why I don't need to go to the northern realm, and neither does Long Zhan. Since he couldn't go, Long Zhan didn't want to go either. The big deal was to break up. Are you that certain? Li Ziyuan asked. The courtiers were advising. Your Majesty, war is not something to be trifled with. Lord Yan is right, I implore your Majesty to severely punish Zhao Wujiang for his crime of backstabbing, and I offer to go to the Jinbei king's residence to copy his family. Long Zhan was also about to speak, but Li Ziyuan raised his hand, causing them to swallow their words at the edge of their mouths. Li Ziyuan's gaze stayed on Zhao Wujiang. If you guessed wrong and caused Cold Sun to attack the northern border of my Grand Xia, what should you do? Zhao Wujiang knew that this group of people wouldn't let themselves off easily and could only promise. If the Cold Sang dares to invade 1 inch of Great Xiao's territory, I will cut off a piece of flesh and blood from Chiba Rijiao's body, and if he dares to invade 1 foot, I will chop off one of Chiba Rijiao's arms. And at that time, I am also willing to die to apologize for my sins, and willing to send all the savings of the Jinbei royal house to help the Grand Xia fight against foreign enemies. When these words came out, the entire room was dead silent. The courtiers looked at Zhao Wujiang in surprise. Originally, they thought that Zhao Wujiang was a winesack who was greedy and afraid of death, but they didn't think that he would dare to say these words. This kid had pledged with his death, what else could they say? What else could they say? Even Long Zhan was momentarily speechless, always feeling that in Zhao Wujiang, he saw the luster that should have belonged to him. Li Ziyuan gazed at Zhao Wujiang. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang's words had reached this point, he could only stop and wait and see what would happen first. What happened in the morning court was spreading rapidly. Li Yunrui was originally in the imperial study copying calligraphy, and when she heard the news that eunuch Chen told her, she raised her willow eyebrows lightly. Did Zhao Wujiang really blatantly ask father to withdraw his order? Chen Zhenghua shook his head and smiled kindly. 7th Princess, the world's son did indeed, in the imperial court, raise his authority once. It was just that Chief Chen did not expect that the 7th Princess would be this flamboyant. It seemed that going against the emperor's opinion was something to be admired. Could it be that this daughter has a rebellious heart when she grows up? Li Yunrui shook her calves, her mind imagining Zhao Wujiang's incomparable might on top of the court, and the smile on her delicate cheeks grew deeper and deeper. Zhao Wujiang was worthy of being her Li Yunrui's emperor's son-in-law, doing the things she wanted to do, being that majestic, and in the end getting out in one piece. Li Yunrui stuffed some gold to General Manager Chen. If there's any new news about Zhao Wujiang from father's emperor, remember to tell this princess at the first opportunity. Jinbei King's mansion. Zhao Wujiang, who hadn't been back from the court for a long time, was originally practicing when eldest Princess Li Zhaohua came to see him again in private with a mask.
Why are you here again?
No one was around. Li Zhaohua slowly unraveled her veil, her delicate cheeks held some anger, and her delicate jade finger pointed at Zhao Wujiang.
Your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Today's morning court actually dared to contradict Imperial brother? Causing me to worry and rush here. This big beauty's eyes are quite powerful, knowing the news so quickly?
I said hurriedly, but in fact, I purposely changed into a gorgeous dress, and even the cheeks under the light veil are also coated with light makeup.
She won't like me, will she?
She is indeed really a woman of great flavor. Hee. I don't just dare to contradict the emperor, I might even dare to contradict you. Li Zhaohua's earlobes suddenly flushed pink, and her fingertips unnaturally twisted the hem of her skirt. She suddenly reached out and pinched the soft flesh around Zhao Wujiang's waist. This body of this palace today. It's what I wore when I was inviting my imperial brother to pay my respects.
Why are you pinching me? Don't you like to contradict this palace?
Zhao Wujiang grimaced in pain. Eldest princess, I have no intention of offending you.
Damn, how can this woman even guess what's in her heart?
Li Zhaohua sniffed her fingertips with a heavier force, but with a smile between her eyes. You'd better not have. After saying this, she let go of Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang let out a sigh of relief, sniffed the wisp of fragrance that rolled in as Li Zhaohua approached and smiled.
Eldest princess is joking, it's just that I'm not willing to look at my father's Jinbei army and have it commanded by Dragon Warrior for nothing.
Why is she suddenly looking at me like that?
Why is there an aura of resentment?
The tip of Li Zhaohua's heart was shaking. She blamed Zhao Wujiang for her inner licentiousness, but she also somewhat liked this licentiousness.
If it wasn't inner licentiousness, but rather Zhao Wujiang's personal licentiousness, then.
When she thought of this, Li Zhaohua was resentful and ashamed. How could she be imagining things? This was all Zhao Wujiang's fault. It was Zhao Wujiang who was the first to act recklessly.
She couldn't help but tone of reproach. Why don't you want Long John to lead the Jinbei army? He's not worthy.
Zhao Wujiang's domineering aura made Li Zhaohua freeze for a moment, as if she saw the original Jinbei king in him.
It seems like that guy Zhao Tingxiao gave birth to a good son.
Accompanying the king accompanies the tiger. Be careful, in the future, you try to soften and beg for forgiveness is better than refuting the face of the emperor brother in public. The emperor brother already have some scruples about you. Zhao Wujiang glanced at Li Zhaohua in surprise. How did Li Zhaohua appreciate his appearance?
Thank you for reminding the eldest princess, but I've said this out loud, and live and let live.
Strange, how is this woman so concerned about me? If one day I really die, she won't be really sad, right?
It's true that young women know how to care for men better.
Then who will care for this young woman who knows how to care for men, but is left alone with no one to care for her? Li Zhaohua suddenly knocked her tea light onto the table, and the tea spilled onto her sleeve. She hastily wiped it off with a handkerchief, but her fingertips were slightly shaking. That sound of being alone in an empty room just now was like a small hook, which brought out all the loneliness of her 20 years in the palace. Zhao Wujiang hurriedly handed over his own handkerchief. Eldest princess, be careful of the heat.
This reaction shouldn't be said by my heart's voice, right?
Li Zhaohua's ear tips were so red that they could drip blood, and she suddenly got up. This palace should return to the palace. Li Zhaohua heard Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words one after another, especially the last few sentences, making her feel a little funny.
Would she really be sad?
The answer was no. Zhao Wujiang was now nothing more than a pawn in her eyes. Because she could hear Zhao Wujiang's heart, she was able to see through him even more. Originally, she thought that she could utilize him in the future, but she didn't expect this chess piece to almost play itself to death.
There are still some things in the palace, so let's leave it at that for now.
After saying that, Li Zhaohua's silhouette slowly disappeared from sight. Zhao Wujiang knew that he had been chosen by Li Zhaohua and had become a pawn in the game of imperial power.
Great patriarch Emperor Li Ziyuan was unpredictable.
Eldest Princess Li Zhaohua had been hiding her blade for years and was about to unsheath it. There is also the cool male lead of dragon warfare who carries the destiny of heaven. He didn't want to stand on any side, much less get involved, and more accurately, he belonged to the fourth party.
For the sake of insurance,
Zhao Wujiang came to where Chiba Rizhou was being held. Chiba Rizhou looked more and more haggard, and was under house arrest all day long, not seeing the sun.
When he saw Zhao Wujiang, he became agitated. Have you found it? Have you found the real culprit?
I told you I was wrongly accused. Zhao Wujiang pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket and handed it to Chiba Rizhou.
Write a letter to Emperor Coldsun.
What letter? Chiba Rizhou heard the strings. Something was going on that she didn't know about.
Your father has thoughts of attacking Daxia.
Zhao Wujiang said. You write a letter home to him, telling him to never go to war, for the sake of his precious daughter. This island princess must be hating her guts right now, but when she learns the truth, she'll have to thank me.
Chiba Hinata suddenly grabbed the inkstone and smashed it over. Baka! Do you think my father is stupid?
The ink splashed on the hem of Zhao Wujiang's clothes, blooming into black plums.
Zhao Wujiang slowly wiped the corner of his coat. Your Highness, for every quarter of an hour you delay now, the Cold Sang warriors will have to shed one more vat of blood. If you don't release me, my father will fight. Quickly release me. Chiba Rizhao seized the key point and clutched Zhao Wujiang's clothes with both hands, the chains clattering. What happens after the fight comes over? Zhao Wujiang's tone was flat. Who's in the most danger? Chiba Rizhao's complexion stiffened. If the war really started, she and these missionaries would be the most dangerous, the first to be sacrificed to the flames of war. So yeah, I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Wujiang's voice was compelling, handing Chiba Rizhao a pen and paper. Remember to use your Cold Sang script, the one that looks like a ghost drawing. Zhao Wujiang didn't care what Chiba Rizhao thought. He turned around and left Chiba Rizhao's place of confinement. Just as he walked out of the place of confinement, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled triumphantly. As long as Chiba Rizhao agreed to write the letter, he had given himself a layer of insurance, lest the Cold Sang Heavenly Emperor would momentarily eat rusty scales and fight over with an iron heart. When the time came, his blowing up in the courtroom would really screw him over. As soon as he came out, the old butler came out of nowhere. Your Highness, an imperial decree has come from the palace. What is the emperor's old man up to again? Zhao Wujiang took the decree. The decree said that a lot of Jianghu people had come to Kyoto recently, and they had all gathered at the sword casting division. The court was worried that the unruly jungle people would get together and do things that would affect the stability of Kyoto. Zhao Wujiang was asked to inspect the sword casting division and report any problems immediately. The sword casting division is a place that specializes in forging weapons for the Kyoto royal family, city guards, officials, etc. It is also the place where the heavenly sword came out in the original story. The director of the sword casting division is a former generation of Jianghu masters, not willing to be integrated by the imperial court, so concealed from the imperial court casting a heavenly sword. This heavenly sword can be great, is the Dragon War until the grand finale of the full-level weapons are used. In particular, the heavenly sword itself, half master of killing and half master of life, is a divine weapon that can help those who use the sword to practice and heal their wounds. According to the plot, the heavenly sword belonged to Dragon Warrior by default. Don't stop, the heavenly sword is none of my business. Go to the sword casting division and inevitably have to fight and kill again. What if a GA? Obviously, it was Li Ziyuan who was using this drudgery to get back at himself for contradicting him in the courtroom. Wait and see. Zhao Wujiang knew that his current strength wasn't enough and that he needed to hurry up and improve his strength. So, he came to the cell door and grabbed Lu Ruyan's long legs. Demon, I want you to help me cultivate. 3 hours passed. Zhao Wujiang refined the effects of the dragon-nurturing sacred body. His internal strength increased greatly, and he finally stepped firmly at the realm of an 8th-grade martial artist. He also comprehended the second layer of the true yang heart technique, the true yang finger power, in the process. Fingers as hard as adamantine, with a force that could penetrate through walls. The dragon's sacred body is really powerful, but the physical strength is too much, so I have to make up for it. Lu Ruyan suddenly pulled over the brocade quilt and wrapped her body, lifting her foot and kicking Zhao Wujiang in the waist. Get lost and go to the dining room to drink the 10 perfect soup. Zhao Wujiang froze. What, you think I can't do it? Nonsense, are you still okay? Lu Ruyan thought that hearing Zhao Wujiang's heart was the same as knowing his reality. But she overlooked that a man, when told by a woman that he couldn't, would trigger passivity. I can't. I'll show you if I can. Zhao Wujiang staggered and held his waist. She must be weak too. It doesn't matter if I'm tired, I want you to cry. Hearing his heartbeat. Zhao Wu. Border. Lu Ruyan copied her clothes and slammed them over. Don't you come back. Zhao Wujiang looked to the side at Lu Ruyan, who was already exhausted. Actually, he was also exhausted. But then he looked at his fingers and suddenly had an idea. Chapter 22 Crisis is coming. Although the sword casting division is located in Kyoto, I don't know how dangerous it is inside. It feels like I'm still not quite strong enough. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly when she heard Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words, so Zhao Wujiang was going to the sword casting division. Senior brother and senior sister would surely go to the sword casting division to fight for the heavenly sword as well. Zhao Wujiang had better die at the hands of senior brother and sister. I'd like to get out of this. Lu Ruyan wiped the water stains at the corner of her mouth and peeked at Zhao Wujiang with glaring eyes. What kind of eyes are you giving? Zhao Wujiang was keenly aware. Lu Ruyan's eyes dodged and she turned her head sideways. None of your business. If you don't have enough strength, you have to work hard, and the best way to work hard is on Ruyan Lu. Zhao Wujiang took a few steps forward and directly tugged on Lu Ruyan's snow-white calf. Both fingers condensed internal energy, the unique rigid internal force of the true yang heart skill, condensed on top of both fingers, which quickly zoomed in Lu Ruyan's horrified gaze. Time was like water, quietly slipping away from Zhao Wujiang's fingertips. 2 hours later. As Zhao Wujiang left the dungeon and absorbed the power of the dragon-nurturing sacred body, a sound came from outside the door. See Your Highness the Princess, the world sun is taking a bath. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. What, this princess is her unmarried wife, I can't watch him bathe. Zhao Wujiang. As soon as Li Yunrui entered the gate of the royal residence, she treated it like her own home and rushed straight to Zhao Wujiang's bedroom. Li Yunrui is wearing a long pink and white dress today, delicate and lovely. When she ran, the pair of slender jade legs appeared at times. How come this woman is bothering me again, but these legs are really long and white? Well, the figure is also good, it should be quite enjoyable to play with it. Dragon warrior, that bastard is always making a fool of himself in front of me. In fact, it's not impossible for me to take down Li Yunrui. Zhao Wujiang glanced at it. He and Li Yunrui were not destined to be together, it was all thanks to Li Yunrui's non-return. Li Yunrui heard Zhao Wujiang's heart. This guy, he has the heart of a thief but not the guts. She also saw that Zhao Wujiang's clothes were intact. He bathed and washed so quickly? It's a pity. Li Yunrui opened the door. Zhao Wujiang, I'm going to enter the sword casting division with you, you have to take me with you. This trip is very dangerous, princess, please take care of yourself. Zhao Wujiang was speechless. What are you taking me for? Do you know martial arts? Drag the oil bottle one. You. Li Yunrui's eyebrows furrowed. Zhao Wujiang, do you think I'm useless? I didn't say that. You did. Don't think that if I don't withdraw my marriage from you, you can bully me recklessly. I'm at least a princess, my father's favorite daughter. Zhao Wujiang spread her hands. Is not withdrawing from the marriage some great favor? If it wasn't for you not withdrawing, that dangling hairy dragon warrior wouldn't look like he wants to get me killed every time he sees me. Li Yunrui's grievances these days all came to his mind for no reason. Knowing that Zhao Wujiang had been accused of condoning Chiba Rizhao's murder, she had begged her father for mercy day after day. Knowing that Zhao Wujiang had cracked the truth, she immediately fought for Zhao Wujiang's reward. Knowing that her father was unwilling to reward her, she first condemned Dragon Warrior and the others to give Zhao Wujiang a chance to be angry. As a result, all she got in return was his indifference? Dead scum. Li Yunrui's eyes contained water vapor, and the next moment she wept. I'll never care about you again, Zhao Wujiang. After Li Yunrui ran out of the Jinbei King's residence, the two groups of people who were hiding in the shadows to monitor the Jinbei King's mansion, seeing this scene, were also filled with suspicion and immediately went back to find their respective masters to report. This scene was seen by Zhao Wujiang, who had long known that he had been under surveillance. So just now, it was merely a show for those in the shadows. He had to keep his distance from Li Yunrui. Only then could he avoid being targeted by the emperor. This, at least until his cheap old man came back. As for Li Yunrui, he couldn't go and explain. When she knew her father's true nature, perhaps she would understand. Inside the imperial study, Li Ziyuan received intelligence. Your Majesty, the people monitoring the royal family heard that the 7th princess wanted to ask Zhao Shizi to bring her along to the sword casting division, and Zhao Shizi is also always abiding by the orders you gave him, Your Majesty, and wants to go alone, unwilling to bring the princess forward. Li Ziyuan snorted coldly. Zhao Wujiang is quite sensible. Is Yunrui alright? It's fine. Her Highness ordered her subordinates to beat an ancient tree with a whip in the imperial garden, saying that it was Zhao Wujiang, and smiled as she did so. Eunuch Chen replied, his cheeks bringing a smile. Your Majesty. Chen Zhenghua hesitated for a moment. Having mainly received a lot of money from the 7 princesses, he still proposed stiffly. This Shinbei Wangfu's government soldiers, there are not many, this period of time, and have to guard the Cold Sang envoys. Zhao Shizi went to the sword casting division. Is it necessary to send additional manpower to escort Zhao Wujiang, to assist in the fulfillment of his orders from you? No need. Li Ziyuan was unconcerned and waved his hand. Chen Zhenghua's heart condensed. Sensibly, he stopped speaking more, lest His Majesty see the clues. He could see that His Majesty didn't care about Zhao Wujiang's life or death. Even this time, the matter of the sword casting division might be a bureau of death for Zhao Wujiang. Rapunzel's mansion. Learning that Zhao Wujiang had been sent to deal with the matter of the sword casting division, Li Zhaohua knew that the emperor did not treat Zhao Wujiang well. Then she recently, it wasn't good for her to find Zhao Wujiang again, lest she let the emperor think that she was working against him. Fortunately, there were plenty of chess pieces. Xiaolan, you pass on my order to summon Longzhan, the commander of the Primus Battalion, to come. Longzhan learned that the eldest princess wanted to see him, and rushed to the eldest princess' residence in a hurry. Subordinate Longzhan, see Your Highness the eldest princess. Longzhan looked respectful. Be excused. Li Zhaohua glanced at Longzhan, her tone cold. This palace wants you to make a trip to the back alley of the sword casting division. Chapter 23, oh no, the female lead is in love with my love brain? Sword casting division back alley? What does the eldest princess want me to do? Just order. Longzhan's eyes naturally moved away from Li Zhaohua's marvelous figure and slowly lowered his eyebrows. He had already learned from his senior sister, Ling Qingxue, that eldest princess Li Zhaohua had been hiding her fronts, and her private power was extremely large. If he could climb up the line of Li Zhaohua, he would definitely grow faster. Moreover, Li Xiaohua is worthy of being the prodigal daughter privately rumored in Kyoto. Clothing light transparent, can peep full body, appearance is also beautiful, charm remains. This kind of special thing, the next day if the companion will not let him every day cannot get out of bed? Li Xiaohua pushed a brocade box towards Longzhan. You go to the back alley of the sword casting division, hand over this box to an old friend of this palace. After this is accomplished, the palace will have a great reward. Longzhan noticed that there were 2 layers of complicated locks on this box, and understood that the princess did not really trust him. In order to take down the eldest princess, he knew that he must try his best to get this done. He carefully received the brocade box and said with a deep certainty, "Please rest assured, eldest princess, my subordinate will definitely complete the task." The eldest princess nodded her head, still cold. Compared to Zhao Wujiang, Longzhan and Zhao Wujiang were both people who could be utilized. Only that Longzhan compared to Zhao Wujiang, nowadays more to have the strength, will be a good use of the chess piece. It's night. Jinbei King's mansion. In order to keep a low profile and not attract attention, Zhao Wujiang decided to sneak to the sword casting division by himself at night. After all, the emperor had only asked him to go to the sword casting division. He didn't say what hour. On his way out, he instructed the old housekeeper to make sure to guard the Jinbei King's mansion to the death after he left the house, so as not to let Ruyan Lu escape, or let Chiba Rizhao run away or be killed. Feed the medicine regularly, so that those 2 women are too muddled to die. Just wait for me to come back and send someone to ask the eldest princess for help if necessary. After confirming that there was no mistake, he took advantage of the night and nimbly drilled through a dog hole that no one cared about, blending into the night. Every time he walked past a street corner, he crouched down and pretended to look for a small stone that had fallen into his boots, but in reality, he secretly observed the wind and grass around him to make sure he wasn't being followed. Several times in a row, he did not find anything unusual. The sword casting division was at the edge of Kyoto, until he reached the periphery of the division, where he once again pretended to crouch down. This time, the alert man sensed an abnormality. A blurry figure flickered in the darkness, dodging his line of sight. I've only gone out at night, and I'm still being followed? Who on earth is a thief with a heart of gold? Zhao Wujiang pretended that he didn't notice anything unusual and invariably quickened his pace. The person who was following the dog wimped out and came to the edge of the alley, raising his eyes and searching for Zhao Wujiang's figure, murmuring suspiciously, "Where is the person? Grandpa is here." Zhao Wujiang descended from the sky from a large tree and delivered an elbow, elbowing the stalker in the heart. The expected dull crash didn't appear. Zhao Wujiang elbowed on something soft and extremely elastic. His blow could have crippled a grown man. But the other party seemed as if he wasn't injured. His attack felt like a stone sinking into the sea, the force absorbed. Good guy, what kind of physique is so powerful? Seeing that the elbow strike was ineffective, Zhao Wujiang didn't wait for the stalker to weasel his way out, and his arm sank down in a smooth motion. Monkey stealing peaches. Where's the peach? He grabbed an empty hand, his sword brows furrowing furiously. Zhao. The stalker was mortified, and before he could finish, Zhao Wujiang covered the man's masked mouth and pushed the man down with a vicious pressure, tackling him. The stalker thief was pressed down by Zhao Wujiang, making it difficult for him to move, and could only let out an inaudible whimper in the dark, insect-ridden alleyway. Who sent you to track me? Zhao Wujiang ripped away the masked cloth of the stalking thief, revealing a blown-up, delicate face that was still familiar. How is it you? Seeing this familiar face, Zhao Wujiang had 2 big heads. 7th princess, what are you following for? Obviously the destined heroine of the Dragon Warrior, but you're sticking to me? What does this bastard mean? Li Yunrui's ears suddenly exploded with Zhao Wujiang's belly aching. The shyness of being attacked by him and stealing peaches suddenly turned into irritation, and she raised her foot and kicked him in the calf. You're the one who's cargo. Your whole family is goods. Zhao Wujiang let go of his hand in pain. Li Yunrui took the opportunity to roll over and ride on his waist, his fingertips poking his chest. Now you know you're afraid? Weren't you quite good at sneak attacks just now? Big sister, I'm too lazy to care about you. It's dangerous here. If I take you with me, not only are you in danger, I'm also in danger. Hurry back you. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's still bad tone of reproach, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Wujiang and wouldn't let go of her hand. Zhao Wujiang, stop pretending. Ha? Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. Li Yunrui's eyes contained stars and she just stared at Zhao Wujiang. She returned to the palace after her fight with Zhao Wujiang today, only to realize that her father had originally sent people to keep an eye on the Jinbei Wangfu. It was only then that she realized that because of Father Emperor's surveillance and dislike, Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt actions today were actually because he didn't want to involve her. He wanted to protect her before pushing her away. No matter where you go, this time you won't think of pushing me away. Li Yunrui hugged Zhao Wujiang tighter and tighter, not caring that Zhao Wujiang was pressed against her full and delicate body. I knew you've been worrying about me. You have me in your heart. You're talking out of your ass. Li Yunrui seemed to have caught Zhao Wujiang's break. She knew that Zhao Wujiang cared about her in his heart. Zhao Wujiang's native language was speechless. Help, this relationship brain is hopeless.
Li Yunrui's ear tips moved slightly, suddenly leaning down and biting his earlobe, her hot breath spraying on the side of his neck. This princess loves to hear you say the opposite. The more you dislike me, the more excited I am.
No words, right?
Li Yunrui was pleased and hummed delicately. We should share the same sorrows and sufferings to prove to Father Emperor that we are true love.
True love my ass.
Zhao Wujiang struggled. Li Yunrui was a love brain, he wasn't. But Li Yunrui had already clamped his legs dead center around his waist and wrapped his hands around his arms.
I said, this time, you don't want to push me away.
Li Yunrui said with a tone that carried the slightest hint of aggression, as if she was about to cry out again.
Alright, I'll take you there. Don't make a commotion and attract people later. Zhao Wujiang finally compromised. How can you mess up by bringing a moppet? Why don't we buy her a bunch of candy canes halfway and coax her back?
Li Yunrui suddenly grabbed his collar and shook it. This princess doesn't like sweets.
If you want to coax her, bring me some night pearls. Zhao Wujiang's pupils quaked. How do you know?
Hoof. Only then did Li Yunrui slowly loosen her legs, but she was afraid that Zhao Wujiang would escape, and acted as if she would not let go of her hands. Zhao Wujiang had no choice but to hurry with Li Yunrui towards the sword-casting division side door.
The main entrance was definitely guarded.
The alley was very silent at night, no sounds of the people, and occasional insects chirping. Li Yunrui was also chirping beside him, and Zhao Wujiang responded with a couple sentences every now and then. Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue also set out from the Primus Battalion Commander's mansion and rushed to the sword-casting division. Only the two of them rushed, mostly silent. Ling Qingxue was still as cool as a fairy, silently tempering the injuries in her body and dissolving the residual true yang power. Long Zhan wanted to get a few words closer to his senior sister, but he kept looking for something to say, and was interrupted by his senior sister. Finally, after walking for some time, Ling Qingxue's eyes flickered, wanting to unravel some doubts in her heart. She tried. Senior brother, I know that the division has always been strict and harsh, somewhat restrained, and after you went down the mountain, you arrived in Kyoto and became a commander. The emperor is even more optimistic about you. Your potential is unlimited.
You are destined to have a bright future. Although the court treats you well, do you remember who taught you these skills? Are you still a member of the Dao sect? Chapter 24, Eloping with the Princess. Ling Qingxue suspected that Long Zhan had an opposite heart. Words to test. Long Zhan immediately said, Senior sister, don't worry, Long Zhan won't forget who taught me martial arts. I was born as a person of the Dao sect, and I will die as a ghost of the Dao sect. I will never have any second thoughts. Ling Qingxue nodded, agreeing on the surface, but inwardly, she was still skeptical about this matter. The true yang power remaining in her body's injuries was reminding her all the time to be careful of Dragon Warrior. The senior siblings traveled towards the sword-casting division one after the other. A flying bird lifted its wings in the night, and the senior siblings turned back at the same time. Ling Qingxue's slender jade hand gently lifted, a carrier pigeon landed on her fingertips. She drew out the secret letter on the pigeon and couldn't help but knit her brows. Senior sister, what happened? At a glance, Long Zhan recognized that this carrier pigeon came from senior sister's men and was specifically for contact. Ling Qingxue said in a deep voice. Li Yunrui left the palace. How did the seventh princess leave the palace for good reason? Long Zhan was puzzled and soon raised his thick eyebrows. It seemed that Li Yunrui had followed Zhao Wujiang. This was just right. This time when he went to the sword-casting division to steal the sword, there would inevitably be chaotic battles. He had the chance to seize the heavenly sword, and he could also take advantage of the chaos to cook raw rice with Li Yunrui. When he took down Li Yunrui, it was time for him to move up to the position of commander-in-chief. Palace, Imperial Study Room. Li Ziyuan slammed the folders in his hand on the desktop. When did Yunrui leave? At nightfall. Eunuch Shen lowered his eyebrows and nodded. World Prince Xiao is also not at the residence. The seventh princess most likely left with Zhao Wujiang. Li Ziyuan's dragon face was furious. He was actually aware of the internal turmoil in the sword-casting division, and that the director of the division had already turned against him. That's why he intentionally let Zhao Wujiang go ahead to investigate and publicize this matter, just to kill with a borrowed knife and get rid of this backlash. But why did Yunrui go with Zhao Wujiang? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Didn't they have a fight today? Call Yun-Yi here. Li Ziyuan commanded, and on second thought, changed his words. That's just it, directly pass on my decree and tell him to bring someone to Yunrui. Yes. Eunuch Shen bowed and replied. The old slave will go and inform His Highness the Sixth Prince. Imperial Palace. Sixth Prince's bedchamber. A handsome youth was flipping through ancient books in his hands. The few subordinates in front of him didn't dare to speak, all thinking that he was concentrating on his studies. Unbeknownst to him, in the ancient books, was a woman with no clothes on, who was leaping onto the paper in different poses. Alas, flipping through all these old books, I don't know if there are any better looking ones in the neighborhood. The youth had a delicate face, a satin brocade suit, and his eyebrows were filled with the phase of kingship and wealth. Just at this moment the lack of interest, only feel that life is uninteresting. Suddenly eunuch Shen came to pass the decree. Scared, the youth hastily put away the ancient books to receive the decree.
Eunuch Chen finished sending the oracle, also took his leave. He did not need to urge the sixth prince, knowing that the sixth prince has always loved the seventh princess, will naturally be the first time to go to catch up. Sure enough, Li Yuni learned that Li Yunrui had followed Zhao Wujiang to the sword casting division and broke into a rage.
It's this Shinbei royal family's scourge Zhao Wujiang again?
Yunrui is good and innocent. This Zhao Wujiang might have given her some kind of magic soup. How can she follow Zhao Wujiang to suffer? The subordinates and the residents scrambled to organize their attire, not daring to offend the sixth prince. Half an hour later, Li Yuni gathered his troops.
Your Highness, do we really need to bring so many of these healing medicines, the golden sword medicine?
Li Yuni's close associate asked in a low voice.
Li Yuni's eyes were fierce.
I'm afraid I can't help but beat Zhao Wujiang to death. When he caught up with Zhao Wujiang, who had abducted his sister, and the sister who had been abducted, he would definitely have to clean up Zhao Wujiang, this asshole, for a while. Ever since Yunrui's attempted withdrawal from the marriage, he no longer clung to him as his good brother, but instead thought about that Zhao Wujiang all day long. Zhao Wujiang was long, Zhao Wujiang was short, and didn't come to his mansion to play. He would never allow Zhao Wujiang, this incompetent son of the world, to color his Li Yuni's sister.
Achoo! Zhao Wujiang sneezed. You scolded me? He looked at Li Yuni suspiciously. Ha! Li Yunrui's eyes widened and he shook his head, a little vain, thinking that she had just mentally said that Zhao Wujiang was unintelligible and was sensed by Zhao Wujiang. But if she didn't admit it herself, what could he, Zhao Wujiang, do? I didn't. When can we go in? Didn't father let you go in to investigate?
The two of them crouched outside the side door of the sword casting division.
There's no rush, can't you see that at night, this side door is heavily guarded? Li Yunrui was puzzled. What do you mean? Sword casting division is the important place for casting weapons in Kyoto, isn't it normal to be heavily guarded?
But the guards are stricter than the palace, it's a bit wrong.
Forget about it, lazily explaining it to you.
Zhao Wujiang fumbled in his arms, fumbled for a fake beard, and pasted it on his face, and took out a dome beanie to his head, and then crooked his mouth and smiled, and an air of treachery drifted out from him.
Li Yunrui said in disgust. What are you doing? This look is so strange. Cosplay, understand, a little earth girl.
Zhao Wujiang spat in his heart, but on his mouth, he said, it's fine if you can't recognize me, be careful, everything is from the heart when you're out and about. Li Yunrui's ear tip slightly moved, suddenly tiptoe close to his ear, goon, just say straight, this princess and will not laugh at you.
What from the heart? Is not a goon.
Li Yunrui muttered, blankly glanced at Zhao Wujiang, then his eyes turned, is there still a beard, stick one on me. Li Yunrui said, a stream of zhu hairpin on his head was removed, and in an instant, the soft green silk hung down like a waterfall. Under the moonlight, Li Yunrui looked so beautiful at this moment that Zhao Wujiang couldn't help but look twice more. Don't look, quick, you help me disguise myself. Li Yunrui pampered himself and smiled, he, I think you're right, changing our appearance so that the people from the sword casting division can't recognize us is better for the investigation. This woman, although she has a bad temper, but I didn't expect to be quite obedient.
Well, it's an object that can be properly tempered. Li Yunrui blushed. Teaching? Is it the meaning of Mr. Teaching a book boy? Why do I have a good perverted feeling? Li Yunrui's earlobes instantly dyed scarlet. Zhao Wujiang said with a straight face, tie a village girl's head for you. He went up to tie Li Yunrui's hair for her, giving her a human wife's hairstyle. He also took the opportunity to rub Li Yunrui's face with his own dirty hands, rubbing the light makeup on Li Yunrui's face, and pinched a small piece of mud and pressed it onto her face to make it more closely resemble the image of a village girl. So ugly.
Li Yunrui glared at Zhao Wujiang grudgingly.
What?
Restore your appearance, and when it's dawn in a little while, let the people from the sword casting division greet her highness inside with gongs and drums? By then the whole city will know that the princess meets wild men at night. Tomorrow's headlines are scheduled. Li Yunrui suddenly grabbed him by the ear and gritted her teeth. If this princess's reputation is ruined, you'll be waiting to join the royal family. Zhao Wujiang grimaced in pain. Let go, let go. Spare my life.
Humph. You're always bullying me with your mouth, you're not going to be with you anymore.
Zhao Wujiang had an innocent look on his face.
I'm just getting high in my heart, when did I bully you with my mouth? But waiting like this isn't a solution.
It just so happens that there's a small inn outside the sword casting division.
A senior undercover agent must treat himself well. Go up and get a room, sit and wait.
Zhao Wujiang entered the inn after saying that, and happened to meet the store assistant who had just gotten up.
Two of you.
The store assistant was habitually polite. After all the people coming and going in this Kyoto were dignitaries. But at a glance at Zhao Wujiang's two people's dress, obviously not like rich people, so he casually said, staying in the store or having breakfast?
Open a room.
Zhao Wujiang nodded.
Open a room.
Good shy word. Li Yunrui thought to himself, pursed his lips, his cheeks colored with a hint of redness, and took the initiative to open his mouth, to go up to the room. Missy is also quite good at picking, wait to see cockroaches don't drill into my arms. Li Yunrui suddenly pinched the soft flesh of his waist and twisted. This princess is most unafraid of bugs.
Zhao Wujiang sucked in cold air. Auntie, are you a roundworm? You know everything I think? You care about me.
Li Yunrui turned his face away, afraid that this secret would be known by Zhao Wujiang. Just in time, Xiaoer shouted.
Upper room?
Good Lu. Guess this way please. Li Yunrui sneaked a glance at Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wu.
Husband, what are we going to do in the room?
Zhao Wujiang, adhering to the principle of doing a full set of theater, a slap on the Li Yunrui arched buttocks. Of course it is with the mother to do things.
Feeling good, it's okay for me to take advantage of it first while that Long John bastard hasn't touched you, right? Li Yunrui beamed.
The most annoying thing was that this guy mentioned what Long Jia. Obviously, he, the son of the world, is the most compatible pair with her. Li Yunrui suddenly turned around and jumped into his arms, her fingertips drawing circles on Zhao Wujiang's chest. Then,
husband must be gentler. Chapter 25 Zhao Wujiang, my shoulders are sore.
Li Yunrui's cheeks became more and more blushing, and she hummed softly to hide her inner shyness and panic. The two of them entered the room, the store assistant left in a wise manner, respectfully saying that if there is any order, just call him. Closed the door to the room, Li Yunrui joyfully pounced on the bed, walking half the night, to her exhausted. Before, she had been talking with Zhao Wujiang all the time and hadn't felt it yet, but now that she was in the room, she was sleepy. Let's take a bath to refresh herself.
I want to take a bath. Li Yunrui looked around and frowned. Why is there no water? Zhao Wujiang. Can you go get me some bath water? You think this is a palace? There are many people serving you? Zhao Wujiang didn't have the heart to say, I'm here to monitor the sword casting division, okay? If you can't suffer, go back before it's too late.
This ad is really hard to serve. If it wasn't for the fear of exposing her identity, I would really want to press her into a barrel to sober up. The tip of Li Yunrui's ears suddenly flushed red, and the hand gripping the sash trembled. She forced herself to stay calm and glared at Zhao Wujiang. Were you cursing me in your heart just now?
Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. Why did the princess say that?
Li Yunrui stopped his action of removing his clothes and gave a muffled oh, jarring sound. Oh, then I'll go fetch water myself. But in case my appearance is recognized by the others.
Zhao Wujiang was speechless. Okay, I'll go. I knew you were the best.
Li Yunrui pursed her lips and smiled. She knew that Zhao Wujiang actually cared about her.
Zhao Wujiang left the room.
When he got to the place where he was fetching water, with the black lights and dim light, a voice full of complaints suddenly rang out.
What kind of Thai place is this? It says it's an upper room, and there's no incense burning in the house. Not even a decent woman. No, not even a woman. How can I let this young man sleep peacefully?
Zhao Wujiang glanced at the source of the voice. It seemed to be a rich young master who was pampered.
Who are you?
The rich young master realized that the commotion was coming from far away and sized up Zhao Wujiang.
This brother, a businessman?
Zhao Wujiang stroked the beard on his cheek and nodded. Merchants are good, traveling all over the place. I guess you're not a stranger to this place. The rich young master came closer and whispered.
In this neighborhood, is there a place to drink flower wine? No.
Zhao Wujiang saw that he was a fellow traveler and said, the area around the sword casting division is full of people's residences, so if you want to drink flower wine and find a girl, you have to go in the direction of the imperial palace, and walk for half an hour and you'll be there. The rich young master was full of disappointment. Of course he knows that there are many women near the palace. This is not tired of playing, want to try the edge of Kyoto well.
Half an hour.
Or forget it, I have important things in the body, alas, just miserable me.
This long night.
Zhao Wujiang saw that this person is still quite eye-catching. He touched out a yellowed ancient book from his bosom and handed it over. If you are really lonely, read this in case of emergency. The rich young master glanced at the cover and was filled with surprise. Spring Palace 100 Flowers Record.
The Spring Palace 100 Flowers record was one of Zhao Wujiang's treasured Liu Bei.
Originally, he had planned to come alone and squat outside the sword forging division in boredom, intending to bring it to pass the time and dispel his loneliness. Who knew that Li Yunrui had come with him on the contrary? Now he was simply not in a position to look at it. It just so happened that this kid in front of him couldn't stand the loneliness either, so he simply let this person take over and help him sell the stolen goods. The rich young master flipped through a few pages and trembled his hand. Good book. Where did Brother Tai get this collection? The same people who are horny at the end of the world, don't ask where the book came from when you meet. Zhao Wujiang coughed dryly and shoved the little yellow book to the rich young master. The rich young master hurriedly tucked it into his bosom and smiled knowingly at Zhao Wujiang. But thinking about his own status, how could he receive a favor and not return it? So he also fished out a fine jade ju and handed it to Zhao Wujiang. Brother, don't mind, if you encounter something in the future and can't solve it for a while, you can just take this jade ju and come to the palace to find me. I will definitely help you. Zhao Wujiang nodded and took the jade ju. Then I'll. The rich gentleman patted the little yellow book in his arms. Zhao Wujiang nodded again, knowing that people were impatient when they were lonely.
The rich gentleman smiled again, waved goodbye, and left the place of dim lights. Zhao Wujiang slowly finished beating a large bucket of hot water and marched towards his room, wondering in his heart, the palace is looking for him? He's a member of the royal family? Meanwhile, the rich family's son was hiding in the compartment reading a small yellow book, looking very mesmerized, when someone lightly knocked on the door of the room with a regular ringing sound. The door of the room was opened, and two servants dressed as attendants entered the room, and as soon as they saw the rich family's son, they immediately fell to their knees. Seeing His Highness the Sixth Prince. Your Highness, we didn't find any figure of Zhao Wujiang all the way, it can't be that we were slow, right? The Sixth Prince shook his head and covered the front of the little yellow book on the desktop, saying in a deep voice. Impossible. Zhao Wujiang, this stupid fool, spends all day drinking and has long had a weak kidney, his footwork wouldn't be this fast. Just wait for him to come outside this sword casting division. Your Highness is wise. The attendants patted their asses. You guys go down first. The Sixth Prince was full of majesty and righteousness. I'm going to read a book. Your Highness is truly diligent, we will leave now. Wait, there seems to be a big event happening inside the sword casting division. There are many people, don't call me Your Highness yet, hide your identity. Yes, Your Highness, okay, Your Highness, no problem, Your Highness. When Zhao Wujiang returned to his room after receiving water, Li Yunrui stuck over and gave a pout. Zhao Wujiang. Thanks for helping me fetch water. Help! Who can top this? Li Yunrui, do you know that your persona has collapsed? In the original story, you were a cool imperial lady. Li Yunrui suddenly stood on tiptoe and approached his ear. This palace has a more broken look. Does Your Highness want to see it? Her fingertips gently crossed the knot of Zhao Wujiang's throat, and when she felt the other party's sudden stiffening of his body, she smiled softly as if she had gotten away with it. I heard that His Highness the Son of the World likes to linger in the land of fireworks and willows, but I don't know that I, the original fiancé, am the most wonderful woman in the world. Your Highness. Want? Soul-crushing voice, echoing in Zhao Wujiang's ears. Chapter 26 Zhao Wujiang, you wouldn't dare to touch me, would you? Feeling Li Yunrui's gentle provocation. Numb nuts. You're testing a cadre with this? Which cadre can withstand this test? When Zhao Wujiang almost stormed out, Li Yunrui suddenly pulled away. Hey, go on. Zhao Wujiang continued to pour hot water into the tub on the surface. In his heart, he was constantly shouting. Li Yunrui's eyes revealed cunningness and his heart was happy. Is this the feeling of being in love? So wonderful. Li Yunrui was filled with happiness as she slowly unraveled her outer shirt, wrapped in a fragrant breeze, and flung it towards Zhao Wujiang's head. Zhao Wujiang picked it up and placed it on a chair. Can you not throw trash anywhere? This seventh princess clothes are still covered in osmanthus fragrance. It can't be that she intentionally smoked it for 3 days and 3 nights, right? Li Yunrui's ear tip slightly moved, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Zhao Wujiang's ear, thinking that you only smoked for 3 days and 3 nights. Nah. A gentleman's hand is not a hand. If you're not a gentleman, then I'm not a gentleman either. Zhao Wujiang let go of his hand in pain, but saw that Li Yunrui had no lingerie, and the upper half of his body was only wearing a pink and white bellyband. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang still didn't take the bait, she stomped her foot fiercely, and another piece of clothing slammed into Zhao Wujiang, covering Zhao Wujiang's head. Zhao Wujiang pulled hard and realized that it was a bellyband. This fabric is not as thick as the satin I used to wipe my sword, so what can it hold? That's not right, it can't cover anything, isn't it just right? Zhao Wujiang immediately looked over with wide eyes. Li Yunrui suddenly wrapped her arms around her chest, her cheeks blushing as if dripping blood. You. Where are you looking? Blocked really fast. Zhao Wujiang once again threw the belly band away in a serious manner. I didn't look, you continue. Saying so, but his eyes secretly turned around. He only saw Li Yunrui standing inside the bathtub, seemingly sitting on his knees, and was playing with the water with both hands. Zhao Wujiang, my shoulders are so sore, I can't rub my shoulders. Li Yunrui whispered in a thin voice, her silver teeth biting her lips, her cheeks carrying a reddish hue. She didn't bother to look at Zhao Wujiang, she just stared straight at the water. Will you rub it for me? No time. Zhao Wujiang refused with his mouth full. You can't be too kind-hearted as people are good and get ridden, especially if he is a great good. Rubbing and rubbing for fear of rubbing into the water, take me for a fool? Li Yunrui suddenly reached out and tugged on Zhao Wujiang's belt. You obviously want to. Is it okay? Seeing that Zhao Wujiang was unmoved, Li Yunrui let out another pout. Do you hate me that much? Then I'll run out now. Seeing that Li Yunrui stood up and prepared to climb out of the bathtub. Alright. Zhao Wujiang helplessly waved his hand. If this woman was seen like this, not only would he, his fiancée, be cuckolded, he would also be beheaded by the emperor. Walking to the side of the tub, Zhao Wujiang pressed his big hand on Li Yunrui's fragrant shoulder. Li Yunrui enjoyed Zhao Wujiang's massage while dejected in his heart. Even through the vapor you can feel this slippery feel. You usually don't use a lot of flowers and herbs to soak in the bath, right? This pampered woman is just dainty and colorful. Zhao Wujiang, do you like my body? No. Zhao Wujiang faded. Dude's heart, only the party and the people are good, right? Li Yunrui suddenly scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at Zhao Wujiang. What are you doing? This big movement was just enough to make the water spread out so that Zhao Wujiang could glance at it from his high sight. But just as his eyes arrived, he saw that Li Yunrui kept his arms crossed over his chest. Damn it! Even the righteous man is defending himself. Li Yunrui felt Zhao Wujiang's strength become stronger and knew that he couldn't see it, so he was upset. Deliberately straightening his back to make the water ripple, if you want to see it, you can see it openly. Don't look. Mouth is heart, Zhao Wujiang, what do you think we look like after marriage, ah? I don't know. Do you think we will be in the room every day, doing bad things, ah? Don't know. How many children do you think we'll have? Don't know. Don't you want to try it now? Woman, don't play with fire. Don't force me to be a beast. Zhao Wujiang's body was slowly drying up. When Li Yunrui heard Zhao Wujiang's heart, her earlobes were red to the bone, but she deliberately used her toes to stir up the water to splash on his lapel. Beasts are always more lovable than hypocrites. Zhao Wujiang, you wouldn't dare to touch me, would you? The next moment, the sound of water clattered. She stood up in the bathtub, her eyes were full of spring, staring straight at Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang couldn't stand it anymore and pounced forward. However, a foot was quickly raised and blocked Zhao Wujiang's chest. Li Yunrui changed her previous seductive and charming demeanor, and the whole person became serious and high-cooled. Teasing you, when you really marry me over the door, only then can I do things between husband and wife with you. Zhao Wujiang sort of understood. This was catching him on shore and releasing him again. Teaching sight after the sea, right? Some other day, I'll have those elder sisters from Dragon Warrior teach you what is called real fishing law enforcement. Zhao Wujiang said with a straight face, of course, I'm also a more traditional man. Li Yunrui hummed lightly and tried, Zhao Wujiang, you won't go find another woman after marriage, right? I, Zhao Wujiang, have lived a life of innocence. What kind of woman am I looking for? Princess, don't ruin my reputation. He himself has fallen for this woman's way and is going to turn into a warped mouth. Zhao Wujiang calmed his face, ran out of the bathtub, sat on his butt on the ground, and began to meditate and calm his mind to drive away the fire of lust. Li Yunrui saw this and hummed in his heart in triumph. Mother was really right. If you want to pin down a man, you need to be on and off. Just like just now, she was ready to give, but in the middle of Zhao Wujiang's impatience, she just didn't give anymore. She looked like she was squirming, but she was actually holding her hand. Zhao Wujiang pretended to be cool all the way, but he couldn't stand her seduction just now. Zhao Wujiang is going to calm down now, she'll seduce and seduce again later. In the middle of the night. After the bath, Li Yunrui perfumed, it is close to Zhao Wujiang's sleep. Zhao Wujiang disliked to move away from an inch, Li Yunrui close to an inch, Zhao Wujiang move away from a foot, Li Yunrui will hold Zhao Wujiang. This girl is an octopus, right? Li Yunrui suddenly opened her mouth and bit on his shoulder, her eyes glaring at him, thinking that you are the octopus. Seeing this, Zhao Wujiang was about to counterattack. Since this woman was biting his shoulder, it made sense for him to bite the other party's other head, right? But before he could move his mouth, suddenly, a sound came from below. The store assistant closed the inn door tightly. Yelling, there's a fight outside. Zhao Wujiang could only let Li Yunrui go first, and the clothes he had just stripped half of Li Yunrui could only be put on her first. He walked down from the room and hid behind the door of the inn, and then he saw that outside the sword casting division, a lot of Jianghu people had gathered. It turned out that this time, the news that the sword casting division's heavenly sword was going to come out had long been spread all over the Jianghu lake, attracting too many Jianghu heroes. However, the sword casting division was also limited in the number of Jianghu masters it could accommodate. In order to limit the flow of people, the sword casting division distributed invitations, and only those with invitations were qualified to step into the sword casting division to witness the grandeur of the heavenly sword coming out. Thus, in order to compete for the invitation, the people in the Jianghu launched a fight. So exciting? Is this the legendary sword Light and Shadow? Swoosh! Li Yunrui didn't know when, but she was lying at Zhao Wujiang's shoulder, her big eyes full of curiosity and excitement. She had never seen this before in the palace. Back off! Stimulating hammer, if you don't pay attention, you'll be affected by those swords, sticks, axes, hooks and forks, etc. He didn't even want to see any heavenly swords coming out. Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui hid inside the inn as more and more people fought in the sword casting division. However, strangely enough, the guards of the sword casting division only witnessed this and didn't stop it. With a scream and roar, the fight became more and more intense, and with the constant wailing and sighing, 99% of the people fighting within the entrance of the sword casting division had already died. Along with the last two people fighting for the invitation to die together, the door of the sword casting division has been dead like a small mountain of corpses piled up. The invitation, a token forged by the sword casting division, was stained with blood and water, and rolled outside the door where Zhao Wujiang was hiding. Before Zhao Wujiang could react, Li Yunrui opened the door and, like a curious baby, took out a handkerchief, wrapped the invitation and picked it up. Don't pick it up, it's not a good thing. Zhao Wujiang's sword brows furrowed as he tugged Li Yunrui to continue hiding inside the inn, covering the two of them. Why? Li Yunrui asked suspiciously. She was walloped to the wall by Zhao Wujiang. The two of them were close enough that she could smell Zhao Wujiang's majestic manly scent again. Shoo! Zhao Wujiang reached out and covered Li Yunrui's mouth, looking alert. The next moment, as he knew from the original, those sword-casting division guards dragged all the piled-up corpses onto donkey carts, and then dragged them into the sword-casting division's inner. Chapter 27 Casting Swords Division Open. Li Yunrui became more and more puzzled and asked in a low voice, "What are they doing? Afraid of the court blaming this place for the chaos?" Zhao Wujiang shook his head, his sword brows frowning tighter and tighter. "If you say you have a big treasure, would you go around telling others that you have it?" "I will tell you that I have it." Li Yunrui's face was naive, his beautiful eyes were burning. "Be serious." Zhao Wujiang glared at Li Yunrui. "The sword-casting division forged a heavenly sword behind the court's back. This is something that should have been kept secret, but they dared to blatantly release the news to the Jianghu people. Guess why? They're not afraid of the imperial court? I'll have my father send troops here." "It's too late. I think the sword-casting director is trying to let go. The reason why he released the news and created this kind of invitation is because he wants to attract people to kill each other. Then they'll collect all the corpses back." The more Li Yunrui listened, the more confused he became. Collect the corpses for what? Zhao Wujiang explained, "The so-called heavenly sword. A sword is forged into 10,000 bones. The final stage of the heavenly sword's fulfillment requires people to sacrifice the sword." Li Yunrui kept staring at Zhao Wujiang's serious look. She pursed her red lips. She really didn't look away. Zhao Wujiang lived deep in the Jinbei king's mansion, but he actually knew so many strange and bizarre things. He was really deep. There's also the sound of fighting. Li Yunrui's ears were sharp, like a fox charming. She took the opportunity to hug Zhao Wujiang tightly, her head hiding in Zhao Wujiang's arms, her slender jade finger pointing to where she and Zhao Wujiang were coming from. "There." Zhao Wujiang gazed along with Li Yunrui's finger and saw that at the main gate of the sword-casting division, a group of martial artists dressed in different gang costumes were surrounding a man and a woman. The man was tall and powerful, and the woman was as cool as an immortal. The man was Long Zhan, and although the woman was disguised, Zhao Wujiang could tell at a glance that the only one with such a cool demeanor was Ling Qingxue. At this time, the sky was slightly light. Zhao Wujiang guessed that these two should want to come and compete for the heavenly sword. It's just that they didn't know that the sword-casting division was guiding the Jianghu people to fight at the entrance, and they came too blatantly and ended up clashing with the other gangs. Good chance. Dragon Warrior and Ling Qingxue had pitted Zhao Wujiang several times. Zhao Wujiang's eyes shifted, facing his enemies. He had always taken every cent and was vindictive. Not to mention that he and Li Yunrui were now disguised. They shouldn't be able to tell. Brothers of the road. Zhao Wujiang walked out of the inn and opened his mouth to shout in a different voice, "This man is the Primus Battalion's commander, Dragon Warrior, who has come to steal the heavenly sword from us." These Jianghu people had never treated people from the imperial court well. When Long Zhan heard someone exposing his identity, he swept his sight over but did not recognize who the other party was. Sure enough, they are imperial court hawks and dogs. Looks like the court sent them to guard the heavenly sword. Brothers, kill them in order to take the heavenly sword. Right. Kill him. Long Battle gritted his teeth in death and stared at Zhao Wujiang. "Who is this person? How dare you deliberately trap me?" Zhao Wujiang gloated, fearing that Long Battle wouldn't die. "They even snatched our invitations just now." "Invitation? What invitation?" Long Zhan became more and more puzzled. The next thing he realized with horror was that the martial artists who were surrounding him and Ling Qingxue steeply looked like they had been ignited with anger and pumped full of chicken blood. Their hands became heavier and heavier, and their moves carried killing strokes. Ling Qingxue glanced coldly at Zhao Wujiang, who was running away. She herself was a master of disguise. Immediately, she saw that the other party's appearance was fake. The voice was also fake. "Who is this person? Hiding his head and deliberately pitting us." Ling Qingxue had no time to think anymore when she suddenly heard Long Zhan's shout, and under the crowd, Long Zhan's right arm was slashed by a Jianghu expert. Ling Qingxue could only collect her mind and go up to help. "You're so bad." Li Yunrui witnessed this scene, and although he said so on his lips, he had immense admiration for Zhao Wujiang. Being able to make Long Battle get beaten up by a group with just a few words. Sure enough, he was the man he looked up to. How is it that she said I'm bad, but instead she still has a face of adoration? Is it hard to believe that men aren't bad and women don't love them? Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. But soon, the doorway to the sword-casting division opened. "Zhao Wujiang, let's go in." Li Yunrui was all excited. But Zhao Wujiang said, "There's no rush, wait first, let's go back to our room first." Li Yunrui was unsure, but still obeyed and followed. Back to the room. "Zhao Wujiang, what are we coming back for? When will we enter the sword casting?" But before she finished speaking, she saw Zhao Wujiang sprinkling powder on the periphery of the room. "Zhao Wujiang, what are you doing?" As she spoke, Li Yunrui was about to walk out. Zhao Wujiang immediately reminded, "This is a severe poison that cuts down bones and turns flesh, don't touch it, immediately hide in the room and wait for me to come back. Bringing a princess to break into a copy is really tiring, it's better to brush it alone."
Li Yunrui's ear tip moved, suddenly pounced up and grabbed him by the collar. Do you dislike me for dragging your feet?
Li Yunrui was not happy on the spot. Zhao Wujiang, I wanna go too. Go my ass. The next step within the sword casting division is a cultivation ground. People will kill each other and there will be countless deaths and injuries. Do you think you're going to go and play? Zhao Wujiang couldn't let Li Yunrui go in with him to fool around in any way.
In case Li Yunrui was affected,
Li Ziyuan would definitely put the blame on him.
He sprinkled a little more. If someone broke in during this time, they would either die or be injured. If you're really bored, just open the window and flash your identity as the 7th princess, and naturally someone will send soldiers to take you back to the palace. After saying that, Zhao Wujiang ignored Li Yunrui's gibberish and directly turned around and walked away.
Walking out of the inn. So damn troublesome.
Zhao Wujiang was helpless in his heart, thinking about the original plot. That Heavenly Destiny protagonist, Long Zhan, was fighting in a chaotic battle while still being able to accidentally spray a mouthful of blood on the Heavenly Sword, getting the Heavenly Sword to recognize its owner and becoming the biggest winner. Being a protagonist is cool, unlike a small villain like me, who has to fight step by step. I also wonder what would happen if I spit blood on the Heavenly Sword before he does? Inside the sword casting division, the air was filled with a metallic smell, the smell of burning iron. Even the surrounding temperature was quite a bit higher than the rest of Kyoto. But the heavier smell was the foul odor from human blood. Now the main gate of the sword casting division was wide open. Even the previous guards are gone. It's like a feeling of inviting the king to come in at will. So the so-called needing an invitation to enter was all bull from the sword casting division. However, Zhao Wujiang was careful and still didn't use the main entrance, but instead jumped in from the side wall. Inside the sword casting division, the previous feeling of solemnity was all gone. However, the sound of people in one of the directions was getting louder and louder, and it seemed like everyone had gathered there. Zhao Wujiang looked with his eyes and remembered that in the original, there was a hidden sword raising pool within the sword casting division, and the Heavenly Sword was there. Zhao Wujiang hid his tracks and secretly followed over as well. Sword pool. Different from the general pool, the shape is not round, not square, but presents the shape of waves, slightly pointed at both ends, near the middle of the widest, like a woman's proud curvature, and the middle of the narrowest, like a woman's collected waist. Pool water from the center of the separation, distinct, like yin and yang two roads, the left pool water blue, the right pool water blood red. In the sword pool around, inserted all kinds of sword. And the whole sword pool, only the middle of the pool watercolor distinctive place, inserted a sword bone sharp, uneven hilt, and claws, like weathered pitted mountain stone sword. Heavenly Sword. Chapter 28, Sword Casting Division Rebellion. The Heavenly Sword has been forged, and is now in the sword pond, waiting for the final sacrifice of the sword. Outside of the sword nurturing pool, the sound of people was booming. Zhao Wujiang roughly estimated the number of people here. According to the court's records, there were only about 30 people in the sword casting department. But here, there were hundreds of people dressed as sword casting division. There were also more than 200 people who were not wearing the sword casting division's clothing, and they were dressed differently, so they were obviously Jianghu people who had mixed into Kyoto. Zhao Wujiang's eyes burned. At this moment, a majestic voice could be faintly heard echoing over from the mouth of the sword-raising pond. I never thought that after retiring from the Jianghu for many years, I would be able to see so many old friends today. Floating Demon Sect, Nine China Sword Sect, and Xianyu Islander, goodbye and good luck. The person who opened his mouth was clearly the sword casting director, Zhen Donglai, who had already defected to the imperial court for many years. It was also the original, the current true number 1 expert of the sword casting division, the peak of the 5th rank. Zhen Donglai, should we call you Sword Devil, or Sword Director off? Oh, when the generation of Sword Devil did not expect to defect to the court, became the court's dog, really let me and other Jianghu people disgrace. Zhen Donglai did not blush or gasp, gently stroking his beard, his eyes cold. If not to utilize the resources of the imperial court, how can this seat cast successfully, this heavenly sword? A Jianghu person laughed. Sword Devil, less pretending to be a god, you claim to the public that this sword is the first sword in the world, hence the name Heavenly Sword. Is it really that powerful? This seat did say so. Then how about comparing it with my Fire Forest sword? The person who opened his mouth was the son of the swordmaster of the Jiuhua sword sect, Situ Feng. Seeing Zhen Donglai pretending to be a pussy, the crimson longsword in his hand, couldn't help but sheath it as well. But Zhen Donglai did not stop him. Seeing this, Situ Feng held the Fire Forest sword and flew to the sky above the sword nurturing pool, and after getting close to the heavenly sword, he swung his sword down. Break! The powerful sword chi condensed on the Fire Forest sword and fell towards the heavenly sword. But before that sword chi even touched the heavenly sword, it was directly shattered, and even the Fire Lin sword was shattered by a defensive sword chi that erupted from the heavenly sword. Zhao Wujiang in the dark saw this scene and was shocked in his heart. What a domineering sword! Bang! Situ Feng was similarly injured and retreated backwards as he spat out blood, the shock in his eyes overflowing, but he didn't dare to linger. However, he was about to jump out of the sword nurturing pool. Jian Donglai was secretly hitting a palm force, causing Sita Feng's figure to be unsteady, and before he could jump out of the sword nurturing pool, he fell down. Inside the sword nurturing pool, apart from the corpses were swords, and in an instant, Situ Feng was penetrated through his body. Young Lord! Before the Zhihua sword sect could save them, the red and blue light of the heavenly sword had enveloped Situ Hua's corpse. Sword demon, you tried to kill our young lord. They watched as Situ Hua was engulfed in the sword light of the heavenly sword. Jian Donglai, however, smiled in a habitual manner. The might of the heavenly sword, is it not something your young lord can challenge? If he wants to seek death, what does it have to do with this seat? As he spoke, there were people from the sword casting division who brought in many more corpses.
Under Jian Donglai's signal, these corpses were thrown into the sword nurturing pool.
Soon, only on the heavenly sword, several red and blue rays suddenly appeared, as if like two blood-sucking parasites, surrounding those corpses. The crowd's breath caught in their chests, clearly seeing that those corpses that were originally still somewhat blood-colored, turned pale and even decayed with the naked eye. This heavenly sword, it can actually suck human blood.
Sword demon! You are even crazier than back then.
Just when the crowd was afraid of the might of the heavenly sword, outside the sword casting division, a group of soldiers and horses arrived. This palace, the 6th prince of Daxia, Li Yuni, is here to inspect on behalf of the current emperor, Master Jian Donglai. You cast swords privately, what should be your crime? Li Yuni, full of nobility and majesty, rushed into the sword casting division with the palace soldiers and horses. The Jianghu crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Many of them were holding weapons in their hands, ready for some melee. Zhao Wujiang, who was mixed in the crowd, shrunk his head and lowered the brim of his hat for fear of being discovered by Li Yuni. He didn't realize that the rich young master he gifted the little yellow book to last night was Li Yuni, Li Yunrui's brother, his nominal uncle. This really made him a bit embarrassed. Mainly, the previous Zhao Wujiang had no dealings with these princes, and none of them knew each other. Li Yuni might have recognized him, but now he had changed his face. The rest of the Jianghu people, leave Kyoto quickly, otherwise don't blame this palace for condemning you altogether. Li Yuni scanned the crowd, but his warning was actually ignored. He frowned, knowing that this group of Jianghu masters did not obey the court's control, but he did not expect them to be so arrogant that they actually came to Kyoto under the eyes of the court and treated him as heir.
None of them will leave, right? Good. Come on, people. Li Yuni was about to order. Jian Donglai, however, suddenly laughed. This seat has been falsely defecting to the imperial court for many years. What, you, the Li family, royal family, really think that this seat has no temper? His voice echoed out. The heavenly sword has become a reality. Whoever can take Li Yuni's head, the sword demon, will gift the heavenly sword to him. Li Yuni's eyes widened. You.
Jian Donglai's move was obvious. He was trying to kill someone with a borrowed sword. His plan also worked. As the words fell, those Jianghu people flashed their weapons and attacked Li Yuni's soldiers and horses.
Reverse, you guys are going against us. For a while, Li Yuni was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had squatted outside for half a day, and even if he didn't squat Zhao Wujiang and his sister, he still saw that there were fights everywhere in the sword casting division. As a result, the corpses had all been transported into the sword casting division, and he immediately brought people in to pursue the matter. But he didn't expect that the place was already lawless. Hold it off, I'll immediately inform the Kyoto army. With those words, he took advantage of the chaotic battle around him and ducked to the side, slipping out a flare with one hand quietly, about to shoot heavily into the sky in order to get the Kyoto garrison to come over. However, before Li Yuni's flare could hit the ground hard, a sword chi swooshed across, directly knocking over the flare. Li Yuni was startled and lost his nerve, and retreated to the back of the crowd. The wailing coming from the surrounding fight, and the sound of swords piercing through flesh and blood made his heart beat extremely fast. He didn't even notice that the person who knocked down his flare was on the eaves of the sword casting division. There was a man and a woman standing there. It was Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue. Senior sister, it looks like we came just in time.
Ling Qingxue had no time for nonsense. Seize the heavenly sword before the imperial court's soldiers arrive, do it.
Chapter 29, Picking Up the Pieces in Chaotic Battle.
Long Zhan searched the crowd for Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui's figures, but found neither. His heart sank, and a sour taste filled his heart. Where the hell did that dog Zhao Wujiang go? Could it be that Zhao Wujiang didn't intend to come into the sword casting division at all? Instead, he went to cook rice with Li Yunrui? Damn, his 7th princess. Dragon warrior. Ling Qingxue's icy voice, like a thunderbolt, rang out at the critical moment. Stabilize your mind, something big is important. Long Zhan nodded his head, knowing that he had lost his temper a bit, and hurriedly stabilized his mind. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, looked towards the sword-raising pool where the heavenly sword was located. Jian Donglai is on guard. We have to find a chance to lure him away.
Another corner. This group of assholes dare to use force under father's nose.
Li Yuni was about to escape from the sword casting division to call for reinforcements. But then he saw the gate of the sword casting division, which was suddenly tightly closed. It was quite a situation of inviting the king into the urn and closing the door. Immediately after, another sword chi shot in, directly piercing through his shoulder blade. Li Yuni let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. Not far away, Zhao Wujiang saw clearly that the one who shot this time was Jian Donglai. And the one who had just struck was Ling Qingxue. At this moment, she had already joined the battlefield with Dragon Warrior. What a mess! Zhao Wujiang wanted to stay out of it, but Li Yuni happened to hide next to him. His eyes lit up. Brother, why are you here too? Yeah. What a coincidence. Zhao Wujiang smiled on the surface, but his heart was numb and criticized. Brother, speaking of which, your Spring Palace 100 Flowers record, it's really wonderful, the Jade Maiden poses in it are pleasing to the eyes. Zhao Wujiang's face twitched. The life and death situation. This idiot's mind was still full of yellow waste? He didn't know that Li Yuni was the one who caught a smelly person because he was scared right now, and had the feeling of falling into the sea and hugging driftwood. But Zhao Wujiang was too lazy to care about him. Jian Donglai intentionally let the two groups of people kill each other, just to sit back and reap the benefits. There were more and more corpses on the ground, and those corpses, without exception, were thrown into the sword nurturing pool. Zhao Wujiang observed the heavenly sword, the light on it was getting heavier and heavier, and the killing aura was getting stronger and stronger. It seems like the time is almost right. Zhao Wujiang was ready to sneak over, but he was pulled back by Li Yuni. Brother, where are you going? Why don't we pretend to die? But without waiting for Zhao Wujiang to speak, the voice of Dragon Warrior came from the crowd. Gentlemen, my people investigated that the sword casting division has recently utilized the corpses of the strongest people from various factions to sacrifice their swords, and this sword Donglai, I'm afraid that this time I'm playing the same mind again, and I want to make the group kill each other. Long Zhan had a righteous face. Since the situation was already like this, he would simply expose Jian Donglai's plan and completely muddy the water. Let those brainless martial artists go and fight with Jian Donglai, and he would then take this opportunity to step directly into the sword nurturing pool. Jian Donglai. The floating life demon sex expert let out a roar. You want to use us to sacrifice our swords? Sacrifice swords. Jian Donglai, you seek death. The crowd was reminded by Dragon Warrior, and after a little thought, they understood the way in which it was done, and they were furious, rushing towards the sword nurturing pool. Jian Donglai raised his white eyebrows, somewhat surprised that Long Zhan was actually able to recognize his plan. This son has some skills. But more than that was disdain. Today's victory was assured, so what if it was exposed? Sword casting division, was it that these people could come and go whenever they wanted? He raised his hand and beckoned, and the people of the sword casting division swarmed up. Even he himself jumped down to the sword nurturing pool. This day, this seat will personally take action and make all of you blood sacrifices to the heavenly sword. The battle had entered a white heat. Zhao Wujiang noticed that as more and more people fell, the blood seemed to seep into the sword nurturing pool, and the entire area around the sword nurturing pool gradually gave birth to a misty white fog, and the fog was filled with the smell of blood. This is not a sword pond at all, but a sword mound. It is the grave of the sword, and it is also the grave of the person who sacrificed the sword. Dragon Warrior had attracted the sword casting division's targeting because of his actions just now. Zhao Wujiang shook off Li Yuni, sneaked aside, pretended to be dead and fell to the ground, and slowly curled over in the corner, finally bypassing those people. Along the way, he also picked up 2 secret books, and 3 money bags. Not knowing what was inside, he first put it into his arms. Not enough time to think about it, Zhao Wujiang continued to creep towards the heavenly sword. The crowd was killing each other, it was the right time for him to seize the heavenly sword. The 2 pools of water within the sword pool, one blue and one red, were boiling at the moment, and seemed to be about to burst into flames. As expected, he saw that the heavenly sword was already surrounded by red and blue flames at this moment, seemingly completing its final sacrificial ritual. Bring it on you! He was about to jump onto the sword nurturing pool to fetch the sword. But before he could touch the heavenly sword, a sword chi slashed at him, and Zhao Wujiang was lucky to dodge it quickly. He hurriedly changed his stance and jumped out of the sword nurturing pool again. Immediately after, a pair of delicate jade feet fell from above his head. It blocked in front of him. A fragrant wind pounced on his face. Zhao Wujiang was slightly stunned, and looking along his bare calves and light white skirt, he caught a glimpse of Ling Qingxue's icy gaze. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth and let out a cold laugh. Accident? This girl has long been staring at you. Heroine, spare my life. I'm a good person. But just as he finished speaking, the disguise on his face fell off under the hot environment and the impact of the sword chi from the party, revealing his original face. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth. So it's you. Zhao Wujiang. It's not me, you're recognizing the wrong person. Zhao Wujiang tried to get closer to the heavenly sword again, but Ling Qingxue's sword aura was blazing and her killing intent rose. If you want to pick up the pieces, did you ask me? Zhao Wujiang was the big red man of the younger generation in Kyoto. Although he had a bad reputation, black red was still red. With him around, it would be difficult to let Long Zhan out. But on the contrary, this kid had a hard life and was also tricky. If he hadn't been on guard against him, I'm afraid that he would have just gotten the heavenly sword again by sneaking around. This son, slippery. Zhao Wujiang. Take your life. Damn you, you. You're shameless.
Zhao Wujiang was also anxious. His martial arts skills were not as good as Ling Qingshue's, but he was sure that Ling Qingxue had suffered from his full-force slap earlier, so she must have not recovered from her injuries. And he could tell just by looking at her face. Ling Qingxue was certainly as cool as a fairy, with delicate cheeks and cold white skin, but it was moonlight white, not corpse-like pale, proving that there were injuries inside. "Want to fight for your life? Come on." He made a carp and slid out the short sword in his hand in a smooth manner, wanting to finish off this who had spoiled his good deed first. Ling Qingxue thought that Zhao Wujiang was really fighting for her life and closed her stance to resist. However, Zhao Wujiang's knife, which should have stabbed Ling Qingxue, slid into the palm of his hand in the middle of Ling Qingshue's astonished gaze. Ling Qingxue was confused. She didn't know, but Zhao Wujiang came up and gave himself a knife. Blood dripped. Zhao Wujiang, however, had a devious smile on his face. He sprinkled the blood water towards the heavenly sword in the center of the sword mound. The blood water crossed over the red and blue flames of the heavenly sword and coated the body of the sword, which was then quickly evaporated by the flames and disappeared. Substituted, ruthlessly substituted, today is the moment of my villainous comeback. As the words fell, the heavenly sword glowed with light, as if it had truly awakened. Old me turns over and becomes the master today, sword come. Zhao Wujiang let out a loud shout. Chapter 30. The heavenly sword splits into two. Zhao Wujiang expected the heavenly sword to be summoned by him and be summoned into his hands, but the heavenly sword still stood there silently, with no extra reaction in sight. Zhao Wujiang was dumbfounded. Could it be that my blood doesn't work? Only Dragon Warrior's blood can make the heavenly sword recognize its owner? Unfair. Ling Qingxue noticed this streak of cutting and spilling Zhao Wujiang's blood and listened to Zhao Wujiang's heart. This kid, he really is so full of tricks. How did he know that this heavenly sword had to drip blood to recognize its owner? Dragon Warrior, come quickly! Ling Qingxue shouted. Long Zhan, who was fighting on the other side, glanced at him with startled eyes and rushed towards this place. Along with him, trailing along, were the other surviving Jianghu heroes and a group of people from the sword casting division. Long Zhan rushed at the front, and with his senior sister Ling Qingxue as cover, he was the first to approach the heavenly sword. At the critical moment, after Jian Donglai blasted one of the Jianghu magnates, he swept in swiftly with a wind-swept momentum and struck Long Zhan's body with a heavy palm. Diluting to touch the seat's heavenly sword. You and the others are nothing but sacrifices for the heavenly sword. Immediately, Long Zhan stifled a snort, spat out blood from his mouth, and fell to the side, and as he planted himself, most of the blood sprayed onto the heavenly sword. Zhao Wujiang, who had long since seen the situation and hid in the corner, stared blankly at this scene. Thinking of the original storyline, the Dragon Warrior also coincidentally spilled blood on the heavenly sword, which allowed the heavenly sword to recognize its owner. Alas! Lousy storyline. Unfair. Obviously the first blood is mine. Zhao Wujiang screamed in his heart. At this moment, Ling Qingxue was also repulsed by Jian Donglai, and her injuries were compounded by her wounds, making her weaker and weaker. Sword casting division of all the people, also because of the chaos of the war wounded, fallen down, standing, also do not dare to go forward, for fear of being Jian Donglai a sword cut. Jian Donglai was holding a long sword with blood dripping from it. He draped himself around the crowd. His cultivation at the peak of the 5th grade was enough to suppress the entire scene. Moreover, he was also a sword Dao expert. The heavenly sword has been forged for a long time, and it has never been able to truly come out, but my sword clan's ancestral training is that the heavenly sword has a spirit, so I will sacrifice blood to the spirit. Jian Donglai's expression grew crazier and crazier. It's come true. My heavenly sword is coming true. Jian Donglai swept his eyes across the crowd, especially when he landed on Zhao Wujiang, who was a turtle in the corner. He snorted, "You and other pussies, it's your honor to use your blood to open the blade of the heavenly sword." Jian Donglai looked at the heavenly sword, which was wrapped in red and blue flames, and took a step out, walking on the sword nurturing pool. With the heavenly sword in my hand, I am a generation of sword saints. In the future, I will use the heavenly sword to command the world, overthrow the Li clan, and ascend to the throne, so what's wrong with that? As he spoke, Jian Donglai reached out to hold the sword. Zhao Wujiang secretly said that the plot wasn't right. Dragon Warrior was also pounding his feet and gritting his teeth. He almost got the heavenly sword. It was so close. However, when Jian Donglai approached the heavenly sword, he was violently forced backward by the flames on the heavenly sword. Impossible, oh heavenly sword! Why are you still refusing to recognize me as your master? As Jian Donglai was forced back, Li Yuni finally waited for the Kyoto city guards. Give me the chance to take down this chaotic traitor. Zhao Wujiang was speechless at the sight. He had told Li Yuni to play dead, this little cutie. What's the point of still tripping in the muddy waters? There must not be enough blood. Not enough blood. You came just in time. Jian Donglai laughed coldly, his figure swayed, directly yanking Li Yuni's throat, lifting him up in front of his body, and stepping closer to the heavenly sword that was surrounded by flames. The mist was misty, and the sword-raising pool looked like a huge steamer, wanting to vaporize the crowd in order to sacrifice to the heavens.
Li Yuni was red in the face and ears, constantly struggling, but he was no match for a peak 5th grade expert. He could only be forced to approach the heavenly sword step by step, and his back clothes were all scorched by the hot air. After a short period of conditioning, coupled with his strong talent, Long John was in a much better state. Seeing Li Yuni being captured, he knew deep down that this was the 6th prince. Saving the prince would be a great feat.
Put down the 6th prince.
Long John let out a roar. The true young heart skill burst out. The king's bully aura was in full swing. His aura was ferocious, and he attacked Jian Donglai. Jian Donglai glanced and backhanded a palm.
Self-importance.
Dragon Warrior was still undefeated, retreating in a daze, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth, his thick eyebrows frowning even deeper.
However, the next moment,
sword pool within the fog violently surging, the pool in the center of the heavenly sword violently trembling. In the crowd's astonished eyes, the heavenly sword broke through the pool, out of the sky, swept towards the dragon war. Long John was first stunned, then surprised. A hand held the heavenly sword in his hand. The endless sword chi wrapped him in an instant.
Heavenly sword.
The heavenly sword is my master. Long John looked at the glowing heavenly sword in his hand and was pleasantly surprised.
This is the right thing. This is my destiny. All the good things, all the beautiful women, should belong to me. Impossible. This can't be.
Jian Donglai saw this scene and was nearly frantic. The supreme treasure that 3 generations of my sword casting division have painstakingly forged. Why should it recognize you as its master? It's not fair. He rushed up wanting to snatch back the heavenly sword. Ling Qingshue's eyes lit up on the side, reminding Long John to not let him get carried away.
Senior brother, kill Jian Donglai. You and I will leave here first.
Good. Long John nodded, holding the heavenly sword with an aura of soul domination.
Die.
But just as Long John was about to swing his sword, in the next moment, the heavenly sword suddenly swept apart a ripple of red and blue sword chi.
What's going on?
Long John was unable to control the heavenly sword, in the crowd's increasingly horrified gaze. The heavenly sword split into 2. The heavenly sword held in Long John's hand turned into a sword with a cold blue light, while the other split into a blood-red demonic sword swept straight towards Zhao Wujiang, who was hiding in an inconspicuous corner, and grasped it directly in front of Zhao Wujiang.
Change of plans?
Zhao Wujiang immediately drew out that blood-red demonic sword. Under the gaze of the crowd, you guys keep fighting. My mom called me home for dinner. Jian Donglai was furious.
This seat understands.
It turned out that the blood sacrifice heavenly sword was to sacrifice the heavenly sword with the blood of a living person, so it was no wonder that he had used so many corpses to sacrifice the sword before, and still couldn't get the heavenly sword to completely open up its blade and come out. These two, both sacrificed their blood to the sword. That's why the heavenly sword was split into 2, a king's sword and a hegemony sword.
Damn!
Jian Donglai's cheeks twitched as he lifted his arm and a sword flew into his hand from outside the sword nurturing pool with murderous intent.
Hand over the heavenly sword to this seat. 2 sword auras swept towards Long War and Zhao Wujiang. Although Long John was resentful that the heavenly sword was split into 2 and half of it was taken by Zhao Wujiang, right now, he had to take the lead in resolving Jian Donglai. He swept a sword with the blue light sword in his hand. Zhao Wujiang, on the other hand, had already swung out a sword, and as early as the instant Jian Donglai's killing aura was revealed, he returned the favor. The first to strike was the strongest, especially in this kind of life and death situation. A blue and a red 2 sword chi swept toward Jian Donglai, in the air unexpectedly merged into 1. This seat has been planning for many years before casting this sword. How can I let you take it away? Jian Donglai was overbearing and swung his sword to block. With his 5th grade power, he still couldn't beat these 2 hairy children. But he underestimated the sword chi. Clang! The sword chi he swung out scattered. The heavenly sword chi, destroying everything. In the next instant, the sword in Jian Donglai's hand also broke. But immediately afterward, the sword chi split into 2 once again. The red light sword chi swept straight through his body, and he trembled violently, not daring to believe it. The blue light sword chi swept through his body again, and he once again trembled and fell to the ground on one knee. After chasing the heavenly sword for his entire life, he was now pierced through by the might of the heavenly sword. He laughed out unwillingly and shook his head. Is this the might of the heavenly sword? Good. 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 In the next moment, he exploded into a roiling blood mist, mixing in the misty white fog, and the bloody gas swirled. The surrounding area was dead silent. Jian Donglai had counted on everyone, but ended up dying under the heavenly sword he had dreamed of. Seeing more and more imperial soldiers and horses, here after all is the foot of the emperor, those people in the Jiang who see this, immediately looking for an opportunity to run away. There were fewer and fewer people inside the sword casting division. As for Long John, when he saw this, he was holding the king's sword, turning around and staring coldly at the direction where Zhao Wujiang was. His wrist that was holding the sword turned out in an arc, and the sword she lingered on, enveloping Zhao Wujiang's surroundings. This sword should belong to me in its entirety. Hand over that sword in your hand, hand it over. Chapter 31 My good brother who shared the zodiac, it's actually you. Long John wanted to take advantage of the fact that there was no one to stop him anymore and take care of Zhao Wujiang altogether. Li Yuni noticed Dragon War's killing intent and shouted. Long John, what do you mean by this? This brother is the savior of this palace. If it wasn't for him, this palace would have already been weighted down before. Li Yuni stepped forward as a prince to block Long John. Sixth prince, take a good look at him before you say anything. The disfigured Ling Qingxue, her brows clear and cold containing fury, sneered, this savior of yours is the Zhao Wujiang you're looking for. Li Yuni had just recognized only his back, and now that he saw the restored Zhao Wujiang, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Back then, when Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui were engaged, the Jinbei king had brought Zhao Wujiang to attend, and Li Yuni had also seen Zhao Wujiang from afar. Although the then Zhao Wujiang was a playboy and alcoholic, he might not have seen him before. But Li Yuni did recognize Zhao Wujiang's face. My good brother who shared the zodiac, it's actually you. Li Yuni's head was in a daze. Long Zhang glanced at the dumbfounded sixth prince and didn't bother to pay attention to him as he swung at Zhao Wujiang with his king sword in hand. While Li Yuni and Zhao Wujiang didn't react, he fought quickly and killed decisively. Originally, his master had told him his fortune that the heavenly sword was destined to belong to him, Dragon Warrior. Now on what grounds was it split in two, leaving him with only half? The remaining half was given back to Zhao Wujiang, whom he hated the most. Both of these swords should belong to him. Long John, how could Zhao Wujiang be worthy of getting his hands on his Long John's things? Today, I'll behead you, this obtrusive waste thing. But Zhao Wujiang had long sensed Long John's killing intent. He was by no means a person who would fold his arms. As early as the moment the director of the sword casting division was killed, he was always on guard against Long John's sudden outburst. At this moment, he struggled to swing his sword. The blood-red sword chi turned into ripples and chopped towards the water-blue sword chi that Long John swung over. The red and blue sword chi collided and directly exploded in mid-air. A circle of sword chi continuously rippled in all directions, cutting through the cliffs and rocks at the back of the sword casting division. Debris flew and plowed a deep gully in the ground of the sword nurturing pool, and the earth began to cave in. The entire area around the sword pond began to vibrate, and debris continued to fall to the ground. The surviving crowd marveled at the power of the heavenly sword, and continued to avoid the chaotic rocks. Even the earth of the sword casting division was crumbling. Long John was still undeterred. In his mind, Zhao Wujiang's ability to resist his attack was entirely due to the power of the other half of the heavenly sword gifted to Zhao Wujiang. Otherwise, if he sent his sword down, Zhao Wujiang would definitely have no bones left. You took away what should have belonged to me. Dragon Warrior's eyes were fierce. Ignoring the fact that the mountain rock was about to collapse, he chopped at Zhao Wujiang with another sword. Zhao Wujiang struck back with a sword, blocking Dragon Warfare once again. Damn, why can't I kill you? Long John's mind was reeling. He simply didn't expect that this stepping stone that he had always looked down on would be able to block two of his heavenly sword chi. Obviously, he had investigated Zhao Wujiang, and the other party didn't know martial arts at all. But Zhao Wujiang not only knew how to do it, but it was obvious that his internal roots were extremely solid, and his physical quality was fierce as well. Shouldn't he be trash whose body had been emptied long ago? Senior sister, follow me and kill him. Long John appealed. But Ling Qingxue didn't make a move, feeling the unusual earthquakes around her. Instead she said, I'm afraid that the underside of the sword casting division has long been hollowed out by Jin Donlai and used for escape, and now it can't withstand the might of the heavenly sword. It's going to collapse. Go! It wasn't just her. Zhao Wujiang had also realized this a long time ago and smoothly dragged Li Yuni, who had a complicated face, towards the outside of the sword casting division. He didn't have the time to fool around with Dragon War now. He could carry the weight of the matter clearly. Escaping was important now. Don't even think about leaving. Long John wanted to chase after him, but Ling Qingxue tugged at him. The sword casting division is about to collapse. It's simply not advisable to stay for long. Seeing that he still couldn't take Zhao Wujiang, Long John's brows were gloomy, but he had no choice but to follow his senior sister and run for his life. No one wanted to be buried within the sword casting division that was about to collapse. Soon, the crowd withdrew from the sword casting division. Zhao Wujiang saw that underneath the sword casting division, a tunnel appeared. It should be able to lead to the outside world. Unfortunately, it was now sealed by layers of rubble. After Li Yuni escaped and followed Zhao Wujiang, he asked, Brother, are you really Zhao? That's right. When it came down to it, Zhao Wujiang stopped pretending and showed his cards. I am Zhao Wujiang. Li Yuni's complexion grew more and more complicated. He had searched for that abominable Zhao Wujiang for a long time, but he didn't expect the two to have met long ago. Where is Yun Rui? He frowned. Don't worry, she's in a safe place, not involved. Li Yuni breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. He looked towards a pale and raised sword casting division. Inside, apart from the people of Jianghu, there were quite a few people from the imperial court that were also involved. Those who died were dead, and those who were injured were injured. Headache. How should I explain this to Father Emperor? The trouble is big. Li Yuni spoke. Zhao Wujiang saw Ling Qingxue's dragon warfare who had also escaped. Ling Qingxue and Long Battle are together, just in time. This killed Xiao Xiaolan's family and has been caught in flagrante delicto by the patrol battalion, so as long as I push Li Yuni out and expose this matter, Long Zhuan will definitely not be able to get away with it. Zhao Wujiang glanced at Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue. Now was really a good time to put Long Zhan on the spot. But while Zhao Wujiang was pondering in his mind, Ling Qingxue looked over violently. Before, she was too busy fighting for the heavenly sword and killing each other to notice, but now if Zhao Wujiang took Long Zhan's case in front of Li Yuni and exposed her as a murderer, wouldn't she be implicating Long Zhan if she stayed with him? No, she had to leave in a hurry. Ling Qingxue whispered a few words beside Long Zhan, directly stepped on the grass and trees and flew shallowly, leaving the sword casting division. Zhao Wujiang's sword brows furrowed. Ling Qingxue, this can run really fast, how seems to know what is in his heart generally. Moreover, the direction Ling Qingxue fled from was the inn where Li Yunrui was. Li Yuni, it's your turn to clean up the mess. Zhao Wujiang pushed Li Yuni and ordered. Where's my sister? Li Yuni questioned. Where is the safe place you said? I'll go pick him up myself. It's not convenient for you to go there, I'll bring her. Zhao Wujiang watched Ling Qingxue enter the inn and instructed Li Yuni once more. You clean up the mess first, remember, you have to stall Dragon War, stall it and I'll give you the latest version of the Chungong record next time. Chapter 32, Without the Heavenly Sword, you also lost your senior sister? Joke, why should this palace listen to you? Li Yuni glared at Zhao Wujiang who ran away at once. He cursed in a low voice without a good mood. After all, he still looked at the face of the Spring Palace record and didn't make a move to throw in the towel. Zhao Wujiang and him had a bad taste in their mouths, so to say that they hated each other, there was no way to say it, and they had saved his life. Now that so many people were dead or injured here, someone really should clean up the mess. Long Zhan noticed Zhao Wujiang's movement and guessed that Zhao Wujiang was most likely going to look for Li Yunrui, and he wanted to follow. Since he was one step behind Zhao Wujiang in the matter of Li Yunrui before, now was the right time to snatch Li Yunrui back. But he was just in time to follow. That who? Commander Long. Li Yuni resumed the authority of the prince. You stay behind, assist this palace, and clean up the mess. Your Highness, I have something to do. Unbridled. This palace's order, you don't listen? Li Yuni said seriously. Although he didn't know why Zhao Wujiang asked him to drag Dragon Warrior. He also didn't want to listen to Zhao Wujiang. It was just that his body was still honest. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan's footsteps lurched and his face changed color. Li Yuni was Li Yunrui's older brother and one of the favored emperors, and he would offend Li Yuni by forcing himself to seek Zhao Wujiang now. After some internal trade-offs, he turned around and clasped his fists. Dragon Warrior is at your Highness's command. With the hegemony sword in his hand, the world is mine. Zhao Wujiang held the blood-red demonic hegemony sword and cautiously entered the inn all the way. But there was no Ling Qingxue in sight. He ran to his guest room, ready to take Li Yunrui and leave this place of wrongdoing. With this hegemony sword, in terms of safety, he would have more security, the easier it would be to meddle and not be easily taken. He arrived in front of the guest room door, his eyes casually glanced at it, but his heart sank violently. The medicinal powder he had sprinkled at the door of the guest room before he left was scattered. Someone had broken into the guest room? He pushed open the door of the room and slowly sighed in relief when he saw Li Yunrui sitting quietly on the bed. This sword of yours? You succeeded, Zhao Wujiang. Li Yunrui was full of smiles. When she saw Zhao Wujiang return, she hurriedly greeted her. Her eyes were all curious, wanting to touch Zhao Wujiang's heavenly sword. Yeah, it finally worked. Zhao Wujiang pressed down on Li Yunrui's arms and kissed her, baring her mouth and kissing on Li Yunrui's red lips. Li Yunrui looked a little surprised. Don't, what are you doing? All husband and wife, what are you afraid of? Use your body to celebrate me. As Zhao Wujiang spoke, he didn't give Li Yunrui a chance to resist at all. He was on fire and pushed Li Yunrui backwards. Zhao Wujiang, wait. Li Yunrui's face was covered in red. Imperial brother is here, it's not convenient right now. Oh? How did you know that your imperial brother is here? Zhao Wujiang deliberately asked, but his movements didn't stop, but instead became more unrestrained. Li Yunrui's pretty face became more and more flushed. She only felt that her body was hot, but she couldn't really scold Zhao Wujiang. I just heard the movement. Saying that, Li Yunrui fought to push Zhao Wujiang a bit and snapped. Alright, I'll go back and satisfy you. You show me the heavenly sword first. Zhao Wujiang clasped both of Li Yunrui's wrists with one hand. There's no rush, your husband just got the heavenly sword, aren't you going to give me a celebration? Li Yunrui had a red face, but in his eyes, he unexpectedly flashed a murderous intent. Celebrate? How to celebrate? What do you say? Seeing that Zhao Wujiang was bullying himself. Should I endure? Or just stab him to death and snatch the heavenly sword for my senior brother? Li Yunrui's face changed slightly, and surprisingly, Ling Qingxue's appearance briefly surfaced. Damn! Quickly she stabilized her mind so that the mirror flower water moon did not break. Looking at Zhao Wujiang who was still savoring in her arms, Ling Qingxue was glad that she hadn't been discovered by him. But the problem now was that she had injuries on her body, so she didn't choose to fight hard against Zhao Wujiang. After all, there were still quite a few people from the court outside. So she had wanted to pretend to be Li Yunrui, cheat the heavenly sword from Zhao Wujiang and leave. But this guy, he didn't even give her a chance to touch it. Take advantage of his complacency and find a chance. Ling Qingxue thought to herself and secretly reached out to approach the hilt of the sword. But Zhao Wujiang suddenly grabbed her hand again and pulled it towards himself. How about it, Yun Rui? I have a good body, right? Feeling Zhao Wujiang's abs, Ling Qingxue's pretty face blushed slightly and nodded, good. She had never touched a man's body before. Previously, she felt that kind of thing was disgusting. But only now did she realize that she didn't seem to be repulsed by such things. Then should we continue? Zhao Wujiang suggested, grabbing her hand. Ling Qingxue was so scared that she immediately shrunk back. People don't dare to. Or you take the initiative. Oh? Then I'm not polite. Well, Ling Qingxue stoically held back, clenching her fist with one hand while her other hand continued to try to reach for the sword hilt. The hilt of the sword was right next to Zhao Wujiang and her, only 2 palms away, but Ling Qingxue's upper body was being pressed down by Zhao Wujiang to death. She couldn't move, and it was obviously almost the distance, but she still couldn't touch the hilt of the sword. Wujiang, you let go of me a little bit first. Chapter 33, Ling Qingxue breaks defense. Okay. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang loosened up a bit, Ling Qingxue's upper body had a little more room to move and immediately reached out to grab the sword. Finally, she was going to get it. As long as she got the sword, she would push away Zhao Wujiang, this denizen, and then stab him to death with the sword. The aggression on her body at the moment would be avenged. As Ling Qingxue thought this, her hand had already touched the hilt of the sword. But at this moment, Zhao Wujiang suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and with one force flipped Ling Qingxue over. Ah! Ling Qingxue was startled. What are you doing? Ling Qingxue had somewhat broken her defenses. It was obviously so close. Just a little bit closer and she would have gotten the heavenly sword. Zhao Wujiang said in a serious manner, what's wrong? Have you forgotten our old habits? A single sentence filled Ling Qingxue's face with stifled frustration. So it turned out that these two, Li Yunrui and Zhao Wujiang, had already played with such flowers even though they hadn't gotten married yet? She gritted her teeth and had already endured to the limit. It was ready to showdown with Zhao Wujiang. But Zhao Wujiang suddenly patted her waist. Bear with me, I'll show you the heavenly sword in a moment, give it to you all you want. With these words, Ling Qingxue lost her temper again. Seeing Ling Qingxue go soft, the corner of Zhao Wujiang's mouth lifted. Stinking, still want to use the mirror flower water moon to trick me? Okay, since you've come to my door, how can I not whore myself out? Dragon warrior, if it weren't for your destiny, both heavenly swords would be mine. But forget it, for the sake of your sister, I'll forgive you. Zhao Wujiang barked and prepared to take off his pants. But all of a sudden, Ling Qingxue changed back to her original form and turned around to blast Zhao Wujiang with a palm. I'm going. Zhao Wujiang blocked the palm with both hands in front of his chest, but his entire body also backed up a few points. He saw that Ling Qingxue was no longer in disguise. Instead, she was staring at him with a face full of anger and humiliation, almost ready to eat him alive. Bastard! So you figured me out a long time ago. If she hadn't heard Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words, she would have really fallen for it and let herself continue to be taken advantage of by Zhao Wujiang. Although it was impossible to let Zhao Wujiang actually proceed to the last step. But she only felt that being touched by a man like Zhao Wujiang was also a humiliation for her. A strange shame. You like pretending to be my fiancé, so why should I expose you? Zhao Wujiang had an innocent look on his face. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue became even more enraged and flew to forcibly seize the heavenly sword. Still a really good senior sister, it's a pity. Zhao Wujiang shook his head. In the next moment, the moment Ling Qingxue gripped the heavenly sword, a blood-red demonic light suddenly erupted. The sword aura was like blood, and the light illuminated the entire guest room. Stimulated by the strong light, Ling Qingxue quickly retreated. Although she had sensed the crisis and had dodged quickly. However, the blood-red sword light still hurt her eyes, causing her to shed a line of blood tears. What, can't you see? Zhao Wujiang formed his 5 fingers into claws, and the red heavenly sword flew on its own and landed in his hand, ready to strike. Since he couldn't sleep with this woman, he could simply kill her to prevent future problems. Ling Qingxue was already seriously injured, and now that her eyes were injured, her injuries were compounded. Zhao Wujiang, wait for me. She didn't tangle with Zhao Wujiang and quickly pinched and exploded a bead from her bosom. A pink mist quickly emanated from that bead, filling the small room in an instant. Only after Zhao Wujiang swung his sword to disperse it did he realize that Ling Qingxue was gone. Only a broken open window remained. Running so fast, you can't even see out of your eyes and you can still fly out. Zhao Wujiang searched for Li Yunrui in the room. Just now, Ling Qingxue had only come into the inn one step ahead of him. It would also take time to find Li Yunrui. So in such a short time, there was no time to hide Li Yunrui elsewhere, he should still be in the room. As expected, he soon found Li Yunrui inside the closet. Li Yunrui was sleeping, presumably knocked out by Ling Qingxue. He was still a bit careless. An expert like Ling Qingxue was able to ignore the poison he had spread around the room and also come straight in. It was estimated that Li Yunrui wasn't even prepared for it, and he was captured by her. What a drag! Zhao Wujian was puzzled when he stepped into the room before, with Li Yunrui's character. When she saw him come back, the first thing she should have done was to slap herself, blaming Zhao Wujian for not bringing her into the sword casting division to play and find excitement. And Ling Qingxue, pretending to be Li Yunrui, actually hugged him when they met. It was too virtuous and gentle, and it exposed him instead. That's why Zhao Wujiang instantly judged that she was a fake. Zhao Wujiang slapped Li Yunrui, and as a result, Li Yunrui didn't wake up, so he slapped him a few more times. Li Yunrui's face was red before he woke up. It hurts. She covered her face, and her face went from being filled with bewilderment at first to immediately turning to anger when she saw Zhao Wujiang. You asshole! Hurry up and take me to the sword casting division. Zhao Wujiang, if you dare to dump this princess will stalk you to death for the rest of her life. Chapter 34, Taking Down Ling Qingxue. It's already over. Zhao Wujiang said indifferently. Badass. Li Yunrui lifted a slap and quickly came towards Zhao Wujiang's face, huffing and puffing. Zhao Wujiang had already anticipated this and grabbed her wrist, making her unable to move. A lot of people died. I'm doing this for your own good. Are you stupid? Li Yunrui was so angry that her little face turned red. With you around, what am I afraid of? You made me miss out on the fun. But well, this is what Zhao Wujiang sees in her eyes. Good reaction. Alright, I'll make it up to you next time. Zhao Wujiang casually said. Li Yunrui, however, took it seriously. Compensation? How are you going to compensate me? She moved closer to Zhao Wujiang. After last night's teasing, Zhao Wujiang was clearly not as resistant to her as he was before. Li Yunrui was ready to continue teasing Zhao Wujiang. That way, in the future, this future husband would always love himself. But as soon as she got a little closer, her firm nose moved and she caught a smell that didn't belong to Zhao Wujiang. The smell of a woman. Zhao Wujiang. Grass. Dog's nose, right. Zhao Wujiang was speechless, his mind was thinking of how to explain. Zhao Wujiang. Before he saw him, he heard his voice. Sixth Prince Li Yuni's voice sounded outside the room, and then a fiery figure barged into the room. Let go of my sister. Li Yuni shouted when he saw the scene of embracing in the room. Zhao Wujiang, why did you abduct my sister? Good timing, good brother. Zhao Wujiang immediately changed the topic. Specifically, she explained to you, there was an assassin just now. Li Yuni was unsure, but Li Yunrui stared at Li Yuni with wide almond eyes in death. Just now, she was forcing Zhao Wujiang to explain clearly why there was another woman's smell on her body. It turned out to be this little cutie. Brother interrupted, and she grew angry, stood up, stepped forward, and directly grabbed her brother, Li Yuni, by the ears. I came to play with Zhao Wujiang by myself. Is it your turn to object as a brother? AI. Li Yuni was grabbed by his sister's ear and directly summoned a face, fawning and smiling. Yunrui, I'm not worried about you. Li Yuni has always loved and feared this sister. He didn't dare to talk about the two of them, but also looked to Zhao Wujiang for help. What did you just say about assassins? A female assassin just tried to turn against the princess. This statement no longer explained why he smelled like another woman. As he spoke, Zhao Wujiang had stepped on the window and flew out. I'll go after the assassin. I'll go too. Seeing this, Li Yunrui wanted to follow Zhao Wujiang forward. Li Yuni stopped Li Yunrui in front of him. It's too dangerous, don't go. Then you go help Zhao Wujiang. Li Yunrui frowned. Go. TSK. Li Yuni shook his head. Zhao Wujiang has the heavenly sword. What assassins are he afraid of? He got the heavenly sword? Li Yunrui covered her mouth in surprise. Zhao Wujiang was actually able to snatch back the heavenly sword from the sword casting division? She had seen a group of people fighting outside the sword casting division with her own eyes. If it was still like this outside, it must be even more dangerous inside. She couldn't help but fantasize in her head about the dominating scene of Zhao Wujiang single-handedly fighting against a group of men. How did he get it? Quickly tell us. Li Yuni had a face of adoration. Li Yuni's face twitched as he thought about it, not really knowing how to describe it. Pretending to be a corpse, crawling in the shadows, approaching the sword-raising pool, dripping some more blood on the heavenly sword, and the heavenly sword flew into his hand by itself. As if there was no need to speak clearly, Li Yuni instead blew up his own awesomeness. You weren't there at that time, you don't know how dangerous it was? Li Yuni still had some palpitations, slowly recounting the cruelty of the fight for the heavenly sword to his younger sister. As Li Yunrui listened to her brother recount the thrilling scene, she realized that she had been very capricious all along. The reason why Zhao Wujiang didn't want her to follow was because it was really too dangerous, and the slightest mistake would bury the sword nurturing pool. I have to say, the boldness and calmness that Zhao Wujiang has shown is truly beyond my expectations. Li Yuni also sighed with emotion. He's not as absurd and wild as the rumors have it. Instead, he's cautious and has his own rules and regulations, so it seems. Perhaps. Father's prejudice against him is too deep. Li Yunrui also nodded. Moreover, it's still a righteous man. At least he had always been teased by her, but he never used force on her. That alone was better than all men. On the other side, Zhao Wujiang was chasing Ling Qingxue with all his might. Kill her while she's sick, this woman can't run far. You like to help Dragon Warrior, don't you? When this son of the world strengthens you, let's see if Long Battle still wants you. Not far ahead. Ling Qingxue jumped out of the inn after being recognized by Zhao Wujiang and having her eyes stabbed by the light of the overbearing heavenly sword. But the direction of escape wasn't towards the central area of Kyoto. There was no way for her to use the mirror flower water moon right now, and wearing this face would easily be recognized, immediately attracting officials and soldiers. So she could only let the back of the sword casting division run. There was an alley at the back of the sword casting division that led to a small forest, a place at the edge of Kyoto with dense mountains and forests, suitable for hiding and healing. As long as healed his wounds, he would have the chance to seek Zhao Wujiang for revenge again. Zhao Wujiang, you wait for me. At the same time, after Long Zhan assisted Li Yuni in cleaning up the mess, he searched for Ling Qingxue's figure around the sword casting division, but never found it. Wait? Where is my senior sister? He went to the inn because his senior sister had just said that Zhao Wujiang had come out of the inn before the battle of the sword casting division broke out. So she was going to ambush Zhao Wujiang. But in the inn, there was no Ling Qingxue at all. As Long Zhan pondered, he looked towards the back alley of the sword casting division. Could it be that elder sister was worried that there were many people in the sword casting division and was worried that she would be recognized as a murderer in Kyoto, so she had gone into hiding? Go to the back alley and look. Long Zhan held the aquamarine glowing king's sword. His aura was like an abyss as he rushed towards the back alley. But just before reaching the back alley, a brocade-robed middle-aged man came out from the corner, wearing a flashy cashmere felt hat. Followed by him was a child, who looked plain and ordinary. However, Dragon Warrior's king's sword could not help but tremble, as if it sensed danger. Who is your excellency? Long Zhan questioned. My family's shopkeeper, Shen Hao. Where is the thing that the elder princess asked you to bring? The child spoke indifferently. Shen Hao. Long Zhan's eyes stared. The eldest princess had specifically asked him to arrange a task before. Let him take the brocade box to the back alley of the sword casting division. But how could Long Zhan not expect that the other party was actually Shen Hao, the world's richest merchant? Long Zhan took out the brocade box and handed it over. Shen Hao didn't take it and carried his hands behind his back. Instead, the boy took the brocade box, checked it, and reported to Shen Hao, Master, the thing has not been opened. Only then did Shen Hao take the brocade box and slowly opened it. Inside the brocade box was a letter, and the contents of the letter made his eyes light up with joy. Dragon Warrior witnessed all of this. This Shen Hao was rumored to be rich as a nation. What kind of cooperation did the elder princess have with him? If he was able to climb the line of Shen Hao again, wouldn't he not lack in silver money and connections in the future? Since the senior sister is hiding, let's ignore it for now and get acquainted with Shen Hao first. Long Zhan gathered the king's sword behind him and made a salute. My name is Long Zhan. I have long heard of Mr. Shen's illustrious reputation. Sword casting division, in the forest connected to the back alley. It was getting late. The trees in the forest blocked a lot of sunlight, making it even darker. Ling Qingxue's eyes were injured and her steps were hobbling as she stumbled and fell sideways to the ground, her whole body trembling in the darkness. Her face was also frighteningly pale, and it was clear that she didn't have much stamina left. But at this exact moment, a palm force broke the wind and came with a few vile angles, striking her jade back. Ling Qingxue planted herself on the ground, looking terrified. She turned her head back but could not clearly see the other party's appearance because of the injuries to her eyes, but the true young internal force that permeated the palm force gave her a familiar feeling. It was exactly the same as the palm she was hit with last time. Zhao Wujiang. You scumbag, don't sneak attack if you can. Zhao Wujiang watched as Ling Qingxue was swinging her sword around haphazardly. She was oblivious to the fact that the clothes on her body had been cut by the branches, and the snow-white skin inside was hidden. This woman had tried to harm him many times, and Zhao Wujiang had an axe to grind, so he absolutely had to take advantage of her illness to kill her. Only, Zhao Wujiang had a steady character and it was impossible to use his own name. Seeing that she couldn't hit Zhao Wujiang at all, Ling Qingxue became even more anxious. Zhao Wujiang, come out. But the next moment, she heard the sounds of a fight. What's going on? Is that bastard being held back? She could only vaguely see a silhouette moving away. When she was puzzled, she heard Zhao Wujiang's furious roar. Dragon Warrior, I count you as powerful today. But don't be complacent, this son of the world will never let you go. Subsequently, Ling Qingxue heard the sound of trampling on grass and trees and retreating quickly. It was thought that Zhao Wujiang had already escaped. Ling Qingxue slowly let out a sigh of relief. Senior brother is here, it's safe. She could no longer hide her injuries and lay down on a mountain rock. Under the moonlight, it was so bleak and beautiful. The sound of footsteps gradually approached. Senior brother, my eyes are injured, quickly help me back.
Ling Qingxue looked and only saw a tall figure, similar in stature to Long Zhan. This figure approached and supported her, a trickle of true yang power trickled into her body. She became more and more at ease. The true yang heart technique was both offensive and defensive, and the true yang power possessed an uncommon healing ability.
But the next moment, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Ling Qingxue suddenly felt that Long Zhan was taking off her clothes and skirt. But she was injured and exhausted, and it was difficult to stop her even if she had the intention to do so, so she could only be shy, angry and furious, as thin as a mosquito fly. Don't. This dragon warrior wanted to take advantage of her every time, and every time, she avoided it. But this time, she didn't have the strength to resist at all. She didn't know that the person in front of her wasn't any dragon warfare, but Zhao Wujiang, who was full of excitement. Chapter 35, Killing Opportunity Under the Moon. Half an hour later. Zhao Wujiang gently tidied up Ling Qingxue's clothes. Noticing that someone was coming, Zhao Wujiang ducked to the side, and after making sure that it was Long Battle, he smiled faintly, hid his work deeply and disappeared under the moonlight. Ling Qingxue's expression had returned from disoriented to normal. She hoped that what she just had was just a dream, but the pain in her body told her that everything was real. She had lost her innocence. Ling Qingxue was filled with aggression as she ran her energy to heal her injuries, and her vision gradually returned. "Dragon warrior, you deserve to die." Ling Qingxue searched around for that senior brother. Long Zhan and Shen Hao had a great conversation, and after it was over, they happened to see Ling Qingxue, who came back in a rage. Pulling on the line of Shen Hao, Long Zhan was in a good mood, and he saw his senior sister's figure with a victor's expression. "Elder sister, are you alright?" However, his expression made Ling Qingxue's anger increase. "Forcibly took my innocence. Are you very proud of it? Disgusting man." Long Zhan didn't wait for Ling Qingxue's reply, but only waited for a slap. Slap. Ling Qingxue backhanded a slap on Long Zhua's face. "If you dare to say anything about today's matter, I'll take your life." Long Zhan covered his cheek. "Today's matter? What is it? Could it be because he didn't capture all of the heavenly swords? I want to go back to the Dao sect immediately." Ling Qingxue reluctantly stood up and cut Long Zhan a fierce glance. "I'll go back to report to my master on the matter of the heavenly sword splitting into two." Long Zhan reacted, "Just because of this matter? Do you need to slap yourself? This woman is also really spirited. However, he seems to like it." Long Zhan cupped his fists and said, "Good. This time when I go back, I'll trouble senior sister to ask my master to send more senior sisters to help me. I also miss my eldest, second, and third senior sisters, okay?" "Good. Very good." Ling Qingxue's eyes flashed with disgust. "It just so happens that I don't want to see you again either." "Long Zhan?" Long Zhan had yet to explain. Ling Qingxue had already drifted away, full of coldness, like an iceberg that would not melt for ages. Outside the sword casting division, the mess had basically been cleaned up. Li Yunrui, who had waited for Zhao Wujiang until the evening, was dragged towards the carriage by Li Yuni. Li Yunrui took one step and turned back 3 times, looking in the direction of the sword casting division, worried. "Brother, Zhao Wujiang hasn't come back yet? Why don't we wait for him again? Father's decree is for us to return to the palace immediately, and this is within Kyoto City. He can't leave the city. What can he do?" Li Yuni also glanced in the direction of the sword casting division. Originally, he should have waited for Zhao Wujiang. However, his father's will could not be disobeyed. Perhaps something important had happened in the palace. Wait for Zhao Wujiang again, maybe he'll be back soon. Li Yunrui refused to get on the carriage, his tone carrying a plea. "Get on the carriage first," Li Yuni said in relief. "He has half of the heavenly sword in his hand, unusual people can't hurt him, with his caution, there's no danger." Li Yunrui pursed her red lips and got on the carriage, still worried. Li Yuni patted his horse, signaling to start. He also rolled onto his horse, protecting his sister's carriage. He vaguely felt that things were a bit off, but couldn't tell. 1 tea later. Zhao Wujiang returned from the grove to the guest room. "It's so refreshing. Lu Rian is wavy enough, Ling Qingxue is pure enough, long battle a long battle. What kind of fine chaff are you eating in this novel protagonist?" Zhao Wujiang looked at the smear of blood on his belt and smiled. "However, Ling Qingxue's one blood is mine after all, and besides, I don't have to be responsible for it." He looked around. "Ha? Where did that pair of royal siblings go?" There was no sign of Li Yunrui and Li Yuni. Instead, Zhao Wujiang saw a letter left behind by Li Yunrui. After reading the letter, Zhao Wujiang fell into deep thought. Something's going on at the palace, and the emperor decreed for them to go back immediately? And don't bring me along? Zhao Wujiang smelled a hint of weirdness. The sword casting division's chaos had just been resolved, and they were told to return to the palace. Is it a report? Reporting is also for me to report. After all, I'm the one who was ordered to investigate. Zhao Wujiang thought of this, sword eyebrow raised. It seems that this place should not stay for a long time. Perhaps there is a big event. He hurriedly rearranged his attire, wrapped the heavenly sword into the shape of an umbrella, and made sure that there was nothing broken in his disguise, and rushed towards the Jinbei King's mansion. Kyoto was huge, like a huge cage that bound him. Zhao Wujiang kept an eye on the wind and grass along the way, still cautious. Now that it was night, there was no one on the streets, only a cold wind. Just as he turned into a small alley, the heavenly sword he had just wrapped vibrated silently. At the same time, he was able to vaguely hear the sound of many treading tiles approaching from the eaves of the houses on both sides. He turned around and left, but just as he turned around, his footsteps lurched. At his back and side, there were also people approaching, obviously surrounding him. Zhao Wujiang gripped the heavenly sword as he went ice cold for a split second. You're very cautious and didn't take the main road. In front of Zhao Wujiang, a group of masked strong men in dark blue power suits came out. There were 10 of them. The one at the head carried a long sword on his back, while the rest drew long swords or chained curved hooks. But we're not stupid, so, Your Highness, today, you have no way to escape. Chapter 36 Using Ling Qingxue. Zhao Wujiang didn't say anything, but his mind was reeling. It turned out that it wasn't the palace that had something big happening. Rather, it was him, Zhao Wujiang, who had something big happening. In order not to affect the royal son and princess, he had asked them to return to the capital immediately. Good. Zhao Wujiang clutched the hilt of his sword tightly and wrapped a part of his right hand with the hilt, with cloth and silk, to prevent too much blood from causing him to be unable to hold the sword when he was killing people without a care in the world. Do it! Take the head back! The masked man snorted coldly. The masked men surrounded him, and even though Zhao Wujiang's sword moves were mediocre, the might of the heavenly sword was enough to erase a lot of the gaps, giving him a powerful ability to fight over the level. The blood-red sword chi swept directly across, like cutting grass, instantly shaking back a crowd of masked people. I'll fight you all. Zhao Wujiang looked like he was ready to fight in blood. A bit of skill, brothers, be serious. The masked leader laughed and waved his hand in order. But as the others took their fighting positions, they saw Zhao Wujiang directly turn around and run away. The group of masked men were dumbfounded. Good boy playing tricks with us, chase after him. Zhao Wujiang in the front ran desperately. 10 assassins. All of them were not below him in martial arts. And they're still fighting for nothing. Little cutie. They're the ones who sent him to his death. Zhao Wujiang glanced back unintentionally and cursed in his heart. The speed of this group of people running wildly was not weaker than him at all, and while running, they were also expanding their range to both sides to prevent him from taking a detour. How is it like the Imperial Court's capture formation? Zhao Wujiang screamed bitterly in his heart. He thought to himself that this was Kyoto, and the one who dared to make a move against him in Kyoto, other than the one in the palace, who else could there be? In the middle of the crisis, he saw another figure appear in front of him. Only when he got closer did he see that the person who came was wearing a snow-white veil, with a delicate face like a painting, and it was Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue also noticed Zhao Wujiang. After Ling Qingxue came out of the grove, she found a place to sit on her knees to heal her injuries, and now her eyesight had recovered, so she clearly saw Zhao Wujiang. Shameless accomplice. If you hadn't injured me first, I wouldn't have been slighted. Ling Qingxue had been preparing to leave this place of wrongdoing in Kyoto, but when she saw Zhao Wujiang, she shouted angrily and struck out with her sword. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, Zhao Wujiang's brain flashed and his eyes turned red as well. Mother save me. I know I'm wrong, I'll never leave you again. Ling Qingxue froze. What was Zhao Wujiang babbling about? But the pursuers behind her froze. It turned out that this kid still had accomplices. Take her down altogether. The masked leader waved his hand. Ling Qingxue was originally in a bad mood because she had just lost her body, and this group of people had just touched her mold. You guys are looking for death. Ling Qingxue swung her sword back as if she was venting her anger. But this also helped Zhao Wujiang in disguise. Good timing, mama. Zhao Wujiang, shameless. Your ladyship is right, it's this group of shameless people who are after me. When Ling Qingxue heard this, she was so angry that her wind and moon rose and fell, and the collar on her chest was about to explode. We have been ordered to kill Zhao Shixi, whoever gets in the way will die. The group of assassins also took it seriously and split in two, 5 people surrounding Zhao Wujiang and 5 people surrounding Ling Qingxue. They moved without saying a word. Ling Qingxue's eyes flickered. As things stood, the only thing to do was to force this group of people back first. She backhanded a sword and swung it at the pursuers behind her. Zhao Wujiang also backhanded his sword, and his blood-red sword chi was like a rushing waterfall, blasting at the pursuers along with Ling Qingxue's sword chi. Thank you, ma'am. Zhao Wujiang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth, seeing that the other party was outnumbered, plus her injuries were not completely healed, she could only pull out a bead from her bosom and pinch it. Zhao Wujiang could recognize this thing and hurriedly hugged Ling Qingxue. At the same time as the bead burst, pink smoke filled the air, plus the night vision was already bad. By the time the smoke cleared, the two were long gone. The group of killers looked around and gritted their teeth. Crap! Let him run away. Let's go back and report first. This time, we are also in trouble. Zhao Wujiang and Ling Qingxue advanced towards the Jinbei King's mansion, and because they were worried about being chased by the assassins, they could only walk to the edge of the city near the city wall and slowly weave their way through. But suddenly, they heard a man shouting. All you heroes and heroines, I'm really Shin Hao. You guys let me off the hook, and when I return, I'll send 1,000 taels of gold to present to you good men. It turned out to be a group of Jianghu people who were surrounding a man. Zhao Wujiang recognized that the other party was from the floating life demon cult. This group of Jianghu devils had thought that they had absconded out of Kyoto. After all, he, Zhao Wujiang, couldn't get out of Kyoto because of so many eyes staring at him, plus there were still so many people in the Jinbei King's mansion, so if he escaped, all those people would have to die. But it wasn't difficult for these people to escape from Kyoto in batches, and the court wasn't looking for them. If they didn't leave now, it was only because they were eyeing something good. The devil leading the group had a stout figure, the world's #1 merchant Shin Hao. It's you we're arresting, hand over the brocade box in your arms and we'll let you go. Shin Hao protected the brocade box in his arms. I can give you as much money as you want, but not this. How much do you want? Do you think we're stupid? You're desperately holding onto this thing. This item must be worth a fortune. Ling Qingxue didn't know why Zhao Wujiang had stopped to watch the show when he was being chased. Take your time to watch, we won't meet again. Wait. What for? You won't stay with me longer? Ling Qingxue was furious. Zhao Wujiang, it's good enough that I didn't stab you to death with my sword right now. Don't take advantage of me. Zhao Wujiang knew that this woman had a hard temper and was also high-strung. He turned his thoughts. That group of killers are probably still looking for us. If you're alone you'll be targeted by them. After saying this, Zhao Wujiang scanned Ling Qingxue's figure. Well, they should be interested. You bastard. Although Ling Qingxue was cursing on her lips, she didn't rush to leave anymore because Zhao Wujiang was right. Now that she was being chased, it was better to go together first to stabilize the situation. Zhao Wujiang saw that she wasn't leaving and looked over to Shin Hao's side. He thought back to the original story. After the heavenly sword plot, Shin Hao should have gone alone to do a great thing for the eldest princess Li Xiaohua. Because of the need for high secrecy, he didn't bring any attendants with him. Later on, he did get caught by the floating life demon cult, and the eldest princess, in a fit of rage, used her hidden power to uproot the floating life demon cult. According to the timeline, this man who called himself Shin Hao was, in all probability, the real deal. Do me a favor. Zhao Wujiang tugged on Ling Qingxue's shirt. Make a move to save this man. Who am I to listen to you? Ling Qingxue had a cold face. If you want to save him yourself. Zhao Wujiang's tone was strong. Fine, then break up. You can go out and play for those killers. You. Ling Qingxue's heart flipped slightly when she heard this. Wait. Just this once. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth and replied back. Her feet stepped on the grass and trees as she swept towards the floating demon cult and the others. Zhao Wujiang followed behind Ling Qingxue, always paying attention to the surrounding wind and grass. If the situation was fraudulent, he would absolutely turn around and run. A personal disciple of the Dao sect's patriarch, it was easy to deal with an unorthodox sect like the floating life demon sect. Ling Qingxue had crippled this group of people in 3 or 5 blows. They also didn't dare to make a commotion for fear of attracting the imperial court, and left with their asses in the air. Zhao Wujiang came out at the right time and appeared in front of Shin Hao. Shin Hao could see that the two were not from the floating life demon cult and cupped his fists. Thank you for the 2 warriors' help. Zhao Wujiang casually waved his hand as he came closer and said, My name is Zhao Wujiang, I am a person of the eldest princess. Chapter 37 Ling Qingxue's transformation. Shin Hao's expression froze. Zhao Wujiang? The prince of the king of Jinbei? What elder princess person? Shin Hao played dumb and said, What Prince Zhao said, I don't know. Zhao Wujiang saw that Shin Hao was on guard against him and smiled. You were ordered to buy war horses and provisions, right? Shin Hao was directly poked and prodded into action by Zhao Wujiang, and he stared at Zhao Wujiang deadpan in disbelief. This kind of top secret he had just gotten the mission in the Dragon Battle Brocade box to do. The man in front of him, how did he learn about it? There was no way for a non-eldest princess beloved to know. Shin Hao was shocked. Could it be that your excellency and the eldest princess? Zhao Wujiang raised his hand. Just know it in your heart, there's no need to say more. Yes, yes. Shin Hao nodded his head knowingly. Only he became more and more curious. Why did the eldest princess send 2 people? Wasn't the dragon warrior who had met with him before a beloved one? Or was this Jinbei King's son in front of him the real beloved? Was he responsible for keeping an eye on Long John, or even on himself? Seeing Shin Hao's hesitation, Zhao Wujiang preempted the situation. What the eldest princess has explained, quickly go and do it. I'm just under orders to secretly protect your well-being. Understood. Shin Hao poured out a special silver ticket from his boots. Zhao Shitzi, this silver ticket you take, in the future, if something happens, you can come to any of my Shin Hao's name to find me. I owe you a favor. We're all our own people, what's the point of being polite? Zhao Wujiang said, quickly stuffing the silver ticket into his sleeve. Shin Hao arched his hand and clasped his fist, expressing his thanks. Ling Qingxue witnessed Zhao Wujiang taking the slightest bribe and despised it in her heart. The person was saved by her, and the benefits were taken by Zhao Wujiang? Alright, stop complaining and follow me. Where to? Is there a safer place than the Jinbei King's mansion? Half a pillar of incense later. Outside the Jinbei King's mansion. Zhao Wujiang let out a sigh of relief. Finally home.
Ling Qingxue, who had escaped with him, was now staring at him with a puff of air, as if she wanted to eat him alive.
What's wrong? Are you going to go in with me for the night?
You men, you're all nasty. Ling Qingxue glared at him deadpan.
It can't be that. The bad things I did to her made her angry, right? So petty, it's not just that little thing. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's heart, Ling Qingxue became even more enraged and pointed her sword, the tip of the sword just a foot in front of Zhao Wujiang's eyes.
Zhao Wujiang had been prepared, and the blood-red demonic heavenly sword was already aimed at Ling Qingxue's waist.
He hemmed and hawed, one-night husband and wife, do we need to be like this? Must we fight and kill?
Who is a one-night husband and wife with you for 100 nights, shameless thing? Ling Qingxue snorted coldly. She was just pretending to be Li Yunrui and was taken advantage of by this shameless man Zhao Wujiang for a while, even if she was a couple? But she didn't know that Zhao Wujiang was actually referring to the wild engagement in the grove. Seeing that Ling Qingxue had lowered her sword, Zhao Wujiang also lowered it obediently.
His eyes were unapologetically sizing up Ling Qingxue's figure as he deliberately asked, "Why are you still here? Not going to the commander's mansion? Is it hard to believe that Long John doesn't want you anymore?" Ling Qingxue felt a little nauseous at the thought of Long John. What makes him not want me? Does he deserve it? Oh, so it's a falling out?
Zhao Wujiang's smile grew stronger.
It's up to you,
Ling Qingxue retorted, furious. Zhao Wujiang nodded with a smile on his face. Originally he wanted Long Zhuo to be the receiver, but he didn't expect that this senior sibling would directly go their separate ways.
That might give him some extra joy. Same end of the world, since you and Long John have fallen out, why don't you let the Dao sect support me? To be honest, I'm actually a good seedling.
Heh, a good seedling? Ling Qingxue disdained. The kung fu that the gang that chased after you just now, the kung fu that they performed was not the way of the Jianghu, it was the way of the court's kung fu.
You can't even protect yourself in the court, so you're a good seedling?
Being poked by Ling Qingxue, Zhao Wujiang wasn't embarrassed and smiled casually.
If Ling Qingxue could see it, of course he could see it too. Moreover, he had picked up a token in the messy battle just now, and it was the Black Cavalry Forbidden Army that the Emperor's old man had used exclusively. The Dog Emperor sent the Black Cavalry Forbidden Army to kill me. Is this to force me to rebel?
If he's unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. When my father returns to the court with his army, I'll make him get off the dragon chair. Ling Qingxue's eyes trembled as she glanced at Zhao Wujiang in disbelief.
The king of Jinbei wasn't dead? How could that be possible?
But this was Zhao Wujiang's inner thoughts. It was impossible to talk nonsense. It must be that there was a hidden secret in the Jinbei king's death. No wonder Zhao Wujiang is so crazy. The original Jinbei king is not dead.
Zhao Wujiang wants to rebel. In fact, he is not the same as the Taoist clan? The Taoists want to save the people. Zhao Wujiang wants to rebel. Why doesn't she use Zhao Wujiang and the millions of northern army behind him?
If she can bring Zhao Wujiang on board, the Dao sect's great cause can be accomplished.
And
letting Zhao Wujiang replace the disgusting thing that bullied her, Dragon Warrior, would moreover relieve her heart's frustration.
Yes. Ling Qingxue suddenly spoke. Zhao Wujiang wondered, what? Can what? Ling Qingxue gave him a blank look. In fact, her feelings towards Zhao Wujiang were still quite special.
Who let herself hear Zhao Wujiang's heart? Of course, right now, she couldn't think of anything else. She only had one thing on her mind, to use Zhao Wujiang, to replace Long Zhan and get revenge on him. I said that I can let the Dao sect support you, but this matter is very important. I have to go back to the Jinbei king's mansion with you first before we can discuss it.
Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. Just now, you were sneering at me, and now you're compromising so quickly? There can't be a scam, right?
And she's right. I've just been hunted down by the Emperor. I have no power or influence. What does she want from me?
This woman isn't after my body, is she? Ling Qingxue's face huffed as she pointed at the Jinbei king's mansion in front of her. Are you bored? Are you going in or not? This. Zhao Wujiang was still hesitating.
Ling Qingxue felt even more that the worse it was to get a man, the more valuable he was. I'm a woman who dared to go with you when you were down and out. Could it be that you're still afraid as a big man?
Also, Zhao Wujiang glanced at the suddenly enthusiastic Ling Qingxue, then go back first. Ling Qingxue suddenly reminded, someone from the court wants to kill you. Do you want to make some preparations first? No need.
Zhao Wujiang's expression was cold. The fact that the emperor didn't directly decree to kill him, but instead sent someone to assassinate him, was only because of the two identities he had on him.
The son of the Jinbei king. The future emperor's son-in-law.
The wedding date with Li Yunrui was also close. The identity of the emperor's son-in-law would be his best talisman.
When I return to the Jinbei king's residence, I'll be absolutely safe.
Zhao Wujiang looked in the direction of the palace as the wind rose.
Imperial Palace. Imperial Study Room. The commander of the Black Rider Forbidden Army was reporting to Li Ziyuan about the ambush on Zhao Wujiang. Chapter 38, King of Jinbei's Reply. The more Li Ziyuan listened, the lower and colder his face became. The Black Rider Forbidden Army had mobilized, hidden in ambushes on the official roads and the roads they had to pass through, and they hadn't even been able to kill Zhao Wujiang? He would not allow his daughter to marry Zhao Wujiang.
In his heart, the emperor's son-in-law candidate, more inclined to Long Zhan. Dragon Warrior's talent is strong and extraordinary, and the most important thing is that he is obedient.
However, 4 days later, it was Li Yunrui and Zhao Wujiang's wedding date. This big wedding was imperative. Because every 20 years, Daxia needs a princess to get married, in order to the joy of the sky, favorable Daxia national luck. This is the rule of Daxia through the generations.
As the emperor, he naturally cannot break the rules himself. But Zhao Wujiang, he couldn't see it and didn't want the other party to gain power and become the second Jinbei king. The Black Rider Forbidden Army commander saw the emperor's anger and his head rested against the ground in fear. My subordinate was incompetent and allowed Zhao Wujiang to escape from a squad leader in my hands. As the commander, I cannot absolve myself of the blame. I hope that I can take the blame and personally capture Zhao Wujiang. Li Ziyuan glanced at the Forbidden Army commander who was asking for forgiveness. His face twitched slightly, his body spread out a powerful aura, and in an instant, the entire imperial study room, a blistering wind blew, blowing the folders and books on the desktop clattering.
Stupid. Li Ziyuan's long hair flew and his eyes were fierce. Even if you fail once, you still want to have a second time? Forcibly killing the son of the world? If this matter is exposed, where is my face? Subordinate, I know I'm wrong.
The head of the commander of the Forbidden Army was dead against the ground, and with the powerful strength of a second-grade martial artist, in front of Li Ziyuan, he was so intimidated that it was difficult to move, and he was sweating coldly.
At this time, Your Majesty, the Jinbei King's residence has sent the latest news.
Eunuch Shen bent his waist and came in. Zhao Wujiang sent someone to deliver a message, saying that he has returned to the Jinbei King's mansion, and that he will explain the matters of the sword-casting division when he has time, and he also made a special mention of the fact that the law and order in Kyoto isn't too good.
Li Ziyuan laughed when he heard this, not knowing if he was admiring Zhao Wujiang, or if he felt that he was laughing at himself for being cracked by Zhao Wujiang to kill himself.
A good Zhao Wujiang, Timothy, you've given birth to a good son.
At the same time, the eldest princess mansion.
Li Zhaohua picked up a secret letter. This letter was sent by Shenhao. Her delicate jade fingers opened the secret letter. The letter mentioned that if it wasn't for Zhao Wujiang saving his life, not to mention that his life would be in danger, this matter of purchasing arms and provisions would definitely be delayed. Among them, Shenhao also praised Zhao Wujiang, saying that Zhao Wujiang was worthy of being the heart of the adult who knew about the matter of arms and foodstuffs, and that he was extraordinary at first glance. Li Zhaohua read this. It was hard to hide the shock in her heart. The light gauze nightgown could not hide the undulation of the two groups of avenues. She didn't expect that Zhao Wujiang, a pawn that she had originally looked down on and was ready to give up, would actually do her a big favor at such a critical moment. She had underestimated Zhao Wujiang's value. But how did Zhao Wujiang know about the war horses and provisions, except for herself and Shenhao? Could it be that Zhao Wujiang had his own eyes and ears? It seems that this palace has underestimated you. The value of Zhao Wujiang's pawn was far above her expectations. But she had thought about giving up on Zhao Wujiang before, and this time, she owed a favor, so she had to return Zhao Wujiang's favor first. How to return it? Li Zhaohua's inner wings contained spring, her jade fingers sliding across the proud arc in front of her body.
Zhao Wujiang's kind of horny little slicker was the best to pin down. Jinbei King's mansion.
Zhao Wujiang had just returned with Ling Qingxue. He let the butler take him to arrange a room to sleep in. The old butler was shocked when he saw that Zhao Wujiang had brought back an even more beautiful beauty. The quality that young lord had brought back recently was much higher than before. Ah,
where are you going?
Seeing that Zhao Wujiang was ready to leave after giving his orders, Ling Qingxue asked.
Of course I'm busy with something serious. Zhao Wujiang said and left.
Ling Qingxue subconsciously compared him to Long Zhan, who had often loitered in front of her when he was in Long Zhan's mansion before.
A look of wanting to eat her up every day.
Although Long Zhan also had the ambition to dominate the world, he seemed to place too much emphasis on the affairs of men and women. On the contrary, it was Zhao Wujiang who had just rushed back from death and was in a hurry to go about his business, and was extremely career-oriented. She was even more certain that her idea of pulling in Zhao Wujiang was not wrong. It was only that the division would definitely not agree. After all, the master teacher held dragon warfare in extremely high regard. So she had to first let Zhao Wujiang here make some achievements, at least things that were favorable to the Dao sect, before she could go and recommend Zhao Wujiang to the Dao sect, and by the way, clean up that disgusting Long Zhan. Looking at Zhao Wujiang's sneaky back, Ling Qingxue murmured, Zhao Wujiang, I hope you don't let me down.
On the other side,
Zhao Wujiang detached Ling Qingxue because the butler made a wink, and when he went back to his study, he saw the letter from the mysterious falcon in the northern realm. After determining that the emperor was going to kill him, Zhao Wujiang took even more steps.
This incoming letter was undoubtedly a lifesaver. He locked the door before opening it to read it. The content on the letter was simple. My son, do not be afraid. Father will arrive in Kyoto 4 days later to attend your wedding to the 7th princess. The phrase, my son, don't be afraid, was as if it had given him a peace of mind. He must live with it. The emperor had targeted him and even tried to kill him. But the darkness would eventually pass, and the cheap old man who could back him up was coming back. In the original story, if the Jinbei king hadn't been too loyal to the emperor, it would have been a real possibility that he would have plotted against the dynasty and usurped the throne. But now that he, Zhao Wujian, is still alive, on the side of the Jinbei king, he can slowly brainwash him. With the sworn loyalty of the millions of troops in the north, anything is possible. Zhao Wujian, who had gotten the news, breathed several sighs of relief and was about to sit down and drink a mouthful of tea when his subordinate hurriedly came again, saying that the eldest princess had asked him to go to her residence. I just came back and you're looking for me? Could it be that Shinhao has reported my favor with Li Zhaohua? The eldest princess mansion was outside the palace. It was very close to the Jinbei king's mansion, and the process of getting in was much simpler. It only seemed that he didn't expect Zhao Wujian to come so quickly. Outside Li Zhaohua's room, Zhao Wujian heard the sound of water flowing. It's hard to believe that this woman is taking a bath before going to bed. Then I'd better wait. But inside the room immediately came Li Zhaohua's voice, Zhao Shizi, come in. So exciting? Zhao Wujian pushed the door and entered, the moist-scented breeze brushing his cheeks. At a glance, he saw the screen in front of him, which had light clothing hanging on it, while a hazy silhouette came through from behind it. The light was shaped, and he was able to glimpse the Rapunzel's delicate and exquisite upper body. Only the light was too dim, and the outline shapes were rather blurred, but it was still hard to hide the concave and convex shape. See you, eldest princess. Zhao Wujian saluted. Sit down. Li Zhaohua Sumei's voice came from behind the screen, along with the sound of rushing water. Do you know what you were summoned here for? No. Zhao Wujian was cautious. Li Zhaohua stood up from the tub and slowly wiped her body. Thanks for your hand in Shinhao's matter. You're welcome, eldest princess, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. This screen really gets in the way, it's hazy to see. The sound of pattering and dressing came from within the screen, and seemingly knowing what Zhao Wujian had in mind, the screen was slowly pulled open, revealing Li Zhaohua's figure. She approached with lotus steps, and a fragrant breeze hit her. Zhao Wujian remained seated, pretending to be calm. Since you helped me, you'll be one of us from now on. Li Zhaohua was at the round table and chose the closest position to Zhao Wujian and sat down directly. She smiled coquettishly. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that this warhorse grain and grass would have been delayed for quite some time. Zhao Wujian didn't change his face, but his afterglow couldn't help but stare at the gap in Li Zhaohua's collar. This woman is dressed like this just to let me see it, right? I don't care what she wants, anyway, it's a waste of time not to look. Li Zhaohua smiled, satisfied with Zhao Wujian's heart. She was relieved that Zhao Wujian was horny and had flaws. She was better able to pin down Zhao Wujian and make him her skirt. Yun Rui is going to marry you, and I don't know if you can make Yun Rui happy. Please rest assured, eldest princess, I will treat the 7th princess well and live and die with her. Oh woman, the most unbearable thing is loneliness. When you are lonely, think more, think indiscriminately, and when you think indiscriminately, you are prone to accidents. Li Zhaohua's eyebrows contained spring, her voice Sumei to the bone. So you have to let her not be lonely. Just don't know, do you have the ability to make her not lonely? Chapter 39, Dragon Warfare Without the Heavenly Sword. What does this woman mean? I'll strengthen my body more. Ha! Li Zhaohua knew that Zhao Wujian misunderstood her meaning. It is said that you are notoriously flirtatious. How is it that nowadays, in front of this palace, you are like a child? What does the eldest princess mean? Li Zhaohua said bluntly, if you are unhappy at Yun Rui's place, the door here in this palace will always be open for you. The gate? Which door? Forget it, let's perfume it first. Zhao Wujian nodded his head with an air of understanding. So it's this, then thank you, eldest princess. Blankly glancing at him, Li Zhaohua waved her hand. Go, you're about to get married, you need to make more preparations. This Zhao Wujian was a young man after all. Perhaps he didn't know the meaning of his words, the door will always be open for you. However, when he was betrayed on his wedding day, he might understand. People had to learn to grow up, and she had done so herself. Zhao Wujian, who returned to the Jinbei king's mansion, didn't have his heart set on Li Zhaohua, but started manipulating Lu Ruyan. During this trip to the sword casting division, his power had reached the critical point of the 8th rank. If he looked for the dragon-nurturing sacred body to nourish it again, he would be able to step into the 7th rank very quickly. Zhao Wujian's return caused Lu Ruyan to be startled. Why aren't you dead? You're very eager for me to die? Zhao Wujian smiled. This woman had cleaned herself up so many times, but she was actually still hostile towards herself. It was true that the sleeping costumes in novels were all fake. Women with a little bit of ability all had their own reasoning and wouldn't submit simply because of that aspect. Impossible, since my 4th senior sister made a move, it's impossible for you to come back unharmed. Your 4th senior sister? She's also mine now.
Zhao Wujiang thought to himself and didn't bother to talk nonsense to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's brain buzzed. Fourth senior sister is also your person? Impossible. Fourth senior sister has always treated men like nothing. Even if it's a senior brother's kind of talent, the fourth senior sister didn't look at it. How could she look at Zhao Wujiang's colorful embryo? But Zhao Wujiang didn't care what she thought. Instead, he brought a bottle of honey and poured it on Lu Ruyan. Come on, I'll change to a new way of playing today.
1 hour later. With the help of the dragon nurturing sacred body, Zhao Wujiang's true yang power was getting denser. He crossed his legs and operated the true yang heart technique, and his internal energy erupted like a flood, breaking through the 8th grade shackles. It was only then that Ruyan Lu was shocked to see, it's only been 10 short days since you went from not being able to do martial arts to cultivating to the 7th rank. She breathed heavily, feeling more and more unbelievable. Even Long Zhan at first, it was only after practicing hard day and night, along with the Dao Sex martial arts, that he was able to have 7th grade combat power. Nowadays, at most, it was only 6th grade battle power. What made Zhao Wujiang catch up to him so quickly? Zhao Wujiang didn't bother with her. Wait for me to practice for a few more days and come find you to upgrade. Zhao Wujiang left the dungeon quietly. After he left the small dungeon room, Ling Qingxue was staring at him from a tricky angle. Ling Qingxue looked puzzled. Zhao Wujiang had entered this mysterious small room for 2 hours, and when he came out, the power of true yang seemed to be a lot thicker, and his entire body was both exhausted and refreshed. She must find an opportunity to go in and check. Early the next morning, Zhao Wujiang was summoned as he stepped into the council hall. Li Ziyuan had a sullen face, originally wanting to question the matter of hiding the heavenly sword, and incidentally deposed Zhao Wujiang to settle this marriage contract matter. Unbeknownst to him, before he could speak, Zhao Wujiang directly let out a cry. Your Majesty, you must decide for my humble servant. Li Ziyuan froze. How come things unfolded a little differently than he expected? Zhao Wujiang wiped a handful of non-existent tears and poured out his grievances. Your Majesty, you don't know, this time in order to complete the task you explained, the Micro-Chen disguise, endure humiliation into the sword-casting division, which knew that by the traitorous assassination, fortunately the Micro-Chen always missed the Emperor, the Micro-Chen this after 9 deaths, from the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood to kill out, fortunately not humiliated, complete the task you explained. But Zhao Wujiang's words turned. How did I know that on the way back to the palace, the microcosmic minister still encountered an ambush by assassins and snatched the heavenly sword away? With the blessing of His Majesty, I was only seriously injured, and at the same time, I realized that the person who snatched the heavenly sword was actually a member of the court. Zhao Wujiang's words caused all the ministers in the courtroom to look at each other in disbelief. Originally, they thought that Zhao Wujiang would be chastised by His Majesty today. However, they didn't expect Zhao Wujiang to point the finger at them. Zhao Shixi, what do you mean by this? My court officials are loyal to His Majesty, who robbed your sword. That's right, whoever dares to mess around under the eyes of the Son of Heaven is losing their head. Zhao Wujiang snorted coldly and directly handed over a token. That token was precisely the token of the Black Rider Forbidden Army, only few people recognized it. Li Ziyuan was quick on his feet and immediately had someone present the token. His eyes huffed, these fools, they even lost the token and let Zhao Wujiang pick it up. Your Majesty, the people in the court snatched the heavenly sword that you had handpicked, Your Majesty, this is a backlash. Li Ziyuan knew that this was Zhao Wujiang putting him on the spot and asked rhetorically, whether or not it's someone from the court, it remains to be checked, but the heavenly sword was lost in your hands, so you need to be responsible for that as well. Who knew that Zhao Wujiang had already thought of what to say, and his eyes looked expectantly at Long Zhan. Long Zhan had been silent because he also had a King's Dao heavenly sword in his hand. He was afraid that this matter would burn himself. But unexpectedly, Zhao Wujiang still looked over. Why are you looking at me? Long Zhan was in a serious mood. Zhao Wujiang wondered, what are you waiting for, Commander Long? The one I was robbed of was only a fake sword. Didn't I hand over the real sword to you to bring back? Did you not present it to His Majesty? The moment these words came out, all the court officials looked at Long Zhan in unison. Long war behind the cold hairs are erected, a time, almost cannot help but rush over to slaughter Zhao Wujiang. His own sword is gone, but he also wants to pull my back. Your Majesty! Dragon Warrior, is the heavenly sword available to you? Li Ziyuan also glanced at Long Zhan. Long Zhan cursed Zhao Wujiang a few times in his heart. He stood out stiffly and nodded. Indeed it is in the hands of my humble servant, but it is not appropriate to see the blade in the courtroom. My humble servant would have wanted to wait until after the retreat of the court to present it. Long Zhan did not dare to gamble. After all, Li Yuni knew about the heavenly sword. Now that Zhao Wujiang had singled it out, it was impossible for him to take offense to the crime of deceiving the king and hide the heavenly sword again. The only thing he could do now was to hold back for now, and wait until his senior sisters arrived to help him, so he could steadily kill this dog Zhao Wujiang. Above the courtroom, Long Zhan was forced to hand over that king's heavenly sword. Zhao Wujiang had a disinterested look on his face. He had been in debt for a long time, and Long Zhao was definitely not going to let him go. It would be better to use this to weaken Dragon War's combat power so that he, the little villain, would have more chances to live. At the same time, an old courtier made a comment. Your Majesty, Zhao Shixi went to the sword casting division this time and helped the court purge Jian Donglai, the chief of the sword casting division, who was rebellious, and he was even more thoughtful and used a foolproof plan to preserve the heavenly sword, so he deserves to be rewarded. Another old minister spoke up and said, Yes, Your Majesty, Shixi Zhao's trip was a labor of love. Zhao Wujiang swept a glance at the courtiers who spoke for him. These courtiers seemed to be from the eldest princess's faction, and now they were speaking in his favor. Was this the eldest princess's intention? Li Ziyuan looked down at the courtiers in the hall. Could this Zhao Wujiang have already formed a party in private? His eyes glanced at Long Zhan and he said in a deep voice. Although Zhao Wujiang has merit, he has made mistakes after all. On the contrary, Long Zhan's escort of the Heavenly Sword is meritorious. From now on, from the Primus Guard Battalion Commander, promoted to the Primus Battalion Deputy Lieutenant, assisting the Primus Lieutenant in charge of the Primus Gun Battalion, Rattan Armor Battalion and Guard Battalion. Long Zhan heard the words and looked surprised, kneeling down on one knee. Thank you, Your Majesty. The rest of the courtiers looked different. Zhao Wujiang's merits were passed over in one stroke, but Long Zhan's merits were directly promoted to a higher rank? This Snapdragon Battalion's deputy lieutenant, in the future, will be the nail in the coffin of the lieutenant, the real boss of the Forbidden Guards. Long War is a rising star. Primus Battalion of the remaining 3 camps of the commander, on seniority, can be on top of the Dragon War. The Emperor's mind is not. Zhao Wujiang's eyes narrowed slightly. His cheeks did not have too many emotional fluctuations, but he felt a slight chill inside. This chill not only came from Li Ziyuan, but also from Long Zhan. He didn't expect that he had pitched Long Zhan a hand and weakened Long Zhan's combat power, but Long Zhan still got promoted, heading towards the highest officer of the Forbidden Guards. When he really sat on the seat of the captain, Long Zhan would have the power of first to kill. Is this the protagonist's aura? If it continued like this, how could he possibly win against Dragon War? Could this be his destiny as a minor villain? No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get rid of his certain death and become Dragon War's experience bag? He also felt Long Battle's gaze. Icy cold, condescending, and confident. It was as if no matter how much Zhao Wujiang struggled, the ultimate beneficiary was still him, Long Zhan. Mama batch. Zhao Wujiang gritted his teeth. My fate is up to me. You wait, I'm going to find your 4th senior sister to vent. After the court was dismissed, the Emperor summoned Long Zhan alone. Long Zhan, see the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Get up. Li Ziyuan looked Long Zhan up and down. His body was tall and robust, his qi and blood were abundant, his essence was full, and his appearance was handsome. In his eyes, it was much smoother than the lean Zhao Wujiang. Yunrui is about to get married. Li Ziyuan took a sip of the tea that Li Yunrui had brewed earlier and blurted out. Long Zhan was unsure. Li Yunrui was going to marry Zhao Wujiang. This matter made him regret it as well, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now what was the Emperor doing mentioning this all of a sudden? He thought for a moment, arched his hand and cupped his fist, respectfully saying, Dragon Warrior will definitely guard the security on that day and make sure that no one will disturb Her Highness's wedding. Li Ziyuan laughed and shook his head. His complexion slowly became serious as he looked at Long Zhan and asked rhetorically, If I tell you that if you snatch Yunrui over, you will be the Emperor's son-in-law, will you dare to go against Zhao Wujiang? Long Zhan's complexion paused. Soon, he heard the chord. The Emperor was asking him to snatch back the 7th princess? The heavens have helped me. But Long Zhan knew that the more this time, the more calm he had to be. He forced himself to hold back his fluctuating mind. As long as Your Majesty wants Zhao Shixi to die, I am willing to be that executioner. Chapter 40 Ling Qingshu's Strong Aid. Very well, I really didn't misjudge you. Go back and prepare well. The day after tomorrow on your wedding day, that's when you and Zhao Wujiang will fight it out. I am determined to win. Long Zhan said with quite a juvenile vigor, and then he thundered back to prepare. Li Ziyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. He appreciated Long Zhan's talent as well as his strong character, and even more so, he appreciated Long Zhan's loyalty to him. He wanted this kind of extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that was easy to control, not this kind of extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that was difficult to control because Zhao Wujiang had already formed a party and was backed up by the Northern Army. In addition, Zhao Wujiang was much inferior to the excellent Long Zhan. He did this for Yunrui's sake so that he wouldn't regret it in the future. Zhao Wujiang returned to the Jinbei King's mansion. He saw Li Yunrui come to the Jinbei King's mansion with her head held high and with a dowry full of 2 large boxes filled with gold, silver, jewelry and exquisite rare treasures rewarded by Li Ziyuan. Li Yunrui was full of anticipation, looking forward to the day she got married and really became a woman. The old housekeeper's old face smiled big folds and hurriedly came forward to collect the dowry and leave, leaving the 2 alone. The big wedding will be the day after tomorrow, why are you still moping? Li Yunrui sat beside Zhao Wujiang and gently elbowed him. There are still 2 days left, time is passing too slowly. I'm really in a hurry.
Li Yunrui's ears suddenly flushed red, her fingers twisting the corner of her skirt to secretly move half an inch closer to him. She had been looking forward to the big wedding. I thought that Zhao Wujiang, a straight man, did not think the same as her. I didn't realize that he was also in a hurry. Li Yunrui pursed her lips and suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth, pretending to ruffle her temples as if nothing had happened. Zhao Wujiang silently sighed. The emperor's old man was suppressing himself in the courtroom and strongly promoting dragon warfare, and his favoritism was overflowing. The big wedding definitely wouldn't be that easy to carry out. After all, in the original story the one who got married was Long Zhan, the heavenly destined protagonist, not him, Zhao Wujiang, the minor villain who had already died in the opening chapter. Fortunately, on the wedding day, King Jinbei would be able to make it back to Kyoto, and then King Jinbei and he would be the father's son's filial piety, and they would be happy to get through the difficult times. Otherwise, if King Jinbei is a little late, then it will be the father's late and the son's late. Now he can't wait for the wedding today. Today Jinbei King will return to Kyoto to support him. I know you're in a hurry. Li Yunrui heard the heartbeat and thought that Zhao Wujiang was already impatient to marry her and passed the door, and a sweetness poured inside. This guy always had a foul mouth and a straight body. He seemed to be mean to her, but in his heart, he loved her to bits. I also want to marry you quickly, Li Yunrui gently explained. But mother told me that the wedding date is related to the fate of the country, and you can't change the auspicious date at will. Otherwise, I'll do everything according to you. When Li Yunrui said this, her pretty face was colored with a reddish hue, and she already felt quite like a virtuous wife and mother. She peeked at Zhao Wujiang out of the corner of her eye, observing Zhao Wujiang's expression. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang was still furrowing his sword brows, she turned her eyes and kissed Zhao Wujiang on his cheeks. Zhao Wujiang looked at Li Yunrui in surprise. What do you want? I'm a decent person. Li Yunrui curled his mouth and lowered his voice, becoming soft and exhaling. You're a decent ghost, what you didn't finish at the inn last time. When the wedding is the day after tomorrow, the night is long, let's do it slowly and do it until dawn. After saying that, Li Yunrui even felt that he hinted too revealingly. Her pretty face flushed, she panicked and got up and headed out of the house. While leaving as if fleeing, she wanted to make an explanation. There are still a lot of things to do, I'll leave first. She was full of anticipation for the big wedding the day after tomorrow. Her intended husband would cross the deep palace gate and walk towards the imperial temple to receive her back to her home. Zhao Wujiang looked at Li Yunrui's delicate back as she fled in haste. His heart was torn. According to the original plot, this woman is not qualified to dye his own fingers. After all, the late Li Yunrui, grow up, that is a proper big heroine. But now he could not even drive away. Zhao Wujiang initially wanted to clear the air with Li Yunrui. But he watched the old housekeeper counting the dowry like a treasure hound. Li Yunrui treated him well. So what man could refuse a soft meal? But the prerequisite was that he had to live. One of the villain's self-cultivation was that diligence could make up for clumsiness, not to mention that he had a good talent, so it would be a waste if he didn't cultivate. He resolved to go back to his room to stabilize his 7th grade martial artist realm again. When he stepped into the room, he smelled an ethereal fragrance, which was faint and deep in his memory. That was what he had smelled on Ling Qingxue when he was skin deep on the boulder in the mountain forest. With a cold face, he looked towards a certain shadowy place in the room. Come out. The room was silent. You disregarded the partnership between the two of us and rushed into a room that you shouldn't have intruded into. Do you have any semblance of respect when you offended me? Zhao Wujiang's voice grew colder and colder, and his eyes stared deathly at the shadowy place from before. The next moment, Ling Qingshue's voice came from behind him. The True Yang Heart Technique is a secret technique of the Master's sect. I must know how you managed to steal the True Yang Heart Technique. Zhao Wujiang just snorted coldly. I didn't steal this, it was your senior sister, Lu Ruyan, who personally handed it to me. Your senior sister is much more understanding than you, and knows what it means to exchange for the same price. Ling Qingxue suddenly drew her sword against the back of his heart, the tip of the sword glowing coldly under the candlelight. Say that again? Did your senior sister teach Zhao Wujiang? Could it be that she has also joined Zhao Wujiang? Why did I say two? Where is she? I want to ask her myself. Zhao Wujiang didn't answer and walked ahead to lead the way, everything he had prepared long ago. Ling Qingxue followed behind, circling left and right. There were hundreds of rooms in the Jinbei King's mansion, and only after a long time did Zhao Wujiang stop outside a large room. The door opened. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a dignified and gorgeous dress, was sitting in the room that was beautifully and magnificently decorated, and was bashfully drinking tea. 5th senior sister. Ling Qingxue was surprised but even more wary as she glanced at Lu Ruyan and then glanced at Zhao Wujiang and said in a cold voice, 5th senior sister, do you know what kind of punishment you'll have to suffer according to the rules of the sect if you teach the True Yang Heart skill to someone outside of the sect without obtaining the consent of the master? Senior sister, long time no see, sit down first. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Wujiang's gazes touched as they pushed the stool to Ling Qingxue. Senior sister, truth be told, I've already defected to Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang became my man. He's barely considered a person of the Dao sect, so me teaching him the true young heart technique doesn't count as going against the rules of the sect.
Ling Qingxue was shocked. You're with him? Senior sister, do you know how precious your dragon-nurturing sacred body is?
No wonder the rumor is that Zhao Wujiang is a pusillanimous person, but now his martial arts skills are so good.
Zhao Wujiang dryly coughed. Dude is still here. Now you know how powerful brother is, right? Should I send you an experience card as well?
Ling Qingxue was too lazy to pay attention to him and wanted to ask again, but Lu Ruyan snatched her words. Senior sister hasn't asked senior sister yet, and how did you follow Zhao Wujiang and appear here?
How come you didn't follow besides senior brother Longzhan?
When Ling Qingxue heard Lu Ruyan mention Longzhan, she only felt nauseous and gritted her teeth.
Longzhan is despicable and shameless. I have long been at loggerheads with him. This is also the reason why I left Dragon War.
Lu Ruyan smiled. After Zhao Wujiang had ed her, she understood that aspect of Zhao Wujiang is even better than Longzhan. Ling Qingxue's face reddened, somewhat disbelieving. After all, that day at the back of the sword casting division.
Although she felt humiliated, the process was still down and out there to enjoy. Elder sister, Longzhan is highly valued by master. Do you want it? Ling Qingxue's words made Lu Ruyan hesitate.
Indeed, they still had their master's clan behind them, and it wasn't up to them to easily say whether to defect to Zhao Wujiang or not. Hearing that the conversation had finally come to business, Zhao Wujiang interjected at the right time. Dragon warfare is highly favored by the emperor's old man, and has coveted my extra horse harnessed by the side of a team for a long time. If he snatches my emperor's son-in-law's sidekick, he will be able to get further into this position, and will be more valued by the emperor, and will be cultivated with all his strength. But the emperor is suspicious. The so-called accompanied by the king is accompanied by a tiger. Once the emperor knows that he has a division behind him, and want to make the dragon war loyal.
So, what will dragon warrior choose? Is it the moral righteousness of the division, or is it power over the world? Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan were already intelligent, and after Zhao Wujiang made such a point, they fell silent at the same time. Lu Ruyan also sighed. The Dao sect is only a Jianghu sect. While there is nothing that is not kingly under the sky, senior brother is already ambitious. What should be the choice? Isn't it obvious? He dares.
Ling Qingxue's chest rose and fell. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
All right.
Zhao Wujiang held Ling Qingxue's shoulders and said gently. You go out first to calm down. I'll have something to ask you later. Ling Qingxue originally thought that he was in serious mode.
Result.
This small shoulder, so slippery feel good, thinner than Lu Ruyan by 3 points. Ling Qingxue suddenly slapped his hand away, the tip of her ear flushed pink. Touch again and chop you up.
After Ling Qingxue was supported by Zhao Wujiang, Lu Ruyan removed her disguise. She came over to Zhao Wujiang's side, frowning her willow eyebrows and lowering her voice with a plea. I've cooperated with your performance, quickly give me the antidote.
The antidote will naturally be given to you, but after the deed is done.
Zhao Wujiang smiled. In the future, you'll live here comfortably. You don't need to go back to the dungeon. Think about new positions more often when you have time. I'm good, you're good too.
This wave of blood money, Lu Ruyan plus Ling Qingxue, picking up a dual cultivation gas pedal for nothing. Lu Ruyan heard the voice of the heart, suddenly grabbed him by the collar to close the distance. New posture?
Why don't you try it now? I just don't know which one of them is more helpful to me. In front of me, still thinking about other women.
Lu Ruyan was a little jealous. Red lips rubbed Zhao Wujiang's earlobe, suddenly deflated. Forget it.
You go find fourth senior sister. Lu Ruyan just wanted to retreat as a way to advance.
However, she didn't expect Zhao Wujiang, a straight man, to really have spilled out and left to find Ling Qingxue.
You bastard. Lu Ruyan was suddenly under a lot of pressure, and it was foreseeable that next, fourth senior sister would also defect to Zhao Wujiang.
Fourth senior sister was no less than her in terms of beauty and figure. She knew that she couldn't be as haughty to Zhao Wujiang as she was before, or else she would really be knocked into the cold palace by him. Mainly, she had no way back. After all, her body was given to Zhao Wujiang, and she was Zhao Wujiang's person for the rest of her life.
In the future, I have to fight for it. I can't be capricious.
Lu Ruyan reminded herself aggressively.
Outside the room. What did you guys say? Ling Qingxue asked Zhao Wujiang bluntly.
I conferred with her on how to deal with Dragon Warrior.
Can't deal with it.
Ling Qingxue directly poured cold water. Long battle's talent is above our 5 sisters, although you have also practiced the true young heart skill. Your current strength is still quite a bit worse than his, and you can't win against him in a single fight.
That's not it, I have you?
Zhao Wujiang looked at Ling Qingxue with eyes full of trust. You have a way. In the original story, besides Mirror Flower Water Moon, Ling Qingxue also knows a martial art that can save the day.
Lu Ruyan has handed over, and you're still holding back?
Ling Qingxue suddenly drew out half of her sword, the cold light reflecting on the knot of his throat. Try mentioning her again?
Her? Who? Zhao Wujiang wondered. Nothing. Naturally, Ling Qingxue couldn't tell Zhao Wujiang that she could hear his heart, otherwise she wouldn't have a unique card to hold Zhao Wujiang. I mean, Ruyan told you everything?
Ling Qingxue changed her questioning.
Of course, it's all their own people, Zhao Wujiang deliberately said.
Ling Qingxue frowned. This was her top secret, and Ruyan Lu had actually told Zhao Wujiang everything.
It's just that, since I'm going to help you, I'll do it with all my might. It's also my sincerity.
Ling Qingxue truthfully said, I learned a mastery in my master's school, called the Marrying Clothes Divine Skill. It requires two people to cultivate together, and after successful cultivation, at critical moments, one of them can briefly borrow the power of the other person and add it to their body, and their strength will skyrocket.
This is it. Zhao Wujiang nodded. Let's practice it. Ling Qingxue glared at Zhao Wujiang without any good reason. Who wants to practice with you?
If I practice the Marrying Clothes Divine Power, my internal strength will be damaged, so why should I help you practice it?
You're not happy?
Zhao Wujiang said in a serious manner, you don't want to see Long Zhen kill me, right? At that time, he will think that I can't deal with him even though I have you to help me, and will think that you are useless. Ling Qingxue opened her mouth and felt speechless. Don't use aggressive tactics.
Think I'm stupid? I see.
Zhao Wujiang had an expression of dawning understanding. You're doing this because Ruyan Lu helped me, and you know you can't compare to her in my heart anymore, so you don't dare to compete.
Scram! Oh, Ruyan Lu was able to do that for me, you won't even make that sacrifice? She's still good, why don't you go find Ruyan Lu and play with the Dragon Saint body? If we do it a few more times, the effect should be similar to Ling Qingxue's, right? Why lick her face all the time?
Zhao Wujiang thought, ready to turn around. Ling Qingxue suddenly grabbed his front lapel and pulled him closer, the tips of his noses almost touching. If she can do it, I'll only do it better.
What? You also want to do? Zhao Wujiang wondered.
Ling Qingxue was so angry that she turned around directly. Shut your mouth and come to my room.
Soon.
Ling Qingxue and Zhao Wujiang were sitting opposite each other on the floor. Ling Qingxue was so angry that her silver teeth were slightly chattering, and she kept relieving herself in her heart. This is all about pulling Zhao Wujiang together, honoring the division, and saving the people of the world, but it's just practicing the grafting divine skill, it's not.
Like it's a piece of meat less. What should I do?
Zhao Wujiang couldn't wait, running the inner strength of the true young heart technique in his body.
Don't look, it's your turn.
Zhao Wujiang urged Ling Qingxue as he did so.
But Ling Qingxue didn't move a muscle, obviously not mentally prepared.
The night is long, we cultivate a little more time, I will grow one more point. The success of Dragon Warrior's snatching of the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team will be reduced by 1 point, the Dao sect will be safe for 1 point, and you will feel at ease for 1 point, don't you think so?
Zhao Wujiang, you really won't fail me?
Ling Qingxue's heart was unwilling and she was annoyed with Zhao Wujiang's broken mouth.
How could I possibly fail me? I, Zhao Wujiang, am notoriously dedicated, haven't you heard your senior sister say that?
Harem harmony is king, children only make choices. Ling Qingxue suddenly juxtaposed her fingers and poked at his waist point.
You're a ghost dedicated if I need to hear from other women that you're dedicated?
Ling Qingxue fought with him, but still started to recite the heart method of marriage divine power. I'm only going to say it once, if you're too stupid to remember it, you can't blame me.
Don't worry.
Ling Qingxue raised her hands, while memorizing the heart method. Slap against me and see if you and I can merge our internal forces.
That's definitely possible.
Zhao Wujiang stretched out his hand and touched Ling Qingxue's cold little hand.
Why is this woman's face so red? It's not like she's gone off the deep end before practicing, right?
Shut up.
I didn't say anything.
Anyway, shut up, don't think about anything and focus on practicing. Ling Qingxue's beautiful eyes stared angrily at Zhao Wujiang, pulling the other party's hand. Don't think about anything else, later on, your and my gong power will merge together, and then all of it will enter your dantian. During the process, you must remember to stabilize your mind.
What's the point of stabilizing my mind? Could it be that I won't be able to help what I'm doing?
Ling Qingxue suddenly bit her lower lip, a strand of blood seeped out of the corner of her lip, and the internal energy around her body was suddenly disorganized.
She hastily and painstakingly stabilized it. Why is her internal force so disorganized?
Still saying she's powerful, selling her reputation, huh?
Zhao Wujiang was uncertain.
Ling Qingxue blankly glanced at him and didn't dare to delay any longer, fearing that she would die of anger if she heard Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words. She raised both her palms, and in an instant, a scorching internal force surged towards Zhao Wujiang's palms. Chapter 41, Short-Lived 5th Grade Combat Power. The Marrying Clothes Divine Power allowed the person who performed the power to borrow another person's power for a short period of time. Zhao Wujiang felt the internal force Ling Qingxue's palms enter his dantian. His own power was growing rapidly, and a whirlwind of internal force whistled within his dantian. Although this internal force didn't belong to him, it allowed him to cross over from the realm of a 7th grade martial artist to the 6th grade in a few steps, and it was still rising, skyrocketing all the way to the 5th grade before ending down. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Ling Qingxue drenched in fragrant sweat. After temporarily lending him her power, her entire body was weak and powerless, and she fell towards him. He was forced to catch Ling Qingxue, and her soft jade and warm scent filled his arms.
The initial cultivation of the marrying clothes divine skill was successfully connected, the increase in power was considerable, but the side effects were also obvious. The person whose power was borrowed would be very weak for a short period of time. Many thanks, Zhao Wujiang said in a proper manner. Ling Qingxue, who had been taken advantage of by Zhao Wujiang and embraced in her arms, gasped and glared at Zhao Wujiang with charming eyes, clearly angry, but with a lot of flavor. How long can you last? Ling Qingxue suddenly asked. It's usually an hour up. Zhao Wujiang answered squarely. Ling Qingxue revealed a surprised expression. So long. Of course, want to try? Zhao Wujiang smiled and invited, his hand wrapped around Ling Qingxue's willow waist. Ling Qingxue was startled and immediately grabbed his hand to stop it. Only then did she realize that Zhao Wujiang had misunderstood. What are you thinking about? I'm asking you how long this state of marrying clothes divine power can last. Zhao Wujiang's aura nowadays had reached at least the 5th grade. Theoretically it was enough to fight with Dragon Battle, but only if Zhao Wujiang could maintain it for as long as it took to defeat Dragon Battle. Zhao Wujiang said with a straight face, I'm also talking about the time of the marrying clothes divine skill, almost an hour. I thought that this woman couldn't resist loneliness for a long night and invited me to spar. It's a pity, I didn't even experience it properly enough last time. Ling Qingxue gave him a blank look. Stinking man with a hard mouth and such a nasty heart. Actually still thinking about the last time I pretended to be Li Yunrui and took advantage of me. Suddenly, Zhao Wujiang's aura shriveled up and went straight back to 7th grade. It's gone so quickly? Didn't you say 1 hour? Ling Qingxue was speechless. There really wasn't a word of truth in the man's mouth. Just less than half a cup of tea could actually be blown up into an hour. With this amount of time, it would probably fall apart before even 2 rounds of fighting with Dragon Warrior. Embarrassed, how do I break it back? Ling Qingxue lazily ignored his heartfelt words and grabbed Zhao Wujiang's waist, like a big sister ordering, keep practicing, diligence makes up for clumsiness. Long night. Zhao Wujiang and Ling Qingxue repeatedly experimented and became more and more skillful in their control of the marrying clothes divine skill. And as the two became more skillful, both Zhao Wujiang and Ling Qingxue suffered fewer and fewer side effects from the borrowed power. Only in the process of cultivation inevitably have skin to skin. However, the children of the Jianghu do not stick to the smallest detail. Zhao Wujiang does not care. It was just that Ling Qingxue's face was getting redder and redder. At the same time, outside of Kyoto, the official post messenger was also working fast, one-stop non-stop, exhausting 33 post horses, and finally before dawn, the urgent intelligence from the northern border was sent to Kyoto. With the delivery of the information, the morning court was in full swing, and the ministers rushed to the council hall in a hurry. Inside the courtroom, there are noisy voices. All the courtiers are talking. I don't know what has happened. Could it be that Cold Sang is once again invading Daxia? The secretary of the Ministry of War, facing the questioning of his colleagues, did not reveal the specifics, but only to reassure everyone to be at ease. This time the encrypted letter did not pass through his hands, and sent directly to His Majesty there. About a tea time, Li Ziyuan Dragon Walking Tiger stepped into the council hall, sitting on the throne, looking down on the group of ministers. The eunuch in front of the hall read out a secret letter from the north. Outside of the northern border, the soldiers and horses stationed in Koldsan retreated because the emperor of Koldsan suddenly died of a bad disease, and now, there is a new group of Koldsan envoys rushing towards Daxia in the hope of picking up Chiba Rizhou and others stranded in Daxia's territory. When this news came out, the courtiers who reacted could not help but laugh freely or show joyful colors. All of them were excited. What do you all think? Li Ziyuan's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the dragon chair, his brows majestic. The group of ministers expressed their opinions. Your Majesty, Koldsang, a country that has tried its best to imitate our Daxia culture, painting a tiger but not a dog and being ambitious, has finally received the wrath of heaven. The emperor of Koldsang has collapsed, the army has retreated, and the worry of the northern border has been solved. Joyous news, Your Majesty, great joy. Your Majesty, your son Zhao Wujiang is thoughtful and courageous. He concluded long ago that Koldsun wouldn't dare to invade Grand Xia again, and it's true. Your son's anticipation is as good as God's. Tomorrow coincides with the wedding of your son and the 7th princess. After the wedding, Your Majesty can reuse your son. I congratulate Your Majesty in advance for unearthing this talent of your son. Yes, Your Majesty, now the joy is added to the joy, double joy. Daxia should be prosperous. In that case, Your Highness the son is also the talent of Daxia's prosperity. Li Ziyuan was in a good mood when he first heard this, until a group of cunning old ministers brought the topic to Zhao Wujiang and praised him, which put him in a bad mood and made him think of his beloved daughter Li Yunrui marrying Zhao Wujiang tomorrow. He didn't know how well Long War had prepared, whether he could completely suppress Zhao Wujiang tomorrow and kill Zhao Wujiang's heart to marry Li Yunrui. Imperial Garden. How is it, father, does it look good? 7th Princess Mansion. Li Yunrui was dressed in a fiery red wedding gown, bright and charming, turning around in front of Li Ziyuan, smiling coquettishly, her eyes curved, all joy. Empress dressed in bright yellow and moon-white palace dress, gorgeous atmosphere, sitting aside, looking at her daughter's joyful appearance. She as a mother's charming eyes are also smiling. And just disperse the dynasty, the mood of Li Ziyuan, see the beautiful and lovely baby daughter, he is also in a better mood. But the better his mood was because of Yun Rui, the worse it was because of Zhao Wujiang. Father, doesn't it look good? Li Ziyuan came back to his senses and nodded, echoing. It looks good, Yun Rui looks good in anything, just like your mother, the appearance of a city. He. Li Yun Rui's pretty face smiled more and more. Father, wait, I have another set, I'll go change to show you and mother. After saying that, Li Yun Rui jumped and ran to the inner room. After Li Yun Rui left, Li Ziyuan's face slowly sank, his temperament getting colder and colder. The empress, who had accompanied the king for many years and had a delicate mind, had long guessed some of Li Ziyuan's thoughts, and she inquired in a low voice. Your Majesty, do you truly accept Zhao Wujiang as a child? Li Ziyuan shook the empress' hand and said. Keep an eye on Yun Rui tomorrow, don't let her act recklessly. The empress' willow brows slightly knitted, then she nodded with a smile and said warmly. Good. Regarding tomorrow, she was worried in her heart. Tomorrow will most likely have changes, Yun Rui Zhao Wujiang these two children Alas. Li Ziyuan's eyes glanced at the figure of Chen Zhenghua, the grand eunuch bowing outside the house, and he smiled. You go and see how Yun Rui's change of clothes is going. Knowing that the grand eunuch had something important to report, the empress nodded in response and rose to leave. The grand eunuch lowered his eyebrows and nodded as he walked into the house, whispering beside Li Ziyuan's ear. Your Majesty, Long Zhan has been practicing in the mansion for the past 2 days, and according to the news received, the progress is very rapid. Long Zhan's talent in martial arts is very high and is deeply in my heart. Li Ziyuan thought for a moment. Send the heavenly sword along with him and bestow it on him. Tell him, tomorrow, don't let me down. Chapter 42, The World's Condition, Humanity's Cold and Warmth. In the 13th year of the Great Summer Blessing, on the 5th day of the 9th month. Dawning time. The sky is not yet bright, there is a layer of blinding white light in the dim dome, the moonlight shines on the earth. 40 miles away from Kyoto, the cold light of the moon shone on the iron clothes torrent, running towards the direction of Kyoto. The leader of the stout humongous peerless, the whole body through a murderous intent, there is bloodbath battle the world's spirit, only at this moment the expression is not vicious, but full of smiles and anticipation, son, father will soon arrive home. At the same time, the Jinbei king's mansion was already decorated with lights and colors, and the old housekeeper Zhao Manfu was climbing up and down on the ladder to embellish the last few festive details for the king's mansion. It wasn't until the hour, when the sky was bright, that the old steward finally finished hanging the last big red lantern and walked down the ladder backwards. Lord Steward, take a break, just let us do it. The Wang Fu subordinates held the ladder and looked at the old steward's sweaty face. This kind of small matter, there is no need for you to do it yourself. The old butler wiped a handful of sweat, his furrowed old face full of smiles, he caught his breath and waved his hand. That won't do, the world's son's big wedding, there can't be any mistakes, it has to be done in a proper and honorable manner. If the old master is alive in heaven, must also want to see this all go smoothly, right? The old housekeeper's eyes smiled, the deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes blossomed, like a cluster of arrows that he had once dodged through the baptism of war, and his headlines, like the 3 steel knives that had pierced his body. War did not kill him, but the years are killing him. He watched his son grow up a little bit, and now he will watch his son marry the favorite princess of the emperor and enter the marriage hall. Fulfill his lordship's long-cherished wish. The Jinbei royal house did not need to marry a princess to honor its family, but the current son needed to marry a princess to live out the rest of his life better. He went to take a look at His Royal Highness, and neatly folded the groom's attire that had been confirmed to be in order and placed it in the room. He went through the halls and rooms again, slightly hunched over, and went to various parts of the royal palace. Informing the government soldiers that they should prepare their defenses today, just in case, to ensure peace within the royal palace. Went to the kitchen, once again repeatedly instructed these chefs, today's preparations for the delicacies, what taboos to have. His Highness the Sun's taboos, he knew them by heart, and the taboos of other officials, he had already memorized the information. Until he finished walking through the big and small places, checking everything, his eyes were full of fatigue, but how could he not hide the joy in his heart? Men have many chances to grow up, and getting married is one of them. After today, Shitzi will grow up again. He was very happy for Shi. Finally, he glanced at the sky was bright and blue, with no clouds in the sky, today was a good day. He went to the entrance of the royal mansion and bowed to Ji Keshur. I have to thank you for today, old brother. Ji Keishi was an official sent by the Ministry of Ceremonies, well versed in royal etiquette, and in the face of the old housekeeper's salute, he merely nodded and returned a smile, his face not really looking good. These 2 days for the royal family to prepare for the wedding ceremony, he and the old housekeeper familiar with a lot. This old housekeeper who was dedicated to running the royal family and thinking about Zhao Wujiang, all of his endeavors were seen by him, how could he not see the old housekeeper's anticipation and joy for the big wedding, only he still reminded. Brother Manfu, it's already the stroke of the hour, and not a single gift has been included in the royal family's gift book. The old butler froze, the light in his eyes slowly extinguished some, and forced a smile. Tianyu 13 years, coinciding with the year of the dragon, this big wedding, the palace, sure to be a big sacrifice, in the court officials, all have to rush to the sacrifice of the sky, the hour did not come as very normal, you can arrive at the time on the good. The branch guest division looked deeply at the old housekeeper with a frosty face, wanting to speak again, finally did not say let the old housekeeper disappointed words. He wanted to say, according to the normal situation, the gifts of the major officials have long been sent to the royal residence. The royal residence's gift book should be written all over the place, so what about the great sacrifice? Even if the people don't arrive, the gifts should definitely come first. This is etiquette. In the past, when it comes to the big wedding of the royal family, which time is not the gift first? This wasn't even that the rights hadn't arrived, this was those officials who had no intention of coming. They will definitely come. A voice floated from within the royal residence to the main entrance, and with it was Zhao Wujiang, who was dressed in a fiery red groom's attire. The Zhao Wujiang who wore the groom's attire was festive, noble, and had a scholarly air about him. In the eyes of the old housekeeper, there was also an additional sense of stability and vigor. Your Highness. The old housekeeper was just about to bend down, when Zhao Wujiang held his hand, his voice low and soft. Tough. Not hard, not hard. The old butler waved his hand repeatedly, his eyes moist. It's me who didn't inform properly. It's them who are shameless. Zhao Wujiang put one arm around the old housekeeper and patted his back, his voice was hoarse and low, like frost that would kill 100 grasses, wrapped in a coil of killing intent. He knows that the old housekeeper has long expected this day to be windy and beautiful. But early this morning, the king's house is decorated with lights and colors, but the house is cold and quiet. Officials can excuse themselves to go to heaven, but what about those family members of the officials? Can there be a person to come? He had known that today wouldn't be so good, and he didn't expect the taste of being targeted and left out to roll over early in the morning. I'll go ahead and welcome the bride. Zhao Wujiang spoke decisively, placing the wrapped bastard sword on the back of his horse before rolling onto his horse. Prepare the wine and food. Yes. The old housekeeper cupped his fists and saluted, his bent old waist steeply straightening up, the world son on horseback. At this moment, although his body was thin, he looked like the prince back then, both running to the battlefield in the same way. Zhao Wujiang steered his horse, wearing a large red flower on his chest, the honor guard gongs and drums, firecrackers, the dazzling smoke. He gripped the hilt of the hegemonic sword, did not say a word. And the palace ancestral court in the smoke, Li Ziyuan clenched 3 incense, firmly inserted in the ancestral temple within the 3-legged tripod, pray for blessing the prosperity of the state of Xia. The master of the state has long been calculated, God bless 13 years, this coincides with the year of the dragon wedding, the relationship between Daxia's fortunes, everything cannot be lost. Li Yunrui, dressed in a fiery red wedding dress, bright and charming, knelt on the futon, and every time her father whispered in prayer, it made her more and more expectant of Zhao Wujiang's arrival. Within the ancestral court, the shyness of a young daughter had long faded away on her. This marriage, for her, it was a love match with Zhao Wujiang. For the Li clan's royal family, it was the Qianlong national fortune. She was no longer a young girl, she understood everything. Li Yuni and several of his royal siblings all sat on their knees and cried. The beloved sister is going to marry Zhao Wujiang. He has 10,000 reluctance in his heart, and he can't wait for Zhao Wujiang to arrive. Hammer Zhao Wujiang a few times, and then snatch Zhao Wujiang's little yellow book. The rest of his siblings looked at him in surprise. He wiped his nose fiercely and explained bitterly. My Li clan's royal family's incense is flourishing, it's just a bit suffocating and choking. You see how it smokes me. Brothers and sisters are not good to poke at him, he was smoked by the incense smoke? Who doesn't know that he has been doting on this sister since she was a child? This is not to give up. The courtiers outside the ancestral court also fell to their knees. They have long reached a consensus. Yesterday that morning court, the old ministers tried to give Zhao Wujiang again to ask for credit, the emperor, or perfunctory passed. This is not the first time, the emperor on Zhao Wujiang's dislike, especially obvious, this is deliberately cold Zhao Wujiang it. The emperor is cold to Zhao Wujiang, who dares to flatter Zhao Wujiang? Therefore, all the gifts that they had prepared long ago were pending, and they didn't let the subordinates send them to the royal residence right away. As an official, acting on opportunities and seeing the wind is the basic skill. Lord Chen, what are the arrangements for tonight? Hooker, or concubine that it? Oh? The king's residence? Hey, I don't dare go to the king's mansion. If Lord Chen doesn't go, then I won't go either. If both of you don't go, then I can't go either. It's just a pity that Zhao Wujiang, the son of the king, is destined to lose face today. Alas, the matter of the king's mansion being deserted by the historian will become the laughingstock of the king of Jinbei in the future. If we want to blame, we should blame Zhao Wujiang for not having a backer anymore. If the Jinbei king, Prince Xiao, was still around, who of us would dare not to send a gift? Chapter 43 Greetings, King of Jinbei. At this time, Zhao Wujiang dismounted in front of the palace gates, stroked the head of his big jujube red horse, patted the horse's backside of the wrapped-up bastard sword, and seemed to be signaling the horse to take care of his weapon. He was not a military general, and there was no imperial privilege to carry weapons into the palace. It was good that Beijian's sword had long recognized him as his master and was summoned by him. Zhao Wujiang straightened his big red robe and walked towards the ancestral court deep in the palace. Today his big wedding, may all things are appropriate, if things are different, then he only will things raised. Palace deep, the vermilion wall on both sides of the river, Zhao Wujiang stepped like a rowboat, sleeve robe fluttering to see the hidden wind and thunder, gradually have a dragon walking tiger steps of the trend. Until he came to the ancestral court outside, his eyes swept through the misty incense green mist, saw a great number of officials kneeling on the ground, saw kneeling on the bushes on the royal relatives, saw the royal relatives, that a red wedding dress Li Yunrui. He saw her, she also saw him, a sweet smile, bright flowers. She was shouting for Zhao Wujiang and wanted to run over, but she was clutched by the big hand that reached out from the bright yellow dragon robe and clutched her wrist. Zhao Wujiang. Standing at the entrance to the ancestral court, the gorgeous and atmospheric empress softly called out. Zhao Wujiang remembered that in the original story, after dragon warfare replaced Li Ziyuan, there was originally intended to take down this charming empress. But he underestimated the queen's blood. The queen, even if she chose to kill herself, from the beginning to the end, is the noble queen of Daxia. Zhao Wujiang retracted his gaze, arched his hand and clasped his fist, bowed slightly, and bowed to his mother-in-law. Wujiang has met the empress. The empress was exquisitely beautiful in appearance and looked kind as she smiled and said to Zhao Wujiang, "Go inside, Yunrui is waiting for you." Zhao Wujiang nodded his head once more and bowed, holding the hem of his wedding robe as he prepared to cross this high threshold of the Li clan's royal family's ancestral court, when the empress's gentle voice once again entered his ears. "If today doesn't go well, there are changes. You can save yourself and leave first. Yunrui won't blame you. I'll blame myself." Zhao Wujiang smiled sideways at the empress, like a clean neighborhood boy, naive, innocent, stubborn, and even more arrogant and unconquerable. The empress was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but smile brightly. The kindness and affection in her eyes deepened. Zhao Wujiang crossed the high royal family threshold, from the kneeling 100 officials, stood in front of the gate of the clan temple, in front of all the people of the royal family, but also as Zhao Wujiang's people. Today's Li Yunrui, a flaming red wedding dress, not overly embellished with precious gas beads, simple and clean, wedding robes embroidered with mandarin ducks and hundreds of flowers, along with Li Yunrui's knitted brows and a smile and an exhale and inhale. If you say in the past, Li Yunrui's beauty in the heart of Zhao Wujiang to make a 10, then today's Li Yunrui is 11. The extra point is not afraid of Li Yunrui's pride. After all, it is his Zhao Wujiang's wife who will soon pass the door. Zhao Wujiang marveled at Li Yunrui's curved eyes, looking at him when the eyes pulse, love wire around, waiting for him to take her home. As he crossed this last threshold, Li Yunrui wanted to break free and run to him, even though she was clutched by Li Ziyuan's wrist. Just as Zhao Wujiang was about to open his mouth, he only heard Li Ziyuan coldly say, "If you want to marry my daughter, you still need to pass a test." Zhao Wujiang. As Li Ziyuan's words fell, among the group of officials kneeling in front of the clan temple gate, a man with a straight and upright figure and a remarkable appearance stood up slowly, and it was none other than Longzhan. Zhao Wujiang frowned, seeing that Longzhan's appearance was authorized by the emperor. This original book's Heaven's Destiny protagonist was still standing in front of him, the minor villain. Longzhan held a handle of grey cloth in his hand, righteous indignation and justice. "You and the 7th princess are only in a marriage contract, while I truly adore her. Now you do not have the help of the king of Jinbei, in the court, neither civil officials nor military generals, only a hereditary title name. You can be compared to my Dragon War Snapdragon Battalion Deputy Lieutenant. This is my ability to climb up step by step. How can you be worthy of the 7th princess? How can those who love the 7th princess be willing to let her life's happiness be buried in your hands? If you want to marry the 7th princess today, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Dragon Warrior's emotions were stirred up. His left hand viciously pulled the grey cloth, brilliant aquamarine light scattered from the grey cloth. He held the king's sword in his hand. His aura was ferocious and intimidating. Zhao Wujiang had expected that there would be a change, and the empress had politely reminded him. "But I didn't expect that the emperor would actually give the heavenly sword to Dragon Warrior. Wanting to use this sword to splatter his own blood on the spot? Ha. In the past, Zhao Wujiang wanted to avoid dragon warfare, but since Li Yunrui had already chosen himself, he didn't want to back down. Not to mention the big wedding today. If he was robbed of his wife by Longzhan, he would be a turtle for the rest of his life. Zhao Wujiang glanced obliquely at Longzhan and faintly said, "I'm getting married today. There are many ways to wash down the wedding, and it can also include your blood." Longzhan's hand holding his sword was vibrating, poised to strike. "Zhao Shitzi, it seems like he wants to die." Li Yunrui's eyes were filled with anxiety. She wanted to shout that she truly liked Zhao Wujiang, to explain to her father and everyone else so that they would let Zhao Wujiang go. But when she reached her mouth, she couldn't make a sound and she couldn't move. She had been acupointed. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked incredulously at her father and emperor beside her, tears welling up in her eyes. "Don't get involved." Li Ziyuan's voice was icy cold, his face majestic and ruthless. The empress, who had stepped inside the clan temple with Zhao Wujiang, nodded and took Li Yunrui's arm, slowly tugging Li Yunrui towards the side door. Li Yunrui had been pointed with mute points and points restricting his movement, so he was forced to follow the empress step by step. Father had set a deadly trap against Zhao Wujiang. How could she leave? Zhao Wujiang, you have to leave quickly. Go! She kept shouting in her heart as 2 lines of clear tears rolled down her face and slid across her cheeks. How she wished that at this moment, she wasn't the woman in this world who understood Zhao Wujiang the most. She didn't want to hear Zhao Wujiang's heart anymore. She wanted Zhao Wujiang to be able to hear her heart, to hear her telling him to go away and not get stuck here. But she had already walked out of the side door of the clan temple with her mother's support, and with great difficulty she could only turn around and see the misty green fog inside the clan temple. Yun's 6th brother was right when he cried, the Li family incense, but some suffocating and choking. Long Zhan was eager to try. Today when he beheaded Zhao Wujiang in public and married Li Yunrui, it was the time for him to rise to great heights. I ask your majesty to authorize me to fight a fair battle with Zhao Shizi and compete for the 7th princess. The crowd looked at the emperor on the high seat. If you want to be the emperor's son-in-law, you must have the strength to defeat all the contenders, otherwise you are not worthy of marrying my daughter. Li Ziyuan grew deeper and deeper, like a dragon whispering in the abyss. Zhao Wujiang, do you dare to fight the dragon war? The royal clansmen kneeling on the bushes and the 100 officials outside the clan temple all heard this inquiry from His Holiness. As early as when Long Battle jumped out to taunt Zhao Wujiang, they had been shocked beyond words, only that they all didn't dare to speak out due to the rules within the ancestral court. Now these words from the Holy Emperor made them understand everything. The Emperor wanted to use Dragon Warrior's hand to get rid of Zhao Wujiang. The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhao Wujiang. This question, it wasn't easy to answer. If Zhao Wujiang chickened out, then today's face would be lost, he would never be able to straighten his back again in the future, and the reputation of the entire Jinbei royal house would be buried a lot with it. And if he fights with Dragon Warrior's Kung Fu, there was no doubt that Zhao Wujiang would lose. Winning or losing wasn't that important, the most crucial thing was that nowadays, the emperor was clearly favoring Dragon Warrior, but Zhao Wujiang didn't have the Jinbei king's throne to fall back on anymore. Once Zhao Wujiang responded to the battle, Long Zhan could beat Zhao Wujiang to death today. This was no longer a loss of face, but a loss of life. Prince Xiao, why don't you take a step back? Some old courtiers didn't want the Jinbei king's only bloodline to die like this and came forward to persuade. Yes, life is important, everything else is just floating clouds. World Sun must not be rash. The 100 officials knitted their brows and paid dead attention to Zhao Wujiang's moves. It was very likely that Zhao Wujiang would lose his footing. Zhao Wujiang was still silent, and everyone thought he was afraid. But in fact, he was waiting for his biggest backer to make an entrance. Steeply, the ground of the ancestral court was shaking slightly. The crowd looked outside the ancestral court in horror, and outside the ancestral court there seemed to be a sharp cry of alarm from the eunuchs and palace maidens, and the trailing sound floated, vaguely the 3 words of the king of Jinbei. As they listened again, the sound grew louder and louder, seemingly connecting into countless pieces. It was a burst of respectful greetings that resounded through the heavens and earth. Greetings to the Jinbei king. Chapter 44 Change in Wind Direction. Outside the ancestral court. The large date red horse galloped. The person on the horse's back had an iron coat that kept shaking, covered by a thin shirt stained with mottled blood. The visitor stops and dismounts. No horses are allowed within the imperial city. The palace guards roared, their spears pointing diagonally. The burly man on horseback turned a deaf ear and lightly shouted. The iron blood-killing intent rolled in, instantly shaking the guards awake. The guards incredulously watched the stout man go away, even if again afterthought has been weak, flopped down on his knees, rushed to the horse into the palace road of the man shouted. Welcome the king of Jinbei. Welcome King Jinbei. Welcome King Jinbei. The voices and kneeling postures of the palace maids and eunuchs were in succession, constantly traveling in the direction of the ancestral court, but unable to keep up with the speed of the man's horse. The man was not angry, the rolling murderous aura naturally revealed itself. This was the aura brought about by the blood of enemy generals stained by many years of fighting in the battlefield. The guards in front of the ancestral court gate saw the large horse galloping in from a long distance, and they also saw the man on the horse's back, and hurriedly fell to their knees. Welcome King Jinbei. The large horse carrying King Jinbei whistled past them and stepped inside the ancestral court. The civil and military officials kneeling on the ground had long since been frozen like wooden chickens, their legs softened by the overpowering aura. Jinbei King, the town is not only the north of the sky, the town is also this group of people who see the wind to make the helm, rely on the power of the people of the sky. Until the appealing sound, the big horse stops in front of the clan temple. Jinbei Wang dismounted, even if the iron coat is covered by the hooded coat, also flashing with cold light, that is the border cold light shining iron coat for too long, the iron coat is brought back by the rolling murderous atmosphere. 100 officials inwardly shocked beyond measure. Jinbei King is not dead? Live in front of their eyes, the might is still so compelling. Just dismounted is gently stepped on the ground, they feel the whole earth seems to be vibrating. Soon, the 100 officials reacted and bowed their heads. Welcome King Jinbei. King Jinbei had one hand behind his back and took a step across the threshold of the clan temple. A high threshold was like nothing to him. My son is getting married today, who dares to interfere? The Jinbei king's tone was flat. Hearing the sword-holding dragon warrior's aura stagnate and wither, for a moment he didn't know where to put his sword. The only thing he could do was to hold his sword and clasp his fists, and stiffly said, "Welcome King Jinbei." King Jinbei didn't pay any attention to Long John, and his burly body rushed straight towards his beloved son. He then hugged Zhao Wujiang's cackling nest and lifted him up high, laughing. "Good son, did you miss your father?" He was a head taller than Zhao Wujiang, yet he lifted Zhao Wujiang above his head with ease. Just like when Zhao Wujiang was a child, he lifted Zhao Wujiang above his head, then from then on, his son would never be lower than anyone else. He easily lifted his son and gently lowered him down again, giving his son a hug and heavily patting his son's shoulder. This was the first time Zhao Wujiang had seen Zhao Tingxiao in person. Compared to the memories he had inherited, Zhao Tingxiao's body's murderous aura was too heavy, and it was obvious that he had already done his best to restrain it from him as his son, but it still allowed him to clearly feel it. Moreover, Zhao Tingxiao's physical oppression is also very sufficient. He is already a meter 8 tall man. Zhao Tingxiao is not only taller than him, but also stronger than him more than a circle. Zhao Wujiang was infected by Zhao Tingxiao's enthusiasm, but he didn't forget about the main event, nor did he forget about the suppression he had received during this time. He wailed and covered his face in Zhao Tingxiao's arms. "Father, my child is so bitter." The king of Jinbei coldly glanced outside the clan temple. The civil and military officials shivered, their eyes were set on the ground, and they immediately felt their hearts jumping and cold sweat on their backs. They were afraid that Zhao Wujiang would sue. They had to save Zhao Wujiang before he opened his mouth. Touching the heavens and moving the earth, the old minister is really in tears. "Old prince, you are still alive?" An official who had said this morning that he would go listen to the music after the ancestor sacrifice and not go to the royal palace wiped a handful of hard squeezed out tears. "Today is the wedding of the world's son. We have long prepared many congratulatory gifts, just waiting for His Highness to come down to receive the marriage, so that we can hand them over to him in person." "Yes, Your Highness, you're back. We no longer need to worry about the safety of the north. Burning incense and worshipping Buddha is really useful. God has a spirit in heaven that heard my prayers and really saw you, Your Highness. After today, I'm going to return my wish and eat fasting and praying to Buddha for a month. The celebration of Daxia, the celebration of Daxia, God bless my Daxia." The 100 officials were saying one thing after another, constantly saying compliments for fear of King Jinbei's wrath. Li Ziyuan, from the time King Jinbei dismounted to the time he stepped inside the clan temple, he was first stunned, then elated. After the elation came the heaviness. The heaviness slowly gained some more doubts. His complexion became more and more complicated. "Big brother." Zhao Tingxiao saw that his beloved son Wujian finally stopped choking and comforted him, and when he turned sideways, he saw Li Ziyuan. He directly stepped forward and gave Li Ziyuan a fierce bear hug, and also laughed out loud. "Big brother, did you miss me? Knowing the news of my death, did you cry? I am the emperor." Li Ziyuan grunted in displeasure. His tone was full of dislike, but he let the king of Jinbei bear hug him. He was truly overwhelmed by this righteous brother's usual enthusiasm. However, King Jinbei's straightforwardness caused him to drift off for a moment, his mood becoming more and more complicated. He was full of suspicion towards this righteous brother, and this righteous brother was still the same as the young man who had fought with him to the death, still that same Red City. After so many years, it hasn't changed. What has changed is him sitting on the dragon chair. The civil and military officials kneeling outside the clan temple, as well as the royal clansmen inside the clan temple, seeing the scene of the emperor and the king of Jinbei embracing, had long since dropped their jaws, and in their hearts they could not help but marvel at the monstrous might of the king of Jinbei. Who else, in today's world, dared to address the emperor as a big brother so directly and so intimately? Even those princes of the Li clan's royal family, when they see the emperor, they only address him with the honorific title of imperial brother. Seemingly similar in address, the significance represented therein, however, was vastly different. "How did you survive?" Li Ziyuan slowly recovered his majesty. "But the military report said that you died in battle." "It was all an expedient measure to deceive Han Sang." Zhao Tingxiao slightly bent down to pay his respects to the plaques on the high table, answering Li Ziyuan's doubts as he did so. "Hiding in the shadows, only then will those lurking curmudgeons pop out, making it easier to liquidate. Now that Han Sang has retreated, I have specially returned to witness the wedding of our sons and daughters." As soon as the words fell, a majestic sound of congratulations came from outside the ancestral court surroundings. "Congratulations to His Highness the world's son on his wedding. Congratulations to His Highness the world's son on his wedding." The voice was loud, but it was somewhat far away, seemingly floating from the sky, thinking that the original shouts had clamored and broken through the clouds. Li Ziyuan's face unconsciously sank. "This is..." His eyes glanced outside the clan temple, and he seemed to see a torrent of iron clothes outside of Kyoto. That was a Jinbei army elite. There is actually a group of Jinbei army that has also returned to the capital. Chapter 45. If Wu Jiang is injured, I won't let it go. The royal clansmen and civil and military officials were all shocked by the clamor of congratulations. What a Jinbei army congratulating His Highness the Prince on his wedding, this kind of power, just thinking about it made me feel the scenery. But in Li Ziyuan's eyes, this monstrous might was something that should not appear in front of him. The entire palace, this ancestral court, there can only be one person who has this kind of power, and that is him, the true dragon son of heaven. Li Ziyuan's face couldn't help but sink as he spoke bluntly. Righteous brother, Zhao Wujiang has not matured over the years and has a bad reputation. I think you should have heard about it. In the selection of extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, I am more optimistic about Dragon Warrior. Today, if Zhao Wujiang can win over long battle, only then will I agree to Yun Rui consummating her marriage with him. The royal clansmen were sitting on their knees on the futon, able to feel the majesty and unquestionability in the emperor's tone. But since the king of Jinbei was alive and had returned to the capital, asking the king of Jinbei to watch his beloved son, Zhao Wujiang, compete with Dragon Warrior was, I'm afraid, impossible. One side is the emperor's order, and the other side is his beloved son. What would King Jinbei choose? According to King Jinbei's temper and authority, he would have refuted the emperor, right? The civil and military officials glanced inside the clan temple, they smelled the swords drawn, and they also saw Long Zhan standing beside the emperor, rearing up with renewed vigor. Long Zhan was holding his sword, as if as soon as the king of Jinbei agreed to the emperor's request, he would go up and stab Zhao Wujiang through with his sword. Where would Zhao Wujiang be a match for Long Zhan, and with the Jinbei king's concern for his beloved son, he would definitely have to refute the emperor. The crowd had already brainstormed the reasons for King Jinbei's rebuttal, but in the next moment, they froze, only to see King Jinbei nodding his head with fierce seriousness. Big brother has a point. Boundless. Let go and fight. King Jinbei heavily patted Zhao Wujiang's shoulder. You're my Zhao Tingxiao's son, so you should take out those who question you and covet you. Zhao Wujiang's old face twitched. In fact, he also thought that King Jinbei would just shock Long Zhan and let this battle go. How did he know that this cheap old man really let him fight off? Long Zhan stood beside Li Ziyuan, the king's sword in his hand gripped tighter and tighter, eager to try. However, King Jinbei suddenly said in a cold voice. Competition in sparring, point to point, if Wujiang is injured. I, the king, will not let it go. Even though King Jinbei's tone was flat, Long Zhan felt a huge pressure in an instant. The iron blood-killing aura on King Jinbei was too heavy, and it simply wasn't something that he, a 6th-grade martial artist, could resist yet. Only then did Zhao Wujiang have a better understanding of this cheap old man. You can't be a wimp in a fight, and you have to protect your shortcomings. That's it then. Although Li Ziyuan was not happy that the king of Jinbei threatened Dragon Warrior to his face, he still said in a deep voice. Begin. Long Zhan took a deep breath and stepped outside the clan temple. Zhao Wujiang had the Jinbei king to pressure him, so Long Zhan wasn't as forceful as he used to be, and even made a pleased gesture at Zhao Wujiang. The two of them competed with each other, punching and kicking each other, and the 100 officials outside the clan temple avoided retreating, observing the battle and talking about it. Zhao Wujiang's strength of a 7th-grade martial artist while Long Zhan's 6th grade, yet the two fought back and forth. It was only because during that time, Long Zhan glanced at King Jinbei from time to time. King Jinbei being here gave him too much pressure, he didn't dare to move for real at all, he didn't even use his king's sword. Long War, don't let me down. At this exact moment, Li Ziyuan's icy voice rang out, and Long Zhan actually lost his sharpness in the fight with Zhao Wujiang. More importantly, in Li Ziyuan's mind, the way Long Zhan behaved at this moment, he feared the Jinbei king more than him. Could it be that he, the true dragon son of heaven, was less powerful than the Jinbei king? Long Zhan, who was fighting with Zhao Wujiang, heard the words, the pressure became more and more enormous, the heart of the heart that was hidden finally erupted, he raised his hand and grabbed it, the king's sword was grasped into his hand, and at once, the killing aura steeply increased by several times, and he chopped towards Zhao Wujiang with a sword. Zhao Wujiang managed to dodge the swift sword chi, his sword brows furrowed. The Jinbei king's face sank slightly, he sensed that this sword of Long Zhan's was extremely not bad, Wujiang's bare hands and empty fists, where would he be Long Zhan's opponent? If things continued like this, he would definitely be injured. But soon his worry changed to surprise. Only to see that after Zhao Wujiang dodged Dragon War's first sword chi, he violently stretched out his hand towards the outside of the ancestral court, and in the next moment, a bloody light of light swept from the outside of the ancestral court, crashing into Zhao Wujiang's hand and transforming into a sort of bloody light, and ferocious chi surged down Zhao Wujiang's arm and into his entire body. The king of Jinbei, who had been fighting for many years, could see the power of this sort of bloodlight at a glance, the rich killing aura, just the killing aura was enough to hurt the heart. How did my son get this kind of divine weapon? When Long Zhan saw the hegemonic sword in Zhao Wujiang's hand, he was first stunned, and then intense and incomparable anger surged to his heart. If it wasn't for Zhao Wujiang's meddling, what he held in his hands today wouldn't be a mere king's sword, but a complete heavenly sword that ruled over life and death. After the trip to the sword casting division, his senior sister had become more and more indifferent to him, and she had even gone back to the sect and was late in returning, and all of this was because of Zhao Wujiang. His force was on full blast, and the aquamarine glowing king's sword was held in his death grip as he viciously stabbed at Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang blocked with his bastard sword, and with a ding, the sword energy was blocked, but the force from the sword momentum shook him back and forth. The two of them exchanged blows, and he was ultimately a bit weaker than Dragon Warrior in the martial realm. Zhao Wujiang, you will definitely lose today. Dragon Warrior bullied his way forward, and his sword chi followed. I've been practicing since I was young and I'm burdened with heavenly destiny, so what are you going to fight me with? Zhao Wujiang was chopped by the King's sword chi again. He used the power of the hegemonic sword to resist it hard. His breath gradually became ragged. Dragon Warrior was already victorious and chopped out several sword chi in succession, blocking Zhao Wujiang's retreat. The civil and military officials who were watching the show were talking louder and louder, shaking their heads frequently at Zhao Wujiang. Even though Zhao Wujiang had the backing of the Jinbei king, after all, his own strength was still too weak, and compared to the outstandingly gifted Dragon Warrior, he was quite inferior. Li Ziyuan didn't show the slightest smile because Zhao Wujiang was about to lose. He still had a cold face, but inwardly, he finally sighed in relief. Today, Zhao Wujiang lost, and he cancelled the marriage contract. As for Zhao Wujiang, since the king of Jinbei has returned, let him be a son. The emperor's son-in-law wouldn't be worthy of getting his hands on him. Zhao Wujiang blocked the sword chi that Dragon Warrior rage slashed at him one after another, and as he was losing ground, he suddenly laughed as he heartily complimented. You are indeed powerful. He didn't mince words in praising his opponent, having already felt clearly the gap between his current strength and Long Zhan's in the battle just now. But he still had his bottom card. The grafting divine skill. Behind the crowd, a small eunuch with a cleaned-up face slowly closed her eyes, and everything around her instantly emptied out, leaving only her mind and internal energy connected to her. Zhao Wujiang, I hope you can remember my help today. The next instant. Zhao Wujiang was in the middle of a raging aura. He took a step backward, but his aura rose steeply in the next moment. 7th grade. Peak of the 7th rank. 6th grade. Peak 6th grade. 5th grade. In the crowd's horrified gazes, he held his sword with both hands, and his sword chi went upwards in a smooth manner, directly and forcefully picking off the king's sword in Long Zhan's hand, and in a smooth manner, he kicked Long Zhan's chest, kicking Long Zhan out by a distance of 1 zhang. Impossible. Long Zhan stumbled on his feet and stabilized his stance, cloaked. Where did this Zhao Wujiang suddenly get his 5th grade strength? But the blood-red sword light had already chopped. Long Zhan hastily blocked, but the blood-red sword chi directly chopped his defense. He let out a muffled grunt, kneeling on one knee with his sword, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth, disbelief in his eyes. As for the civil and military officials watching the show, they had long been silent, and then, a roaring clamor erupted. Zhao Shizi, 1. Chapter 46, The Night of the Wedding Candle. What did I see? Wasn't Zhao Shizi in a disadvantageous position just now? How did he turn the tide and defeat Dragon Warrior in the blink of an eye? Is this the strength of Zhao Wujiang? Worthy of being the son of the king of Jinbei, the sword that defeated Long Battle in the end was so domineering that my heart was pounding as I watched. The ministers were talking. They originally thought that Zhao Wujiang would definitely lose against Long Zhan today, but they never thought that Zhao Wujiang would suddenly explode and defeat Long Zhan. Zhao Wujiang today showed, not only powerful strength, there is also not bad mind. Before has been in patience, hide the front. And Long Zhan, it seemed, wasn't so heavily. On weekdays, they often heard that Snapdragon Battalion Deputy Lieutenant Long Zhan, martial arts talent is incredibly high, few rivals among the same age. Now it seemed as if it was nothing more than that. Good. King Jinbei laughed out loud. Worthy of being my son. He should be able to suppress all his peers. Li Ziyuan's face was icy cold, anger building up in his heart. He had given the heavenly sword to Long Zhan, and Long Zhan had sworn that he would definitely be able to defeat Zhao Wujiang, but this was the result? He was defeated by Zhao Wujiang's last 2 swords. He knew that Long Zhan had already lost, and with this marriage, even if he was unwilling to do so, considering the presence of the king of Jinbei and the fate of the Xia kingdom at stake, he could no longer deny Zhao Wujiang. And outside the noisy clan temple, learning that Zhao Wujiang had defeated Long Zhan in the match with Long Zhan, Li Yunrui was so excited that she couldn't stop her tears, and the empress hugged her, her eyes full of pain, while her heart was full of relief for Zhao Wujiang. The empress gently wiped the tears from her beloved daughter's cheeks. Now your father has no reason to dislike Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang will be marrying you, are you ready? Li Yunrui sobbed and nodded. Then don't cry. The empress said gently. Today's big wedding, don't cry and ruin your makeup. This is something you didn't even sleep in your lazy sleep and urged mother to draw for you early in the morning. 1 hour later. Jinbei Wangfu, from the early morning door, to now around noon, but almost be stepped through the threshold, to and fro guests endless, carrying all kinds of gifts. Carriages were piled up in front of the royal mansion, blocking the avenue, and the rich merchants and officials from the imperial court who hurried behind could only queue up and squeeze in, but there was not a trace of resentment on everyone's face to complain about the royal mansion's lack of hospitality, but rather, they were happy, looking forward to experiencing the grand wedding ceremony of the world's son, as well as leaving a good impression in front of the king of Jinbei. The old butler initially cried old tears when he learned that the king of Jinbei was still alive, but he soon busied himself among the guests, and everyone was courteous to him.
As the saying goes, a prime minister's concierge is a 7th grade official. The Jinbei king is not a prime minister, but his power is better than a prime minister. He, Zhao Manfu, is at least a 7th grade official today, right? He was busy greeting guests. The old waist has long been hidden pain, but cannot help him happy, straight back. The whole person is hale and hearty a lot, and methodically deal with a variety of things within the wedding. The royal residence vestibule is bustling, drinking, and Zhao Wujiang has long been holding Li Yunrui, you and me, to the room. Mother, it's time to get down to business. Zhao Wujiang brightly surveyed Li Yunrui's exquisite face, fiery red wedding clothes, bright and colorful. What did you call me? Li Yunrui's head tilted, the arc of her mouth rose, harder to suppress than Zhao Wujiang's gun.
Zhao Wujiang called out again. Nyanzi.
Li Yunrui smiled and blossomed, her cheeks came closer, exhaling like orchids, staring into Zhao Wujiang's eyes, using an airy tone, one word at a time, pulsing.
What? Mother.
Before Zhao Wujiang could finish, Li Yunrui kissed him. Noses embraced each other, and the most prevalent lust flared up in the hearts of the two people, itching to integrate the other person into their blood and bones. The two people's clothes gradually faded. Zhao Wujiang was about to really enter the cave.
But the next moment, Li Yunrui's body burst out with a strong and gloomy breath, shaking Zhao Wujiang out of her delicate body. Ouch! Even though Zhao Wujiang reacted extremely quickly, she was directly thrown heavily to the ground.
Li Yunrui was even more startled. Are you alright? She rushed forward and wanted to check if Zhao Wujiang was injured. Her full flavor shook, and she wondered in her heart, she didn't do anything, how did her husband fly out? In the past, she might have loathed Zhao Wujiang and would have pushed him away. But now she already had Zhao Wujiang in her heart.
It definitely wasn't her who pushed him away.
Zhao Wujiang was also puzzled. He was pretty sure that Li Yunrui had gone back to the southern sky. It couldn't have been her who pushed him.
Moreover, Li Yunrui didn't have such strong kung fu.
Zhao Wujiang even saw a thin layer of frost on his body. Good guy, that extreme cold chi from the party, it can even freeze me out of thin air.
Right.
The original, the heroine, but the extreme holy body, the world's coldest body, in the holy body before the perfect. If it is forced to die, I will be immature holy body of the backlash. The light is the bloodline frozen into a plant, the heavy is the loss of yang from now on, no lifting. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujiang subconsciously took 2 steps back. Li Yunrui, who was grabbing him, heard his heart and was also too scared to approach Zhao Wujiang.
What the hell was an extreme sacred body? Why was she an extreme saint body?
According to what Zhao Wujiang's heartbeat said, she would never be able to cavort with him? Zhao Wujiang was worried about scaring Li Yunrui.
After calming down a bit.
Still, she took Li Yunrui's hand and sat on the edge of the bed. Li Yunrui was afraid of hurting Zhao Wujiang and moved humbly, pulling away 2 positions.
It's fine, you won't hurt me under unusual circumstances. Zhao Wujiang pacified. Li Yunrui anxiously asked, this body of mine, what exactly is the situation?
It's actually a good thing, but of course it's bad for us right now, especially for me. Zhao Wujiang knew that Li Yunrui hadn't learned martial arts. What holy body? You won't understand even if I say it, instead I'll make you worry, so I'd better not say it.
I remember in the original novel, even to the end of the novel, you didn't really belong to the dragon warrior. It's because of this extreme sacred body. Can't it be that you have to become a supreme expert for the sacred body to be complete?
But you don't know martial arts yet, so I'll have to wait. This time the gauze wipes the ass gave me a leak. Zhao Wujiang hung his head in shame.
But what was more guilty was Li Yunrui.
She was gently caressing Zhao Wujiang's back, not knowing what to do to satisfy him. But this holy body is worth waiting for. After all, it's about the way of longevity. The ancestor of the Dao sect behind dragon warfare, whose lifespan reached 300 years old, is the one who has glimpsed some of the true meaning of longevity of the extreme yin and true yang. But it's a pity that the extreme yin holy body is hard to find for thousands of years, and the ancestor of the Dao sect has only created the true yang heart skill.
Zhao Wujiang quickly consoled himself. Wait
until your sacred body is complete. Not only will you be able to hold a beautiful woman yourself, but you will also live 1,000 years longer.
What can't you wait for? Li Yunrui was amused and guilty when he heard the heartbeat.
She was just a woman, and what she cared about was not what Zhao Wujiang said about living a long life of 1,000 years. Rather, it was whether or not she could fulfill a woman's responsibility to serve her husband.
But nowadays, she couldn't. That was a woman's greatest sorrow. Zhao Wujiang, I have a problem with my body. I don't deserve you. Don't old sister, you can be too worthy.
It's all the dog author's fault for writing you too perfectly. In the end he couldn't even hold the main character. Luckily you're mine now. Zhao Wujiang wrapped his arms around Li Yunrui, soft jade and warm fragrance filled his arms. Silly girl, what I care about is your body. Oh no, it's you as a person, so what if I can't cavort?
It's good that you're by my side.
Li Yunrui felt Zhao Wujiang's hot and rolling firm breath as he spoke. Zhao Wujiang spoke with such gentleness and Red City, and Zhao Wujiang's body was also honest, causing her to blush in shame.
You're so strong like this. Will it be uncomfortable? It's okay, small meaning. Medium meaning. Zhao Wujian gently kissed Li Yunrui's unbelievably beautiful face, and his big hand gently wiped the rouge that was messed up on Li Yunrui's red lips when the two of them kissed passionately just now. But he didn't dare to take the next step for fear of death. When Li Yunrui saw that Zhao Wujian was still holding on for dear life, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a small goblin-like smile. Her bright eyes blinked, and she said in a quirky manner, "That's a pity, I was saying that I would use other methods to help husband. Since husband has said so." Wait. Zhao Wujian fought to interrupt her words, staring at Li Yunrui's moist lips. "Na. You said it yourself, a gentleman's word is his bond." Zhao Wujian felt like he was going to explode if he held it in a little longer. Li Yunrui blushed and hummed lightly, "You lie down." Her jade arm gently pushed, and Zhao Wujian comfortably lay down on the bed. "It's my first time trying, if I don't do it right, please correct me, husband." The flavor was infinite and seductive. All of a sudden, Li Yunrui's beautiful eyes picked up and he ambled down. The night of the bridal chamber. It was not perfect, but it was enjoyable. The quiet courtyard within the royal residence, a small table, 5 small dishes, a pot of wine, 3 people. Jinbei King drank the wine in the cup in one mouthful, spicy liquor into the throat, into the abdomen. His eyes are slightly narrowed, perennial border, rare serenity, or with the elder brother and sister-in-law long parted from the painful drink. The empress added another cup of wine to King Jinbei. "These years have been hard on you, your elder brother usually not talkative, but always concerned about whether you are doing well at the border." Li Ziyuan also drank the wine in one gulp, his entire body half leaning back in his chair with rare leisure, and didn't deny what the empress said. Like or not like back then. Jinbei King scuppered a spoonful of lard crispy peanut rice, a skillful throw, and then shaved as much as possible into his mouth, chewing. "At the border, my big brother and I drank wine, also these 5 dishes, also this particularly strong horse blood wine. So many years have passed, everything seems to have remained the same, we are still the same as we once were. It's good not to change." Li Ziyuan picked up a grain of peanut rice, opened his mouth, and slowly said, "The world is different. We should change. Governing a large dynasty is not as simple as managing a small family. There are things we can do and things we can't do. Why is Big Brother talking to me about this?" The king of Jinbei drank his wine in another gulp. "I only know how to fight wars to protect the country, how could I know anything about this? Your elder brother is also right." The empress poured another full glass of wine for the two and smiled warmly. "When managing the world, some changes are inevitable. But it's a good thing that your feelings haven't changed." Right. The king of Jinbei once again drank it all in one go, his eyes a little misty. This bit of wine naturally wouldn't intoxicate him. What mesmerized him were thoughts that had suddenly emptied, or something else. One of the best decisions I've made in my life is to befriend you." Li Ziyuan also finished his drink and looked at Zhao Tingxiao. "You're a man who is sentimental and generous, and you stink with me in many ways. After so many years, you still remember the old ways. But how come your drinking today is not better than before?" "Happy." King Jinbei laughed. "I got to see my elder brother and sister-in-law, and Wu Jian got married, so it's a matter of my heart, so I'm drunk." The empress' hand that poured the wine could not help but tremble slightly, and without changing her face, she poured the wine to the brim and smiled warmly. "According to the way you guys drink, who will not get drunk?" Li Ziyuan also smiled, his eyes flashed, but his tone was steeply serious. "Righteous brother, I have a matter to discuss with you." Chapter 47, Third Senior Sister, Yun Jinshu. Bright moon night. Jinbei Wang Fu, colorful lights, joyful. Outside of the city, on a short slope, there is a lonely grave. Short slope, a lonely grave. Around the grave, red firecrackers and shredded paper are falling all over the place. This is the congratulations from the living to the dead for Zhao Wujian's wedding today. The sound of stepping on yellow mud and confetti resounded around the silent slope of the grave. Under the cool moonlight, the stout shadow slowly walked, followed by the butler Zhao Manfu. Zhao Tingxiao gently stroked the cold tombstone. The name deeply engraved in the seal was a memory he could hardly touch. Underneath the tombstone was the place where his late wife was buried. He remembered her tender words when she was dying, "Let's bury her here. So that I can watch you go home." "Your Highness, this king is going home, from now on. Won't walk. I can't walk anymore." Zhao Tingxiao's frosty face, the iron majesty of the border, at this moment, was all turned into tenderness. "Today is Wu Jian's big day, we, as parents, have to drink a cup of pain." Zhao Tingxiao raised his left hand, and the butler behind him immediately took out the wine pot from his bosom and poured out a cup of wine and handed it to him. After saying that, he added, "I almost forgot, there's a little less food to drink." The butler immediately understood and unraveled the package behind him, inside which 5 heads suddenly fell out, dying miserable deaths, some of them staring wide-eyed, and even before they could react in horror, they died in a heartbeat. These were brought back by the king's party. He said that after drinking with His Majesty the Emperor, he went along to kill some dog officials and dog legs. These people, the housekeeper knows. During this period of time, all of them have targeted His Highness. One had organized the assassination of His Highness the World Prince after the Battle of the Cast Sword Division. One had organized the appropriation of the Zhao family's properties. One had slandered His Highness the World Prince's virtues in Kyoto. One had risen up this morning to lead the charge for all officials not to come to congratulate His Highness. The last one, who has been spying on the Jinbei Royal Palace, is from the Primus Battalion Commander's Palace. This was the old prince's bullying, the Jinbei King's bullying. The housekeeper knew that these heads were used by the old prince for Zhao Wujiang's wedding. The old prince was telling the world that he didn't need to ask who these men were under and who was behind the scenes. But he will kill anyone who dares to touch his son. Just. The old butler sighed. If the Zhao family didn't have that curse, perhaps the old prince could have protected His Highness, the son of the world, for the rest of his life without any worries. Searing wine into his throat, Zhao Tingxiao said, "After you leave, there are some things. I don't dare to gamble anymore." Hearing this, the old housekeeper wisely stepped back 3 feet to an inaudible distance. Zhao Tingxiao in front of the tomb was still confiding. 20 years ago, I gambled once, and it made me lose you forever. 20 years later, if I gamble again and don't believe in fate, I'm afraid of losing Wujiang. Zhao Tingxiao sighed deeply and repeated another sentence. His sigh in the night wind was all unwillingness and helplessness, as well as that a smear of hard to let go. He looked at the tombstone with no words. This iron-blooded man, at this moment, his eyes were warm. I know that Wujiang suffered a lot in Kyoto. There are many people targeting him. Zhao Tingxiao's hair was frosty at the temples, his wine was filled with sadness, and at the moment, his thoughts of his late wife were nowhere to be found. Guilt towards Wujiang made his eyes waver. If the Zhao family didn't have that curse, I would have led my troops to slaughter the capital and killed all those people. But under the curse of the Zhao family, Wujiang and I, at most one of us can only survive. This king can't change his fate, but this king can choose to die and let Wujiang live. Zhao Tingxiao seems to be drunk, stout body, quietly affixed to the tombstone. The more he speaks, the more vague. The more he speaks, the more painful. 10 years of life and death, do not think about it, since unforgettable. 1,000 miles of lonely graves, nowhere to talk about bleak. Even though we should not recognize each other, our faces are dusty and our temples are frosty. The night comes with a dream. He seemed to see his late wife again in a trance, a small window, is combing makeup, still so beautiful into his heart, looking at him with affection, and he is now frosty face. If it is not that curse, the words of the Zhao family's destiny. If he is not confident that people will win, want to go against the heavens, 20 years ago, would not have watched his wife die in front of him. If not. The wine pot tumbled to the ground, and the yellow soil around the tombstone drank away Zhao Tingxiao's sorrows for him. Zhao Tingxiao was finally drunk. Dragon Warrior Residence. The room was filled with the smell of blood. Long Zhan, who had just healed his wounds, looked at the corpses in front of him and once again, his blood churned. These are all our people. Who killed them? Long Zhan asked in a stern voice. Snapdragon Battalion people lowered their heads. Only one person hardened his head and said, "The body was thrown to the entrance of our Snapdragon Battalion, the vice commander of him. Head was also cut." Long Battle clenched his fist in death. Can you see the person who struck? The crowd was silent. Long War saw the situation, cannot help but behind the back of the cold. These people, all of them were his capable generals, who could have gotten them killed without a sound. And the bodies were thrown back to the commander's mansion. What is this? This is a naked warning. Dragon Warrior is not a cutie pie. In today's Kyoto, Li Ziyuan naturally wouldn't do this, so the only one who can do this is the king of Jinbei, who just came back today. Only the king of Jinbei has such ghostly power. Terror, fear, in an instant surged through Long Zhan's heart. Once again, he gushed out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, his breath shriveling more and more as the resentment in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Today, within the ancestral court, Zhao Wujiang's final sword had directly chopped him off guard, striking him with very heavy internal injuries. Now that he had been shocked by the king of Jinbei, he felt that the internal energy in his entire body was running around, destroying the vitality in his body. The lively sound of the Jinbei king's mansion, this mansion of his was not too far away. Even if he closed the door of his room, he could vaguely hear the sound of pushing and swapping cups coming from over there. And this honor, this bustle, if it wasn't for the fact that the king of Jinbei had swindled himself to death and happened to be rushing back to Kyoto today to back up Zhao Wujiang, it rightfully belonged to him, Long Zhan. Zhao Wujiang. You have a good father. I'll admit to it. But I don't recognize my fate. He let out a roar in his heart. Although the Jinbei king is strong, but senior brother carries the mandate of heaven and has us to help him, are we really afraid of his Zhao family? Just as Long Zhan's thoughts were churning, the door of the room was gently pushed open. Long Zhan vigilantly gripped the king's sword beside him. When he saw the visitor, he was first stunned, then his cheeks were colored with a rare color of joy. The visitor had a delicate figure, beautiful appearance, a long azure dress, and her eyebrows and eyes both carried a youthful and lively smile, and the quiet beauty of a great lady. Especially under the innocent dress code, it was obvious that the raging and erect curves could be seen again. The willow waist was slender, and the two arched buttocks twisted from side to side as she walked, making men unable to move their eyes. Senior sister Jin Shu. The visitor was none other than his third senior sister, Yun Jin Shu.
Long John called out in surprise. Involving his injuries, his sword brows were furrowed and he looked pained. Senior brother, stop talking first. Yun Jinshu's attention was not on Long John, but rather on the king's sword beside Long John. She slowly approached with an increasingly curious expression.
Is this the heavenly sword?
When the sword demon cast the heavenly sword, it was infused with the tu chi of life and death. It was also sacrificed with the blood of thousands of people before it became spiritual. The pure blue light is the king's heavenly sword, the main life, and the blood red light is the hegemony heavenly sword, the main kill. How could you suffer such a serious injury and not get healed with this master-born heavenly sword in your hand? Long John heard, listening to the tone of the third senior sister Yun Jinshu, there was indeed a way to cure his internal injuries. Third senior sister Yun Jinshu, although her martial arts skills were low, but she was knowledgeable in the past and present, especially her talent in understanding martial arts. She was the first person within the division. Third, Long John wanted to let Yun Jinshu help. Yun Jinshu saw through his mind and said directly, since the King Dao Heavenly Sword has recognized you as its master, your blood can activate its own healing power. Long John sniffed, grabbed the Wang Dao Heavenly Sword and wiped it fiercely. The blood in his palm flowed down the aquamarine sword body. In the next moment, the King Dao Heavenly Sword erupted with a brilliant blue light that shone all over the room. Countless aquamarine light surged towards Long John's 7 orifices, drilling into the limbs and bones along the starting 7 orifices. Long John felt the injuries in his body being rapidly repaired, and as the tingling spread throughout his body, he couldn't help but let out an unimpeded grunt of pain. Indeed, the Heavenly Sword births and kills as one. The repairing power of the King's Dao Heavenly Sword is very crucial. Yun Jinshu was extremely interested in the restoration of Long John's injuries. His gaze was like a torch. Often, the heavier the injury, the faster the strength progresses after the injury is restored. If you take the opportunity of your injury repair to accelerate your cultivation, you might be able to break through the realm and step into the 5th rank in one go.
Feeling the power in his body increase instead of decrease.
Cool. But Long John was only cool for a moment, but his eyes were still quickly filled with disappointment. Even if I can break through, so what? Tonight is the wedding night of Zhao Wujiang and the 7th princess. Now that the rice is already cooked, I've already lost in front of Zhao Wujiang. He could even imagine how painful Li Yunrui's expression was at this moment, and how excited Zhao Wujiang was.
Obscene.
Yun Jinshu's intelligent eyes carried a few light smiles. You haven't lost yet.
Long John immediately collected his thoughts. What does senior sister mean?
Li Yunrui is an extreme sacred body. She must reach the patriarchal realm before she can be touched by a man. Before that, the sacred body is extremely unstable. If a man tries to forcibly defile her, the damage suffered would even exceed a patriarchal's full strength strike. If Zhao Wujiang dared to force her, I'm afraid that she would already be a dead man now.
Oh? Long John's eyes lit up.
It would be great if Zhao Wujiang was directly shocked to death. However, with the Jinbei king protecting him, I'm afraid that at most, he wouldn't be able to touch Li Yunrui, and it wouldn't be possible for him to really die. But it was enough, at least, Li Yunrui, he still had a chance to fight for it.
7th princess, sooner or later, she belongs to me.
Long John once again regained his spirited appearance. Yun Jinshu nodded and turned his words around. Only I'm curious, that Zhao Wujiang has long since been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex. Where did he get the strength to defeat you?
Could it be that the bastard heavenly sword, the main killing sword, is stronger than your king's heavenly sword?
It shouldn't be. Although the hegemony sword is better suited for battle, it's still at most a 60-40 split. Long John's face sank. Yun Jinshu's mentioning of this caused his anger to unconsciously rise up again, and he blurted out.
That punk Zhao Wujiang, no matter how much he cultivates, how can he be my opponent?
It's not because that Zhao Wujiang performed the marrying clothes divine skill today.
Borrowing power that doesn't belong to him. Despicable and shameless. And
4th senior sister, most likely has already betrayed me, or else how could that Zhao Wujiang learn the grafting divine power that I haven't even touched?
Qing Xue betrayed you? There's still this?
Yun Jinshu looked more and more curious. She just loved the many doubts in the world, and even more loved the process of going to unravel them.
Jinbei Royal Mansion, outside the wedding room of the world's sun.
A layer of window paper in the room was quietly poked through, and an eye stuck up.
What is there to see? You have to drag me here.
If the king of Jinbei finds out that we are spying on Zhao Wujiang, we... Ling Qingxue warily surveyed the surroundings and tugged on her 5th senior sister, Lu Ruyan.
I'll just say that I'm Zhao Wujiang's woman. Isn't that enough? The king of Jinbei can still scold his own daughter-in-law? Lu Ruyan poked another small hole in the other window pane. Senior sister, don't pretend. Don't you want to see? I don't want to.
Wow, so the 7th princess is so proactive.
What? Let me see. Ling Qingxue's eyes were already looking in. Is this dog man okay? Why don't you get to the point? What the hell is going around and around outside?
But he's gentle enough with Li Yunrui, not monkeyish at all. Are you angry, senior sister?
Have you ever felt this kind of tenderness from him?
Every time he comes to me, it's like he's starving to death. Ling Qingxue was also speechless as she listened to Lu Ruyan's words.
Why should I feel it? It's not like I'm Zhao Wujiang's woman.
Just then, a faint flute sound came.
The sound of a flute? Senior sister, where did the flute sound come from? Ruyan Lu turned around. What a familiar flute sound. It's third senior sister. Ling Qingxue knitted her brows and looked outside the royal residence. Why is third senior sister here? She's calling out to us. Chapter 48 Father's love is like a mountain. Outside the Jinbei king's mansion, the three Daosong sisters met. Lu Ruyan was charming to the bone. Even if she looked serious at the moment, it was hard to hide her charm. Ling Qingxue's temperament was cool, and now she was even more indifferent. Yun Jinshu has a sweet smile. Compared to the taller Ling Qingxue, her figure is a lot more delicate, more like a neighboring girl. She spun her flute at the moment and laughed. Senior sisters are so leisurely, getting together on the wedding day. How many gifts did they follow? Third senior sister might as well have something to say. Ling Qingxue knew that when third senior sister Yun Jinshu arrived, she definitely didn't come to them first, but went to their first point of contact in Kyoto, the Dragon War residence. Having seen Long Zhuan come, it made her more or less guess what Yun Jinshu was going to do. Yun Jinshu hammed and hawed. Two senior sisters, do you remember what the purpose of the division sending you into the world was? It was to assist senior brother Long battle. How did you guys end up beside Zhao Wujiang? Don't you know that Dragon Warrior senior brother has a heavy killing intent towards Zhao Wujiang? Could it be that you guys have betrayed the division? Senior sister still shouldn't mention this guy Long Zhan. Ling Qingxue was filled with disgust. Despicable, shameless, and ambitious. Critically selfish and self-serving. Lu Ruyan slowly pulled her hair. It's not as good as Zhao Wujiang's woman. Besides, who's standing behind Zhao Wujiang? The king of Jinbei. How powerful is the king of Jinbei? Now that Zhao Wujiang has married Li Yunrui, who doesn't know that Li Ziyuan's favorite daughter is Li Yunrui? With Zhao Wujiang's current resources and potential, the possibility of him becoming a success in the future over Dragon Warrior is only greater. The two senior sisters are really far-sighted. Yun Jinshu hid a smile. Senior brother Long Zhan's martial arts talent is not comparable to the Zhao Wujiang you guys are talking about? Moreover, the imperial court is not as simple as you think. The power Zhao Wujiang relies on is really that strong. Whether it can be big and not fall is the key. You guys are standing on Zhao Wujiang's side now, betraying your senior brother, betraying the sect. Don't regret it in the future. Poof. Ling Qingxue flung her long sleeve and turned to leave. She was most disgusted with Yun Jinshu's words about betraying her senior brother. Long Zhan coveted them. Could it be that they were going to wait to be picked up by Long Zhan? We are just pulling together. Ruyan Lu shifted her eyes away, tugging her hair and slowly turning around. Letting you pull together, not letting you guys stick it to Zhao Wujiang. Yun Jinshu saw the two senior sisters turn to leave, and the three of them parted unhappily, causing her anger to rise. I hope that in your other days, you won't regret today's decision. Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue walked side by side and didn't look back. It's senior sister you don't regret. We're watching Zhao Wujiang anyway. Good. Then I'll wait. Yun Jinshu was exasperated. Clenching her flute, she grunted and also turned to leave. The king's mansion. Zhao Tingxiao, amidst a chorus of compliments, marched towards the compartment. Not getting up this late, it seems that in the future, this king will have to catch that kid practicing in the morning every day. But just as he stepped into the long corridor, the old housekeeper greeted him with a squeezed eyebrow and a face full of joy. Master, slow down. His Highness has just finished having fun with the princess. You're going to have a grandchild soon. If you go over now, in case you bump into the world sun has a thin skin. Good. Zhao Tingxiao carried his hands behind his back, nodded, and obediently sat down on the bench next to the long corridor, slightly tilting his upper body up as he exhaled a long breath. Master, what are you? The old butler sensed that his lordship didn't seem to be in high spirits. Manfu, bring me a jug of wine. Good. The old butler was slightly flabbergasted and quickly nodded his head as he quickly ran away. Zhao Tingxiao was left alone in the long corridor, with fallen leaves and a yellow dog for company. Zhao Wujiang's room. After one night, Zhao Wujiang was satisfied and looked at the stunning bride in front of the dresser. Although he couldn't completely get Li Yunrui. But it also aroused Li Yunrui's guilt. Wanting a woman to die for you often starts with guilt. For example, let her owe you a meal to compensate you for a movie. Let her owe you a ride, compensate you for a night in a hotel. Li Yunrui was just guilty to Zhao Wujiang, so he tried his best to fulfill all his demands. So Zhao Wujiang, who was now very happy, was also a little soft on his feet. After waking up from a sleep, it was already sunrise. Li Yunrui was red-faced, but he was also in a hurry to go and offer tea to the king of Jinbei. The entire royal residence was thriving early in the morning, drilling like a military camp. Li Yunrui toasted tea to Zhao Tingxiao and sweetly called out to his father instead. Zhao Tingxiao smiled brightly and solemnly gave Li Yunrui the jade bracelet left behind by Zhao Wujiang's mother, softly instructing, if you love him, give him the best, and the same goes for you, brat. The old housekeeper smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum on the side, quietly wiping the old tears that almost flowed horizontally. As Zhao Wujiang looked at this quiet scene, he suddenly wondered if everything was just this smooth and peaceful, without strife or covetousness. It might be quite good for him to be an idle and carefree world son. Only, the trees want to be quiet but the wind will not stop. He does not swing his sword at others, but there are people who want to swing their swords at him. Sure enough, after Zhao Wujiang had played with Li Yunrui again, in his room for a while. When he came out, he saw King Jinbei sitting alone in the pavilion as if he was dazed. "Pops, why are you sitting here? Wear better clothes. Even though your daughter-in-law is beautiful, you need to be more restrained." Zhao Tingxiao glanced at his son, feeling smelly. Zhao Wujiang tied his belt and spat in his heart. "I can't get Li Yunrui completely, so I mustn't charge more interest?" When Zhao Wujiang organized his clothes, Jinbei King smiled gently, put his arm around him and laughed with emotion. A family man in the future, really grown up. "Pops, you were just gawking, but what happened?" Zhao Wujiang rubbed the Jinbei King's knee. For those who practiced martial arts, the lower part of the body should be stable, and it was also the most prone to soreness. The Northern Realm. Emperor Coldsan is dead. The nation of Coldsan mourned, the people were unstable, and Coldsan paid a great price to not lead to conflict and chaos. Zhao Tingxiao slowly laughed. With the current national strength and situation of Coldsan, within 10 years, it shouldn't be able to invade Daxia again. The northern border is considered to be stabilized. Zhao Tingxiao's tone had a touch of relief in it, but Zhao Wujiang's sword brows frowned deeper and deeper. He had already surmised what Li Ziyuan wanted to do. "You're not getting married nowadays? In the middle of the day, you're grasping at straws trying to get me a big grandson again." Zhao Tingxiao pulled Zhao Wujiang closer, his voice low and soft. "Father is going to enjoy his blessings." Zhao Wujiang glanced at his old father, who spoke easily, but he could see the reluctance and unwillingness to give up on the north, on the battlefield, on defending the country, as well as the helplessness under the difficult choices. In the original, the king of Jinbei learned of the death of his son, brought troops back to prepare for his son's revenge, the momentum of the male, wanting to slaughter the city for his son. But Dragon Warrior already knew that he was faking his death and prepared to kill King Jinbei. He had Ling Qingxue use the mirror flower water moon to impersonate Zhao Wujiang without any flaws, while Long Zhan held the fake Zhao Wujiang hostage and tried to force the king of Jinbei to give in. The emperor was also forcing him at the same time. "If you don't die, I can't rest in peace, and after you die, I'll make sure Zhao Wujiang lives a long life." In the end, the king of Jinbei, the iron-blooded general, chose to kill himself to save his son. That angry roar filled with mournful helplessness and defiance still echoed in his mind at this moment. The Zhao family, after all, can only survive one. The heavenly Tao is unjust. But the Zhao family. Defy it. Later. He splashed his blood on the spot. The blood shrouded Zhao Wujiang's memories of the original. King Jinbei cut his own throat, just like in the Chuhan struggle, when King Xiang had no words to face his father and mother, and refused to cross over to Jiangdong. And King Jinbei, it seems that he was unable to face his son's plunge into death. And willing to give everything. The depth of a father's love, the original blood-stained memories and the feeling of being there at this moment, made Zhao Wujiang's eyes a little warm, and he seriously said, "Father." Zhao Tingxiao's heart flashed a trace of fear. Some things he did not dare to bet again. 20 years ago, his power was greater than today, and he was able to sway the crown prince and Li Ziyuan, who ascended to the throne as emperor. At that time, he also did not believe in fate, he also rebelled. Not just against the imperial power, but against the sky. But the end. His wife, Zhao Wujiang's birth mother, died. 20 years later. He only has Zhao Wujiang, this only son. See Zhao Wujiang become a family, happy and healthy. He is very satisfied. How still dare to gamble? Seeing Zhao Tingxiao silent, Zhao Wujiang continued to try to ask. He wanted to know one thing. A thing that was never mentioned in the original. Why the king of Jinbei had always determined that the Zhao family, after all, could only survive one. "Father, have you ever felt this heaven is unfair? The heavenly Tao is unjust?" The powerful aura that King Jinbei had collected was shaken by Zhao Wujiang's words, and a trace of it leaked out uncontrollably. At this moment, around the promenade, the wind was blowing through the hall, blowing up his frosty white sideburns. "Wujiang is sensing something?" Jinbei Wan looked at his son with kind eyes. He did not tell Wujiang the truth after all. He did not want Wujiang, who had learned the truth, to feel guilty after his death. "Father had heard at the border that you have no one in your sight and are very bold." Before, father didn't believe it, but now it seems that there is really some truth to it, even the heavens you dare to flirt with. He tried to prevaricate, but Zhao Wujiang was obviously even more curious, and he pretended to be angry. "I have King Jinbei as my backer, so what if I have no one in my sight?" King Jinbei suddenly pulled Zhao Wujiang's collar. "Then what if one day my father is no longer around? Brat, can you still protect yourself?" Zhao Wujiang stared at him blankly. "Why would you be gone? Who could kill you?" "Of course not, the only one who can kill me is myself. Look at the way your brat is panicking, no talent at all." Zhao Tingxiao let go of Zhao Wujiang, tidied up Zhao Wujiang's wrinkled collar and added, "Fortunately, knowing a son is like fathering a son. Your father, before I return to the capital, I explained to the Jinbei army, they will, in the future, only listen to my Zhao Tingxiao's son." Zhao Tingxiao looked to the sky above Kyoto. An eagle soared past, but still succumbed to the dome of the sky. Son, the Zhao family is no longer strong, but it's also being pressured by this sky. One day if you don't like this sky, you can just leave this place. As a father, I have a way to ensure that you leave Kyoto safely. But now, your temperament is quite suitable for practicing Dad's unique sword technique. Now that I'm free, I'll give it to you. The name of the sword is Only I Am the Only One. Zhao Wujiang had already sensed this obvious and raw change of topic. However, his old dad still didn't want to talk about it, so he couldn't force it any further. He could only sigh inwardly and follow his old dad's words, replying with a feigned ease. Could it be that you, father, have seen the kingly aura on my son? No. Knowing his son as his father, Zhao Tingxiao shook his head. It's that your sword technique is too lousy to utilize the hegemony of your killing sword. Zhao Wujiang collapsed his face. Brat! Zhao Tingxiao gave Zhao Wujian a push. Bring the sword, father will demonstrate it to you. Oh. Zhao Wujiang raised his hand, and in the next moment, a blood-red light sword was held in his hand. It was the hegemonic heavenly sword. He handed the sword over. Zhao Tingxiao took the sword, and the hegemony heavenly sword seemed to sense that it wasn't its owner's aura, and began to tremble madly, but it still couldn't break free from Zhao Tingxiao's hand. A domineering aura slowly permeated out from Zhao Tingxiao's body. Watch this sword, it's going to be awesome. At this moment, Zhao Wujiang only felt one word. Thousands of armies. Only I am the only one. Chapter 49, Yuni, you go finish off Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Tingxiao held the hegemonic heavenly sword in his hand, his aura growing stronger as he slowly raised his arm and pointed diagonally at the dome of the sky outside the corridor. The Only Me sword technique, when performed, it can be divided into two parts. The first part, Only Me, the entire person should be in a state of concentration and emptiness, everything in the world, everything is only me. Secondly, it is the soul honor. When performing the sword technique, no matter how many strong enemies you face, you have to believe that you are the one among them, and that all enemies will not be invaded. Zhao Tingxiao explained to Zhao Wujiang the way of the soul-exclusive sword technique. He pointed the sword diagonally towards the sky, lightly picking towards the corridor. His body was full of idleness, and even frivolity. There was even an endless dominance, as if everything could not enter into his eyes, and he could chop it off with a single sword at will. After this sword picked to go, originally no wind around the corridor, suddenly hung up a blast of wind, constantly whistling, blowing the corridor around the potted flowers in the wind fluttering. But within 3 feet of Zhao Tingxiao, it was a windless area, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Zhao Wujiang was in the windless zone created by his old man, and while it clearly seemed peaceful, he felt a strong sense of suffocation and oppression, making it exceptionally difficult to even breathe. At the same time, a shattering sound of cups breaking on the ground resounded from the front court, the cries of alarm from the greedy guests, and the soothing sounds of the old housekeeper. Zhao Tingxiao slowly lowered his sword, handed the overbearing heavenly sword back to Zhao Wujiang, and sighed. In my own mansion, the power of this sword can only go so far. If it was in the battlefield, with the power of this divine weapon, your old father I could at least pick through over 100 armors with one sword, and slice through dozens of swords in a row without feeling exhausted. But there's no harm, this sword doesn't lie in strength, but in heart, the heart of only me. Zhao Wujiang received the hegemony heavenly sword. At this moment, the hegemony heavenly sword was still trembling violently, the sword was buzzing, and his mind was still recalling his old dad's seemingly uneventful sword from before. Master! The old butler ran over from the vestibule carrying 2 jugs of wine with a palpitating look on his face. Just now the vestibule suddenly blew up a gale, blowing the tables and chairs all over the court apart. People couldn't even stand up. Luckily the guests had already eaten and drunk well, the rest were all drunk and greedy. Master, your wine. Zhao Tingxiao took a jug of wine and poured a mouthful of it, breathing a long sigh of relief. Zhao Wujiang pulled a sword flower in his hand, attempting to mimic his old man's previous divine form. Zhao Tingxiao smiled and instructed. If the sword rises, then the wind will not stop and you will not stop killing. If you can't initially do the retractions, then just go forward, kill, kill, kill. 2 hours later. Zhao Wujiang's soft hands and feet followed Li Yunrui to the palace. The custom on the first day after the wedding was. The couple first honored the king of Jinbei with tea, and then went to the palace to honor their father and mother. The garden of the palace. Li Yunrui personally brewed 2 cups of her favorite refreshing tea for Li Ziyuan and handed 1 cup to Zhao Wujiang, then she took the lead and knelt down to toast the tea. Father and mother, please use the tea. Li Ziyuan received the tea with a smile on his face and took a sip. Father. Father. Mother. Please use the tea. Zhao Wujiang handed over the tea bowl. The empress was full of kindness, nodded, gave Zhao Wujiang a brocade bag, and patted Zhao Wujiang's hand. Come, mother still has something to give you. Zhao Wujiang had a well-behaved face and left with the empress. Li Ziyuan glanced at Zhao Wujiang's departing back, his eyes slightly condensed and he didn't say anything. When Zhao Wujiang and the empress left completely, he sighed quietly. Yunrui, Zhao Wujiang's kung fu was beyond my father's expectations. Li Yunrui got up, sat beside his father and pampered himself. Isn't this exactly where Wujiang excels? Being strong in martial arts is the only way to better protect my daughter. Ah. Father is afraid that he will bully you. Li Ziyuan half joked. If one day, Father Emperor flips out with him, who will you help? Father. Hearing her father say this, how could Li Yunrui not hear her father's words? She snapped. How could Wu Jiang go against you? Now that he is your son-in-law, he is definitely even more loyal to Xia. If you slander him again, Yunrui will have to doubt Father Emperor's belly. Although Li Yunrui said this, but in her beautiful eyes, a trace of imperceptible worry flashed through. She always felt that Father Emperor could not tolerate Zhao Wujiang, and Zhao Wujiang was destined to rebel. She didn't want that day to come, but if it really came to that day, where should she go? Seeing her daughter angry. Okay, father won't ask such questions. La. Li Ziyuan smiled dotingly, but his heart slowly heaved down. Although Yunrui didn't practice much martial arts, but his talent in martial arts was extremely high. He originally wanted to give Yunrui his sacred dragon kung fu, but now it seems that Yunrui is not interested in practicing martial arts, and is only interested in being with Zhao Wujiang. Father, let's go see what mother gave Wujiang. Li Yunrui smiled sweetly, wanting to drag his father away and diverge from the topic in his mind. You go first. Li Ziyuan laughed. Then I'll go first. Li Yunrui ran off in a huff, wanting to see Zhao Wujiang quickly, and even more so, wanting to know what mother had mysteriously given Zhao Wujiang. Li Ziyuan's smile slowly disappeared as his daughter left. After Zhao Wujiang married Yunrui, he took this opportunity to mention that he wanted Zhao Tingxiao to remove his military power, but Zhao Tingxiao was obviously not willing. But Zhao Tingxiao was clearly unwilling. Moreover, he knew in his heart that the Jinbei army nowadays had long since recognized only the king of Jinbei and not him as the son of heaven. Zhao Wujiang was practicing martial arts again. His martial arts talent was not bad. He even beat Long Zhan when he was in the ancestral court. If Zhao Wujiang was allowed to grow up like this, would Zhao Wujiang be willing to be a son-in-law? He used to worry that Zhao Wujiang would become the second Zhao Tingxiao, but now he was worried that Zhao Wujiang wouldn't become the second Zhao Tingxiao. At least Zhao Tingxiao was just a powerful man who held a lot of power, but at least he still respected him as his righteous brother. But Zhao Wujiang, that brat, I can see at a glance that he was born against the bone. If Zhao Wujiang doesn't want to be the emperor's son-in-law, what will Zhao Tingxiao do when he finds out about this? He will definitely help Zhao Wujiang. At that time, this father and son would be the real trouble. Now that Yunrui only wanted to be with Zhao Wujiang, there was hardly any good opportunity for him to speak out about the idea of letting Yunrui cultivate the Holy Dragon skill, and he was even thinking that with Yunrui's level of concern for Zhao Wujiang, if he taught the Holy Dragon skill to Yunrui, Yunrui would turn around and teach it to Zhao Wujiang. Since Yunrui didn't want to and couldn't cultivate the powerful Holy Dragon technique, then let a royal prince who loathed Zhao Wujiang do it. Zhenghua. Li Ziyuan thought of this and called out in a low voice. A big eunuch's respectful voice came from outside the side door. Old slave is here. Summon Yun Yi to come. Yes. Not long after, Li Yunyi rushed in, suppressing the doubts in his heart and curtsying obediently. My son sees father. Li Ziyuan opened the door. I know that you are disgusted with Zhao Wujiang. I am now giving you a chance to defeat him. Li Yunyi froze. Me? Chapter 50, Winds and Clouds in the Dynastic Hall. Li Yunyi knelt on the cold jade tiles of the imperial study room, fine sweat seeping from the corners of his forehead as the knots in his throat rolled up and down. It was true that he hated Zhao Wujiang before, thinking that Zhao Wujiang had snatched away his beloved sister, Li Yunrui. However, after contacting Zhao Wujiang, he realized that he and Zhao Wujiang had similar tastes. Both of them liked to read small yellow books, and Zhao Wujiang had saved his life. To say that now he hates Zhao Wujiang, in fact, he now only want to find Zhao Wujiang, want Spring Palace 100 Flowers record sequel, and not so want to defeat Zhao Wujiang. What's the point of fencing with a man? If you want to take out a sword, it's also to stab a woman. Please ask father for clarification. As Li Yunyi clasped his fists, he tried to tense his spine to make a good behavior. My son will certainly follow the order. Li Ziyuan touched out a bright yellow secret book from his bosom, the gilt cover reflecting a piercing halo in the morning light. From today onwards, this holy dragon kung fu, I will pass it on to you. You have to practice diligently. I will check it every once in a while. I hope you won't let me down. Alas no, father, no, what I want is not this kind of little yellow book. Li Yunyi mumbled as he received the secret book of sacred dragon technique, and his fingertips trembled violently when they touched the stamped gold lines. He looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon coiled on the title page and felt that the sky was about to collapse. The left hand under the wide sleeves pinched his thighs to death to hold back the wail. No! Li Yunyi inwardly cried out in sorrow as snow fell, snowflakes fluttered, and the northern wind blew. The copper bells on the eaves were blown by the autumn wind and tinkled, which sounded to him like a funeral dirge. The next morning. The bronze incense burner between the golden pillars of the coiled dragon rose up in curls of green smoke. This morning, perhaps heard what the wind blowing grass, the courtiers waiting in the temple changed from the usual loud discussion, are 3 or 2 gathered together in a group whispering, from time to time to look at the upright posture of the dragon war and silent Zhao Wujiang.
Finally, Li Ziyuan stepped into the hall slowly with the morning bell at dawn, and his basil-colored dragon robe swept over the dam with fine gold sand. He casually raised his hand and waved it, and the eunuch in front of the hall held the imperial decree and began to read it out, emitting a palpitating rustling sound as the silk unfolded. Honglu Temple Secretary reported, the second batch of cold mulberry envoys into the capital has been fully settled. This time, the cold sang envoys will enter the capital again, only to pick up Chiba Rizhou.
This matter is entrusted to Zhao Wujiang's full responsibility. Do not affect the existing state of peace between the two countries. Make sure to let Chiba Rizhou follow the envoy back home smoothly.
The ministers nodded their heads like reeds in the wind. This matter had been known before, and with Chiba Rizhou under house arrest in the royal residence under guard, it was only natural that it would be handed over to Zhao Wujiang to take charge of. They were more concerned about the wind they had received about the king of Jinbei. The eunuch in front of the palace continued to read, his voice rising steeply. Dasha and Coldsun are becoming more peaceful with each passing day, and the northern border no longer needs to be garrisoned by a large army for the time being. Peace is hard to come by. Jinbei King Zhao Tingxiao battlefield for many years, defending the northern border of Xia. Hard work, I feel very sorry. Zhao Tingxiao is also my brother, and I have deep feelings. On the basis of merit, on the basis of love, on the basis of reasoning, today the Jinbei King Zhao Tingxiao, as a prince. All specifications, all with the first-class prince equal, salary silver 10,000 taels, pay grain 10,000 ducats. Once this holy decree came out, the whole hall was shocked. Vermilion lacquer beams and pillars reflecting the white faces of the people, even the incense burner smoke are stagnant for a moment. Jinbei King, this king, is the county king, is to the North General Zhao Tingxiao, gifted out of a subordinate power, and no real power. The real power lies in the North General's military power. And today, this county king, the king of the foreign name, actually broke the great summer ever hierarchy, promoted to the first-class prince. From now on, he was ranked amongst the royal relatives. The king of Jinbei is worthy of being the emperor's righteous brother. This promotion is really surprising. But some officials smelled unusual place. Jinbei Wang Rose share, this is more like a kind of merit is too high, the seal cannot be sealed. The surface of the reward, as expected, has always been stable and low-key military minister, but suddenly uploaded a suggestion. Your Majesty, I feel that Jinbei King guarding the border for many years of hard work, now the years are getting higher, coupled with His Highness the son of the wedding, the royal house is more and more rising. Why not let Jinbei King in the royal house to spend his days, lest the Jinbei King and His Highness the son of the father and son again separated? And the Emperor and Jinbei King deep feelings, the world is known, Jinbei King in Kyoto health, the Emperor you can also more convenient to see each other, to solve the pain of lovesickness. Once the Minister of War said this, the courtroom was strangely quiet and the ministers were silenced. We all heard the Secretary of the Ministry of the Army's voice, seemingly for the Jinbei Wangfu considerations. In fact, they are flirting with the Emperor to remove the Jinbei King's military power of the suspicion. Even this may be the Emperor authorized, otherwise the Secretary of the Ministry of War, as an old courtier, in this kind of thing, and how to put forward their own views? Isn't it generally pretending to be confused? What the I Ching said is reasonable. Li Ziyuan revealed a thoughtful expression, as if he was really considering the Minister of War's proposal. Zhao Tingxiao naturally could also see that this move by the Minister of War was most likely authorized by Li Ziyuan. The night of the wedding, Li Ziyuan mentioned that he wanted him to return to the field, but he did not reply at that time. Now Li Ziyuan obviously intends to borrow the mouth of the Secretary of the Ministry of War to remove his military power. Whether or not this king wants to retire in Kyoto is not your turn to suggest. Zhao Tingxiao took a step out, and his berserk martial aura moved with him, directly crashing into the Minister of War. The Minister of War couldn't resist at all, his body flipped over and flew out, wiping blood marks on the ground. Even though he was spitting blood from his mouth, he still struggled to get up, kneeling down and kowtowing to the king of Jinbei. The old minister made a delusional statement, please forgive your majesty, please calm down King Jinbei's anger. Tingxiao, I also want you to accompany me more in Kyoto, marching and fighting, the border winds and frosts, leave it to the younger generation. Li Ziyuan knew that Zhao Tingxiao was venting his dissatisfaction, but he was determined to remove Zhao Tingxiao's military power and nip the threat in the bud. He said in a deep voice. Effective immediately, the deputy captain of the Snapdragon Battalion, Long Zhan, is appointed as the acting Great General of the Northern Realm, to hold the military power of the Northern Realm on behalf of him, and to train the soldiers and horses to protect the country. The hall was in an uproar. The ministers looked at Long Zhan in disbelief. They had just realized that there was something wrong with that holy decree and the suggestion of the Minister of War, so it was like this. His Majesty stripped the Jinbei King of his real power and let the Jinbei King enjoy his old age in peace? Long Zhan was also dumbfounded. He couldn't believe this was true for a moment. His hands hanging at his side were slightly shaking. It was excitement. He knew that the emperor had always valued him and favored him, but now the position of the great general of the north was handed over to him just like that? Although it is only on behalf of, but what the heck? He lost to Zhao Wujiang in love, but he directly crushed Zhao Wujiang in officialdom. Wasn't Zhao Wujiang relying on the Jinbei King's power before? Now the Jinbei King has no military power. Dragon Warfare was complacent for a while, but as smart as he was, he immediately realized the problem. Like the Jinbei king, this level of military officials, military power is just a vanity, even if the emperor unloaded the military power and intentionally suppressed his power, but the actual role is actually not very big. Jinbei army still will only listen to Jinbei king. He, the acting general. Long War suddenly felt a little tricky. Obviously hot potato. He suddenly felt that he was not being put on the fire by Li Ziyuan as well. Congratulations, Lieutenant Long. No, look at this official. Congratulations, General Long. General Long. General Long is a good-looking man with great talent and abundant martial virtues, so it's a relief for my officials to guard the northern border. Congratulate General Long. I still hope that General Long will give a thin face. Today the court is dismissed. A small drink can be good? I have long said that Long Battle is not an ordinary person. The Minister of Rights laughed with his palm, his goatee beard trembled with excitement. Your Majesty is as discerning as a torch. A glance at the talent, the king of Jinbei's half-life of military service, toil and toil, after enjoying his twilight years peacefully, the whole of the dynasty, the younger generation, who else is worthy of the position of the general of the Northern Territory? The only one is Dragon Warrior. The courtiers came like a tidal wave, and Long Zhan was surrounded in the center, his nose lingering with various types of smoky incense. He glimpsed Zhao Wujiang still standing in place, just picking his nose with a disinterested look. Really low-end Ali Ziyuan, all of these useless. Zhao Wujiang snorted, and glanced at Long Zhan, acting as the Jinbei army? Just him? The king of Jinbei only brought back one army this time. It's just this one, a few hundred people. He would like to see Long Zhan. Can he suppress it? Father, it's not fun here, let's go home and play cards? Zhao Wujiang nodded behind the Jinbei king. Long Zhan took in this scene, but on his face, he could only respond courteously to the 100 officials in the court. He was actually panicking inside. What if King Jinbei hit him like he did the Minister of War? Luckily, King Jinbei was talking to Zhao Wujiang and then left in stride. Li Ziyuan looked at the backs of Zhao Tingxiao's father and son, who were far away without saying hello, and inwardly grunted angrily. Of course he knew that removing Zhao Tingxiao's military power didn't mean much. The Jinbei army, long ago, listened to people but not orders. That was the point he had been worried about. If the Jinbei king was loyal, then the Jinbei army would be loyal. If the Jinbei king is not loyal, then his throne will be in jeopardy. That's why he wanted to try and suppress the king of Jinbei's authority. Otherwise, this righteous brother of his, he is the one who is truly powerful. And he had trouble sleeping and eating. His gaze fell on Long Zhan. This young man that he valued, he wondered if he could command the Jinbei army well. Although he had no hope, the reason he chose Long Zhan was that Long Zhan was resourceful enough. Even if he could not lead the Jinbei army, he would not be killed. If Li Ziyuan had a different person to lead it, he would probably have to be carried out when he entered the barracks. The king's mansion. Ginkgo leaves swirled and fell on the green stone board. Li Yunrui's scarlet skirt swept over the golden yellow. Learned today's news, she finally could not hide the indignation in her heart. Set pearl-embroidered shoes will fall, leaves crushed creaking. On what grounds? Why? She suddenly turned around, her sideburns shakers crashing out a crisp sound. Why does father want to remove father's real power? The northern realm is temporary stability, not generational stability. Even if we remove father's real power, we shouldn't let Dragon Warrior come off. There are so many old generals, but it's Dragon Warrior. Isn't this intentionally targeting us? Zhao Wujiang leaned against the vermilion lacquered corridor pillar, looking at his wife's red cheeks like ripe peaches. The autumn wind rolled up the silk sash around her waist, and the scarlet color burned like fire in the full autumn colors of the court. He had already known the outcome, so Zhao Wujiang was also quite calm. Instead of continuing to be uselessly angry, it would be better to appreciate his beautiful girl more. No! Li Yunrui said and walked outside, her skirt flipping like a butterfly. I have to talk to father. Zhao Wujiang yanked on the jade bracelet on Li Yunrui's wrist and smoothly wrapped her in his arms. The faint jasmine fragrance of the young girl's body drilled into his nose, and he lowered his head and rubbed the top of her hair with his chin. Okay, I know you feel sorry for me. Isn't this a one-for-one deal? Military power for a harnessed horse's sidekick position. It's just a shame I can't sleep with you. I'm losing out big time. Li Yunrui's body steeply stiffened. Dyed dancer's nails pinched into his arm. What did you say? I said that I know you feel sorry for me. Zhao Wujiang cupped her face without changing his color, his thumb wiping away the teardrops at the end of her eyes. It's my good fortune to have such an understanding wife as you. Other than that, I don't care. That little cutie. Long Zhan, being used as a gun by Li Ziyuan, doesn't even realize that he dares to go and manage the Jinbei army. There are sufferings that he has to eat. But although this woman can't be slept with yet, but compared to the original one who helped Dragon Warrior, this one now, it's barely cute. Zhao Wujiang was comforted by the old man. You. Li Yunrui, however, was furious. This dead man, it seems like he's still mindful of the fact that I can't sleep for him. But is that because I don't want to? I want it too. I'm also often made to hang in the river by you. Li Yunrui felt very innocent. But fortunately, at least in Zhao Wuzhong's heart, did not hear too much frustration. This guy's mental quality can be really good, at least much better than her. Taishan collapsed in front of the immovable. But she now has a guilty conscience towards me. It is just right to introduce a few sisters to her.
Yunrui, you should know what to do, right? After all, my Zhao family has no military power now, and with so many people missing, I have to work hard to spread my branches and leaves. Li Yunrui?
Doubtfully, he surveyed Zhao Wuzhong's gentle, watery eyes. Before he could say anything, he saw Zhao Wuzhong snap his fingers.
Let me introduce two sisters to you. Sure enough. This scumbag, hiding women.
When Li Yunrui looked up, he was seeing two beauties walking towards him. The snowy green jacket was as cold as ice and frost, and the pomegranate red one had charming eyes. The autumn sun gilded them with a golden rim, and they were stunningly beautiful.
This is Senior's sister Ling Qingxue.
Before Zhao Wuzhong's words fell, the soft flesh around his waist was viciously pinched again.
It hurts.
Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan looked at him at the same time.
Ouch. What hurts? Ruyan Lu, could it be heartache for Senior's sister? Ling Qingxue, could it be heartache for Li Yunrui?
Li Yunrui exerted force in his hands, but actually knew deep down that she was being eaten by Zhao Wuzhong. The matter of military power, regardless of the men's fight, she had the pot, but the biggest pot was that she couldn't do her wife's responsibility properly. So Zhao Wuzhong looking for a woman, she cannot help ah.
Li Yunrui had to smile generously. Good day, Senior Sister Qingxue.
Zhao Wuzhong continued, this is Senior Sister Lu Ruyan. Li Yunrui narrowed her almond eyes and drew circles around her husband's waist with her fingertips. Husband is really. The blessings of the colorful are incessant.
Li Yunrui's embroidered shoes stepped heavily on the back of his feet, crushing shallow dents in Zhao Wuzhong's boots. What scary eyes, what a scary woman. Is this the harem shura? Is this the trouble of having many women?
I wonder if the readers who read this book before can't top it.
I can't stand it anyway. Chapter 51, Please, Boundless June. Doesn't husband introduce them properly?
Li Yunrui smiled like a flower, but under his long legs, he increased his force.
Help!
This jealous man is going to murder his own husband.
Yes, introduce them first. Come madam, they are.
Zhao Wuzhong took the opportunity to draw back his foot and avoided Li Yunrui's stomping foot. Stomping on toes, a child's trick.
Zhao Wuzhong nodded and explained to Li Yunrui when his afterglow caught a glimpse of Lu Ruyan hiding her lips and snickering. The two of them were both dragon warriors, senior sisters before, and were also victims. He intentionally emphasized the word victim, now that they have turned to the dark side and cooperated with me. In the future, they will be my senior sisters.
Li Yunrui's eyes were scrutinizing, sizing up the beautiful and charming Lu Ruyan.
Ling Qingxue was fine, her temperament was cool, and she looked as if she didn't have an affair with Zhao Wuzhong. But this Lu Ruyan, her charming demeanor, the way she looked at Zhao Wuzhong was teasing and flirtatious. Was she really a senior sister? There's no other relationship? I'll believe the hell out of you. Husband, they're with you, are they just senior siblings?
Of course, I, Zhao Wuzhong,
have been upright all my life. What else could there be other than an innocent relationship like senior siblings? Zhao Wuzhong was full of sincerity.
If it wasn't for the fear of you overturning the jealousy jar, I could even tell you how many moles they have on their waist sockets. Only last night, Ruyan Lu taught me to practice kung fu by hand, and my sweat soaked through the bed sheets.
Cough.
Zhao Wuzhong coughed dryly and said in a sincere voice. Speaking of which, I've always been very grateful to the two senior sisters. I can have the martial arts strength I have today, and the two senior sisters have helped me a lot.
Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan were stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Wuzhong's tone to be so sincere, actually thanking them to their faces.
Of course, this was before hearing the heartfelt words. After hearing it, both of them fell silent.
Lowering their heads. Redness welled up on their faces. The one who was the most angry was Li Yunrui. Good. It turns out that there has been a leg up for a long time. Li Yunrui was so angry that the meat on his chest was almost to his chin. Husband, how did they all help you ah?
Zhao Wuzhong didn't notice Li Yunrui's eyes that wanted to kill him. Instead, his tone became more and more sincere. Sister Lu Ruyan gave me a lot of help when I first entered the martial arts path, taught me the first top martial arts, and even more thoughtfully assisted my realm to keep growing, very hard. Effort. Almost didn't play my waist off, but I'm no slouch, making her roll her eyes several times.
Li Yunrui clenched his fists.
And senior sister Ling Qingxue, she even went so far as to lend me her power for a short time.
Yunrui, do you remember that day in the ancestral court?
I was able to defeat the dragon warrior, and a great deal of that credit was brought about by the jutsu that senior sister Ling Qingxue had previously imparted to me. It's a pity that the progress of the marriage divine skill has stagnated, but no problem, I'll just go back and soak her a few more times. I can always revisit my old stomping grounds.
Li Yunrui clenched his fists.
Ling Qingxue cursed the man in her heart, and said, Nonsense.
Nonsense. I didn't give it to you, so what's the point of revisiting?
Lu Ruyan's eyes trembled and glanced at Zhao Wujiang. She didn't realize that her sister had even taught Zhao Wujiang the marriage divine skill. The two of them had a very shallow relationship. It was by no means ordinary. Sure enough, elder sister's usual coldness towards Zhao Wujiang seemed to be feigned.
She'd have to keep an eye out. These competitors were fierce. Li Yunrui narrowed her almond eyes icily. It seems that husband has studied quite a lot. I'm happy for you too. Li Yunrui acted knowledgeable and understanding. Many thanks to the two senior sisters.
Seeing that Li Yunrui was so understanding, and looking at the happy scene, Zhao Wujiang was also relieved.
It's better than anything for the few of us to make the best of our days. Zhao Wujiang was originally still apprehensive in his heart.
After all, there were 3 retributions in his code of life.
1 to repay kindness, 2 to take revenge, and 3 to embrace beauty.
Li Yunrui had already become Zhao Wujiang's proper wife, and Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue were also within the royal residence, and with their heads down and their heads up, the 3 women would definitely meet.
So choose a day is better than bumping into a day. Zhao Wujiang today to take this opportunity to introduce the two sister to Li Yunrui, in advance to take a precautionary shot, lest the situation in the future chaotic situation. Li Yunrui was too lazy to care about Zhao Wujiang.
He was afraid that if he continued to listen to his heart, he couldn't help but cut Zhao Wujiang. Let him be the first eunuch emperor's son-in-law of Xia. So he took the initiative to bring the 2 new sisters to arrange a formal residence. Looking at the silhouettes of the 3 women leaving, one concave and convex.
Yunrui, very understanding.
Zhao Wujiang smiled in relief. He also went to think about business. Ever since the morning court was dispersed, Zhao Wujiang had been weighing the current situation over and over again within his heart. His old man's military power had been removed. Long Zhan had once again been promoted to the throne. How should he, the thorn in the side of Long Zhan's eyes, deal with it? Since the facts can no longer be changed, then use the facts to maximize his own interests. He came to the door of the room where Chiba Rizhou was under house arrest.
Chiba Rizhou was going to be picked up by the Cold Sang mission according to the imperial decree, so could he squeeze some value out of Chiba Rizhou before he was picked up? Thinking about this, Zhao Wujiang pushed the door and saw Chiba Rizhou, who looked a bit haggard. Chiba Rizhou was huddled in a corner where the moonlight did not shine, and looked up sharply when he heard the sound of chains. Zhao Wujiang's figure standing against the light was like a cultivator, and the jade pendant at his waist reflected a palpitating cold light. Your father must love you very much.
Zhao Wujiang spoke in a gentle tone and squatted in front of Chiba Rizhou, who was sitting on the ground holding his legs. Chiba Rizhou's cheeks were hung with tear stains. Thinking of her father's death, the watery mist in her eyes once again arose, and her eyes watered as she sobbed.
I sympathize.
Zhao Wujiang slowly dismantled the chains. But Kolsong is in great turmoil, internal conflicts are intensifying, it will get weaker and weaker, the great summer is prospering, Kolsong is doomed to be doomed.
The best thing you can do is to seek my cooperation. You know what I'm talking about.
Chiba Rizhou was under house arrest in the royal residence. The news was closed. She did not know about the temporary peace between Daxia and Kolsun.
My father is probably angry these days. Maybe he's sharpening his sword and taking it all out on you Japanese, so wash your necks and wait for it. Zhao Wujiang smiled faintly. This smile was actually well-intentioned. He wanted to sincerely talk to Chiba Rizhou about cooperation.
Unexpectedly, when Chiba Rizhou heard his heartfelt words, he was already so scared that his legs were weak and his pupils were wide open.
Jinbei King really didn't die? Daxia is going to continue to send troops against Cold Sang? Jinbei King, sharpening his sword in person?
Chiba Rizhou seemed to foresee the image of the iron hooves of the Jinbei army, sweeping across Kolsan.
Her body trembled more and more. Looking at the man in front of her. This guy's smile, so scary.
If Zhao Wujiang encouraged the king of Jinbei to massacre Kolsong, how could Kolsong, which was now in great turmoil, possibly withstand it, and would surely die, and would be about to perish?
Zhao Wujiang, you must help me, okay?
Chiba Hinata fell to her knees at once, her palms folded and kneeling, her tone carrying a begging.
I'll agree to everything you ask, all of it. Zhao Wujiang froze. Huh? Promise you what?
This woman's eyes are so dirty, there is a kind of, ma'am, you also don't want me to get your family killed, right?
Zhao Wujiang thought like this.
Chiba Rizhou immediately understood. With a bite of her silver teeth on her lips, the scarlet-colored belt floated to the ground, and Chiba Rizhou trembled as she undid her lingerie and knelt down once again.
Please, Wujiang-kun. Chapter 52, Chiba Rizhou for nothing.
Half an hour later, Chiba Rizhou was shaking like a sieve, completely paralyzed on Zhao Wujiang, her cheeks flushed, her charming eyes like silk, holding Zhao Wujiang's cheeks.
Wujiang-kun, I'm also your woman. Can ask for a title?
This title would be her lifeline, her talisman, after failing to fight for the throne of the Heavenly Emperor or after the fall of Cold Sang.
Die laughing, a title?
Let's wait until you become the emperor, then you'll still have to kneel down and call out to your father. Chiba Rizhou suddenly bit her lower lip, her legs unconsciously twisted tight. She clearly heard Zhao Wujiang's heart-flirtatious teasing, but the person in front of her still had a clouded look.
Chiba Rizhou's eyes were misty with tears. Isn't it normal for you Daxia men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? You are also the sun of the world. Do you think I'm not worthy of you? Precisely because I'm the world's sun. Zhao Wujiang shook his head. I've just finished marrying the princess, and it'll take at least a year for me to take a concubine. I can't give you the title of a woman, I can't give you anything.
This woman was quite active just now, it's just a pity that her status is not right. Your little island is destined to be incompatible with me, Dasha.
After all, I'm a lifelong anti-Japanese. Shiba Rizhao's eyes flickered, thinking that Zhao Wujiang was looking down on her.
Firmly, she said, after a year, I'll come back to you to ask for this title, and when I become the Cold Sun Emperor, I'll be considered worthy of you.
Ha!
Zhao Wujiang was puzzled, but reminded, by the way, your envoy is coming to pick you up, go back.
Cold Sang and Desya. Will they still fight? Shiba Hinata frowned.
What war? My father is retired, what's there to fight for, rest.
Zhao Wujiang replied. Shiba Rizhao sighed in relief and hooked his arms around Zhao Wujiang's neck. Thank you, Wujiang-kun. But she quickly realized that something wasn't right. Your father retired? The Jinbei king isn't in the northern realm anymore? Then what did you just mean by sharpening the sword to cut the cold mulberry? What nonsense! Zhao Wujiang was speechless. He was too lazy to pay attention to Zhao Wujiang.
Not even noticing Shiba Rizhao's tearful eyes. This dead Dasha man, how could he even lie in his heart?
The Jinbei king wasn't even in the north anymore. Then wasn't she just giving Zhao Wujiang for nothing?
Shiba Rizhao picked up the blood-stained belly pocket on the ground and clenched her fists. 2 teas later, the Cold Sang mission waited warily at the entrance of the royal residence to welcome back their princess, Shiba Rizhao. During this time, Zhao Tingxiao casually glanced at her, and scared a bunch of people from the legation to fall to their knees, shouting General Zhao Tingxiao, the most powerful tiger in the empire. Shiba Rizhao was taken away, and before he left, he took 1 step and turned back 3 times, looking back at Zhao Wujiang.
Deadly staring at him. Stinking Zhao Wujiang. Baka Zhao Wujiang. Next time we meet, I'll take revenge. Zhao Wujiang, who was deeply hidden, stood in front of the gate of the mansion with his hands behind his back, and didn't speak, nodding his head in a rather masterful manner. This Shiba Rizhao's little eyes must be unable to let me go. It's no wonder, what woman could spare me? Splat. He was poked in the head so hard that he almost stumbled. He covered his head. Ouch, Pops, what are you doing? Zhao Tingxiao had a stern face. How many women did you have affairs with? Blame me, I'm responsible for spreading the old Zhao family and spreading the fragrance. Zhao Wujiang was serious. Is it my fault that they had affairs with me? Isn't it because I'm your son, old dad? Summer fireflies, it's hard to hide their light even at night. Zhao Tingxiao's slack-jawed face couldn't pretend anymore, his eyes were full of favor and the slightest hint of dislike as he glared at Zhao Wujiang. Go to the barracks with me. Good. Zhao Wujiang nodded his head. Yesterday's holy decree, today should be a simple handover of military power. Pops is going to go see those old friends in the army and appease the old friends' discontent. Outside the south of the city, the army was stationed. Long John rode a high horse, led his men, and came to the army camp with a proud demeanor. The soldiers and generals of the Jinbei army glanced at him and ignored him, busying themselves with building fires and cooking. I've always asked the Jinbei army to be disciplined, but I didn't expect the arrival of the main general to be as lazy as this. Seeing that the generals of the Jinbei army were ignoring their master, Long John's men jumped out and pointed at the big-headed soldier who was building a fire and cursed him. Scram! The big-head soldier picked up a red-hot log and poked it up, like chasing away the wild beasts that frequented the suffering Northlands. Long War's face sank. The scolded henchman was furious and cursed angrily. My general, in the name of the saint, is taking over the Jinbei army. You guys are acting like this, are you trying to disobey the decree? Jinbei army generals do not say anything, still busy making fire and cooking. Now in Kyoto, also do not fight, but people are iron and rice is steel, everything should be carried out step by step. The holy decree they also received, but they do not obey, do not want to, if not disciplined, would have made a scene. Resisting the imperial decree, according to the military rules, 10 feet 25. Long John rolled over and dismounted, his expression was cold, he was about to give this group of disobedient soldiers a downward spiral. The men walked up with their weapons, the Jinbei army that was making fire for cooking neatly picked up their weapons, still not speaking, but Long John and others instantly felt the killing gas that belonged to the northern realm, dry, cold and ruthless. They couldn't help but stop and gulp. This general was ordered to come and drill you, to make sure that you are not slacking off, don't forget that you are shouldering the responsibility of protecting your family and defending your country. Long John was righteous. An angry curse came from the crowd of the barracks, indistinguishable from the direction. Get lost your mother, when I was drilling your mother, you weren't even born yet, your hair didn't even grow, and you want to come and drill me? A roar of laughter came from the generals. Disrespecting the decree, this general will report to His Majesty. Long John's face was gloomy, the next moment, he suddenly froze, only to see that the original disobedient Jinbei army seemed to be shocked by the matter of reporting to His Majesty, instantly put down their hands, and neatly performed a military salute. See General. The voice was loud and vibrating. Long John nodded his head in satisfaction, but soon realized that something was not right. He followed the gazes of the generals and looked back, only to see that not far away, Zhao Wujiang and Zhao Tingxiao dismounted and were walking this way. It turned out that the previous seeing the general was not addressed to him, Long Battle, but to the king of Jinbei. He was so angry that his teeth were itching, and his face was horribly gloomy, but facing the Jinbei king, he didn't dare to vent his anger at all, and instead cupped his fists and said, "Dragon warfare, see your highness." Zhao Wujiang straightened his back. Long John looked in his eyes and cursed Zhao Wujiang in his heart, a dog fighting for power. "General Long, don't be surprised." Zhao Tingxiao's aura was like an abyss as he faintly said, "This kind of old brother has followed me for many years. It's only human to not want to accept it for a while. You should be able to understand it with your generosity. Give them a little more time." Long John changed color and accompanied with a smile. Able to understand, able to understand. "General, you are here?" A scholar with a feather fan in his hand extruded from the generals, his face full of smiles as he looked at Zhao Wujiang. "This is His Highness the World's Son, isn't it? He really is a talented man. General, if you don't come, we'll all be sick from idleness here." The generals greeted the king of Jinbei with a word from you and a word from me, and compared to the indifference of facing Long John before, this moment was full of heartfelt enthusiasm. Long John looked in his eyes, his heart became more and more angry. He was not good at having an attack. He clasped his fists towards the king of Jinbei, said a word of farewell, and directly rolled onto his horse, leaving with his anger. This time originally wanted to borrow the holy decree to establish authority, convenient to take over the Jinbei army, did not expect to be so humiliated. Jinbei army did not give him a good face at all. And he can't really report to the emperor. If he does, what does it say? If he did, what would it say? That the Jinbei army is bad and hard to manage? No. It would only make the emperor think that he, Long John, was not capable of taking over the Jinbei army. He could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, holding his fire. Chapter 53, Recognizing the Mind Tricks. Long John's residence. Wanting to divert his attention through cultivation, Long John cultivated for 2 hours and couldn't get in. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and opened his eyes from cultivation. Today, he failed to establish his authority in front of the Jinbei army, but in turn, he was defeated. Even a big-head soldier refused to listen to him. This great general of the north himself was simply famous but not real. It looks like he holds military power, but in reality, it is more like an imaginary position. Today, it seems that he still needs to become the emperor's son-in-law in order to be stable, become the emperor's son-in-law and marry Li Yunrui before he can be considered as the emperor's own person, or else the emperor's regard for him as an outsider is temporary. But now that Zhao Wujiang is already the emperor's son-in-law, how to bring down Zhao Wujiang? Long John glanced at Yun Jinshu, who was in a corner of the cultivation room, quietly sitting on a chair and flipping through the secret books of martial arts. He took a deep breath and slowly revealed a smile. "Senior sister, do you have a way to remove Zhao Wujiang's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and help me become the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team?" Removing Zhao Wujiang's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is difficult. Yun Jinshu slowly put down the secret martial arts book. "But becoming the emperor's son-in-law is simple. Please explain, senior sister." Long John arched his hand with a sincere face, thinking which other princesses the emperor valued. Yun Jinshu said seriously, "Give up Li Yunrui." Long John froze. Yun Jinshu continued to speak, her tone becoming more and more serious and solemn. "When you have mastered 1,000,000 troops in the future, you can marry me to go to the Ryukyu kingdom and restore the country, and you will be the emperor's son-in-law. You can also be the emperor." Long John knows that the third sister Yun Jinshu is the Lujiang country dead princess, want to restore the Lujiang, but Lujiang has been dead for many years, not to mention the difficulty of restoring the country, even if the country is restored, but also can only be reduced to the vassal of the great Xia. A little understanding of the form of people will not agree to this kind of thing, not to mention that he is not Lujiang orphans, restoration of emotions cannot be felt. But he is not good to explicitly reject senior sister, after all, still needs senior sister's help. He said in a sincere tone. Long war in the future soared to great heights, certainly will not forget senior sister, will help senior sister you restored Lujiang. However, the road to restoration, a long way to go, the most urgent thing, senior sister we need to grow ourselves, can we first help senior brother to the throne? Don't you just think that the restoration of the country is hopeless and don't care about it? Yun Jinshu was well read in poetry and books, she was well versed in scripture and martial arts, she was already intelligent. Naturally she heard Long Zhan's euphemistic refusal, she closed the ancient book and stuffed it into her sleeve, her cheeks carried a ghostly anger, she gambled and slammed the door. She was bent on restoring her country, but the onlookers only felt that she was destined to be unsuccessful. Senior sister, I don't mean this. Long Zhan got up and tried to stop her, but his senior sister had already run out the door. He sighed and sat down to meditate again. Now the most important thing is to improve his strength. With a strong strength to master the Jinbei army, senior sister is bent on restoring the country. In his eyes some drilling into the bull's eye, in a short period of time cannot be explained at all, so he does not waste time chasing after his senior sister. Not far outside the cultivation room, Yun Jinshu stood for a while, did not wait for Longzhan. She was so angry that she only stomped her feet. She came to help Longzhan, but Longzhan did not listen to her, so how can she not be angry? She had to force a hand on Longzhan, letting Longzhan know how important she was. Didn't Longzhan want to bring down Zhao Wujiang? She went to work with Zhao Wujiang and see if senior brother was jealous. At that time, senior brother would know that he was wrong and then come back to her and follow her arrangements. Dang it! Yun Jinshu knocked on the door of the royal residence, which was bright and honorable. The old housekeeper opens the door and sees the delicate and lovely woman with a little girl's resentment standing outside the door. He can't help but be stunned. The world's sun is dabbling in so many flowers and plants? There are several in the royal residence, and now another one? I've come to find Zhao Wujiang. Please inform me, old man. Oh, inside please. The old housekeeper stepped aside, not worried that this woman might be here to cause trouble. After all, who would dare to cause trouble now that the old master has returned to the capital? Yun Jinshu saluted, with the quiet beauty of a lady of the house, and followed the old housekeeper to the room where Zhao Wujiang was. The door to the room was opened, and Lu Ruyan stood at the door, winking at Yun Jinshu's angry eyes. The old housekeeper snorted and glanced at Zhao Wujiang, who was talking to Miss Ling Qingxue inside the room, revealing a meaningful smile. Young master is really working hard for the sake of the old Zhao family's succession. The old master must be very pleased when he knows about it. You came. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. She and Ling Qingxue were discussing their master's martial arts with Zhao Wujiang. What was Yun Jinshu doing here? And without hiding his whereabouts? Yun Jinshu directly crossed over Lu Ruyan. His eyes slightly glanced around the room and directly sat beside Zhao Wujiang and Ling Qingxue. Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. Miss, who are you? Yun Jinshu. Yun Jinshu announced herself and revealed a smile, wanting to give Zhao Wujiang a good impression first. Good lord, the Dragon Battle Harem's military advisor personally delivered to the door? Is this wave a beauty trick or an immortal jump? The tips of Yun Jinshu's ears suddenly flushed red, and her fingers hidden in her sleeves curled up slightly. She clearly heard Zhao Wujiang's heart, but the other party clearly did not speak. This matter was like a mystery that couldn't be solved, making her, a well-read poet who had grown up loving to solve mysteries, miserable. Zhao Wujiang remembered that in the original, this Yun Jinshu, known as the Encyclopedia of the Dixia martial arts world, although the martial arts realm is not able to, but know a lot of, various schools and schools of martial arts have dabbled in, to help Longzhan in the martial arts advancement of the road, to solve a lot of doubts. Ling Qingshue's face became more and more icy. Lu Ruyan's complexion also slowly sank, did not understand what Yun Jinshu came to do, but Yun Jinshu was incredibly intelligent, would not do boring things, came here must have some plans. I want to cooperate with you. Yun Jinshu opened the door. Oh? Zhao Wujiang raised his sword brows and tested. Could it be that you've also suffered at Dragon Warrior's place? Yun Jinshu nodded. Truth be told, I am the princess of the Lujiang kingdom, and I came today, wanting you to help me restore my country. Restore the country? I'm familiar with this script. The next step is not to say after the matter is accomplished, I will make you a prince? Dude has drawn enough cakes for women. This is the first time a woman has drawn a cake for me. Yun Jinshu's breathing suddenly shortened and her fingertips pinched deeply into her palms. She clearly saw Zhao Wujiang holding a smile at the corners of his mouth, but the unfamiliar words with a teasing tone slammed right into her mind. She slowed down and felt that things could still be talked about. In Yun Jinshu's mind, Zhao Wujiang's father, the Jinbei king, had just been stripped of his military power, and the royal family had lost their power. Zhao Wujiang was in great need of allies now, and since the emperor had favored Dragon Warrior before, Zhao Wujiang must have hated the emperor, and she only needed to be open and honest, and she would be able to satisfy Zhao Wujiang's heart exactly, and the two of them could arrive at a cooperation. And after she told Longzhan about her cooperation with Zhao Wujiang, Longzhan was stimulated by Zhao Wujiang and would definitely soften to her. Zhao Wujiang's eyes widened, seemingly surprised, before revealing a thoughtful look. Seeing this, Yun Jinshu struck the iron while it was hot. At one time, the territory of the Lujiang kingdom was large, but it was later annexed by Dixia. Although Lujiang died, it left behind a dragon vein, which is related to the world's qi. You and I will cooperate and take the dragon vein together. When these words came out, Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan glanced at each other, both worried that Zhao Wujiang wouldn't be able to stand Yun Jinshu's temptation and agreed to help Yun Jinshu restore the country. Zhao Wujiang revealed an interested expression. And then? Then you help me, Lu Jiang, to restore the country, and after that, I'll help you rise to power, and then. Yun Jinshu was incredibly serious, word by word, and started to draw a big pie for Zhao Wujiang. However, he was suddenly interrupted by Zhao Wujiang. Are you sure it's to help me rise to power? Yun Jinshu froze slightly and nodded. Of course. Makes sense. But do you think there is a possibility? Zhao Wujiang gradually revealed a cold smile. After I agree to work with you, next, you'll go back to Dragon War to show off, to stimulate him, saying that Zhao Wujiang has agreed to work with you. And after Longzhan learns that you and I are working together, he will be stimulated, worried that you will leave him to turn to me, his enemy. Then he can only soften to you and apologize to you, who has been aggrieved. Sister, I shouldn't have done that. You then take advantage of this, pinch him. And the whole process, I just play the role of a tool person, help you pin down the Dragon War. After you pin down the Dragon War so that the Dragon War care about you, you then casually kick me out of the game. The tool man is actually myself? This wave is the sea queen raising fish being fish see-through operation manual. Yun Jinshu suddenly covered her ears and took half a step back, her embroidered shoes making a piercing sound on the ground. She clearly saw Zhao Wujiang's lips moving, but those weird words were like steel needles drilling straight into her heavenly soul. You. What, were I recognized? Zhao Wujiang's smile is full of evil. Good Shitsi does not eat contempt of the abalone. You come brightly, but throw yourself in the arms of too obvious, either use me, or come to find me to take over. Suggest next time, let's talk after sleeping, at least a little more sincere. This wave is called anti-client, see who first Bungbu live. Yun Jinshu suddenly copied the tea light on the table and splashed the tea at Zhao Wujiang, but he deftly dodged it. Furious? Anxious. Her earlobes were so red that they were dripping blood, even her neck was flushed with pink, but she forced a cold smile. Denizen. Are you leaving on your own, or am I asking you to leave? Zhao Wujiang's tone grew cold, or not let you leave? I don't want to take action against you for the sake of the two good senior sisters, get lost. Yun Jinshu was so ashamed and angry that she indignantly flung her sleeves and left. Chapter 54 Picking up a big leak and eating a big melon. Yun Jinshu wanted to use Zhao Wujiang to make the dragon warrior change his mind, but failed to do so, but was humiliated, flung his sleeve and left. Zhao Wujiang Doggoon followed behind Yun Jinshu, wanting to see what this in the end to do, although his previous guesses seemed to recognize Yun Jinshu's mind, but it is not guaranteed that Yun Jinshu still have any plans. After all, in the original, Yun Jinshu is the Dragon Warrior's powerful dog-head military division, intelligent people's mind is like an old so with bra set after set. He tailed Yun Jinshu all the way to reach the Dragon War residence, did not find any abnormality, and thought could it be that he was overthinking? Just as he was about to observe for a while, he caught a glimpse of the sixth Prince Li Yuni coming out of the Dragon War mansion with a frustrated look on his face. What was Li Yuni doing in the Dragon Warrior residence? Zhao Wujiang was puzzled, and the dog abashedly followed Li Yuni for a while, leaving the vicinity of the Dragon War mansion before he showed up and pretended to have a chance encounter. Zhao Wujiang? Li Yuni exclaimed in shock as he met Love around the corner. Why are you here? Where did you come back from again? You're going in the wrong direction? Zhao Wujiang's words were tentative. You're not going to congratulate Dragon Warrior, are you? You guys are in a gang. AI. Li Yuni hurriedly stopped Zhao Wujiang inside. Stop it. The two of you and Long Zhan are notorious for not dealing with each other, your thoughts are similar. I'm looking for Long Zhan for something. He closed his door and said he wants to cultivate. He also politely reminded me not to get too close to him on the surface. There is a suspicion of ganging up. He doesn't see me, to avoid suspicion. Right. Zhao Wujiang stroked his chin. The next volume of the Spring Palace 100 Flowers record is out. Do you want it? Li Yuni's eyes lit up and his smile grew lewd. Really? We are two brothers, can I still lie to you? Zhao Wujiang fished out a small yellow book from his pocket and shoved it up Li Yuni's sleeve. While paying attention to the wind and grass around him for fear of being seen by others, Li Yuni secretly flipped open a page or two and smiled with a wide-eyed smile when he realized that the drawing style was still his preferred style. You carry it around with you? Not afraid of being discovered by Yun Rui? Li Yuni couldn't take his eyes off it, and Zhao Wujiang kept a lookout for him. Afraid? Zhao Wujiang nodded and added. But I pondered that you might want to. On the wedding day, the drink, too many people, I can't give you, you don't often come to my house, weekdays not many chances to see each other, I always carry on my body, and also when I meet you to you. This is not just right. Zhao Wujiang's sincerity, said Li Yuni some guilt, he came to see the Dragon War, but not to see Zhao Wujiang this brother-in-law also always read him. Eating people's mouth is soft, taking people's hands is short. Li Yuni looked at Zhao Wujiang in front of him, suddenly his eyes lit up. Zhao Wujiang's martial arts was good, that day in the ancestral court he even defeated Long Zhan. He wanted to learn the sacred dragon kung fu that his father had entrusted to him more quickly, and Zhao Wujiang was right in front of him. Wasn't this just right? Wouldn't he just ask Zhao Wujiang to teach him? His own brother-in-law, would he still begrudge the instruction? Truth be told, Zhao Wujiang, I also have a little yellow book here. Li Yuni looked mysterious. Come on, let's go to your house. I've read all the world's little yellow books, is it so secretive? Zhao Wujiang was puzzled as Li Yuni moved closer and slowly pulled open his shirt, revealing the bright yellow-colored secret book. Holy Dragon Skill? Zhao Wujiang was puzzled, feeling that the name was so familiar. In the next moment, he remembered, this kung fu was none other than Li Ziyuan's unique technique, the key to becoming a grandmaster, the Holy Dragon Kung Fu. He and Li Yuni dog goons back to the royal residence, all the way the two people with a lewd smile, through the hall and through the room, in the eyes of Li Yunrui surprised and puzzled, into the room. Sisters who understand the husband has not been newly married for a long time, and brought a wild man home, or her brother. Inside the room.
Li Yuni spread out the bright yellow secret book and the two of them came closer.
There are 3 layers? The first layer, Dragon's Chant, a sonic attack? It takes a month for those who are not gifted in martial arts. So simple? The second layer, Dragon Form. Dragon Claw Hands, Dragon Escape, Dragon Subduing 18 Poems. It takes more than a year, that's not bad? The third level of Dragon Form? 10 years to get a glimpse of 1 or 2 of the mysteries? What does that mean? Is it that difficult?
Li Yuni was puzzled. This opening summary was in his father's handwriting, but the content was a bit difficult to read for a layman like him, and he didn't understand it, so he could only turn to Zhao Wujiang for help. Zhao Wujiang kept flipping through it and only said one sentence. Learn to walk first. Start practicing from the first layer, learn the dragon chanting first, and maybe later on, you'll understand everything in one pass.
Li Yuni nodded. Let me show you first.
Zhao Wujiang took a horse stance, his chi gradually settling down as he tried to explain while demonstrating.
First, she sinks into the dantian. Where is the dantian? Li Yuni asked. Take a deep breath, and where the chi flow returns in the abdomen is the dantian.
Zhao Wujiang followed the diagram of the secret book and did the movements. Concentrate your chi, and roar it out in one smooth motion. Zhang Wujiang's blessed heart arrived, his chi was steeply raging, a breath of air surged up from his abdomen, and he shouted angrily.
Ow!
The dragon bellowing out shook the room with a humming sound, not bad in terms of power.
Dragon Bard? You have a dragon's roar here? Li Yuni was shocked and couldn't believe it, coming up to touch Zhao Wujiang's chest. How did you do it? Just like I explained and demonstrated just now. Zhao Wujiang demonstrated again, still emitting the dragon's roar.
Li Yuni watched with glowing eyes and followed Zhao Wujiang's example of doing it before, his chi sank and he let out a furious cry.
Ouch! Ha! Zhao Wujiang was speechless. Wasn't it a dragon chant? He gave a dry cough.
It's not bad, the method is right. If the chi is not smooth, then it's a bit off.
It's already good. You even made a dragon chant.
Li Yuni was a little frustrated.
Zhao Wujiang was relieved.
No, I'm already a 6th grade martial artist. You've only just entered the martial arts path and can emit
chant. It's already pretty good.
The road has to be taken one step at a time, the meal has to be eaten one bite at a time, there's no rush. After you go back, you'll practice as you're told, and build a good foundation first.
Ow. Woo. Li Yuni tried again and realized that it was different. He showed a happy face. Zhao Wujiang laughed.
See, I didn't lie to you, you were just on your last breath and gave out some. This is your base being insufficient, your talent is still very good.
I was right to come to you.
Li Yuni sighed. Zhao Wujiang was the first person to praise him for his good martial arts talent. The two of them practiced several more times in the room. Zhao Wujiang flipped the secret book over and over to check it out, and had already remembered the contents. Li Ziyuan's technique was a good thing, he had dipped into Li Yuni's light today, and had picked up such a big leak. Outside the door, Li Yunrui stuck to the door of the room, eavesdropping on the movements in the room, as if she heard the lewd and debauched laughter of her brother Li Yuni and her husband Zhao Wujiang. She pushed the door in and stared angrily, but saw Zhao Wujiang, who was meditating and practicing, and Li Yuni, who was constantly gesticulating various strange martial arts postures.
Yunrui? Is something wrong?
Li Yuni was puzzled.
Nothing, you guys continue, I won't disturb you. Li Yunrui closed the door of the room. The man was doing the right thing. How could she disturb it? It was a hallucination before, she was overthinking it. She just closed the door of the room. She heard the lewd laughter of the two men again, as if to say that Li Yunrui, this yellow face is finally gone, they are going to let go and read some good-looking little yellow books. She thumped and pushed the room door open again. Li Yuni grew more and more puzzled, and Zhao Wujiang slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Li Yuni was embarrassed, thought about it, changed the topic and asked. Li Yuni, will you eat at the royal residence at night? Ouch, I forgot if you didn't mention it, I have a scripture I haven't copied. Li Yuni hurriedly stopped his cultivation and arched his hand at Zhao Wujiang. There will be a long time to come, thanks for today. Family doesn't talk about two families.
Zhao Wujiang held Li Yuni's hand.
I'll see you off.
The three of them went out. Zhao Wujiang watched the two siblings chatting idly as he lagged a step behind, walking slowly. Li Yuni and Li Yunrui fought, but Li Yuni, where to beat Li Yunrui, was lifted by the ear all the way to the door before rubbing his ears vicious away. Zhao Wujiang watched from a short distance away, revealing a smile. He also rubbed his ears. If he had heard correctly when he passed by his father's room just now, there was a woman's voice inside, seemingly arguing. Who could it be? Not long after, he came to the door of Pop's room and slowly crouched down at the base of the wall. At that exact moment, he heard a woman's angry roar in the room. Zhao Tingxiao. Can't you stand on my side? Oh. Zhao Wujiang looked like he had discovered the badger of melons, cracking his mouth full of large white teeth that looked like snow-white steel forks. Chapter 55, The Princess, Come See Me Tonight. Zhao Wujiang squatted at the root of the wall, his big brain pressed against the white wall, eavesdropping on the quarrel inside the house. Pops is hiding a woman in his golden house? Good old dad, what goes around comes around. But why does this woman's voice sound familiar at first?
Zhao Wujiang went to listen carefully and heard the voice from inside the house again. Why should I be on your side? I, Zhao Tingxiao, have been loyal to my country all my life. Would I follow you to rebel? Rebellion? Zhao Wujiang's eyes trembled. The woman in that house couldn't be the eldest princess, could it? As expected, he heard Li Zhaohuo's voice. If 20 years ago, you stood by me and helped me, today, I am the empress. Instead of watching my father and grand imperial brother die at the hands of Li Ziyuan. Back then, the eldest prince died in the chaotic war, the late emperor died of heart disease. This matter is finalized. Li Zhaohua, you arbitrarily framed my elder brother, do you think I will believe it? Hoof. Li Ziyuan killed his brother and killed his father to seize the throne, or else he was an exiled prince. Why did he ascend the throne? The late emperor's last decree was to pass the throne to Li Ziyuan. Not to mention that big brother defended the borders back then, was able to fight well, and was loved by the courtiers, so what's wrong with the late emperor passing the throne to him? Pedantic, stubborn, your elder brother has unloaded your military power, and you are still helping him. The late emperor had a sudden heart attack. Where did the last decree come from? But it was just a forgery by Li Ziyuan with his accomplices in the palace. Think about it, all these years, those old ministers who are close to Li Ziyuan, besides you, an elm brain who doesn't know the truth, who else is still alive? Zhao Wujiang in the corner of the root of the wall listening to a blank stare. According to Li Zhaohua's statement, Li Ziyuan was able to ascend to the throne as the murder of the year's crown prince and the late emperor, only to ascend to the throne? It does sound a bit reasonable, but it could also be compiled by Li Zhaohua to encourage his old man to rebel together. What exactly is the truth? It's normal for you to have some resentment towards your imperial brother, but you shouldn't slander him. Zhao Tingxiao's low voice rang out. You're just ing in the dark. Li Zhaohua's voice was sharp and angry, followed by a thud, accompanied by a miserable scream from the room door. Zhao Wujiang looked at Li Zhaohua's figure angrily walking towards the outside of the royal residence. Li Zhaohua is also stupid, how could Pops agree to such a thing? I'm the one who's a wallflower, I'm the one who falls on both sides of the fence, I'm the one who runs wherever there's a good thing to do. Li Zhaohua heard Zhao Wujiang's voice, and turned around, and with a startled glance, full of doubt and surprise, saw Zhao Wujiang crouching at the edge of the wall. This glance, in Zhao Wujiang's eyes, was a completely terrified glance. He looked around in confusion, avoiding Li Zhaohua's gaze. How did Li Zhaohua find him? This woman could actually sense him? Could it be that he and Li Zhaohua had a deep bond? Li Zhaohua turned back in anger and came straight at Zhao Wujiang. Greetings, eldest princess. Zhao Wujiang's face was full of smiles, and inwardly, he was numbly criticized. Go away, don't come over, get out, don't come over. What are you doing coming at me? Li Zhaohua's teeth ached from Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt anger. Standing in front of Zhao Wujiang, even if she smoothed her mind, she still carried a wave of gnashing of teeth. Zhao Wujiang, come to my residence tonight. It's over, she's not going to try to do something to me, is she? I have to find a reason to put it off, right? Just say that the old housekeeper is sick, I have to take care of the old housekeeper. Zhao Wujiang already had a countermeasure and prepared to be perfunctory. Li Zhaohua was furious. She didn't give Zhao Wujiang a chance to shrug it off. She lowered her voice and warned. If you're told to come, you come. Don't tell anyone about this. Lu Ruyan's room. Zhao Wujiang's cultivation grew with the naked eye, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and he had already reached the mid-6th grade, not too far away from the realm of a 5th grade martial artist. Many thanks, senior sister. Zhao Wujiang spoke in a gentle tone. Lu Ruyan blushed and gave Zhao Wujiang a blank look with her charming eyes. Zhao Wujiang came here after a brief conversation with Li Zhaohua, his mind full of grasping to improve his cultivation. Pops had been removed from military power, and even though Dragon Warrior had suffered a defeat during the handover, it was only temporary, and the threat to him would only get bigger and bigger. Moreover, Li Zhaohua came to look for Pops today, encouraging Pops to rebel, indicating that Li Zhaohua himself is almost ready. Rebellion is imminent? Chaos is about to begin? Nowadays, the worry and fear of the future makes Zhao Wujiang in dire need of strength, which can make him feel more at ease. Outside the house, Ling Qingxue knocked on the door of the room. Senior sister. The room was quiet for an instant, and Zhao Wujiang's voice came. Please come in. Ling Qingxue's expression was icy cold, and when she saw that Zhao Wujiang was practicing, she coldly said, continue practicing tonight, there are still a lot of flaws in the marrying clothes divine skill that you haven't filled yet. Tonight? Zhao Wujiang looked over with a sideways glance. Ling Qingxue thought that Zhao Wujiang couldn't wait. But the next moment, her complexion grew colder and colder as shame and anger spread in her heart. She only heard Zhao Wujiang say seriously, I'm not available tonight, there are other things. Ling Qingxue took a deep breath, her face reddened with anger, and she flung her sleeves away. Dragon Warfare Mansion. Yun Jinshu, who had returned to the mansion, glanced at Longzhan, who was still immersed in cultivation, and was furious. When she and Longzhan discussed the matter of restoring the Luzhan kingdom, Longzhan was perfunctory and didn't come out to chase after her. She went to Zhao Wujiang's residence and was again disgraced by Zhao Wujiang, who recognized her heart. And Longzhan was still practicing.
Why does this elm brain only know how to practice? No wonder senior sister Qingxue and senior sister Ruyan both ran to Zhao Wujiang's side.
Yun Jinshu sneered. Perhaps in your mansion, they both suffered a cold shoulder.
Long Zhan snapped his eyes open from his cultivation and said incredulously.
Both senior sisters are beside Zhao Wujiang? Yeah, don't you know?
Yun Jinshu sneered back.
It's also true that you were so focused on cultivation that you didn't pay attention to these things at all. Senior sister, you've misunderstood. Long Zhan frowned.
Senior brother thought that the two senior sisters had returned to their division and closed their doors. How could I have ever imagined staying beside that dog Zhao Wujiang?
Can this matter be taken seriously?
Yun Jinshu sat still and did not speak. Long Zhan instantly reacted that he shouldn't have questioned Yun Jinshu. His words changed and he angrily cursed. It must be the Zhao Wujiang who used some treacherous trick to swindle the two senior sisters.
I'll go to the royal residence right now.
Zhao Wujiang's dog is dependent on others. He can't help the Jinbei king, but now Zhao Wujiang actually snatched away his dragon warrior's women one after another. How can he endure this? Today, he had to go to the door to ask for someone and pick up the two elder sisters from Zhao Wujiang's compulsion.
Chapter 56 Elder Sisters, I've come to fetch you back.
Long Zhan steered his horse and arrived in front of the king's residence.
He knocked on the door ring and named Zhao Wujiang.
Not long after, Zhao Wujiang got dressed and came to the gate. Looking at the angry Long Zhan, he was puzzled.
How had he, a minor villain, offended Long Zhan, the heavenly fate protagonist? His old man was robbed of his military power and their family was targeted. Shouldn't he be the one who was furious? How come the dragon warrior was angry instead, and even came to his door? He had temporarily handed over the flash, and Dragon War was chasing after him, right?
Zhao Wujiang, you have lost your conscience and are doing nothing wrong, imprisoning my two senior sisters in the royal residence.
Dragon War sat on his high horse and angrily stared at Zhao Wujiang. Hand over my senior sisters.
Zhao Wujiang spread his hands.
When did I imprison your senior sister? General Long. Don't be so bloody-minded.
Zhao Wujiang, don't try to play dumb, you know I'm talking about Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan. Long Zhan was filled with righteous indignation. In this matter, he wasn't worried about King Jinbei favoritism at all. He, Long Zhan, wanted his senior sister back. It was only natural.
Oh, you said they are. Zhao Wujiang smiled. They're guests in my mansion. You fart.
Long Zhan pressed one hand on the Wang Dao heavily sword on the side of his horse and shouted angrily.
It's clearly you who imprisoned them. How could they be guests in your mansion?
After angrily shouting, he directly rushed inside the Wang mansion and shouted. Senior sister Ruyan, senior sister Qingxue, senior brother Long Zhan has come to fetch you.
Maybe they don't want to go back with you.
Zhao Wujiang was calm and collected himself. Long Zhan snorted coldly and swore.
If you don't imprison them, how could they be willing to stay by your despicable side? Not long after, Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan came. Ling Qingxue's aura became more and more icy, with a cold face. Ruyan Lu also changed her charming demeanor, her willow brows furrowed.
The two women stood inside the door and looked at Long Zhan.
What are you doing here?
Ruyan Lu knitted her brows and opened her mouth. She did not want to go back to Long Zhan.
When Long Zhan saw Ruyan Lu and Ling Qingxue, his heart was happy.
During this period of time, Ruyan Lu was not there. He was unable to enjoy the dragon-nurturing sacred body. His cultivation progress was much slower than before, and he had nowhere to vent his lust. And he has been longing for senior sister Ling Qingxue is also still as cool and beautiful, like an iceberg beauty. His heart is full of fire.
Senior sister, I've come to take you back.
Long Zhan dismounted. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang didn't stop him from taking his senior sister back, he was filled with confidence. During this period of time, you guys have suffered in the royal residence. It's all my fault. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let you guys suffer under house arrest and be bullied by that Zhao Wujiang.
Indeed, I blame you.
Ling Qingxue said in a cold voice.
Blame you for not coming. I said that day that I never want to see you again. You get out.
Long Zhan froze.
Long Zhan, you go back. Ruyan Lu also said.
We're fine in the royal residence, we don't need you to worry about us.
Senior sister. You guys?
Long Zhan's heart turned over. He couldn't believe that his senior sister rejected him. He rushed and shouted angrily.
Zhao Wujiang, what kind of mesmerizing soup did you give my two senior sisters? Zhao Wujiang fervently asked back. Do you want to drink it too?
Ling Qingxue had already flung her sleeves and left, not bothering to explain to Long Zhan, not to mention not wanting to look at Long Zhan one more time. Ruyan Lu saw Long Zhan's spearhead pointing at Zhao Wujiang. She coldly explained. Long War, this matter has nothing to do with Zhao Wujiang. It's me and my senior sister who voluntarily stayed in the royal residence, and Zhao Wujiang treated us very well. It was fine if Ruyan Lu didn't explain. As soon as she did, Long Zhan instantly felt his lungs explode. His own woman was actually defending Zhao Wujiang.
Neither was willing to come back to his side. Zhao Wujiang. He was so furious that he drew out the King's Dao heavenly sword. Dragon warrior, you've gone too far. Ruyan Lu blocked in front of Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang pulled Lu Ruyan away and shook his head at her, shielding her behind him as Lu Ruyan gave Zhao Wujiang a pulsating look, her eyes softening. This scene was watched by Dragon Warrior's dumbfounded eyes. He took 2 steps back in a daze, his hand holding the sword was trembling. I and my senior sisters are groomed, it's your turn to object, Long Zhan? It's time to go back to wherever. Zhao Wujiang slammed the door of the room with a bang, closing the door smashed in the tip of Long Zhan's heart. Long War at the end seems to also see Lu Ruyan's senior sister took the initiative to hold Zhao Wujiang's hand. He felt that the sky has collapsed, cannot help but muffle a grunt, look of pain. Zhao Wujiang, you wait, I will definitely get you killed and make them come back to me. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Zhao Wujiang arrived at the Rapunzel's residence. Big red lanterns were hanging high in front of the residence. He tumbled over the wall, avoiding the sight of the government soldiers, and headed towards the eldest princess's room, carefully rolling around in front of the hall and behind the house to make sure that his figure wouldn't be noticed by the extra people. Stop rolling, come in. The eldest princess stood in front of the door of her room, looking at Zhao Wujiang who was carefully guarding the air. She shook her head. Zhao Wujiang with this kind of body strength, she didn't know how he defeated Dragon Warrior. The eldest princess's residence is really full of experts. Zhao Wujiang coughed dryly and walked out of the darkness. He knew deep down that it wasn't actually that the mansion was full of experts, but that the Rapunzel in front of him was a hidden expert, and it wasn't a bad thing for him to show weakness. It's late at night, dark lights, a lone man and woman, sharing a room, and I'm so handsome, she won't want to forcibly possess me, will she? Zhao Wujiang saluted and walked into the room. Li Xiaohua glared at Zhao Wujiang in a bad mood. Although she was alone in her room, she wasn't that horny. Zhao Wujiang just stepped into the room, his footsteps froze for a split second. It turned out that there was another person in the room, and judging by his appearance, he was actually the world's #1 merchant, Xin Hao. Your Highness. When Xin Hao saw Zhao Wujiang arrive, he directly got up and cupped his fists to salute. I was in such a hurry that day that I couldn't properly thank Your Highness, and it's truly an honor to see you today. It so happens that I came to see the eldest princess today, and I brought some rouge and powder from Jiangnan Xianggu. I heard that Your Highness got married, and I didn't have time to send anything. A small powder, no honor. Saying this, Xin Hao stuffed a wooden box to Zhao Wujiang. This Xianggu's rouge and water powder, there is a price without a market. Only 1 furnace of incense is produced in a year, and only 9 boxes of this kind of water powder are made from 1 incense. Elder brother Xin is too polite, a mere life-saving favor, what's there to worry about? Zhao Wujiang very naturally received the rouge and water powder and returned a bow. The eldest princess took the lead and sat down. Sit down, none of you are outsiders anymore. Eldest princess, you and His Royal Highness have important matters to discuss, so I will leave first. Xin Hao's eyes flickered and he hurriedly excused himself. Li Xiaohua smiled. There is no harm, it just so happens that Zhao Wujiang is here, he is also a martial artist. Call out those experts you recruited, let him see how much of a gap there is between these Jianghu experts and the military camp's good soldiers. Xin Hao answered and clapped his hands. The next moment, 3 men in black came in through the door. Villain Prince Jun. The speaker was not born with a good-looking appearance, somewhat swarthy and full of ruthlessness. The one in the center was a gentle-looking old man with kind brows, smilingly saying, I am Deng Fu. And the last one is a middle-aged man whose appearance looks neutral and square, his cheeks do not carry the slightest smile, and his brows are all sad. My name is Zhang Xingzhou. Zhang Xingzhou? Zhao Wujiang glanced at the man who called himself Zhang Xingzhou, this name, so familiar, he remembered that he had a lot of roles in the original, as if he was also a big brother. Chapter 57 Clash of Hearts. The 3 of you will compete, the winner will be rewarded. Li Xiaohua commanded, these 3 people are recruited experts, but also one of the dead soldiers that will be cultivated. The Jianghu road must be heavy, to let the person who was assassinated not be able to distinguish where they come from. This woman called the experts to perform, why? To give me a downward spiral? Or to show her strength? Zhao Wujiang looked at the 3 people who were competing at Li Xiaohua's command and pondered. Could it be a demonstration of her trust in me? Introducing her men to me without shying away? Especially in front of Xin Hao, her right-hand man? Or perhaps it's because if I watch this performance, I'm on board the ship of thieves and am one of my own? Li Xiaohua glanced at Zhao Wujiang and smiled without saying anything. In her eyes, Zhao Wujiang didn't need to see through what she was doing, and it was best not to see through what she was doing in order for her to dominate on possible future collaborations. The match was exceptionally exciting. The dry and thin-looking Prince Jun who looked like a swineherd was ruthless and frighteningly sensitive, like a Zishan who haunts the night. The 2 short blades attacked and defended, attacking the old man Tung Fu while also defending against the attacks of the sad-eyed middle-aged man Zhang Xingzhou. In Zhao Wujiang's feelings, especially from a close distance, the strength of these 3 people could be said to be far above him. Even if he reached the 5th grade with the help of the Mary Enclosed divine skill, he would not be a match for any of these 3 people. The 3 attacked each other. Zhang Xingzhou held a soft sword, seemed to have something on his mind. His aggressiveness wasn't high, it looked like he was randomly stabbing and picking at Prince Jun and Tung Fu.
Prince Jun was the most aggressive, but seemed to be wary of Zhang Xingzhou, and most of his attacks were directed at the old man Deng Fu. Deng Fu kept a smile on his face and did not get annoyed, letting Prince Jun's attacks be as tricky as they were. He was able to lightly defend against them. Suddenly, Zhang Xingzhou went out of his mind, his soft sword flicked out, and his sword chi swooshed and stabbed at Zhao Wujiang. His eyes shook and he was as swift as the wind, and he took a step in advance to split the sword chi that was leaking out of the center. Zhao Wujiang did not get up from the beginning, as if he did not react, but only showed a shocked face. Shen Hao looked in his eyes, his heart was shocked, and he hurriedly asked for forgiveness. Please forgive the eldest princess, it was just an accident during the competition. Accident? Li Zhaohua's face slowly sank. Such an expert who could injure one of your own, didn't you check properly before recruiting him? The eldest princess rests her anger. Shen Hao was terrified. The three competing experts also stopped their movements, and Prince Jun glanced at Zhang Xingzhou, who had nearly caused an accident, and snorted coldly. And Deng Fu's eyes were full of worry. Performing for such a big shot and having an accident, it would be hard to end it, not to mention that Zhang Xingzhou wouldn't be able to get the reward money he deserved. He was afraid that his life would be in jeopardy. Zhao Wujiang glanced at Zhang Xingzhou, whose sorrowful face deepened. He finally remembered that this person was one of the most powerful men in the late stage of the original, the sword saint who was on par with his old man, King of Zhenbei's sword skills. He felt the eldest princess's anger, his eyes turned, suddenly smiled, and applauded. Good swordsmanship, free-flowing and powerful. Congratulations to the eldest princess for gathering such a talent. The other two are also rare experts. Good, the royal family doesn't even have such experts. The eldest princess's anger stagnated. She originally thought that this accident would destroy the possible cooperation between her and Zhao Wujiang, but she didn't expect that Zhao Wujiang actually didn't have the slightest problem with it. Zhang Xingzhou was slightly stunned. He was so preoccupied that he almost hurt this son of the world, but this son of the world didn't get angry even if he didn't. He even helped him? When did all these big shots become this broad-minded? Really lucky. Prince Jun snorted coldly in his heart. Tang Fu and Shen Hao both sighed in relief. Shen Hao passed an appreciative glance towards Zhao Wujiang. After all, he was the one who recruited the people. If Zhao Wujiang blamed him, the eldest princess would definitely punish him. If you appreciate it, this swordsman is gifted to you. Li Zhaohua could see that Zhao Wujiang seemed to have some appreciation for this swordsman Zhang Xingzhou. Zhao Wujiang didn't like comparing people to commodities and he shook his head. All three of them are free men who come and go by themselves, and since they serve you, eldest princess, I won't take away their favor. But befriending one or two of them is fine. After all, they are all the eldest princess's people. Oh? Li Zhaohua revealed an interested look and came closer. When did you become my person as well? Laughing to death, this woman is playing word games again, trying to use ambiguous words to get me on the hook? Li Zhaohua's earlobes suddenly flushed an imperceptible pink. She used the action of organizing her sideburns to turn her face away, but her fingertips accidentally hooked off the hair. Shen Hao looked in his eyes and wisely clasped his fists, waving at the three people, signaling to leave. The three left. Shen Hao saw the princess acquiesce, also followed, and left, bringing the door of the room, leaving space for the prince and the princess. When only the two were left in the room, Zhao Wujiang shook his head and smiled, his tone carrying a grudge. I thought I was yours long ago? This chess piece is more and more to my liking. Li Zhaohua's face was full of smiles, her jade hand resting on her chin, her tone ambiguous. That's right, you and I have helped each other not once or twice. This time, are you going to help me too? Help you with what? Zhao Wujiang saw that the princess was all close, and he smoothly went to embrace the princess' waist. If there's anything you want to help, just say it. If I can do it, I'll definitely do it with force. Li Zhaohua's delicate body stiffened, then she let Zhao Wujiang put his arm around her as she covered her mouth and laughed. You're so bold. Just bold? Zhao Wujiang's eyes glanced underneath himself. Hee, little slick. Li Zhaohua laughed and exhaled like orchids. You also want to worship under my skirt? Zhao Wujiang wrapped his arms around Li Zhaohua for a point. Of course. Of course not, I can be a flexible dog in the mountains, but I won't be your dog, Li Zhaohua. Li Zhaohua's fingers on Zhao Wujiang's shoulders suddenly tightened, her knuckles turning white. She suddenly reached out and cupped Zhao Wujiang's chin, and her dandelion traced a red mark on the teenager's throat knot. This palace would like to see if it's the dogs in the mountains that are wild, or the eagles tamed by this palace that are fierce. Li Zhaohua said intimate words, but her body did not soften, maintaining some stiffness, also a manifestation of inner defense. Counter guy, there's your Zhao Wujiang, you're the most ambitious man I've ever seen, with a thief's heart and a thief's guts. More thief big. Zhao Wujiang read a lot of women. Li Zhaohua looked ambiguous with him, but in reality, she only wanted to seduce him with beauty and lure him. The two people mouth flower, hugging is enough. Li Zhaohua, even if you can sacrifice flesh to pull him, will not be now, only in the future the two people deeper cooperation. Little slick, it's time to go home. Li Zhaohua cupped Zhao Wujiang's cheeks and kissed them, counting it as a reward, and then got up in a flutter. You heard everything today from eavesdropping on the wall. You're funnier than your father, he's too pedantic. What I said to your father, I can say to you as well.
Li Jae-yun released your father's military power and targeted you in every way. Will you be foolish enough to stand by Li Jae-yun's side all the time? His throne is not from an honorable source. You are a smart person, go back and think carefully about what to choose, and give me an accurate message at that time. Meanwhile, while Li Xiaohua and Zhao Wujiang were having a long talk, inside the imperial study of the palace, Li Ziyuan summoned Li Yuni and was checking on the progress of Li Yuni's cultivation of sacred dragon gong. Li Yuni wailed and let out a lame dragon chant. Ow! Your dragon bellow did not come out with a bang, the last of the qi deflated quite a bit. Li Ziyuan frowned, evaluating Li Yuni. But for such a short period of time, it's pretty good that you can barely make a dragon's roar. Zhao Wujiang's insights were actually the same as his father's, so it seems like getting Zhao Wujiang's help was really right. Li Yuni's cheeks revealed a smile. He was rarely praised by his father, and today he actually received a compliment from his father. Still need to practice hard. Li Ziyuan had a stern face. The difference between barely emitting a dragon chant and emitting a proper dragon chant in one breath is not small. You must not slack off. Sacred dragon gong, just the dragon bellow alone, possesses great power. Li Yuni's harvest today was not bad, and he further savored the benefits brought about by vainly asking for advice. He immediately bowed, his tone sincere. Please ask Father Emperor to enlighten me. Li Ziyuan looked at his son, who was more studious than before, somewhat pleased. His face eased quite a bit. Let's put it this way, I will suppress my cultivation to a realm equal to yours and fight against you, so that you can more tangibly realize the wonders of it. Chapter 58, Autumn Hunt is coming, each with their own thoughts. Imperial Palace Royal Study Room. Li Ziyuan suppressed his martial realm as a way to better test Li Yuni's dragon chant. Li Yuni was suppressed to the point that he was losing ground and could only barely resist, originally thinking that his father would definitely think that his strength was not good, thus scolding him, but never thought that his father once again praised him. Said he is not only the shape, roar also contains the divine charm of the dragon's roar, only still the same problem just now, the last easy to slacken that breath, but put in the beginner, he has been counted very good. Li Yuni looked at his father, who smiled brightly, inwardly more happy. Always strict father, today actually praised him twice. If such a lame dragon chant like his could be praised as good by his father, then when Zhao Wujiang had demonstrated to him earlier that dragon chant that contained power and vigor, how much better should it be? When it came to cultivating the holy dragon technique, he really needed to consult Zhao Wujiang more. It seemed that Zhao Wujiang, his smelly brother-in-law, wasn't hiding anything from him and was genuinely teaching him the real thing. He didn't learn the full essence, just not enough realm. If the realm is enough, he can also send out a dragon roar that will make his father genuinely pleased, and become his father's pride. Li Yuni thought of this and was filled with anticipation for the future. Dragon Warrior felt the grayness as he returned to the mansion. His Dao heart was a bit unstable at the moment, and he hated Zhao Wujiang to the bone. He didn't expect Zhao Wujiang, this waste of a son of the world, to be so difficult to deal with, taking away his weapons one after another, as well as his senior sisters. He would never allow it to be left like this. He had to take back that overbearing heavenly sword of his, as well as his lost senior sisters, from Zhao Wujiang's hands. Yun Jinshu, who was quietly reading a book, glanced at Long Zhan and asked knowingly, "How?" Long Zhan was silent. What else could it be? It failed. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, grimacing. No need to be discouraged. Yun Jinshu took the opportunity to be relieved and put down the ancient book. Ruyan and Xingshu, I don't know what's good for them, you can't force them. Even without the dragon nurturing sacred body, I still have a way to make your realm progress quickly. Long Zhan's face eased and he looked at Yun Jinshu, his eyes containing surprise. Yun Jinshu continued. True Yang heart technique, recently your cultivation has slacked off, right? The True Yang heart secrets itself has its own mysteries. There are many keys in it that you have never thought deeply about before, which is what caused your progress to be extremely slow. Long Zhan's eyes slowly glowed. Yun Jinshu had always been extremely gifted in his understanding of martial arts, far surpassing others, and since he had opened his mouth like this, he could definitely help him. He sincerely said, "Please teach me, senior sister. Now you know how important I am?" Yun Jinshu hummed with pride in her heart. Only by making Long Zhan suffer in front of the two senior sisters would Long Zhan see who was the most important. Not much longer. Under Yun Jinshu's guidance, Long Zhan had a deeper realization of the true Yang heart skill, and his strength had risen quite a bit more, completely stabilized at the realm of the 5th grade martial artist. Compared to before when he first entered the 5th grade, his strength was too much more solidified. Inside the cultivation room, looking at the excited senior brother, Yun Jinshu took the opportunity to mention the restoration of the country again. She wanted to restore Lujiang. The Lujiang kingdom was not big, exactly the current territory was not big. Over the years, many of the territory of the Lujiang was slowly eaten up by the Grand Xia. The Lujiang country is getting smaller and smaller, although it still exists, but as early as in the hearts of many people, the Lujiang name exists in real terms, has died in the country. And she Yun Jinshu is a dead princess. This period of time, she took the initiative to go down the mountain, join the senior brother, because today's Jianghu has begun to mess up. There is even a prophecy from a top powerhouse that the Li dynasty is about to die. This is undoubtedly a good time for Yun Jinshu to restore the Lujiang River.
However, there weren't many people she looked favorably upon and trusted, and dragon warfare was undoubtedly her best choice at the moment. Senior brother, if you are willing to help me restore the Lujiang border, I will instruct you every day in the future, and will take you to the top of the martial arts path. She had to drag Long Zhan into her boat, borrowing Long Zhan's powerful martial arts talent as well as his potential to strengthen Lujiang.
Even if it was at the expense of herself.
Although Long Zhan was clear about the importance of Yun Jinshu to a martial artist, it was equivalent to having an omniscient master guiding him.
But between Yun Jinshu and Li Yunrui,
he still favored Li Yunrui. Especially since Li Yunrui hadn't really belonged to Zhao Wujiang yet, then he still had a chance to become the emperor's son-in-law. Senior sister, I'll think about it, don't worry, I'll definitely help you when I have the chance.
Okay, senior brother. Yun Jinshu smiled. But she wasn't a little cutie. How could she not know that Long Zhan was pushing back? It seemed necessary to push the senior brother a bit so that he could determine who he should choose. Leaving the Primus Battalion commander's mansion, Yun Jinshu came to an alley, and immediately two women dressed in exotic clothes appeared from the shadows and knelt in front of her. Your Highness, please command.
Yun Jinshu said in a cold voice, let it be known to the court of Daxia that the princess of Lujiang will visit Xia on the day of the autumn hunt.
Autumn hunt?
Inside the royal residence, Zhao Wujiang's room. Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. He knew about the autumn hunt, but he was eating with Li Yunrui. Why did Li Yunrui suddenly mention this? Li Yunrui winks and gives Zhao Wujiang a brief talk about the importance of this fall hunt, then she inquires.
Do you want to practice riding and shooting?
By the time you win first place, you'll give father a long face and you'll also be in the limelight.
Actually, Zhao Wujiang wasn't interested in any first place. It was only that Li Yunrui happened to remind him that this time, the autumn hunt of the 13th year of Tianyu was going to come. He remembered that in the original, this autumn hunt was extraordinary.
In the original story, Dragon Warrior swept through the autumn hunt and came out on top. The scenery was boundless. What's more, Dragon Warrior's protagonist aura was added, and he accidentally harvested a juvenile king beast. Later, this king beast grew up and became a ferocious and unrivaled beast king, helping Long Zhan to fight in the north and south, and even with the help of the ferocious and adorable appearance, helping Long Zhan to capture the hearts of many beautiful women. Now, Long War's hostility towards him, Zhao Wujiang, was very deep, and he was eager to get rid of him. This was something he had already known in his heart. The more dragon warfare grew, the more dangerous he would be. Since this was the case, during the autumn hunt, he, a minor villain who was well versed in the self-cultivation of villains, had to snatch this juvenile king beast and never let it fall into the hands of the protagonist, Dragon War. Mother, do me a favor. Zhao Wujiang said gently. Li Yunrui pouted her lips and didn't give Zhao Wujiang a good face. The two of them kissed and Zhao Wujiang always kissed too deeply. She snapped. What is it? Help me get a map. Zhao Wujiang laughed. The map of the Royal Autumn Hunting Garden, you must be able to get it right, my lady? Oof. Li Yunrui understood that Zhao Wujiang wanted to cheat and familiarize herself with the grounds in advance. She curled her mouth and leaned down. If you want to, it depends on your performance. Then I'll have to perform well. Zhao Wujiang's will was unbelievably strong. He would definitely perform well and never leave early. Half an hour later, Li Yunrui wiped the corners of his mouth with satisfaction and unfulfillment, and promised to help Zhao Wujiang get a map of the inner field of the Autumn Hunting Garden. Chapter 59: The Way of Eclecticism, skillfully repairing the mirror flower and water moon. Zhao Wujiang opened the rouge wooden box given by the world's #1 merchant, Shen Hao. Inside the wooden box were 3 small boxes of rouge and powder from Jiangnan Shanga.
Exactly 3 small boxes? Did this Shen Hao do it on purpose or accidentally?
Zhao Wujiang took out one box. The small box was of good wood. He didn't know what it was made of, but it must have been expensive because he smelled the smell of money. He gave a box to Li Yunrui. Li Yunrui didn't lack rouge and powder, but when she saw this rouge from Shanga, she directly cheered and barfed him a hard kiss.
Oof, woman.
With the other 2 boxes in his arms, Zhao Wujiang came to Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan's room and gave the remaining 2 boxes to the 2 sisters. Lu Ruyan received this sudden gift. She was both surprised and taken aback. Her gaze towards Zhao Wujiang grew softer and softer. It was true that being in the king's mansion was very different from the Dragon Warrior mansion. Zhao Wujiang would take the initiative to think of her and her senior sister when he had something good. She took the initiative to come up and hug Zhao Wujiang's waist, her charming eyes lightly raised, her autumn waves flowing.
You understand that you hurt me by being too hasty before? Come to make it up to me?
Ling Qingxue listened to Lu Ruyan's unapologetic flirtatious words and held the hand of the rouge locket, not knowing where to put it for a moment. Eating someone's mouth is soft and taking someone's hand is soft. This rouge, she naturally liked it, and Zhao Wujiang's goodwill, she also accepted it, which made her feel a different sensation in the Dragon Warrior mansion. Although she and her senior sister, Lu Ruyan, and Zhao Wujiang were both in a cooperative relationship, but her senior sister's cooperation with Zhao Wujiang was getting deeper and deeper, and her relationship was getting closer and closer.
Before, she was actually a bit tasty and had the intention of going further with Zhao Wujiang's marrying clothes divine skill, but she was rejected by Zhao Wujiang. She was already high and cold, and even if she had the intention to cultivate, she was too shy to open her mouth a second time. Zhao Wujiang. Lu Ruyan was joking with Zhao Wujiang when she suddenly straightened her complexion and signaled with her eyes for Zhao Wujiang to pay attention to senior sister Qingxue, who was absent-minded on the side, and she softly said, "How is your marrying clothes divine skill cultivation going?" The marriage clothes divine skill requires the sharing of the same mind, and it's most important to avoid deepening the mustiness, or else in case there's an emergency and you guys want to borrow the power, you might not even be able to succeed. And even if you do, your power will be greatly reduced. You and senior sister should practice again. Ling Qingxue turned her face sideways, her eyes flickering. "Turn your face around, how can we connect our minds like this?" On the practice stage, Zhao Wujiang looked at Ling Qingxue's delicate side face as he spread his hands. Ling Qingxue's fair skin looked like it had been hit with a layer of soft light, and she always kept her face sideways. "Still angry? No. Hee, turn around." Zhao Wujiang knew that Ling Qingxue was thin-skinned, and the understanding man gently said, "Something really happened last night. You don't have to explain to me." Ling Qingxue's voice was clear and icy, but her delicate cheeks softened a bit. Obviously Zhao Wujiang's explanation still had some effect. She slowly turned her head. "Start cultivating. Without explaining, in case you have a grudge, the marrying cloth divine skill will not advance but retreat, and you'll have lost all your efforts before." Zhao Wujiang stretched out his hand and gently pressed it against Ling Qingxue's waist, transferring his power and starting the cultivation of the marrying clothes divine skill. He could clearly feel Ling Qingxue's delicate body slightly shuddering and trembling when his palm was attached to her waist. "What's wrong?" Ling Qingxue closed her eyes and shook her head as she also began to transfer her power to cultivate the marriage dress divine skill. The moment Zhao Wujiang had extended his hand over to her just now, a strange feeling arose in her heart, as if she had seen Zhao Wujiang embracing her senior sister Lu Ruyan or the 7th princess Li Yunrui earlier. And when Zhao Wujiang's warm hand was pressed against her torso in a regimented manner, waves were hidden beneath the calm sea of her heart. Worried that Zhao Wujiang was not honestly moving his hands, and somewhat relieved that Zhao Wujiang stopped short of being polite. Now that she slowly opened her eyes, Zhao Wujiang still had his eyes closed and was feeling the power of the marriage divine power. How did Ling Qingxue get hot? Could it be that it's getting colder into the fall and has contracted a wind chill? When Ling Qingxue heard Zhao Wujiang's heart, her eyes trembled as she stared at Zhao Wujiang, who was a little cutie. She's not low in the martial arts realm, it's unusual for her to enter the fall. How could she have contracted a wind chill? She was still worried about her contracting wind chill. She was practicing the marrying clothes divine skill, and she was still imagining things. Why did Zhao Wujiang care about her? The two of them were just in a cooperative relationship. She wouldn't be as close to Zhao Wujiang as senior sister Lu Ruyan. I remember it wasn't this hot before. Why is Ling Qingxue getting hotter and hotter? Zhao Wujiang slowly opened his eyes, and when Ling Qingxue saw this, she hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened, while the corners of her mouth unconsciously tickled with a smile. Previously, within the division, her master and disciples, all of them only cared about her martial realm progress and martial arts cultivation progress, but never cared about anything else. She didn't expect Zhao Wujiang to be the first person to care about her. Although her mouth didn't say it, her heart couldn't fool anyone. Ling Qingxue is still really good looking. Both of us are sticking so close. What would happen if I suddenly kissed her? Zhao Wujiang looked at Ling Qingxue's delicate and exquisite face. His cheeks slowly came closer and he was eager to try. Ling Qingxue felt Zhao Wujiang's majestic manly aura that was gradually approaching. Her heartbeat was violent and thumping. She decided to wait for Zhao Wujiang to kiss her over and directly slap him. But she waited for half a day, but she didn't feel Zhao Wujiang stick over, and only heard Zhao Wujiang's heartbeat. Forget it, Ling Qingxue isn't Lu Ruyan. She definitely won't agree and might even beat me up. Zhao Wujiang's breath was moving away. Ling Qingxue cursed in her heart. She didn't know what she was cursing. It was probably something like a goon. Cultivation time flew by. The two of them slowly entered the state, unknowingly closer and closer. The two of them for the marriage divine skill cultivation also got not bad progress. Now the two of them could last longer and more efficiently with the help of each other's strength. After another hour, the two were making slow progress, as if their cultivation of the marriage cloth divine skill had reached a bottleneck, and it was difficult to go any further. If only senior sister Yun was here. Ling Qingxue sighed. With Yun Jinshu's talent for understanding martial arts, if she was present, she would definitely be able to help her and Zhao Wujiang progress further. But they had fallen out with Yun Jinshu, and it was impossible for Yun Jinshu to help her and Zhao Wujiang. As their progress stalled, Zhao Wujiang pondered and slowly said, "Is it possible that for the marrying clothes divine skill to be complete, it needs us to truly love each other? How about?" Ling Qingxue locked eyes with Zhao Wujiang. Of course she knew Zhao Wujiang's unfinished half-sentence. Her heart tip trembled and she felt less repulsed by Zhao Wujiang. Should she try? But soon, this dangerous idea was forcefully rejected as she shook her head. No thinking aloud. Now that the progress is stagnant, think of another way is. Alas, it's a pity, it might really work. Zhao Wujiang sighed. Since the marrying clothes divine skill can only go so far for now that I need more power, why don't you teach me the mirror flower water moon? That way I'll also have a little more self-preservation ability and be a little safer. After all, you and I are now a grasshopper on a line, you don't want to see something happen to me, right?
Ling Qingxue froze. She had the intention to refuse, but Zhao Wujiang had some sense. She had accepted Zhao Wujiang's valuable rouge today, and had just rejected Zhao Wujiang's proposal of male-female intercourse, and now she was a little embarrassed to reject Zhao Wujiang's request to cultivate mirror flower water moon again.
She couldn't take people's things and keep refusing them, right?
She, Ling Qingxue, was different from those women in Jianghu who parasitized men to suck their blood.
Yesterday, when Zhao Wujiang rejected her, she was a bit unhappy in her heart. Today, when she continuously rejected Zhao Wujiang, could Zhao Wujiang be happy?
Thinking of this, Ling Qingxue nodded her head as she agreed. Not long after, the exceptionally talented Zhao Wujiang quickly learned the mirror flower water moon. Ling Qingxue watched from the sidelines, her heart horrified.
This Zhao Wujiang's talent was too strong, right? She and her senior sister hadn't made a wrong choice in siding with Zhao Wujiang. Chapter 60, Hiding a Heart That Doesn't Recognize Fate. The Eldest Princess Mansion. Zhao Wujiang sat quietly while Li Xiaohua slowly boiled tea. Why did she call me here in such a hurry? Just to watch her make tea? Or does she want to misbehave with me in broad daylight? Zhao Wujiang cultivation just in soon, received a message from Li Xiaohua, said to see him. He hurriedly rushed to, waited for half a day, but did not see Li Xiaohua have what big things to tell him. Hearing Zhao Wujiang's heart, Li Xiaohua guffawed and pushed a cup of tea to Zhao Wujiang. Cooking tea is most of all about patience, so is drinking tea.
Naturally, good things come in small packages. Zhao Wujiang was gentle and elegant, filling up the tea in one gulp, rather like a ginseng fed to a pig. He asked.
The eldest princess summoned me here, is there something important?
You young people have a lot of fire and are most restless and impatient.
Li Xiaohua smiled and shook her head.
What she favored most was Zhao Wujiang's temperament. Goosey and courageous, calm and jumpy, the whole person possessed the activity that young people should have, not the city government.
She didn't like young people with deep city manners, so that she could dominate in future collaborations. Nah.
Li Xiaohua pulled out a small booklet and handed it to Zhao Wujiang.
You might be able to use it.
Zhao Wujiang took the pamphlet in confusion, and his eyes slowly zoomed in. The content on this pamphlet was none other than the detailed infield map of the autumn hunting royal hunting grounds that he needed. And the level of detail of this map was simply terrifying, so detailed that if a great battle occurred and the battlefield was the royal hunting ground, then after reading this pamphlet, the royal hunting ground would be broken and leaking in all directions.
This is?
Zhao Wujiang felt a little hot. This thing, how the more you look at it, the more it looks like Li Xiaohua's rebellion, all these years carefully exploring the detailed strategy map of Kyoto's 50-mile radius. And the royal hunting ground happened to be within the range. Li Xiaohua learned that he needed it and took it out in passing.
You asked Yun Rui to help you get the map of the autumn hunting grounds. This matter, I know. Li Xiaohua did not hide it either.
Over the years, whether it's the fall hunt or the winter hunt, the royal family clansmen and even those dignitaries privately circulating this kind of map has long been a commonplace thing.
Only mine, to be more detailed. How is it, looking still satisfied?
Satisfactory. Zhao Wujiang accepted this favor as he nodded and smiled.
It seems like the eldest princess is really well prepared.
That's natural, you have to be patient to make good tea.
Li Xiaohua smiled brightly. Right now there is a lack of people who are willing to drink tea together. You just finished drinking it, how do you feel? Do you want another cup? Invited me in.
Zhao Wujiang twirled the teacup and handed it over. I'm a stupid person with a stupid mouth, I can't taste anything and I'm worried about letting down the eldest princess's good intentions.
Li Xiaohua took the teacup, filled it with tea, and did not hand it to Zhao Wujiang, but drank it in one go, hiding her mouth with a smile. I, Li Xiaohua, am not Li Ziyuan, I can't do the thing of hiding the bird from the bough.
Who knows, women are all like this, talk nice, maybe after coaxing me to abandon, sell my love, let me carry a debt of conscience.
Zhao Wujiang contained a smile.
I completely trust you, eldest princess. Li Xiaohua listened to Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words and put her delicate jade hand on the back of Zhao Wujiang's hand, gently rubbing it.
How do I know if you really trust me, or if you're just playing games? I'm sure it's just a game. If I say I can trust you, do you believe it?
Zhao Wujiang slapped his chest to the ground. The conscience of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon can be seen. If the eldest princess doesn't believe me, I'll pull out this heart for you to see.
Smooth talker, I really want it, are you willing to pull it out?
Li Xiaohua pursed her lips and smiled, charming flavor naturally spread out.
Ken.
Zhao Wujiang blurted out without changing his color, said lifting the hem of his robe, seemed to want to pull something out.
The eldest princess didn't have the good sense to say. Your heart is not in your chest? The original one, long ago pulled out to my old man in Yun Rui.
Zhao Wujiang was serious.
But there's no harm, there's still one more.
Zhao Wujiang seemed to be talking nonsense, but he was actually telling the truth.
Everyone has a heart, but his heart is not like others who put it in their stomachs or keep it in their chests with fervor. His heart, because of the targeting of the dynasty's son Li Ziyuan, the covetousness and killing intent of the heavenly protagonist Dragon War, and the other people's secret peeping and wanting to manipulate, has long been hidden in a place that is not easy to see. The people who can see this heart of his, there is his old father, there is the loyal old housekeeper, there is his daughter-in-law Li Yunrui, but it does not include Li Xiaohua who is playing along in front of him. He and Li Xiaohua are each taking what they need, not yet to the time of friendship. He couldn't trust Li Xiaohua. All the roles in the hook and corner, he can only trust himself. False and subtle, play along with the scene. Really, let me see? Li Xiaohua's jade hand rested on her cheeks, wanting to see Zhao Wuzhang's hidden heart. She was a woman in her 30s, what hadn't she seen before? Whether it was an old guy or a young guy, she could manipulate them all. Everything she has confidence in mastering. You want to see, I still want to see it, give money you see? Oh, you really gave it, the map is good. Zhao Wuzhang action stiff, Li Xiaohua is not afraid, he can still be afraid? But he was just about to pull out. Outside the door sounded footsteps. Footsteps at first sounded like two people, and then listened to what seemed to be dragging something, and the smell of blood floated. He looked sideways. See the eldest princess. Someone outside the door reported respectfully. I don't know how to dispose of Zhang Xingzhou. Zhang Xingzhou? Zhao Wuzhang's sword brows frowned. What happened to Zhang Xingzhou, the original future big brother? According to the rules, kill it. Li Xiaohua drank tea blandly, using the same cup that Zhao Wuzhang had drank from before, the corners of his mouth smiling faintly, his eyes fierce. Zhao Wuzhang didn't want Zhang Xingzhou to die like this, although he didn't have much of a relationship with Zhang Xingzhou to speak of, but in order to fight against the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Warrior, he had to seize all the chances, so that the Dragon Warrior's chances would dissipate, while his chances would grow. With this elimination, he would be able to outsmart Dragon War in the end, or at least not fall into the villain's certain death. He reached out his hand and blocked. And slowed down. Li Xiaohua looked at Zhao Wuzhang, seemingly unsurprised, and waited for what was to come. She had noticed yesterday that Zhao Wuzhang was paying more attention to this swordsman called Zhang Xingzhou, and only after Zhang Xingzhou made a mistake did she purposely not kill him, saving it to test Zhao Wuzhang's true thoughts. What did Zhang Xingzhou commit? Zhao Wuzhang questioned. Carrying out a mission and making a big mistake. Li Xiaohua observed Zhao Wuzhang's expression. Indecisive, he should have cut off the roots, but he was compassionate towards a child. A child could have caused a big mistake, causing all the preparations to be undone. Where is the child? Zhao Wuzhang shouted at the outside of the house. Reporting to the eldest princess, killed. Only Zhang Xingzhou made a mistake. What answered him was a gloomy voice, which should have been Prince Jun of the Twin Swords, one of the three from yesterday. Zhao Wuzhang reached out and went to pick up the eldest princess's teacup. Since the kill was made and the mission was accomplished, why don't you give Zhang Xingzhou a chance? The eldest princess handed Zhao Wuzhang his tea and said meaningfully. You think highly of him? As I recall, you only met him once, right? Or have you met before? Indeed, it was only a one-time encounter. Since Zhao Wuzhang decided to step in and save Zhang Xingzhou, he had thought of a good countermeasure and wording, and he spoke in a calm tone. But as I said yesterday, we are all the eldest princess's people. Since we are our own people, why don't we give one more chance? Instead of forgiving others, we should treat our own family members with forgiveness, don't you think so, Rapunzel? Somewhat interesting. Li Xiaohua nodded and smiled charmingly at Zhao Wuzhang. You're the one who begged for mercy today. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't even listen. Release him. Li Xiaohua shouted release. The people outside the room froze for a moment, then respectfully answered and put down Zhang Xingzhou. Zhao Wuzhang got up and pushed open the door to the room. Li Xiaohua didn't stop her. The death or life of an underling was not important to her. What mattered was Zhao Wuzhang, the pawn she favored. Zhao Wuzhang walked towards Zhang Xingzhou, who was paralyzed and gasping for breath. Zhang Xingzhou's clothes were tattered and full of blood marks from being whipped. He slowly crouched down and whispered. Your kindness, I like it because I have it. Your indecisiveness, I hate it because I have it too. But there are things. Think about why you came here. Zhang Xingzhou knew that it was this Zhao Shizi who saved him again. Hearing these words from Zhao Shizi, he raised his head with difficulty, his mind turning over. Zhao Shizi knew about his situation? Zhao Wuzhang pulled out a silver ticket, folded it and stuffed it inside Zhang Xingzhou's shirt. This money will be used to treat your injuries and for you to take care of your mother. Zhang Xingzhou's eyes instantly filled with tears. He was stunned to look at his eyes gradually wrapped in water. Zhao Wuzhang, he originally thought that the high family and big government officials are all cold-blooded and merciless, the people who do dirty deeds, but he did not want to have this kind of Zhao Wuzhang born in the mud, but also seems to be an immaculate man. Why did you kindly help me? Zhang Xingzhou's voice trembled. Definitely not because of kindness. Zhao Wuzhang slowly got up, his face full of smiles, but his voice was hoarse. Because I believe that you will be very powerful in the future. Chapter 61, Autumn Hunt. On the eve of the autumn hunt, Zhao Wujiang diligently cultivated, his understanding of the true young heart technique grew deeper and deeper, and with Lu Ruyan's help, his strength, even though he was still a 6th grade martial artist, he was already unafraid of the unusual 5th grade. In addition, he learned the mirror flower water moon from Ling Qingxue, so that his self-protection ability has risen greatly. At the same time, Pop's personal teaching had allowed him to make new progress in his only self-sword technique. With the autumn hunt coming up, he now felt like one word: strong and terrifying. Other than the ones he couldn't beat, he could beat them all. In the past few days, Li Yuni had also come to the royal residence from time to time, and under his teaching, Li Yuni's holy dragon skill Dragonine was progressing extremely fast, while he, Zhao Wujiang, himself, had already begun to cultivate the second layer of the holy dragon skill Dragon Form, and had succeeded in cultivating the dragon clawed hands. He was cultivating this hard for one purpose: to live well. He knew that a villain like him had to work harder than the Heaven's Mandate protagonist in order to not be trampled on by the Heaven's Mandate protagonist at will. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already the autumn hunt. Dashayu 13th year, September 14th, it is appropriate to offer sacrifices, pray for blessings, and bring in livestock. The vast procession marched towards the royal hunting ground. Hunting ground opened in the royal city north of the North Cliff in a mountain forest, and the royal city terrain difference is very great. Standing in the royal city North Cliff, can overlook the entire hunting ground, will be everything in full view. Tianyu 13 years, Jiechen Dragon Year, about the great summer of the Year of Luck, whether it is before the 7th Princess Li Yunrui's wedding, or today's autumn hunting, in the itinerary, are related to the great summer of luck. Therefore, in order to highlight the prosperity of Daxia, the emperor's benevolence and people with the people, the autumn hunt, in addition to the princes and nobles, Li Ziyuan also licensed the Kyoto young talent and merchants to participate in the autumn hunt. And in the past, the precious beasts to be surrendered in the autumn hunt, this time, regardless of the size of the beasts, all belong to the hunter's private ownership, do not have to surrender. But in order not to hurt the peace of heaven, this fall hunting, not allowed to use fire attack. Spring, meaning raising, not allowed to hunt pregnant beasts. Li Yunrui could have sat inside the carriage, but she wanted to ride with Zhao Wujiang, so she leaned on Zhao Wujiang's arms and steered her horse slowly forward. She cheered along the way. This was her first trip since she and Zhao Wujiang got together, and it was an autumn hunt, so she was naturally happy, and along the way, she explained to Zhao Wujiang about the hunt, everything, hoping to help Zhao Wujiang win first place. Summer seedling, hunting those beasts that will mutilate the people's crops or hurt the people. Autumn hunting is also autumn killing, specializing in killing the kind of beasts that may harm the poultry, but this time the autumn hunting is not a field hunt, but in the forest, so there is nothing taboo. As long as the hunters don't cause any trouble with each other's lives, everything else is fine. Li Yuni came over and finished all that Li Yunrui had to say in one breath. Want you to talk too much? Li Yunrui knitted her brows, beamed, and glared fiercely at her brother as she snapped. Don't follow us. Li Yuni hemmed and hawed, saying. Mother knows that you are naughty, most likely want to enter the hunting grounds. But this autumn hunt, whether it is the royal princesses or the young ladies of those high families, they are not allowed to step into the hunting grounds, it is too dangerous. Mother has asked me to remind you. Li Yunrui skimmed his mouth and glanced back at Zhao Wujiang, hoping that Zhao Wujiang would speak for him. Zhao Wujiang nodded. Li Yuni is right, it's too dangerous, whether it's the beasts or the people, it brings danger. Seeing that Zhao Wujiang was helping himself, Li Yuni smiled smugly, glanced around, and threw Zhao Wujiang a pamphlet. Inside is a map of the hunting grounds. When the Yu people explored and divided the borders, I had them draw it for me. Yuren, the official in charge of the mountain and swamp courts. Didn't you take it out earlier? Li Yunrui hummed. The map she had already helped Zhao Wujiang get a copy of it long ago, but it wasn't a newly drawn map from Yuren's exploration, it was the previous year's map, the mountains and forests and whatnot. It's not like there would be any major changes. Zhao Wujiang laughed. It's still good to be a member of your own family. See you at the hunting grounds. Li Yuni clamped his legs around the horse's belly and galloped his horse forward quickly, blending into the ranks of the royal clansmen. Autumn hunting. It was both a tradition and also to show off the power of the Grand Xia and display the vitality of the Grand Xia's endless life. Vitality things, leave it to the juniors to do on the line, the old generation, hard work for half of their lives, enjoy how. I don't know which little guy can come out on top in this autumn hunt. I heard that this year, there are also noble guests to come, and added prizes. There are old ministers with kind face, eyes looking towards the dusty fast horses and juniors, seems to think of his own youth, also had this kind of fast and energetic. The others sniffed and spoke. Hunting is mostly a competition of riding and shooting. If we talk about riding and shooting skills, the young generation that entered this fall hunting, how can Long War General Long must also be ranked among the top 3, right? This first place, I see that Long War is very hopeful. Minister Yu's eldest son doesn't lose to Long Zhan, right? Yu Shangshu in charge of the Ministry of War, his son is also since childhood martial arts, last year winter hunting beasts of the hunt, honored second. That first is the eldest son, this year's fall hunt, the eldest son due to official business failed to participate, who else can hold down the son of Yu Shangshu? After all, Long Zhan is a rising star. I don't think so. Long Zhan is both a good writer and a good martial artist, even though he's a rising star who in the court doesn't know that he has outstanding abilities and his martial arts realm is not bad. He was beaten up by Zhao Wujiang. In the fight that day, it was a point-to-point fight. Dragon Warrior didn't use his full strength. Was he beaten up by Zhao Wujiang? The Prince of Zhao is stronger than the king. Just tell me if he's been beaten up or not. You. The autumn hunt is not a martial arts competition, it's all about writing and shooting. Alright, why do you two need to fight over the past? This official thinks that His Highness, the Sixth Prince, will be able to come out on top in this trip. The minister of the household was full of fawning smiles. His Majesty has always been able to kill the beasts with his arrows, and I have observed that the Sixth Prince's posture with the bow is similar to His Majesty's bow holding. On this few points, into the hunting ground, is not like a god, full of return, naturally handy. What Lord Qian said, naturally, is what this official would like to say. Long war is certainly excellent, but those bit of the Emperor's son was deeply blessed by the holy grace and holy love, under this kind of inculcation, naturally, is the first favorable competitor. In fact, whether it's Long War, General Long, or those imperial princes, whoever comes out on top, what's the harm? They are all loved by His Majesty and valued by him. No matter who comes out on top, it's because of His Majesty's love. Exactly. The officials laughed in harmony, and Li Jian sat on the wooden chair draped in tiger skin, his cheeks filled with a benevolent smile. Although he was chatting with Zhao Tingxiao, the voices of the 100 officials discussing also entered his ears, and he heard them clearly, his smile naturally climbing up his cheeks. You're all discussing who came out on top. I'm not sure who came out on top, but I can see clearly who is the most relaxed and at ease, and I can see that Zhao Shizi's tranquility is unrivaled. Zhao Wujiang is indeed tranquil. But why do I feel as if Zhao Wujiang has already admitted defeat? Going solo and not partnering up with other young juniors. But it's not his fault, after all, he's used to enjoying himself, he didn't participate in hunting in the past years, and he's not good at writing and shooting. How could he compete with the other juniors in the hunting ground? Knowing that he won't be able to compete, instead of looking forward to it, he might as well treat it as going to the hunting ground to enjoy the fall, and feel better after failing. Definitely. Even if Zhao Shizi is alone, even if he is strong, how can he compete with the others? It seems like Zhao Shizi is bound to lose. The officials were about to let go of their words. But at that moment, they suddenly fell silent. Because the current Son of Heaven and the King of Jinbei, the grand finale appeared. The two of them were walking side by side, calling themselves brothers and sisters, and when the officials saw this, they saluted and shut their mouths. After all, although they knew that the Jinbei King had no military power. But military power was a bit superficial for a level like Jinbei King. Because they all know that although the military power is gone, as long as the King of Jinbei has a word, those Jinbei army who are loyal to him, as usual, only listen to the people but not the orders. Li Ziyuan was sitting on the dragon chair, looking down on the ministers, and Zhao Tingxiao, who was the closest to him, was also sitting on the big chair with the seal engraving of a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. In previous years, the King of Jinbei did not participate in the autumn hunt. This year, the officials in charge of the autumn hunt, specially for the King of Jinbei to create this powerful chair. Zhao Tingxiao chatted with Li Ziyuan for the last two sentences before looking at the civil and military officials present. Everyone, how come it seems like none of them are optimistic about my son? When the ministers heard this, their hearts thumped and the entire room was silenced. Chapter 62, Extra Beauty Reward. The entire court was dead silent for a long time. The old faces of the group of ministers who were originally not optimistic about Zhao Wujiang twitched, and they all knew what they should do. Your Highness, where are your words? We're just worried about His Highness the World Sun. With His Highness the World Sun's talent, even if the way of hunting is only 1/12 of yours, Your Highness, it's still enough to top the fall hunt. That's for sure. I've long seen that the reason why Prince Xiao is so calm is because he has a plan. Having a chest and strength is the only way to have strength, and this is certainly a sign of strength on the part of Zhao Shizi. The old minister's admiration for Shizi is like a torrential river that goes on, and like that yellow river flooding out of control. Lord Duo, my feelings are the same as yours. The group of ministers said one thing to each other, constantly looking for a remedy for their previous comments that were not favorable to Zhao Wujiang. King Jinbei smiled, too lazy to pay attention to this group of people who tended to favor one another. As long as they didn't bully my king's weak and naive child, that was all. He continued to drink with the emperor. In the crowd, Long Zhan's thick eyebrows were furrowed, his heart indignant. This dog, Zhao Wujiang, had the backing of the Jinbei King and was a dog in power. But he has nothing. Is it fair? Not fair. But he has to fight for his honor. With his own ability, after entering the hunting ground, he could easily crush Zhao Wujiang. And then the King of Jinbei will go to the hunting grounds to help Zhao Wujiang? Without King Jinbei, Zhao Wujiang is nothing. Li Ziyuan drank a mouthful of wine, and he heard all the comments from the ministers. He was getting more and more upset in his heart. This righteous brother, his might is really strong. Even if the real power is not there now, the power is still there. Taking away Zhao Tingxiao's military power doesn't have a substantial effect. If he wanted to truly rest on his laurels, he had to find someone to completely replace Xiao Tingxiao. Dragon Warrior, many of your ministers are optimistic about you, do you have confidence? Li Ziyuan glanced at Long Zhan in the crowd, his words implied. Yes. Long Zhan immediately respectfully clasped his fists and swore. I have long been impatient to step into the hunting ground. Please, your majesty, order it to begin. There is no hurry. Li Ziyuan liked this aura of Long Zhan's. What he wanted was to suppress Xiao Wujiang, thus suppressing some of Xiao Tingxiao's aura. He said in a deep voice. There are foreign noble guests arriving today. The group of ministers were all of a sudden talking, today's autumn hunting, there are foreigners here? At the same time, at the side gate of the palace, Yun Jinshu came with lotus steps and saluted Li Ziyuan. Foreign Minister Yun Jinshu, see your majesty. The ministers looked at the noble temperament and exquisite appearance of Yun Jinshu and marveled, what a beautiful person, Yun Jinshu, this name is not unfamiliar, as if they have heard it somewhere. Long Zhan was surprised beyond measure to see his senior sister. How did senior sister Yun appear here? It can't be some princess, right? This body, this temperament, can be better than some sisters in the clan. Li Yuni was originally listless, but the moment he saw Yun Jinshu, his eyes instantly lit up. Give a seat. Li Ziyuan ordered. Many thanks, your majesty. Yun Jinshu's aura was cold and colorful. The foreign minister came here from the Ryukyu border for the matter of a peace marriage. Marriage? The ministers were surprised and looked at Yun Jinshu. They remembered Princess Yun Jinshu of Lujiang. Previously, Dixia had discussed the matter of peace with the small country of Lujiang. Dixia wanted to use this to slowly eat up Lujiang, so that Lujiang would be completely reduced to a vassal of Dixia and merged into Dixia's territory. However, Lujiang has never agreed to it, and its attitude is resolute. Daxia is a state of etiquette, advocating peace. There is no forced action on the Lujiang, and the matter of peace, it has been delayed again and again. Today, Lujiang Princess Yun Jinshu came here. Could it be that she agreed? Lujiang looked up to the great summer, and the matter of marriage, after deep thought, put on the agenda. I hope that the emperor fulfillment. Yun Jinshu did not immediately take his seat and saluted again. The ministers exclaimed, many people showed joy, marrying the princess of Lujiang, but for the expansion of the Great Xia territory, make contributions not to mention Yun Jinshu's exquisite appearance and beautiful appearance. My heart is very pleased. Li Ziyuan's aura is like an abyss, the emperor's majesty is revealed. You are allowed to make your own request for a husband. Thank you, your majesty. Yun Jinshu made a bow, his eyes sweeping over his senior brother Long Zhan without a trace. Long Zhan's riding and archery skills were excellent, although she made this move in the hope of being able to force Long Zhan and lock him up to help her restore the Ryukyu border, but also in order to have more choices. If Long Zhan couldn't work out, she would then utilize other men. The one who can get the top spot is bound to be one of the people of the Great Xia dynasty, the powerful and influential people. She is not losing out in any way. Lujiang admires Daxia, because Daxia is vast, rich in material and natural treasures, and has outstanding people. Yun Jinshu had already settled in her heart and complimented. Lujiang is martial and looks up to the throne. It's time for the fall hunt, and foreign minister Yun Jinshu has only one small request for a husband. The one who comes out on top will be my husband. Please allow it, your majesty. Li Ziyuan thought briefly, full of majesty, and waved his hand. Permission granted. The appearance of Princess Yun Jinshu of Lujiang undoubtedly added another fire to the bustle of this autumn hunt. The ministers are talking a lot, and the young generation participating in the autumn hunt are even rubbing their fists. Who doesn't want to marry a princess? Not only can make a contribution to Daxia, the key is, this princess is also so beautiful, body is also so good, marry home, is undoubtedly a piece of beautiful thing. Long Zhan took the opportunity to climb into the conversation, lowering his voice and whispering beside Yun Jinshu. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yun Jinshu's cold eyes. You can't be relied on, so I naturally have to look for someone who can help Ryujian. This. I understand, senior sister, this is a good move. Long Zhan instantly understood Yun Jinshu's intentions. He was secretly happy in his heart and laughed. This way you can marry me openly and honestly, borrow my strength to help support Lujiang, and it won't affect my position in Dixia. Ha! Yun Jinshu glanced at Long Zhan and grunted coldly. Words are spoken too soon. Don't be so confident, you may not be able to come out on top. You're not the only one I'm targeting. Impossible. Long Zhan's somewhat manly dignity was thwarted as he retorted, none of the younger generation participating in the autumn hunt this time are my rivals. Oh? Yun Jinshu laughed coldly, flinging his sleeves and preparing to leave. I'm actually more optimistic about Zhao Wujiang. Can't you see that with the king of Jinbei in the center? Zhao Wujiang's scenery is boundless? Zhao Wujiang again. How can Zhao Wujiang be worthy of Yun Jinshu? Elder sister, watch this, when I achieve first place, don't shirk and dare not marry me at that time. Long Zhan swept his eyes at Yun Jinshu. He had wanted to take Yun Jinshu for a long time, only due to the fact that he was valued by the emperor and Yun Jinshu's back was against the Lujiang border. It was inconvenient for him to get his hands on it. When he won today, he would definitely let Yin Jinshu know how powerful he was, not only in terms of strength and talent, but also in terms of bedside manner. Let's see how Yin Jinshu will still be high and mighty when the time comes. Yin Jinshu glanced coldly at Long Zhan and turned to leave. At this time, Li Ziyuan sits high in the dragon chair, and with a command, the Emperor's majesty is displayed. The fall hunt officially began. Not long after, the vast procession surged into the hunting ground. Achoo! Not a moment too soon, Zhao Wujiang, who was peeing in the grass, sneezed and his small hands shook. Damn, who's cursing me, causing me to pee my hands? He saw Long Zhan and the group of young juniors running that fast. It seems like this Long Zhan wants to take first place very badly, running that fast like there's a reward, cut. Zhao Wujiang didn't follow them all the way, but sneaked off to another path. He remembered that in the original, that's where the big treasure was located. Chapter 63 The Opportunity Arrives. Not long after, Zhao Wujiang, who had entered the hunting grounds, slowly pulled out a map on the back of his horse. Zhao Wujiang spread out the map given to him by the princess. This map is the most detailed. After all, the probability is that it is for rebellion. After looking at it for a while, he discerned the direction of the hunting grounds, and then combined it with what he remembered from the original to confirm the direction to the Beast King's lair. In the original, Dragon Warrior was the one who picked up a juvenile-bodied king beast within the Beast King's lair by chance arranged by the early dog author. After finding the right direction, Zhao Wujiang followed the path marked on the map and slowly moved forward. He could faintly hear the sound of bows and crossbows coming from the distant mountains, the sound of arrows flying and swooshing, as well as the sound of people neighing and horses neighing. It was thought that Dragon Warrior and the other young juniors had already fought up, and in addition to hunting, they were also beating up people. He tethered his horse to a large tree outside the mountain forest, and traveled alone to the Beast King's lair. The horse traveled with him, moving too much and targeting too many for his convenience. He followed the path through the mountains and forests, and his martial realm, which had skyrocketed in recent times, allowed his keen senses to instantly detect that someone was trailing him. He pretended not to know and continued to walk slowly, and when he came to a fork in the mountain forest, he pulled out a map to identify the direction. While he was checking the map, the sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air came from behind him, as well as rolling killing intent. He turned around fiercely, using his hand as a sword. His sword energy was the only one that could be used, directly chopping at the bend of the sneak attacker's arm that was holding the sword. Only a click was heard, the sound of broken bones resounded in the mountains and forests, the sneak attacker's arm flipped upside down, revealing bloody bone spurs, the short sword in his hand slipped down, and he let out a wail of pain. Zhao Wujiang dodged another hit from the sneak attacker with hatred, and he slammed his foot into the sneak attacker's right leg at the knee. The sneak attacker stumbled and fell to the ground, puffing out a trail of yellow mud and blood. Zhao Wujiang's face was cold as he smoothly stepped forward and stomped on the sneak attacker's fractured and upside-down right arm, stomping the man to the point that he let out a wail of pain. I've seen you before. Zhao Wujiang's foot was so hard that the pain caused the sneak attacker's face to turn white as he faintly said, "You're from the Snapdragon Battalion, aren't you? Dragon Warrior's men?" The sneak attacker's face was as white as gold paper. It was difficult for him to move, blood seeped out of his mouth, but he just didn't speak. He was indeed sent by General Long to stop Zhao Wujiang. General Long was uneasy with Zhao Wujiang's seemingly undisputed state, and had sent him to block Zhao Wujiang and disrupt Zhao Wujiang's hunting progress. How did he know that Zhao Wujiang was so sharp that he defended against his sneak attack and even seriously injured him? It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. Zhao Wujiang used his hand as a sword and pointed his finger on the acupoints under Long Zhasher's hand, then he yanked up his flipped and folded arm and laughed. "I'll help you up." "Ah!" The dragon warfare henchman let out a wail as the intense pain made him cry out in pain. Zhao Wujiang dragged his arm forward, dragging out blood marks along the way. "Your Highness! Spare your life! Ah!" He kept begging for mercy as more and more blood dripped from his arm, and he was unable to resist as he had his acupoints blocked. "Alright, the rules of the hunting ground, well, you can't kill anyone." Zhao Wujiang smiled, picked up a stone and threw it towards the two lions that were gnawing on the wild deer not far away, and then he let go of the sun threw it, then he let go of the man's hand. "The rest of the way, you're on your own." The male lions were smashed and their feeding was disturbed. They looked over to Zhao Wujiang's side, smelling the smell of blood, and came running at a fast pace. Zhao Wujiang moved sensitively, climbing up the tree and kept climbing over towards his destination. And behind him came the desperate roar and wail of the sneak attacker. Zhao Wujiang glanced sideways. The sneak attacker was bloodied and battered, being toyed with by the male lion. The male lion surveyed the rare prey, each palm slapped down heavily. A few slaps shattered the lifeblood of the sneak attacker, and he could no longer make a sound. Zhao Wujiang glanced back, not in pity. He would never show mercy to someone who wanted to harm him. He was merely trying to memorize the person's appearance. Along the way, he was as sensitive as an ape, constantly climbing, and on the way, he also encountered real apes and monkeys, one person and one monkey looking at each other. He didn't expect that he could meet a heavenly destiny person other than Dragon Warrior. Until he tumbled to the top of this mountain forest, he looked out from afar and was able to see the group of young jungles at the foot of the mountain fighting fiercely, both grabbing for the right to own the beasts and trying to defeat more competitors. Long John came and went as he pleased amongst the crowd, no one could stop him, full of vigor and dominance. Zhao Wujiang withdrew his gaze and ran towards the foot of the mountain, climbing vines and burrowing into the dense forest along the way. As he got closer and closer to the Beast King's lair, he also became more and more cautious. He had to make sure that the Beast King wasn't there, or else going in and snatching the juvenile king beast, he was no different from looking for death. Finally, slowly weaving through the dense forest, he saw a cave, and outside the cave, there were quite a few white bones of wild beasts lying across the ground, and a strong smell of blood wafted through the air, a smell of blood that had the stickiness of fresh blood qi, as well as the rotting scent of blood qi that had been in the air for years and years. Zhao Wujiang threw a small stone over, throwing the whole person to shrink back, beware of the Beast King appearing. But the small stone thrown out did not attract the Beast King. The cave drilled out a furry snow-white beast, purple jewel-like eyes turn agilely. Zhao Wujiang's brain worked like crazy. Combined with the original judgment, this cute little beast is the juvenile body of the king beast undoubtedly. It was also this dorky cuteness that had grown from a young age that helped Dragon Warrior attract a lot of women in the back. For example, my king beast can backflip, go sit down? After Zhao Wujiang confirmed that this beast was the king beast of the juvenile body, and when it grew up, it would be the domineering and absolute party of the Beast King, he didn't act rashly, and threw out another stone, and the whole person once again took a step back, to ensure that if there were any accidents, he would be able to catch and escape. Intercepting the Dragon Warrior's chance is certainly important, but the villain's self-cultivation tells him to live, as long as he can live, later on the big road. Never neglect your own safety for the sake of the chance. As for the rich and powerful, it is only when you have to take a risk that you are rich and powerful. If you can get it without taking a risk, why would you take a risk for nothing? The cute young king beast was attracted by the small stone that appeared out of nowhere, staring with big round eyes looking left and right. Seeing that there was still no movement, Zhao Wujiang pulled out a piece of dried meat from his bosom and threw it over. This preserved meat was made in advance according to the favored diet of the king beasts in the original story, just to make sure that today was a sure thing. As expected, the young king beast smelled the odor and ran to nibble on the dried meat. Zhao Wujiang waited for a while, but he didn't see the adult king beast, nor did he sense any danger, so he guessed that the king beast was most likely attracted over by the commotion of the dragon war and the others fighting. Only then did his dog move step by step towards the juvenile king beast, like stealing a dog. The juvenile king beast sensed the commotion and looked over with big eyes, one person and one beast with big eyes to small eyes. Little friend, where is your adult? Zhao Wujiang lowered his voice and pulled out another piece of dried meat. Come over here. Come here to me. The furry juvenile king beast looked at Zhao Wujiang curiously. This upright ape was so strange, actually hiding something it loved to eat? Zhao Wujiang was already very close to the juvenile king beast. He was afraid that it would be too late. He directly pounced on it, but he pounced on it. The juvenile king beast dodged sensitively, only one step away from him, holding the dried meat in its mouth, the curiosity of its big eyes getting heavier and heavier, moving its little feet, circling around Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang's eyes turned. He was in the moment of curiosity of the cute little beast, said when it was too late, stretched out his sensitive tongue, to the little beast's furry brain is a lick. The little beast froze, frozen in place, licking hair? This was something that could only be done by a superior to an inferior. Could it be that this upright ape was its boss? Zhao Wujiang finished licking and poo-pooed twice, reached out and wrapped his arms around the dumbfounded young king beast, tucked it into his arms and turned around to drill into the dense forest. At first, he ran carefully, afraid of causing a commotion, and then he ran faster and faster, running wild in the forest, like a horse that has been pressed for 500 years and has just been released, or like there is a fierce ghost behind him, asking for his life. I don't know how far he ran. He was exhausted and panting. The cute little beast poked its head out of his arms, staring at him curiously, and its two paws were still holding the dried meat and nibbling on it. Zhao Wujiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Beast King didn't come after him, and he managed to intercept this juvenile king beast, taking away yet another chance for the Dragon Warrior. But soon, he heard a terrifying roar from the distance, and the mountains and forests shook. He immediately crouched down on the ground and leaned his back against the tree, vigilantly observing the movements around him. He sensed a tremor of movement coming from where the Beast King's lair was before, and as he looked sideways, he realized that within that range, there were quite a few grasses and trees collapsing, and it seemed as if there were fierce beasts giving vent to their anger, stepping on and breaking off piece after piece of grass and trees. And the traces of collapsed grass and trees spread towards the bottom of the mountain. It should be the fierce beasts chasing them down the mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Zhan and the others were momentarily shocked as they looked at the beast that suddenly appeared in front of them. This beast was more than 1 zhan tall, resembling a fierce tiger and a lion, with a ferocious and terrifying aura. Beast King? It's the Beast King. Some young juniors reacted and roared in surprise. We've met the Beast King. If we can capture it, this is the biggest game this time. You're crazy. Who dares to oppose the Beast King in these years of hunting? Why did this Beast King suddenly come to our door, and is full of violence? Could it be Could it be that it has just given birth? It doesn't want us to come near? To stop us?
It makes sense, otherwise how could the Beast King take the initiative to come to the door in a rage? This has not been recorded in history. Long John listened to the people beside him as you said one thing and I said another. His eyes slowly glowed. When he heard that the Beast King had just given birth to a cub, he suddenly had an intuition that the juvenile king beasts would be his Long John's chance, something he had in his pocket. Adult Beast King can't be defeated, juvenile young king beast, if we can get it and cultivate it properly, our future achievements will be unlimited.
Yes, good opportunity. As long as we get the young king beast, it will be worth the trip.
Many young talents coincided with Long John's thoughts. They all hit the first target on the young king beast. Their hearts were on fire. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Gentlemen, why don't we join hands to take down this beast king?
As long as we trap it, we'll have a chance to capture the king beast cub.
Then how do we distribute it? There's no rush on the distribution. Let's take down the king beast first and we'll discuss it in the long run. The crowd deliberated on the current countermeasures in a trice.
Everyone was a young talent, knowing the sequential importance of the issues. Now was not the time to easily implode. While the crowd was inwardly discussing hotly about dealing with the Beast King and seizing the juvenile King Beast, the violent and unrivaled Beast King, the ferocious light in its pupils grew stronger and stronger, and it knew that it must be the group of despicable humans in front of it that had abducted its child. It wanted to kill this group of despicable thieves.
Chapter 64 Mirror Deceiving the Heavenly Sword by Artifice. Royal Hunting Ground.
The Beast King looked down at the many humans. Its aura became more and more ferocious and berserk. It wanted to kill this group of thieves who had stolen its children, and directly slapped its palm down. Palm wind whistling, as big as a doorplate, sharp claws like a long knife. The person who was going to be slapped hastily dodged, and was backed up a few feet by the whistling palm wind, and almost fell to the ground. He stabilized his body, his anger surged, and he bent his bow and arrow, and the arrow feathers shot.
Take down this head. The young juniors shouted. The great battle was about to start. Not far from the top of the mountain, Zhao Wujian looked down at the battlefield that was instantly intense at the touch of a button. The battlefield was like a group of small ants besieging a toad in his eyes. He had already gotten the juvenile king beast and would not stay any longer, deciding to leave the hunting grounds first. However, he had just taken 2 steps while holding the juvenile king beast when he suddenly stopped, his eyes flickering. In the square, he caught a glimpse of the king's Dao heavenly sword on the dragon warrior's horse. The heavenly sword was not bad in terms of power. He intercepted Long John and snatched half of it, but there was still the other half in Long John's hands. Long John had grown too rapidly, and even if there was only half of the heavenly sword, it still posed a great threat to what he could do. Moreover, just before, the person who had sneaked up on him was one of Long John's men, and it must have been at Long John's behest. Long John had repeatedly tried to overwhelm him, and had even long held murderous intentions? He couldn't just leave like that. Since Long John and the others were in a fierce battle with the Beast King, how was this not an opportunity? Zhao Wujiang's mind worked frantically, and he seemed to have thought of something, pressing the young king beast in his arms, pulling out a few small handfuls of fur and holding them in his hands, then frantically rushing towards the battlefield. He ran more and more, agile as a monkey in the mountains and forests. His appearance was undergoing a radical change, and his body size was also simply different. As the sound of arrows shooting, the sound of those young talents cursing, and the sound of the Beast King's roar came closer and closer, he rolled violently as he was about to reach the battlefield. His clothes rubbed on the ground, quickly becoming tattered and torn, and wrapped in quite a bit of yellow mud and withered branches, as he began to shout things like "Defeat the Beast King" under his breath, and blended into the crowd. The Beast King was forced back by a group of young talents joining hands. After all, a body of flesh and blood could not forcefully resist so many arrow feathers. The crowd exclaimed, "There is strength in numbers." All the people present were martial artists. The vast majority of them were proficient in mounted archery, joining forces to deal with a Beast King. It didn't seem too difficult now. The crowd was another round of arrows. These fine gold and iron arrows were not ordinary arrows. They were all specially prepared by the sons of the high families present for the fall hunt. Although the cost was not expensive, but the power was not bad. There were many arrows that directly pierced into the flesh of the Beast King. Blood flowed horizontally. The Beast King was continuously forced back. There is a tendency to go crazy. The crowd grasped the advantage to ride the victory, and kept approaching. They have basically determined that the Beast King is protecting the little cubs, otherwise they would not have blocked them from moving forward. As for Dragon Warrior, he also slowly drew out the King's Dao heavenly sword. He was determined to get the little cub that the Beast King was protecting. Just at the next moment when Long John drew out his King Dao heavenly sword, Zhao Wujiang, who had been paying attention to Long John's movements, mixed in with the crowd, suddenly let out a shout. "General Long, what do you mean? Who doesn't know that this sword of yours is the heavenly sword rewarded by His Majesty? It's tremendously powerful. We agreed to hunt by riding and shooting. If you pull out this heavenly sword, even if you win in the end, I'm afraid it's still not a victory, right?" "That's right, I've always admired Brother Long John. I didn't realize that everyone was riding and shooting, but you actually took out the heavenly sword. Are you bullying us for not having one? Not fair. This heavenly sword is so powerful, even if you win we won't be convinced."
Zhao Wujiang shouted one sentence and then catapulted himself to a different place and a different voice. The many young talents were reminded and noticed the heavenly sword in Long Battle's hand and frowned. Long Zhan, we are all teaming up to defend the beasts, and we see that the advantage is with us. What are you doing taking out the heavenly sword for? Could it be that you've already thought of privately swallowing the cub that the Beast King is protecting? It hasn't even worked yet, Dragon Warrior, you're pulling out your sword. Are you guarding against us, or are you preparing to catch us off guard later? Or, are you trying to force us to retreat and take the victory all by yourself? There were many young talents present, almost all of them were from the royal family or the heirs of great officials. They were all held in high esteem and enjoyed the privileges. Today, they saw that the Beast King was being forced to retreat, and they were getting closer and closer to the Beast King's cubs, and then Long Zhan took out the heavenly sword? What do you mean? Is Long Zhan the only one with privileges today? On what grounds? That's right, on what grounds? Everyone has put in the effort and you want to monopolize it. Zhao Wujiang pressed his voice, filled with righteous indignation, and shouted in the crowd. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Zhan, no one paid any attention to him. Long Zhan's face became more and more sullen, but he knew that he couldn't offend the crowd right now, so he grunted. I don't need it if I don't need it. I don't need the heavenly sword. I can still achieve victory with my own skills. If you say you don't need it, who knows if you'll use it when it matters? The sword is in your hand. A cold laugh immediately came from the crowd. Long Zhan followed the sound and looked, but he couldn't see the person who spoke. Suddenly, a silhouette quickly approached. He was wary, and when he saw the person approaching, his vigilance lessened by a few points. This person was not any other young talent, but the men he had sent to interfere with Zhao Wujiang. General! Zhao Wujiang clasped his fists, then angrily glanced around at these young talents, seemingly making common cause with his own general, Long Zhan. Then he handed over his hands with a respectful demeanor. My general is open and honest, and when he says he won't use it, he won't use the heavenly sword to bully everyone. General, just leave it in the custody of the little man, and rest assured to deal with the Beast King and take the chance. With General's ability, not to mention not using the heavenly sword, even if you go it alone, you will still be able to come out on top. Long Zhan glanced at his men. Their clothes were tattered and torn, covered in yellow mud. It seemed that dealing with Zhao Wujiang was hard work. He lowered his voice. What I asked you to do. General, just rest assured. Zhao Wujiang lowered his eyebrows and nodded, also lowering his voice. On this hunt, Zhao Wujiang will definitely not interfere with you again, much less pose the slightest threat to you. Dragon Warrior got the desired answer. His heart rejoiced and sneered. Zhao Wujiang wanted to put up a good fight. Did he ask him? He would obtain the Beast King's cub first, and then go and seize Zhao Wujiang's domineering heavenly sword. The heavenly sword belonged to him, Long Zhan. Poof. It seems that brother Long Battle, it seems that he doesn't want to let go of the heavenly sword. Is he inwardly pondering on how to use the heavenly sword against us? As the crowd watched Long Battle's men speak righteously, and Long Battle didn't have the slightest intention of wanting to temporarily move the heavenly sword out of the battlefield, they let out another taunt. What heavenly talent, it's just looking up to favoritism. What words? If you disrespect my general again, don't blame me for not honoring the past. Zhao Wujiang inwardly gave a nod to the person who mockingly prodded Long Zhan, but he was fierce in his countenance. Long Zhan waved his hand, although he was reluctant, but the King's Dao heavenly sword had already recognized him as its master, and he wasn't worried that this subordinate would betray him. He was confident that his henchman couldn't do it and wouldn't dare to do it. Thus, he handed over the heavenly sword to his own men. Zhao Wujiang thoughtfully organized the soft cushions on the horse's back, then cupped the heavenly sword in both hands. General will ride on his own and show everyone who is the true heavenly pride. Listening to his own men's boasting, Long Zhan's heart was soothed. He snorted coldly at the crowd and spurred his horse to catch up with the Beast King. Seeing this, the crowd also refused to lag behind and steered their horses. The Beast King had already been injured, and they must not let Dragon War gain the upper hand and take away the cubs. Zhao Wujiang was holding his sword. Yellow sand and hoofbeats rose up beside him, and in a short time, the yellow sand was like fog, covering his body. No one saw that he had stuffed a few pinches of hair from a juvenile king beast into the soft cushions of his horse's back when he was organizing them. The yellow mist moved through the mountains and forests towards the Beast King's nest, and at the end of the yellow mist's dissipation, Zhao Wujiang's figure had disappeared. He was running furiously in the opposite direction of the lair, and although he was gray and looked disheveled, he had the young king beast sleeping soundly in his arms, with his cackling nest in arms clutching the King's Dao heavenly sword. No one was around, and he was overjoyed, finally not hiding and revealing a smile. Chapter 65. Where is my heavenly sword? The young king beast, quietly and soundly sleeping, curled up inside Zhao Wujiang's outer robe. That dried meat was specially made and had long been drugged by Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang squatted in the dense forest and slowly put down the King Dao heavenly sword. The Wang Dao heavenly sword was emitting an aquamarine fluorescence. Just by feeling the light, Zhao Wujiang felt calmer and calmer, and he thought that this was one of the miraculous effects of the Wang Dao heavenly sword. Under normal circumstances, even if he tricked the King Dao heavenly sword, he wouldn't be able to actually take it away. After all, the King Dao heavenly sword had already recognized Dragon Warrior as its master.
However, after memorizing the original, he was basically certain that he was able to make the Wang Dao Heavenly Sword recognize its master. Anymore, the King Dao Heavenly Sword and the Hegemony Heavenly Sword were originally one and the same, and since he was the master of the Hegemony Heavenly Sword, he was qualified to master the King Dao Heavenly Sword. Moreover, in the original story, Long Zhan, in the late stage, had separated the Heavenly Sword, which was also divided into King's Way and Hegemony Way, and he lent the King's Way Heavenly Sword, temporarily, to a woman in his harem group, so that the King's Way Heavenly Sword could resubscribe to its owner, and use it to help the woman to defend the enemy. Those episodes, the Dragon Warrior did not appear, just lent the Heavenly Sword, killed a gang of villains pretending to be a big pussy, so that the enemy is afraid of the wind, the woman warmed the bed to fall. Zhao Wujiang no longer hesitated and directly slashed his palm, then clutched the King's Dao Heavenly Sword to death, allowing the King's Dao Heavenly Sword to recognize its owner. Perhaps reclaiming the master wasn't accurate, rather, it was letting the Wang Dao Heavenly Sword recognize its other master. Zhao Wujiang then raised his hand and with a wave, where he had previously bolted his horse, the land underneath the horse's feet exploded in an instant, and a sword with a blood-red glow passed through the sea of forests and landed in his hand. The hegemonic Heavenly Sword was in his hand. With the Lord of the Hegemonic Heavenly Sword, he hegemonically grasped the King's Dao Heavenly Sword. The aquamarine glow of the King Dao Heavenly Sword grew stronger and stronger, and his blood water initially failed to stain and slid right off, but slowly, his blood water seemed to have a sticky feeling and stained the body of the King Dao Heavenly Sword, and it was slowly dissipating, as if it was being absorbed. Zhao Wujiang's palm was bleeding, but the light of the sword reflected on his face, and he was able to see that there was excitement as well as tenacity in his eyes, as if today he had to let the Wang Dao Heavenly Sword know who was the true master of this house. Time ticked, Zhao Wujiang's blood gradually seeped into the Wang Dao Heavenly Sword. The Wang Dao Heavenly Sword's trembling became stronger and stronger, until slowly, the Wang Dao Heavenly Sword no longer trembled, and the watery blue light shone on Zhao Wujiang's hands. The wound in his palm was rapidly healing. At this moment, he knew that the King Dao Heavenly Sword recognized him as its master. And with a movement of his mind, the King Dao Heavenly Sword and the Hegemony Heavenly Sword slowly fitted together and shone with light, finally transforming into an ancient and simple longsword. This long sword seems to be weather-beaten, sword bone sharp and stern, seems to want to sweep the world's enemies with one sword. The sword handle is uneven, the grain is open, as if it wants to let the person who holds the sword to feel the slight pain at all times, and always stay awake, and even more because of the pain, and the hegemony wants to hold it tightly. The kingly and domineering ways were united and melted into the body of the sword, this sword, the Heavenly Sword. Zhao Wujiang gripped the complete Heavenly Sword as he held it, pain coming from the center of his hand that held the hilt as he gripped the Heavenly Sword tighter and tighter, his heart giving birth to infinite bravado. He then took a fierce swipe and inserted the sword into the cloth and silk that the tattered outer shirt had temporarily transformed into and wrapped it up. Then he ran towards the outside of the hunting ground without stopping. He was carrying a heavy treasure, so he should first make sure it was safe. On the other side, Dragon Warrior and the others were originally about to reach the outside of the Beast King's lair, getting closer and closer to the juvenile King Beast in their hearts. As long as they captured the juvenile King Beast, it would be a worthwhile trip. But the Beast King that was covered in blood and water gradually went berserk, and after slapping 2 people to death with one palm, the people finally realized that the Beast King had not exerted its full power before, probably because it wanted to protect the cubs, but now that they were too close to the nest, the Beast King felt a strong threat and started to go berserk. And the real truth is that the Beast King previously thought that the group of humans were thieves, but did not find any trace of its own heir, and after being surrounded by the group of humans, and sensing that the group of humans was very powerful, it had a retreat. But the Beast King who returned to the lair again, still didn't find any trace of his cubs, but in the crowd, it smelled the scent of his own cubs. At this moment, it confirmed that this group of people stole their children, and the culprit is the man who rode a high horse in the human called Dragon War. The scent, it came from Dragon War. Roar! The Beast King hissed, his beast claws were stained with blood, it whistled the mountains and forests, and towards Long Zhan it was a fierce slap. Long Zhan's brows were tightly locked, he frequently felt the Beast King's unkind gaze, this gaze seemed to hate to tear him apart. He was a bit puzzled, with so many people, how come the Beast King seemed to be staring at him alone? Could it be that he had superior force, and the Beast King felt the greatest threat in him? The horse underneath him ran wildly as he dodged the Beast King's palm. If this palm had slapped on him, there was no doubt that he would have been seriously injured at the very least. The Beast King was in hot pursuit, and was hammering at Dragon Warrior in a chaotic manner. The rest of the young talents were surprised, but they couldn't think about it in time, and they were shooting with arrows. The Beast King was covered with arrows, becoming more and more furious, but he didn't care about the group of humans who were shooting arrows, still chasing after Long Zhan, constantly hissing. The earth shook, the horse under Long Zhan's crotch was frightened, and was somewhat uncontrollable, coupled with the steepness of the mountains and forests. Some of the places were not small potholes. Finally, in the horse's neigh, the horse tripped and fell to the ground in haste, and Long Zhan on his body also fell out and rolled on the ground in several circles. Bang! The Beast King's sharp claws descended from the sky, shattering the horse with a slap, sending blood and flesh flying.
Its pair of ferocious blood-red eyes stared deathly at the direction where Long John escaped, trampling on the grass and trees, running away furiously. Behind it, chaotic arrows whistled, sticking it all over its body, and blood flowed horizontally, like a bleeding giant hedgehog. But the more it bled, the weaker it felt, and the more berserk it became. Dragon Warrior fled while turning back from time to check on the Beast King's chase, his brain buzzing. He couldn't figure it out. He was in pain, hissing continuously in his heart.
No, am I the only one who beat you? They also beat up Ah? What do you mean you caught me alone and beat me up? I didn't even see the juvenile king beast. Are you as protective as that? Dang.
Dragon Warrior dodged the Beast King's hammer once again. This time it was closer than any other time in the past, and it rang like thunder from the heavens, causing his eardrums to sting. He gave up his life to escape, as long as he was able to reach that place. As long as he could reach it, he would be able to obtain the heavenly sword from his own men and thus defend himself from the enemy. Almost, I am about to feel the distance of the heavenly sword.
Dragon Warrior was grazed by the Beast King's sharp claws in yet another attack.
Just a seemingly uneventful bit, it cut a longitudinal wound in his arm, so deep that he could almost see the bone. He finally scurried out of the steep mountain forest and arrived at the place where his men had kept the heavenly sword before. Yellow mud ground, chaotic arrows all over the place, blood water, and yellow mud mixed into blood yellow mud lumps. The rest, the vision was open, just no figure of his men. His heart thumped as the Beast King came closer and closer behind him. He raised his hand and summoned his King's Tao heavenly sword.
Sword come. He let out a roar of both anger and urgency. Phew! The wind blew by, swirling up the withered grass, and other than the sound of the wind and the Beast King's ragged panting behind him, and the sound of the earth shaking, he didn't feel the slightest movement of the heavenly sword. He looked back. The Beast King was like a small mountain across his eyes, blood red like large lantern eyes, sticky saliva dripping down, violent breath wrapped in a fishy odor. Where is my heavenly sword? Dragon Warrior's mind exploded, furious, roared, cried out, and rolled over, managing to dodge the Beast King's claw. But right now escaping is important, can't allow him to swear. The terrain is open, behind the Beast King chasing. He is like an ant bug being chased by a lizard in the vast desert. His body shape is hasty and wretched. Where is my heavenly sword? Chapter 66 Tiger Father, Cat Son, End of the Hunt. Swoosh! A rain of arrows whistled. A group of young hunters held their bows and shot from afar. Now that the Beast King's body was full of arrows, covered in blood and water, its ferocious and berserk aura could be clearly felt even though they were separated by some distance. The Dragon Warrior, on the other hand, was still being chased. They were not shooting arrows out of a desire to rescue Long John, but to be able to kill this Beast King. Finally, as the Beast King's blood flowed all the way and gradually weakened, the Beast King's footsteps finally slowed down, and Long Zhua, who was running for his life, was able to catch his breath and took the opportunity to pull away, disappearing from the Beast King's view. Roar! The Beast King let out an unwilling roar. The whole beast crumpled down, like a small mountain-like beast body vibrated, shook out the arrow inserted into the flesh and blood, and began to lick his wounds, while his fierce eyes glanced behind him from time to time. Not far behind them, the young hunters gulped, not knowing who led the way, swarmed and scattered. This Beast King was hit by so many arrows. Normal beasts have long been drained of blood, and the Beast King, in addition to weakening a little, it seems that there is no big problem. The beast body shook, the arrow shocked out. This power, who dares to mess with? Alas, the Beast King is so strong that the Beast King nests just under the cubs. The potential must be huge, but unfortunately, young King Beast, and they have no chance. Nowadays, the young hunters who have entered the hunting ground, who else has the ability to approach the Beast King's lair? When they joined forces, they were driven away by the Beast King's frenzy. If they went in alone, wouldn't they be looking for death? Previously, no one had thought of sneaking in while the Beast King was chasing Long John, but with the crowd gathering, no one had the guts, and no one wanted others to have the guts. They were all on the defensive. Meanwhile, Long John covered his wounds and leaned his back against a big tree, using the grass and trees to hide his figure. He tried to summon the heavenly sword once again, but it still didn't move. His heart grew heavy. Maybe the distance is too far, the heavenly sword can't sense it. Dragon Warrior consoled himself in his heart and began to grasp his wounds. The hunt was not yet over, even if he couldn't please in the hands of the Beast King and was not destined to be a juvenile king beast, but at least, he had to come out on top in the hunt. Zhao Wujiang walked out of the hunting ground with his heavenly sword, which was wrapped in extraordinarily bloated, and his clothes were tattered and torn. The juvenile king beast in his arms had also awakened. Although the king beast was at a young age, due to its huge potential, Zhao Wujiang's ecstasy, which was enough to make a big bull sleep soundly for a day and a night, only made the young king beast sleep for a small half hour. The guards on the periphery of the hunting ground glanced at Zhao Wujiang in surprise, initially not seeing who it was, and after reacting, they immediately saluted. Greetings to His Highness the World Prince. The Emperor and the princes are in the hunting ground palace. The guards led the way. Your Highness, this way please. Zhao Wujiang leaned on his heavenly sword as if he were leaning on a walking stick and walked towards the hunting ground palace. Just as he stepped into the hunting ground palace, the sounds of silk and bamboo pipes and strings, and the clinking of wine cups hit his face. The younger generation had gone hunting, and the older generation was having fun. Zhao Wujiang's appearance made the whole place silent for a moment. The old guys looked surprised. Everyone else was hunting. Why did you Zhao Wujiang suddenly come back? Then they saw Zhao Wujiang's tattered clothes. Some of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Your Highness, did you go hunting? Or were you hunted? Ha ha ha. The royal relatives and 100 officials laughed out loud and saw Zhao Wujiang holding a small snow-white beast that looked like a kitten in his arms. Your Highness, you went in for this trip and hunted a cat? Others hunt and you tease a cat? Your Highness, the world prince is so elegant. The 100 officials laughed and the atmosphere was lively. They had long since seen that Zhao Wujiang couldn't hunt any prey. The other juniors were all in groups of 3 or 5, teaming up to step into the hunting grounds to hunt, and were vigorous and energetic. Zhao Wujiang was the only one who was alone, and he was also leisurely, so how could he possibly get any prey? Harvesting a kitten would be good, at least not being taunted to return empty-handed. It's just a pity that the father of a tiger doesn't have a dog's son. Jinbei Wang, the lion, has a son, but Zhao Wujiang, the son of a kitten. Just like the kitten poking its head out of Zhao Wujiang's arms, it is soft and cute, harmless, ornamental, but not very useful. Zhao Wujiang is not annoyed. Today has already gained a huge harvest. In the face of other people's words and the cynicism, he did not want to explain. The rich do not return home, such as Brocade Knight, but also did not say that after the rich return home, to show off smack people poor, afraid of people rich, hate people have, laugh at people no. He now just wants to keep a low profile. It is best if no one notices him, so that he can develop obscenely, and at the end of the day, he will come out to end the game. Li Yunrui ran over with a face full of worry and accessed Zhao Wujiang into the seating area. Knowing that Zhao Wujiang wasn't in any serious trouble, he stroked Zhao Wujiang's kitten, his eyes full of joy. Zhao Wujiang quietly ate the food, drank the hot wine, listened to the silken bamboo pipes and strings, watched others make music, or gossip, or throw pots, or play chess, or dance. The older generation who sneered at Zhao Wujiang lost interest when they saw that Zhao Wujiang didn't care either. As for Li Ziyuan and Zhao Tingxiao, they also just glanced at Zhao Wujiang, a child. One didn't care and the other didn't worry. Meanwhile, unlike the scene of the quiet years inside the palace, on the other side, the young talents were busy hunting. The sky would be dark, and it was imperative to hunt the most prey before dark. Arrows flew across the hunting ground, horses' hooves gusted, and beasts roared. Dragon Warrior couldn't summon the heavenly sword for a short period of time, but even with his bare hands, he possessed extremely powerful combat power, killing a bunch of beasts and howling. And he also poured all of his anger from this period of time onto the beasts. The revenge of his senior sister betraying him by snuggling up to Zhao Wujiang. Vengeance for Zhao Wujiang taking away 1.5 of his half-swords. The revenge of Zhao Wujiang using his senior sister's power in the ancestral court to defeat him in an unfair state. As well as Zhao Wujiang's revenge for breaking his path to become the emperor's son-in-law and thus help him to rise up the ranks. Dragon Warrior's killing intent was so great that the number of beasts that fell around him increased. The sky is getting darker and darker, with the hunting bell being rung, meaning that all hunters must leave the hunting grounds within half an hour to start counting the number of hunts, latecomers, the hunts of the hunts for null and void. Vast streams of people ran towards the exit from all parts of the hunting ground. The older generation ate and drank their fill, drank and enjoyed themselves, and even took a nap for an hour or two before the bell rang, and slowly began to wait. Just who would come out on top? Marry the princess of Lujiang Kingdom? Is it Dragon Warrior? Is it a certain prince? Or the heir of a high-ranking official? Or the child of a rich merchant? Anyway, it won't be Zhao Wujiang. The older generation looked at Zhao Wujiang, who didn't have a hint of frustration. Zhao Wujiang, this child seemed to be even more expectant than they were. Didn't he know that he himself hadn't hunted anything but a dull and useless little beast? An ordinary person would have already been too ashamed to face it, so it seemed that Zhao Wujiang still had quite a thick skin. As the rolling dust and sand approached in the distance, the young juniors returning from their horses greeted with cheers and dismounted. The junior officials began to count the prey. Small beasts that are easy to drag, generally on the number of individuals, while large beasts that are not easy to drag, on the number of cut ears, and only recognize the left ear, so as to avoid people picking up other people's prey, and thus pretending to be their own hunting to fill up the number. Long Zhan stood in a crowd of young talents. His aura was not bad, and the whole person was confident beyond measure. As the counting ended, the Minister of Rites took over the counting list and loudly announced that Long Zhan had hunted the most number of beasts in the crowd's expectant gazes. Once this statement was made, many officials nodded their heads, eyes full of relief and optimism for Long Zhan. Many young talents, although some unconvinced, thought to give them a little more time, may be able to surpass Long Zhan, but now can only recognize, Long Zhan force is really strong. The key as a general, riding and shooting way is too skillful, hunting like a god. More and more people began to compliment Long Zhan. There are also many officials complimented Li Ziyuan, saying that the saint's eyes like a torch, valuing the potential of Long Zhan. Long Zhan behaved in a low-key and humble manner, responding one by one. Glancing at Zhao Wujiang, he hummed in his heart. This time, he outshone Zhao Wujiang by too much. Li Ziyuan put his hands behind his back and glanced at his righteous brother Zhao Tingxiao, revealing a smile. He didn't say anything, but he, who had always favored Long Zhan and disliked Zhao Wujiang, was unimpeded at this time. At this time, all the people present, in addition to Long Zhan and Li Ziyuan, the person who was most happy was Yun Jinshu, who had defected as the princess of Lujiang. Yun Jinshu was overjoyed at the moment. Her pretty face was full of smiles. Unsurprisingly, she was finally going to marry her senior brother, Long Zhan. Chapter 67 Losing and Losing Sword and Losing Sister. Yun Jinshu's eyes trembled as she looked at the spirited Long Zhan in the crowd. As long as her senior brother Long Zhan married her, she and her senior brother would become a family, and the two of them being close would be able to help her restore the Lujiang border. Yun Jinshu's gaze was felt by Long Zhan, who locked eyes with Yun Jinshu through the crowd. Since he had come out on top, he had also decided to marry Yun Jinshu. Senior sister Yun had a delicate figure, and today's dress added a point of splendor to her original beauty. Among the delicate features, the eyebrows and eyes were gentle. It was obvious that the small, gentle, and elegant senior sister cared about him a lot. This was something that he, Long Zhan, hadn't felt on any other senior sister. Ling Qingxue had been very cold to him before, preferring to be willing to stay by Zhao Wujiang's side rather than his, and had never cared about him. Moreover, Yun's understanding of martial arts is extremely high, far beyond the average person. With the help of his sister, he is like a tiger with wings. Before politely refused his sister, only to restore the Lujiang is too difficult. He is still hesitant, not his sister is not good looking or he does not care about his sister. After the Minister of Ceremony announced that the dragon war hunted the most, looking at these beasts or beasts of the year, suddenly sighed. There were quite a few of the older generation who saw the Minister of Right sigh and were a bit puzzled. Why is the Minister of Right sighing? Could it be that he can't bear the wild beasts being hunted? Nonetheless, the Minister of Rights shook his head as he gently stroked his flowery white beard and lamented. This official is just sighing. This autumn hunt is still just some ordinary beasts. This official still remembers many years ago, when this official was still just a minister in the Ministry of Rights. That year during the fall hunt, someone captured a juvenile king beast from the hunting ground. King beast, born as the king's mount, more importantly, is the appearance of the king beast, means that the prosperity of the state of Xia, but unfortunately, many years, I have never seen the king beast cubs have been captured. This king beast, even one, is enough to be worth the beasts hunted by everyone today. It is indeed a pity, but king beasts are far more spiritual than ordinary beasts, so it is normal that they are difficult to capture. Lamentations were also voiced among the older generation. In previous years, many hunters have seen the beast king, but have never seen a king beast cub. It is difficult to capture a king beast cub from the hands of a beast king. Even joining hands is not much of a hope, let alone when the younger generation entering the hunting grounds are all competitors. We've seen the Beast King this time, but unfortunately, the Beast King is just too strong, and when we join hands, we can only hurt its skin and inflict minor injuries on it. Some hunters sighed, feeling pity that they were close to reaching the Beast King's lair, but no one dared to enrage the Beast King that was in the midst of a frenzy, let alone capture the King Beast Cub. Oh! The Minister of Right's eyes lit up, then dimmed. It's not rare to see a Beast King. The difficulty lies in capturing a King Beast Cub and cultivating it. This King Beast Cub is so treasured. What exactly does it look like? Someone saw the older generation sighing and couldn't help but ask. Zhao Wujiang quietly retreated behind the crowd. He pressed the head of the little beast in his arms. The little beast thought that Zhao Wujiang was playing with it and poked its head out again, curiously surveying the surroundings. This King Beast Cub, The Minister of Rights frowned and shook his head. This official can't remember a bit. At that time, this official stood far away and couldn't get close enough. He could only see that it was probably snow white fur color. It was snow white. The old generation walked out of an old man. This person is an old prince, knowledgeable, seen a lot of courtroom strife. Nowadays, although he had no heir at his knee, he was highly respected by the royal family and the 100 officials. The officials saluted one after another. The old prince leaned on his walking stick and sighed. This king had seen the cubs of king beasts back then. Adult king beasts are vicious and overbearing, so that people dare not approach them. But the cubs are snow white, furry, and very loving, just like a kitten or a puppy. Calls clean and crisp, not as soft as other small beasts, and will not howl harshly when stressed, but dare to roar to deter people or things that make it stressed. Imperial grandfather, the eyes of that king beast cub, are they purple, like glaze? A royal son suddenly asked. The old royal grandfather was surprised and nodded, smiling kindly. You guessed correctly, the king beast cub's large eyes, are indeed like purple gems. Then, the reason why the imperial prince who asked the question guessed so accurately was because he noticed the little beast with its head poking out of Zhao Wujiang's arms, and he pointed at Zhao Wujiang, his heart gradually becoming horrified as he stuttered a little. Imperial grandfather. Look at that. Zhao Wujiang is holding that. The old prince and the crowd looked along with the prince's pointing, and all of them couldn't help but be stunned. The old prince leaned a few steps closer on his crutches, squinting his old eyes with deep bags of eyes, and nodded, his eyes full of kindness. Yes, that's it. Whose little guy is this? Where did the king beast come from? The crowd wasn't surprised that the old prince was old and had a good and bad memory. What they were surprised about was that the kitten-like little cub that Zhao Wujiang was holding in his arms was actually exactly the same as the king beast cub described by the old prince. Ha ha! It's just a cat, old royal master, you're remembering it wrong. Zhao Wujiang snorted and pressed the king beast cub into his arms in an attempt to muddle through. Ha! The king beast cub poked its head out again. It felt the gaze of such an upright ape, sensed some danger, and let out a threatening roar, as if anyone else dared to come closer, it would bite the other person to death. This threatening roar was not very loud, but those small beasts that were captured and lying on the ground, sensing the might of the king beast, were terrified and stirred their limbs, wanting to flee. The entire room was silent. Before, perhaps the old king might have misremembered, but now, the roar of this small beast in Zhao Wujiang's arms undoubtedly proved the identity. What other beast's cub could there be that possessed such might? This roar was just like what the old prince had described. It wouldn't be timid in times of stress, it would only be brave and intimidating. After the 100 officials fell silent, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. They never thought that this Zhao Wujiang, who looked leisurely and had nothing to gain, would actually make a fortune in a bored voice, capturing the king beast cubs that so many young talents had failed to capture. No wonder when Zhao Wujiang returned earlier, his clothes were tattered. It must have been a battle of wits with the beast king that captured the king beast cub from the beast king. A tiger father has no son. An official exclaimed. Worthy of being His Majesty's hand-picked emperor's son-in-law. Prince Xiao's favorite son. On this hunt, he rode out and captured the king beast's cub. More officials reacted. Before they were still complimenting Long Zhan and His Majesty, now the wind changed and started complimenting His Majesty and the king of Xinbei. I've long seen how powerful the Zhao Shixi is. Everyone else is fighting in blood and working hard to hunt the beasts. Only the Zhao Shixi has a tiger in his heart that sniffs the roses, not arrogant, not impatient, steady with finesse, must have captured the king beasts with his high level of intellect and wisdom. No wonder Zhao Shixi was so relaxed before. The original is a good plan. It is the old man's eyes were clumsy before. Heaven blesses Daxia with great fortune. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Before, there was Prince Xiao suppressing the northern border, and a few days ago, we gained a good son-in-law like Prince Xiao. It's really the fortune of Daxia. Long Zhan stared blankly at this group of people who were still complimenting him before, but now they were praising Zhao Wujiang, and the first one that he had just arrived at hadn't even warmed up yet, changed its owner in this way? The key was that Zhao Wujiang had killed him halfway through the competition. How did Zhao Wujiang capture the king beast's cub? He was being chased by the beast king. He was in a terrible state. How could Zhao Wujiang capture a king beast? Zhao Wujiang's capture of a king beast couldn't have been built on top of his dragon warrior's woeful state, could it? This damn Zhao Wujiang. Long Zhan gritted his teeth, itching to stab Zhao Wujiang to death with his sword. He habitually reached out to touch his waist when he suddenly froze, and his face, which was already saturnine, collapsed in an instant. He remembered again, where was his heavenly sword? Congratulations to Zhao Shixi, who has come out on top and is going to marry Princess Lu Jiang, and is going to make a great contribution to the peace and prosperity of the two countries. An official discovered the key point and congratulated Zhao Wujiang in advance. Zhao Wujiang was now the real first in the hunt, and according to what His Majesty had said before, he would be marrying Princess Yun Jinshu of Lu Jiang. Congratulations to Zhao Shixi, congratulations to His Majesty. Long Zhan was still annoyed with the heavenly sword, but once he was reminded by the official's congratulations, his already aggravated mind finally broke the dike. Heavenly sword was gone. Now it's good. Senior sister is also going to be missing. Ah! Where is my senior sister? Chapter 68, Li Yunrui's Understanding. Yun Jinshu was originally full of joy that she was going to marry her senior brother, Long Zhan, but she didn't realize that the little beast in Zhao Wujiang's arms was actually a king beast cub, which allowed Zhao Wujiang to come out on top. And she, Yun Jinshu, was actually going to marry this bastard Zhao Wujiang. This made her face turn ugly for a moment. She definitely wouldn't marry Zhao Wujiang, this asshole. She had to find a way to refuse. I'm actually going to marry this fallen princess. What part of her is worthy of me? I will never marry her. I must refuse. An unwanted one, rubbing men all over the place to help her restore the country. Whoever marries her will be in bad luck. When Yun Jinshu heard Zhao Wujiang's voice, she had a look of disbelief, looking towards Zhao Wujiang, who didn't open his mouth and looked a bit stiff. She heard Zhao Wujiang's heart? The point was, Zhao Wujiang was even more unhappy than her? What made Zhao Wujiang more unhappy than her? No one wants a princess in distress? Do you know that my girl's knowledge of martial arts is something that Dragon Warrior wants to possess every day? It's just that I'm still hanging on to him on purpose. Does that mean I'm unwanted? Yun Jinshu was furious. It was the first time a man had disliked her so much. And it was dislike from the heart. Thank you all. Zhao Wujiang didn't want to marry this Yun Jinshu at all in his heart. He arched his hand towards the crowd and bowed slightly towards Li Ziyuan. This emperor's son-in-law loves the 7th princess deeply, and currently has no idea of taking a concubine. This matter of marrying Princess Lu Jiang in the first of the autumn hunt, I still hope to call it quits. Li Ziyuan frowned tightly. He also did not expect Zhao Wujiang to actually capture the king beast cub and come out on top. In fact, it wasn't impossible to betroth Yun Jinshu to Zhao Wujiang. After all, Yun Jinshu was a foreigner, so if one day he had a reason or had no choice but to kill Zhao Wujiang, Yun Jinshu, a foreigner, would be the best excuse. Zhao Wujiang colluded with Lu Jiang and conspired to rebel. But he didn't want to betroth Yun Jinshu to Zhao Wujiang, worrying that Yun Jinshu would compete with Yun Ruwei for favor. For Zhao Wujiang's polite refusal, he thought about it left and right, and in a rare recognition, he decided to agree to cancel the marriage of Princess Lu Jiang. But he was just about to wave his hand and give the order. Yun Jinshu, who had caught this scene in his eyes, became more and more angry in his heart, and directly stood out of the queue and knelt down on the ground. Your Majesty, the king is not joking. Lu Jiang up and down has always admired you. In the heart of Lu Jiang, you are a great figure, generous to the people, promises the world, never reneged. You said that you would choose the best husband for me in the autumn hunt. Since Zhao Shizi won the first place in the autumn hunt, I, Yun Jinshu, must marry him. Li Ziyuan's big hand stagnated, he couldn't help but freeze. The king has no words, he said this matter before in front of so many people. Could it be that he really wants to back out now? Long Zhan was originally still relieved by Zhao Wujiang's polite refusal. He didn't think that his senior sister actually insisted on marrying Zhao Wujiang. He felt his brain buzzing. What's wrong with him today? A bad year? A rebellion? Zhao Wujiang also froze. What kind of crazy is this woman? I don't want to marry her. I don't want to marry her, and she's still shy to insist? Turtle looking in the mirror. Look at you, that bastard look. What do you want from me? I don't think you're going to be able to do that. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. Yun Jinshu heard Zhao Wujiang's voice. In her cold snort, Zhao Wujiang is not happy to marry her? She thought she was a princess in distress and no one wanted her, so she was going to be disgusted by Zhao Wujiang today. Moreover, after marrying into the royal family, she was confident that with her vast knowledge of books, her grasp of the human heart, and comparing it to history, she would definitely be able to pin down someone like Zhao Wujiang. She could also save the two senior sisters from Zhao Wujiang's compulsion. The more unhappy Zhao Wujiang was, the happier she was. The more Zhao Wujiang wanted to get rid of her, the more she would pester Zhao Wujiang to see what Zhao Wujiang could do with her. Can you get rid of her? Can you get rid of her? This has made it difficult for Li Ziyuan. One doesn't marry, one wants to marry, and in the middle stands his own daughter Li Yunruwei. Father. At this time, Li Yunruwei spoke up. Just now, Li Yunruwei had been looking at Zhao Wujiang with pulsating eyes, and the tenderness in her eyes was almost overflowing. She actually knew that Zhao Wujiang had always favored her. But she was an extreme saint body. Her extreme sacred body was not yet complete, and she was unable to perform true male-female affairs with her husband. In this matter, she had wronged Zhao Wujiang. And Zhao Wujiang was always so gentle, treating her tenderly, not getting angry because of it, not getting sad because of it, not getting resentful because of it, but rather relieving her, saying that he would accompany her and grow up together. Also for this reason, when Zhao Wujiang confessed the existence of Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue, the two senior sisters, she didn't get angry, but was willing to accept these two women. Now, in front of everyone, Zhao Wujiang had personally and with abject sincerity said that he loved her and was not willing to take a concubine. However, she didn't mind Zhao Wujiang taking a concubine because she was willing to have someone who could temporarily make up for what she, as a wife, couldn't do. Father, my son agrees to Wujiang taking a concubine. These words came out. Li Ziyuan froze. Everyone present also froze. The seventh princess, so reasonable? Long Zhan was even dead, clenched his fists, clicking, so understanding seventh princess should have belonged to Long Zhan. Yun Ruwei, you. Father, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team as a dragon and phoenix among men. Since ancient times it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yun Ruwei is not a woman who doesn't know what she is doing, not to mention that the king has no jokes. Father, since he has already promised in advance, it is even more important not to let the princess of Lujiang look at the jokes. After saying that, Li Yunruwei even winked at Zhao Wujiang, cute to the extreme. Zhao Wujiang was dumbfounded. Li Yunruwei thought he was surprised, and smiled lightly in his heart. This guy must be very happy to hold a beauty right now. As for himself, he also made up for his guilt, and could even be said to have morally kidnapped Zhao Wujiang. Showing his forgiveness in front of so many people, if Zhao Wujiang wanted to get rid of her in the future, he would have to be accused by 1,000 people. Humph. 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Yunruwei felt great. Seeing this, Li Ziyuan was also helpless. Seventh princess is right, the king has no words. Since I have said it, I will never go back on my words. Li Ziyuan waved his hand. Since Zhao Wujiang captured the king beast and achieved first place, then choose a good day to marry Princess Yun Jinshu of Lujiang. Thank you, Lord. Yun Jinshu sniffed, lowered her eyebrows and nodded her head, her tone respectful, glancing at Zhao Wujiang, the smugness of overpowering Zhao Wujiang between her brows and eyes. Long Zhan watched the scene from the crowd, feeling that the sky had collapsed again. His senior sister, how did she run to Zhao Wujiang's side one after another? Zhao Wujiang also held his forehead inside, but there was no way for him to refuse. Li Ziyuan even emphasized once again to welcome Yun Jinshu. What could he do? This is the gift I'm giving you. Li Ziyuan's eyes swept over the juvenile king beast in Zhao Wujiang's arms. He took a liking to this juvenile king beast, and with a change of heart, his face was kind as he said to Zhao Wujiang, "This fall hunt, you did very well and didn't let me down. The people of Dixia are outstanding. This king beast is not only lovable, even if it's still young, it's also quite powerful. It's really very spiritual." Zhao Wujiang's mind was so tactful, how could he not hear what Li Ziyuan was saying? It was nothing more than that Li Ziyuan had his eyes on the king beast cub with great potential, and wanted him to be sensible and hand over the king beast cub. But since the king beast was in Zhao Wujiang's arms, how could he easily hand it over? Not to mention that Li Ziyuan's kindness and compliments right now were just a pretense to set him up for the king beast. Zhao Wujiang lowered his eyebrows and nodded his head, scratched his head, pretended to be dumb and said, "Thank you, father, for your praise. This king beast cub does have a spirit. Father's eyes are as discerning as a torch. I can see it at a glance. I admire it." "Then what?" Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan was speechless, and Zhao Wujiang didn't know if he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. He didn't have the slightest intention of handing it over. "On the day of my son's wedding, I secretly swore that I would be good to Yun Rui." Zhao Wujiang knew that Li Ziyuan wouldn't die and would definitely still have to politely ask him to hand it over, or simply stop pretending and just issue a decree for him to hand it over. He had to think of other ways to keep the king beast cub. So he spoke in a 10,000% Akaji tone. "This king beast cub, which my son went through a lot of trouble to capture, is quite spiritual, and I hope that this kind of spiritual beast will be able to accompany my mother, relieve her boredom when she's idle, and be able to protect her when she grows up." Saying this, Zhao Wujiang pulled out the furry king beast cub from his arms and handed it to Li Yunrui, saying with affection, "A smile back will bring 100 winks, and a hall full of beautiful people will lose their colors. Mother, I hope you don't mind this gift for me." Li Yunrui's eyes were pulsating as she received the king beast cub. Her deflated mouth was about to cry out, but it wasn't sadness, it was tears of joy. She went straight forward and kissed Zhao Wujiang hard in front of everyone. Zhao Wujiang wrapped his arms around Li Yunrui and kissed Li Yunrui's forehead. Watching the scene of the two of them being in love, the royal clansmen and the 100 officials shouted with emotion. Li Yunrui hugged the king beast cub tightly, owed his body to Li Ziyuan, and Zhao Tingxiao wiped the tear stains from the corners of his eyes and spoke from the bottom of his heart, sobbing a little. "Much thank you, father." And the marriage that was set with father back then, allowing Yun Rui to get this husband. Zhao Tingxiao's eyes were full of softness, pleased with his son's growth. Li Ziyuan sighed in his heart and smiled helplessly and kindly. The king beast cub had reached Yun Rui's hands. He, as a father, could still let Yun Rui forcefully hand it over, couldn't he? It's just that. The world's son and the princess are happily married and in love, the old minister. Very moved. A courtier with gray hair wiped a handful of unconsciously flowing tears. He remembered his late wife, and in the past he too had a sweet and loving relationship. What a line, a smile back and 100 winks, a hall full of beautiful people losing their colors. Your Highness, the world's son's spirited genius, makes the old man sigh with emotion, and even more so, the world's son's love for the princess. It can be seen that in the heart of the son of the world, the position of the princess is how heavy. The group of ministers were talking and lamenting the love between Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui, but as they talked, there were more other views in the topic. The world's son and the princess are so in love, how can someone still want to interfere? Can't figure it out, why is this necessary? The melon that is twisted by force is not sweet, have to go and interfere with the original plumpness. Obviously, things can be turned around, and all will be happy in the end, but we have to throw our weight around. The group of ministers' discussion turned into whispers, but the whispers were not completely concealed, as if there were some words that were not good to be said in person, but were not spat out. Yun Jinshu's face was ugly. These whispers and the gazes that looked at her from time to time made her feel like she was on pins and needles. The words didn't mention her, but she knew that these group of ministers were cursing her word for word. I and my maiden are talented and beautiful, it's your turn to wreak havoc as a demon or devil? I only need to make a slight move to make you suffer all the scorn. Yun Jinshu felt aggrieved in her heart and fiercely looked at Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang didn't look at her at all and was in love with Li Yunrui, but Zhao Wujiang's heart was hurt by her. Yun Jinshu coldly snorted in her heart. Since I can hear you cursing my heart, that means I have a unique bond with you. Zhao Wujiang, maybe you are my heavenly destined husband. There will be a long time to come. When I enter the royal residence, I'll let you know which is the best, me or Li Yunrui. Chapter 69, Yun Jinshu who was caught in the trap. The ministers were talking, sighing for love and commenting on the emotional entanglements that Princess Lujiang shouldn't have. Li Yunrui's pretty face was pressed against Zhao Wujiang's chest, feeling Zhao Wujiang's hot temperature. Her eyebrows were gentle, her eyes pulsed as she stole a glance at Zhao Wujiang. When Wujiang was serious, his sword brows and starry eyes were so handsome. Only, she felt a little strange. She could hear Wujiang's heart, but this heart sound came and went. For example, just now, when that Lujiang princess insisted on marrying Wujiang, Wujiang definitely had thoughts in his heart, but she couldn't hear them. Could it be Do you have to have some relationship with yourself in order to hear it? Li Yunrui's doubts could not be solved for the time being. Zhao Wujiang's mind was complicated and heavy. He had killed two birds with one stone, politely rejecting Li Ziyuan's covetousness for the king beast's cubs, and utilizing the people's words to humiliate Yin Jinshu. He had made a wonderful move. However, at this moment, it was as if he had transformed into the son he was holding, standing on top of the chessboard, looking out over the vast sea of chess, where his vision could not see, killing opportunities were hidden. His eyes condensed, and he began to review all the things he had experienced so far. According to the original, he died long ago when he withdrew from the marriage, should not have appeared in the autumn hunt. The autumn hunt is the dragon warrior came out on top. Li Ziyuan rewarded the dragon warrior. Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan. Zhao Wujiang's sword brows trembled violently, and a chill spread rapidly down his spine. According to the original timeline, Li Ziyuan was about to step into the weakening phase of the martial realm, and this would not be changed by him, Zhao Wujiang, a variable that should not have survived. Li Ziyuan was so powerful that he was able to kill his father and brother, but he was haunted by nightmares, and every once in a while, he would experience a weakening period in his martial arts realm, and retreated to the realm of a grandmaster. During the weakening period, Li Ziyuan's strength is only a little stronger than the three great patriarchs in the world, but his suspicion, however, will reach its peak. And the Li Ziyuan of this period was ruthless, cold and indifferent, cruel to the extreme, preferring to kill by mistake rather than letting go of anyone who was a threat to him. In other words, Li Ziyuan would most likely be in a weakened period, disregarding the slightest bit of emotion, and deal with Zhao Tingxiao, who had no real power, and deal with Zhao Wujiang, who had married Li Yunrui. He and his father Zhao Tingxiao, as well as the royal family up and down, seemingly calm and no longer have strife in life, but in fact, it is like the hot sun has not yet irradiated the bubble. When the hot sun burns, a touch will be extinguished. Li Yunrui could clearly feel Zhao Wujiang's body in just a moment tense. She asked with concern. What's wrong? Just a little scared. Zhao Wujiang held onto Li Yunrui's waist, her head slightly drooping against Li Yunrui's polished forehead. What are you afraid of? Li Yunrui looked into Zhao Wujiang's eyes. Afraid of losing you. More afraid that your father will suddenly go crazy and massacre my whole family. Abao. Li Yunrui suddenly grabbed his wrist and pinched his fingertips deep into the flesh. What did you hide from me? What are you hiding from me? What are you hiding from me? Nothing. Zhao Wujiang wrapped Li Yunrui into his arms. He glanced at a short distance away, at his old man who was laughing and talking with Li Ziyuan. He slowly closed his somewhat crimson eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the hidden fear disappeared and only determination remained. The next day after returning to the imperial city, Dragon Warrior was still worried. The heavenly sword was lost, and senior sister was inexplicably going to marry Zhao Wujiang. What was going on? Long Zhan was so upset that even his cultivation progress was frequently interrupted by his mind. Until the door of the room was pushed open. Yin Jinshu, who was living in a small place in Honglu Temple Place in her capacity as a princess of Lujiang, stepped into the room. She could have explained it to Long Zhan last night, but she intentionally left Long Zhan cold for the night, and only this morning, she slowly walked in. Senior sister? Long Zhan got up, unable to hold back any longer. Why must you marry Zhao Wujiang? It's still not for your sake. Yin Jinshu still hadn't given up on the idea of having Long Zhan help her to restore the Lujiang kingdom, and said in a deep voice. This is an opportunity. How can I get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? In order to help you get rid of Zhao Wujiang, a great danger to your heart, senior sister, I need to get hold of more things about him. Senior sister. Long Zhan was still worried as he frowned. I'm worried about you. Don't worry. Yin Jinshu was confident beyond measure. I'm not Ruyan or Qingxue, men like Zhao Wujiang. There are not a few historical records. Using history as a mirror, using people as a mirror, his little mind can't compel me. Scram. Zhao Wujiang snapped off the door of the king's mansion, turning away Yin Jinshu who came. Go back from wherever you came from, the royal residence doesn't keep idle people. Zhao Wujiang. Yin Jinshu took a deep breath. She was full of confidence and ready to enter the king's mansion, but she didn't know that she was shut out by Zhao Wujiang at the very beginning. She grunted angrily. Our marriage was authorized by His Majesty. Are you going to blatantly disobey the decree? No shame. Zhao Wujiang was nonchalant. The auspicious date has not even been chosen. It's time to get out, get out. The legendary Wang Yuyan, is this it? I thought you'd be able to withstand pressure. Even a beggar is more professional than you. Yin Jinshu suddenly raised his foot and kicked on the vermilion-painted door, causing the door ring to clatter. Zhao Wujiang. Do you think this princess is here to beg for food? Why else would you come? I came to see my two senior sisters. Yin Jinshu continued to find excuses. Today this royal residence, she had to enter. The more Zhao Wujiang didn't let her in, the more it meant that Zhao Wujiang was actually fearing her in his heart. Knowing that she was coming from a bad place, she didn't dare open the door to see her. Behind the gate, Zhao Wujiang had a stern look on his face. Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue didn't look good either. Ever since they knew that Yin Jinshu was going to marry Zhao Wujiang, they felt very worried. They weren't afraid of the unexpected. What if Yun Jinshu was also aiming at Zhao Wujiang? Zhao Wujiang had a stern face. He wasn't worried about Yun Jinshu, it was just that the sense of crisis brought about by Li Ziyuan had been haunting his heart. He didn't know Li Ziyuan's exact situation and when he would strike at him and his old man. It might be a year, it might be a few months, it might be a few days, or even just tomorrow. He desperately needed to improve his strength, and Yun Jinshu, he could totally borrow it and use Yun Jinshu's gift of understanding martial arts to help his martial realm rise. But the more he needed it, the more calm he had to be. He coldly said, "The royal family doesn't keep idlers, you're a weak writer, your martial realm is only a 9th grade martial artist, what use can you be? Have some self-knowledge, get lost. This agitation method should work, right? This woman is smart, but not as smart as me. Now she's angry and wants to help me." Yun Jinshu sneered. "Heh, Zhao Wujiang, your provocation is weak. You want to extract some martial arts insights from me, right? Ha? Recognized?" Zhao Wujiang was a bit embarrassed, but only for a moment. He had faced off against a lot of women, and knew this type of fighting style all too well. Recognized as recognized, anyway, there will be a long time to come. It's hard not to believe the Dragon War guy won't help you restore the country. With me here, he doesn't have that kind of ability either. Yun Jinshu was expecting Zhao Wujiang to be furious after being recognized, but instead, he heard the sound of footsteps drifting away. Hey! Yun Jinshu was anxious. It was because Zhao Wujiang's last heartfelt sentence had irritated her to the point. "Zhao Wujiang." Yun Jinshu knocked on the door ring and said anxiously, "I can help you progress in your martial arts, and I can even help you completely master that sword of yours. We can still talk." That's taking the bait? Sure enough, a man and a woman is the relationship between a fishing rod and a fish. The one that only catches one fish is not a good fishing rod, the one that can catch a river and a sea of fish is a good rod. Inside the royal mansion, Zhao Wujiang stops walking, looking back and exchanging sightlines with Lu Ruyan as he waits for Yun Jinshu outside the door, his mind plummeting towards the bottom of the valley. He rubbed his fingers together and counted silently in his mind. After 2 breaths, he nodded at Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu slowly opened the door. The more she heard Zhao Wujiang's heart, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. "I'm the fishing rod. I was going to fish for you." But she had to admit that she was now being fished by Zhao Wujiang and became that fish. Zhao Wujiang's ultimatum voice also came right after. "Come meet me at the side courtyard, you only have 1 tea to prove yourself." Chapter 70 Desire to Catch and Indulge, holding Yun Jinshu. The side courtyard of the royal residence. Yun Jinshu glanced at the indifferent Zhao Wujiang. She wasn't the least bit worried about Zhao Wujiang taking the initiative now, because in the end, it would definitely be her taking the initiative. Before, senior brother Long Zhan wasn't enthusiastic about her either, but after being instructed by her and his strength sword, wasn't he still quite a bit more eager towards her? After she casually spoke some insights on the martial arts and proved her worth, Zhao Wujiang was going to offer her up. Yun Jinshu spoke. "Senior sister Ruyan's dragon-nurturing sacred body has helped you a lot, right? But you should have felt the bottleneck of the dragon-nurturing sacred body. I can make the dragon-nurturing sacred body stronger. It can also make your true yang heart technique stronger. According to my understanding and review of the day of the wedding, when you and Dragon Warrior fought against each other in the ancestral court, the grafting divine skill that you and senior sister Qingxue cultivate together is still far from being a great success. I also have a way for you to progress by leaps and bounds." Ruyan Lu and Qingxue Ling glanced at each other, both knitting their brows. Zhao Wujiang said indifferently, "You still have half a cup of tea left." Yun Jinshu cursed Zhao Wujiang in her heart, her face sank, she had known not to show off. She spoke faster. "Enjoying the dragon-nurturing sacred body with the true yang heart technique is essentially intercepting the power of the dragon-nurturing sacred body to a certain extent. Ruyan's senior sister has had too much power intercepted by you, and the progress of her own strength is almost stagnant, while your strength has risen too quickly, and the difference between your realms has become greater, causing the dragon-nurturing sacred body's help to you to become smaller and smaller. So you need to let your senior sister's martial realm progress by leaps and bounds as well, so that you can better adapt to your power. As for the marrying cloth divine skill, you and senior sister Qingxue, in order to achieve a truly open and honest heart-to-heart, you need yin and yang to complement each other. Only yin and yang can yin and yang mingling, you have me and I have you, performing the marriage divine power, borrowing each other's power, naturally unimpeded. Oh, but unfortunately, Qingxue's senior sister on your side, doesn't seem to want to commit herself to you. How about it, is there a feeling of enlightenment? These 2 points alone are enough to make you say something I don't know." Zhao Wujiang waved his hand, forcefully interrupting Yun Jinshu's conceit. He wanted to press Yun Jinshu for more insights. These 2 insights he had guessed long ago. Although the original story had made a passing reference, he had surmised a generalization on his own. He had already tested Ling Qingxue before, proposing the idea of spirit-flesh intermingling, only that Ling Qingxue was high and cold and rejected this shy idea. Yun Jinshu was so angry that she stomped her feet. In her opinion, Zhao Wujiang was just trying to whore her out for nothing. Saying something that Zhao Wujiang didn't know, could she know without saying Zhao Wujiang?
Yun Jinshu said this. It seems that the mind and body intermingling I mentioned before was indeed right. Marrying clothes to marry, if you are not willing, your body is by yourself, and you are by your heart, how can you accomplish marrying clothes?
Yun Jinshu glanced at Zhao Wujiang in surprise. Zhao Wujiang really knows?
He really doesn't want to whore her out for nothing.
Zhao Wujiang.
Yun Jinshu pondered, slowly saying,
maybe you do have a solution.
However, if senior sister Ruyan wants to grow in her martial realm and enhance the power of the dragon nurturing sacred body, during this period of time, you won't be able to enjoy the dragon nurturing sacred body with the true young heart technique, and the rate of your realm increase will be slowed down. I can teach you a technique that will allow you to borrow the dragon nurturing sacred body at ease to accelerate your martial realm, as well as allow your senior sister's strength to rise at the same time, adapting to your power. Lu Ruyan's eyes had a joyful expression. During the time Zhao Wujiang had spent with her, her strength had actually weakened by 1 point each time. She also wanted to progress on her own, but there was no way. It wasn't like she had any way to refuse Zhao Wujiang. After all, Zhao Wujiang had to ask for it. She just couldn't help but give it.
The yin-yang complementary way?
Zhao Wujiang remembered that it was mentioned in the original book, and that was something that Yun Jinshu had wanted to use to teach Longzhan, and then have Longzhan's power feed back to herself to make up for her inability to practice kung fu. But now, since Yun Jinshu had come to him, of course, this martial art could no longer be sent to Longzhan.
How do you know? You underestimate the intelligence of my Jinbei royal house, don't you?
Zhao Wujiang said indifferently. Yun Jinshu was completely shocked. How did Zhao Wujiang know about this technique?
The Jinbei royal house was really powerful.
Zhao Wujiang urged. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll count to 10. If you can tell us all about the yin-yang complementary way, you'll be free to come and go from the royal palace in the future. Although the original book mentioned it, the specific details of practicing were not there, or had to be taught by Yun Jinshu himself.
Hearing Zhao Wujiang's agitation. 10 counts? Still too underestimated her Yun Jinshu. Why need 10 counts?
Yun Jinshu had the tone of a female teacher asking a question. Yang and Kan, Inenli, the core of the yin-yang complementary way, that's how it is, can you understand?
Understood.
Yun Jinshu had a question mark on her face. She was purposely making things difficult, wanting to strike Zhao Wujiang. But how did this kid understand?
You understood after I only said 6 words?
Well, it's pretty straightforward.
All right.
Zhao Wujiang said, you're free to come and go in the royal residence, but you have to abide by the rules of the royal residence. Before Yun Jinshu could ask more, Zhao Wujiang had already looked at Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan.
Which one of you will accompany me to try this yin-yang complementary way? Ling Qingxue was still hesitating.
Lu Ruyan was the first to step forward.
But before either of them could speak, let's find Lu Ruyan to try it first. If it works out, it will also help Lu Ruyan's martial realm rise, thus strengthening the dragon nurturing sacred body.
As for Ling Qingxue, she's cold and icy, she definitely won't help me easily, so let's air it out on my own first. Thinking about it, Zhao Wujiang directly pulled Lu Ruyan away.
You guys? Ling Qingxue's entire body was bad. Quite a feeling of being isolated. The two of them went to play by themselves and didn't even call me up. Yun Jinshu insight into Ling Qingxue's mind. It seems that senior sister doesn't have the trust here in Zhao Wujiang. Ling Qingxue frowned. What do you mean by that?
Yun Jinshu laughed. Although I came late, I can see that Zhao Wujiang, although this person, although a bit lewd, really isn't as bad as the outside rumors, but has a few bits of careerism that a man should have, so any woman who can stay with him has to be useful.
Yun Jinshu's dark sarcasm was obvious. Lu Ruyan had the dragon nurturing sacred body and could help Zhao Wujiang practice. Yun Jinshu was proficient in all martial arts and could enlighten Zhao Wujiang.
But what did she, Ling Qingxue, have besides something like the marrying clothes divine skill that she gave Zhao Wujiang to use once in a while? Ling Qingxue's expression quickly fell, and she herself was still the most high-strung of the three. No wonder Zhao Wujiang was also cold towards himself. In fact, Yun Jinshu thought the same thing. After all, she had stayed on the basis of her strength. As long as she had demonstrated her understanding of martial arts, Zhao Wujiang would have to offer her up, and maybe in the future, there would be a chance to replace Li Yunrui, and her wish to restore the country would have a great chance of being realized. But Zhao Wujiang in the distance suddenly shouted, by the way, you can't teach Dragon Warrior if you've taught me or I'll take you off. Saying that, he pulled Lu Ruyan into the room in a fiery hurry.
You. No, what does Zhao Wujiang mean? Shouldn't he be eager to her and cherish her?
Yun Jinshu, who hadn't been complacent for long, instantly turned blue in the face.
Chapter 71, exasperating Yun Jinshu to death, softening Ling Qingxue's breath. Inside the door of the room, Zhao Wujiang was practicing the yin-yang complementary avenue with Lu Ruyan.
Outside the door of the room, frowning tightly, Yun Jinshu on the side was still fanning the flames.
Qingxue, did you hear Ruyan's charming voice? It could never come from you.
Ruyan will only become more and more valued by Zhao Wujiang, while you. Neither are you valued by Zhao Wujiang, nor are you willing to let go of your lonely stubbornness.
Can you still stand by Zhao Wujian's side as you refused me that day? If you beg me and apologize to me for your actions that day, I'll teach you how to show your true worth. How much have you realized of the mirror and water moon and the marrying clothes technique that master taught you? Believe it or not, if I just give you a few pointers, Zhao Wujiang will treat you like a treasure after your rapid progress? No need for senior sister to bother. Ling Qingxue grimaced and prepared to turn around and leave. This matter is not difficult for me, I know what to do. You know? The fire in Yun Jinshu's heart rises again. How come when she arrives at the royal residence, no one gives her a good look? She coldly snorted. If you really knew, the one standing outside the door right now would be Ruyan, not you. You, Ling Qingxue, are just self-righteous and noble. When Ruyan surpasses you in the realm, and when I, for example, marry Zhao Wujian, you'll understand how unbearable your actions of rejecting me that day were. It's not because you chose to stay by Zhao Wujiang's side, it's because you were forced to, it's because you had no choice. You want to reflect your own value, follow master's orders and work with Zhao Wujiang to repay master's favor, but you can't reflect your own value, you can't even catch a chance. Why don't you go back to Master Long Battle's side? At least there, you don't need to reflect your value, you just need to be quiet and beautiful, as a potted flower, that's enough. Ling Qingshue's face grew colder and colder. Yun Jinshu. Senior sister Qingxue. Yun Jinshu covered her mouth and laughed softly. She was very pleased. She couldn't pin down Zhao Wujiang for the time being, but she still couldn't pin down Ling Qingxue. As long as she entered the royal residence, both senior sisters would have to take a back seat. She has a complete set of two routes in her mind. The first is to completely find out Zhao Wujiang's weaknesses, at the same time, let the two sisters know the way back. The second is to replace Li Yunrui's position. Let Zhao Wujiang help her restore the Lu Jiang. She wanted to be the most important of Zhao Wujiang's women. Instead of being like the two elder sisters. Yun Jinshu's verbal victory in the exchange of words with her senior sister made the resentment she had accumulated from being defeated at Zhao Wujiang's hands during this period of time to dissipate quite a bit. She was just getting complacent when suddenly the door to her room was opened and Zhao Wujiang stood in the doorway wrapped in half a blanket. Have you made enough noise? You're so loud that you're disturbing me and Ruyan's dual cultivation. What Ling Qingxue wants to do in the royal residence, that's her freedom, it's your turn to tell her what to do. This woman is here to pick a fight again, does she really think that she is also in my sights? Yun Jinshu's breathing suddenly shortened, her fingertips pinched deep into her palm. You don't fancy me, why did you let me in? Ling Qingxue, who was on the side, glanced at Zhao Wujiang in a daze. What Zhao Wujiang meant by these words in his heart, is that I'm in his sights? Ling Qingxue's heart softened at the tip and she bit her lip, an indescribable emotion rising up. You're still guarded on? Yun Jinshu dissipated some resentment prancing up. The royal family does not keep idlers, you said so. Aha! Zhao Wujiang nodded. Yes, I said that. I said it to outsiders. You're in a hurry, aren't you? I like to see you blow up and can't get rid of me. The tip of Yun Jinshu's ear suddenly flushed red, violently flinging his sleeve, shameless. Yun Jinshu was dumbfounded, his hand trembling as he pointed at Zhao Wujiang. I am your unmarried wife. First that's a concubine, then unmarried. Zhao Wujiang said indifferently. Laughing to death, you want to control me without having been married? What's wrong with being married? Do I still have to report to you if I go out and press a foot? Is it still necessary to prepare you for the rituals of the New Year's festivals? Yun Jinshu's face was ugly to the extreme as she gritted her teeth and said. You think I don't know your little mind? Why are you pretending to be Zhao Wujiang? Don't you just want to verbally suppress me and favor Ling Qingxue, thus making Ling Qingxue feel good about you? In the end, Ling Qingxue will willingly stay by your side and be your woman. I'm the bad guy, you're the good guy, right? What are you pretending? Aren't you just stealing? Stealing? Zhao Wujiang tilted his head slightly and laughed coldly. The woman I, Zhao Wujiang, have my eye on, do I still need to steal? If it wasn't for the sake of pissing you off, I wouldn't bother to explain. Ling Qingxue suddenly covered her burning ears, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the corner of her coat. But that heartfelt voice was so pervasive that she simply couldn't refuse to listen to it. Ling Qingshue's silver teeth clenched her red lips. The way Zhao Wujiang had taken her for himself made her feel an extra wave of sourness in her heart, just like what senior sister Ruyan had said that day when she rejected Yun Jinshu in the royal mansion. Zhao Wujiang was actually very considerate of them. Perhaps she had been too noble before and had helped the wrong person. This Zhao Wujiang was much better than Longzhan. Ling Qingxue was getting happier and happier, but Yun Jinshu over here was getting even angrier. Speaking quite condescendingly, Yun Jinshu smiled disdainfully. That Ruyan senior sister's dragon-nurturing saint body, you didn't force it at first, how did she deliver you? Convinced by you? You didn't force her? It was forced. Zhao Wujiang faintly said, so what? Do you understand the gold content of the double standard, big sister? Yun Jinshu suddenly raised his foot and kicked the doorframe, and wood shavings rustled down.
Yun Jinshu swallowed her saliva, her mouth was a little dry, Zhao Wujiang's shamelessness blocked all her words.
It was really the case that a showman met a scoundrel and couldn't reason with him.
Moreover, Zhao Wujiang's treatment of his enemies and his own people were two faces. She had known this for a long time, but had ignored it because she was moved to anger by hearing her heart's voice. Fundamentally, it was her and Zhao Wujiang who remained hostile and had nothing to do with Yun Jinshu consoled herself that the days to come would be long. To take down Zhao Wujiang, it was not a one-day's work. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "I want to stay for a long time, arrange a room for me. Go find the old housekeeper." Zhao Wujiang faintly returned. "It's best to live in the far corner of the West Wing, so as not to have to come and make trouble every day." Yun Jinshu suddenly turned around and turned back. "I want to live in the main courtyard compartment." Looking at Zhao Wujiang's perfunctory attitude, Yun Jinshu once again felt the gap in Zhao Wujiang's treatment of people. She forced herself to hold back the discomfort in her heart and flung her sleeves away.
After Yun Jinshu left, Zhao Wujiang's tone eased a bit. "Senior sister Qingxue, are you alright?"
Ling Qingxue withdrew her gaze that had been watching Zhao Wujiang, pursed her red lips, and hesitantly said,
"Your proposal earlier. I considered it. There's no rush." Zhao Wujiang smiled gently. "Wait until you think it over. I guess this woman is still as cool as before."
"Forget it, I'll go keep an eye on Yun Jinshu, don't give me any trouble right after I come in." Zhao Wujiang was about to leave. Ling Qingxue suddenly grabbed the blanket he was wrapped in. "Speak clearly now."
"Now? So urgent?"
"Yes, it's that urgent. Aren't you in a hurry?" I'm in a hurry for your senior sister Ruyan, she's cleaned up and waiting for me." As Zhao Wujiang said that, he had already entered the room and closed the door. This made Ling Qingxue feel that she had been left behind. She was like another Yun Jinshu. Standing outside the door, she knitted her brows tightly, not knowing what to do. Ling Qingxue took a deep breath and felt that it was time to let go of her reserve and innocence. She pushed open the door to Zhao Wujiang and Lu Ruyan's loving room and stepped in as well.
Chapter 72 What If I Knew? Senior sister Qingxue?
Lu Ruyan's charming eyes were just about to fall in love with Zhao Wujiang. Unexpectedly, Ling Qingxue pushed the door straight in, and there seemed to be a firmness in those eyes that hadn't been there before.
"Zhao Wujiang, I've thought about it."
Ling Qingxue's tone was firm, her eyes were firm. She was afraid that if she hesitated again, she would back out again, and there would be a stigma between her and Zhao Wujiang, and she would step away from the affinity in the future. Zhao Wujiang froze. He was exploring the way of yin and yang with Lu Ruyan. The meal should be eaten one bite at a time, and Ji should be sorted out one day at a time. He waved his hand and said, "There is no rush in this matter." When Ling Qingxue heard this, she guessed that her weight in Zhao Wujiang's heart was lessening. She had to fight for it like senior sister Ruyan did before.
"Zhao Wujiang, are you unwilling to share the marriage dress divine skill with me, and only want my apprentice to be the dowry?"
"Don't think too much, right now I'm busy, I'll bring this matter up later."
"Then why not now?"
Ling Qingxue seemed to have decided that Zhao Wujiang was perfunctory to her, just like she was perfunctory to senior sister Yun Jinshu. This gave Zhao Wujiang a whole won't. He looked at Lu Ruyan, then Ling Qingxue, and said doubtfully, "Is it okay now?"
"Why not?
Ruyan, you go down first." Ling Qingxue was still as cool as ever, and at this moment there was more strength.
Lu Ruyan's eyes rolled. She coughed dryly and pulled away from Zhao Wujiang's waist, thinking, could she be a ring in Zhao Wujiang and Qingxue's senior sister's fun play? Marrying clothes divine skill, honestly. Ling Qingxue didn't know if she was comforting her own shyness or sharing the true meaning of the marrying clothes divine skill as she slowly removed her white dress. "Ruyan, you and watch well." "Ah, what am I watching for?"
Lu Ruyan spat, quickly reacting that senior sister Qingxue was trying to pass this marriage dress divine skill to her as well. "If you are willing, you are not making a wedding garment in vain, but a wedding garment." Ling Qingxue said this with her mouth, but her body was honest. She was somewhat afraid to approach Zhao Wujiang, her cheeks blushing. But the next moment, her fair skin colored red in shyness, she was yanked over by Zhao Wujiang. The marriage clothes divine skill, the willingness of the heart, the body by itself, and the self by the heart, was carried out throughout the body. The two of them practiced it like a high tide. The sound was horrifying. Where had Ri and Lu seen such a battle, she also joined the fray. With the dragon nurturing sacred body, with the body of the marrying cloth, Zhao Wujiang's strength climbed up half a foot into the realm of the 5th rank of the Wufu. If he then used the marrying cloth divine skill to draw on the power of Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan, now even if he faced a strong person of the 4th rank of the Wufu, he barely had the power to fight. The sense of security brought about by the increase in strength allowed Zhao Wujiang to relax for the time being. But the pressure Li Ziyuan gave was too great. Many people didn't know, but he who had read the original knew that Li Ziyuan was the only grandmaster currently in existence, and even though there was a period of decline, in a single fight, he was also a little stronger than the 3 grandmasters. Not to mention that he is now a 6th-ranked martial artist who is half a foot in the 5th rank. Furthermore, Li Ziyuan was the son of the emperor. A collection of power at the pinnacle. He was just a son without any real power. Perhaps, this was his Zhao Wujiang's destiny.
Even if he didn't die in the opening chapter, he would still die in all the calamities to come. He desperately fought against the dragon warrior, his strength catching up step by step, but he might have to die in Li Ziyuan's cold and merciless suspicion. One was the unlimited potential Heaven's Destiny Lord Long battle, and the other was the terrifyingly strong Li Ziyuan right now. Two people, how could he fight? The others played a windy game, but he played a life and death game against the wind. Two knives hanging over his head. Is he going to play or not? He can't stop playing. If he doesn't play, he'll die. If there was no Li Ziyuan, or no dragon warrior, and he had to deal with only one person, he would have shouted, "My life is in my hands." But now, he just wanted to say, let him go. He just wanted to have concubines and be a rich man. He didn't want to fight with anyone, much less rebel. Thinking about this, Zhao Wujiang focused all his anger on Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan. 3 hours later, Zhao Wujiang left the room. Inside the room, Ling Qingxue had a tired face. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but gossip, "Senior sister, I didn't expect you to be high and cold on the surface, but you didn't even fall red, say, to which wild man?" Originally, she was worried that Ling Qingxue had snatched away Zhao Wujiang's only modest care for herself. But seeing that it wasn't the first time for Ling Qingxue, that dogman Zhao Wujiang would definitely mind. Lu Ruyan wouldn't worry anymore. Ling Qingxue was so full of aggression that she couldn't say anything at all. But in her heart, she was wondering. The feeling that Zhao Wujiang gave her just now was very familiar. Not spiritually familiar, but physically. Outside the door, Zhao Wujiang had gotten the latest news. Li Ziyuan had already decreed to transfer the Jinbei army back to the northern border. Long Zhan was unable to control the Jinbei army now, and this time when the Jinbei army returned to the northern realm, Long Zhan neither followed, nor did the Jinbei army's military power, nor did he hand it back to the Jinbei king. It was equivalent to the fact that Long Zhan was just a puppet with a name. The real power holder was still Li Ziyuan. The Jinbei army left outside of Kyoto, causing Zhao Wujiang, who was already worried, to become more and more worried, and he came directly to the princess's residence. He opened the door and questioned Li Zhaohua. "When are you going to rebel?" Li Zhaohua was surprised by his direct question and shook his head with a smile. "Little slick, come now, it's too late, the Jinbei army has been transferred. Do you think without the Jinbei army, does it still matter whether you stand on my side or not?" "Indeed, the Jinbei army is gone." Zhao Wujiang stared at Li Zhaohua's eyes and said, word by word, firmly and incomparably, "But I'm still here." Li Zhaohua sipped her tea, and her slender jade finger tapped Zhao Wujiang's face. "I like your confidence, but overconfident, what's the use of you being in?" Zhao Wujiang's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice. "You've prepared a lot, but now you're waiting for an important opportunity, and that opportunity is Li Ziyuan's weakening period, right? You?" Li Zhaohua looked at Zhao Wujiang in disbelief. How did Zhao Wujiang know about Li Ziyuan's true strength and that there was a weakening period? I'm afraid that even Zhao Tingsha wouldn't know this, and even if he did, he wouldn't tell Zhao Wujiang. How did Zhao Wujiang know about this? When Li Ziyuan was in his weakened stage, that's when you rebelled, right? Zhao Wujiang grabbed Li Zhaohua's hand. "This is one of the most important parts of your rebellion, aren't you waiting for it by delaying it?" Li Zhaohua was poked through Zhao Wujiang's mind and questioned one after another. She stopped pretending and coldly snorted. "I am waiting, so what? You know that he has a weakening period, but no one knows exactly when his weakening period is." "Heh." This time, it was Zhao Wujiang's turn to laugh as he grunted and snatched the teacup in Li Zhaohua's other hand. He couldn't guess at all if Li Ziyuan's mind would go after him and his old man once he reached a weakened period of strength. Because in the original, it was with Li Ziyuan's push and pull that Long Zhan was able to pit and kill his father. An emperor who had murderous intentions towards himself and his father. How could he, Zhao Wujiang, gamble? Gambling on Li Ziyuan's sudden softness of heart when his suspicion was at its peak? Handing over his entire family's lives to someone who harbored murderous intentions towards him? Foolish. So he had to use Li Zhaohua to prepare for the revolt. The Jinbei army was gone, but he was still around. He was well versed in the original text and knew exactly when Li Jian's period of weakness in the 13th year of the heavenly blessing would arrive. He took a sip of Li Zhaohua's cup of tea, drinking Li Zhaohua's disdain, clutching Li Zhaohua's jade hand in death. At this moment of the anticlimax, his voice was hoarse, extremely compelling and icy cold. "What if I tell you the time of Li Ziyuan's weakening period? I know." Chapter 73 Father's Love is Silent. Li Zhaohua was originally still annoyed by Zhao Wujiang's unauthorized act. In her opinion, in the past, Zhao Wujiang who had utilization value, it was just a matter of making fun, but now that Zhao Wujiang had no more utilization value, he still dared to be this unaware of heavenly heights. However, she had never thought that this was the source of Zhao Wujiang's bottom line. If Zhao Wujiang really knew the exact time of Li Ziyuan's weakening period, then the date of her rebellion would be completely certain, and many preparations would be accurate, adding a better chance of victory for the rebellion. However, she was always cautious and still tried. "Wujiang, I know you are just a child being looked down upon in anger, wanting to say some shocking words or make some shocking moves to prove yourself. You have to know that this emperor of ours, he hides his weakness so well that it's impossible for anyone to know about it. It's impossible, understand?
In the second year of Kai Yuan, Li Ziyuan's first period of debilitation, Zhao Wujiang's mind stormed. It was as if the pages of a book were turning and clattering in his mind. All the timelines from the original story surfaced in his mind and were quickly organized by him. His aura grew colder and stronger, his stance carrying an invisible sense of oppression as he attacked Li Zhaohua. 3 years after the opening of the rim, you first noticed that Li Ziyuan seemed to be showing signs of weakening, and your desire to rebel once again flared up. The 4th year of the opening edge, you were sure, Li Ziyuan, every year there is a period of weakness. You began to pay attention to observe. Until the last year of Kai Yuan, you almost confirmed the plan of rebellion. In the first year of Heaven's blessing, you began preparations. More than 10 years have passed, but you still can't figure out the exact period of Li Ziyuan's weakness. It may be in the fall, or in the winter, or even in the early spring. You can't tell if the period of weakness starts in the fall and lasts until spring, or if it only lasts for a small period. You are right, this emperor of ours hides himself so well that you can't find out. Until Tianyu 13 years, in order to comply with the Great Summer of Qi, change the year for the carrier, Tianyu 13 years, you after all these years of observation and research, you roughly deduce that it is in this period, but you do not dare to gamble, a mistake, a full plate of loss. But I can clearly tell you, the 6th day of the winter month, Tianyu 13 years of the dragon year, a Qin snow occasion, is the beginning of his Li in the abyss of the beginning of the weakening period, lasted until Tianyu 14 years of the snake year BC, the first 6 months of the first day of the first month. He faded dragon into snake, ushered in these 20 years, the weakest time. Li Zhaohua's breath trembled, she stared at the close Zhao Wujiang in disbelief, her heart turned over. From the time Zhao Wujiang said the matter of 3 years of opening the edge, she was shocked more than once. Her rebellious journey was told by Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang was without the Jinbei army, and had no rebel value in her eyes, but right now she suddenly realized that she was wrong, very wrong. She had always overlooked the value of Zhao Wujiang's own chess piece. The 6th day of the winter month in the 13th year of Tianyu, only a month away from now, is this point in time true? She tried her best to calm her mind and asked, "How can I confirm that what you said is true? Love to believe it or not?" Zhao Wujiang slowly straightened his back, a strong sense of oppression reintegrating into his bones as he coldly said, "Over the years you should know how heavy the suspicion of Li Ziyuan in his weakened stage is. If you still want to wait, just wait." Li Zhaohua's eyes trembled. When Zhao Wujiang spoke of her rebellious journey, she had to believe it. "Why do you want to help me?" Li Zhaohua locked eyes with Zhao Wujiang. "I'm helping myself." Zhao Wujiang got up and headed out of the house, doing his best. What he should have done had already been done. Li Zhaohua looked at Zhao Wujiang's faraway back in a daze. She suddenly felt some remorse. She shouldn't have been too utilitarian to think that Zhao Wujiang had no value before. This led to a suspicion between the two. She had to find time to make up for it. "Shen Hao." Li Zhaohua let out a long sigh and knocked on the desktop. "Eldest princess." Shen Hao pushed his way in from the side door, looking respectful. Li Zhaohua thought deeply and made up her mind. She whispered, "You suffer, go to Lingnan, tell King Jinan that on the 6th day of this winter month, rise an army." Shen Hao's body stiffened violently and solemnly clasped his fists. "Yes." Autumn wind whistled, hoofbeats sounded. Long Zhun steered his horse, his face full of worry. He parked his horse outside the palace, greeted the guards, and hurriedly marched down the palace road towards the imperial study. The high vermilion wall, shading most of the cold autumn sun, the deep palace road, a glance could not be seen. Like his heart at this moment, cold, ghost, confused. Walking alone on the long road. The lone person walks the long way. Jinbei army was transferred away from the news, so that he could no longer sit still. Jinbei army was transferred away, he this northern general, more famous without reality. The emperor, who has always valued him, must be very disappointed in him. The recent successive losses, the loss of the heavenly sword, and the departure of his senior sister made him completely hate Zhao Wujiang. He knew deep down that he had to fight back. Since his senior sisters couldn't stay and were going to live with dogs in droves, it was no wonder that he, Long Zhan, was so righteous that he would let his self-sacrificing senior sisters eat their own. Long Zhan walked faster and faster on the palace road. The slanting sunlight finally gradually disappeared on the road leading to the imperial study. At the entrance of the quiet imperial study, he knelt heavily on one knee, his words resounding. "Microchan Longzhan, kowtow to your majesty. I have something to report." "Speak." Li Ziyuan's lazy and indifferent voice came from within the imperial study. "Your majesty." Longzhan lowered his eyebrows and nodded, his brows deep. "I have already ascertained that His Highness the World's Son, Zhao Wujiang, is harboring Ling Qingxue, the murderer who disturbed the peace of Kyoto and brutally killed Xiao Xiaolin's family. His Royal Highness is the Emperor's son-in-law, a relative of the Emperor. I dare not act rashly for fear of damaging the royal face. I would like to ask for an imperial decree to arrest the murderer in Zhao Wujiang who is harboring the criminal." There seemed to be a breath of silence in the imperial study, and then a single word floated out. "Granted." Wang Fu, backyard, Zhao Tingxiao's room.
Zhao Wujiang straightened his back and sat on his knees on the futon, staring at the spirit tablet on the small square table. His visit to the eldest princess mansion was known by his old father, who was angry and punished him for thinking about his faults. He wasn't thinking about faults, he was just thinking about the past. The spirit tablet was erected by his old dad, only 4 words, loving wife Yao Feng. Zhao Tingxiao sat on the side, his cheeks wrinkled like deep trenches, holding in his anger. In front of your mother's face, think about what was wrong. Zhao Wujiang blinked his eyes, didn't explain, just stared at the spirit tablet. What his mother looked like, his memories were fuzzy, but the tenderness of blood thicker than water, he could still feel it. Zhao Tingxiao looked at Wujiang, did not say a word, inwardly sighed. The child grew up, have their own ideas, but Li Xiaohua has a rebel heart now. Wu Jian went to see Li Xiaohua. He was not worried about anything else, but only worried about Wu Jian's safety. If Li Xiaohua is assassinated? If it is the big brother suspicion? Over the years, I heard that you were in Kyoto, bullying men and women, lusting and lusting. Zhao Tingxiao's face had an angry expression. Now that I'm back, I still can't control you, right? When will you be able to grow up and stop letting your own nature take over? Father. Zhao Wujiang stared at the spirit tablet, his eyes were a little moist for no reason, not in remorse, but thinking of the loyal old dad in the original, who didn't have a good end in the end. The word father made Zhao Tingxiao's anger subside for the most part, but he still had a stern face. Where have you practiced the sword technique that I asked you to practice? The way of martial arts, you have to practice hard and diligently. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. You're slacking on your sword practice now, you're not even able to fully comprehend the sword technique. When will you be able to warm up your sword chi? A man is 12 for his father's will. How else do I think I'll be able to trust you with my home? Zhao Wujiang was speechless, blinking hard. Since coming to this world, the fog on his front path was too heavy, and now there was too much vapor in his eyes. A large warm hand pressed on his shoulder, Pop's voice low. Kneel and think. He nodded sullenly, but he could not see behind him the loving gaze of his old father, and the windless sleeve robe, the gentle sword chi, pouring into his body. Father's love was silent, and the sword chi moistened the bones. There was the sound of horses' hooves, the sound of soldiers and armor clashing. Outside the royal residence, the Jingzhao Yin's residence and the Primus battalion's men and horses gathered. The soldiers drew their swords. Long War was gloomy, rolled over and dismounted, clutching the holy decree in his hand. Chapter 74. Physical evidence is insufficient, human evidence appears. The soldiers of the Jingzhaoyin mansion and Snapdragon battalion had already surrounded the Wang mansion. Long Zhan was confident that with his sudden arrival, senior sister Ling Qingxue could not expect it and could not fly. Zhao Wujiang could no longer hold back. I am here by imperial decree to arrest the imperial criminal Ling Qingxue and her accomplice Zhao Wujiang. Long Zhan carried the imperial decree in his left hand and roared, his eyes signaling the men of the Snapdragon battalion to crash through the door of the mansion. Snapdragon battalion's men were afraid. You look at me and I look at you. General Long Zhan was not afraid, but they were afraid. This was the Jinbei king's residence. The king of Jinbei is still the king of Jinbei without his army. The residual power made them not dare to offend. Useless things. Long Zhan cursed lowly and pushed away the Snapdragon battalion's men. I'll do it. I'll do it. Zhao Wujiang got up, grabbed his old dad's hand, rubbed the thick calluses on his old dad's hand, and softly said, Father, I'll do it, you rest. He gently flung the hem of his robe, raised his head and chest, and marched towards the outside of the mansion with a dragon's stride. Brat! Zhao Tingxiao smiled in relief and sat his butt down on the futon. After infusing Wu Jian with the sword chi he had carefully warmed up over the years, his entire body was quite exhausted, frowning with frosty white pinned brows. Green smoke drifted from the incense burner on the small square table, fluttering around him and stroking across his brows. The old man caresses the brows of the present, wishing him to dissipate the bitterness of half a lifetime. Zhao Wujiang, who stepped out of his room, took steady steps. Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan ran towards him, looking hurried. Yun Jinshu stood in the distance, frowning tightly. Do you still remember where we first met? Zhao Wujiang spoke in a gentle tone, calming Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up and she tugged Ling Qingxue up. Senior sister, let's go. Zhao Wujiang. Ling Qingxue looked worried. The holy decree in Long Zhan's mouth had designated Zhao Wujiang as an accomplice. Now you know you're worried about me. Zhao Wujiang joked, smiled sideways and waved his hand. His figure was far away in Ling Qingxue's eyes. He then walked quickly towards the outside of the mansion, and at the same time, with a loud boom, the door of the mansion was crashed through by Dragon Warrior. Across the long corridor that curved to the east and west, Zhao Wujiang seemed to feel something and looked at each other across the space. Zhao Wujiang, don't put up a fight. The outside of the royal residence is filled with manpower. Today, not to mention Ling Qingxue, not even a fly will be able to fly out. Yun Jinshu's expression was heavy as he looked sideways in the direction where Long Zhan was speaking. Zhao Wujiang tugged Yun Jinshu away, not wanting Yun Jinshu to follow Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan, and his seemingly reminiscent words earlier were in defense of Yun Jinshu. Let go. Yun Jinshu knew that Zhao Wujiang was defending himself and snorted coldly, but with her weak martial realm, where could she break free from Zhao Wujiang's big hand? The two of them pulled and tugged towards Longzhan. Longzhan was not far away, and with his soldiers, he saw Yun Jinshu, who was being dragged by Zhao Wujiang. Elder sister Yun Jinshu, who had come to the king's mansion to spy for him, would be the most important witness, and no matter what, Zhao Wujiang would not be able to weasel his way out of this today. Zhao Wujiang smiled and let go of Yun Jinshu. Yun Jinshu rubbed her wrist and was filled with anger. Zhao Wujiang, bind your hands, we have the evidence. Long War shook the holy decree, the bright yellow cloth and silk descended. Arrest the murderer Ling Qingxue and accomplice Zhao Wujiang. You are unbridled. Li Yunrui lifted her skirt and ran over, blocking Zhao Wujiang with one hand. This princess ordered you to stand down. Ha! Long Zhen sneered. Your Highness, this general is also just following orders and advising you to step aside, otherwise this general is worried about accidentally injuring you, princess, later. Zhao Wujiang protected Li Yunrui behind him and comforted him as he confronted Longzhan. What do you have to do with me if you're arresting an imperial criminal? Where did you get your evidence? Open your mouth? Humph, Zhao Wujiang. It's useless for you to be so clever and sophomoric at this point in time. Longzhan raised his hand and beckoned. Behind him, the soldiers from the Snapdragon Battalion and Beijing Zhaoyin Mansion took a step forward. Search! How dare you! Li Yunrui was so angry that he trembled and pointed at Longzhan, and was gently held by Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang spoke in a calm tone. Commander Long, you have to think clearly, you framed us and others, once you can't get any solid evidence, how should it end? Call me General Long. Longzhan coldly snorted, and said with unrivaled certainty. She doesn't have time to escape. Nor can she escape. The soldiers poured into the royal residence. Zhao Wujiang held Li Yunrui and did not stop them. Long War, you dog, we're blind you. Ruyan Lu also returned after completing her mission. As soon as she returned she was furious when she saw Long battle. Lu Ruyan cursed as she walked. She was furious before, although she stood on Zhao Wujiang's side, but she still had some teacher's love with Longzhan. Now Longzhan actually betrayed even them in order to get credit for himself. I, Lu Ruyan, completely sever my relationship with you today, you. The more she cursed, the harder she cursed. Cursing, Longzhan's face became more and more gloomy. Longzhan clenched his fists. It's you guys who are degrading yourselves. I am merely setting things right. You. Lu Ruyan was so furious that her chest was heaving, and Zhao Wujiang locked eyes with her, confirming that Ling Qingxue had already escaped from the mysterious dog hole. Longzhan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his mind. Senior sister, in the future, you'll know that senior brother is doing it all for your good. Despicable and shameless. Li Yunrui also joined the battlefield. Zhao Wujiang. Dragon Warrior was cursed one after another and broke his defense as he roared. Don't stand behind a woman if you're capable. Zhao Wujiang said indifferently. Don't you have a woman? The light sentence directly pierced through Dragon Warrior's defenses, causing him to retreat 7 or 8 steps in a row. His fingers trembled as he pointed dead at Zhao Wujiang, stammering for half a day. He can only be impotent and furious. When I capture Ling Qingxue, you're dead. Beijing Zhaoyin hands gathered into the sleeve, standing not far away, not to go forward. It is not a matter of concern. The Dragon War with the imperial decree to come. He is only auxiliary case. There is no need to offend Zhao Wujiang. There is no need to go forward to be scolded. Not long after, the soldiers from the Beijing Zhaowu and Snapdragon Battalion came back to report, and brought all the royal family members over. Report, General Long. No imperial court culprits have been found. Longzhan's face sank. He swept a glance at the royal family. He confirmed that Ling Qingxue didn't have time to escape. Then Ling Qingxue must have used the Mirror Flower Water Moon to disguise herself as a member of the royal family. He knew the brokenness of the Mirror Flower Water Moon, so with a sweep of his eyes, he directly yanked out an ordinary-looking middle-aged, dry and skinny man, and aimed a strong soundwave attack. Ha! The middle-aged man was from the back kitchen of the royal palace. He turned his face away and spoke muttered words in a thick northwestern accent. Ha, where's your father? Ha ha ha, old man didn't even finish picking the dishes, you drag out your father. Long War's face sank, yanking out another Big Mom, eyes scrutinizing, attempting to see the break. The Big Mom carefully looked at His Highness the Son of the World. Seeing the Son of the World acquiesced, she had no choice but to cooperate with the official master in her eyes to handle the case. Dragon Warfare checked over one by one. None of them found any trace of Ling Qingxue. His mind became more and more depressed and he yelled at his men. All of them are here? Still. There's still one more. The henchman buried his head. Then why didn't you bring it here? Dragon War roared. What did I tell you guys before? Then I'll go get the king. Your Highness. Bring him here? The Snapdragon Battalion's men stammered, their hands shaking as they clasped their fists. Huh? Let him go capture the king of Jinbei? Dragon Warrior choked. His face was ugly as he looked angrily at Zhao Wujiang. Fine, Zhao Wujiang, you're good at hiding, but do you think you can hide? I have witnesses. Lu Ruyan and Li Yunrui were worried inside for a split second and clutched Zhao Wujiang's robe tightly. Please ask Princess Yun to testify for me and Lord Jing Jiaoyin. Long Jin cupped his fists towards Yun Jinshu. Senior sister Yun was lying in wait. It was time to take Zhao Wujiang's life in hand. Senior sister Yun was in the royal residence. She must have gotten hold of clues and definitely knew where Ling Qingxue was hiding. As long as she told Ling Qingxue's location, she would be able to capture Ling Qingxue and bring down Zhao Wujiang. Not far to the side, Yun Jinshu stood out, his voice icy cold and with a touch of relief. Zhao Wujiang, you also have today? Lu Ruyan and Li Yunrui's hearts cooled to the bottom. Lu Ruyan's eyes were begging and she shook her head at Yun Jinshu. Li Yunrui's eyes were all angry. She could accept Wujiang's concubinage, but she could never accept this kind of woman who wanted to betray Wujiang. Chapter 75, Change of Plans? Not closing the net? Long Zhan was overjoyed. Senior sister Yun came to the royal residence to lie in wait, and it really did work wonders. At this critical moment, Sister Yun was the most important witness. Let's see how Zhao Wujiang will defend himself. Long Zhan clasped his fists. Please reveal the whereabouts of the court's criminal Ling Qingxue, and help us capture the accomplice Zhao Wujiang together. Return peace to Kyoto. Yun Jinshu glanced at Zhao Wujiang triumphantly. Zhao Wujiang's heart thumped. Bitch, she's really playing a game of infernal affairs. Is the next sentence, I'm sorry big brother, I'm a cop? If she really stabbed me, what should I do? Right. Deny it and sue her for slander. Yun Jinshu gave Zhao Wujiang a blank look when she heard the heartbeat. Dead man, what kind of nerve is he having? What police slander? She looked around the crowd, who were also looking at her. A needle could be heard in the scene, only the rough breathing when nervous. Yun Jinshu's red lips lightly opened with a look of incomprehension. What Qingxue? Long Zhan froze. Lu Ruyan and Li Yunrui were also stunned. Ling Qingxue. Thinking that he had spoken too aggressively and his senior sister hadn't heard him, or that she wanted to play with Zhao Wujiang's mind, Long Zhan repeated and solemnly said it again. Yun Jinshu's pretty face was all puzzled. Ling what? Ling Qingxue. Ling what snow? Yun Jinshu you. Long Zhan finally confirmed that Yun Jinshu was playing with himself. His voice trembled in disbelief. What's wrong Long Commander, do you still want to continue to falsely accuse Zhao Shixi? In the face of Yun Jinshu's playing dumb, Long Zhan's entire body was dumbfounded. Didn't you say you came to be an undercover agent? Now is the time for you to stab Zhao Wujiang. Why aren't you stabbing? He looked at Zhao Wujiang and then at Yun Jinshu beside Zhao Wujiang. Understood. Even Yun Jinshu has defected. Dog man and woman. Good. Yun Jinshu. You'd better think clearly about which side you're on. Yun Jinshu's eyes were haunted as she coldly said. I am the princess of the Lujiang kingdom, Yun Jinshu. Please show some respect, Dragon Warrior Long Commander. Don't try to climb up the ladder, I'm a member of the royal family. A member of the royal family? Then what is between us? Long Zhan gritted his teeth. This woman was even a division sibling. He was so angry that he no longer hid his relationship with Yun Jinshu and questioned in a stern voice. Count us as knowing each other early. Yun Jinshu cut out. Change of plans? Not closing the net? Zhao Wujiang's eyes lit up. Originally, he had already thought about how to bull his way out of the crisis. I didn't expect Yun Jinshu to suddenly take his side. Does she have eyes for my people, or my money? Forget it, odds are she's looking at both. Zhao Wujiang thought with certainty. Yun Jinshu's pretty face twitched, and the pretty girl was speechless. I'm sorry, I don't have my eye on either one. Yun Jinshu thought to herself. When Long War came to arrest her senior sister, Ling Qingxue, with a holy decree, she had already made her decision. She and her senior sisters were only in disagreement, and while there were certainly conflicts, she hadn't been able to do anything to betray her senior sisters. But Long Zhan's move was undoubtedly betraying her senior sister Ling Qingxue. In her mind, if Long Zhan dared to betray Ling Qingxue today, he would dare to betray her tomorrow by stabbing her in the back, and the day after that, he would dare to betray the division. Moreover, after staying in the royal residence for the past 2 days, she had already thought more clearly. Zhao Wujiang was more suitable than Long Zhan to help her restore Lujiang. In order to deal with Zhao Wujiang, Long Zhan had completely become the emperor's lapdog. The more he was valued by Li Ziyuan, the more he would be successful in his official career, so how would he be willing to help her as his senior sister? But Zhao Wujiang was different. Zhao Wujiang was the same as her Yun Jinshu, the princess of Lujiang who existed in name only. The knife hanging over her head was from the current emperor. Enemies of enemies could be friends. Not to mention that she and Zhao Wujiang didn't essentially have any deep hatred, and it was even very likely that they would tie the knot and have a soaring relationship. Mainly, she kind of liked the current environment here, where she could compete with Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue for favor every day, and there was a stupid princess there. Long Zhan, you framed the top and bottom of the king's residence and disturbed the king's livelihood. What should be your offense? Zhao Wujiang said in a cold voice. I have a holy decree. Long Zhan couldn't find any evidence, so he could only grasp the last straw as he shouted angrily. The holy decree has orders to capture Ling Qingxue and you are now disobeying the decree.
Whether or not the evidence is conclusive is debatable. Arrest you back to the Ministry of Penalties prison, interrogate and then say,
if you're innocent, it's not too late to clear your name. Come on, let's do it. Put Zhao Wujiang under arrest. Lu Ruyan and Li Yunrui wanted to drag Zhao Wujiang away first. If Long John captured Wujiang regardless and entered the Ministry of Justice, would it not be up to Long John to talk nonsense about the rights and wrongs? The people from the capital Zhaowu took a step forward, drew their long swords, and were about to act according to the holy decree. The capital Zhaowu glared fiercely, showed his teeth, and cursed silently. This group of cuties, saying that they were going to do a good job, but they were really prepared to go and take down Zhao Wujiang? The previous Zhao Wujiang was fine. Now Zhao Wujiang, people have a father, Jinbei King's own father. When the people from Beijing Zhaowu saw their top boss's gesture, they immediately shrunk their heads and didn't go forward again. You guys? Long John gritted his teeth, seeing through this group of people who had their own agenda in the officialdom. Alright, we'll go up ourselves. The people from the Snapdragon Battalion looked at me and I looked at you, and nowadays, they were definitely listening to Long John. After all, Long John was holding an imperial decree in his hands. But just as they were about to draw their swords and go forward, they froze in place. Because behind Zhao Wujiang, a burly figure was walking slowly. Walking slowly, but as if it was a chariot silently crushing over their hearts, the might rolled over them, and they had nowhere to run. This man who had been intimidating the Northern Realm for more than 10 years, even though he was still so far away by 10 steps, did not open his mouth to speak. But it made people feel suffocated, as if the iron wind and sand of the border had blocked their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The man from the Snapdragon Battalion who had been scolded by Long John earlier stumbled and crawled over, kneeling on the ground. General Long. I followed your orders. Bring His Majesty. Please. Invited. I invited. Dragon Warrior was dumbfounded, completely broke his defense and kicked this henchman hard. Letting you arrest the Imperial Court's prisoner Ling Qingxue, not letting you invite King Yama over. Chapter 76 The Deepening Divide. Zhao Tingxiao walked slowly, and the people of the Snapdragon Battalion didn't dare to breathe, fearing that the ironic murderous aura would reach them. See you, Your Majesty. The King of Jinbei was still a few steps away, and quite a few people from the Snapdragon Battalion in Jinghafu couldn't resist the pressure and took the lead in kneeling down, their voices respectful. A chain reaction occurred, the soldiers were in a great swarm, like the wind blowing through a wheat field, and all of them fell to their knees in an instant. See the king. Kowtow to the King of Jinbei. For these soldiers, in addition to the fear from the heart, there is also respect from the heart. To protect the family and defense of the country, the battlefield, is a lot of men in the heart of the blood. Jingzhou Prefect also bowed, his heart was glad. Fortunately he was not aggressive before, just came to accompany Long John to go through the motions. Long John slightly drooped his eyes, did not dare to look directly into the eyes of the King of Jinbei, but now the arrow is on the string, and the matter has come to this point, he has no way to retreat, only to clasp his fists and bow first, and then hardened his head and righteously said, Your Highness, Dragon Warrior was ordered by His Majesty to find out the murderer of Lord Chao's family within 3 months, and now it has been found that His Highness, the son, is one of the culprits, and is an accomplice of the murderer. Dragon Warrior is also just following orders, coming to the royal residence to catch Ling Qingxue, the imperial criminal who was being harbored here by His Highness the World Prince. I still hope that Your Highness will be accommodating. Zhao Tingxiao's body was stout, his eyes shifted downward to look at the bowing Long John, his face expressionless and unconcerned. Have you searched for the Qin prisoner? Searched, the evidence is conclusive, you take my son away. Long John bowed his body, his face ugly, opened his mouth and stammered somewhat. Not searched yet. Not searched, so you're saying that my son is an accomplice? Zhao Tingxiao's tone was flat. But Long John instantly felt that he was already in front of 1,000 armies in formation, and the power was compelling. Your Majesty. Long John's face became more and more ugly, but then he could only compensate with an awkward smile. Long John just wants to ask His Highness the World Prince to go back and assist in the investigation. There is an imperial decree in place, and it's hard to disobey an imperial order. Zhao Tingxiao glanced at his eyes, you can try taking him away. Long John froze in place, he wanted to use the imperial decree as a shield, but the King of Jinbei was not a sharp arrow that he could block. In today's world, the only one who could block this sharp arrow was Li Ziyuan. Not to mention that he only had one holy decree today, even if he hung it all over his body, he would never be able to block the King of Jinbei. Long John accidentally disturbed the tranquility of the king's mansion. I will make amends to you, Your Highness, on another day, as official business is at hand. Long John will leave first. Long John took a deep breath, clasped his fists and saluted, his fists squeezed and creaked, then he waved his hand and ordered the Snapdragon Battalion to retreat. Today, his face was considered clean. His face was grim as water, and after taking 2 steps, he looked back at Lu Ruyan and Yun Jinshu who were standing beside Zhao Wujiang, gritting his teeth and smiling coldly. Senior sister, I will report the events of this period of time to my master, I hope you guys are mentally prepared. Lu Ruyan coldly glanced at Long John, her eyes full of disgust. Yun Jinshu was unwilling to even look at Long John more than once. Go! Long Zhan pressed the long sword at his waist and left angrily. Jing Zhaoying clasped his fists at the royal family members with a kind smile and then made a deep bow to Zhao Tingxiao. Your Highness, today's matter, my humble servant is really helpless, please bear with me, tomorrow. No, today, the next official will definitely personally visit the door again to make amends to you and His Highness the Sun. After bowing, the capital Zhao Fuing clasped his fists again towards Zhao Wujiang, his eyes blinking, as if to say, please, Your Highness the World Prince, give the king a word, and don't hit Long Zhan, this brat, in the face, yo. Afterwards, the capital prefect turned around and also waved his hand, greeting the people of the capital prefecture to leave. Go, keep the commotion down. The people of Beijing Zhaowu obediently poured out of the royal residence, afraid of rubbing the paint of the royal residence's gate. After the people from the capital Zhao Mansion and the Snapdragon Battalion left, Zhao Wujiang softly called out, Father, I'm going to the palace. Zhao Tingxiao's thick brows were furrowed together. Today's events had caused an unspeakable rage to press on his heart. When Zhao Wujiang heard that his old man was going to the palace, he looked worried. I'll accompany you. What are you going to do? You should be practicing your sword, and you should hurry up if you need to give father a big fat grandson. Zhao Tingxiao carried his hands behind his back and stepped outside the royal residence. Old butler Zhao Manfu had already prepared his horse at the first opportunity and ran to wait outside the royal residence. Zhao Wujiang looked at his old man's back. He could feel his old man's suppressed fire. This trip to the palace, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. He was worried that Li Ziyuan would be unfavorable to his old man. The only thing worth celebrating is that nowadays, Li Ziyuan has not yet reached the weakening stage, and his emotions are not so uncontrollable. Dragon warfare is abominable. Li Yunrui pursed his lips and snorted. Why is this stinky worm always targeting you? Zhao Wujiang sighed. Guess why? Who's behind Dragon Warrior? Silly girl, behind the Dragon Warrior, it's your father. Without your father's secret orders and backing, why would Long Zhan receive an imperial decree and dare to come to the royal palace? Li Yunrui looked at Zhao Wujiang in a daze, water vapor in her eyes. Is her father behind Long Zhan? Is her father targeting Zhao Wujiang? Why was her father targeting Zhao Wujiang? Why is he targeting Zhao Wujiang? Zhao Wujiang was her husband. What mistake did Zhao Wujiang make? Why is her father targeting him? Why? Li Yunrui's eyes were red and moist. Zhao Wujiang gently embraced her inside. I'm going to catch up on my martial arts training. Li Yunrui's voice carried the slightest hint of crying. In the future, I want to protect you. Fine, practice martial arts, I'll teach you. Zhao Wujiang smiled gently. Li Yunrui, this silly girl, wanted to practice martial arts and protect him. It just so happened that Li Yunrui's extreme insane body had to mature faster after her martial arts improved. It's good to hurry up and practice martial arts. Early peach ripening, early real cave. Imperial palace, imperial study room. Li Ziyuan seemed to be unaware of what was happening and pushed the tea he had not yet had time to drink, which was still warm, over. Why is it so hard to come to see me? Big brother. As soon as Zhao Tingxiao thought of today's events, he suppressed his anger and opened the door. You shouldn't have decreed that Dragon Warrior should come to the mansion to take away Wujiang. You came just for this? Li Ziyuan contained a smile and comforted. In this matter, I had long ago issued an imperial decree before, allowing Long Zhan to investigate, and the entire court is aware of it. Long Zhan is also just doing official business. I also believe that Wu Jiang is innocent. Let Long Zhan bring him back, go through the motions, investigate, and then send him back to the royal residence unharmed. I can also give others an explanation, right? You are my big brother. Zhao Tingxiao's tone couldn't help but feel more pain. You should understand that I only have this one son. Now it's your son-in-law. You shouldn't have suspected him. You shouldn't have let anyone take him away to investigate. Otherwise, how could the whole court, the people of the world, not see that he is not under your protection, not favored by you? What would the others think? What would Wu Jiang and Yunrui think? I am the emperor. Li Ziyuan's face sank in righteousness. The people of the world are all my children. I am sitting on the dragon chair. I have to treat everyone equally. I have to be just and strict, not favor anyone. Timothy, I understand your feelings, but the children have grown up. A favoritism is not sheltering them. Zhao Tingxiao saw that Li Ziyuan was still playing the crowned official voice. He stared dead at Li Ziyuan and said word for word. Big brother, do you remember what you promised me when I fought for you? Zhao Tingxiao. Li Ziyuan's voice went cold. You're forcing me. Big brother. Your Majesty may have forgotten. Zhao Tingxiao's tone was filled with exhaustion. You promised me that you would treat Wu Jiang as your own son. You would let someone, with troops, to investigate your own son? Li Ziyuan's face completely sank. The hand holding the zhengshi was trembling slightly, and an invisible might spread out from within him. Stop it, Timothy. Have you forgotten? Zhao Tingxiao pursued, clutching his teacup in a death grip, the iron blood of the sands sweeping through the entire imperial study room.
The folders and the ancient books in the room flipped madly, clattering. The two people stared at each other. The violent martial arts aura confronted each other across the table, such as under the lightning and thunder, above the waves of the angry sea, across the river confronting the two dragons.
The next moment, the two people are a palm blast out. Chapter 77, Li Yunrui's top martial arts talent.
Inside the Imperial Study Room, Li Ziyuan and Zhao Tingxiao's internal force blasted against each other, and the violent breath whistled inside the room, like rolling wind and thunder. The antique treasures broke at first, the wooden chairs crumbled, the inkstones on the desktop flipped over, spilling ink all over the ground. And between the two people in the teacup, with tea, instantly turned into mustard powder, disappeared without a trace. Room windows and doors were blown by the wind creaking. The eunuchs waiting outside the door shouted His Majesty, desperately rushed in to try to save the driver, but not yet close, was rolling berserk force shocked out, fell heavily on the flower bed, spitting blood, fainted dead. The big eunuch Shen Zhanghua is also one of the big internal experts, strong against the two people against the blast and four leakage of palm force want to get close to, but soon will be pale, stifled a grunt, staggered back. Zhao Tingxiao's long hair was spread out, frosty white hair flew backward, he sank his face, the qi and blood in his body surged, he retreated a few steps backward one after another before stabilizing his position.
Li Ziyuan's jade crown was only slightly askew, he said in a cold voice. Zhao Tingxiao, this is the first time you've confronted me head-on. I also hope that it is the last time.
Otherwise don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Zhao Tingxiao took a deep breath and suppressed the churning qi and blood, flung his sleeve robe and turned to leave.
Old Minister accepts the decree.
The Grand Eunuch witnessed the King of Jinbei leaving the imperial study that was already tattered and leaking on all sides. He looked horrified, and he could only rot in his stomach for today's events. He then saw an even more frightening scene, only to see the gloomy emperor, not long after the Jinbei king left, suddenly stifled a grunt, and a few wisps of blood overflowed from his mouth and nose.
He hurriedly buried his head, not daring to speak. Li Ziyuan's eyes grew colder and colder, not saying a word. He didn't expect that he was actually so weak nowadays. It seems that the period of debilitation is approaching, and there are some plans that have to be accelerated. Wang Fu, Zhao Wujiang, and Li Yunrui's wedding room. Class, start roll call. Zhao Wujiang had a stern face. Li Yunrui. Here. Li Yunrui held his hand high and circled around Zhao Wujiang. The two of them rather had a sense of being a silly daughter-in-law and a stupid husband. Very well, all present, begin class. Zhao Wujiang gave a dry cough.
Since you want to learn martial arts and protect me, then I'll give you the true young heart technique, a martial art that I've treasured for many years.
Li Yunrui, you asked a good question. Can a woman cultivate the true young heart technique as well? I'll tell you that it can. I didn't ask either.
Li Yunrui scratched his head. Lonin does not grow, and Sol Yang does not grow. Zhao Wujiang began to teach the true meaning of the true young heart technique. It was all about his own daughter-in-law, so he didn't hide anything, and he came up with the core heart technique. Yin and yang are opposing and dependent on each other, so heaven and earth are one. True yang, representing masculinity, is an upward force. I'm saying this, is it clear? Is there any understanding? Li Yunrui nodded his head furiously.
It doesn't matter if you didn't understand, there will be a long time to come.
Zhao Wujiang said to himself. He taught Li Yunrui martial arts. 1. He wanted to fulfill Li Yunrui's emotional value. After all, his stupid daughter-in-law wanted to protect him, he couldn't refuse. The second was that he wanted to realize the true potential of the extreme Yin sacred body. It couldn't be that in the original story, Li Yunrui's martial realm skyrocketed, even stepping into the sovereign realm and becoming the strongest female emperor.
Now after becoming his Zhao Wujiang's wife, she wouldn't shine, right? He, Zhao Wujiang, was willing for the person beside him to shine and glow, and it was best to bring him to lie down and win. Is that so?
Li Yunrui followed Zhao Wujiang's gibbering lecture. Her hands danced out an arcane stance, and her aura steeply became a lot stronger. She was filled with joy.
It really works, eh?
Zhao Wujiang felt Li Yunrui's instantly stronger aura. Even though he knew that the extreme Yin sacred body talent was strong, it was too fast, right?
How did you do it? I just finished speaking and you've succeeded in your cultivation? Worthy of being my Zhao Wujiang's wife, why are you so powerful? I, Zhao Wujiang, really picked up a treasure.
When Li Yunrui heard Zhao Wujiang's praise, she proudly straightened her full chest.
That's right.
Zhao Wujiang thought about it. Li Yunrui's talent in martial arts was still too strong. When it came to instruction in martial arts, there were specialties in the arts, and he felt that he should ask a professional teacher, such as Yun Jinshu, who was very gifted in understanding martial arts, to guide him.
Otherwise, that woman, eating freeloaders here Zhao Wujiang wasn't happy either. Not long after,
Yun Jinshu reluctantly came to the room. She didn't want to be a part of Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui play, ready to end it perfunctorily. But when she learned about Li Yunrui's condition in detail, she was so shocked that she was slow to speak.
Was this the extreme Yin sacred body? No wonder Master Teacher was guiding Dragon Warrior to plot against Li Yunrui.
As a result, this dog luck kid Zhao Wujiang.
Surprisingly, he really married Li Yunrui back home. Fortunately, Zhao Wujiang didn't force himself on Li Yunrui. Otherwise, Li Yunrui's excellent martial arts training seedling would have really been ruined.
Yun Jinshu glanced at Zhao Wujiang, a little displeased, but also a little appreciative.
Well, didn't lie to you, right? How's my wife's talent? Zhao Wujiang shook Yun Jinshu.
Yun Jinshu reacted and said without a smile.
Better than you, for sure. She took a deep breath, still unable to hide her surprise and envy.
If Li Yunrui cultivates at ease for a day, he can match the efforts of a normal person for several days or even a month.
Sure enough, the potential of a proper heroine is just huge. Worthy of being my Zhao Wujiang's woman.
Zhao Wujiang was pleasantly surprised.
Li Yunrui couldn't help but hum with pride again, raising her pretty face.
Yun Jinshu ate it up and hummed as well, cold-faced and splashing cold water. The world is full of geniuses, but there are countless geniuses who end up dying in the cradle. It's hard to say how far they can go.
Measure your internal strength first. Why do I feel that Yunrui is already not weaker than you?
Zhao Wujiang rubbed his chin and pondered.
Yun Jinshu blankly glanced at Zhao Wujiang. Li Yunrui has only started practicing. Where did he get such strong internal force? I've been immersed in the 9th grade for many years no matter what. Wait for me.
Zhao Wujiang thought about it and hurriedly ran out of the house, carrying the wooden stake used for practicing moves, and said to Li Yunrui, "Try it, full strength." Li Yunrui slowly felt the flow of the so-called internal force, then struck out with a palm strike. The wooden stake collapsed to the ground with a bang, wood shavings flying, only half of its body remained. Zhao Wujiang sucked in a breath of cool air. With this palm, it was less than an 8th grade martial strength. This was still Li Yunrui's first foray into martial arts. Yun Jinshu looked at the wooden human stake that was only half left, and then looked at Li Yunrui, opened his mouth, unable to speak. His heart had long been filled with shock and envy and jealousy.
Chapter 78, Either Rape or Thievery, Paying for the Body.
The wooden human stake was only half left.
Li Yunrui couldn't believe it. Was this the power of her own palm?
She cheered and grabbed Zhao Wujiang's arm.
Did you see it, Wujiang? Did you see it?
Zhao Wujiang nodded, his eyes favoring.
I saw it. My maiden is really powerful.
Yun Jinshu also came back from his shock and couldn't help but marvel.
It was me who underestimated. Li Yunrui?
You are most likely the youngest Zhongshe powerhouse ever.
Sure enough, my wife is much more powerful than you 3 sisters. Zhao Wujiang's eyes lit up.
In the Daxia dynasty, as far as he knew of the Zone Masters, they were a rare breed, and in order to step into the Zone Masters, chance and talent were indispensable. Eldest Princess Li Zhaohua had been stuck before Zhongshe for many years, and many people were unable to step over this threshold throughout their lives. Yun Jinshu's eyes glanced at Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words that made her uncomfortable, and lightly dropped a sentence about practicing well before turning to leave.
Zhao Wujiang didn't care about Yun Jinshu's stay or go.
He recalled that in the original story, Li Yunrui was cultivated by Li Ziyuan in the beginning, and just because it was getting stronger and stronger, Li Yunrui, the main female character, was the one who had never been able to look at Dragon Warrior. It also led to the fact that even at the ending of the original, Long Zhan didn't get Li Yunrui. But now, Li Yunrui has become her own maiden, standing on her side, wanting to let the suspicious Li Ziyuan to cultivate again, is definitely impossible. Li Yunrui also counted because of him, and lost the opportunity to be personally cultivated by Li Ziyuan, a great master. But it didn't matter, he could also find a way to cultivate it himself. In addition to the true Yang heart technique, he would also net the world's top martial arts for Li Yunrui to help Li Yunrui's strength progress. Especially the Extreme heart skill that was very much in tune with the Extreme sacred body. But speaking of the Extreme sacred body and the Extreme heart skill, Zhao Wujiang's mind churned with thoughts, and he remembered Dao sect patriarch Shi Yuhong, who had stepped into the sect with the Extreme heart skill, and was one of the 3 late sect masters in the original story. Nowadays, Shi Yuhong did not appear, his whereabouts are uncertain, he is not good to look for, but the Extreme heart skill, Yun Jinshu Noa. In order to cultivate Yun Jinshu, Shi Yuhong had found a way to gather facsimiles of martial arts from all over the world. He had to find a way to get the Extreme heart technique from Yun Jinshu. With an idea in his mind, Zhao Wujiang instructed Li Yunrui to cultivate well and consolidate his martial realm again, and then he gave a small chase in the direction Yun Jinshu had left. As he traveled to the long corridor connecting the rooms, he saw the figure of his old dad not far away, followed by the old housekeeper Zhao Manfu.
Father. Zhao Tingxiao's brows appeared to have hidden worries as he nodded, slack-jawed. Catch up on your practicing, don't waste your time.
Zhao Wujiang answered, but there wasn't much free time right now as he walked quickly down the long corridor towards Yun Jinshu's disappearing back.
Zhao Tingxiao sighed.
The old butler could tell that his lord had something on his mind, and he asked, "Master, should Manfu guard the young master?"
"It's useless to guard." Zhao Tingxiao's sword brows were deeply furrowed. "You go and inform Song Wolf and the others to come back."
The old butler's pale eyes trembled, instantly understanding the gravity of the matter. Under the master's command, he had secretly cultivated some strong men, and Song Wolf, Red Eagle, and Ink Sable were one of them, almost unknown to outsiders, and had played countless key roles in the Northern Realm's external defense, and if it was not for major events, the master would never have used them.
Nowadays, I can't believe I'm going to let Song Wolf and the others come back. Alas, wait a moment.
Zhao Wujiang caught up with Yun Jinshu. Yun Jinshu's footsteps did not stop.
What's your business again?
Zhao Wujiang, I can warn you, I'm not your whoever, and I won't be waved away at your beck and call. Obviously, Yun Jinshu was still eating up the thoughts in Zhao Wujiang's mind just now, angry and sulky.
Zhao Wujiang smiled.
You help me and I'll help you, besides, sooner or later, we're a family, we have to enter a family.
Just say what else you want to know.
Yun Jinshu directly opened the door. Zhao Wujiang's smiling face made her feel that offering something for nothing was either treachery or thievery. Zhao Wujiang definitely wanted to get something. Was it treachery or thievery? But Zhao Wujiang's smiling face also eased her mind a bit. She couldn't help but hum and laugh in her heart. It seemed that Zhao Wujiang was still clear about her importance.
Zhao Wujiang lowered his voice. Extreme heart technique. Yun Jinshu froze, surprised. How did you know about the extreme heart skill? This is something that none of the senior sisters know.
Don't you care, I have more powerful places, you'll know them later.
Zhao Wujiang elbowed Yun Jinshu. It's all our own people, give or take? It's your own people now?
Yun Jinshu laughed coldly, turned around and walked towards the room. She didn't want to give it, or rather, she didn't want to give it to Zhao Wujiang so easily.
Zhao Wujiang quickly followed. You're my Zhao Wujiang's woman, what are you if not one of your own? The face of a man.
Yun Jinshu's room, piled with many ancient books, and there were many ink treasures on the desktop. She took an ancient book in her hand, flipped through it casually, threw it aside, and picked up the paperweight to smooth out the paper.
Grind the ink for me. Zhao Wujiang stepped forward to grind the inkstand and quipped.
Your words are as good looking as your person.
Oops. My shoulders are sore.
Yun Jinshu sat on the chair and deliberately said so. Zhao Wujiang smiled and gently massaged Yun Jinshu's shoulders to ease the soreness. Yun Jinshu looked slightly smug as she hammered her legs. Just now when I went to Li Yunrui's room, I walked so far, my legs and feet are sore, I want to wash my feet.
You help me fetch water.
It's time to wash and soothe. Zhao Wujiang was about to go fetch foot washing water. Yun Jinshu was originally testing to make things difficult for Zhao Wujiang, and when she saw this, she became even more angry.
You actually managed to do this for Li Yunrui?
Zhao Wujiang smiled blandly.
A man can bend and bend. What kind of man can't take a little bit of aggression?
Not to mention for the sake of his own woman, this is not much of an aggravation. Yun Jinshu sniffed inside in her heart. She envied Li Yunrui more and more, having such a top-notch martial arts talent and also having Zhao Wujiang. It was just that if Li Yunrui continued to grow like this, his position in Zhao Wujiang's heart would only get higher and higher. Would there be a place for the three sisters in the future?
Yun Jinshu murmured. Then if it's for my Yun Jinshu, what part can you do?
Zhao Wujiang slapped his pecs together.
What do you want me to do? Say. Anything? Yun Jinshu's expression was playful.
Right. Zhao Wujiang nodded, serious. Yun Jinshu smoothly pressed Zhao Wujiang onto the chair, then sat across Zhao Wujiang's lap, her slender jade hand hooked onto Zhao Wujiang's neck, her beautiful eyes trembling, all flirtatious and provocative.
Then if I want you to pay for your body? Chapter 79 Dragon Warfare Awakening. Yun Jinshu straddled Zhao Wujiang's body, her tone full of compulsion and provocation, her eyes staring straight into Zhao Wujiang's eyes. Zhao Wujiang, there's a day when your hands have nowhere to rest?
Yun Jinshu saw that Zhao Wujiang didn't make any moves. She hooked Zhao Wujiang's head again, and the two of them got a point closer together with their cheeks, and they could feel each other's gradually ragged breathing.
Is it because you don't know where to put your hands?
Yun Jinshu already had a petite yet delicate figure, and this slender waist made her body proportions even more exaggerated.
Your mouth, besides pissing me off on weekdays, what else can you do?
Yun Jinshu's eyes wandered back and forth between Zhao Wujiang's lips and eyes, her provocative tone taking on more of an amorous tone. She slowly came closer, originally just wanting to tease Zhao Wujiang. However, she didn't expect Zhao Wujiang to move forward a bit as well. If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger's son. Isn't it just selling your body? Just bear it and get over it. Suddenly, she heard Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt voice that seemed to be generous. Her body was attaching itself to her, but her mind was being honest. She could not help but feel a ghostly grudge and anger rising up. She had fallen back on her own. This got a bargain and still sold out, as to be so aggrieved?
Then what is she in Jinshu? She pushed Zhao Wujiang away and angrily snapped. Get lost. What do you mean? I haven't gotten on the bus yet.
Zhao Wujiang was puzzled and coughed dryly. Looks like you can also see that I'm a man who keeps his body like a jade. Yun Jinshu was speechless. She couldn't see where Zhao Wujiang was a man of honor. He had plagued his own sisters all over the place and he was still a man of honor? If you want to know the extreme heart technique, you have to promise me a request. Yun Jinshu's pretty face still had remnants of a reddish haze as she coldly grimaced.
As for what? I haven't thought about it yet. Zhao Wujiang didn't have much hesitation and directly nodded his head. As long as it doesn't let me hurt the people around me, it's all fine. It's quite sentimental. Yun Jinshu looked at Zhao Wujiang in a different light, and his complexion eased up a lot. I will go and teach Li Yunrui the extreme heart skill. As for whether Li Yunrui can practice it or not, that has nothing to do with me. Imperial Palace. Li Ziyuan looked down at the kneeling Long Zhan, his expression cold. You have disappointed me. You can't even do this well. I am aware of my mistake. Long Zhan buried his head. The military power of the northern border, I will take it back first. Li Ziyuan's eyes flashed. You still need to train, do your part first. Long Zhan froze and cupped his fists. I will follow your orders. Long Zhan's head was buried even lower, almost touching the cold ground of the palace. Even if he had hindsight, he finally understood that Li Ziyuan had been using him. Li Ziyuan actually wanted to take back the military power himself, but it was not good to take it back directly, and needed more reasons, so he put the military power in his hands for a few days. And this period of time Li Ziyuan looked like valued, more as he dealt with Zhao Wujiang as a way to suppress the Jinbei king's pawns. It was only when one was strong that one was truly strong. What emperor, what senior sister, they were all just using him, seeing him, Long Zhan, as a pawn. Long Zhan thought that he was never weaker than others, so why not turn over and become the master himself? Long War eyes more and more determined, he wants to use all the resources that can be used, rather than be used by others. Until the line out of the palace, his body that lingly confident aura, once again returned to the body. Li Ziyuan this side on the first false with the snake, he wants to start a new stove. The princess side, he still have chips can be utilized to take advantage of, through this to help him better stand firm. He spurred his horse, alert all the way to the Rapunzel's residence, and rolled over to dismount. Please inform me that Long War is here to see you. The guards at the gate of the mansion glanced coldly at Long Zhan. They were the loyal servants of the eldest princess, they did not recognize others, they had not received the news that Long Zhan was coming, and Long Zhan was not a courtier of the eldest princess's faction, who didn't know that Long Zhan was a person valued by the emperor. Please return. The guards were indifferent, regardless of Long Zhan's position. Wanting to force their way in from under their noses was impossible, they were confident that they had the strength to do so. Long Zhan was unwilling. Before, when the elder princess wanted to recruit him, these guards were not this attitude. He was helpless on the surface, clasped his fists, turned on his horse and left. Subsequently, in no one's place to moor the horse, he quietly groped to the outer wall of the Rapunzel's mansion, performed light power, over the tall outer wall, lightly landing in the mansion. He walked towards the direction of the room of the princess. When he reached the door of the room, he was about to knock, when he suddenly smelled a fragrant breeze wafting out from the crack of the room. His eyes narrowed slightly, through the gap, his eyes stared at the frame, vaguely saw the house screen hanging gorgeous underwear, the other side of the screen, hazy can see the eldest princess's exquisite body. He came really some coincidence, the princess actually bathing? The light is shaped, a wonderful silhouette of the heart. Chapter 80, The Dishonest Dragon War. Long Zhan did not knock on the door. He looked at the figure of the eldest princess in the room, stunningly beautiful and marvelous. If he could take a woman as charming as the eldest princess, it would also come with a group of soldiers and horse connections. But his thoughts and burning eyes were soon interrupted by cold water vapor. The water vapor shot out through the cracks of the room's door, containing an extremely strong force. He was startled and dodged sideways, but he was still grazed by some of the vapor, and a strong pain came from the skin beneath his clothes. This was... Dragon Warrior's sword brows jerked up. This was the power of the eldest princess? So strong. How could the eldest princess be so strong? The door of the room was deftly opened by the residual vapor. Li Xiaohua was wearing a bathrobe, legs folded, sitting on a chair, her eyes coldly glancing at Long Zhan. You have big guts. Dare to peek at this palace's bath. Long Zhan immediately clasped his fists in defense. Eldest princess, I, Long Zhan, have come to defect. But after all, I am the emperor's person on the surface, in order to avoid being seen by people with a heart, only to climb over the wall to come here, coincidentally, just bumped into you in the bath. Is that so? Li Xiaohua folded her arms in front of her body, holding the heavy scenery. Those who do great things do not bother about small details. She did not care at all that Long Zhan peeped into this little episode, she just questioned why Long Zhan came to defect. Good end, how do you think to come to defect to this palace? Long War spoke truthfully, his tone low. Truth be told, Li Ziyuan's regard for me is nothing more than he has been using me as a pawn to deal with the Jinbei king's lineage. I am disheartened. A good bird chooses a tree nest in. Li Xiaohua's eyes were haunted, inwardly humming and laughing. Long Zhan was originally a pawn is a pawn. Li Ziyuan utilized a pawn, what's wrong with that? The pawn doesn't know himself and is still disheartened? Dragon War empty ambition, do not want to be a chess piece, then have to show strength. Li Xiaohua sneered. You don't want to be a pawn, so you want to be the master? Today, you have surrendered to this palace. Is it possible that one day, you want to ride on this palace's head? Long Zhan was seen through his mind, and his voice also went cold. Eldest princess, you also don't want the matter of your troop deployment outside the city to be known by the emperor, right?
Previously, when Ling Qingxue hadn't betrayed him yet, she had told him that Li Xiaohua was secretly cantonment troops in a small village outside the city. The previous Ling Qingxue hadn't been compelled by Zhao Wujiang yet, so she definitely hadn't lied to him. This matter had been remembered by him as a bargaining chip to pin down Li Xiaohua. When Li Xiaohua heard this, the smile on her cheeks slowly converged.
Believe it or not, this palace will kill you now.
Of course I believe that you, eldest princess, have this strength,
Long Zhan confidently said.
But if I can't walk out of the eldest princess mansion, my men will publicize what happened to you, eldest princess.
Li Xiaohua grunted.
The killing intent towards Long Zhan in her heart increased, except that Long Zhan did threaten her.
At the same time, outside the mansion,
the guard who had indifferently driven away Long Zhan before, was now full of fawning smiles, cupping his fists and saluting the imposing young man in front of him.
Your Highness, world son. Hard work, hard work. Zhao Wujiang smoothly handed them 2 money bags.
Your Highness, please don't, it should be. The guards hurriedly refused. Zhao Wujiang was an important person that the eldest princess had personally entrusted to this eldest princess mansion to freely enter and exit.
The days are getting cold, take the money and eat some wine, warm up your body and guard the mansion better.
Zhao Wujiang stuffed the money bag into the guard's hands, then marched towards the mansion. The guards were grateful. Those of them who were underlings had heard that before, Zhao Shizi had forcefully bailed out a swordsman who had gone wrong on a mission, and that Zhao Shizi was sympathetic to his men and was kind-hearted. Zhao Wujiang's eyes had hidden worries. The reason why he came back to the elder princess residence was for no other reason than his martial arts realm had broken through to the 5th grade. Breaking through to the 5th grade, this is a good thing, but this 5th grade came too fast, not belonging to his own cultivation, but he sensed his old man will be power poured into him. If he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand it and that it would hurt his martial arts foundation, he thought that Pops would only pour in more. And this kind of behavior was detrimental to Pop's martial arts foundation. This gave him a bad feeling. Pop seemed to be in a hurry to let him grow. There must be something big about to happen that he didn't know about.
Pops didn't say anything. It must be that Pops didn't think it was the right time and couldn't give it to him yet.
But he has to have his own preparations. Li Xiaohua's rebellion is undoubtedly one of his helpers. The sea of his heart fluttered, and he unknowingly walked not far from Li Xiaohua's room.
At this time, Li Xiaohua should be bathing, right?
Li Xiaohua seemed to bathe at about the same time every day, and it was the same last time.
Zhao Wujiang walked to the door of the room and suddenly his eyes widened. Why was Long Zhan in Li Xiaohua's room?
Long Zhan and Li Xiaohua also saw Zhao Wujiang.
Long Zhan froze. How did Zhao Wujiang come in? It wouldn't be like him to climb over the wall, right? But the route wasn't right. This was simply coming in through the front door. How could the guards let Zhao Wujiang in?
The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Zhao Wujiang smiled a playful smile.
General Long, you're not here to peek at the eldest princess's bath as well, are you? Chapter 81, Dragon Warrior's strongest card, Lord of the Dao Sect, Shiryu Hang. General Long, you wouldn't also be here to peek at the eldest princess taking a bath, would you?
Zhao Wujiang's playful and teasing words caused the corners of Long Zhan's mouth to twitch. Long Zhan was most unable to look at Zhao Wujiang's lethargic state and deadly tone. In his opinion, this was Zhao Wujiang's mockery of him. Zhao Wujiang didn't do anything. His back was against a big tree, and he constantly used his momentum to make him suffer. What right did he have to outweed such a waste of a son of the world? Eldest princess. Long Zhan's sword brows rose angrily as he continued to threaten Li Xiaohua, pointing fiercely at Zhao Wujiang.
Tell Zhao Wujiang to roll. Otherwise. Li Xiaohua knitted her brows and didn't say anything.
Zhao Wujiang's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long since seen the clues. Li Xiaohua seemed to be restricted by the Dragon Warrior.
Eldest princess, do you have something important to discuss? Zhao Wujiang's eyes flickered. None of your business.
Long Zhan glared viciously at Zhao Wujiang, gritted his teeth and whispered, squeezing out a few words to Li Xiaohua in a voice that only the 2 could hear. Tell him to get lost now, or I'll publicize the matter of your troop cantonment. Li Xiaohua grew cold inside, but her face surfaced with a smile as she gently tugged Zhao Wujiang towards the house and laughed. Zhao Wujiang is one of our own. He can listen to anything. Long Zhan, if there's anything, you can say it face to face.
Did this woman really get caught by Long Zhuan and want to use me to get out of trouble?
Zhao Wujiang became more and more certain. He was also smiling, as if there was nothing at all between him and Long Zhan, and they really became allies. Yeah, Long Commander, if there's something, just say it, maybe I can help you out. Li Xiaohua glanced at Zhao Wujiang and thought that this man was really smart. More and more she was impressed.
Long Zhan was shocked by Li Xiaohua's action. Zhao Wujiang was one of his own?
Behind Zhao Wujiang was the king of Jinbei.
Li Xiaohua's secret troop deployment is intended to plot a rebellion.
With Li Xiaohua's power plus the Jinbei king's power, once they really work together, they will have the ability to truly counteract Li Ziyuan.
I'm not afraid of him revealing the secret.
If he did, then both sides would be out of favor, and if they really fought, both sides would kill him first.
Dragon Warrior thought deeply about the pros and cons. At this moment, the only thing to do is to temporarily from the heart, he coughed dryly. All of us are our own people, then forget it. I came, in fact, there is nothing, just a few days have not come to pay a visit. Since Zhao Wujiang you came here in a hurry, there must be something to discuss, eldest princess, you guys chat, I won't bother you. After Long Zhan finished speaking, he was ready to move to leave. This place was not suitable to stay for a long time, although he did not necessarily have to worry about his life, but it would inevitably give Zhao Wujiang a chance to find a snake on a stick to humiliate him. Li Xiaohua slowly let out a sigh of relief. The Dragon War knew that her troops, too out of her expectation, she must borrow Zhao Wujiang to deter the Dragon War. Zhao Wujiang had never seen such an understanding Long Zhan. He smiled crookedly and reached out to stop Long Zhan. Casually entering the eldest princess residence and disturbing the eldest princess' quiet rest, General Long, it's a bit impolite to just leave, isn't it? Long Zhan's face sank. Zhao Wujiang, what do you want? It's not what I want. Zhao Wujiang replied. You disturbed the eldest princess' quiet rest, so you should at least apologize, right? Long Zhan's eyes traveled over Zhao Wujiang and Li Xiaohua for a second, and it wasn't just Zhao Wujiang himself who stood in front of him now. In his opinion, it was a joint effort between the eldest princess and the king of Jinbei. The might of the eldest princess alone made it difficult for him to oppose the wind, and if the Jinbei king was added, he would not be able to resist it all now. His face changed color, knowing that the only way to endure, sideways to Li Xiaohua cupped his fist, gritted his teeth and said, I hope you'll forgive me for disturbing the eldest princess. There are still some important matters in the mansion, I will leave first. At the end of his sentence, Long Zhan turned around and left. When he brushed past Zhao Wujiang, his hand within his sleeve robe was trembling. If it wasn't for the heavenly sword not knowing where it was, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back from giving Zhao Wujiang a sword right now. But now he had to endure what normal people couldn't endure. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't kid him that Long Zhan is weak. Today's humiliation, he would definitely double it to Zhao Wujiang in the future. Witnessing Long Zhan's departure, Li Xiaohua couldn't help but look at Zhao Wujiang a few more times. Just now, Zhao Wujiang's action of stopping Long Zhan and letting him apologize made her feel a warmth she hadn't felt in her heart in a long time, like a dry paddy field being watered by the spring rain. She regarded the people around her as pawns, and the people around her also regarded her as the princess, master-servant relationship, benefit cooperation. Today, she was offended by the threat of dragon warfare, so that she, who only considered interests, felt the temperature of emotion in Zhao Wujiang, and she somewhat liked this feeling of seeming favoritism and shielding. She smiled with emotion. You're better than your father at hurting women. A woman's mouth deceives a ghost. Zhao Wujiang didn't care about Li Xiaohua's compliments to him, he was here to do the right thing. How is the progress of the uprising? He asked, directly. Jinnan King Li Jing is ready to move at any time. Li Xiaohua talked about business, his body unconsciously exuded a kind of nobility and imperturbable majesty that had a phoenix coming to him. On the night of the 6th day of the winter moon that you mentioned, I will send people to test the waters, while the southern border will formally and secretly raise an army to test whether what you said is right or not. If the situation is not right, absolutely nothing will go wrong. Zhou Wujiang swore. I can guarantee it with my life. Zhao Wujiang's confidence came from his familiarity with the original. Some things and some plots might have changed, but this kind of thing on the setting would not change. Furthermore, he dared to guarantee his life, essentially because this point in time, it was related to his and his old man's lives. He was the one who would least allow himself to be wrong. Li Xiaohua looked deeply at Zhao Wujiang. I'm just a little worried that at that time, with your father's loyalty, might help Li Ziyuan. You don't have to worry about my father. Zhao Wujiang murmured. I'll stall my father. That's good. Li Xiaohua's slender jade hand patted Zhao Wujiang's hand, and she couldn't help but shake it. A slightly moist fragrant breeze came. It was the vapor from the eldest princess's bathing that she couldn't dry her petite body in time. Zhao Wujiang didn't get carried away, he was a man who wanted to do great things. Not long after, Zhao Wujiang left the princess residence and traveled towards the royal residence. He judged his surroundings, not too noisy, not too many people noticed, but also not far from the crowd, so that when the situation is not right, he can escape. As far as possible to ensure his own safety, he finally stopped pretending and said in a cold voice, All come out. When he was heading to the Rapunzel's residence, he felt as if someone was following him, and as he was sympathizing with the guards of the Rapunzel's residence, he used this to confirm this even more. The person following him didn't make a move on him, but was constantly watching his every move, as if they were going to report back to someone. The power in his body had been mobilized to the fullest at this moment. Whether it was a friend or foe was yet to be distinguished, he needed to be careful with everything. A figure appeared first, standing on the wall at the end of the alley, then jumped off the wall and walked towards Zhao Wujiang. At the entrance of the alleyway to Zhao Wujiang's left, an old man with a simple smile appeared. And behind Zhao Wujiang, a middle-aged man holding a cloth streamer approached slowly. The man who jumped off the wall wore a short coat on an autumn day, revealing his lean muscles, with a toothy piece of animal bone, resembling a wolf's tooth, hanging from his neck, and a yellow leather wine bag with a curved blade hanging from his waist. Before the man even approached, he clasped his fists and said, "Song Wolf sees your highness. Your highness is really good at perception, truly gifted." The old man walking on Zhao Wujiang's left side had an increasingly naive smile and looked no different from an ordinary old farmer, but those eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, seemingly able to see through everything in the world. "Your highness," the old man Red Eagle. The middle-aged man holding the streamer looked like a traveling bone setter. Not only was he holding the streamer, but he was also diagonally straddling a cloth bag that bulged as he gently stroked his long beard. "Mo Sable has met your highness." Zhao Wujiang scrutinized the three people, his heart slowly soothed and he was no longer that wary. These three people, when he went to the Jinbei army's barracks with his old man that day, he had met them once. At that time, he did not think that they were ordinary soldiers, but now it seems that they are too deeply hidden. The large Jinbei army has countless hidden experts. It was just that hadn't the Jinbei army already departed for the northern border, why were these three people stranded in Kyoto? "Your highness, we were ordered by the king to secretly return to Kyoto, and will be at your disposal in the future." Ink Sable explained, Song Wolf nodded, and Red Eagle contained a smile. "It turns out that Pops has something prepared." Zhao Wujiang nodded, he had just the thing to need manpower. He commanded, "In that case, I have something for you guys to do. You guys? Go and look into one thing for me." As the night grew late, the repeatedly defeated dragon warrior fell into meditation. He had to rely on himself and break the shackles around him that were holding him back. He knew that he had outstanding talent and shouldn't waste any more time, so he intensified his bitter cultivation more and more. But all of a sudden, he sensed danger coming, and snapped his eyes open, both palms surging with palm power, blasting into the darkness at his side. In the darkness, two men in black were struck by the palm power, showing themselves, and then ran away to the outside of the mansion. Dragon Warrior was furious. It was really a ghost that could not be dispersed. How come he had such a bad time recently? Even if he suffered defeat in the hands of such characters as Li Ziyuan and Jinbei King, how come there were still people who came to mess with him? He was furious and chased after them. The man in black fled extremely fast. Long Zhan chased after him, his speed was not letting up at all. All the way to chase, Long Zhan came to the city. The man in black drilled into the forest outside the city. In the forest, the man in black had already disappeared. Dragon Warrior, in the darkness with the help of the remaining light, saw a blurred figure in the distance. This figure was tall and delicate. "You sent someone to sneak attack me? Who are you?" Long Zhan was on alert. The power of the true young heart skill surged into his limbs as he shouted angrily and slapped out his palm. "Did Zhao Wujiang send you here?" The powerful aura of true young heart skill shot towards the delicate figure in the forest, but it was as if it hit the reflection of the night moon in the pool. The delicate figure was not affected in the slightest. Long Zhan's heart was shocked. He took a step back, but was directly swept by the pressure emanating from the manly figure. He resisted in haste, but was shaken to the point that he retreated, kneeling down on one knee, stifling a grunt, and his heart was shocked beyond measure. "Still haven't broken through to the 4th grade after all this time." The delicate figure slowly turned back. "Dragon Warrior, are you worthy of your master's honor?" Chapter 82, The Key Lies in Who Gets Li Yunrui. Long Zhan listened to this clear and cold voice, and his body, which was kneeling on one knee and trying to stand up, froze violently. "Master?" When the delicate body in front of him turned around and walked towards him step by step, he once again felt that long-lost powerful pressure. He buried his head deeply and respectfully said, "Long Zhan pays his respects to master." Fragrant winds lingered, and his slender jade feet stepped on the dirt ground in front of him, but he didn't dare to raise his head at all, much less have the slightest bit of a heartbeat. Dao Sect Patriarch Shi Yu Hong, his strength was unfathomable. "You have disappointed me." Shi Yu Hang's voice was clear and charming as she looked down at Long Zhan and coldly said, "Fei Yan, Shaoli, make your move." "Yes, master." In the darkness, two female voices answered. Long Zhan only felt a gust of wind suddenly blowing by his side, and a woman in a sky-green dress had appeared at his side, laughing. "Senior brother Long Zhan, this is an order from master." In the next moment, Long Zhan felt surging leg winds sweeping towards him. If he didn't dodge, he would at least fall to the ground with serious injuries. His body slumped violently, dodging this attack from senior sister Zhao Fian's moon-chasing steps, and immediately afterward, without stopping at all, he hit a roll and rolled aside, slapping the ground with his palm winds and bracing his body. This set of dodging was flowing, it was perfect, but he had just breathed a sigh of relief when his chest was kicked by his senior sister. His body flew out upside down, he crashed heavily into an ancient tree, the leaves were rustling and falling, and blood was gushing out of his mouth and nose. Good fast speed. He ruthlessly wiped his nose and mouth out of the blood. Sister Zhao Fian light power top, comparable to the master, flying moon chasing step has been cultivated to pure perfection. He has dodged perfectly, but still did not avoid Zhao Fian's second foot. I'm afraid that this was still the result of senior sister's mercy. "Senior brother, take my sword." In the darkness on the other side of Long Zhan, a clear and cold voice came out. Long Zhan's sword brows furrowed fiercely. Where would he be able to catch eldest senior sister Jiang Li's sword? Eldest senior sister Jiang Li is said to be born with a sword immortal holy body, specializing in sword techniques. He remembered that his master had once said that Jiang Li's current level of sword Dao, under the heavens, there was almost no enemy among his peers. He didn't dare to take it lightly at all. His master was going to let the two elder sisters teach him a lesson for slacking off during this period of time, and even if the two elder sisters were merciful, it would never be something that the current him could stop. Eldest sister's sword chi has already chopped out. He can only hastily respond to the battle, draw out the sword to resist, but the sword just blocked in front of his body. The moment it touches the sword chi of eldest sister, it will be shattered into fragments, and the remaining sword chi is still horrifyingly powerful. He was terrified, can sidestep to avoid. The ancient tree behind him was directly cut off. The broken surface is as smooth as a mirror. The rest of the sword chi swept into the depths of the forest, destroying and destroying. The grass and trees fell over and flew, startled countless beasts, running in all directions. And his right arm has long been sword chi cut out a deep wound, revealing the white bone. He covered his right arm cold sweat. I heard that you got the heavenly sword. Where is the heavenly sword? Jiangli slowly stepped out, a white coat of snow, no sword in his hand. The sword chi that taught her senior brother a lesson just now was just her staying and restaying, and chopping out with her fingers as a sword. Long John's face was pale. The heavenly sword was obtained by Zhao Wujiang. I'm sorry, eldest sister, second sister, eldest brother's progress is too slow. I didn't allow you guys to exert your full power, so I could only end in defeat. The heavenly sword is an omen of heavenly destiny, and you're saying that it was obtained by Zhao Wujiang? Shi Yu Hong spoke coldly. What about the one you have? Was it also obtained by him? Long John nodded. Apprentice's shank was lost in the middle of the fall hunt. Thinking about it, it's highly likely that it was Zhao Wujiang's doing. No wonder. Shi Yu Hang's eyes were ghostly. This seed observes the stars at night. The Ziwei star has changed places. The fate of heaven is in turmoil. A star of misfortune has appeared out of nowhere, with the tendency to replace the fate of heaven. Do you understand what this means? Dragon War Eyes cannot stop trembling. His previously ignited self-confidence in this moment constantly break the dike. When Yu Hong had given him a fortune teller, the fate of heaven is in him. Xia dynasty, the times change, 30 years a change, the next 30 years, belongs to the heavenly destiny plus him. But now, his destiny is being replaced? What this meant, he was a little afraid to think about it. It's all because of Zhao Wujiang. He couldn't accept his successive losses and the coming change of heavenly fate, and shouted angrily. It's all Zhao Wujiang. He used despicable methods to intercept my chance. If it wasn't for him, the fate of heaven would still be mine. I hate that I wasn't ruthless enough to kill him in the royal residence. No matter how ruthless you are, it won't help. Shi Yu Hong splashed cold water mercilessly and slowly frowned. Zhao Tingxiao's only son. This Zhao Wujiang must have Zhao Tingxiao behind him. With Zhao Tingxiao's power, Zhao Wujiang is naturally not bad, a tricky enemy. Your greatest failure does not lie in your other chances. Even the loss of the heavenly sword is not a great loss compared to the huge chances you are destined to receive as a heavenly fate. Your true greatest failure lies in the extreme sacred body. Long John buried his head, not daring to touch his master's rage-laden scenery as he explained. As soon as my disciple saw Li Yunrui back then, the true Yang heart technique seemed to have sensed, Master, you really did anticipate things like God, that Li Yunrui was the extreme sacred body. This matter has not been leaked to outsiders. I wanted to take down Li Yunrui first, but I encountered this thief Zhao Wujiang, who repeatedly spoiled my good deed. Li Yunrui was the favorite daughter of Li Ziyuan, the Li clan's royal family. There is a marriage contract with Zhao Wujiang. Shi Yu Hang's silhouette was shockingly beautiful under the dappled moonlight in the forest, and her voice was as clear and charming as the moonlight. The founding ancestors of the Dao sect were a pair of chivalrous couples who had created the extreme Yin heart technique and the true Yang heart technique, which shook the major sects. The martial arts of the two ancestors were not the best at that time. But when they fused together, they became the best in the world. Unfortunately, the Grandmaster's Yin heart technique wasn't perfect, and she had deduced that there was a holy body called the Yin holy body, which was the perfect match for the Yin heart technique. It's a pity that they couldn't find such a woman in their entire lives. Master sent you to the capital to determine if Li Yunrui is really an extreme sacred body. Since it has already been determined, if you obtain Li Yunrui, add your true Yang heart skill, and finally integrate it, not to mention the tiny Zhao Wujiang, even that mighty Jinbei King Zhao Tingxiao, you don't have to put it in your heart. This was something that Long John had heard before, and he certainly knew that the extreme sacred body was unique, and he also knew how strong he could become if he obtained Li Yunrui's words. It is only a pity that... Long John hung his head and said in low mourning. Now Li Yunrui is already Zhao Wujiang's woman, although Zhao Wujiang, that guy, can't possibly cavort with Li Yunrui so quickly, but after all, they have the name of husband and wife, and it will be difficult for my disciple to get close to Li Yunrui. Again. Whether you can get it or not, it's all up to you. Shi Yu Hong said in a cold voice. The problem with this matter lies with you. You wimped out and lost your momentum. Getting the extreme sacred body is the same as getting half of the world for you. No matter who stands in your way to stop you, even if it's the king of Jinbei and his son, you must find a way to kill them and snatch back Li Yunrui. Long John took a deep breath, letting his arm bleed like a river, his sword brows frowning tighter and tighter, and his eyes becoming more and more glaringly sharp. Yes. Being enveloped by Zhao Wujiang's frustration during this period of time, he had forgotten that he was the kind of dragon warrior who carried the destiny of heaven. Master is right, no matter who it is, no one can stand in the way of me, the person with the heavenly destiny. Where are Ruyan and the others? Shi Yuhong seemed to have sensed something and asked in a cold voice. In the face of his master's inquiry, Long Zhan bowed his head. The three senior sisters were compelled to go by Zhao Wujiang, and have long since betrayed my disciple and the division. Betrayal? They dare! Shi Yuhong was enraged, and the temperature in the forest suddenly dropped a few points. Long Zhan instantly felt like an awe on his back, and coldness spread within him. Jinbei King's mansion. The Jinbei King left the royal residence and went to the back of the mountain to pay homage to his late wife. Zhao Wujiang, who was waiting for Li Yunrui to practice the extreme heart skill, was also bored and followed. Half an hour later. Inside Li Yunrui's room. Yun Jinshu felt the increasingly densing cold aura on Li Yunrui's body and nodded, quite impressed that Li Yunrui had quickly mastered the extreme heart skill under her tutelage. She had always been quite knowledgeable about martial arts, and was most interested in people with strong martial arts talent. When Li Yunrui practiced the extreme heart skill, it was as if the extreme heart skill was personally created for him. Not only did it progress rapidly, but actually the internal force in his body did not show signs of gradual freezing. Li Yunrui really was the extreme sacred body that Master had been searching for. 1,000 times true. TSK, Zhao Wujiang really picked up a treasure. According to Master's calculations, Li Yunrui should have belonged to Dragon Warrior. But even with his heavenly destiny, Long Zhan still couldn't take Li Yunrui away from Zhao Wujiang. I have to say, Zhao Wujiang is indeed excellent, and that wasteful son's appearance before seems to be Zhao Wujiang's disguise. Yun Jinshu became more and more emotional. To be honest, she could be too envious of Li Yunrui's talent, but she, herself, also had a powerful talent, which was her understanding of the martial way. In terms of understanding of martial arts, she was confident that, not to mention Li Yunrui, the entire royal family combined would not be a match for her. Since Li Yunrui had already successfully cultivated the extreme heart skill, she was considered to have fulfilled Zhao Wujiang's request, so the next step was for Zhao Wujiang to fulfill her request. Yun Jinshu thought to herself and reconfirmed Li Yunrui's state before she slowly exited the room. Today was really good, both making Zhao Wujiang owe me a request and personally teaching a supreme genius of martial arts. Yun Jinshu was very satisfied. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, but suddenly there was a wind blowing behind her. Who? Yun Jinshu only just reacted, and immediately afterward, her eyes went black and she fainted on the ground. Before her petite body hit the ground, she was caught by a sinister shadow. The silhouette then took her and flashed around the royal residence, quickly disappearing into the night. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Jinshu felt some pain in the back of her neck. She slowly opened her eyes, and the scene in front of her gradually became clearer from blur. She was surprised to find that Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue, who was hiding, were actually beside her as well, and it was no longer the royal residence in front of her. Ruyan, Qingxue? She exclaimed out in shock, and soon she realized something and snapped her eyes sideways. When she saw her master's tall and delicate figure, her body stiffened and she hurriedly fell to her knees, her brows all filled with fear. Master! Master! Chapter 83, Don't underestimate the bond between us. Master! Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue also fell to their knees. The three women all looked terrified. When they woke up, they actually saw their senior eunuch, Shi Yuhong. And senior sister Jiangli and Zhao Fian were also beside their master, able to take them unknowingly. Most likely it was the top lightness senior sister Fian who personally made a move. Do you guys still have me as your senior in your hearts? Shi Yuhang's expression was ice cold. Letting you all assist Dragon Warrior and take the opportunity to look for chances where you can utilize Zhao Wujiang is not letting you all run to Zhao Wujiang's side. Assisting Dragon Warrior is the proper thing to do. Master! Lu Ruyan was terrified. She didn't want to offend her master teacher again, but the contrast between being by Zhao Wujiang's side and Dragon Warrior's side during this period of time made her unable to resist defending Zhao Wujiang. Senior, Zhao Wujiang is far more considerate of us than senior brother Longzhan, and moreover, Zhao Wujiang's back is against the Jinbei King, and my disciple is only there to draw Zhao Wujiang in so that he can help our Dao sect grow strong again. Ling Qingxue sat on her knees, her eyes not slanting as she justified herself. Zhao Wujiang's talent is extremely strong, and in my disciple's opinion, it's one step better than Longzhan. And in order to help Li Ziyuan suppress the royal family, Longzhan chose to betray my disciple. Ruyan and Jinshu were both present to testify to this. Dragon War is despicable and shameless. I don't want to assist him. Ruyan Lu quietly tugged on Ling Qingxue's robe. She knew that Qingxue had always been high and cold, but with her master's accountability at hand, it was better to be more euphemistic. Senior. Yun Jinshu also opened her mouth. Senior sister Ruyan and senior sister Qingxue are right. Jinshu didn't understand why the two senior sisters sided with Zhao Wujiang before, but in the past 2 days, Jinshu has somewhat understood that this Zhao Wujiang is indeed more suitable for the Dao sect in Jinshu's opinion.
In terms of background, in terms of power, in terms of natural talent, in terms of heart, Zhao Wujiang definitely doesn't lose out to senior brother Longzhan.
Enough.
Shi Yuhong had long ago observed the stars and calculated the heavenly destiny, and the only person with a heavenly destiny was Longzhan. She said in a deep voice. Longzhan is the true heavenly fate, my master will not be wrong.
He is just having a moment of bad luck now.
You were told to assist, but you didn't do a good job. Now, go and swindle the heavenly sword back from Zhao Wujiang's hands, so that the heavenly sword can be returned to its original owner. Ling Qingxue was unconvinced, but she didn't dare to be unconvinced, burying her head, her silver teeth clenched, not saying a word. To ask her to assist Longzhan, it was impossible. To ask her to betray Zhao Wujiang, even more impossible. Previously, when Longzhan had led his troops to surround the royal residence for his own selfish purposes, it was Zhao Wujiang who stood in front of her and let her senior sister, Lu Ruyan, take her to escape without betraying her for a single moment. One must know that Long War was borrowing the power of the current son of heaven at that time. Zhao Wujiang was willing to deceive the emperor for her, so how was she willing to swindle Zhao Wujiang's heavenly sword today? Lu Ruyan folded her hands, the whole person fell down and knelt down to worship Shi Yuhong. She didn't say anything, but the meaning was obvious. Forgive my disciple for being unfilial, I'm afraid it's difficult to follow orders. Yun Jinshu's eyes were misty with water vapor, and she firmly said,
Master, you understand Jinshu. I believe in you, I respect you, but I don't believe in fate.
They all say that Lu Jiang can't escape the fate of extinction, but I don't believe it. Today, to swindle the heavenly sword back from Zhao Wujiang and return it to its original owner, I don't believe it. If Dragon Warrior is really the man of destiny, how could this heavenly sword fall into Zhao Wujiang's hands?
How dare you?
Shi Yuhong didn't expect the three disciples to have such deep preconceptions about Longzhan, and at the same time, their recognition of Zhao Wujiang was also so deep, she couldn't help but snort angrily, and her powerful aura directly ravaged the entire scene. Ling Qingshue's three girls were pressed by the terrifying and incomparable aura, their faces turned pale and they looked pained. Zhao Fian's high ponytail flung out as she looked at the three senior sisters, wanting to plead on their behalf. Zhang Li's white clothes were snowy, his green silk flying. He pressed Zhao Fian's shoulder and slowly shook his head. The master's order cannot be disobeyed. The three senior sisters had violated it first. Pleading for mercy was useless. Yun Jinshu's cultivation is the weakest, facing the powerful pressure cannot withstand. The corner of the mouth has seeped blood.
At most 3 breaths, Yun Jinshu will die.
Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's head was mortared on the ground and she said in a trembling voice, Master, my disciple is willing to go forward and obtain the heavenly sword from Zhao Wujiang.
Please. Let's senior sister go.
Ling Qingxue closed her eyes and worshipped with Lu Ruyan. Her eyes were red as she lowered them, and her pupils seemed to be filled with crushed sighs. The wind of pressure dispersed. Yun Jinshu grunted in pain, his face white as gold paper, being assisted by Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue.
Go and return quickly. Shi Yuhong turned around.
Jinshu will stay first.
Yes.
Ruyan Lu clasped her fists and bowed. Ling Qingxue knelt down and was helped up twice before she helped her up. The two sisters looked at each other, her eyes were unforgiving and somewhat evasive. However, they had already angered their master, and if they disobeyed their master's orders again today, the three sisters were about to receive a severe and incomparable punishment. She and Qingxue were fine, they had a martial arts foundation to hold them over, they could withstand more suffering, but senior sister Jinshu's martial arts realm was too weak. Where would she be able to withstand?
Royal mansion. Small courtyard. Under the night sky.
Zhao Wujiang had just returned, and Li Yunrui joyfully shared the good news that he had already cultivated the extreme heart skill. Now that the two of them were undergoing further cultivation, Zhao Wujiang guided Li Yunrui to perform the extreme heart skill and fuse it with his true yang heart skill. Zhao Wujiang remembered that in the original story, the extreme heart skill and the true yang heart skill were great killing moves after they fused, and they were terrifyingly powerful. If he and Li Yunrui mastered it, they would have more power to defend themselves in the face of future crises. Of course, what was more crucial was that Li Yunrui accelerated the maturation of the extreme sacred body so that he could fully obtain this novel heroine.
At this moment, the breaths of the two of them were slowly intermingling, the true yang and extreme qi, entwining the two bodies.
Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui didn't speak, but they soon blessed their hearts with a telepathic feeling and combined their efforts to strike a palm at the night sky. The night sky is like a wash, the stars blink, there seems to be no half movement, the two people only feel a clear air from the small courtyard swings up, the vastness of the sky. Why does it feel like it's not very powerful? Zhao Wujiang was puzzled. Li Yunrui stared at the night sky and deflated. Which part went wrong? According to Wujiang, this palm should be very powerful. Unbeknownst to the two of them, they failed to feel this powerful force because the two of them combined their strength and sent out a force that far exceeded their realm, making it difficult for them to notice it at all for a moment. And the doorway of the compartment in a quiet corner of the royal mansion. Zhao Tingxiao, who had just returned to the royal mansion, was about to go back to his room when his eyes suddenly condensed, tilting his head and raising an eyebrow as he looked towards the sky outside the house.
In the square, he felt a powerful and unrivaled force. The strength of this force was at least as strong as that exerted by a peak first-grade martial artist, and it was even close to touching the power of a grandmaster. And where this power was coming from was the direction of Wu Jiang and Yun Rui's wedding room. He quickly swept towards Wu Jiang's direction, and when he reached the door of the small courtyard, he saw the two of them, Wu Jiang and Yun Rui, pushing and shoving each other's arcane moves and slapping their palms towards the sky. Looking at the stance of the stance, it was quite a bit of a light touch. And the power contained in this palm was the powerful aura he had just felt. His eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head in disbelief, a wave of relief welling up within him. Brat! Even your old dad is hiding it from me? Zhao Tingxiao was planning to go ask Zhao Wujiang what divine power he was secretly practicing. Instead, Chief Steward Qin suddenly came looking in the middle of the night. Your Highness, His Majesty ordered his old slave to ask if you've gone to bed yet, and if you haven't, to invite you to come into the palace to have a drink with him. What's wrong with Big Brother? Chief Steward Qin sighed, also knowing about His Majesty's acceptance of the Jinbei King's military power, but still advised, His Majesty is drunk and chanting your name, Your Highness. After all, His Majesty is your sworn elder brother, and he cares about you the most no matter when. Zhao Tingxiao nodded and went into the palace first. Inside Zhao Wujiang's room. Ouch. After Li Yunrui and Zhao Wujiang combined another palm strike, he felt that his body was completely emptied of power and his body was light. Zhao Wujiang touched Li Yunrui. You're very talented, but after all, you're still inexperienced and your internal power appears unstable. Go rest first. All right. Li Yunrui's head rested against Zhao Wujiang's chin, sticking to Zhao Wujiang's body like a plaster. Then I'll go rest first. Wait. You have to come too, yo. Zhao Wujiang smiled. 3 nights of lights and 5 nights of chickens. It's the time for Wujiang to practice. What am I here for? Knowingly asking. Li Yunrui ferociously glared at Zhao Wujiang. I'm going to rest first. The calf also hooked Zhao Wujiang. Tonight, I'll help you with my jade feet. After saying that, Li Yunrui walked towards her room. This little demon, if it wasn't for that broken extreme sacred body, I really wanted to do her right away. Zhao Wujiang was furious. At this time, Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue returned to the royal residence. Zhao Wujiang looked at Ling Qingxue. He wanted to ask her to spar with Lu Ruyan. However, he noticed that Ling Qingxue was preoccupied. Meanwhile, Yun Jinshu didn't seem to be in the king's mansion either. Why did you guys come back by yourselves? Where is Yun Jinshu? Just now I had a question I wanted to ask her. No one was in the room. Ruyan wasn't there either. I thought they were seeing that the wind wasn't so tight and picking you up to return to the mansion. Lu Ruyan couldn't stop pinching the corner of her coat. Her smile was a little stiff. What's the point of asking senior sister Yun for a good reason? Maybe it's to delve into a certain martial art again. In the past when we were in the division, we often couldn't find senior sister Yun either. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips as if she had something to say and slowly said, Zhao Wujiang. Wujiang. Lu Ruyan quickly picked up the conversation. For senior sister Yun's sake, she couldn't let senior sister Qingxue reveal her purpose in her entanglement, and as usual, she stayed close to Zhao Wujiang and shook his arm, deliberately exuding charm. Speaking of which, it wasn't long after we met that you obtained the heavenly sword in your fight against the dragon war. This heavenly sword, up until now, I haven't seen just how powerful it is. Can you bring it to us? Ling Qingxue's eyes trembled, and she somewhat didn't dare to look straight into Zhao Wujiang's eyes. The last time she didn't dare to look Zhao Wujiang in the eyes, it was because she wasn't fully prepared to accept an honest meeting with Zhao Wujiang, where male and female yin and yang mingled. And this time, it was because she wasn't fully prepared to accept her deception towards Zhao Wujiang. Want to see the heavenly sword, right? Zhao Wujiang's eyes flickered over the two women's complexions as he laughed. Good point, they're all on their own. He raised his hand and the heavenly sword was summoned by him and held in his hand. Even though it was wrapped in cloth and silk, obscuring the body of the sword, he could still feel the powerful might hidden underneath the cloth and silk. Here. Zhao Wujiang smiled gently and handed it over to Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan. Ling Qingxue was a bit stung by this smile, her eyes softened and she sidestepped her cheek. Lu Ruyan stiffened for a moment and took the heavenly sword. She and her senior sister had just fooled Zhao Wujiang. All of this, stemming from Zhao Wujiang's trust, consumed, was also Zhao Wujiang's trust. These two sisters, it seems that they are being threatened. The target is heavenly sword, right? Someone wants to use them to cheat me out of my heavenly sword. This person they look like they can't resist. I'm afraid that under the heavens, only jade balance is available. Take your time, it's fine. Zhao Wujiang was still gentle. But when she heard Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words, Lu Ruyan's hand holding the heavenly sword couldn't help but droop, and suddenly it was as if she had no strength left. The water vapor in her eyes was contained in an instant, so it turned out that Zhao Wujiang had already seen it, but he was just cooperating with them. Ling Qingxue took a deep breath. The fact that Zhao Wujiang had seen through it without saying anything made her more and more intolerant, and her heart was overjoyed. Zhao Wujiang. This time, Ruyan Lu didn't pick up the conversation, letting her senior sister speak on. I'm sorry. Ling Qingxue's beautiful eyes were watery. Senior sister and I lied to you just now. We didn't want to see the power of the heavenly sword, it was Senior Sister Yun. Senior Sister Yun is under house arrest by Master, we must take the heavenly sword to save Senior Sister Yun. Right, no. Ling Qingxue didn't finish her sorry, but Zhao Wujian gave a soft smile. Guessed it, all said and done, one of our own. Take me to see Shi Yu Hong. I think she should have met Dragon Warrior, so she might want to meet me as well. Zhao Wujian, you can't go, Master will not let you go. Lu Ruyan hurriedly dissuaded her, with the attitude of Master Teacher tonight, it was too dangerous for Zhao Wujian to go. Can't go. Ling Qingxue shook her head as she grabbed Zhao Wujian's hand. The heavenly sword I don't want to lose. The people, I also want to save. Perhaps the night was too long, the moonlight was clear and cold, Zhao Wujian's voice was like the surface of a moonlight-covered lapis lazuli, the whiteness of the moonlight was that cold frost, coarse gravel, hoarse and cold. Besides, my father, the king of Xinbei. Zhao Wujian righteously said, taking the two beauties to leave the royal residence. Just before leaving, he urged the old housekeeper 1,000 times, quickly go to the palace to get my father back, quickly go. Grove. Zhao Tingxiao, the king of Xinbei, is one of the 3 great patriarchs in the world, and Shi Yu Hong, the patriarch of the Dao sect, is also a powerful patriarch. In the later stages of the original, Shi Yu Hong was even among the 3 great sect masters. On this night, Zhao Wujiang saw Shi Yu Hong for the first time. And it was too late for him to marvel at Shi Yu Hong's stunning beauty. What he marveled at more was the sense of oppression that Shi Yu Hong gave him. Pops loved him and never showed his might in front of him, so he couldn't feel the powerful sense of oppression from Pops. Li Ziyuan deliberately suppressed his might to delay the erosion of weakness and age, and what he felt was only the majesty of imperial power, not the oppression of martial arts. Now that he was facing Shi Yu Hong, for the first time, he was facing the oppression brought about by an undisguised grandmaster-level expert. He felt like a flat boat above the sea of anger, the sky dome of lightning and thunder, surrounded by stormy weather, the boat under his feet, swaying and sinking. Fortunately, he did not lose his temper. At this moment there is no border in sea, his strength is not good, his will is unyielding. He was not humble. Patriarch Toki, the heavenly sword, Zhao Wujiang personally brought it. Yun Jinshu's face was pale, staring at Zhao Wujiang in a daze. This is so dangerous. Zhao Wujiang personally brought the sword, was it for her? Shi Yu Hong coldly glanced at Zhao Wujiang. Present the heavenly sword to this seat. Why don't we release them first? Zhao Wujiang suggested in a low voice. But just as he finished speaking, Shi Yu Hong, who was previously 3 feet away from him, arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. He couldn't avoid it in time, and was just caught by one of Shi Yu Hong's jade hands clamping down on his neck. You have no qualifications to bargain with this seat. Chapter 84 King of Xinbei vs Shi Yu Hong. Zhao Wujiang had his neck clamped by Shi Yu Hong, and a sudden tightness and tearing sensation swept through his entire body. He looked pained, but didn't hold in his worry. He dared to come here, not in a rash moment of hot blood, but was fully prepared. Senior. Ling Qingxue saw Zhao Wujiang's agonized expression, and she scrambled forward to try to plead on Zhao Wujiang's behalf. However, she was suppressed by the rolling pressure radiating from Shi Yu Hong's body, making it difficult for her to advance half a step. Senior, please let him go. Ling Qingxue's voice was tinged with begging. Senior. Ruyan Lu directly fell to the ground, kneeling and moving towards Shi Yu Hong. Zhao Wujiang had already seen that the disciples were trying to swindle the heavenly sword. But still, he was willing to take the heavenly sword in exchange for Senior Sister Yun's life. He came here with sincerity, not to disobey you. Let him go. Yun Jinshu's face was as pale as paper, her voice was weak and tinged with a sobbing tone. What virtue or ability did she have that warranted Zhao Wujiang to risk his life like this? She stared at him in a daze, guilt and unknown feelings surging up within her. Spare him? Shi Yu Hong's slender jade hand gradually exerted force, and she sneered. Originally, this seat only wanted to teach him a lesson, but now. Changed my mind. Zhao Wujiang. You stole the true Yan heart skill, right? Now this seat not only wants the heavenly sword, but also your life. No. Ruyan Lu pounced forward and hugged Shi Yu Hong's leg. Master, let him go, it was my disciple who leaked it to him. Willing to be a dowry. Ling Qingxue murmured, her marriage cloth divine skill unfolded at full strength, her strength rose in an instant, tending to be close to a 4th-grade martial artist, and she forced herself to step forward against the pressure, wanting to save Zhao Wujiang. But the next moment, she was forced back by Shi Yu Hong's powerful aura, staggering back a dozen steps before stabilizing herself, stifling a grunt and spitting out blood with a wow. Shi Yu Hong, this realm of powerful people, the powerful aura that they carry, if others want to resist, the pressure will come overwhelmingly, and if they submit, the pressure is an invisible oppressive aura. Lu Ruyan was begging for mercy, wanting Shi Yu Hong to let Zhao Wujiang go. Now she felt Shi Yu Hong's killing intent. She hurriedly went to tug on Shi Yu Hong's arm in an attempt to create an opportunity for Zhao Wujiang to escape. However, just as she touched Shi Yu Hong's arm, she was sent flying and fell hard to the ground. Shi Yu Hong's expression grew colder and colder, and she was about to crush Zhao Wujiang's neck with a claw, when her eyes suddenly trembled, her breath mobilized, and the fallen leaves in the forest instantly constructed a defense on her side. Ding! Buzz. In the next moment, the invisible sword chi stabbed on top of this fallen leaf's defense, the sword chi and the power of the fallen leaves bombarded, the sword chi crumbled, the fallen leaves' defense disintegrated, fluttering in the sky, rustling, and falling. After the sword chi collapsed and did not completely dissipate, the broken sword chi went forward, such as the primus interruptus on the sandfield, hacking and slashing towards Shi Yuhong. Shi Yuhong was chopped off a strand of green silk, which drifted down to the tip of Zhao Wujiang's nose, her face instantly sank, and she let out a snort of fury, shattering the remaining sword chi. Zhao Tingxiao. Under the night sky, a burly figure walks slowly. The last time we fought 10 years ago. 10 years later, your martial realm seems to have stagnated. Humph. Shi Yuhong sneered, your sword chi is nothing more than that. Zhao Tingxiao's sword brows were gray and black, and he slowly raised them like a sword pick. The current you, are you still able to defeat the combined efforts of 13 first-grade martial artists? Powerful aura spread from his body, and in an instant, sand flew around him. Shi Yuhong laughed coldly, her jade foot gently stomped on the ground, and the fallen leaves rustled, levitating up into the air, such as arching her soldiers and horses, and Zhao Tingxiao's powerful aura. The two powerful breaths touched noiselessly, like a storm that changed the sky and the earth. Zhao Wujiang was in the center of the storm, and was not torn apart by the storm, but only robbed of his senses, noiselessly. Or maybe it was a great sound, he couldn't hear the sound now. But he saw Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan being blown backward by this storm, their robes being pulled backward into straight and trembling lines. Yun Jinshu was picked up by a woman in white and dragged to the edge of the battlefield. The woman in white, thought to be under the Dao sect, stood in the midst of the storm, her white clothes fluttering, her body straight as a sharp sword thrust straight into the earth. The aura exchange between Pops and Shi Yuhong ended quickly, the sound returned to Zhao Wujiang's ears, the fallen leaves rustling, the remaining wind whistling. The wind had a sound of golden stones, such as a flick of the sword hummingly echoed. Before the aftermath of the battle was over, Zhao Wujiang saw a figure quickly fly in and tackle Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue. Shaoli, take Jinshu away. The figure was clearly Shi Yuhong. As she ordered, Zhongli grabbed Yun Jinshu and quickly flew away, quickly hiding in the night. Just as he flew away, Zhao Wujiang chased after him, and although he couldn't catch up, he saw the blood on the ground. That was Shi Yuhong vomiting blood. Spitting out blood and still being able to grab someone and escape, the patriarch is really powerful. Zhao Wujiang was a bit unwilling. Among the rustling fallen leaves, Zhao Tingxiao walked casually. Those three sisters were captured. Do you want my father to go and chase them back? Can you chase them back? It can. No need. Zhao Tingxiao was a bit puzzled. It seems that my son has other plans. Zhao Wujiang smiled. I'll have Shi Yuhong personally send the person back. Outside of Kyoto, in an unknown place. The three Lu Ruyan sisters were under house arrest, their powers were sealed as much as they could, and they looked relieved. The door to their room was pushed open, and it was their eldest senior sister, Zhongli. Zhongli then stood guard outside the door of the room as Shi Yuhong walked inside. Shi Yuhong coldly swept a glance at the three disciples. It seems that in Zhao Wujiang's eyes, you guys are more important than the heavenly sword. Zhao Wujiang came here and secretly informed the king of Jinbei that he didn't want to hand over the heavenly sword. Luckily, I've prepared a backhanded plan. Your senior sister Fei Yan should be returning. Ling Qingshue's three daughters raised their heads violently, their complexions terrified. Senior sister Fei Yan is coming back? Where had she gone before? Senior. Outside the door, Zhongli spoke in a respectful voice. Fei Yan is back. A clear wind landed from outside the house and Zhao Fian's figure appeared, kneeling on one knee. Master. Did you catch Li Yunrui? Zhao Fian buried her head. Apprentice failed. Shi Yuhong was surprised beyond belief and asked with a sideways glance. You didn't catch Li Yunrui? When my disciple arrived at the royal residence, no one noticed, but when I was about to take Li Yunrui away, three experts appeared, any of them, their strength was not below that of my disciple. Zhao Fian replied. As soon as the three appeared, they blocked the route of the apprentice's lightness, they couldn't take Li Yunrui away at all. Shi Yuhong was silent. When Zhao Wujiang came alone, she secretly informed Zhao Feiyan to go to the royal residence to capture someone, because she calculated that Zhao Wujiang would definitely follow Zhao Tingxiao behind him, so she would take advantage of Zhao Tingxiao's absence from the residence to rob Li Yunrui. Unexpectedly, there were still experts in the royal residence. Even a lightweight like Fei Yan could defend against it. Junbei King. Good tactics. Shi Yuhong laughed coldly, somewhat exasperated. Master. There's one more thing. Zhao Fian frowned. When my disciple was grabbing Li Yunrui and tugging on her wrist, I felt a subtle force within her body. It seems to be the power of yin and yang fusion. Hearing Zhao Fian's return, Shi Yuhong's eyes stared in disbelief. What did you say? Yin and yang fusion. Zhao Fian stammered. Shi Yuhong's puffy breasts rose and fell, her heart fluttering madly. Yin and yang fusion? Wasn't this the power that the Dao sect's ancestor sect had envisioned? It was the power she had been chasing after. How could Li Yunrui have this kind of power in his body? Could it be Could it be that Li Yunrui and Zhao Wujiang had already realized it? Impossible. How could these two juniors have comprehended it so quickly? It was shocking. It was absolutely hard for her to believe. But soon, Zhao Fian stammered out another report that shocked her even more. Master, in addition to the yin-yang fusion, my disciple also sensed a joyous pulse. Sure, Yu Hong froze in place for an instant. Say that again. Joyful pulse? Chapter 85, A woman is weak, but a wife is strong. Zhao Wujiang and Pops returned to the royal residence. The night was getting deeper, and the royal residence was quiet. 3 figures appeared in the quiet. Greetings to the king, greetings to his highness the son of the world. The 3 figures were none other than Song Wolf, Red Eagle, and Ink Sable. Red Eagle reported. Just now, someone forced their way into the king's mansion and tried to rob the world prince consort. The world prince consort was almost robbed, and now she seems to be in shock. Yun Rui. Zhao Wujiang's sword brows furrowed as he quickly ran towards Li Yunrui's room. Zhao Tingxiao had a stern face and asked in a deep voice. What kind of person is it? Great lightness. Imo Sable stroked his beard in thought. If my subordinate is right, it is most likely the flying star moon chasing steps that have long been extinct in the jungle. I don't know why it came to capture the world consort. Zhao Tingxiao had a guess in his heart, and he let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that you guys are guarding, otherwise Yun Rui would have gotten into trouble today. This is what the subordinates should do. Red Eagle's compassionate eyebrows. Moreover, it was His Highness the World Prince who had explained earlier that we must guard the World Prince consort. Zhao Tingxiao was surprised and smiled. This brat has really grown up. He's getting more and more organized. Only that he's too sentimental, actually risking his life. Red Eagle thought of the other thing Zhao Wujiang had asked them to do and laughed. Perhaps Shitzi isn't risking his life. Li Yunrui's room. Zhao Wujiang was holding Li Yunrui in his arms. Li Yunrui had been frightened before, but now it had long dissipated. She wrapped her arms around Zhao Wujiang's waist, her eyes glanced upwards, staring at Zhao Wujiang's handsome cheeks, biting her lips as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Zhao Wujiang felt this pulsating gaze and asked softly. Li Yunrui pursed her lips, her cheeks surged red, and she vaguely said, You might be becoming a father. Zhao Wujiang suspected that he had misheard. He hadn't even gotten on base. Li Yunrui was still a virgin. There hadn't even been any thorough in-depth exchanges between the two of them. What was he going to take to be a father? I've already borrowed medicine to temporarily disorganize my pulse, consistent with the happy pulse. Li Yunrui hooked Zhao Wujiang's neck, his face pressed against Zhao Wujiang's cheek, and said word for word beside Zhao Wujiang's ear. False. Pregnant. Pregnant. Why? Zhao Wujiang grew more and more puzzled, but quickly responded, his content filled with softness as he said in a slightly trembling voice. This will push you completely towards me. What if your father takes it out on you? For your sake, I'm willing. Li Yunrui's voice was soft and her pretty face was smiling as she hugged Zhao Wujiang tightly. Father has already taken back father's military power. I can feel his suspicion of you guys getting heavier. The only way I can think of to protect you now is to fake pregnancy. It's unlikely that father, the grandfather, would still want to kill you for the sake of the child, right? If you have a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Zhao Wujiang's eyes pulsed as he embraced Li Yunrui, the two of them hugging tighter and tighter, their cheeks rubbing against each other. Li Yunrui was willing to take risks for him. How could he fail Li Yunrui? Dragon Warrior wants to kill him. Li Ziyuan wants to get rid of their family. At this moment he, above his shoulders as if pressing the old man's warm hands, heavy. He was no longer just carrying his own life, but his entire family. He had to protect these people who cared about him. You rest well. Zhao Wujiang kissed Li Yunrui's cheek. Sleep at ease, I still have some things to do. Then when you're done, come back I'll wait for you. Li Yunrui gently bit her own lips. Although she couldn't come for real with Zhao Wujiang, she already had a stable way to make Zhao Wujiang happy. As she spoke, Li Yunrui also pulled down the hem of her skirt. Inside was a set of black mesh stockings that Zhao Wujiang had specially asked the tailor to design before. Although Li Yunrui didn't understand this. But since Zhao Wujiang liked them, she wore them. Seeing that black stockings wrapped around Li Yunrui's beautiful legs, further up, there were 2 garters and lace. Although it was ancient times, the tailor's craftsmanship was better than modern times. Combined with Li Yunrui's good figure, it made Zhao Wujiang's body quickly heat up. Like it? Li Yunrui said nicely, but saw that Zhao Wujiang started to touch her legs. Don't you have something to be busy with? Not busy first, I have something more urgent right now, said Zhao Wujiang anxiously undoing his belt. Li Yunrui smiled gently, then how does husband want me to serve you this time? Zhao Wujiang rubbed and played with her small feet, extremely silky under the stockings. Use this. Okay husband, your 7th princess obeys. Half an hour later. Zhao Wujiang left the room. Right now, he had a righteous face and was so sage that he was scary. The moonlight outside the room was clear and cold, and when it shone on his face, his cheeks seemed to be tinted with frost. He walked towards a house in the corner of the royal residence. Standing with his arms folded, as if speaking to the air, "The person I asked you to find, have you brought him?" In the darkness, Ink Sable answered. "Your Highness, it's inside." Zhao Wujiang pushed open the door to the house and stepped into the candlelit, dimly lit room. Ink Sable hid into the darkness, while Red Eagle and Song Wolf guarded the door. In the room, the lights were swaying. At the table sat two old men, a couple. It's been a long journey, the two old men have suffered all the way. Zhao Wujiang smiled softly, as if he was the two old men's heir. He arched his hand. Kid Zhao Wujiang is a close friend of Yu Hong, and she, who told me her story, told me. She grew up alone, it was the two old men who rescued her and brought her up all this time. She has always been grateful, but recently there are many affairs, too busy, so she asked me to receive the two old to Kyoto, in the future, the two old, as if this is their own home, within the royal residence, a good old age. Yu Hong has fought outside all these years, and has made good progress. Sure, Yu Heng's adoptive father's cheeks were wrinkled, his Chinese hair was pale, and he wanted to salute with a trembling hand. "You are the son of the world, aren't you? Yu Hong must have received a lot of help from you over the years, she's even able to befriend the son of the world." "Old man, from now on, you can just call me Wu Jiang." Zhao Wujiang held the old man's hand. "It's late at night today, and I was in a hurry, so I hope you won't be offended if the temporary arrangements are a bit sketchy. You guys have traveled a lot, so I won't bother you, rest early. When Yu Hong is done with his work, he will definitely come to see you." "Enough is enough." The old man waved his hand in a hurry. "Compared to our mountain, the conditions are so much better. There's no need to be so troublesome. I just want to see this child once. When she's finished, there's no rush. No hurry. I have to thank you, she. Boundless." Outside the door, Zhao Tingxiao shook his head and smiled as he listened to the conversation inside the room. He realized why the three Songwolves had told him earlier that perhaps Wu Jiang wasn't risking his life. If he hadn't followed Wu Jiang to meet Shi Yu Hong, Songwolf and the others would have brought this old couple who had a strong relationship with Shi Yu Hong. This old couple was Wu Jiang's backhand. If these two old couples were in danger, Shi Yu Heng's heart would definitely be damaged, and he was afraid that he would fall down to the realm of a grandmaster. Shi Yu Hong was bound to be subjected to this hand of Wu Jiang both emotionally and rationally. "Father? Why are you here?" Zhao Wujiang closed the door and was about to leave when he saw his old dad. "Not a bad tactic," Zhao Tingxiao complimented. "It's just that you even hid it from Pops. Didn't you know?" Zhao Wujiang scratched his head and smiled. "Besides, knowing your son is like having a father, how could I hide it from you?" The king of Jinbei laughed, and father and son wrapped their arms around each other. Zhao Wujiang thought about it and decided to tell his father about Li Yunrui's pregnancy. "By the way, father, there's one more thing." The next day, Zhao Tingxiao pushed open the door to the imperial study. "Your Majesty, you're looking for me? Come, Timothy." Li Ziyuan smiled gently, as if the deeper suspicion that had arisen from that day's confrontation with King Jinbei had long since ceased to exist. King Jinbei walked to the desk. "Tingxiao." Li Ziyuan handed over a secret letter. "You go to the southern realm." Zhao Tingxiao opened the secret letter and looked at the contents on it, his eyes gradually narrowing. The southern realm had ceded 5 cities to Miaojiang for no reason. Li Ziyuan's face was heavy. "As you can see, Dexia's land was actually ceded, and I, before, was unaware of it. I sent a letter of repudiation to Li Jing, asking him to give an account of how he was defending the southern border, but he didn't write back. So need you to run this trip to see what Li Jing, the Shinnan king, is actually doing." The Jinbei king shook his head and put down the secret letter. "I'm staying at the royal residence for the near future. Dao sect patriarch Shi Yu Hong has made a move against Wu Jian." Li Ziyuan's face sank once again. "Tingxiao, it's not that I'm the elder brother who's talking about you. Wu Jiang is stubborn by nature and needs to be polished and suppressed. Look at him, he's making enemies all over the place, and he's getting into trouble. You're just spoiling him too much. Besides, you were once a general in the north. Don't you remember the concept of putting the country before the family? Now that the southern realm is suspected to be in trouble, you should step in. Big brother." Zhao Tingxiao looked deeply at Li Ziyuan. "There's another reason why I'm not going. Yun Rui is expecting, I have to protect them." Li Ziyuan froze, his eyes trembling in disbelief. "You? What did you say?" Chapter 86, Fox and Fake Tiger. "Yun Rui is expecting." Zhao Tingxiao repeated it again. Li Ziyuan received a confirmed answer and fell into shock, somewhat in a trance. His daughter was pregnant. Counting down, this would be his Li Ziyuan's first granddaughter or grandson with the bloodline of his Li clan's royal family. Indeed, Yun Rui should be properly protected. Li Ziyuan's eyes were deep. He agreed that Zhao Tingxiao wanted to protect Yun Rui, but he didn't agree that Zhao Tingxiao should stay in Kyoto. There were problems in the southern realm, and not knowing the specifics of the Jinnan king, the person sent to the southern realm must be able to suppress the Jinnan king, Li Jing, in the southern realm. But such a candidate was few and far between, and currently the only candidate he could think of was Zhao Tingxiao. "But Tingxiao," Li Ziyuan's words changed.
The only person I trust right now, and who has the ability to go to the southern border to investigate, is you.
You must go. You must put the country first.
On Yun Rui and Wu Jiang's side, I promise you that I will take good care of them. Zhao Tingxiao frowned. Despite what Li Ziyuan said being sensible and reasonable, he was still hesitating.
Yun Rui is my daughter. Seeing that Zhao Tingxiao was still hesitating, Li Ziyuan continued to persuade. The matter of Wu Jiang. You argued with me before, and I thought about it later. I will treat him as my own son. Now that Yun Rui is expecting, I will definitely take care of them. Zhao Tingxiao pondered and finally nodded. Li Ziyuan received an affirmative reply and slowly breathed a sigh of relief.
The matter in the South Realm had always worried him in the past 2 days. Zhao Tingxiao had agreed to go. With Zhao Tingxiao's ability, he would definitely be able to complete the task he had entrusted to him. The two of them talked briefly for a while longer, and Li Ziyuan handed over some things that needed attention. After Zhao Tingxiao left, Li Ziyuan leaned his back against the chair and slowly closed his eyes, falling into a nap. Quieting his mind, he was more and more able to feel that his condition was getting worse and worse, and it wouldn't be long before he would fall into a debilitating phase.
Could it be because he knew that Yun Rui had a child and began to be merciful, going against the path he had practiced? If he could kill Yun Rui's child with his own hands and comply with heartlessness, wouldn't he be able to reach another level in his realm? But when it really came to that time, was he still considered a human being if he was heartless? Weakness was approaching. What should he do? Could it be that he really had to abandon emotions in order to become the great Tao?
Li Ziyuan was caught in a tangle, his mind becoming more and more mixed. Wang Fu, Zhao Tingxiao wanted to hand over some things to Wu Jiang, but found that Wu Jiang, this child, again busy things to go. Wu Jiang has grown up and has his own rules and regulations. He is not worried that Wu Jiang will make mistakes. He is only worried about the safety of Wu Jiang and Yun Rui.
He summoned the Song Wolf trio and personally handed them over.
The situation is urgent. I have to go to the southern border. Wu Jiang and Yun Rui, I'll leave it to you to protect them. Please don't worry, Your Highness. My subordinates swear to protect His Highness and Consort Shitzi to the death.
The Song Wolf trio responded.
If the situation changes. As Zhao Tingxiao was on his way out, he thought for a moment and once again instructed. If necessary, take Wu Jiang and Yun Rui out of here. The Song Wolf trio glanced at each other, then solemnly and incomparably said.
Yes. Dragon Warfare Mansion.
Zhao Wujiang swaggered towards the mansion. The guards wanted to stop them, but they simply couldn't, and they didn't dare to take it too seriously to stop them.
Long War, I came to see you.
Zhao Wujiang blatantly surveyed the layout and furnishings of the mansion.
The subordinates of the mansion were curious. Everyone in Kyoto knew that Zhao Shitzi and their master were not dealing with each other. What was wrong with Zhao Shitzi today? He just waltzed in like this? Come to see their master? When did the two of them put their differences aside?
Zhao Wujiang was followed all the way by the subordinates of Long Zhan's mansion and walked all the way to the front hall before seeing Long Zhan sitting there with a cold face. Long Zhan waved his hand to drive away the underlings, glanced at Zhao Wujiang in surprise and suspicion, and coldly said,
"What are you doing here? What? You used to be the one to come to the door, but now you won't allow me to come over?"
Zhao Wujiang observed Long Zhan's state, and he realized that Long Zhan was injured. As expected, just like last night when Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue came back to get his heavenly sword, they said the situation was the same. It was Long Zhan who drew the hatred to him. At the same time, Long Zhan should have been taught a lesson by eldest senior sister Jiangli and second senior sister Zhao Fian. "How did you get hurt?" Zhao Wujiang asked knowingly, his tone mocking.
"It's quite a serious injury. It couldn't be from being beaten by your master and senior sister yesterday, right?"
Long Zhan was surprised beyond words. How did Zhao Wujiang know that master and sister had arrived in Kyoto? Soon he figured it out. It should be that master had already struck out, thus Zhao Wujiang learned about it.
"Since you know that my master and sister are near Kyoto, you're still so wild?" Long Zhan foxed the tiger. "You roll right now at once. Otherwise."
Zhao Wujiang waved his hand. "I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. I want to make a deal with Shi Yu Heng."
Ruyan Lu and the girls were taken back? Long Zhuan sneered. "What do you want to trade for? The heavenly sword?"
"Oh, Zhao Wujiang, it seems that women really are your weakness."
"Who said I want to exchange it?"
Zhao Wujiang grunted and laughed as he sat down on a chair to the side with a big grin. "You go tell Shi Yu Heng, if you don't send back my 3 women today, I'll take her foster parents and sacrifice them to wine tonight." Long Zhan was shocked in his heart and sat up completely straight.
"Zhao Wujiang, aren't you afraid that my master will step on your Jinbei King's mansion and demand someone?"
"Ha!" Zhao Wujiang was furious.
"How dare she? My father, King Jinbei." Half an hour later,
Zhao Wujiang, who had returned to the royal residence, received the latest news from the 3 Song Wolves, and his sword brows were deeply furrowed.
"What? My father left? Going to the southern realm?
He had just pretended to be a pussy at Dragon Warrior.
Now you're going to be slapped in the face right away?" Chapter 87, Crazy Trial as a Demon. Zhao Tingxiao received orders to leave Kyoto and head to the southern realm. This made Zhao Wujiang worried. What kind of mission did Pops go to the southern border for? Was it Li Ziyuan who deliberately detached Pops? Now that Pops has received orders to leave, how can he cope well with the Taoist patriarch Shi Yuhang coming to the royal residence? He needs support now. He has to go to the eldest princess. He knows that the eldest princess is still hiding something. He has to borrow it. After thinking and understanding, Zhao Wujiang traveled lightly to the Rapunzel's residence. He told Li Xiaohua about his old man's trip to the southern border, hoping to get Li Xiaohua's support. Li Xiaohua crossed her slender jade legs, her jade hand resting on her chin as she looked at Zhao Wujiang's somewhat eager appearance and suddenly smiled brightly. Zhao Tingxiao's trip to the southern border was deliberately designed by me. Jinnan King Li Jing has a problem. The specific problem is not known. Li Ziyuan wants to send a person who can go to the Southland and have control in the Southland, in the whole world, can't find a few, and the matter is urgent. Only Zhao Tingxiao personally go. Only if Zhao Tingxiao goes to the Southland will I feel relieved. Lest he be caught in the middle at that time, both inside and out. Are you sure it's you? It's me. Then you have to be responsible for me. Zhao Wujiang said with an innocent look on his face. You set up my old man to go to the southern realm, and now I'm being targeted by Dao sect patriarch Shi Yuhang, who could step foot in the royal residence at any time. So what am I going to do? Shi Yuhang? How could you be targeted by her? Li Xiaohua was surprised. She was a bit wary of Shi Yuhang. Her face was heavy as she said, Shi Yuhang is a Zongshi. I am only half a step away from being a Zongshi, but this half a step is separated by a heavenly moat. How can I help? It doesn't need to be a real fight, Zhao Wujiang explained. It's only necessary to not lose to her in terms of aura. She'll throw herself at her, and with fear, she naturally won't be able to fight. Li Xiaohua's face was thoughtful. Zhao Wujiang glanced at it and his sword brows furrowed. How exactly are we going to lure her into lending me that 7-star female guard that she's hiding? It's hard for this woman not to really understand that if I hang up, there will be no one to help her rebel together. Li Xiaohua pondered. Her eyes snapped at Zhao Wujiang. She was shocked beyond words. How did Zhao Wujiang know about the 7-star female guards? This was one of her hidden cards. However, Zhao Wujiang was right. If something happened to Zhao Wujiang, she would undoubtedly have one less powerful aide on the road to rebellion. The fact that Zhao Tingxiao had left Kyoto and could no longer escort the royal palace did have something to do with her. Fine. Li Xiaohua nodded after deep thought. I can indeed help you some here. Zhao Wujiang's large hand slapped on Li Xiaohua's upturned slender jade leg. Happy cooperation. It was night. The small courtyard of the royal residence. Zhao Wujiang invited Shi Yuhang's foster parents to a banquet. Behind him stood 7 women dressed as maids respectfully. These 7 women were not from the royal family, but the 7-star female guards that he had unlocked from Li Xiaohua today. These 7 people, all of them were at the realm of the 5th rank, but practiced a set of 7-star sword formation, and when the 7 people joined hands, they could battle the 1st rank. Although they were still no match for Shi Yuhang, they were enough to make Shi Yuhang wary. After all, wasn't there still Shi Yuhang's adoptive parents? He personally filled a cup of wine for Shi Yuhang's adoptive father and kindly said, You taste this wine. Why hasn't she come yet, Yuhang? Wujiang, didn't you say she's coming soon? The foster father was still a little uncomfortable with Zhao Wujiang's warmth. He had labored for most of his life, and for the first time, he was facing a son of the world, the most powerful person he had ever seen in his life. He was still a bit restrained, his hands holding his wine glass, and he was careful when he asked. Perhaps I was too busy and delayed. Zhao Wujiang wasn't in a hurry and smiled. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows. Shi Yuhang came, cold-faced. She walked step by step, first glancing at her adoptive parents, then her eyes were ferocious, cutting Zhao Wujiang severely. Zhao Wujiang actually dared to threaten her with her adoptive parents. She had already received the news that the king of Jinbei had left the capital. Zhao Wujiang still dared to be so arrogant. Then she would make Zhao Wujiang look good today. Her anger soared and she stretched out a hand to teach Zhao Wujiang a lesson. But the slender jade hand she had just extended was yanked by Zhao Wujiang and pulled her to the seat beside her. Exhausted, aren't you? Anxious, aren't you? Zhao Wujiang poured her a glass of wine, his face full of smiles. Eat the food first, pat it out. Zhao Wujiang's demeanor of being well acquainted with her, even with intimacy, made her, who had never seen this kind of battle, momentarily freeze and not react. When she reacted and was about to have an emotional attack, a kind yet stern voice rang out. The adoptive father had a stern face. Your father knows that you are busy, but you are a bit too unintelligent. Wujiang received us into the royal residence and treated us well, but you yourself disappeared. If it wasn't for Wujiang, we wouldn't know how you are. Dad called him Wujiang? What's the situation? Shi Yuhang's heart turned upside down. How did Zhao Wujiang find her foster parents? In order to keep her adoptive parents out of danger, she had rarely contacted them, even her few disciples didn't know about them, so how did Zhao Wujiang learn that she had adoptive parents? And also found out. Come on, go one more, don't raise the fish. Zhao Wujiang handed Shi Yuhang another glass of wine, bouncing back and forth on the edge of danger. With these two shields in place, this woman shouldn't dare to make a scene, right? Try her bottom line first. Shi Yuhang glanced at Zhao Wujiang in surprise. Zhao Wujiang opened his mouth in the last two sentences? How did she hear it without opening her mouth? She could hear Zhao Wujiang's heart? Zhao Wujiang was deliberately testing her bottom line, giving her an inch and going crazy. Shi Yuhang's heart shook with rage. She took the wine cup and with a shock of her inner strength, a powerful force shook into Zhao Wujiang's hands along with the wine cup. Today, she had to teach Zhao Wujiang a lesson no matter what she said. Zhao Wujiang felt a sharp pain in the bones of his hand. He knew that it was Shi Yuhang who couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. He said when it was too late, he directly said 6 with his left hand and 7 with his right hand. His left foot drew a circle and kicked with his right foot, and he collapsed with an ouch sound. His eyes were filled with heartache, and he just stared at Shi Yuhang. I'm not sure if I'm going to blackmail you or not, but I'm done. Shi Yuhang once again heard the sound of his heart, and glanced at the fallen Zhao Wujiang in surprise, and as expected, the next moment, his foster father said in a deep voice. What are you doing? Why did you push Wujiang in a good cause? Why don't you still help him up? Shi Yuhang chose to hold back. She was helpless and reached out to Zhao Wujiang. Her delicate jade hand was held by Zhao Wujiang, and she saw Zhao Wujiang's sudden evil smile. She inwardly thumped for no reason, as if she had a premonition that Zhao Wujiang was going to pull a whole other stunt. She didn't do it on purpose, you two don't blame her. Zhao Wujiang got up and gave a good-natured smile, a smile that also carried a hint of shy love. No matter what Yu'er did, I will forgive her. Shi Yuhang's heart tightened. Oops. The adoptive parents glanced at each other. They both heard Zhao Wujiang's strings. The two of them really had something fishy going on. Could it be that the two of you? The adoptive father's tone trembled slightly with delight. That's right, I won't hide it from you too. Zhao Wujiang's cheeks revealed a teenager-like shyness as he pursed his lips. Actually, Yu'er and I have long been connected by heart. When Shi Yuhang heard this, his hanging heart finally died. Chapter 88. Don't worry, second elder, I will be good to Yuhang. Really? When his foster father heard Zhao Wujiang say this, he could hardly hide his delight. Over the years of raising Yu'er, although he had been strict, he had been extraordinarily pained by this child. Over the years, Yu'er had gone out to wander the world, and he was worried that Yu'er's age was gradually getting older, and for a girl's family, it would be hard to find a husband when she got older. He didn't realize that Jade had already found one. Zhao Wujiang is a good person. The young man looks handsome and treats people gently. He is also a son of the world. The family is big. He is very satisfied. Father. Shi Yuhang couldn't help it. She had to stop Zhao Wujiang from continuing his nonsense. She anxiously said. Don't you listen to Zhao Wu. Yu'er, don't say anything first. Foster father reached out his hand, signaling Yu'er to listen to what Zhao Wujiang had to say first. Since Zhao Wujiang had opened up, there was no need for Yu'er to be embarrassed. Fruity. Zhao Wujiang nodded his head and looked deeply at Shi Yuhang. Still understanding, he said. I know that Yu'er is shy and wants to deny it, but I'm a man, so I definitely need to take the initiative, and even more so, I need to take responsibility. Zhao Wujiang. Shi Yuhang couldn't help but open her mouth again. She couldn't wait to tear Zhao Wujiang's mouth apart right now, but just as she was about to open her mouth, she was stared back by her father's stern gaze. She was so angry that her hand under the table fiercely gripped Zhao Wujiang's hand back. Zhao Wujiang ate the pain and forced himself not to scream out, but instead, with a smile on his face, he hit the snake on the stick and took the opportunity to fall back on her, as if to say, what are you pulling me for in front of my father and mother? What's the matter? Let's talk about it late at night. Wujiang Foster father thought about it and opened the door to ask about his worries. Yu'er is a few years older than you should be, right? Not too old, not too old. Zhao Wujiang naturally understood what Shi Yuhang's foster father meant, and he laughed. A woman's oldest 3 years old holds a golden brick. A woman's oldest 30 years old gives away a river and a mountain. With Yu'er here, I've got nearly half of the river. Where can I find such a good thing? I love her more than I can say. How can I dislike her? Most importantly, Yu'er and I are in love. Our feelings are genuine, and age is naturally not an issue. Who is in love with you? Shi Yuhang couldn't help it, she said angrily. Yu'er. Foster mother changed her kindness and also said sternly. Father and mother don't want anything from you, they just want you to find a good family to marry, not to live the hard life that father and mother had in the past. You, a girl, have to be in the Jianghu to show their faces, to go to the world. After so many years, you don't come back to see us, and we don't know what you've done out there and how you're doing. Now it's good, Wujiang is willing to marry you, whether he's a man or not, whether he's from a good family or not, whether he's got a good temperament or not, all of them are obedient to you and love you. You still don't treasure it. What do you want? Shi Yuhang didn't want to argue with her adoptive parents. These two old men had treated her with great kindness and she remembered it, but she didn't want to carry on with this farce that Zhao Wujiang had planned right now. She had to put an end to it. She was ready to go up and take her parents away from Zhao Wujiang's nonsense. Zhao Wujiang was always paying attention to the details and instantly understood what Shi Yuhang was thinking. His eyes rolled and without a single concern, he barred a kiss on Shi Yuhang's cheeks, who was not the least bit guarded. He then pointed to the sky. Don't worry, I will definitely treat Yu'er well. If I violate this oath, the heavens will strike me with 5 thunderbolts. After saying that, his eyes secretly glanced at the night sky. Everything was quiet, the wind was light, except for Shi Yu-hong, who was furious. Shi Yu-hong had already erupted with monstrous killing intent. The chi and blood in his body surged in an instant. Before Shi Yu-hong could seize, he directly hid behind the 2 old men. 2 old men, as a token of appreciation, Yor and I have also matched you with 3 girls to take care of your food and living. Yor, don't make a scene, bring those 3 girls out. The 2 old men smiled kindly as they heard this. Yor, you and Wu Jiang have a heart. Shi Yu-hong's sleeve robe, the knuckles on the slender jade hand were pinched white. Now her parents are in front of Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang's skillful tongue, words also clip her, she simply cannot attack. Let them in. Shi Yu-hong took a deep breath and ordered Zhao Feiyan and Jian Li outside the small courtyard. Lu Ruyan's 3 sisters looked puzzled as they walked into the small courtyard, not knowing exactly what was being discussed in detail within the small courtyard. Zhao Wujiang put his hands on the shoulders of the 2 old men and hugged them intimately. You 2 old people, in the future, you will be in the royal residence to take care of your life, and wait for me and Yor to give you 2 old people a big fat grandson. Good, good, good. The old man nodded his head, looking emotional. Their mission was accomplished. Yor finally had a husband and family. Let's eat first, the food will get cold. Zhao Wujiang bent over and smiled gently. I'll accompany you for a drink. The 3 sisters, Lu Ruyan, were already so shocked that their scalps went numb. They suspected that they had misheard. Yor? Who is Jade Air? There was a girl named Jade Air here? This Jade Air, it couldn't be their master teacher, Shi Yu-hong, could it? When did Zhao Wujiang take down their master? Why didn't he say anything? Why don't you say something? Shi Yu-hong cold face, a vicious mouthful of wine in the cup. Zhao Wujiang clever tongue, deceiving the 2 old. She cannot argue. Now the parents, the eyes of Zhao Wujiang is a good son-in-law already. Where to listen to her words? Come, eat some meat. Zhao Wujiang gave Shi Yu-hong some food. Shi Yu-hong gritted her teeth, her voice squeezing out from between her teeth. I don't eat beef. You are. The foster father heavily put down his wine glass. Father knows you have a strong character, but you can't bully Wujiang. Wujiang tolerates you because he loves you. You guys, living a good life is better than anything else. Don't always quarrel. Shi Yu-hong ate his meal in a muffled voice. Zhao Wujiang and the 2 old men exchanged cups, so enthusiastic. Until after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the 2 old men were tired and went down to rest. Shi Yu-hong couldn't hold back any longer. She wanted to directly kill Zhao Wujiang and find an excuse to stall her parents afterwards. The 7-star female guard sensed the killing intent and directly blocked in front of Zhao Wujiang. Lu Ruyan's 3 daughters also stood to Zhao Wujiang's side, advancing and retreating with Zhao Wujiang. The 3 Tsong wolves also showed up and blocked in front of their own son along with the 7-star female guards. You wouldn't want to murder your own husband, would you? Zhao Wujiang spread his hands and had a beat-up look on his face, which made Shi Yu-hong's teeth itch. But Shi Yu-hong was not only angry, she had to re-examine Zhao Wujiang. She didn't expect that without the Jinbei king in the royal family, Zhao Wujiang would still be so difficult to deal with. Now, the only thing to do was to call it quits for the time being. She slowly collected her killing intent, withdrew her powerful pressure, flung her sleeves and walked towards the small courtyard. She now didn't want to see Zhao Wujiang, this shameless man, again. Walk slowly. Zhao Wujiang reminded. But in the future, come whenever you're told to. All good deeds and filial piety come first. You must listen to the words of the 2 old men. Shi Yu-hong looked sideways and said in a fierce voice. If anything happens to my parents, the Jinbei king's mansion, no dogs or chickens will be left behind. After speaking, she left without looking back. Zhao Wujiang looked at Shi Yu-hong's delicate back and slowly sighed in relief. Lu Ruyan's 3 daughters could see that Zhao Wujiang must have used a ploy to get them back, and that he hadn't given up on them after their master took them away yesterday. Wujiang, thanks a lot. Lu Ruyan seduced the heavens and smiled charmingly, her eyes pulsing. Yin Jinshu exhaled, her mind recalling yesterday's scene where Zhao Wujiang brought his sword to save her, her heart and sea of emotions and guilt tumbling over. Thanks, Zhao Wujiang. What's the point of being so polite? Zhao Wujiang laughed. We're all on our own, look at Qingxue, so she's not being outgoing with me. Ling Qingxue's pretty face blushed, she just had something more important stuck in her mouth and didn't know how to speak for a moment. Their only reliance right now was Zhao Wujiang. They had to be in the same boat as Zhao Wujiang, so they had to share the same bed. Not long after, they brought Zhao Wujiang to the practice room. Ling Qingxue's eyes were a bit evasive and she was too shy to open her mouth, while Lu Ruyan fawned and what she wanted to do was almost written on her face. Yin Jinshu, on the other hand, got a bunch of tonic medicines and returned to the practice room. Zhao Wujiang looked at this battle, his sword brows furrowed fiercely, his waist had no reason to feel a hidden pain, he had a wary face, holding his waist and said, "What are you guys doing?" Lu Ruyan pushed Ling Qingxue, who lowered her eyes and forced herself to act tall and cool. Zhao Wujiang, do you want the permanent grafting divine skill? Chapter 89 Fiddling with the Antenatal Pill. Zhao Wujiang, do you want a permanent marriage dress divine skill? Hearing Ling Qingxue say this, Zhao Wujiang was taken aback for a split second, as if he heard the three Ling Qingxue women saying, "Old Zhao, do you want a wife?" He was in need of strength right now and definitely wouldn't refuse. So Zhao Wujiang started the deepest marriage divine skill cultivation with Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue. During the cultivation process, Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue were more cooperative than ever, pouring out their strength like a trickle of water continuously leaking out. The marrying clothes divine skill could only briefly draw on the power of fellow practitioners, and to permanently draw on the power, it required the fellow practitioners to willingly contribute their own martial realm and add it to one of them. The grafting divine skill performed by Zhao Wujiang's trio was undoubtedly the result of Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue choosing to permanently attach their own power to Zhao Wujiang, but at the cost of themselves falling into a very heavy state of weakness. This kind of determination to harm oneself and benefit others was obviously not something an ordinary person could do, but Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue understood that right now, the only way to better protect them was for Zhao Wujiang to be strong. Otherwise, if the next time Shi Yuhang made a move against them, they would most likely die at Shi Yuhang's hands because of it, so they might as well ferry their power to Zhao Wujiang now. Dragon Warrior Residence. Senior Sister Fei Yan, how about this trip? Long Zhan desperately wanted to know about dealing with Zhao Wujiang and spoke in a flattering tone. The two senior sisters went out with Master Teacher. They must have scared the crap out of that Zhao Wujiang and begged for forgiveness. Zhao Fian walked around in the hall, seemingly pondering something, and didn't pay attention to Long Zhan. Eldest senior sister Jiangli was holding a sword book, looking at it carefully. There were many approvals on the sword book written by senior sister Yun, very insightful. She was corroborating her own sword path, also not answering Long Zhan's question. If it was in the past, in the face of the questions of the youngest junior brother Long Zhan, they will certainly answer, give Long Zhan an explanation. After all, at that time, Long Zhan's talent is great, they are very valued. But now, Long Zhan was not that promising in their eyes. Dragon Warrior Heavenly Sword initially only got half, and then also taken away by Zhao Wujiang. Master Night Watch Heavenly Natal Star shifted. Dragon Warrior Military Power was also taken away. In the love field, Dragon Warrior is even more of a flop. Princess didn't marry. Even Rui Yen trio all ran to Zhao Wujiang's side. How can they value Long Zhan again? Seeing that the two elder sisters were silent, how could Long Zhan not know that he was in a terrible situation and was not looked down upon by his elder sisters? He rubbed his neck, coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment, and laughed. But the Jinbei King has left the capital, and without the Jinbei King, Zhao Wujiang has no backing, and will soon fail. At that time, I'll kill him like killing a dirt chicken or a dog. The two senior sisters still didn't care. Zhao Fian's thoughts were once again interrupted, raised her eyebrows, and coldly glanced at Long Zhan. Senior. Apprentice son, see master. Long Zhan was getting more and more embarrassed. Suddenly seeing his master teacher come to the front of the hall, he immediately bowed and saluted. The two senior sisters kind of looked down on him and ignored him, so it was always okay for him to ask for his senior, right? Master personally, the king of Jinbei is not in the house. Zhao Wujiang can still turn the sky? Surely be master's might crushed. Master even if in the way of Jinbei King's face does not kill Zhao Wujiang, but more or less will give Zhao Wujiang a profound lesson. Shi Yuhang held her breath and came to the Dragon Warrior residence. She had been thinking of a way to defuse Zhao Wujiang's tactics, and the way to do that was to not see, out of sight, out of mind. Not to give Zhao Wujiang the chance to be deadpan and use her parents' power to secretly threaten her. Trouble master to make a trip to the royal residence. Long Zhan's tone was respectful. Zhao Wujiang, that dog got in your way, he's treacherous, flirtatious, tricked the three senior sisters. The three senior sisters willingly went with him. I don't know what kind of ecstasy was instilled in them, and even contradicted you, master, for him. The three elder sisters are not good things if Zhao Wujiang can see them. But with you personally coming out, master teacher, you'll definitely teach Zhao Wujiang a lesson, so that Zhao Wujiang. Shut up. Shi Yuhang was already holding her breath and harboring a fire, and when she heard these words from Long Zhan, it felt like Long Zhan was scolding her. What Zhao Wujiang had his eyes on wasn't something good. Then Zhao Wujiang had even hit his attention on her, Shi Yuhang. Now her parents really thought that she and Zhao Wujiang had a good relationship and were a man and woman in love. Shi Yuhang's face was cold. How long have you been practicing today? How many levels of the True Yan Heart technique have you reached? Did you make a breakthrough in the martial realm? Master. Long Zhan stammered. It was difficult to answer for a moment. Today he just practiced for a while, the rest of the time he had been waiting for news. As for the True Yang Heart skill in martial Dao realm, where was it so good to cultivate? You are too slack, letting your master down. Shi Yuhang's face grew colder and colder. Shaoli, you sharpen dragon battle. Don't keep your hands back. Yes. Zhangli put down her sword book and nodded earnestly. It just so happened that she had sword moves that needed to be practiced, so let's use her senior brother Long Battle as a stake to chop hard. Zhao Fian knitted her brows. She had stayed outside the royal courtyard with her senior sister earlier. She had no idea what was going on inside. She only heard her master telling them to release the three Qingxue senior sisters. It looked like the trip had gone badly. In her doubt, she asked in concern. Senior, that Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang is extraordinary, with a meticulous mind and a great ability to see opportunities. Shi Yuhong didn't mince words when it came to praising talents, and she sighed slightly. In the future, it will be inconvenient for this seat to appear in the royal residence. Master, apprentice sister, and eldest senior sister can serve in their stead, Zhao Fian said seriously. Shi Yuhong shook her head. There are still experts around Zhao Wujiang, you guys don't have a chance to make a move. Zhao Fian frowned. She had encountered 3 experts in the royal residence, but these 3 were protecting Li Yunrui. She was confident that with her lightness plus her big senior sister, even if the 3 experts prevented her from laying her hands on Li Yunrui, they would definitely not be able to prevent her from laying her hands on Zhao Wujiang, and would surely be able to take care of both sides. But she didn't expect that there were still experts around Zhao Wujiang? The royal family was truly unfathomable. Master. Zhao Fian still had some thoughts in her mind and was about to open her mouth. She had just uttered one word when she snapped her mouth shut and looked in the direction of the gate. Someone was trotting in. The visitor was an old man, dressed in a brocade robe, running out of breath. As soon as he entered the front of the hall, he hurriedly looked for a seat to sit down. Long. Captain Long, there is a big situation. Long Zhan's brows furrowed. The visitor was none other than Hua Jing, the dean of the imperial physicians. What is it that makes Hua Jing come to ventilate the situation with such urgency? He hurriedly asked. Dean Hua, what exactly happened? You speak slowly. The dean of the imperial physicians gradually soothed his state. Only then did he notice that there were still 3 women in the hall, and his eyes signaled Long Zhan. Long Zhan nodded his head, signaling that there was no harm. Just say it. Only then did the dean of the imperial physicians exhale and slowly said. The emperor ordered us at the imperial hospital to capture a tranquilizer and prepare for His Highness the 6th prince to send the tranquilizer to the Jinbei king's residence. It should be that the 7th princess is expecting. What? Li Yunrui is expecting? Long Zhan's heart rumbled. He was furious. The woman he had his eyes on was pregnant with Zhao Wujiang's seed? Not true. Li Yunrui was an extremine sacred body. Wasn't the extremine sacred body not to be touched until it was fully matured? How come she's pregnant now? Is there any law? Is there still a law? Shi Yuhong didn't realize that Long Zhan also had someone in the imperial hospital. She glanced at her eyes. Long Zhan understood and explained beside her in a low voice. Master, this Hua Jing is the director of the imperial hospital, before by the apprentice found out the smuggling of medicinal herbs corruption bribery handle, now subject to the apprentice. Shi Yuhong's eyes brightened slightly. Although she was clear that second apprentice son Zhao Fian wouldn't tell lies to deceive her, she was worried that the happy pulse that Zhao Fian had felt earlier might be problematic. It should be known that Li Yunrui's extremine saint body was still immature, and once he caved in he would have his saint body go berserk, causing both the man and the woman to perish. So how could he be pregnant right now? How exactly is the truth? Is Li Yunrui really pregnant? Just can borrow the hand of this imperial Dr. Dean, tampering with the tranquilizer medicine, as a way to probe clearly. Wang Fu. Practice room. Zhao Wujiang was furious. With the help of Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingshue's devotion, he had already broken through to the realm of a 3rd-grade martial artist. If he met Long Zhan now, he could hang Long Zhan in a fancy way. It was just a pity that now that Shi Yuhong had arrived in Kyoto, when he was sheltered by Shi Yuhong, it was not good for him to lay his hands on Long Zhan at all. Tough. He gently embraced Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue. These 2 women helped her greatly. He kept that in mind. In the future, if you stay in the royal residence, I will treat you well. Yun Jinshu witnessed the whole process, and had been beside the 3 of them doing guidance in terms of martial arts understanding, watching with a blush. And suddenly broke into the practice room, came to supervise the battle of Li Yunrui, also pretty face flushed incomparably, and shy and resentful, several times wanted to stop Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue, almost shouted don't grass nest old Bao. But Li Yunrui is also very sensible. Know that now Zhao Wujiang in urgent need of strength, and Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue is to help Zhao Wujiang. It was just that Ruyan Lu and Ling Qingxue were dressed a bit plain. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to let Wujiang have all the fun. After thinking about it, Li Yunrui was going to ask the royal tailor to prepare some garter stockings of different colors for them as well. The Zhao Wujiang inside had already reached the sage realm. Yun Jinshu. I want you to do me a favor. Zhao Wujiang said with a straight face. Ha? Me? Yun Jinshu backed up, her cheeks so flushed that they were about to drip blood as she stammered. I'm not ready. Besides, you just had a fight with Qing Shueroyan. Do you still have energy? Zhao Wujiang's pretty boy was speechless. Li Yunrui's fake pregnancy, he didn't tell Ruyan Lu's trio this matter. The less you know, the better. But Li Yunrui's pregnancy, there are already many people know. Now doing a full set of theater, he explained. Listen to me, I want you to help me prepare some tranquilizer medicine. There will be someone with you to take full responsibility for the medicine. I know that you are familiar with the 100 classics, and your pharmacology is also very good. In the future, for the birth-restoring medicines, other than the ones we've dispensed ourselves, the rest of whoever sends them to us can take them. The reason why Zhao Wujiang made such an arrangement was because he knew that Li Yunrui's pregnancy would attract the probes of some small elements in the dark.
He was worried that some people would use some despicable and shameless means, such as poisoning, in these upcoming probes.
He didn't want to see these despicable means hurt Lee Yunrui. Even if it was just a possibility, he had to snuff out the possible ceiling.
Yun Jinshu nodded awkwardly. Zhao Wujiang was indeed steady. The matter of a woman's pregnancy should be taken so seriously.
Bang bang.
At this exact moment, the door of the room was knocked and the old housekeeper's voice came.
Your Highness? Are you busy, Your Highness? The sixth prince is here, saying he's here to deliver birth control pills. Chapter 90, Pursuing to the End. Wang Fu.
As soon as Li Yuni came up, he hooked his shoulders with his only self-recognized good friend in Kyoto, Zhao Wujiang.
Busy with what?
Not behind my sister's back with another woman.
Delivering a tranquilizer?
Zhao Wujiang glanced at the medicine bag Li Yuni was carrying.
Take it back. What do you mean? Li Yuni froze. You don't trust me? Think I'm tampering with the medicine?
The royal family has its own birth control medicine. Zhao Wujiang patiently explained. He didn't really suspect Li Yuni, but there were many opportunities to tamper with the medicine, and he was worried about people with ulterior motives.
In terms of treating the sick and saving people, the royal family can still compare to the imperial hospital?
Li Yuni frowned, and after thinking about it, he felt that Zhao Wujiang's caution was somewhat justified. He said, "It's not just that I'm worried about the medicine. When you say it like that, I'm worried too. The medicine wasn't dispensed by me either."
This way. You wait.
After Li Yuni finished speaking, he ran off to find the old housekeeper, saying that he wanted to decoct the medicine and then stirred up the wind and fire to cook the herbs in the back kitchen within the king's mansion.
Not long after, he carried the medicine bowl to Zhao Wujiang and solemnly said, "Watch this."
After he spoke, he poured the cooled medicine down in one gulp.
Zhao Wujiang raised his sword brows. He admired Li Yuni's spirit of daring to experiment himself, and he could also see that Li Yuni was a bit foolish, but he really didn't have any bad intentions towards him and Yunrui. Don't worry.
Li Yuni seemed to have seen Zhao Wujiang's worries as he waved his hand and said confidently, "I specifically asked the secretary of the Imperial Standing Temple, and he called out to the Imperial Doctor's Department to personally explain it to me. Most of the pills are supplements, but they are not suitable for people with weak spleens and stomachs, or people with hot and humid constitutions. I won't have any problems if I drink it, don't worry. I'm just trying the medicine for Yunrui."
Gulp gulp.
Li Yuni unconsciously made a gurgling sound in his throat as he spoke, as if he was drowning, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously overflowed with wisps of white foam again.
As soon as he wiped the corners of his mouth, he saw the white foam. Poisonous. He followed with a muffled grunt. His buttocks couldn't help but lift up, his legs clenched violently, and he looked horrified, roaring out, "Zhao Wujiang, where is your family's outhouse?" Zhao Wujiang pointed diagonally, and Li Yuni ran out like crazy, farting loudly as he ran. Not long after, Li Yuni walked back with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "Zhao Wujiang, this medicine. Wait. It's not working again."
He ran madly towards the outhouse again. In a small half hour, Li Yuni was nearly deflated from diarrhea, and came back under the old butler's support, his face as white as gold paper, his lips white, all trembling.
This trembling, half is diarrhea pulled, half is angry.
Someone really dared to lay hands on Yunrui. And he was still the one delivering the medicine. He felt fearful afterward. If it wasn't for Zhao Wujiang's caution, Zhao Wujiang's face was heavy, as he expected. The fake pregnancy of Li Yunrui could certainly protect him sideways, but at the same time, it was destined to usher in some demons and devils. This tranquilizer, someone really did tamper with it. In the name of kindness, it was sent to the royal residence. I don't know if the package of the medicine will contain poison or rare but treacherous parasites.
Are these poisons or parasites contagious? Thus harming the entire royal family, including Yunrui. These underhanded and despicable tactics could almost be said to be indefensible. Now, the tranquilizer that Li Yuni had brought was obviously tampered with. Li Yuni obviously wouldn't do this.
For one, he had a deep sibling bond with Li Yunrui.
2, he didn't have the brains. Then who was behind this? Li Ziyuan? Or was it someone from the Imperial Hospital? It must be traced to the end. Check. Find out.
Zhao Wujiang and Li Yuni simultaneously sank their voices, obviously very angry inside.
Zhao Wujiang went to assist Li Yuni, who waved his hand and said in a trembling voice, I'm fine.
I'll go prepare a horse." The old butler hurriedly ran towards the outside of the royal residence.
Half an hour later,
the old butler drove and the three of them arrived at the Taishan Temple. "Your Highness the Sixth Prince, Your Highness the World Prince." The guards of the Taishan Temple saluted in a panic when they saw the person who dismounted.
"My subordinate will go inform Lord Temple Secretary." Scram.
Li Yuni walked with a bit of a limp as he led Zhao Wujiang straight in.
"Two Highnesses, what are you doing?" Zhao Wujiang and Li Yuni hadn't even gone to the Imperial Hospital when they ran into the young secretary of the Taishan Temple. The young secretary of the Taishang temple frowned, looking at these two people coming in aggressively. I'm afraid there's something big going on. He had to report it to the temple secretary in a hurry, so he stopped in front of the two of them and saluted. Your two highnesses, what's the matter? You command your subordinate to do it. My subordinate will first take you. You two, get lost. Li Yuni directly peeled away the young secretary of the Imperial Standing Temple and said fiercely. Don't force me to slap you. Terrified, the young secretary of the Imperial Standing Temple hastily fell to his knees, trembling as he held his official hat, thinking that it's over, it's definitely a big deal. Look at the sixth prince's anger leaking control cannot control, and Zhao Shizi's expression of indifference eyes containing killing. He knew, today the Taishan Temple is destined to chicken flying dog jump. The two of them this direction, is the Imperial Hospital, hand in hand to come, could it be for the seventh princess? Oh my god. The secretary of the Taishang temple felt like the sky was going to collapse. If the sixth prince and Zhao Shizi really came for the matter of the seventh princess, the Taishang temple was probably going to be bulldozed today. The seventh princess was the most beloved princess of His Majesty. Who in the world knew that? He fell to his knees, trembling until he watched Li Yuni and Zhao Wujiang walk away. He hurriedly climbed up and went to look for the main backbone that was the temple secretary lord. And while the young secretary of the Taishan temple went to seek out the temple secretary to report back, Long Zhan's eyes within the Taishan temple also quickly ran towards Long Zhan's residence to deliver the news. Hey, your two highnesses. The dean is exhausted and is. You guys don't make things difficult for the little ones. In front of the gates of the Imperial Hospital compound, a few Imperial physicians knelt in a row and blocked Zhao Wujiang and Li Yuni's path. They also didn't dare to face the two Furies, but the dean had just personally instructed them to block them, and they, as subordinates, had to do it even if they didn't. Destroying evidence. Zhao Wujiang's eyes glazed over as he slapped the wind of his palm and directly slapped the two blocking eunuchs out of the way and rushed in. Li Yuni viciously kicked away the eunuch who was holding his leg to deliberately delay him, and also ran in with quick steps. At this moment, the head of the Imperial physicians, Hua Jing, just as Zhao Wujiang had speculated, was preparing to destroy the evidence, throwing all sorts of things into the medicine furnace, slips that recorded the grabbing of herbs, remnants of herbs, and so on. He didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Zhao Wujiang and Li Yuni had arrived in a joint effort. He had to destroy all the evidence before he could barely make a cunning defense, or else he wouldn't even have a chance to do so. Bang! The door of the room was violently opened, and Zhao Wujiang kicked through the door, dodged in one step, and directly clutched the hand of the head doctor of Imperial Medicine. World Sun! The dean of the Imperial physicians exclaimed in shock and tried to resist, but he was directly tackled by Zhao Wujiang and pressed onto the medicine furnace. The medicine furnace was so hot that it scalded the Imperial Dr. Dean's cheeks with white smoke, and he screamed miserably. Spare your life, your highness, spare your life, ah. Li Yuni panted and ran, grabbed the evidence that the dean of the Imperial Medicine had not yet had time to burn, grabbed the scale that was used to weigh the weight of the herbs, and directly wiped the dean of the Imperial Medicine, cursing as he did so. You eating dog, you scourge, Who instructed you to do this? Zhao Wujiang spoke coldly, refusing to let go. The dean of the Imperial physicians screamed in pain. I'll say, your highness Shitsi you first, you let me go first. Chapter 91, How dare you touch my daughter? Stop. An anxious and ferocious voice followed closely behind. The horse's hooves were continuous, panting and moored outside the door of the room. Long Zhan galloped his horse all the way, even spared no effort to steer his horse to forcefully break into the Taishang temple, and scrambled for time, finally arriving. He drew his long sword. The two highnesses are forcibly breaking into the Taishang temple. This lieutenant received a report from the Taishang temple and came with the Snapdragon battalion, so don't stop. When the president of the Imperial physicians saw Long Battle arrive, he hurriedly cried out. Captain Long, save me, save me. Li Yuni took a step in front of Long Zhan. You're teaching this palace to work? Your highness, according to the great Xia laws, I have the right to take down the two of you. I hope that your highnesses will let go of the dean, and if you have any claims, I will assist you in a thorough investigation. Long Zhan moved out of the law and brought his sword forward. He was always aware of the dean of the Imperial Medicine's condition. He must not let the dean of the Imperial Medicine expose him. Zhao Wujiang turned a deaf ear and clutched the dean of Imperial Medicine in a death grip as he asked again. Who ordered you? If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Do you want to bet that I, Zhao Wujiang, with 3 words, dare to move this hand? The director of Imperial Medicine was trembling. The sharp pain in his cheeks couldn't seem to cover the fear within him, and with other people threatening, he might have dared to hold on. But who was Zhao Wujiang, the only son of the Jinbei king, the husband of the 7th princess, usually lawless? What the prince didn't dare to do Zhao Wujiang had dared to do in the past. Still do not dare to kill him, a medical director? If anything happened, there was Jinbei king to cover it. I said. In terror, the dean of the Imperial physician's eyes looked towards Long Zhan, wanting to shake out Long Zhan and save his life first. But just as he was about to identify himself, a cold light from a sword pierced through his chest. He looked at the sword-wielding Long Zhan in disbelief and opened his mouth. It's. The head of the Imperial physician was unable to finish after all, and he went limp.
Zhao Wujiang slanted a scornful glance at Long Zhan, his tone was terrifyingly cold. Long Zhan, you killed people to silence them, the person behind this, it's you, isn't it? Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. Long Zhan drew his sword and also said in a cold voice. Just now, Hua Jing wanted to assassinate behind His Highness the Sixth Prince, but I was trying to protect the Sixth Prince. You fart. Li Yuni was furious, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Long Zhan. Zhao Wujiang's true yang power flowed through his limbs and he wanted to slap Long Zhan to death. Ka. Outside the door, the Snapdragon Battalion arrived, their machine crossbows were loaded and aimed at Zhao Wujiang and Li Yuni. Long Zhan snorted coldly, he didn't dare to kill Li Yuni and Zhao Wujiang, but did Zhao Wujiang dare to kill him? Could he kill him and injure him under the Snapdragon Battalion's machine crossbow? Snapdragon Battalion, in the name of His Majesty, has the duty to guard the peace of Kyoto. Long Zhan slowly wiped the blood on his sword. With the death of the Dean of the Imperial Physicians, he could not be implicated, he was already emboldened. The actions of the two highnesses today, the entire Taichung Temple can watch, I will definitely report to the saint impartially. Long Zhan was sure that Zhao Wujiang would concede, because if this matter came to Li Ziyuan, with Li Ziyuan's prejudice against Zhao Wujiang and his favoritism towards him, he would definitely still be on his side and give Zhao Wujiang punishment. Then report it. Zhao Wujiang didn't spoil Long Zhan anymore and directly walked towards the door. Imperial Palace. Zhao Wujiang and Li Yuni arrived, and Long Zhan slowly followed behind, his face full of disdain. Your Highness, the Emperor is in the middle of something important, the two of you should come back another day. Eunuch Grand Master Chen Zhenghua stopped the two of them, Zhao Wujiang, in front of the door of the Imperial Study. Not far away, Long Zhan sneered, Zhao Wujiang still wanted to sue him? I also have important matters. Zhao Wujiang coldly grimaced, his strength of a third-grade martial artist was displayed, he was about to push Chen Zhenghua away and force his way into the Imperial Study room, but the wind of his palm couldn't shake Chen Zhenghua at all. Zhao Wujiang's face sank. In the original story, the eunuch Grand Master Chen Zhenghua was the hidden fourth Grandmaster, only that he didn't show his strength at all on weekdays, and would even deliberately show weakness. Chen Zhenghua folded his hands into his sleeves, his heart was shocked beyond measure. Zhao Wujiang had grown too fast, right? Not long ago when they met, they were still 9th grade martial artists, and now they were already 3rd grade so quickly? What exactly is the matter? Inside the Imperial Study, Li Ziyuan's cold voice was heard, now hearing the commotion outside the room. Li Ziyuan was originally practicing, he could clearly feel that the weakening period is approaching, it won't be long, I'm afraid that it will come around the beginning of winter, he has to step up his plans and make adequate preparations. However, he heard the movement of hands outside the house, the always stable first companion Chen Zhenghua were forced to move. Only then did Chen Zhenghua step aside to allow Zhao Wujiang and the three of them to enter. Father! Li Yuni knelt down. My son has something important to report. The Dean of the Imperial Physicians, Hua Jing, tampered with the birth-restoring pills in an attempt to assassinate Yun Rui. Zhao Wujiang took over and said in a cold voice. It was Long Zhan who was behind this, and Long Zhan has already killed the Dean of the Imperial Physicians. Your Highness, don't spit blood. Long Zhan saluted, and sophistically said. At that time, the situation was urgent, I was worried about the safety of the prince, so I shot the Dean of the Imperial Physicians, the people of the Primus Battalion can all testify for me. Please be clear about this, Your Majesty. Wu Jiang. Do you have proof? Li Ziyuan leaned his back against the chair, his fingers slowly tapping on the desktop. Son. Zhao Wujiang arched his hand, he really didn't have any evidence, but the eyes of the head of the imperial doctor before he died couldn't be faked, yet it couldn't be evidence. Without evidence, then it's a misunderstanding. Li Ziyuan's eyes were deep. The matter of Hua Jing, I will find a way to investigate thoroughly, you guys don't implode. Yes. Although Zhao Wujiang didn't have the evidence to directly identify Long Zhan, his purpose had already been achieved, he cupped his fists and said. Son's servant will leave. Zhao. Li Yuni was surprised, how could Zhao Wujiang's thunder be loud and the rain be small? How could this matter be forgotten? So what if there was no evidence? Today he was going to sue this dog Long Zhan for actually trying to assassinate Yun Rui. Let's go. Zhao Wujiang whispered as he brushed past. Li Yuni buried his head and breathed heavily several times before he cupped his fists and said. My son will follow my father's teachings, so I will leave first. He angrily got up and walked out of the imperial study. Long Zhan laughed inwardly, even if the emperor didn't value him that much anymore, he still favored him. Zhao Wujiang and the two of them had no evidence, what could they take to bring him down? The eunuch grandmaster often accompanied the emperor, a glance saw the details that other people did not pay attention to, he gently closed the door of the room and stood behind Long Zhan. Zhang Hua. Li Ziyuan waited for Zhao Wujiang and Li Yuni to leave, then suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Chen Zhenghua nodded his head and slapped Long Zhan's face with his backhand, directly sending Long Zhan flying out. Long Zhan's skin cracked and he couldn't stop bleeding, he covered his face in disbelief. Li Ziyuan's eyes were fierce. Asshole. My daughter is also something you can touch. Chen Zhenghua sniffed, stepped forward and slapped Long Zhan again, slapping him so hard that Long Zhan's teeth fell out several times, mixing with the blood and water to be swallowed into his stomach.
Chapter 92. What do you want? Your Majesty, unjustly I your Majesty.
Long Zhan's throat was filled with blood and water. He wore a bitter face and let out a pained grunt, hiding the flash of viciousness in his eyes. He already understood that Li Ziyuan was not valuing his Long Zhan's ability at all, but valuing him Long Zhan being more obedient than Zhao Wujiang. Today's matter, he had fallen into Zhao Wujiang's way. How to argue will not help. This time the secret exchange, he lost. But he absolutely can't let go, must bite. Zhao Wujiang is slandering him, otherwise once he admits to having an affair with the head of the Imperial Doctor, it will be very difficult for him to walk out alive today. He must hold back before he could take revenge. Eunuch Grandmaster Chen Zhenghua turned a deaf ear. As long as the Emperor didn't call out to stop, he would keep slapping Dragon Warrior's mouth, even if the blood the Dragon Warrior spewed out splattered all over his cheeks, and even splattered down onto his robes. Li Ziyuan's face was deep, his eyes deep, and he squeezed out a few words in a cold voice. Scram! Get the hell out of here! Thank you, Lord. Long Zhan struggled to climb up, dragging his heavily injured body. His steps stumbled towards the outside of the Imperial study. Each step was a blood-stained footprint. Chen Zhenghua eyed Long Zhan's distant back, his white eyebrows furrowed as he bowed. Your Majesty, this matter. Could it be that it really wasn't Dragon Warrior's doing? Li Ziyuan spoke in a deep voice. It's impossible for Zhao Wujiang to use his own child as a trap to frame Long Zhan. And this time, the tranquilizer medicine was sent over by Yun Yi. Yun Yi loves this sister of his. From the Imperial Hospital out to the Royal Mansion he did it himself. The problem could only be in the Imperial Hospital. The Imperial Hospital. Li Ziyuan coughed violently, his face slightly dry and red, his hand holding the corner of the table trembled slightly, his tone became more and more icy. If it's not inappropriate to cause turmoil in the courtroom right now, I would have killed Long Zhan today. Chen Zhenghua's eyes were lowered, as if he did not see that the Emperor was now sick and weak before he had to choose to put things to rest for the time being. At the same time, he was more aware that it was unimportant who actually did this today. What mattered was that behind this incident, it had touched His Majesty's reverse scale. Palace Road deep, as Long War at this moment in the heart, both sides seem to have a high wall blocking. He can only walk alone in this seemingly flat but extraordinarily twisted and deep road. He did not wipe away the blood on his cheeks and clothes. He wanted to remember this day. With every step he took, a few drops of blood would fall, snapping noiselessly and hitting the verdant stone floor. This blood did not flow from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was from his deadened, constantly trembling hands within his sleeve robes. Fingernails embedded in flesh and blood. The pain made him awake. The king and the minister are just a wrong payment. Li Ziyuan's trust is just built on his obedience. Li Ziyuan was just using him. Zhao Wujiang and Li Ziyuan he remembered, to the death. The eldest princess mansion. Zhao Wujiang sniffed the fragrance of the flowers and listened to the sound of the water clattering as he said to Li Zhaohua who was bathing. Rapunzel, why don't you bathe first? I'll go out and wait. We're all on our own, why bother with petty details? Li Zhaohua scooped up a ladle of water and doused her petite body. She looked straight into Zhao Wujiang's unblinking eyes and laughed. This palace is anxious to know what your intentions are for making such a scene in the palace today. This isn't like your usual style of being steady and hiding your fronts. Zhao Wujiang sat at the edge of the bath. The water vapor inside the bath was dense, but it couldn't cover his eyes in the slightest. He looked like a person who went up the mountain alone on a foggy day. His chest was clear, and he said lightly, "Because I have reverse scales? And why don't you pursue this to the end?" Li Zhaohua was puzzled. She could actually understand Zhao Wujiang making a scene in the palace. After all, it was about Yun Rui, but Zhao Wujiang let Long Zhan off the hook at the end of the thunderous storm, and did not pursue the matter any further, which made her puzzled. Because I'm not the only one with reverse scales. Zhao Wujiang reached into the bath with his big hand and ruffled the water, humming and laughing. Li Ziyuan also has them. You mean Yun Rui? Li Zhaohua knitted her brows. No. Zhao Wujiang shook his head, saying meaningfully, "It's the head of the Imperial Doctor." Li Zhaohua's eyes trembled, suddenly understanding. This emperor of ours, he's actually quite benevolent at times, and can tolerate a lot of things. Zhao Wujiang's eyes were deep. But can never tolerate anyone who covets or threatens his power. Not to mention betraying him. However, the head of the imperial physician was obviously bribed by Long Zhan, and for Long Zhan to dare to control his people is tantamount to touching his true scales. Li Zhaohua's eyes brightened slightly as she looked at Zhao Wujiang with more appreciation. Zhao Wujiang seemed to have a loud thunder but little rain. In fact, he knew that Li Ziyuan would favor Long Zhan without sufficient evidence and wouldn't give a big punishment, but if Li Ziyuan knew that the head of the imperial physician was being colluded by Long Zhan, then he would be truly moved to punish Long Zhan. All Zhao Wujiang had to do was to poke this matter to Li Ziyuan. You're getting more and more sophisticated in your work. Li Zhaohua smiled brightly, her words complimentary. With a hand like yours, Dragon Warrior won't be able to stay here anytime soon. Maybe, I'm only forced to fight back. Whoever wants to harm me and those around me, I'm vindictive. Zhao Wujian's eyes were deep, ruffling the water, seemingly showering for Li Xiaohua. Whoever treats me well, I will also remember, and I will repay any favor, and if it's appropriate, I can also give my body in return. Bang bang. The door of the room was knocked. Li Xiaohua was even more about to give some response when she was interrupted. She asked in a cold voice. What is it? Master, Dragon Warfare has been removed from his position, just now. A respectful voice came from outside the room. Got it, go down. Li Xiaohua's cold voice, her eyes that looked at Zhao Wujiang suddenly curved, her smile was like a flower, she floated in the bath and moved 1 point closer to Zhao Wujiang, laughing. Looks like you've achieved your goal. It's not enough. Zhao Wujiang was absent-mindedly fiddling with the water on the surface, but inside he felt a chill as he said in a deep voice. If it was in the past, Li Ziyuan would have killed Long Zhan. Now, he didn't do it, which means that Li Ziyuan is really weak and isn't willing to easily shake up the court. Li Ziyuan is weak. His suspicions are growing. It's not good for you and me. However, today, after splitting Li Ziyuan and Dragon Warrior, we will have a chance to break them one by one, so it's not a loss. The eldest princess smiled brightly, her flirtatious aura blooming. You were able to get rid of Long Zhan, so that the Primus Battalion was left empty of a key position, so that this palace can see the seams, so that in the coming days of rebellion, the chances of breaking the city are a little bit more. You've done a great job, and helped this palace a great deal. Li Xiaohua didn't mince words in praising Zhao Wujiang. She wanted to pull Long Zhan together before. What she needed was Long Zhan's voice in the primer camp. She wanted to have more of her own people in the primer camp to facilitate her to break the city on the day of her rebellion. Now that Zhao Wujiang did it for her, she truly rejoiced. Looking at Zhao Wujiang's handsome cheeks, with a deep gaze in his frivolity, she couldn't help but hook a hand over Zhao Wujiang's head. Zhao Wujiang was brought into the bath, wetting his clothes, and laughed. I helped you with Li Ziyuan's left arm and made it easy for you to place your manpower, and that's all the reward I get? Wow. The water splashed and Li Xiaohua's eyes shook. Then, what reward do you want? Chapter 93 Broken Dragon Battle. What reward do I want? Zhao Wujiang pulled Li Xiaohua closer. Anything? Laughing, you want me to be a licking dog? Do you think I'm a rider at your beck and call? Li Xiaohua looked stunning, but what makes men fall most is Li Xiaohua's face. The arrogant face. Let Zhao Wujiang very expect one day, this face will be in front of their own soft, and even beg for mercy. But Zhao Wujiang's hand was just about to make a move when Li Xiaohua, who felt the movement and heard the heartbeat, with her ear tips slightly red, violently grabbed Zhao Wujiang's wrist. This palace hasn't allowed you to get an inch. Anxious, she's anxious. The corner of Zhao Wujiang's mouth hooked up, and he suddenly felt the softness of his waist being twisted by Li Xiaohua's delicate jade fingers. Li Xiaohua loosened her hand and retracted it, her fingertips picking up Zhao Wujiang's chin in a smooth manner. When the matter is accomplished, this palace will reward you properly. As she spoke, Li Xiaohua picked up Zhao Wujiang's hand and kissed the tip of the finger in the center. At that time, I'll do whatever you want me to do, okay? The magnetic voice made Zhao Wujiang nearly lose control. Of course he knew he couldn't use force, otherwise Li Xiaohua could slap himself to death. Then I'll wait for that day. He opened his mouth. Next time I want to see you wearing a cheongsam that is open to the waist. As he thought so, Li Xiaohua suddenly splashed his face with playful water and wrapped the bath towel tightly with a red face. Get lost and wait in the side hall. Zhao Wujiang wisely left. Li Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief because not only Zhao Wujiang, she herself was now hot. Bad guy, this palace is also kind of looking forward to that day. However, there seems to be a bit too many women around you. Li Xiaohua changed into a close-fitting dress and did stretching exercises, wanting to make her body more perfect and competitive. Meanwhile on the other side, Dragon Warrior's clothes were shattered for the most part, being wet with his own sticky blood water. The blood water looked a dark black on his official robe, just like his mind at the moment. The ruthlessness and resentment that was hidden within the imperial study, the heart that had to be hidden even on the deep palace road, was finally no longer hidden at this moment. Steering his horse to meet the wind was scarlet and sweet. He wiped a handful of blood that was once again overflowing from his mouth. Today's revenge, he must be avenged. Li Ziyuan. Zhao Wujiang. He would definitely clear the past. With his body full of wounds and brokenness, Long Zhan returned to his mansion. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, the subordinates were all trembling with fear, not daring to go forward. Everyone could see that Long Zhan was in a very poor state today, and I'm afraid that he was holding a monstrous fire in his heart, so who dared to touch him? Jiang Li's body like a sword, holding a sword score, glanced at some soulful senior brother. She could not help but knit up her slender sword eyebrows. During this period of time, Long Zhan had experienced quite a few setbacks, but she had never seen Long Zhan like this, as if he had fallen into a daze and was full of doubts about his entire life. Zhao Fian was sitting on the roof, eating fresh fruits, and with a sideways glance at Long Zhan, who was covered in blood, she smashed the core of the fruit at Long Zhan. Hey, junior brother, what happened? Long Zhan's eyes were bleak and he shook his head. Nothing. Zhao Fian's eyes narrowed slightly. The current Long Zhan made her feel as if she had seen many years ago, that afternoon.
Long Zhan, who was new to the division, had the defiance of a teenager, and in a fight with other sect members, he was violently beaten up and also came back dragging a blood-stained body like today. In that fight, Long Zhan with the realm of the beginner's martial arts, Heart and 5 of the 9th grade of the Wufu fought back and forth, 5 people to fight Long Zhan 1 person. Long Zhan first caught 1 person dead, and then with a force of ruthlessness, resisted the other 4 people's beatings, and in the end, Long Zhan lost, but that sect of those 5 people, afraid of the... Today, many years later, she and Big Sister more and more do not look at the Dragon War. In addition to the Dragon War's own loss, more is the Dragon War less that year that teenagers' sharpness and ruthlessness, more official hypocrisy and cannot wipe the face. Today's Dragon War, quiet, like that day Justin big children fought a teenager, not crying and not make a scene, but the heart has long been filled with disobedience. Zhao Fian jumped off the roof and watched as Long Zhan entered the house, and then saw Long Zhan kneel down directly in front of his master. With that defiant, determined to forge ahead teenager back then, the figures overlapped at this moment. Long Zhan's voice trembled with incomparable firmness. Master, I want to become stronger. I want to enter the 8 sects of the Dao sect. Zhang Li's hand holding the sword manual trembled violently. Long Zhan wanted to enter the Dao sect's 8 gates? Dragon Warrior is crazy? The 8 doors of the Dao sect was a place that contained the depths of the Dao sect, not any heavenly treasures or exotic treasures. There was only power inside. There is only power. A constant flow of power. The creation of the Dao sect is based on this constant flow of power. The 8 gates is a tomb. Walk into the 8 gates. Those who have the destiny can get strong power, a step to heaven. But inside the 8 gates, the white bones and the relics of fellow disciples pave the way to death. Countless people will not be able to walk out of the 8 gates in their entire lives, and will be trapped to death inside. Sure, Yu Hang glanced at this untalented disciple and said in a deep voice, "You will die inside." Master, you said that the disciple is heaven's destiny. Long Zhan grabbed the ground with his head. Apprentice will definitely not die inside. There are many ways for you to become stronger. Sure, Yu Hong knitted her brows. She did not want Long Zhan to step inside the 8 gates of the Dao sect. If Long Zhan died, it would be a great loss to her. Apprentice knows, Master has many ways for apprentice to become stronger. Long Zhan's eyes trembled with determination. But you said that in ancient times, those who achieved great things had to have the determination to break through the adversity and achieve nirvana. Nowadays, what can save my disciple is not a retreat, it is no retreat. I am not willing to fall behind forever. Please Master, please fulfill me. Long Zhan once again grabbed the ground with his head, his tone sincere. Sure, Yu Hang's willow brows were deeply furrowed. The 8 sects of the Dao sect was originally the worst outcome that she had prepared for Long Zhan, and now that Long Zhan had been thwarted in his strand, his heart was surging and he took the initiative to mention this matter. However, she was still worried that Long Zhan would die inside. She raised her hand and took out a drop of heart blood from Long Zhan's body, then she slid out the turtle armor inside her sleeve robe and started to calculate the fate of this trip for Long Zhan. The bright red blood bead trembled on the turtle armor 1 inch apart. The next moment, the turtle armor burst, the bloody trigrams had come out. The sword held by Jiang Li constantly trembled, and seemed to feel the strong heavenly destiny contained in the trigrams, and the heavenly destiny was filled with blood. Sure, Yu Hong looked at the trigrams, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and finally sighed. This seed agrees. Jiang Li and Zhao Fian frowned. Zhao Fian approached Jiang Li's ear. Senior sister, look, Master's hand is shaking. Jiang Li's green silk was windless. This was clearly a sign that the trigrams were backfiring. Why did Senior still let Long Zhan go? The light of the sky would be dark. Long Zhan got his master's promise and turned to walk into the darkness. He still wore his blood-stained official robe and refused to fade away. The 8 sects of the Dao sect, he turned to death, and on the night of October 15th in the 13th year of Tianyu, he stepped into the tomb where the 8 sects of the Dao sect were located without any hesitation. The tomb door is deep. He looked back to the north, smiling calmly, but the light of his eyes is shadowy, such as the ghostly flames floating around the tomb at night. We will meet again soon. Zhao Wujiang. Li Ziyuan. And everyone who looks down on me, Dragon Warrior. Chapter 94, Surveillance of the Royal Palace. Imperial Study Room. Li Ziyuan gently rubbed his brows and closed his eyes in deep thought. Chen Zhenghua quietly guarded at the side. After so many years, he realized that His Majesty's thoughts were getting heavier every year. Zhenghua. Li Ziyuan took a deep breath. Chen Zhenghua immediately bowed. Old slave is here. Li Ziyuan sighed. You said that Yun Rui has invited someone to mess with her, and someone wants to harm her? That dragon warrior even claimed that he liked Yun Rui and wanted to be good to her before, humph. Unbelievably, the first one to harm Yun Rui is him. Chen Zhenghua lowered his eyes lightly turning. He could hear in an instant that the emperor was actually blaming Zhao Wujiang. The 7th princess did not invite anyone to mess with anyone, only because the 7th princess was married off to Zhao Wujiang. The fish in the pond was affected and implicated. You go and inform the subterranean dragon guards that they are under orders to go to the royal residence to stand guard and protect Yun Rui and Wujiang. Li Ziyuan's brows and eyes were all worried, like an old father worried about his children. If there is any situation, report it to me at the first time. I have to be the first to make a decision for Yunrui and the girls. Yes, old slave accepts the decree. Chen Zhenghua bowed. And Li Ziyuan held his forehead. The matter of the Imperial Hospital is making too much of a fuss. Yunrui can't hide the fact that he's expecting. Prepare a dinner party tonight and notify the royal family and civil and military officials. Yes. Chen Zhenghua bowed once again and moved his steps, heading out. Accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. He was thinking deeply about the emperor's intentions. Only by accurately surmising the emperor's intentions could he strengthen the details in dealing with things and make no mistakes. Notifying the civil and military officials and the royal family, what was the emperor trying to do? Sharing happy news? The king's mansion. 9 strong men with swords dressed in black robes with faces covered in pitch-black masks stood in front of the gate of the royal mansion. Inform His Highness the Prince that from today, our personal guards have been ordered to patrol the royal mansion and escort Her Highness the Princess to the top and bottom of the royal mansion. Old butler Zhao Manfu sized up the 9 black-robed men and narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the golden token held up by the head black-robed man as he clasped his fists. All of you, please wait, I will report to Our Highness. As soon as the old butler turned around, the 9 black-robed men did not wait, but followed behind him. With a sideways glance, he reached out to stop them, his tone aggravated by a few points. All of you, please wait. The black-robed men murmured. His Majesty's personal guards, all places in the imperial city, are allowed to patrol, and we do not need to ask for anyone's permission when we ask you to notify, rather than asking you to report. This is a privilege granted to us by His Majesty himself, preemptive, imperial license. As soon as the words fell, a sharp aura shot from the depths of the royal palace. The black-robed man in the lead drew his sword and chopped it, his movements flowing smoothly, cutting off this sharp chi and dropping it to the ground, emitting the sound of gold and stone clashing. He glanced at the thing that fell to the ground. It is a fine gold iron arrow. He sheathed his long knife, body still cannot stop trembling. Visible from the depths of the royal mansion, shot to the fine gold iron arrow was very not bad. Even the 3rd grade of the martial arts man, in the haste to respond to the battle, all have to be gas and blood rushing. The black-robed man at the head was one of the 36 subterranean dragon guards, or one of the 36 imperial personal guards, ranked 10th and codenamed A10. What he was leading now was the 2nd echelon of the subterranean dragon guards. With his strength of the 3rd rank, he had originally thought that it would be enough to deter all the problems of the Jinbei king's house after the king of Jinbei had moved south. However, he did not expect that there were actually experts in the royal residence. A10 stared dead ahead. A tall and upright figure walked slowly, walking leisurely, fiddling with a delicate machine crossbow in his hand. The previous sharp gas was shot from the machine crossbow. Since it's His Majesty's personal guards patrolling the royal residence, there's no harm in it. This figure was Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang smiled kindly and did not even look at the so-called personal guards fiddling with the crossbow. Under the afterglow of the slanting sun, most of his cheeks were mild, while the remaining small half of his face was not illuminated by the sunlight, but revealed a different kind of grim might. It's just. Zhao Wujiang's words changed. Yunrui is pregnant, so in addition to quiet rest, she can't move around much. She's a woman of gold. If she sees you slaves with swords in the royal residence, if she gets frightened. Which one of you can afford it? A10 was disliked, and in the face of the Jinbei king's prince, he could only bring up His Holiness in an attempt to suppress Zhao Wujiang's aura. We are under the order of His Holiness, the royal authority is licensed. Yo, play with me that set of the brocade guards? What the East Bureau can't handle, I can handle the West Bureau? Imperial authorization? Do you know what this is? Zhao Wujiang suddenly put the machine crossbow against the crotch of armor 10, arrogant and domineering. These Li Ziyuan's personal guards arrived, and he had actually guessed Li Ziyuan's intention, which was nothing more than borrowing the name of protection and practicing the reality of surveillance. Li Ziyuan is still suspicious, and suspicion is getting heavier and heavier. He had people start to monitor the royal residence. Armor 10's throat knots rolled in a cold sweat. I know. That's right. Zhao Wujiang smiled. There's no need for patrols inside the palace. You guys just patrol the outside of the royal residence and don't let any outsiders enter without orders from Yunrui and I. A10 was silent. Zhao Wujiang clearly didn't want him to lead the troops to patrol inside the royal residence. The fact that Zhao Wujiang had dared to shoot the sharp arrows of his machine crossbow had already warned him in a sideways manner that Zhao Wujiang was not afraid of anything in the Jinbei king's mansion. The fact is also true, he relied on the power of the saint. In the Jinbei king's house did not have much use. Zhao Wujiang is, after all, the Jinbei king's son, the #1 playboy in Kyoto. He gestured with his right hand behind his back to his fellow officers, signaling to secretly patrol outside. Then he clasped his fists at Zhao Wujiang, saying, A10 will definitely bring His Majesty's personal guards to guard the royal residence, and won't let anyone break into the royal residence and harm His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess. Go go go. It'll be hard work for all of you in the future. Zhao Wujiang smiled gently and beckoned. Manfu, watch the reward. Yes. The old butler hurriedly ran away and quickly ran back again, holding a money bag in his hand, about to stuff it into the hands of the 9 subterranean dragon guards. Make it impossible. A 10 sank his voice and refused in a hurry. Your Highness, guarding the royal residence is the order of the saint, it's our duty, the saint has already rewarded us. Zhao Wujiang personally pressed the money bag strongly on a 10's hand and laughed. His Holiness makes a clear distinction between rewards and punishments, giving you rewards, that is what you deserve. You were ordered to guard the royal palace, so it's only right that I give you a reward. You don't accept it, do you think the money is too little? Or do you want others to learn about it and talk behind my back that I, Zhao Wujiang, got your guards but couldn't be bothered to give you any favors? Your Highness. I didn't mean that. A 10 hurriedly explained. Then take the money. Zhao Wujiang shoved the money bag into a 10's hands and clasped his hands around a 10's fists. The brothers all have a share, if you don't take it, how can the other brothers take it? A 10 had heard before that Zhao Wujiang was despicable, bullying men and women, and lawless, and had only restrained himself a bit not long before the wedding, but what he saw today, he didn't realize that Zhao Wujiang was a better person than the royal clansmen they had been instructed to watch over. And this money, he received Zhao Wujiang to be more at ease, he can also do better. Yes. Thank you, Your Highness. He clasped his fists in response, and his hand that held the money bag tightly unconsciously trembled. He could take the money, and on the surface, he could promise Zhao Wujiang, but he could never turn a blind eye, and he would do his best to accomplish what the emperor had entrusted to him. Otherwise the family controlled by the royal family. It'll be hard on you guys from now on. Zhao Wujiang patted a 10's hand and gently pressed it, the meaning was self-evident, here, he, Zhao Wujiang, can easily crush you guys. A 10 nodded, cupped his fists and retreated, leading the other 8 subterranean dragon guards to leave the royal residence, then dispersed to the surroundings of the royal residence, hiding in the shadows. Zhao Wujiang waited for the submerged dragon guards to leave, his eyes grew deeper and deeper, his face grew cold. Now on October 15, Li Ziyuan's weakening period is getting closer and closer, leaving him little time. Li Ziyuan's suspicion is getting heavier and heavier, first arranging for the dragon guards to monitor the royal residence, and then tonight's dinner party. Until now, he did not fully understand what Li Ziyuan's intention was in arranging the dinner, but only had a few inaccurate guesses. He didn't dare to think about it, but if he did, his chills would get heavier and heavier. Imperial Study Room. Chen Zhenghua was waiting outside the door. He resumed his orders after handling the emperor's instructions, but he inadvertently glanced at the lines and lines of words on the Zhenghua. Perhaps this is the reason why the emperor has strengthened the monitoring of the royal residence. The content on that line of words revealed only one message. The border troops are moving. Chapter 95, The Dinner Party Controversy. When the last rays of dusk cleared, Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui stepped off the carriage and stepped into the brilliantly lit hall. The hall was filled with people, all royal clansmen and court officials. His and Yunrui's appearance immediately drew some gasps of surprise, and many courtiers and royal clansmen approached with words of congratulations. Congratulations to your Highness and your Highness, the prince and the princess, who have been united in love and have had a noble son so soon. Yunrui did not think, you already have a pregnancy, how do you not say earlier said, sister good ahead of time to prepare a gift, which has to be so hasty today. His Highness the Son of the World let this official admire to the extreme, today for the matter of your Highness the Princess, make a fuss in the Taichung Temple, a real man also. For the sake of your Highness, you are willing to bear His Majesty's chastisement, this is a lamentable situation. Crown Prince. Crown Prince, see His Highness the Crown Prince. The crowd's congratulatory voices were endless, but the crowd was quickly separated, and a figure in apricot yellow robes quickly approached, causing those who saw it to bow in unison. Yunrui, boundless. Crown Prince Li Yunqian was full of smiles as he came forward and directly hugged Zhao Wujiang with his shoulders leaning against each other. Only then did he look warmly at Li Yunrui. This palace said, on the day of the wedding, Wujiang only had a few cups of wine with this palace? Then he hurriedly left in a hurry, perhaps Yunrui's sister was calling out? The crowd laughed and the atmosphere was lively. Zhao Wujiang smiled in the face of the jokes, and Li Yunrui's cheeks colored red and gave her Crown Prince brother a small fist. Zhao Wujiang knew that Crown Prince Li Yunqian, acting steadily, kind and generous and even some Confucian thick in the dynasty and the royal clan, are liked by many people, there is no bad problem for people. The only problem is that Li Yunqian has an only son, now 7 or 8 years old, is the stubborn time, Li Yunqian's Confucian thick, some cannot control this only son. But on the naughty, in terms of reputation, Li Yunqian's only son is not a very bad reputation. After all, if you want to talk about who is the most recalcitrant dude in Kyoto, I'm afraid that it would have to be the former Zhao Wujiang. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Li Yuni also arrived, holding a gold silk soft armor in his hand, pushed through the crowd and glanced at the crown prince. Alas, imperial brother, you're here too. Right, Yunrui, come, take a look, is it the right size? Li Yuni unfolded the gold silk soft armor, gestured, and nodded, then handed it to Li Yunrui. When you go out in the future, put this on. Zhao Wujiang's brows were kind and he nodded at Li Yuni. The rest of the people had different looks. There was envy, jealousy, cold eyes, and gravity. Li Yuni, the sixth prince, was truly unceremonious, defending everyone to his face. But no one was surprised by Li Yuni's behavior. Today's incident at the Imperial Hospital had already spread all over Kyoto. Li Yunrui was suspected to have been persecuted in an attempt by someone with an ulterior motive. In the Imperial City, everyone knew that the sixth prince Li Yuni loved his own sister Li Yunrui the most. Now making this move in front of everyone, it was reasonable. The dinner party is about to begin, got to get into position. Li Yunchen also took out a token and handed it to Zhao Wujiang. There's nothing that my brother can give you. This is the token of the East Palace. If you encounter some situation that requires manpower, you can hold this token and come to the East Palace despite yourselves. Brother Yunchen, thanks. Zhao Wujiang knew that Li Yunchen had always been clean and simple. It's just that there was less ink depicted in the original, and after being the crown prince for about 20 years, he hadn't even ascended to the throne yet before he was seized by the Dragon War. He pushed back the token. Thoughts accepted, many thanks. Father has arranged for his own guards to guard the royal residence. Li Yunrui said seriously. Li Yunchen was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh, helplessly withdrawing the token, glancing at Zhao Wujiang and smiling at Li Yunrui. Knowing that father loves you la. Take your seat, take your seat. Li Yuni interjected. All seated. Wait, why is my seat there? No, I have to sit next to Yunrui and Wujiang. Li Yuni picked up the sign on his seat and swapped it with the sign on the small table beside Zhao Wujiang and sat down in a big way. Zhao Wujiang arched his hand towards Li Yunchen and pulled Li Yunrui towards his seat. Li Yunrui waved his hand towards the crown prince and wondered again. Brother crown prince, didn't sister Xiaoling come? Came. Li Yunchen laughed. Yanger is fooling around again. Your little spirit sister is teaching Yanger a lesson. All right. Li Yunrui nodded his head and followed Zhao Wujiang as well, waving goodbye to Li Yunchen. As the crown prince, Li Yunchen's seat was very forward, and she and Zhao Wujiang were the princess's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, somewhat far away from her crown prince brother. This foreign nephew of his own, Li Muyang, was really stubborn and mischievous. The dinner party was about to start and he was still fooling around. Come, have a seat. Li Yuni handed Zhao Wujiang a soft cushion, signaling Zhao Wujiang to give his sister another soft cushion to sit comfortably. Zhao Wujiang handed it to Li Yunrui. His face was odd. Where did Li Yuni get an extra soft cushion? Clan sister, what's wrong with you? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Li Yuni realized that on his other side, a royal clan sister was looking at him with slanted eyes. He was puzzled. This royal clan sister didn't say anything, she just patted the naked seat underneath her. The meaning was obvious. Li Yuni coughed dryly and turned his face sideways. As long as he pretended to be blind, the clan sister wouldn't blame him. He lowered his voice and said to Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui. Zhao Wujiang, Yunrui, just now, mother asked me to tell you that there are a lot of things to avoid during pregnancy, and there are a lot of dinner party delicacies, so don't eat everything indiscriminately. Is there anything else? Zhao Wujiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Did the empress purposely instruct? It seemed like she was ordering things to avoid. Was she reminding them to be careful of the food at the dinner? Nope. Li Yuni thought about it and whispered in Zhao Wujiang's ear. I've already learned the dragon chant of the holy dragon technique. I'll come back to you to learn the others another day. Zhao Wujiang nodded his head. He always had a feeling that Li Ziyuan would have ulterior motives for tonight's dinner party. He had been paying attention to everyone from the moment he arrived at the banquet hall, trying to find out what was out of place, only for the time being, he hadn't found anything out of the ordinary. The emperor has arrived. Accompanied by a sharp voice, Li Ziyuan stepped into the hall with a dragon's stride. See you, your majesty. The crowd rose and bowed in salute. Be excused. Li Ziyuan and the empress sat in the main seat. The main seat steps were 3 steps higher than the crowd. He looked down on the crowd. Today's incident, I am very angry. The crowd was silent. The emperor was angry as soon as he came up. This dinner can still eat solid? But also very pleased. Li Ziyuan's words changed. If it wasn't for Yun Yi and Wu Jiang's carefulness, Yun Rui would have been victimized by a traitor. Zhao Wujiang frowned. Li Ziyuan didn't mention that he and Li Yuni had caused a scene at the Taishang temple. Instead, he rarely praised him in public. Could it be that Li Ziyuan really cares about this child that will be born? Becoming kind? Becoming willing to accept him as his son-in-law? Or was it all just this weak prince who was deliberately pretending to be merciful for all to see? Fortunately blessed by our ancestors. Li Ziyuan looked down at the crowd, sweeping over their expressions as he continued. Yun Rui is my daughter. If anyone dares to have bad intentions, I will definitely not be lenient. Don't let me find out that you have ulterior motives. The crowd grew more and more silent, and there were quite a few who buried their heads, their eyes averted. This dinner party is intended to cleanse my Yun Rui of petty coveting. Li Ziyuan's eyes, which lingered for a moment in some key areas, seemed to be warning someone as he said. I am willing to be more lenient with my yet-to-be-born child, but I will also be more unemotional. With that, let the dinner begin. Drink to your heart's content. Thank you, your majesty. The crowd chorused respectfully, their voices resounding through the great hall. Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui glanced at each other. The fake pregnancy had attracted a lot of curiosity, but at the same time, to a certain extent, it had also made Father Emperor a little more biased towards their couple. At least on the surface, Father Emperor was concerned about this matter. Perhaps as Father Emperor's words, Father Emperor could be more lenient. Zhao Wujiang's mind didn't settle down until he saw that outside the hall, there were dozens of subordinates, carrying a large table, walking into the hall, placing the large table in the center of the hall. The large table issued a thud, a dull sound. On the table is a map, as if made of jade, but exudes a sweet aroma. I remember that Yunrui loved pastries since he was young, and had even eaten bad teeth. Li Ziyuan smiled with emotion, seemingly remembering Li Yunrui as a child. His eyes were kind. I promised her that I would take her to play in the mountains, but for the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the people in the countryside, I was too busy to be idle, and I broke my promise. This landscape picture, all by the pastry to create, I do not have time to take her to play in the mountains, can only be in this way. Let her love the landscape, realize the great mountains and rivers of Daxia, and at the same time taste the sweetness of the pastry, sweet through life. The crowd let out a gasp of surprise. Such a large table with everything on it, all created from pastries? This was too realistic, right? Lifelike. These mountains and hills, was it a scaled-down version of the Great Xia landscape map? Among the crowd, Crown Prince Li Yunqian couldn't help but furrow his brows, then quickly stretched them down and lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. There were quite a few ministers whose eyes trembled, seeing the problem and not daring to look at this landscape map again. Eldest Princess Li Zhaohua inwardly hummed and laughed. She seemed to have some understanding. Zhao Wujiang had seen the maps of Daxia, and they were war maps, and he quickly noticed that these pastry-built landscape maps had been detailed to the point that they were found in all the feudal towns. Anyone who dared to do so rashly was attempting to divide the territory. Many people have vaguely seen this landscape map, whereas what landscape map is clearly a reduced version of the map of Daxia, created by the pastry artisan, which is the Jiangshan. Reacting to some of the courtiers, so shocked that they failed to control their emotions for a moment, directly crushed the wine cup. Chapter 96, Strategies for Responding. Yunrui, how about father gives it all to you? Li Ziyuan looked towards Li Yunrui. When the crowd heard this, many of them fidgeted. Zhao Wujiang gently pressed Li Yunrui's thighs. Li Yunrui shook his head, pouted his lips, and pouted. Father, where can I eat? The dinner party, how nice for everyone to eat together. Li Ziyuan smiled, his eyes were deep, looking down on the crowd. All of you love ministers, then I will share it with you. How? There are many people are silent, eyes dare not in Li Ziyuan. There are also many people simply cannot see the abnormal. Is not the landscape map, pastry to build, the 7 princesses cannot eat, everyone share, it's happy, how good. However, those who can see that this landscape map is to reduce the size of the Daxia territory do not dare to answer. Is the emperor testing their loyalty? Giving them the kingdom? Who dares to want the emperor's kingdom? Thank you, father. But on the contrary, someone else stepped forward. Zhao Wujiang stood up, and the crowd was astonished beyond measure. Anyone could have stood up today, but never you, Zhao Wujiang? Could it be that you, Zhao Wujiang, couldn't see before that the emperor was somewhat targeting you? How dare you? Zhao Wujiang first clasped his fists, then bent down beside Yunrui to ask questions. Li Yunrui pointed to a certain place on the large table. Zhao Wujiang directly walked forward, picked up the cutting knife, gestured at Jiang Shan, his eyes signaled, and when he got a nod from Li Yunrui, he didn't blush or jump, he just directly cut off a piece. Then he broke out a small piece for himself and put it in his mouth to savor. Every step he took was beyond the expectations of everyone present. Father, this Jiangshan tastes good, it's just a bit choking, he said after tasting it. Choked to death you old, measuring loyalty with pastries? You think you're playing Wolfsbane? He frankly took most of the remaining pastries and returned to his seat, handing it to Li Yunrui with a gentle smile. Li Yunrui savored the pastries, sweet into her heart, her eyes curved, a sweet smile, also softly said. Thank you, father. Li Ziyuan's heart fluttered. Zhao Wujiang was too out of his expectation, and was the first to realize his true intentions. His true intention was only one, as he sensed that he was about to enter a period of weakness, he wanted to test everyone's loyalty in advance. Most people who could tell that this was a scaled-down version of the Great Xia's map of the rivers and mountains had ghosts in their hearts. Because it is impossible for ordinary people to see, you do not rebel, you measure the territory? If you don't measure the territory, how do you know the map of Xia? Where do you know what the map is? Or, perhaps Zhao Wujiang did not even realize his true intentions, but is loyal and honest enough to be so open and honest, to taste his preparation of the landscape map, rather than the mountains and rivers. This was the first time since he had suspected Zhao Wujiang for so long that he was this shocked at every step Zhao Wujiang took. It was even more unexpected than any of Zhao Wujiang's previous surprises. Could it be that his previous suspicions were superfluous? He looked at Zhao Wujiang and Yunrui's harmonious and warm appearance, recalling the brotherly friendship and family harmony that he also had in the past. For the first time, he began to doubt himself, and his eyes gradually became complicated as he took a deep look at Zhao Wujiang. And the Great Hall cannot help but talk a lot. Some people gradually taste it, some people have not yet noticed the problem. The more people tasted the flavor, the more shocked Zhao Wujiang's moves were. Every step of Zhao Wujiang's was just right, whether Zhao Wujiang saw that the pastry represented the Jiangshan or not, every step was a retreat. First, he thanked the emperor, then he gently asked Li Yunrui, then he cut a piece of Jiangshan at Li Yunrui's gesture and took the lead in tasting it, more like testing the poison for Li Yunrui before handing it over to Li Yunrui to eat. This is a love for Li Yunrui, bright and unabashed, no one can find a problem. This every step and completely can be explained with another perspective, that is, Zhao Wujiang is frank enough, the emperor let me eat, I will eat, is not the Jiangshan is not important, I am loyal enough, no psychological pressure at all. If everything then changed the third perspective to explain, the Zhao Wujiang, and how deep the city, insight into all this, and can deal with no flaws? Li Xiaohua looked at Zhao Wujiang in a daze, her appreciation for Zhao Wujiang had reached a point that was hard to express. Chapter 97, Caught Off Guard. At the dinner party, with Zhao Wujiang taking the lead, the others followed suit and began to taste the pastries and bowed to Li Ziyuan in thanks. Knowing that this pastry landscape is actually a picture of the river and the mountains, people dare not show the slightest difference, pretending to be open and honest. Li Ziyuan was sitting in a high position, looking down on the crowd, and had been paying attention to their expressions. He can obviously feel his own weakening period is approaching, just to use this dinner to test everyone's mind, to see who has a ghost in their heart. Then he would have to watch out for these people with ghosts in their hearts. As the crowd tasted the pastries, the atmosphere was no longer tense, gradually soothing and lively. Many royal clansmen and civil and military officials toasted to the emperor, their words were all compliments, and then everyone toasted to Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui, their words were full of congratulations, and at the same time, they kept taking out the gifts they had prepared. Not long after, Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui were piled up with all kinds of gifts beside them. The atmosphere was getting warmer and warmer, and Li Yunrui's royal brothers and sisters in the clan gradually came over, asking with concern, or pointing out what Li Yunrui should pay attention to during her pregnancy as a person who had been there before. Zhao Wujiang was also instructed, and he nodded along helplessly, saying that he had listened to everything. The crowd laughed and was so lively. Li Ziyuan looked in his eyes, his mood became more and more complicated, what he was about to do, was it right or wrong? At the same time, in a corner of the banquet, a child of about 7 or 8 years old is constantly rubbing the share of pastries, full of sticky hands on the table messy wipe. The crown princess was gently stroking the child's head from the side. Yang, do you want to know if your aunt is pregnant with a brother or a sister? Auntie won't like Yang anymore. Li Muyang wrinkled his little face. Who did you hear that from? The person behind Li Muyang laughed. How could your aunt not like you anymore? You're just a bit naughty, there's nothing wrong with that, Yang. Imperial Grandpa just doesn't like Yang. Li Muyang's face was full of innocence and seriousness. With other siblings, Imperial Grandpa doesn't like Yang anymore, and now that auntie has one too, she'll dislike Yang in the future as well. Go and say hi to your aunt, quick, go, good boy. Behind Li Muyang, Crown Prince Li Yunchen rubbed his son's head. Oh. Li Muyang reluctantly answered, taking the gift and trotting towards his aunt and uncle. Li Yunchen watched his son run towards Li Yunrui and Zhao Wujiang, his face full of gentleness. Aunt. Li Muyang wanted to squeeze into the crowd, his little face was suffocating red, how could he not squeeze in, stuck in a group of adults? But in the crowded crowd, I don't know which of his royal uncles or clan uncles pushed him hard, pushing him towards his aunt Li Yunrui. The force was so great that it also contained a martial power that he could not resist at all. He stumbled on his feet, it was difficult for him to stand still at all, and his head was uncontrollably slammed straight towards his aunt's stomach. Dragon Warrior's residence. Dragon War stepped inside the 8 sects of the Dao sect and left behind the mansion in Kyoto, which has now become a temporary resting place for the disciples of the Dao sect. Shi Yu Hong got the news that Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui had gone to a dinner party. Li Yunrui was still the main character in this dinner party that Li Ziyuan had handpicked, and the two of them wouldn't return to the royal residence for a while. This was a heavenly opportunity for her. As Zhao Wujiang went to participate in the dinner, he would most likely bring strong people with him, especially the 3 strong people protecting Li Yunrui. So now in the royal residence, there was no Jin Beiking, and the 3 strong men were missing, and the only ones guarding her foster parents were the 7 extraordinary female maids, as well as the royal residence's soldiers and her 3 untalented disciples. Just based on the staffing within the royal residence today, it would not be able to stop her at all. This was exactly her chance to safely pick up her adoptive parents. Fei Yan, Xiaoli, go. Go to the royal residence. Shi Yu Hong quickly came to a decision, taking the 2 apprentices with her and setting off. As long as she received her parents back, she would no longer be subject to Zhao Wujiang. Shi Yu Hong was extremely fast, since she had taken advantage of the situation, she could not delay. But when she was less than 50 paces away from the royal residence, a black-robed man with a black face stopped in front of her. Jianghu people? Stop. In front of the royal residence, do the 3 of you have pass credentials? Shi Yu Hong frowned, where did this black-robed man come from? Forget it, whatever, kill him first. A third-grade martial artist dared to block her way. Her powerful mighty pressure leaked out and the power within her body surged, about to suppress the roadblocker, but the next moment, 8 more black-robed men with the same attire appeared in all directions, surrounding her and her 2 disciples. "You guys are also worthy of blocking this seat?" Sure Yu Hang's face sank and her tone was icy cold, but she did not make a move. These 9 black-robed men were not in her eyes at all, but these 9 people stood in a very delicate position, like a formation, and if they were to combine their efforts, she might not be able to take them down for a while. Most importantly, if she couldn't take these 9 people down in an instant, it was likely that she would alert the government soldiers and strong men within the king's mansion, and when that time came to hide her adoptive parents, her trip would have been a lost cause. She didn't realize that the king of Jinbei had left Kyoto, but Zhao Wujiang had gotten 9 more strong men from nowhere to guard the periphery of the royal residence, inside and out. "Do the 3 of you have pass credentials?" The subterranean dragon guards' voices were still cold. This strange woman gave them a great sense of threat, but this was Kyoto. So what if this woman was a first-grade expert? So what if she was a sovereign? So what if she's a grandmaster? A grandmaster can break thousands of armors? Kyoto is full of dead soldiers, all manpower has its time, they are not afraid to fight against the Jianghu masters. In just a few moments, the armor will surround this place. Shi Yu Hong flung his long sleeves and turned away with a cold face. "Senior, we are now?" Zhao Fian inquired in a low voice. "Wait." Shi Yu Hang's eyes grew colder and colder. The royal residence is heavily guarded both inside and outside, but how many strong men can Zhao Wujiang bring with him when he goes to the dinner party? When he returns, that's when he will be defeated. If we're going to kill him, let's take him by surprise. Meanwhile, at the palace banquet, the great-grandson Li Muyang ruthlessly crashed into the 7th princess Li Yunrui's stomach. This scene was caught off guard, the cups and lanterns on the small table clattered to the ground, and the scene was a mess. Chapter 98, The Eve of the Storm, 100 Ghosts Walking at Night. Yunrui. Are you alright? Yunrui. Li Muyang, you're in trouble again. Yunrui? Li Yunrui's clansmen all kept approaching, their tones filled with worry. Zhao Wujiang pressed his palm against Li Muyang's head, his brows were gentle, but his heart was cold as he pushed Li Muyang gently. Li Muyang came back to his senses, his little face was white, looking back at the imperial and clan uncles behind him, he simply couldn't find out who pushed him just now. He burst out crying with a wow, wiping his tears and desperately explaining. "Auntie, it wasn't me, it wasn't me." Zhao Wujiang was quick on his feet, and in the instant Li Muyang crashed into him, his large hand had already blocked Li Yunrui's body, dislodging Li Muyang's heavy blow. To be precise, he had been on guard against everyone and every possible contingency from the very beginning. His intuition had told him from before the dinner had even begun that this dinner would not be peaceful. "It's fine." Li Yunrui comforted Li Muyang. She wasn't in shock, and if it wasn't for Zhao Wujiang protecting her, she herself was at the 7th rank, nearly 6th rank of the martial realm, and was able to react to this accident of Li Muyang's. It was only that Zhao Wujiang had instructed her before that she should not expose her strength to others until it was absolutely necessary. "Li Muyang, it's even if you fool around on weekdays. Today you almost caused a big trouble." Some royal clansmen were filled with righteous indignation, angrily rebuking Li Muyang. The commotion here soon brought the attention of others, and the matter of Li Muyang's misbehavior and almost bumping into Li Yunrui was known to all. Li Ziyuan was enraged. Walking with a dragon stride, he glanced at the unharmed Li Yunrui, and then glanced at the wailing great-grandson Li Muyang. "It's not about Yanger didn't do it on purpose." Li Yunrui was kind-hearted and explained to his father. Li Muyang's action of rushing to the ground was more like being tripped or pushed forcefully. Zhao Wujiang did not speak for Li Muyang. Rationally, he could also see that Li Muyang did not do it on purpose, it was someone who framed Li Muyang while trying to hurt Li Yunrui. But emotionally, he hoped that Li Ziyuan chastised Li Muyang as a warning to others to make fewer small moves. "Yanger." Crown Prince Li Yunchen also squeezed into the crowd as he saluted Li Ziyuan, wanting to explain for his son. "Father, Yanger, he." "Father, it's not Yanger." Seeing his father's arrival, Li Muyang instantly pounced over and cried in his father's arms, crying in a very aggrieved manner. Li Ziyuan coldly glanced at Li Yunchen. "How did you become a crown prince? How did you teach Yanger on a regular basis?" "Father." Li Yunchen hurriedly fell to his knees. "I know I'm wrong, it's because I failed to teach my son properly. Please punish me, father." "Father, crown prince brother." Li Yunrui wanted to plead for mercy. Li Ziyuan sank his voice. Effective immediately, Crown Prince Li Yunchen is banned from the Eastern Palace for 2 months. The onlookers were astonished, who would have thought that an accident would directly ground the Crown Prince until the end of the year. What kind of humiliation and suppression is this for the Crown Prince of the dynasty? 2 months of not being able to participate in court politics. Wouldn't other aspiring princes take advantage of the opportunity to find their way to the throne? The crowd looked different, some frowned, while others secretly rejoiced. Crown Prince Li Yunchen lowered his eyebrows and nodded. "Son, obey the decree. Yunrui, Crown Prince brother is sorry for you, he almost made a big mistake."
Li Yunchen bowed to Li Yunrui again.
Zhao Wujiang looked in his eyes as Li Yunrui knitted his brows. Crown Prince brother.
Li Yunrui knew that it wasn't the fault of the Crown Prince's brother. The Crown Prince's brother had also suffered an undeserved disaster. Zhao Wujiang was protecting Li Yunrui's side. He didn't say a word, he just rubbed his hands and fingers one by one. He didn't intentionally gaze at someone, but out of the corner of his eye, he kept an eye on everyone's demeanor and mannerisms.
Li Ziyuan swept a glance at the crowd and walked out of the crowd. Of his group of children, except for Yunrui, none of them made him worry. He favored Yunrui, and knowing that some people were not convinced and secretly jealous, they would definitely do some small actions to hurt Yunrui. He had actually been indulging in these small actions. The appearance of Yunrui's child made him fall into a tangle every time he thought about it. The fundamental reason he had been sinking deep into the swamp of his debilitating period was that he was caught up in his emotions, so perhaps getting rid of Yunrui's child with his own hands would really allow him to further his strength. But there was something about him that couldn't bear to do it. Then leave it to the other children.
There would always be someone who would go after Yunrui out of jealousy or some other reason, and it would be a choice for him, or buy him more time to think about which side to give up. The effects of the farce quickly dissipated, and the atmosphere slowly became lively again, as everyone pushed their cups and exchanged drinks. Zhao Wujiang guarded beside Li Yunrui as he kept reviewing the situation, speculating on everyone's intentions. For his own sake, for the sake of this family, he had to be prepared for the worst-case scenario and the most enemies. Crown Prince Li Yunchen led Li Muyang to exit the stage and left the lively dinner hall. Li Muyang still couldn't stop sobbing, and explained in a resigned manner.
Father, no. It's not Yanger. Father knows. I don't blame you. Li Yunchen wiped his son's tears. Go to your mother's place.
The Crown Princess warmed up and took Li Muyang's hand. Li Yunchen looked at his wife and son's departing backs. He looked back at the dinner hall and murmured,
Yanger, Daddy knows it wasn't you, because Daddy saw who pushed it.
Li Yunchen glanced deeply at Zhao Wujiang and his father, who he couldn't see how he could not see after all these years through the misty lights. He turned around ghostly and followed his wife and son's steps into the darkness.
Seclusion in the Eastern Palace?
But it was the result he wanted the most. The time of his father's greatest suspicion was coming.
Too many things have happened this year.
The king of Jinbei has been removed from his post, and problems have arisen over in the southern realm. The storm is coming. He must first stay out of it, observe the whole situation from the shadows, or at least not appear in his father's eyes during the time when his father's suspicions are the heaviest.
He has been the crown prince for too many years. The Eastern Palace is cold and secluded. It's hard to be a crown prince, and it's hard to be a prince's sidekick. My good brother-in-law Zhao Wujiang, can you escape this storm? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Li Yunchen's eyes were deep and profound. Brother Prince will give you a push. Just like the one I gave Yanger.
In the dinner hall, Zhao Wujiang seemed to feel something and looked back outside the hall. The night outside the hall was pale and the evening wind was suddenly cool. The great chaos will come, the dark current is surging, 100 ghosts will walk at night, he has long been mixed up in it. Li Zhaohua raised his cup remotely between the seats, and everything was ready. The deficient east wind from the north to the south, across the 10,000 waters and mountains of Daxia, deep into the southern territory of the Smoky Land, blowing away the thick fog in front of Zhao Tingxiao. The fog dispersed, in all directions the machine crossbow is full of experts hidden. King Li Jing of Jinan was riding a fierce tiger and came swaying.
Brother Tingxiao, long time no see. Chapter 99, he doesn't want to pretend. After 3 rounds of drinking, the guests were all happy. Zhao Wujiang drank some wine except for the beginning when the crowd saluted him in Yunrui. After that, he didn't drink a drop of wine. He wanted to make sure that he was sober enough to stop letting danger come close to Yunrui. After the wine was drunk, the crowd began to have fun. Some sang, some danced, some threw pots, and some whispered with those beside them.
Daxia has been quite peaceful in recent years, and the fires at the borders, where some people are carrying heavy loads, can't burn Kyoto. These officials and dignitaries in Kyoto do not like to dance with guns and sticks, but only like to dance with words and ink. Now when the wine is in full swing, quite a few royal clansmen and officials are proposing to recite poems and make couplets. Li Ziyuan also liked to compose poems in ink in the imperial study. This proposal was very close to his heart, and he readily agreed. The people started to recite poems in pairs. Those who were talented wanted to show their talent to amaze the crowd, while those who were introverted listened with their ears to the audience. The atmosphere became more and more harmonious with applause and compliments. Li Yun's cheeks were red from eating the wine. He elbowed Zhao Wujiang, his tongue wide as if he had a large date in his mouth.
Zhao Wujiang, you go compose poems too.
Won't. Zhao Wujiang shook his head. He didn't want to participate in the crowd's poetry composing, he didn't want to pretend this. As a person who was deeply inculcated by compulsory education, if he really wanted to pretend to be a pussy, he would have a bunch of verses at his fingertips.
If he casually recited some poems, wouldn't he shock the whole audience?
But it's no fun for him. He's seen too many scenes of borrowing poems to pretend to be a pussy. Movies and novels are full of them.
But for him now, what he wanted was stability, not pretending. He didn't want to be burdened by false fame, he just wanted to be bored and live his life towards a better life. Wu Jiang, you don't want to, do you? A royal clansman stretched his neck and came a point closer. Why have I heard that you are quite talented? How could you not even know how to compose a poem? I really don't. Zhao Wujiang remained humble, he chose to keep a low profile. Alright. The person who proposed shrugged and didn't force himself. More and more people participated in the poetry recitation, and many of the royal clansmen showed their talent, composing poems that were well composed and quite flavorful. Many women in the royal family as well as the family members of big officials, whenever their husbands made poems and drew applause from the audience, their cheeks were hung with undisguised complacency, and they were proud of themselves. Li Yunrui looked at the other warbler's complacent gestures. She was envious, so she shook Zhao Wujiang's arm and stared at him with pulsating eyes. Before Zhao Wujiang could respond to Li Yunrui, those who were always watching Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui laughed. Wujiang, let's have some fun, feel free to compose some poems and participate, let's liven things up together. Right Wujiang, look Yunrui wants you to play, you can't let her down right? It doesn't matter if you don't know how to write, your highness, a limerick will do, if it's catchy, it's not bad either. Poetry is something that can't be forced, and since your highness doesn't want to do it, I guess it's because you didn't think of a verse at the moment. Some people sneered, some people were sarcastic, and some people sincerely hoped that Zhao Wujiang would take the stage. Zhao Wujiang touched Li Yunrui's hand. He didn't want to go on stage, but if Yunrui wanted to, he could reluctantly go and act this way. His own woman's emotions should be guarded by himself. Alright then. Zhao Wujiang reluctantly smiled gently. I'll make an offering. The crowd cajoled and drove the atmosphere. They more or less still understood if Zhao Wujiang had any real talent. A son who used to hang out in the land of the moon, more or less tainted with some shallow talent, but they also heard that the former Zhao Wujiang, to go to the greenhouse, playing tea surroundings cannot be defeated, basically relying on money to smash. This means that Zhao Wujiang's talent also stops at the general realm. But even if Zhao Wujiang's poetry is poor, but the fun caused by it will not be small. Most of the people present wanted to come and touch Zhao Wujiang, the son of the world. Especially after Long Zhan was dismissed from his post. In many people's mind, the previous fight between Long Zhan and Zhao Wujiang ended with Zhao Wujiang's temporary victory. How much splendor Dragon War had before, Zhao Wujiang was no less impressive now, as the mother was honored by her son, and Zhao Wujiang, the son of the world, was also honored by his father, and was highly regarded. Zhao Wujiang's eyes turned, holding Li Yunrui's hand tightly, he said gently. The clouds want to dress up and the flowers want to look good, the spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If we didn't meet at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, we would meet under the moon at Yao Tai. Pa. As soon as Zhao Wujiang's affectionate poems came out, some of the ladies who were still complacent about their own husbands making poems, marveled to the point that it was hard to attach them and accidentally broke their cups. The officials who originally wanted to wait for Zhao Wujiang to finish his poem and then touch it again were suddenly dumbfounded. Zhao Wujiang's poem was skillfully imagined, and came out of his hand without showing traces of artifice. The language in the poem is rich and colorful, the words are flowing. Reading this poem, such as feeling the spring breeze full of paper, flower light full of eyes, the face of the people are confused, no need to portray, naturally make people feel that this is peony, is the beauty of the jade color, is Zhao Wujiang in praise of Li Yunrui, and not anything else. This kind of poetry, how else could they touch it and humiliate themselves? Li Yunrui stared at Zhao Wujiang in a daze, her face was full of redness and luster, both the shyness of being praised by poetry, and more, the joy of being a woman whose vanity had been ruthlessly satisfied. Her vanity was filled and her love surged up, boldly jumping into Zhao Wujiang's arms, burying her delicate face into Zhao Wujiang's heart, wanting to listen to the heartbeat of her beloved man. The other women present were envious and jealous. Li Yunrui had a father who loved her and a husband who loved her. Good. Li Yuni took another sip of wine and praised loudly. Good poem. Li Yuni's drive caused the others to react and shout their approval. One more poem. Li Yuni continued to coax, he was honored that his brother-in-law was talented. Zhao Wujiang raised an eyebrow and tightened his arm around Li Yunrui, his eyes were haunted, he thought of his old man and blurted out. Drunkenly picking a lamp to look at the sword, dreaming of blowing the horns back to the battalion. 800 miles to divide the banner under the scorching, 50 strings to turn over the sound of the plug, the sand field in the fall to count the troops. Sandfield heroism came to the face, the crowd held their breath. Zhao Wujiang, tone of emotion, continued to recite. The horse is like the Lu flying fast, the bow is like the thunderbolt string. To finish the world affairs of the king, to win the fame after life. Pity the white occurrence. After the poem was done, the entire audience was silenced, and you could hear a pin drop. The crowd looked at Zhao Wujiang and sucked in a breath of cool air, unable to suppress the shock rolling through their hearts. Zhao Wujiang had never been to the battlefield, how could he make such a poem? That's right, King of Jinbei. This poem was written to King Jinbei. It must have been King Jinbei who resorted his grief to his own son. The king of Jinbei returned to Kyoto and was relieved of his military power, with no complaints, only the ambition of a dying man.
The whole poem pushes the heart of patriotism, the idea of loyalty to the king, and the inner ambition to the top, so that even if one cannot empathize, one can still be infected by the emotions. To settle the world affairs of the king, to win the fame behind the life.
Li Ziyuan sat on a high seat, his eyes trembling. Pity the white occurrence.
He sighed, perhaps he had really done wrong and was just unjustifiably suspicious of this righteous brother of his.
Can he still turn back?
There was no turning back. He was the emperor. He was the son of heaven of Dixia, and only he could lead Dixia to prosperity.
How can he turn back?
Inside the banquet hall, the sounds of praise rose and gradually became endless. The crowd marveled at Zhao Wujiang's talent as well as the display of filial piety, writing about his father's difficult ambition.
The crowd made toasts one after another, and Zhao Wujiang couldn't push the cup and drank half a pot.
The guests continued to enjoy themselves until the moon hung in the middle of the sky and the guests dispersed. Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui bid farewell to a group of seemingly enthusiastic acquaintances, boarded the carriage, and traveled towards the royal residence. Zhao Manfu drove very steadily, and when he reached a quiet alley, his horse suddenly neighs and refuses to go forward. In front of someone blocking the way, a white dress Snow, holding a long sword, the sword body is full of frost. A shadow flashed in the white moon, and the tall and agile figure landed lightly on the roof of the carriage.
This time, this seat will see where you can escape. Shi Yu Hang's icy voice drifted and said fiercely. Zhao Wujiang. Chapter 100, The Calculating Zhao Wujiang. Phew!
The white moon was in the sky, and the sound of an appeal rang out extremely long in the quiet night. The horse was forced to stop. Zhao Wujiang picked open the curtain window and his eyes glanced up. The person blocking the road ahead was Jiang Li with his frosty sword, while the one standing on top of the carriage looking down at him was Zhao Fian with her excellent likeness.
What a coincidence!
Zhao Wujiang smiled, his complexion not half flustered, and flirted.
Since you guys are here, where is my Yuer? Is my Shai Dao sovereign's concubine afraid to show her face, or is she ashamed to see me?
Secretly engaging in this kind of small talk, turn around and talk to her parents. It's better to have the rice cooked earlier. Shi Yu Hang's fingers hidden under the shadow of the moon suddenly clenched, and the green tiles of the roof made a tiny cracking sound.
Zhao Wujiang, you have repeatedly offended this seat. You will be executed today. Shi Yu Hang's voice sounded once again.
A beautiful silhouette appeared on the wall not far away, with a bright full moon behind it. Zhao Wujiang couldn't see Shi Yu Hang's demeanor, but this delicate silhouette and icy voice was undoubtedly Shi Yu Hang.
It's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. You and I don't have any hatred, so why bother?
Since Zhao Wujiang dared to go and participate in tonight's dinner party, then all the circumstances, he had long ago made a predetermination, and currently there hadn't been any unexpected big things that happened, except for this interception that he had counted on.
In his anticipation, Dragon War at least had to come, right? According to the Dragon War on his hatred, this interception certainly will be out, but now, have not found the figure of the Dragon War. Could it be hiding in the dark sneak attack? No, in terms of sneak attack, Zhao Fian should be the right person. Where's Dragon Warrior? Where is he?
There's no reason for him to have disappeared.
He directly asked. Yuer, where's Long Zhan? Why didn't he come today? Wouldn't have been knocked offline by my butterfly effect again, right?
Zhao Fian suddenly threw out 3 darts and nailed them on the carriage, shaking the carriage. As soon as Zhao Wujiang's words left his mouth, the wind of a whirring palm slapped at his head, and he retracted his head back into the carriage, Zhao Fian's angry scolding following close behind. Zhao Wujiang, it's all because of you, otherwise why would Junior brother risk his life?
Risking my life? Let's see.
Zhao Wujiang's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his heart and had an answer.
In a hurry, this breaks the defense?
In the original plot, this had good light skills, her body was very soft, and she seemed to be able to do any position. The tips of Zhao Fian's ears suddenly flushed red. She didn't know why she could hear Zhao Wujiang's heart. But she was angry. The tip of her foot heavily stepped on the roof of the car. You're the one who broke defense.
Don't bull with him.
Jiang Li raised her sword with her right hand, the sword and her cheeks were covered in moonlight, white as frost.
Zhao Wujiang, get off the carriage now or your driver and your wife will be weighted down because of you. This is not bad, she's the same cool type as Ling Qingxue.
I wonder if she'll be as contrasting in bed as Ling Qingxue. Jiang Li's hand holding the sword suddenly shook.
Nasty.
The blade of the sword cut out messy silver light under the moon. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wujiang held Li Yunrui's hand tightly and comforted Li Yunrui that he was fine. His eyes grew deeper and deeper as he simply sighed.
In that case, it's all because of me. Because I didn't want to die, because I wanted to live, I resisted. So I'm guilty? I should have been kicked to death by Dragon Warrior and let him take everything from me? I should just go along with the fate of heaven to be a stepping stone for him? Right?
Silence outside the carriage, all of them were silent. Zhao Wujiang's words were full of mockery, but they were powerless to argue. They were worried that forcing their way out would hurt the extreme insane body Li Yunrui, so they wanted to make Zhao Wujiang come out first, but their words couldn't provoke Zhao Wujiang at all, and instead, they were disliked by Zhao Wujiang.
Take your disciple and go. Zhao Wujiang once again urged each other. He didn't want to fight and kill. The biggest threat to him at the moment was Li Zhaoyuan and Dragon Warfare, who were approaching their weakening period. Shi Yu Hong was still subject to him, and he could only get rid of him by either taking him down or rescuing his adoptive parents. But he had already made enough preparations, and Shi Yu Hang couldn't do either in a short period of time. Zhao Wujiang, you're hiding beside Li Yunrui, wanting her to block the arrows for you? Shi Yu Hong marched along the wall with lotus steps, her clothes fluttering. This seat knows that you're stalling for time, but no one can come to your rescue. Laughing to death, I'll take your adoptive parents' backs, but I won't even take Yunrui's. Big deal, pull them out, see if you dare to beat me, or you can only continue to love me. Asshole. Shi Yu Hang suddenly stops walking, the hem of her skirt automatically ripples without wind. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wujiang wrapped his arms tightly around Li Yunrui, his eyes were soft as he glanced at Li Yunrui. This interception today was the easiest out of all the interception he had envisioned in his mind. He could imagine that in the near future, there would be another group of people coming to interception, and at that time, they wouldn't care if he and Li Yunrui were dead or alive. If you guys want to fight, then let's fight. Zhao Wujiang whispered, and the power of the true young heart technique surged then his entire body. In the next moment, a handful of abacuses broke through the roof of the carriage, striking straight at Zhao Fian on the roof. Zhao Fian's eyes trembled, and she hastily dodged. The abacus beads kept shaking, like the border's grass chopping gate knife, chopping off a strand of Zhao Fian's hair. Mo Sable held the abacus and bullied his way forward. His other hand grabbed a handful of medicinal powder in his cloth bag and sprinkled it towards Zhao Fian. Zhao Fian's body dodged, her toes pointed at the abacus, and she used her strength to fly backwards into the distance, her complexion grave. As for Zhongli, who was blocking the way in front, behind him in the shadows, an old man with kind brows suddenly appeared. The old man was none other than Red Eagle, with sharp eyes and a smile on his face. Miss, I'm offended. Zhongli backhanded a sword, stabbing at the shadows, but the sword was hit hard by a calloused fist. The force was so great that the entire sword was buzzing and trembling. The rest of the force was transmitted to Zhongli's hand that held the sword, and she retreated in pain. Red Eagle smiled, continued to bully forward, blocked Zhongli's retreat. He is best at using softness to overcome hardness. Zhongli's sword blade of the astral, difficult to injure him, and in the end, at most, both lose, but as long as the protection of this woman to deal with the prince of the world, even if the death of what harm? When Yu Hong saw the two disciples being stopped by the two men, she snorted coldly. The berserk and unrivaled power of the sect master blossomed, and with a point of her toes, she flew and swept to the front of the carriage, and her jade foot stepped on the horse's head. The horse was terrified, but couldn't move. A big hand encircled the horse's neck. Song Wolf rolled over and came up, a flying kick kicked towards Shi Yu Hong. Shi Yu Hong lightly, a kick back. That Song Wolf flew backwards out a foot extra before stabilizing his body. His expression was grave as he looked at Shi Yu Hong, his eyes wandering over Shi Yu Heng's movements, looking for a break, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Zhao Wujiang, you'd better still have your cards. Shi Yu Heng's face contained fury. Why bother? Inside the carriage, Zhao Wujiang remained calm and relaxed, and flirted again. There are so many cards that you can fight the landlord. Want to take a look? Shi Yu Hong suddenly merged his fingers into a sword and cut his palm. Blood dripping down instantly vaporized into mist. Shi Yu Hong turned a deaf ear. Her powerful aura set off the wind and waves, blowing the bells of the horses jingling as she leapt towards Zhao Wujiang in a single step. First, she would capture Extreme's sacred body Li Yunrui, and then smash Zhao Wujiang's mouth. However, she had just taken half a step closer when her complexion was stunned and she looked at the wrinkled old butler on the side, who was a little too calm. The old butler leaned against the edge of the carriage and smiled with kind eyes, revealing some bad teeth. Miss, please make yourself at home, His Highness had explained to the old man before. Just let you in, don't lose your life for nothing. Shi Yu Hong took a deep breath. She couldn't feel half a bit of martial arts cultivation on the old housekeeper, but the old housekeeper had obviously experienced great storms, and actually didn't show half a bit of cowardice in the face of her powerful aura. And Zhao Wujiang dared the old housekeeper not to stop her. Could it be that Zhao Wujiang had a stronger card? Was it an empty city trick to swindle her, or did he really have a bottom line? Shi Yu Hong's eyes trembled. Zhao Wujiang again and again out of her expectations. Strong mentality, sensitive reaction, fire in the chestnuts but very effective decision-making, so that she had to really pay attention to this young descendant. Every time Zhao Wujiang seemed to be bouncing on the edge of danger, but every time Zhao Wujiang was able to turn danger into safety. Shi Yu Heng's eyes were slightly raised, a glance at the deep blue sky. The stars were twinkling. She counted with her fingers. The heavenly destiny star shifted. The star of woe rises from the east. Is this Zhao Wujiang the new heavenly destiny, or is he a star of woe? In any case, close at hand, she shot a probe to find out. But her jade hand just touched the carriage, on the lightning-like stretch back, fingertips stained with white as wall dust powder. If not for the moonlight, I'm afraid that even she is difficult to detect. Poison? She could clearly feel the burning of her fingertips, the intensity of the toxicity she rarely encountered in the great Jianghu. Imo Sable saw that Shi Yuhong had touched the poison he had laid down and was about to break through the last line of defense. He no longer chased Zhao Feiyan but took a step to the top of the carriage, holding a long streamer, an abacus at his waist, and surrounded by mottled powder flying around him, emitting a bizarre aroma. With an incredibly grave expression, he saluted. Patriarch Shi, it's better to listen to His Highness the World Sun's advice. Still want to come in? Only I, Zhao Wujiang, come in to you. There is no reason for you, Shi Yuhong, to come in to me. Still want to come in? Little you er. Inside the carriage, Zhao Wujiang's tone was smooth, and he seemed to have seen Shi Yuhong's movements through the curtain as he laughed. After sending you off for a mile, you must eventually say goodbye. If you don't come in, then go. The night here is cold. I still have to go home and rest early. Shi Yuhong looked grave. This person from the royal family who used poison had high poison attainments. It wasn't difficult for her to kill this person. The difficulty was that killing this person would not be worth the loss, as she would inevitably be heavily poisoned as well, and the idea of intercepting Li Yunrui today would be broken without a trace. Count your life. With a cold snort, she flung her long sleeves and rode the wind, disappearing from the spot. Right. Zhao Wujiang lifted the curtain. I'll tell the old couple tonight that you're going to visit them tomorrow, so remember to come early. You don't want to disappoint them either, right? Zhao Wujiang smiled. The adoptive parents card is always good. With this card, I'll be sure to eat you for the rest of your life, Shi Yuhong. Shi Yuhang suddenly felt her temples jumping. She clearly heard Zhao Wujiang's voice, but the other party's lips didn't move at all. But this voice, it really made people furious. Shi Yuhang suddenly turned back and threw out a sword chi, cutting the ancient tree by the side of the road. Under the night sky, Shi Yuhang's silhouette lurched, her slender fingers pinched white. Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui didn't get to eat, but she got into trouble. Zhao Wujiang once again asked her to go to the royal residence. What exactly was her plan? Chapter 101 Word for word, Betraying Yourself. The night was already late. Zhao Feiyan carried her lamp and followed the sound, walking step by step towards the room where her master was. Standing outside the door of the room, she could hear her master eunuch's grunts of pain. With his cultivation, he couldn't even help but grunt in pain, so one could only imagine how much this pain drilled into his heart. Senior, are you alright? Zhao Feiyan asked with concern. The painful grunts in the room stalled, and Shi Yuhang's ice-cold voice was heard. It's fine. You guys go down and rest. Zhao Feiyan looked worried, but still nodded her head obediently. Yes, Senior, if you have anything, just call me in Senior Sister. Zhao Feiyan carried an oil lamp and a flash, her figure appearing on the roof and patrolling the entire mansion. And with Zhao Feiyan's departure, in Shi Yuhang's room, Shi Yuhong looked pained, curled up on top of the bed, her light veil covering her body, trembling slightly. Every time the moon was full, pain would come to her. It was as if her heart was being torn apart, and the pain was excruciating, drilling into her heart and bones. This was the backlash she suffered after forcibly cultivating the extreme heart technique with her non-extreme saint body. She needed a first-grade or even stronger true yang heart skill practitioner to come and dual cultivate with her in order to dissolve the pain of the icy cold she was suffering from the extreme heart skill with the scorching warmth of the sun. But Long Zhan was too unyielding, leaving the master's school for that long before he was just barely less than 4th grade. Even for the sake of Long Zhan's strength, she sent her disciple to help Long Zhan to find the extreme sacred body to accelerate Long Zhan's cultivation speed, but Long Zhan still let her down. It was no wonder that she wasn't angry in the first place, and it was also no wonder that she wasn't worried when she learned that Long Zhan wanted to step into the 8 gates of the Tao sect. If something happened to Long Zhan, would she still have to train another true yang heart skill cultivator? Then when would she have to wait, and how long would she have to endure the pain that was drilling into her heart and bones? Shi Yuhang covered her heart. This pain, there is no medicine to cure it. She has long been cold sweat flowing all over her body, sticky and silky flow on her skin, is also another kind of torture. True sun heart technique? Zhao Wujiang. By the way, Zhao Wujiang also cultivated the true yang heart technique, and now his strength has progressed above that of the dragon warrior. Shi Yuhang's eyes glowed with light, but the light only existed briefly for a moment before it was completely extinguished. Zhao Wujiang was the son of the Jinbei king. The Jinbei king was the minister of state protection, and Zhao Wujiang's identity was something that she simply couldn't trust or utilize. How could she, a person of the rivers and lakes, utilize Zhao Wujiang in the temple? Unless Zhao Wujiang himself was willing? But it was unlikely that Zhao Wujiang would be willing to be utilized by her. Compared to Dragon Warrior, Zhao Wujiang was simply uncontrollable. What she wanted was an obedient disciple, not someone like Zhao Wujiang with a majestic identity and ambition. What? You're asking me to utilize you? The following day, Shi Yuhong was forced to come to the royal residence to see her parents, and at the dinner table, Shi Yuhong gritted her teeth and looked at Zhao Wujiang incredulously. Zhao Wujiang added a piece of dried meat to Shi Yuhong and whispered in her ear. That's right, I can use you too. We each get what we need. Shi Yuhang's eyes flickered. You think too highly of yourself, you don't have what I need. Is that so? Zhao Wujiang smiled meaningfully and whispered. Then, what are you pestering our family for? And what did you want to do last night? You don't need the extreme's sacred body? Sure, Yu Hang's eyes trembled. How did Zhao Wujiang know about the extreme's sacred body?
Right, Yun Jinshu was at the royal residence. It must be Yun Jinshu who told Zhao Wujiang.
You want to use the extreme's sacred body to trade with this seat?
Sure, Yu Hang suddenly snorted. Zhao Wujiang was really unscrupulous.
No. Zhao Wujiang firmly shook his head.
I will never trade with my friends and family, they are not bargaining chips. Laughing to death, this son of the world sells his teammates faster than a flash, but selling his wife is a different price. She forced down her dissimilarity and said in a cold voice.
Then there's nothing to talk about, that's it. This seat thought you swindled me here for what, just this?
Zhao Wujiang tugged at Shi Yuhong's white wrist. Shi Yuhong's face contained fury, staring fiercely at Zhao Wujiang, but her parents were happily watching from the side, seemingly thinking that she and Zhao Wujiang were flirting, and there were strong people deployed all around her, so she couldn't move at all.
Zhao Wujiang laughed. Don't be anxious. I can't betray them. But I can betray myself.
Although you're not a bad-looking woman. Big where she should be big, small where she should be small, and her face is still high and cold, making men want to conquer.
That's true, but why am I, Zhao Wujiang, not suave?
Alas, it's a pity that this virgin body of mine will be cheap for you in the future.
At first, Shi Yu Hang's fingers hidden in his sleeves trembled slightly with anger.
But the last sentence suddenly exploded in her ears, and her pupils contracted violently.
This kid is actually still innocent?
Even though he couldn't touch Li Yunrui, she had the impression that Zhao Wujiang was a dirty bastard.
Strange.
Looking at it this way, Zhao Wujiang wasn't too dirty. It seemed like those points that he had taken advantage of before were acceptable to Shi Yuhong again.
It was just that Shi Yuhong didn't know. Zhao Wujiang's calculation of his virginity was refreshed every day. If you haven't touched a woman today, you're considered ice clear today.
You need the extreme's sacred body, it's just because you want to cultivate your disciple, Long Zhan. Zhao Wujiang smiled a ghostly smile and singled out the main point. Aren't you cultivating your disciple Long Zhan in order to wait for him to rise, which will help you resolve the backlash brought about by the strong cultivation of the extreme heart technique, and at the same time help your Dao sect soar, unify the country, and even unify the world?
After all, the dragon battle, heaven's destiny. Right?
Shi Yuhong stared at Zhao Wujiang in disbelief. Her heart had already turned over in shocking waves. How on earth did Zhao Wujiang know all this? This was a secret that she had never told anyone.
But the heaven's mandate can be added to Dragon Warrior. Then it can be shifted. Then another new person can be chosen.
Zhao Wujiang's eyes grew deeper and deeper, and his tone gradually became more forceful and domineering.
How do you know how I'm not one of the heavenly fates?
I haven't seen Long Zhan move in the past 2 days, so I guess he went to the 8th sect of the Dao sect, right?
The 8 gates of the Dao sect is full of dangers, 9 deaths, and 1 life. It's not certain if he'll come back alive. If something happens to him, can you still withstand the growing backlash and patiently train the next practitioner of the True Young Heart technique? You can't. It's only me.
I also cultivate the True Young Heart skill. You can use me, I can sell my own body. Shi Yuhong was forced to choke a little by Zhao Wujiang's sentence. How did Zhao Wujiang know that Long Zhan had gone to the 8th sect? Moreover, Zhao Wujiang's words made sense, a single word that broke through her current worries.
What exactly did Zhao Wujiang want to do, willingly betraying herself? What do you want? Shi Yuhong asked the key question. Of course it's to get a career, is it for you?
When Shi Yuhong heard this heartfelt statement, her left hand hidden under the table suddenly clenched the hem of her skirt, and her knuckles turned blue and white.
She was the head of the Dao sect, but she was actually disliked by this kid? Zhao Wujiang smiled crookedly with an evil aura. I want you to come and meet us to leave one day soon in the future if you receive notice from me. Shi Yu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that you are in great danger, but why should I agree? If you die, it will save this seat from having to make a move.
If I die, your True Young Heart technique's backroad will be broken.
Zhao Wujiang coldly said.
If I die, the extreme's sacred body will most likely be persecuted and you won't be able to obtain it. If I die, the king's house will basically fall, and those 2 old men, they won't be able to escape.
Zhao Wujiang. Are you so sure that I'll make a move?
Shi Yuhong was oppressed by Zhao Wujiang's words, and she deeply realized how Zhao Wujiang's words were like knives, and all of them threatened her vitals.
Right.
Zhao Wujiang nodded without hesitation, and Shi Yuhong froze. She had never felt such decisive and direct trust in anyone before.
It's not true that you and I are hostile.
Zhao Wujiang gave Shi Yuhong another dish, raising his hand to signal her to eat. The 2 old men were watching.
He came closer and laughed. But, you won't easily renege on your word. And you are one of the retreats I laid out, not the only one. Our cooperation only stays on the surface, and if you really want to break even that surface, then you have to believe that I'm definitely not the only one who will be hurt. There is also you.
Shi Yu Hang's face changed color. Zhao Wujiang wasn't strong, but he was too good at taking advantage of the situation, using all the leverage he could, including himself. Every time she crossed paths with Zhao Wujiang, the more she could feel that Zhao Wujiang's mind was like a demon's.
I promise. She glanced at her parents and slowly nodded her head. Zhao Wujiang grinned and poured her a full glass of wine, no longer lowering his voice and deliberately speaking to the two old men. I knew you were the best. Nailed it. This wave of extreme pulling is comparable to a king's upper score. When Shi Yuhong heard such an odd term as king's score, although she did not understand the exact meaning, she intuited that it was not something serious. She hid her nails in her sleeves and pinched them deep into her palms before maintaining her dignified demeanor. Shi Yuhang's mother then smiled with emotion, with tears in her smile. For you are to find such a husband. It's really God's mercy. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely treat her well, and treat you too well. Zhao Wujiang took Shi Yuhong's reluctant slender jade hand. As long as I'm alive, no one else will harm you. Shi Yuhong squeezed Zhao Wujiang's hand tightly. Zhao Wujiang's words were a sideways warning to her. Barf. Zhao Wujiang gave another kiss on Shi Yuhang's forehead. Hold your son's hand, and relieve your son's worries. I hope that you and I will support each other until we grow old. Shi Yuhong gritted his teeth and whispered, almost enough. This seat only likes you and I to work well together. Pleasant cooperation? In the future, I'll let you know what it means to double your happiness. Hearing this heartfelt statement, Shi Yuhong suddenly pinched Zhao Wujiang's hand on her thigh with force. Amidst the delighted smiles of the two old men, she leaned against Zhao Wujiang and whispered in a cold voice, this seat has changed its mind. The terms of cooperation should add one more item. Mind your dog's mouth. Chapter 102 Bitter Lobbying. The moonlight was bright. The mountains and forests of the southern realm were misty and haunted. Inside the mountain fortress, King Li Jing of Jinan received Zhao Tingxiao with a family feast. Compared to Zhao Tingxiao's sturdy figure, Li Jing was quite a bit thinner and weaker, but compared to normal people, he was already considered to be very sturdy. Compared with Zhao Tingxiao's rolling oppressive aura that is not angry, Li Jing gives people a sense of oppression that is not too strong. The whole person is more like a cold reptile in the miasma of the southern realm, being stared at by him, simply cannot get rid of it. Last night, you and I fought as brothers. Brother William Zhao's strength has held up very well. Li Jing filled a cup of dark green wine for Zhao Tingxiao. Unlike my younger brother me, staying in this place of exile, my body has long been eroded by miasma and entangled with wet poison, making it difficult to dissolve. Xianli, the matter of the city. Zhao Tingxiao's sword brows were slightly wrinkled. He had stayed in the southern borderland for a day now. About the matter of seating the city in the southern borderland, he still couldn't get an answer from Li Jing. Li Jing, the word Xianli, waved his hand. You and I, brothers, rarely see each other. Why don't we talk about family matters and have to talk about this matter? Wu Jiang is already a big lad. I haven't teased him for over 10 years. How much does he look like you now? Zhao Tingxiao drank this medicinal wine that could somewhat dissolve the miasma poison and squeezed out a smile. Wu Jiang's style of acting, not like me at all. He's grown up and has his own ideas. There are many things that I can hardly see through for a while. What about Zhao Manfu? Li Jing clinked glasses with Zhao Tingxiao and drained the liquor in one go, letting out a breath. He blocked a backstab for you back then. His dantian was destroyed and he lost all his power. Is he alright now? Zhao Tingxiao lamented. Busy for the royal family up and down, can't tell you how comfortable and busy he is, but he enjoys it. Beside the two men, a young man with a thin figure poured wine for the two elders. This person is named Li Shouting, Li Jing to the southern realm for many years, the only remaining heir. Where is Yun Rui? Li Jing smiled. Expecting a baby, right? Zhao Tingxiao's face sank violently. How did Li Jing learn about this matter when he was so far away? Before he left for the southern realm, this matter was little known. He said in a deep voice. Xian Li. Li Jing's eyes were deep as he looked at his once good brother. Brother Tingxiao, the Zhao family is thriving nowadays. You have children and daughters, and you will also have grandchildren. Your old buddy is also by your side. But I, Li Xuanli, have only one son left. What are you trying to say? Zhao Tingxiao's sword frown deepened. I'm just envious of you, brother Tingxiao. Li Jing's eyes were deep and said with hatred. I'm also worried that you, brother William Xiao, will end up in the same situation as me, the only heir, still this weak and carrying a serious illness. Zhao Tingxiao slowly fell silent. He heard the hatred in Li Jing's words, which pointed towards his elder brother, the current Saint Li Ziyuan. Is this the reason why the Southland suddenly ceded the city to a foreign country? Li Jing was venting his anger? How many years have you and I not seen each other? Li Jing seemed to release a smile. More than 10 years? Why did we meet last night? Isn't the fundamental reason that you have no military power and are just an idle prince? Back then, in order for Li Ziyuan to separate us, you went to serve in the bitter cold north as that great general. And Wu Jian? Is he favored by Li Ziyuan? Staying in Kyoto? Who can't tell he's a hostage? As for me, I've taken my family into exile in the south. In those days, the forests were so full of snakes and beasts that they took over the mountains, making it difficult for the people to live, retreating again and again, and there were few fields to cultivate, and it was even harder to harvest food.
It was me who sent soldiers to build earth and trees, to reorganize the terrain of the mountains and forests, to drive away the snakes and insects, to borrow the miasma, and to turn the barrier into a barrier, so that we can have the present southern rift valley of the Nantang Pass, to stop the southern barbarians from invading our Daxia. But Li Ziyuan has been on the defense of our two brothers, so that you and I, two brothers south of the sky and north of the sky.
We meet today because you don't need his defense anymore. And you are the only one who is qualified to convince me. These cities. Zhao Tingxiao took a deep breath. I made them. Li Jing's eyes grew sinister. It's said that the Son of Heaven guards the gate of the country, and the king dies for the gods of the earth and grain, but this gate of the country, it's you, it's me, it's General Su by the East Sea, and it's old Shui from the land of the western wasteland who guards it. What gate is Li Ziyuan guarding? He's only guarding his throne. The city I let go, I'm the one who guarded it all these years, it's the retreat for me and Sa. You want to rebel? Zhao Tingxiao's breathing grew heavy. He realized the seriousness of the problem. Li Zhaohua had persuaded him to rebel, and now Li Jing was going to rebel as well? Rebel? Li Jing shook his head and smiled, his eyes were deep. This is called self-preservation, this is called setting things right. Li Ziyuan's throne came from the wrong source, it was obtained by killing his brother and killing his father, how can I call it a rebellion? On the contrary, it is you, brother Timothy, who should stop being obsessive. This was the second time that Zhao Tingxiao, following Li Zhaohua's mouth, heard that his elder brother's throne was obtained by killing his brother and father. He fell into a deep suspicion. Was Li Jing and Li Zhaohua framed Li Ziyuan for the rebel division, or was it really true? Li Ziyuan was indeed able to fight well and was loved by the people back then. Li Jing thought back to that year, his color became more and more emotional, and his hatred did not diminish. But what about the prince? Supervision of those years, the four sides of the peace, the people live in peace and happiness, is also true. According to clan etiquette, this throne, how to turn cannot turn Li Ziyuan. The two sons fought for the throne, the crown prince died, the late emperor died of a heart attack, and the throne fell into the hands of Li Jiyuan. Don't you think there's something fishy about this, or were you blinded to the truth during the years you were by his side fighting for him? I don't believe it. Zhao Tingxiao still insisted on his own opinion. His chilling of Li Ziyuan was that Li Ziyuan had neglected the friendship between the two and treated Wu Jiang badly, but to make him harbor a grudge, he couldn't do it. He would still defend Li Ziyuan from the slander of others. Hoof. Li Jing breathlessly hummed and laughed. Brother Tingxiao, I honor you for your love and loyalty, but I also laugh at your foolish loyalty. You don't believe me now, but you'll soon realize that what I'm saying is true. Xian Li. Zhao Tingxiao was filled with worry. Stop, it's not too late to turn back. It's also not too late for you to come to your senses. Li Jing smiled meaningfully. At least you can still protect Wu Jiang, Yunrui, and Zhaohua, whom you have always owed. What happened to Wu Jiang? Zhao Tingxiao angrily got up. What was Li Jing's intention in saying this? To protect Wu Jiang? Wu Jiang is in danger? Li Ziyuan killed his brother and killed his father. These years his heart demons haunted him. His realm would fall into a weakened state from time to time. Li Jing stared at the wine in his cup. The wine rippled in a circle as he laughed coldly. Soon, Li Ziyuan's realm will fall into yet another weakening. His suspicion will probably be stronger than ever. When the birds fly, the good bao hides. When the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. This round of his liquidation will most likely. No. It will definitely be liquidated on your Zhao family's head. Zhao Tingxiao spoke with certainty. I, Zhao Tingxiao, am loyal, he won't fail to see that. And Yun Rui married into the royal family and is pregnant, how could he possibly make a move against us? Hoof. Li Ziyuan will officially enter his weakening period on the 6th day of the winter month. That is, half a month later. Li Jing squeezed his wineglass tightly. Do you know how this precise time was scouted out? Zhao Tingxiao was silent. It must have been Li Jing and Li Zhaohua who had placed people beside Li Ziyuan. Li Jing suddenly laughed out loud. It was my good nephew, Zhao Wujiang, who gave the answer. Zhao Tingxiao looked at Li Jing in disbelief. What? Wu Jiang gave the answer? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Jiang wants to rebel too? Brother Timothy, how long are you going to lie to yourself? Li Jing took out the secret letter and handed it to Zhao Tingxiao. Wu Jiang over the years, what life in Kyoto, how Li Ziyuan treated him, the world has seen it all. Li Ziyuan's dislike, overflowing, when you did not return to the capital, even he acquiesced to Yun Rui to withdraw from the wedding nonsense. Wu Jian, the party in question, feels the crisis more deeply than you do. He is a sword that is getting sharper and sharper, while you. Only sword technique? Your sword, dull. Wu Jian will never act in rebellion. Zhao Tingxiao's vast martial aura instantly swept across the entire arena as he was shaken with rage. Li Jing held a tower-like long mace, his aura confronting him. I said, this isn't called rebellion. This is called self-preservation. Wu Jiang is only protecting himself. Protecting himself, protecting you, Zhao Tingxiao.
Berserk aura entwined, a blistering wind blew inside the room, Nantang Passion lordly shouting retreated against the storm, the soldiers and generals outside the room sensed the commotion and quickly rushed, already surrounding Zhao Tingxiao.
Swords and soldiers are facing each other. Chapter 103, Dark Sun's out. Who let you guys in? Get out.
When Li Jing saw the soldiers and generals holding their swords against Zhao Tingxiao, he shouted angrily.
General, we.
The soldier generals were worried. Li Jing spoke in a deep voice.
Sir, you and them all go out.
Li Shouting clasped his fists and exited the room with the soldiers and generals, closing the door, but they still didn't go far, instead guarding the door. The mighty reputation of the Jinbei king was known to all of them, so they could not help but be worried.
Brother Tingxiao, why haven't you made your move yet?
After Li Jing drank back the soldiers and generals, he sighed and laughed as his eyes flushed.
Your sword, it's really dull. Wu Jian. How could that be?
Zhao Tingxiao still found it hard to believe that his child would come this far.
How is it impossible? Li Jing lamented.
This child, Wu Jiang, as far as I know from the information I've gotten, is far-sighted and extremely methodical in his actions. His desire to defend himself is definitely the result of deep thought. Whether you think he did it voluntarily, or was forced to do it, or was under our compulsion, he has already embarked on this path.
In case we fail,
even if we don't expose him, Li Ziyuan will still be suspicious, and once he finds a trace, Boundless will have no choice but to flee to the ends of the earth, to nowhere. Zhao Tingxiao's aura slowly converged, somewhat disheveled, sitting back in his chair. Li Jing's eyes became more and more red and misty with water vapor.
You don't want to believe the truth that Zhao Hua and I told you. But Wu Jian, you have to believe it, right? He is a good boy.
All these years in Kyoto, he has suffered suspicion, coldness, ridicule, and suppression.
Were you there? He's not a child anymore.
He knows better than anyone who was most likely to harm him and you.
How else would he know about Li Jiyun's decline?
He must have been forced to learn about it by the fact that he went to great lengths to protect himself, spending all his days watching Li Jiyun's face and keeping an eye on his every move for fear of being chastised for his mistakes. This is what he got from his blood and tears.
Can you imagine him being cautious and living in fear every day?
Zhao Tingxiao's eyes softened and softened again. Li Jing had convinced him. He guarded the border, but failed to take care of this child. The child knew the coming danger better than he did.
It was late at night.
Zhao Wujiang woke up from his dream. His eyes had the only remaining light in the room as he looked towards Li Yunrui, who was sleeping peacefully and quietly. He moved a few points closer to Li Yunrui, feeling Li Yunrui's familiar scent and temperature.
Li Yunrui slowly opened his eyes, sleepy, and asked with concern. What's wrong? I woke you up.
Zhao Wujiang was full of apologies and wrapped his arms around Li Yunrui.
Thinking about things again?
Li Yunrui's cheek came close and rubbed against Zhao Wujiang.
Other than the day of the wedding, it seems like you haven't slept peacefully since then. You also haven't told me what you're worried about.
Zhao Wujiang smiled softly. I'm thinking about how to stay with you until I grow old. How to take care of my old father.
How to bring our family peace and prosperity. What is there to worry about? Li Yunrui's pretty face leaned into Zhao Wujiang's arms.
The royal residence is heavily guarded, and there are father's personal guards to protect it.
What kind of patriarch of the Jianghu is still under your control? In the middle of Kyoto, who else can harm us? Yeah, no one can hurt us anymore.
Zhao Wujiang's eyes grew deeper and deeper as he hugged Li Yunrui tighter and tighter, and instead of dwelling on this topic, he asked.
If you were to leave Kyoto one day, where would you most like to go? Are you going to take me on a tour of the mountains?
Li Yunrui's slender jade fingers pressed Zhao Wujiang's wrinkled brows, as if she wanted to wipe away Zhao Wujiang's worries.
She thought about it and ranted. Anywhere is fine, it's good to have you. Zhao Wujiang's eyes went deep. Then if I let you guys go first, what if I follow afterward? Imperial Palace.
Li Jian propped himself up and sat up, rubbing his eyebrows, his face filled with pain.
Zheng Hua. Chen Zhenghua's shadow shone diagonally on the doorframe. Your Majesty, the old slave is here. How long has it been?
Li Ziyuan's voice was hoarse, holding in the pain. He was having nightmares again, being haunted by nightmares. The tragic appearance of his elder brother's death, the look of dismay and pain on his father's face before he died, was still deeply imprinted in his mind.
Was he to blame? It was not his fault. The battle between emperors and sons has always been like this. If Big Brother doesn't die, the one who dies is him. Why does the throne have to be his? In what way is he weaker than Big Brother?
He can still lead Xia to prosperity, and all the nations will come to him. Why did father favor his elder brother?
Ugly time. Chen Zhenghua's voice pulled Li Ziyuan back from his tedious thoughts, and Li Ziyuan sank his voice. Burn incense. Make tea. I want to meditate. Yes, Your Majesty.
The shadow of Chen Zhenghua on the doorframe fell to the ground, and he hurriedly went to get ready.
Not long after, everything was ready, green smoke curled up in the room, and Li Ziyuan sat on a futon. Over the years, his realm had long since reached the peak of Grand Master, but his delay in stepping into the final step was caught in his emotions, deep down fear of what he himself had done back then, as well as guilt, suspicion. He also realized long ago that in order to take the final step, he needed to abandon these useless emotions, and that only those who have little love and little righteousness can truly ascend to a high position. He was torn and confused. Waking up from this night's dream, he once again reshaped his decision. His additional men in the shadows over the years had brought him secret information that there seemed to be traces of the rebels. Since there was a chaotic traitor, it was all the more his fault. Kill. Kill until the people who coveted the heart of his throne chills, kill until no one dares to commit rebellion. And those secret sons, it's time to act. Zheng Hua. Pass on my secret order. Li Ziyuan was cloaked in hair, his eyes as gloomy as an abyss. The next day dawned. Zhao Wujiang, who was practicing martial arts, was stabbed in the center of his mouth by Li Yunrui's sudden stab. He looked stunned and incredulous, his breathing was rapid. Yunrui. You. Li Yunrui's face was cold. I'm sorry, Wujiang. Chapter 104, House Arrest Before You Can Escape. I'm sorry, Wujiang. Li Yunrui looked cold and turned the hilt of the knife to ensure that the person who was hit by the knife could not resist, she said quietly. Before, I didn't have a choice, but now, I want to be a good person. Zhao Wujiang let out a painful ah, his eyes glowed, and he fell headfirst into Lu Ruyan's full bosom. He even adjusted the direction of his fall to wash his face with milk. Li Yunrui poked Zhao Wujiang 2 more times with the wooden knife. Zhao Wujiang screamed chaotically and wrapped his arms tightly around Lu Ruyan's waist. Your fake death has a lot of cracks. Yun Jinshu, sitting on the side, holding a book of martial arts secrets, glanced at Zhao Wujiang and commented. First of all, there are too many words. For example, just now, suppose you were stabbed by an enemy, and this stab pierced into your body, the first thing you feel should be coolness. This coolness, not heavy, but it would close off some of your senses, and you wouldn't even be able to make a sound. The second is pain, feeling a foreign object enter your body, the pain comes. The pain is not intense yet, but after a while, when the blood flows out, you will gradually feel severe pain. This is when you should scream. Xingxue, who often kills people, should know that I'm right. Ling Xingxue froze. Zhao Wujiang was experimenting with fake death. Why did senior sister Yun mention her? She kills people all the time? But what senior sister Yun said made sense, and as she thought back to those who had died, it seemed like this was really the case. Are there any other details? Zhao Wujiang got up. Faking his death was one of the back roads he had prepared for himself. In order to avoid danger, he could be said to have done everything and anything during this period of time. As long as there were ways that could help him, he prepared them one by one. Being prepared and saturated to rescue himself in order to deal with the crisis brought about by Li Ziyuan and dragon warfare in the near future. Li Ziyuan's weakening period was getting closer and closer. His suspicion would definitely get heavier and heavier. It was impossible for Li Ziyuan to have prepared nothing all these years. He, Zhao Wujiang, had to think of the worst possible outcome. As for Dragon Warrior's heavenly destiny is added to his body. Stepping into the 8 gates of the Dao sect, the vast majority of probability will not be turned into dust and withered bones, but rather walk out without any danger, and when the time comes, his strength will skyrocket, and he will surely look for him to seek vengeance. The wolf in front and the tiger behind, the head hangs the gate knife, he must do all the preparations. Faking death to get away was one of them. There are many more details. If you are willing to think it out. Yun Jinshu replied. For example, the person who assisted you in faking your death, this person is also crucial, to not have any behavioral breaks. Why do you want to kill you? The reason has to be sufficient to keep the real enemy from getting suspicious. And when this person kills you, the weapon must be precise and accurate to stab into your body, otherwise it will hurt your vitals, and you may really be in danger if you can't trick the enemy. Headache. Zhao Wujiang scratched his head, worried. Actually, the best way is to take a step ahead to circumvent and avoid the danger before it arrives, without having to wait for it to arrive to face it. Yun Jinshu looked deeply at Zhao Wujiang. She had already seen what Zhao Wujiang was going to do during this period of time. There must be a heavenly crisis about to come, or else Zhao Wujiang wouldn't be like this. She also knew roughly where this crisis was coming from. It was none other than the person on the throne, or the dragon warrior who had disappeared. In her opinion, instead of facing it, it was better to take the first step to escape, to avoid more losses, and to protect herself with a clear conscience. I know. Zhao Wujiang nodded. You guys might have to leave here first. This urgent? Ling Qingxue frowned and came forward, grabbing Zhao Wujiang's arm. Go together. Zhao Wujiang shook his head. Where could he go? He couldn't leave at all right now. Li Ziyuan had placed subterranean dragon guards outside the royal residence, constantly monitoring the entrances and exits of the royal residence. Moreover, even if he used the mirror flower water moon to disguise himself and sent all the people in the royal residence away in batches, where could he run to? Li Ziyuan must have sent someone to track the people he sent out. Unless he remained standing in the center of the Hall of Brightness, in the middle of Li Ziyuan's line of sight, these people could be sent away peacefully in batches. So even if he were to escape, he would still be the last batch of people to leave the royal palace. Fortunately, the situation was not too urgent now, and he still had time to make arrangements. Your Highness. At that exact moment, the old housekeeper Zhao Manfu knocked on the door of the practice room. Zhao Wujiang's sword brows frowned. The old housekeeper didn't continue, he must have something big to tell him. He hurriedly walked out of the room, and the women looked worried. Your Highness. The old butler's frosty white brows knitted together as he whispered. The palace came with an imperial decree. It says that the Empress misses Her Highness, and wants to take Her Highness to the palace to recuperate and raise the baby without fear. And you, too, must accompany her. Zhao Wujiang heard this and rumbled inwardly. Li Ziyuan was to put him and Li Yunrui under house arrest. Has it finally come? Chapter 105, Li Ziyuan's Temptation. Li Ziyuan himself had issued the holy decree, and Zhao Wujiang simply couldn't shirk it. This gate knife of Li Ziyuan's, at this very moment, seemed to have already chopped his head. The blade was touching his neck, and the coolness flowed down his neck and all over his body. Now the only thing is to wait for Pops to come back. He can't show resistance now. It was even too late to escape. There were already several new subterranean dragon guards outside the royal residence. Zhao Wujiang smoothed his mind and started to explain things to the old housekeeper, then returned to the practice room to instruct Ling Qingshua's 3 daughters some things. After everything was explained, he and Li Yunrui stepped onto the carriage that Li Ziyuan had personally prepared and traveled towards the palace. As the horse's hooves sounded, Zhao Wujiang lifted the curtains, and his vision was framed within the 4-sided grid. The sky was gray and dark clouds were stacked up, and it was going to rain. The heavy rain had yet to pour down, and the vapor seemed to have already hit the sky, obscuring his breath. He could not escape his sight. His breathing was ragged, as if he was now about to be placed under house arrest in a secluded palace, and would have trouble escaping. Until the street houses and distant sky within his sight were replaced by tall palace walls, Zhao Wujiang closed his eyes and sighed. Things slow as round. Today, October 18th, from Li Ziyuan's debilitating period there are still 18 days, but hopefully he will be able to win more life again. Imperial Study Room. Zhao Wujiang face a well-behaved meditation. Li Yunrui has been pulled by the Empress to talk about the heart, shushing. Only he and Li Ziyuan were left in the room. Wujiang Li Ziyuan put down his zhang folders and smiled kindly. The dinner party that day, I am still worried about Yunrui. This does not happen to be your mother recently everyday read Yunrui. I also thought, this year at Shen, the relationship between the great summer qi, with the beginning of winter, ancestor sacrifices related to the many matters will be very much, in order to reduce the you and Yunrui's running around, thought of you and Yunrui access to the palace. Drain your mother's miss and also better protect Yunrui. My son understands. Zhao Wujiang could only nod his head. Many thanks for father's love. You're also clear about my relationship with your father, he's my righteous brother. Li Ziyuan handed Zhao Wujiang a zhang file. Although you are not of the Li clan's royal family, I treat you as my son. Take a look at this report and come up with some ideas for me. Zhao Wujiang respectfully received the zhang folding. Zhang folding content is the southwest land. There are a lot of stragglers for the bandits, occupying the mountain as the king, and then developed into a civilian army. There is the trend of revolt, but soon by the local officials with troops to suppress. The rebellion was suppressed, but there were still a lot of stragglers, and there were a lot of bandits. Li Ziyuan must have made up his mind long ago, obviously asking questions with answers. Zhao Wujiang's original and most direct view is that the reason why these stragglers have fallen into the grass as bandits, there must be a reason. Either the officials and gentry oppression, so that this group of people have no way out, or the harsh taxes are too heavy, the people cannot withstand, and forced to be thieves. But he can't answer like this now. With a thoughtful look, seems to be considering what to mention in this matter. Dragging it out first was better, acting as if it was stupid. Why did you rebel? Seeing Zhao Wujiang pondering, Li Ziyuan's expression was a bit playful and sighed. Since the opening of the edge, I've reduced all kinds of taxes for the sake of the people's livelihood. Yet they still want to rebel. What is it that you can't report? At the mention of rebellion, Zhao Wujiang was inwardly shocked, but didn't dare to show the slightest bit as he slowly said. My son can't figure it out either. The bloom of Kaiyuan is rare in ancient times, blessed to this day. It has been 13 years of heavenly blessings, and they still want to fall into the grass, failing to live up to the grace of the Holy Spirit. Why don't they report to the emperor when he's opened the way for them to speak? Since they are rebels, they should be killed. Li Ziyuan held his forehead with one hand, his eyes narrowed slightly as he kept observing Zhao Wujiang's expression. If Zhao Wujiang had the slightest abnormality, he would definitely not be able to tolerate Zhao Wujiang. If Zhao Wujiang didn't have any abnormalities now, then he would keep Zhao Wujiang for a while longer. After all, Zhao Wujiang was Zhao Tingxiao's only son, Yunrui's husband, and there were still places he could utilize. Right, Wujiang? Li Ziyuan smiled kindly, looking exceptionally benevolent. Your martial realm has progressed very quickly, up 2 realms from the day of your wedding. I am amazed by your martial arts talent, and I don't know how you cultivate. My son only focuses on smothering his head in cultivating. Zhao Wujiang always felt that there was something in Li Ziyuan's words, but he couldn't be sure what Li Ziyuan actually knew. But there was no doubt that Li Ziyuan was still testing him. He directly expressed his loyalty. In order to better protect Yunrui, and also so that one day if father needs it, my son can better serve father. You child. Li Ziyuan froze, then laughed. Do you want to be like your father, staying at the border and defending the country? My son can appear anywhere father needs. Zhao Wujiang's words were serious and solemn. Li Ziyuan's eyes moved away from Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang's loyalty inexplicably stung him a little at this moment. He shook his head and laughed. I want you and Yunrui to live well. Zhao Wujiang bowed. My son will definitely not fail my father's trust. In that case, Li Ziyuan's fingers kept rhythmically tapping on the desktop. I, then, will teach you a martial art to help you strengthen yourself. Zhao Wujiang's eyes trembled. It couldn't be. Li Ziyuan looked at Zhao Wujiang and said word for word. Holy Dragon Kung Fu. Chapter 106, When Crisis Comes Knocking. Zhao Wujiang's hanging heart almost died. He had already cultivated the sacred dragon technique and had been worried about being known by Li Ziyuan. Now that Li Ziyuan had taken the initiative to mention it, could it be that he already knew that he had practiced this martial art? He was going to ask for his offense? Moreover, even if Li Ziyuan didn't know about this and just wanted to give this martial art to him, he was still unwilling to do so. Because if he secretly practiced this martial art, and practiced this martial art under Li Ziyuan's watchful eye, the significance and ending would be vastly different. This martial art was one of the core reasons why Li Ziyuan had become so suspicious. Sacred Dragon Kung Fu, the final step of transforming into a dragon, possessed a special power of absorption, allowing it to absorb other people's Kung Fu, especially those who practiced the same Sacred Dragon Kung Fu. When Li Ziyuan had previously passed on the Sacred Dragon technique to Li Yuni, Zhao Wujiang wasn't too worried when he learned about it because Li Yuni's talent wasn't considered to be strong, and it would take a short period of time for him to grow to the point where he would allow Li Ziyuan to take the fruits of it. Now that Li Ziyuan had taken the initiative to mention that he wanted to impart this holy dragon skill to him, he undoubtedly valued his martial arts talent and wanted him to become a fruit for him to pick as soon as possible. If he were to secretly cultivate it, the Sacred Dragon technique would undoubtedly become one of his strongest cards, but right now, under Li Ziyuan's watchful eye, if he were to cultivate the Sacred Dragon technique, he would be like a pig lying on the grill by himself, at Li Ziyuan's mercy. Now he could not refuse even if he wanted to. Li Ziyuan was not asking for his opinion, but informing him and granting him blessings. Thank you, father, for your love. Zhao Wujiang clasped his fists. He could only hide his true thoughts now, waiting for Li Zhaohua to rebel and for his old man to return to the capital. I'll personally pass it on, you and watch. Li Ziyuan's might grew stronger as he lightly executed the Holy Dragon Kung Fu and showed it to Zhao Wujiang. With your martial arts talent, I think you'll progress quickly, don't let me down. Zhao Wujiang nodded his head, carefully observing the Holy Dragon Kung Fu that Li Ziyuan executed. Every move contained a domineering and unrivaled might, as if Li Ziyuan was the great dragon on earth, dominating the world. If faced with a difficult situation, he could not escape for a while, then enjoy the things brought by the difficult situation, whether it is a bittersweet, whether it is a chestnut in the fire. He thought, at least, there is Li Ziyuan, this great master personally taught him the Holy Dragon skill. His Holy Dragon skill cultivation speed will certainly be a day-by-day, progress very fast, on their own strength is also a great help. Before he was completely mature, Li Ziyuan would only put him under house arrest and would not kill him as a last resort. Li Ziyuan first performed the first level of the dragon's breath, obviously not opening his mouth, but there were sound waves spreading out from Li Ziyuan's body. Zhao Wujiang instantly felt that the center of his brow seemed like someone was aiming a sharp sword at it. It was unbearable. Afterwards, Li Ziyuan executed the Dragon Claw Hands and Dragon Tackle Kung Fu in the second layer of the dragon form of the Holy Dragon Kung Fu one after another. His demeanor and mannerisms were light, but the palm winds were whistling, making Zhao Wujiang face the sudden rain and wind. Zhao Wujiang's intuition told him that it was such a simple claw that he would definitely be seriously injured if he accidentally grazed it. As for the third layer of dragon phase, Li Ziyuan finished his impartation and said in a deep voice, "When you've finished cultivating the first two layers, I'll pass it on to you myself. Greed is too much to chew, digest it well." Zhao Wujiang nodded. He had long since learned the dragon chant and had practiced the Dragon Claw Hands and Dragon Tackle Kung Fu, but he could by no means show it. He could only let out a crappy dragon chant in front of Li Ziyuan, which was a bit similar to Li Yuni from before. Enlighten yourself well. Li Ziyuan glanced at Zhao Wujiang and frowned. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. Thank you, father, for your unstinting advice. Zhao Wujiang bowed, his heart getting heavier and heavier. It seemed like Li Ziyuan was determined to eat him. There was no room to walk around. Daozong, 8 Doors Tomb. Hu Shang heard Du Jing died shocked to open the 8 gates, and Long Zhan has already crossed 1 gate. His original handsome appearance has long disappeared without a trace. The whole person, clothes tattered, stained with the soil of the catacombs, looks like a walking corpse. Just a few days, he has walked through a door, seems to be only one door, but he has experienced the torture of the heart and bones.
According to the birth date and 8 characters, walking the 9 palace gossip, he initially acquired the power of the mountain. Heavenly mines, wind, water, volcanoes and zephyrs. When he comprehended all of them, the 8 doors are fully open. He, Dragon Warrior, will be able to suppress all the enemies in the world.
Li Ziyuan. Zhao Wujiang. Wait for me to come out. Dragon Warrior fought off the torment of pain with hatred. He had no choice but to pounce into another gate. Heaven's order is upon him. Will the 8 gates kill him? He will walk through the 8 gates and reign over the world. Chapter 107 Butterfly Flapping Wings and Masters? 13 Years of Heaven's Blessing, October 22nd. Light Snow. Imperial Ancestral Court ushered in the second sacrifice since winter. This is related to the great summer's luck of the year. Ancestor sacrifices to the heavens quite a lot of things, and there cannot be the slightest omission and negligence. On the day of the light snow, tiny snowdrops fell from the gray sky, like tiny ice crystals, hitting Zhao Wujiang's cheeks. He looked at the dome of the sky and bent towards the statues of the Li clan's many ancestors. He hoped that the ancestors of the Li clan, if they really had a heavenly spirit, would bless himself and his father with all the peace. The official who presided over the ceremony kept reciting the words of sacrifice, and Li Ziyuan sat on his knees at the very front with a solemn expression. The wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier, and the tiny snowflakes gradually bloomed and fell. The lengthy ritual process was about to reach its end, and all that remained was for Li Ziyuan, the son of heaven, to light up the straw men and offer sacrifices to heaven and the spirits of the ancestors. Originally, according to the ritual of sacrifice, these straw men should be 5 grains, 6 animals, 7 birds, and 8 treasures. But Li's royal family's sympathy for the people suffering, do not want to labor, will be replaced by these things grass people, in order to show Li's royal family's benevolence. Zhao Wujiang is not far away, looking at these grass pallets tied into the sacrificial offerings. Suddenly his mind popped up a paragraph that he had read too fast when he read the original, momentarily overlooked. Heavily blessing 13 years, Long Zhan and the small snow day sacrifice in the sky, in time to find the explosion, protect the driver has merit, more and more to get the heart of the saint. This is just one of the fodder for Long Zhan, the heavenly blessing protagonist, to pretend to show his saintliness on a daily basis, and the original author has brushed it off to avoid plot repetition. But Zhao Wujiang, as a present-day protagonist, jolted awake, his eyes staring at the straw man widening for an instant. The torch that Li Ziyuan was holding up had already touched the straw man, and in the next moment, the straw man burned with a zippy sound, but it was as if Zhao Wujiang had heard the snorting of the gunpowder fuse that was concealed beneath the burning straw man. Bang! In the next moment, the fire on the straw man was continuous, and there was a fiery red beam of light that exploded, shocking the heavens and the earth, and the mountain and river 9 cauldrons on the altar crumbled to pieces. Broken pieces of copperware flew about, smashing out screams of misery. Li Ziyuan's figure flew out backwards along with the vast sea of fire. Li Ziyuan fell heavily to the ground, rubbing out a bloodstain, while the sea of fire crazily engulfed the nearest royal clansman, and for a moment, there were continuous screams of misery. As for Zhao Wujiang, he had long since pounced on Li Yunrui, protecting him in his arms as the fire snakes licked his clothes and burned his skin, emitting a charred odor. Cries and the sounds of guards shouting for help came from all around. The scene was a mess. Zhao Wujiang's eyes flickered as he looked towards Li Ziyuan, who was half charred and blackened not far away. Li Ziyuan was cloaked in hair and looked surprised, being supported by Qin Zhenghua, and under the protection of the guard's surroundings, he kept retreating. There are still experts? Zhao Wujiang held Li Yunrui away from the scene, constantly sweeping over every face. Who was it? Who planned this explosion? Why hadn't he seen it in the original, and he hadn't half realized it before this? Had he, Zhao Wujiang, survived from the opening until now? Had the butterfly flapped its wings and quietly changed something without him being aware of it? Could it be that Li Zhaohua couldn't wait to strike? To test the progress of Li Jian's weakening period? It should not be Li Zhaohua should not be so unsteady. Rebellion have been planning for so long, this time cannot wait? Or is it that the old man went to the southern border, has not yet returned, is already been successful lobbying, arranged this explosion, the purpose is to create chaos, to facilitate his and Yunrui escape? No, this explosion was in the original story. According to the original timeline, he, Zhao Wujiang, would have already had his grave grass 3 feet high. The sacrifice site was chaotic. Zhao Wujiang couldn't find an answer. Holding Li Yunrui in his arms, he kept retreating towards a safe place, wary of a second explosion that would harm Li Yunrui. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor, his every move, all quietly fell into someone's gaze. These eyes were hidden and deep. Are you still not ready to escape, Zhao Wujiang? Chapter 108. The sun wants to revolt against Big Brother. In the 13th year of the Great Summer Blessing, the bombing of the royal family's heavenly festival on October 22nd had caused a lot of panic. Li Ziyuan suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and his anger was so great that he ordered the whole city to be on alert, and began to thoroughly investigate the source of the explosion, and search for the culprit to be put to death. On the 22nd day of October, Zhao Tingxiao, the king of Jinbei, faced with the increasing snow and wind, stepped back to the capital state, rushed to Kyoto, was ordered to report on the situation in the southern border. Inside the imperial study, Li Ziyuan's face was still visible with abrasions, and Chen Zhanghua stood bent over, carefully applying medicine. Wu Jian, what do you think? Li Ziyuan had a stern face, his anger did not subside. Zhao Wujiang frowned. This explosion came too suddenly, there was no warning at all, and there were no clues at the moment, so what opinion could he have? He also did not dare to have any opinion. His current speculation is that someone wanted to rebel, wanted to kill Li Ziyuan as a surprise, but failed. It was really a bit of a pity. If Li Ziyuan was seriously injured or even died in this regard, the guillotine hanging over his head would disappear, and he would feel quite relieved. Just who had planned this explosion? My son has no clue for now. I only feel that my heart is palpitating. Zhao Wujian was truthful. It's fortunate that father and Yun Rui are fine. I will investigate this matter closely. Li Ziyuan slammed his large hand heavily on the table. This matter must be investigated strictly. Your Majesty. His Majesty has returned to the capital. Outside the door of the room, a subordinate came to report. He's on his way. Li Ziyuan nodded and signaled Chen Zhanghua to retire first. There was no need to apply medicine to the remaining minor wounds. Zhao Wujiang's heart condensed. The southern border was a long way from Kyoto's mountains. Pops had gone to the southern border for some days, and now that he had returned, had he learned of Jinnan King Li Jing's involvement in the rebellion? Then what is the opinion of the old father? Li Jing must have lobbied. Was Pops successfully lobbied, or did he stick to his guns? Moreover, Pops shouldn't have returned to Kyoto so soon. He could have dragged his feet under the pretext of investigating deeply into the matter of the southern border. Returning to Kyoto was undoubtedly returning to a dangerous place. Li Ziyuan had already set his sights on him, Zhao Wujiang, and surely had long since set his sights on Pop's kung fu as well. Not long after, Zhao Tingxiao's majestic voice came from outside the imperial study. Your Majesty, by decree, the old minister has ascertained the matter of the southern realm city. Come in. Li Ziyuan tried his best to suppress the anger of the explosion case. His cheeks floated into a smile. The matter of the southern realm had worried him, and now there was finally going to be a result. Zhao Tingxiao pushed the door in and did not look surprised to see Zhao Wujiang. The first thing he did when he returned to the capital was to go back to the royal residence. The old housekeeper Zhao Manfu had already told him about Wujiang's house arrest. Your Majesty. Zhao Tingxiao presented a report. Alas, there are no outsiders here. Don't sire your Majesty. Tingxiao, sit. Li Ziyuan took the sonata. Big brother. Zhao Tingxiao was internally torn. His son was going to revolt against his big brother. He could have been in the southern realm and wouldn't have come. Li Jing had already told him the whole situation and lured him to the southern realm in the hope that he, Zhao Tingxiao, wouldn't get caught in the middle. But he was worried about Wu Jian, who was far away in Kyoto. He can live peacefully in the Southland until the time of the rebellion. But what about Wu Jian? And what about the royal family? It wasn't that he didn't believe that Wu Jian would be able to preside over the situation. He just had to worry as a father. How could he not? Smoke in Miasma Maze City? Li Ziyuan looked at the report and was a bit puzzled. Zhao Tingxiao nodded his head. Big brother, the reason why Li Jing let out those cities is because those cities, long ago, were eroded by the endless stretches of smoke and poisonous fog, and it was simply impossible for the people to live in peace. They could only retreat backward, but Li Jing still personally sent soldiers to garrison Nantang Pass to deter the barbarians in the south. However, now that there is a barrier of smog in Miasma, the southern border of Dixia, there is also a natural barrier. Foreign enemies who want to invade will have to pay a heavy price to cross the smog in Miasma before they can invade my Dixia. Li Ziyuan frowned. Then why didn't Li Jing report before? It's still the smoke and miasma invasion. Zhao Tingxiao weighed his words. He had already matched words with Li Jing. At this moment he pretended to be heavy and said, smoke and miasma to the north. Nantang Pass is also covered by smoke and miasma. Sent out the messenger soldiers, fell in the smoke and miasma, delayed the information. And Li Jing also has long been miasma entangled in the body. It's me. I can't do right by him. Li Ziyuan's eyes slightly drooped. The period of weakness is approaching. He is more and more sentimental, and behind the sentimental remembrance of the old, is more and more cold and unfeeling. He murmured in a low voice. He must have blamed me. Big brother. Li Jing did not have the slightest complaint. He was just worried. Zhao Tingxiao sighed. Worried about that child of his, Sa. He has worked hard all these years. Li Ziyuan's eyes were filled with heartache. I will find a way to let him retire to his hometown and return to Kyoto to enjoy his old age, and I will also arrange a home for Tsur. Good, a mirror to the end. This is the infectious power of the acting of old actors. Zhao Wujiang sat not far away, inwardly spitting. If not for the fact that he had read the original story and knew that Li Ziyuan was an emperor with a rather deep city, good at imperial mind tricks, quite a lot of suspicion, and in the end, gradually cold and heartless, he would have thought that Li Ziyuan was a good emperor who was sympathetic to his subjects by now. Big brother, during this period of time, this child Wu Jiang has caused you trouble. Zhao Tingxiao clasped his fists. I want to take Wu Jiang back first. Zhao Wujiang's eyes drooped. He was now under house arrest by Li Ziyuan. How could Li Ziyuan let him leave just like that? He would definitely find an excuse to keep him in the palace. But the next moment, he couldn't help but freeze, only to hear Li Ziyuan reply. Good. Originally, the reason for keeping Wu Jiang in the palace was that he was worried that as the days were getting colder and there were more and more ceremonies, it would not be easy for him and Yun Rui to run between the royal residence and the palace. You came back, then let him go back, just you two father and son to talk, he is here in me, or some constraints, I can see. Zhao Wujiang was stunned. Holy, when did Li Ziyuan become so humane, no, so understanding? Zhenghua. Li Ziyuan softly called out again. Chen Zhenghua answered outside the door. Li Ziyuan commanded. You send 2 palace maids to go back with Wu Jiang and bring back some of Yun Rui's clothes. Thank you, father. Zhao Wujiang saluted. What was Li Ziyuan doing sending palace maids to follow him? He wanted to monitor his whereabouts. No, what's the use of a palace maid if Pops is going back with him? What's the use of a palace maid? Zhao Wujiang felt that he couldn't understand Li Ziyuan more and more. If you say before, he thought he knew Li Ziyuan very well, worried about Li Ziyuan's power and suspicion, but at least it is transparent, he has a way to go in and out, can be in the Li Ziyuan out of the first time to notice. Now, he felt that a layer of fog was covering Li Ziyuan's body, and he couldn't even notice at the first moment that Li Ziyuan had made a move on him. He couldn't even notice until the knife pierced through the fog and stabbed him. Li Ziyuan waved his hand casually, seemingly not caring at all about Zhao Wujiang's stay or departure, as he said to Zhao Tingxiao. It's been a hard few days of running around, you should also go back and rest early. Big brother. Zhao Tingxiao clasped his fists, and inwardly, just like Zhao Wujiang, he was somewhat surprised. Li Ziyuan's attitude had changed, he had started to take care of Wu Jiang, and he had returned to his old self, valuing the previous bond between the two of them. In this moment, he somewhat doubted himself, perhaps it was wrong to help Li Jing hide the truth and delay until the day of the rebellion came. But now, he must go back to the royal residence with Wu Jiang, and the 2 fathers and sons will discuss in secret. He was caught in the middle, he couldn't fully listen to what Li Ziyuan had to say, nor could he fully listen to what Li Jing and Li Zhaohua had to say, but he could fully trust Wu Jiang. Your Majesty. The old minister has something to report. The harmonious atmosphere within the imperial study was suddenly interrupted a bit by a pale voice from outside the room. Listening to this voice, the visitor was the secretary of the Dilizi. What is it? Li Ziyuan's majesty crept back onto his body. The secretary of the Dilizi sank his voice. Regarding today's ancestral court sacrificial heavenly explosion, the old minister has found clues. Zhao Wujiang's eyes condensed. In his current speculation, the most likely person to have planned the explosion, Li Zhaohua, was undoubtedly one of them. The clues were found out so quickly, it couldn't really be Li Zhaohua, could it? Chapter 109, The Child is Going to Rebel. Come in. Li Ziyuan was full of majesty. The secretary of the Dilizi pushed open the door and squeezed into the room wrapped in the cold wind, and when he saw Zhao Wujiang and Zhao Tingxiao, he didn't report the situation first, but instead saluted. Old minister pays his respects to his majesty, see your highness. Li Ziyuan nodded and tapped his fingers on the desktop as if he was waiting for something. Father, my son excuses himself. Zhao Wujiang took the initiative to retire. He wanted to know the truth about the bombing, as it could be about the rebellion that would soon take place, and the explosion would cause variables to appear. However, it was obvious that Li Ziyuan was unlikely to let him hear it. Big brother, I'll leave first as well. Zhao Tingxiao didn't care much about the explosion, as long as Wu Jiang and Yun Rui were unharmed. As for Li Ziyuan, with Li Ziyuan's strength, the explosion wouldn't be able to really cause any substantial damage to Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan nodded his head. Zhao Wujiang brushed past the secretary of the Dilizi, and the two of them saluted each other. Until they walked out outside the imperial study, Zhao Wujiang closed the door of his room and exchanged a glance with his old man. The father and son tacitly did not speak. Instead, they walked on the palace road in the growing snow and wind, followed by 2 palace maids behind them. Until the palace walls on both sides are tall, the 2 fathers and sons stepped on the avenue that was covered with a layer of thin ice by the snow. The palace maids sent by Li Ziyuan were not far behind them, and sensibly didn't approach. Have you thought it through? Zhao Tingxiao asked in a soft voice. Father. Zhao Wujiang smiled, his eyes firm. I've thought it through. That's good. Zhao Tingxiao saw the shadow of righteousness and familiarity on Wu Jiang's cheeks, the same as the girl who had supported him without hesitation back then. It was just that perhaps he, Zhao Tingxiao, had angered the gods, causing the girl to leave the earth not long after giving birth to Wu Jiang. The snowflakes were getting bigger and bigger, the sky was dark, the snowflakes in the sky melted in Zhao Wujiang's eyes. He slowly opened his umbrella to shield his old dad from the wind and snow. Zhao Tingxiao smiled kindly. Brat, not using an umbrella earlier. Zhao Wujiang tilted the umbrella towards his old dad and inhaled deeply, his breath trembling slightly as he smiled with a touch of a far-fetched smile. Father, I probably won't succeed. Then you don't have to succeed. Zhao Tingxiao's stout figure was a head taller than Zhao Wujiang's. He took the umbrella and wrapped his arm around Zhao Wujiang's shoulders, rubbing them without saying another word. The umbrella wasn't big, and what it covered was just a bit of wind and snow. The heaven and earth under the umbrella was big, so big that Zhao Wujiang could act recklessly under his shelter. If the sky collapses, my old man will cover it, just go ahead and do it. Wang Fu. Zhao Wujiang threw paper into the fire pot, one after another. The flames engulfed the paper money, flailing. There are no more outsiders in the surrounding area. The palace maid sent by Li Ziyuan packed up some clothes and went back to the palace. Wang Fu also no surveillance, all calm, like that before the landslide and tsunami. Mother. Zhao Wujiang sat on his knees, his eyes were all dazzled with flames. Child is going to rebel. Zhao Tingxiao sat in the shadows, silent. Maybe child is wrong. Zhao Wujiang's hands were trembling slightly, the day of the rebellion was approaching, and his mind was uncontrollably getting more and more nervous. Maybe Li Ziyuan won't make a move on child, and he won't make a move on father. Zhao Wujiang poured out his heart to the deceased. Rebellion, 2 words to say simple. In fact, he has long been under pressure to pull full, in the palace with Li Ziyuan false and snake, but now unloaded defense, still not half a bit easy. If there is a choice, who would like to rebel? He would rather be an idle son of the world, living a peaceful and happy life, everything goes smoothly. But he had no choice. Did the fact that he, Zhao Wujiang, survived until now without following the original plot produce a butterfly effect that made Li Ziyuan become benevolent? Maybe there was that slight possibility. But he couldn't gamble on Li Ziyuan's benevolence. He was not qualified to gamble on behalf of his own father, his own family and friends around him, and put his life and death in the hands of Li Ziyuan. Gambling on dogs is destined to be full of losses. The height of the temple, 3 or 4 floors so high, but cannot accommodate a real power Jinbei king, cannot accommodate an idle son. Fortunately, the river and lake are far away. As long as he disappears into the river and lake, the sky is high and the emperor is far away, he will be able to temporarily away from the storm and stabilize the development. So the only thing he could do was to rebel, the only thing he could do was to escape. Mother. Zhao Wujiang buried his head, his tone all too sincere. You must bless the child, bless old father, and bless the inner son. The paper money burning in the fire pit was as warm as spring, and the firelight covered Zhao Wujiang's body. He had been terrified all day, and at this moment, his breathing slowed down and he closed his eyes. Zhao Tingxiao let out a long sigh, took the paper money and passed it towards the basin, gently swept Wujiang over, letting the sleeping Wujiang lean against him as he slowly instilled his sword chi, his eyes soft. The paper money inside the fire pot was licked by the fire snake, from grass yellow to charred black, and then fluttered into debris. Looking at the flying debris, inside the eldest princess mansion, Li Zhaohua used his hand as a knife, cutting the yellow paper, and with a shake of his hand, the yellow paper scattered and burned in an instant. Father, Zhaohua will avenge you and big brother by killing Li Ziyuan, the bastard who killed his brother and father. Li Zhaohua's bright cheeks were covered in frost. Years of preparation, the arrow was on the string, about to leave the string. The night was low. Wujiang, get up and drink the medicine. Lu Ruyan lifted the bed curtain and gently called Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang gave a dull hum and slowly opened his eyes. After taking a nap for this hour or so, his eyelids were a bit heavy now, but his entire state was much lighter. Elder Mo Sable said that this medicine can calm the mind. Lu Ruyan helped Zhao Wujiang up. Zhao Wujiang drank the medicine in one gulp, smacked his lips and frowned his sword brows. This medicine tastes so familiar. Of course it's familiar. Yun Jinshu's humming laughter rang out, the bed curtains were pulled back completely, and she stood by the bedside, holding books in her hands behind her back. That day when you practiced the marriage divine skill, it was these medicines that you drank. On Lu Ruyan's pretty face was a smirk of triumph, and Ling Xingxue, who had a cool temperament on the side, had her pretty face tinted with a reddish hue. Zhao Wujiang froze. It hasn't been a long time since I've been in contact with you. Yun Jinshu signaled Lu Ruyan to do it. Lu Ruyan smiled and went to unbutton the rose of Zhao Wujiang's inner shirt. Yun Jinshu spoke to herself, her cheeks reddening without realizing it. I'm gradually realizing why the 2 senior sisters want to pledge their bodies to you. I realized that you are indeed a person worth trusting. Nonsense, dude is not a scum, he just wants to give a home to the beautiful women of the world. This woman is also really dull, only now she knows how good I am and is willing to become my treasure. Zhao Wujiang thought to himself, his mouth was humble, actually, I'm very low-key. Yun Jinshu blankly glanced at him, but didn't refute him anymore. Sometimes men like to pretend, let him pretend, it's also quite cute. According to your planning, tomorrow and my senior sister will be leaving. Saying that, Yun Jinshu put down her books, threw off her embroidered shoes, and jumped directly on top of the bed, her pretty face flushed red as she knelt down beside Zhao Wujiang. We'll disappear into the Jianghu first. Zhao Wujiang, you must also come to us alive. Ling Qingxue nodded, her eyes pulsing. We'll wait for you in the Jianghu. Before Zhao Wujiang could react more, Yun Jinshu didn't wait for him to answer and directly leaned down, kissing his lips. What are you doing? Feeling the burning heat from Yun Jinshu's body and the initiative to pounce on him, Zhao Wujiang hesitated for a moment. What for? Are you still afraid that I'll eat you? Yun Jinshu was displeased and ordered, hands off. Get in the way. Please, this is my natural reaction to keep my body like a jade. What is this woman trying to do? It can't be that she's offering herself to help cheer me up, right? You're so annoying.
Feeling that Zhao Wujiang's heartbeat had been interfering with him, Yun Jinshu pulled out a silk scarf and tied Zhao Wujiang's eyes.
Don't think about anything, don't do anything, this girl will come. On her own. Chapter 110, My fate is by me, not by heaven. 2 hours later. The velvet blanket was dotted with falling red. Zhao Wujiang sat aside, hugging his legs and resting his head on his knees. The night was too long, and Yi Yan had long ago taken advantage of the night to leave, leaving a residual scent. It was as if he had returned to the day he had just crossed over. There was no Li Yunrui in the mansion, and there was no Lu Ruyan. It was cold and quiet. His martial realm, however, had long since not been the same as it was back then, and now he was about to reach the realm of the second grade under the devotion of the 3 women of Rui and Lu this night. But not enough. Still not enough. As long as he did not leave Li Ziyuan's line of sight, there was a piece of sky above his head. There is also the dragon warrior in the shadows. If he walks out unharmed from the 8 gates of the Dao sect, I'm afraid that his strength is only stronger than he is now, not weaker. That would also be the final counterattack of the Son of Heaven's destiny. All of this, he had to pull through in order to live the life that belonged to him. When Zhao Wujiang thought of this, he thunderously got up and started practicing. Move after move, board after board, the power of true yang surged like the rising sun. The Holy Dragon Kung Fu performed the Wind and Thunder Tackle Dragon Kung Fu, taking on the appearance of the 3rd layer of the dragon phase. He practiced this and passed through a long night, practicing until dawn. No one in the mansion disturbed him. Until he summoned the heavenly sword and gripped it in his hand, the kingly and overbearing way, the oozing vitality and rolling murderous aura flowed throughout his body along his hand holding the sword. Once again, he executed the only self-sword technique that his old man had taught him, traveling in the clouds and flowing in the water. His sword chi was like frost. But he still felt that something was missing, his sword. It didn't seem right. He began to execute the only I can sword technique over and over again. His sword chi filled the courtyard and flew recklessly. Father Zhao Tingxiao has long been alarmed, standing outside the small courtyard quietly watched, eyes in the color of surprise more and more thick. And outside the royal mansion, a white-clothed snowy silhouette swept in, holding the sword in both hands, and bowed to Zhao Tingxiao. Senior. Zhao Tingxiao's face sank when he saw the visitor. This person was the disciple of Dao sect patriarch Shi Yu Hong. Could it be that Shi Yu Heng's heart of thievery was not dead and he was still in the vicinity? Zhang Li's eyes were fixed on Zhao Wujiang, who was dancing with a sword, and explained. Zhao Wujiang and Master Teacher have temporarily let go of their dry spells and are cooperating. At the request of my master, I stayed in the vicinity of the royal residence, so if Zhao Wujiang has something to do, he can directly inform me to contact my master. Senior was attracted by the sword chi and came to take a look. I hope Senior will fulfill his request. Zhao Tingxiao nodded. He was inwardly astonished. During his time away from Kyoto, Wujiang had already found a way to solve the trouble that was Shi Yu Hong. There was also cooperation? It seemed that Wu Jian was really well prepared. He didn't even know about it beforehand, and it was only now that it was gradually coming to the surface. Zhang Li gazed at Zhao Wujiang's sword dancing stance. She couldn't tell what this swordsmanship was, but it seemed that Zhao Wujiang's sword intent and swordsmanship were somewhat unintegrated at the moment. This sword technique was overbearing, and had the momentum of being the only one who could do it. But this sword intent, aside from being overbearing, also brought her many peculiar feelings. Zhao Tingxiao obviously saw this as well. Wujiang practiced the soul survival sword technique in a flowing manner, but the sword stances in the sword technique were quietly changing, as if they were making their own changes to the soul survival sword technique. Wujiang had his own understanding. The sword dancing Zhao Wujiang turned a deaf ear, the world in his eyes now. Every snowflake that drifted down from the dome of the sky was like a sword flower that seemed to want to chop him down. His unique sword dance is more and more bizarre. This period of time encountered confusion, oppression, injustice, fear, and so on. The emotions seemed to materialize into snowflakes, pressure cover his body. He held a breath in his heart. At this moment, blessed heart to the heart, holding the heavenly sword, sword bone jagged, he at this time also sharp, jagged bones hidden in the monstrous spirit, along with the body and mind a tremor, wrist shake, spread all over the body of the sword. He picked his sword upwards. The falling snowflakes returned to the sky, shattered into a misty white fog. For a moment, within a 3-foot radius of him, everything was in violet, and his life was by himself. Not by heaven. This sword is full of rebellion, treason. He wants to rebel. What was created was not only Li Ziyuan, but also the many oppressions in the future, the rolling black sky. He gripped the sword tightly, and he also gripped his own life tightly. Zhao Tingxiao incredibly looked at his favorite son. Wujiang actually changed the only I sword intent. What kind of heart is this? What kind of sword wizardry is this? Instead of being in fear all day long, why don't you take your sword and fight with that god? Zhang Li's eyes were filled with Zhao Wujiang's stunning figure, and she looked stunned, making it difficult for her to take her eyes off the scene. She was only ordered to come to the perimeter of the royal residence, ready to deliver news, and did not care about Zhao Wujiang, even worried that her time to practice swordplay was compressed and daily became rushed and pitiful. But at this very moment, Zhao Wujiang's sword dance stunned her, and she couldn't help but feel that this trip was not a loss, and that it was her creation. Who said that the Lord of Heaven is not hospitable? The wind and snow in the sky. Press 1 person. Who says that we must fulfill the will of heaven? I will return to heaven with a sword of snow. She was touched by Zhao Wujiang's heart and dominance with this sword, and could no longer hold back. Her feet stepped on the small courtyard fence, and the long sword in her arms hummed, being held in her hands in an instant. Dao Sek Jiangli, I implore you to teach me. For the first time since she walked the Jianghu, she was, for the first time, this solemn, saluting a person of her generation. Right now, she only wanted Zhao Wujiang to die under her sword, or for her to die under Zhao Wujiang's sword. Zhao Wujiang was already qualified in her eyes. Why does this seem like she wants to fight me to the death? A battle of life and death? What's this? A female version of Feng Yuxiu? Jiang Li frowned, a little annoyed by Zhao Wujiang's heartfelt words. This guy has so many ideas, he's so pushy. Not decisive at all. Jiang Li suddenly cut off a strand of her sideburns with a deflection of her sword, and a thin red rose on her snow-white cheeks. Please enlighten me. Hair quality is good. I wonder what kind of shampoo she uses. Oh, I don't think there's any shampoo here. Is it possible that she doesn't wash her hair? Thinking about it, since I've been here, I've washed my hair less, it doesn't fall out anymore, and it's thicker than before. So annoying. Jiang Li was speechless. Zhao Wujiang was really annoying. So annoying that she couldn't help but make the first move. Jiang Li's long sword was like ice, white and dense over bone, and the sword was like dyed frost. Zhao Wujiang gave Jiang Li a cold look and instantly switched into serious mode. Wind flakes filled his long sleeves, and he did the same, sweeping out with a sword. Overbearing and unrivaled. The two men's sword chi touched each other. But the next moment, a few strands of Jiang Li's green silk were chopped off. Jiang Li suddenly touched to the hair bun, fingertips touched the scattered green silk tremble, the sword spike on the ice crystals rustling fall. A master's fight, a single move determines the winner. Imperial Palace. Li Ziyuan rubbed his brow. He could feel more and more that his martial realm was unstable, and within a few days he was going to fall. He couldn't wait until after the fall, then he would have to defend himself against the secret rebels and thieves. He had to strike in advance. The secretary of the Delizy fell to his knees and respectfully reported the latest situation. Chen Zhenghua also gathered and integrated the latest intelligence and presented it. The secretary of the Delizy, like Chen Zhenghua, was one of the few old men that Li Ziyuan truly trusted in the courtroom. Practicing swords early in the morning? Li Ziyuan looked at the secret letter, which was about Zhao Wujiang's whereabouts, and since he left the palace yesterday, he had only practiced sword practice this morning. Didn't go to meet anyone? Or who stepped into the royal palace? Li Ziyuan inquired again. Chen Zhenghua explained. On the contrary, there was a female swordsman. This woman should be a Jianghu person. The exact identity is currently unknown. This morning it seems to be attracted by Zhao Wujiang's sword aura, flew and swept into the royal palace, and Zhao Wujiang is suspected of having a sparring session with him. Why don't you write it down? Li Ziyuan's face sank. How many times have I told you, nothing is too small, as long as you can probe. Chen Zhenghua buried his head. The person who probed the intelligence did not have time to write down the content, he just reported to him verbally and left in a hurry. The emperor was in a hurry. Li Ziyuan did not pursue the matter any further. His color became more and more gloomy. He put Zhao Wujiang under house arrest with the intention of blocking Zhao Wujiang's contact with the outside world for a period of time, and then pushed the boat into the water, letting Zhao Tingxiao bring Zhao Wujiang back, in the hope that there will be some other people to contact Zhao Wujiang, or Zhao Wujiang will be free to go and contact other people. Zhao Wujiang actually this honest? Since he was under house arrest in the palace, there was no abnormality, and there was no abnormality in taking advantage of the chaos on the day of the ancestral court festival, and he went back to the royal residence and just practiced his sword? Zhao Wujiang really have no intention to rebel? Is he overthinking? Are there any other clues? Li Ziyuan spoke in a deep voice. The explosion on the day of the Ancestor Festival was planned by his own hands, wanting to blow up the demons and monsters in the dark. If no one takes the bait, then take advantage of the explosion, on the pretext of a thorough investigation of the 100 officials of the imperial city up and down, to find the possible existence of the rebels. The secretary of the Delizy has not slept all night. The state is a little tired, but he does not dare to have half a bit of slack, fear of failing to live up to the grace of the Holy Spirit. At this moment he said in a deep voice. Old minister has some clues. But not Zhao Shizi. Rather. Speak. Li Ziyuan's voice grew colder and colder. The secretary of the Delizy took a deep breath. Rather, it's the eldest princess. Chapter 111, Facing the Holy Spirit with a Sword. Zhao Hua? Li Ziyuan's brows knitted together. It wasn't that he hadn't suspected Li Zhaohua. To be exact, he had been on the defensive against Li Zhaohua since he ascended the throne back then. But after so many years, although this sister of his had a bad reputation, he hadn't detected any private acts of disobedience. As for party affiliation, he knew that 1 or 2 courtiers had an affair with Zhao Hua, but that was not considered party affiliation, it was more of a skirt courtier. For this kind of flaw, he had always turned a blind eye. As long as he didn't harbor evil intentions or covet the throne, he could tolerate this sister. Your Majesty, the eldest princess. The secretary of the Delisi was filled with a frown. The Rapunzel has kept quite a few faceheads, and these faceheads have privately cultivated some staff and dead soldiers. How many? Li Ziyuan murmured. The secretary of the Delisi replied. About 100 armor. More than 100 armor? Even if 100 men, which is an elite configuration, are added to the eldest princess household soldiers, 200 armor is less than that. Li Ziyuan's face was incredibly gloomy as he angrily looked at the secretary of the Delisi. Are you old and confused? 200 armor to assassinate me? I asked you to use the bombing case to investigate the clues of rebellion. 200 armor, she can rebel? You tell me, what is she going to rebel against? Secretary of the Delisi buried his head. The emperor is more and more temperamental. Yesterday he ran into Zhao Wujian father and son in the imperial study, then the emperor also faced with a smile, but Zhao Wujian father and son, the emperor is gloomy. He reported yesterday, was repeatedly interrupted by the emperor. The emperor seems to suspect anyone, but also seems to be very generous, who are not willing to suspect. Today is even this kind of scolding him, the matter of the Rapunzel, as to this kind of anger? He is also just leading the order to act awe. Your Majesty, it was the old minister who was confused. The secretary of the Delisi buried his head and continued. The old minister also found out that dragon warfare is suspected to have privately embraced soldiers as well. Long John? Didn't he leave his post long ago? Li Ziyuan's face was filled with harshness, his voice grew hoarse as he bent down to look down at the secretary of the Delisi. What army does he own? Has the Primus battalion become his people? No, Your Majesty. The secretary of the Delisi continued to report. I thoroughly checked the entire city, and found in the city defense records that Long John had been out of Kyoto once on official business, but the official records for that day don't seem to match up. Very suspicious. Yesterday, I sent my men to follow the record to estimate the distance of Long John's outing. I found traces of troops in a village. According to the analysis of the Delisi, this trace. It looks like the soldiers moved there not long ago. It proves that not long ago, this village had troops, but the person who had the troops was worried about being leaked and moved them away. In terms of time, it matches the time of Dragon Warrior's trip. Check. Li Ziyuan waved his hand, his face was heavy. He used to value Long John so much. Long John actually owns his own army and has an anti-heart? Yes, the matter of the Imperial Hospital that day, Long John can instruct the president of the Imperial Doctor. It already shows that Long John is harboring a rebellious heart and is camping for personal gain. I have sent someone to Long John's residence. It seems that Long Jia is no longer there. The secretary of the Delisi stammered, expressing the obvious meaning that Long John was afraid that he had fled in fear of his crime. Zhang Hua. Immediately send troops to Long John's residence to look for any traces. Li Ziyuan was furious. He hated it when someone betrayed him. He hates it when someone betrays him and fails to live up to his honor. It was better for him to lose the world than for the world to lose him. He angrily said. If Long John is not here, order a manhunt. Bang! At the Dragon Warfare residence, the gate was slammed open by heavy armor. Soldiers swarmed in. Being meditating when Yu Hong was disturbed, swept out, angry, long sleeve sweep, heavy armor soldiers fell in great numbers, wailing all over the place. House outside is the click of the machine crossbow sound, the sky arrow rain, a moment will arrive. When Yu Hang and Zhao Fei Yin dodge, the arrows cannot hurt them, they go long. Soldiers in armor cannot chase, only influx into the Dragon Warrior residence everywhere, looking for all the traces. Bang! Inside the Imperial study, Li Ziyuan heavily slapped the table. What a good dragon war! A rebellious courtier, keeping such Jianghu masters. It's a waste of my previous respect. Your Majesty. The secretary of the Delisi buried his head. Investigate everyone thoroughly. Long John is definitely not the only one who has formed a gang with the intention of plotting against me. Li Ziyuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The secretary of the Delisi was exhausted, but still took a deep breath and respectfully voiced. The old minister accepts the order. Right. Li Ziyuan's eyes flickered and his fingers trembled. Zhao Hua. Have Li Zhaohua come to see me. Old minister. The Delisi secretary's eyebrows twisted, about to respond, only to hear a bang behind him. The cold wind outside the house instantly attacked, freezing him to shiver. And colder than the cold wind, is the eldest princess' indifferent voice. There's no need to summon, Imperial brother. I have already come. The secretary of the Delisi trembled as his old eyes glanced over, the coldness knocking at this old body of his. Only to see Li Zhaohua dressed in snow-gray sable fur, temperament cold and gorgeous, followed by a person, more than 7 feet tall, only wearing a short coat, holding a narrow horse-chopping sword. Bringing his sword into the palace. What a dare! Chapter 112, The Last 2 Hours. Inside the Imperial study, the atmosphere was cold to the extreme. Outside the room, the wind and snow were drifting and whistling. Li Ziyuan's face was furious, his eyes extremely oppressive, slightly slanting as he glanced at his sister and the strong man with the sword, a few words pressed out of his throat. Zhao Hua. Li Xiaohua actually dared to bring weapons and guards into the palace, truly out of his expectation, which undoubtedly offended his majesty. However, compared to Li Xiaohua's offense, he was more concerned about Li Xiaohua's purpose of entering the palace. Imperial brother, it didn't disturb you from dealing with imperial affairs, did it? Li Xiaohua's voice carried mockery and anger. The strong man with the sword yanked over a chair. Li Xiaohua elegantly sat down, jade legs cocked, arms hugging his chest, his graceful aura confronting Li Xiaoyuan. Chen Zhanghua did not make a sound, only his expression was a bit gloomy, taking a step closer to the emperor, guarding against the person with a sword beside the eldest princess. The secretary of the Delizy had been sitting on his knees, his body slumped, not daring to get up, much less look at the eldest princess more than once. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The sister of his was rarely this strong, he asked in a deep voice. Something is wrong? Of course. Li Xiaohua's bright cheeks were tinted with frost, her tone was icy cold with mockery, saying, Didn't Imperial Brother send someone to investigate Xiaohua? Xiaohua has personally come to assist Imperial Brother in his investigation. Li Xiaoyuan's aura could not help but stagnate. In the matter of investigating Li Xiaohua, he was not at a disadvantage in terms of reason, but was ashamed of himself in terms of emotion. Investigating his own sister, this shows a lack of trust in his own sister. If he were in his place and was not trusted, he would also be angry. Now that he had learned of his sister's intentions, he took a deep breath and explained. The explosion on the day of the heavenly sacrifice was too shocking, and the murderer has yet to be found. If the murderer can have the opportunity to sneak into the ancestral court to plant the explosion, there is a high possibility that it will cause even more danger, thus harming everyone. I have no choice but to investigate and find out. So you suspect me? Li Xiaohua's complexion was still ice cold. Anyone could see that her lingering anger had not subsided. I am just worried about you. Li Xiaoyuan knew that his heart was guilty. After all, the explosion was personally led by him. Under the pretext of investigating everyone, how could Li Xiaohua be related to the explosion? His tone brought on more sincerity. I do not order people to investigate, in case the thieves hidden in the dark sneak into your house and hurt you. 100 years later, how can I explain to my father and mother? Li Xiaohua's face gradually eased, but inwardly she kept thinking. Her strong intrusion into the imperial study this time was to take advantage of being investigated, feigning anger, to conduct the last test before the rebellion. What she could be investigated for were the breaks she deliberately put out. These cracks were the ones that Li Xiaoyuan could tolerate, and she was not afraid of being found out. Today, she wanted to see how heavy Li Xiaoyuan's suspicion of her was, and at the same time observe Li Xiaoyuan's state, whether or not he was about to enter a period of weakness. More importantly, over the years, she gradually realized why she was stuck at the last step before the sovereign, unable to certify and step into the sovereign. It was because she was too cautious and less bold in her bravado. In order to avoid being discovered by Li Xiaoyuan that she wanted to rebel, she rarely showed her face or exchanged pleasantries in front of Li Xiaoyuan all these years, deliberately avoiding Li Xiaoyuan. Today, she would face Li Xiaoyuan directly, using this to impact her own realm of Zhongshe. After facing Li Xiaoyuan directly and confronting him, she realized that Li Xiaoyuan was not that scary. Or rather, emotionally stabilized, the Li Xiaoyuan of normal days was not that scary, an emperor who emphasized feelings and rules, and was kind and fair. But this benevolence and heavy feelings is very fragile. Suspicion more and more heavy. Li Xiaoyuan is undoubtedly temperamental, cold and indifferent generation. Li Xiaohua will be angry intentionally made to Li Xiaoyuan look. Li Xiaoyuan in the explanation after also began to board up the face. After all, as the emperor, even in the feelings of shame, cannot apologize to his sister, right? There are still outsiders in the room. Seeing this, Chen Zhanghua secretly kicked the Delizy secretary. The Delizy secretary's old face was puzzled, and soon his eyes turned, touching the ground with his head. It's all the old minister's fault. It's my fault for not doing a good job. I thought that I would not disturb the princess's peace and quiet, and after eliminating the dangers around the princess, I would come back to report to the emperor. But I forgot to explain His Majesty's good intentions to the princess. The princess was mistaken. I deserve to die. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Please calm your anger, Your Highness. Li Xiaohua coldly glanced at the secretary of the Delizy. Li Xiaoyuan glanced at the secretary of the Delizy, and then glanced at his sister's softened expression and slowly nodded his head. Li Xiaohua's eyes signaled the guards with swords, and the guards pulled out a wooden box from their lab coats and placed it on the table. Go! Li Xiaohua got up, put on his backdrop hat, and walked towards the outside of the house. Xiaohua, what is this? Li Xiaoyuan was puzzled. Oof. Li Xiaohua looked back, his eyes locked with his imperial brother, smiled coldly and said deliberately, "This is something to poison you and rebel." Li Xiaoyuan's eyes blinked, opened his mouth and didn't speak. Xiaohua seemed to still be angry. Cough. Chen Zhanghua coughed dryly, hurriedly pressed the wooden box, opened it. Inside was a box of ointment. He guessed the general idea and laughed. Rapunzel has a heart, inside is a salve for applying scars, right? Li Xiaohua did not explain, slammed the door heavily and left the imperial study. Chen Zhanghua looked embarrassed and pushed the ointment to the emperor. Li Ziyuan looked at the ointment and let out a long sigh. Whenever he resolved not to be caught up in love anymore so that he could better further himself, there would always be people who would break down his firmness with sincere intentions such as concern for loyalty and filial piety, making him falter and doubt himself. But more and more he could feel his weakening, and he had to discard these meaningless emotions, clear away all obstacles, and never allow anyone to fail him. Just do it to the end. There was no room for maneuver. Cannot wait. Outside the house, the wind and snow drifted. The emotions on Li Zhaohua's face slowly converged, leaving only coldness. The fact that Imperial Brother had started to investigate her meant that the suspicion had begun to worsen, and should be about to enter a period of debilitation. After her brother felt her anger, those demeanor and mannerisms again shows that the weakening period has not yet arrived, and that the brother is still mindful of the love of brother and sister. She flexed her fingers, popping away a snowflake drifted down to the eye. Snowflake crazy spinning, hit the tall palace wall, high wall above the pile of white snow hill, instantly landslide, flurry, like a willow wadding due to the wind. This lightly a finger, has been the power of the patriarch. She is today, openly bold, a thought into the sect master. Unbeknownst to her. There are only 2 hours left before the rebellion fails. Chapter 113, Puppy painting plum blossoms, beggar delivering letters late. The king's mansion. Small courtyard. Zhao Wujiang, who had finished practicing with his sword, squatted on the snowy ground, grasping Big Yellow's paw with both hands and pressing it around, leaving behind a dog's footprint. Puppy painting plum blossoms? Zhao Wujiang's rumpled cheeks were all filled with innocent smiles as he played around. Big Yellow, the watchdog kept by the royal family. The hidden dog hole in the royal residence was when Zhao Wujiang was a child. He dragged the old housekeeper, and the two of them dug it out for Big Yellow with their own hands. At that time, rhubarb is not called rhubarb, called small yellow. Zhao Wujiang did not grow up. His father is far away in the northern war, stationed at the border, and he is a veritable playboy. Now that Big Yellow is old, he has also changed, no longer carefree, becoming sentimental and understanding his own situation. Zhang Li held his sword and stood not far away, watching Zhao Wujiang tease his dog. The Zhao Wujiang in the rumors, and the Zhao Wujiang she personally saw, were worlds apart. The Zhao Wujiang in her master's mouth and the Zhao Wujiang that her senior brother Long Zhan cynically hated were two completely different people from the Zhao Wujiang that she had personally come into contact with in front of her. Zhao Wujiang was filled with a sense of contradiction everywhere, a feeling that made her more and more curious. She tugged at a brocade bag in her right hand, and in the brocade bag there was the green silk that had been chopped off by Zhao Wujiang when she and Zhao Wujiang were sparring an hour or so ago. Zhao Wujiang. She knitted her brows, and the Zhao Wujiang who was teasing the dog in her eyes, and the Zhao Wujiang who had stunned her eyes when she sparred with her in swordplay earlier, gradually merged together. Zhao Wujiang picked up Big Yellow and looked over in confusion. Shoo! The brocade bag was thrown towards Zhao Wujiang against the wind and snow. Zhao Wujiang picked it up with a hand. His complexion became more and more puzzled, and he was about to ask what it was, when he glanced back. The white-clothed and snowy Jiangli had already disappeared from his spot, and his silhouette appeared not far from the eaves of the house, holding his sword with his back turned to him, his clothes fluttering, and his green silk dipped in the white snow. That's really enough, Riddler. What exactly do you want to express? Zhao Wujiang muttered, opening the brocade pouch and realizing that inside was a strand of green silk. He muttered, "Who's a good person giving away hair? She couldn't be. Want me to pay for it?" Zhao Wujiang tied the brocade bag tightly and looked wary. The world is cold, people's hearts are not ancient, the beauty is delicate, the girl is entangled, Wujiang is troubled, and the rhubarb woofs. Woof! Big Yellow rushed towards a wall and kept roaring. Zhao Wujiang's sword brows furrowed as he looked towards where Big Yellow was roaring. Someone poked out a head with a letter held high in his hand, waving at him continuously. In a flash of white, Zhang Li's long sword was already sheathed, the tip of the sword resting against the chin of the person delivering the letter. The person surrendered with both hands held high and fell down the wall. An ouch came from him. De Huang tugged Zhao Wujiang and ran quickly, bypassing the small courtyard. The person delivering the letter was cornered by Jiangli. His small face was frozen red, his nose was mostly frozen, set under his nostrils, his hand still raised high, his right hand holding the letterhead. 2. A letter for you. Zhao Wujiang sized up the small beggar like messenger, his sword brows furrowing. Big Yellow barked and ran, and the little beggar shrunk his head, allowing Big Yellow to hold the letterhead. Big Yellow bit the letter, wagging his tail, and ran towards Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang took the letter and was incredibly curious who would write to him. Li Ziyuan's decline is approaching. The defense patrols in Kyoto are getting more and more strict. In order to avoid suspicion, he doesn't even go to see Li Zhaohua and others who would write a letter. Was it Ling Qingxuan and the others who left, or did Li Zhaohua have something big to tell him? He observed the envelope. There are no extra clues on it. The envelope is just an ordinary envelope, unusual material. Kyoto is full of them. There is no problem with the envelope. He slowly drew out the letter paper. The letter paper is made of the same material. There is no information that can guess the identity of the person who wrote the letter. His eyes swept over the contents of the letter paper. The handwriting was crooked. Like written by a child.
At the eldest princess mansion, Li Xiaohua opened the envelope and saw the handwriting on the letter paper, and that was her first impression. But when she saw the content on the letter, sitting on her knees beside the heater, her delicate body directly trembled, and a chill fell down along the heavenly inspiration towards her limbs and bones.
There was only one sentence on the letter. Li Ziyuan is already preparing to make a move against you. You can either run, recuperate, and look for another time, or right now, rise up. Inside the royal mansion, Zhao Wujiang held the letter paper and froze in the snow for a moment. The cold wind brushed his face, but it was not as cold as the chill in his heart. Big Yellow barked, seemingly very anxious. The letter paper was rubbed tightly by Zhao Wujiang, and the words on it couldn't help recalling in his mind. Find a way to take Yun Rui with you. Immediately, the faster the better. Li Ziyuan is going to make a move against your family. Today is only the 24th day of the 10th month of the 13th year of the heavenly blessing, and there are still more than 10 days before Li Ziyuan's weakening period on the 6th day of the winter month. But the crisis is coming much earlier than expected. Just like these 2 days, more and more big wind and snow in general, obviously just after the light snow, but is already a big snow. Heavy snow, falling to earth, it arrived from the sky, saw the imperial city of Kyoto, 2 streams of ironclad torrents, like sinister silky snakes, without warning, toward the king's mansion and the princess mansion, devouring and biting. Chapter 114. Caught off guard, a step too slow. Snowflakes dripped onto the bridge of Zhao Wujiang's nose, and a sudden chill seeped into his heart. He was too late to judge the authenticity of the letter's contents and ran towards his old man's room. Who was going to help him? Why would they want to help him? Where did this message come from? He had no time to think, much less judge. He couldn't afford to gamble. Zhao Wujiang looked anxious as he pushed open the door to his old dad's room. Father! The cold wind howled, the wind and snow poured into the room. Li Xiaohua tightened her sable fur. The letter paper had already been burned by her as much as she could, her sideways cold eyes, looking at the guards with swords outside the room. Not good. The guard with swords sank his voice. The Black Rider Forbidden Army and the subterranean dragon guards have moved out at the same time, and have surrounded us. The dead soldiers were decimated just as they rushed out. Who led the group? Li Xiaohua didn't see too much panic in her expression. Over the years, she had long rehearsed all sorts of emergencies in her mind. The simultaneous arrival of the Black Rider Forbidden Army and the subterranean dragon guards must be Li Ziyuan's decree. Li Ziyuan already knew that she was going to rebel? Chen Zhenghua. The guard with the sword responded. I'll buy you some more time, you find a way to leave. Li Jiahua slowly got up and lifted the heater. Chen Zhenghua, the imperial brother's beloved, personally led the team. It seemed that the imperial brother was determined to take her down. As for whether or not they found out that she was going to rebel and send troops, she was not sure. She thought that maybe it was because her imperial brother's weakening period was approaching, and that it was better to err on the side of killing. Better to kill by mistake than to let go. Chen Zhenghua, with one hand behind his back, stepped on the high threshold of the princess's residence, and the aura of the patriarch was no longer concealed, deterring all those who were still resisting. Behind him, a flood of iron clothes surged into the princess mansion, arching him. Until he stood in front of Li Xiaohua's room door and respectfully bowed. Eldest princess, please. The guards with swords blocked the way, and the chopping horse saber slashed at Chen Zhenghua, the light of the saber chilling the sky. Chen Zhenghua cold eyes, sleeve robe slipped out a small knife. This knife is the year he climbed from a small purification room eunuch to today's high position, accompanied by his old partner so far. The blade was only a palm long and 2 fingers wide. Compared to the horse chopping sword, it was like a child facing a stout adult. But this small knife, by his casual flight, only to hear a ding sound, piercing the horse chopping sword, piercing Li Xiaohua guard's chest, the remaining force dragged the guards taller than 7 feet of the majestic body, hard impact on the wall. In an instant, the snow and blood rustling flow down. Eldest princess, much offense, the old slave was only following orders. Chen Zhenghua saluted again. He also didn't expect the emperor to give the order so quickly. Before, the emperor still had some apologies for the eldest princess in lamentation, but not long after the eldest princess left, the emperor was like a different face, ordering that it was better to be killed by mistake than to be spared. The master had orders, and those of them who were lackeys could only follow orders. Get out of the way. Li Xiaohua's face contained fury, still dignified and bright. Chen Zhenghua smiled respectfully and sidestepped away, ordering the Black Rider Forbidden Army and the subterranean dragon guards. Escort Her Highness the eldest princess back to the palace. The ancient palace was piled high with all sorts of ancient books and paintings. On the tiny table inside the palace, there was a game of chess, and the people playing against each other were Crown Prince Li Yunshan's left hand and right hand. The left hand was for himself, and the right hand was for his father. He looked at the chess game, his brows deeply furrowed. His father's move made him unable to find a better way to break the game for a long time. Still one step too slow. He murmured softly, the pieces in his hand slipping away. Should he save Zhao Wujiang? Should he save his aunt? If he saved, he would most likely expose himself. He couldn't want everything, he had to give up one. Li Yunshan held his forehead, worried to the core. He had been the crown prince for 20 years. In today's world, who else could understand the one sitting on the throne better than him? If you want to sit in that cold position, you have to give up many emotions. Not to mention that father must also give up many emotions in order to maintain his state. Under such circumstances, the one who is targeted by the father cannot wait. There can be no hesitation. If they hesitate, they will be defeated, and they will be forcibly obliterated by father's sudden and violent rise. Today, when he got the news from his informant, he realized at the first moment that his father was going to make a move. But he was still one step too slow. Wang Fu. The two strongest members of the subterranean dragon guards, A1 and A2, stood in front of the door of the room and cupped their fists. Your Highness, we have been ordered by the Emperor to invite the two of you back to the palace for a small stay. Zhao Tingxiao's large hand gently pressed on Wu Zhang's shoulder, continuously instilling sword qi. It happened suddenly, and he had a strong sense of foreboding. Big brother was really serious. Doesn't he care about his old feelings anymore? Zhao Wuzhang sat on his knees in front of his mother's plaque, thinking of ways to. The incident had happened in a hurry. Will he be able to use all the retreats he arranged before today? Li Ziyuan had struck without warning, and now he had been caught off guard. He should have thought of it. In the original, he died in the opening chapter, and his old man also died later, his and his old man's death, so that Li Ziyuan's suspicion is weakened, and the weakening period in the 6th day of the winter month. But now, both he and Pops are still alive. Li Ziyuan's suspicion had already been horribly strong for a long time, and he simply couldn't wait for the weakening period to arrive, and his suspicion had already reached its peak. Your Highness, are you guys preparing anything else? Armor 1 murmured. There's everything in the palace, the two of you set off, don't keep His Majesty waiting for long. Zhao Tingxiao raised his eyebrows, and a sword qi shot out in front of Ai in an instant. Ai was too late to dodge and resisted the sword qi. His figure was like the appearance of a residual shadow. He kept retreating until the residual shadow disappeared, and he had already retreated to 3 feet away from the door of the room. He coldly said, Your Majesty's martial arts are overwhelming, we are no match. But His Majesty has requested that Your Highness not delay for an hour. If we fail to invite Your Highness and His Royal Highness, there will be thousands of soldiers and horses surrounding the royal residence. At that time, the subordinates will be offended. Woof woof. Big Yellow stood not far from the doorway, both scared and loyal, and roared at the subterranean dragon guard. Zhao Wuzhang turned around and coldly looked outside the house. What are you barking at? Chapter 115, Only I am the only one. What are you barking at? Zhao Wuzhang coldly looked at the subterranean dragon guard. His face sank underneath the A1 mask. Your Highness is going to disobey the decree? Didn't say you. Zhao Wuzhang grabbed his old man's hand and slowly got up, waving his hand casually. I said it, dog fighting thing. Big Yellow whimpered in aggravation, clamping his tail. A1 and A2 held back their anger. Hurry up and get lost. Zhao Wuzhang said to Big Yellow. Big Yellow stared at Zhao Wuzhang with big, dark eyes, barked at him, clamped his tail, and with his doggy face all aggravated, he slipped out. Let's go. Zhao Wuzhang and his old man walked outside. Going to the palace was a turtle in a jar, he couldn't escape. But if he didn't go, Yun Rui was at the palace. Li Ziyuan had already made a move on him and Pops, and with Yun Rui staying at the palace, Li Ziyuan would definitely end up doing the same. A1 and A2 saw that Zhao Wuzhang and Zhao Tingxiao didn't forcefully resist, they were relieved. If Zhao Tingxiao had forced his hand, the two of them wouldn't have been able to stop them today, and the only thing they could do was to die to repay the imperial favor. Zhao Wuzhang walked slowly and wasn't in a hurry, he was stalling for time, waiting for some people and things to come. Zhao Tingxiao and his son exchanged eye contact, but when the two of them walked to the gate of the royal residence, they both suddenly froze, only to see that outside the royal residence, Li Ziyuan stood with his body, looking at them with a gentle and benevolent face. See you, Your Majesty. A1 and A2 were also surprised, not expecting the emperor to actually come in person. Li Ziyuan contained a smile. Tingxiao, Wuzhang, what's going on? I only invited you to stay in the palace for a short period of time to keep me company, why do you seem to be reluctant? Big brother. Zhao Tingxiao's body gradually blossomed into an iron blood aura, his aura getting stronger and stronger as he frowned and sank his voice. Let Wu Jian go. What do you mean? Li Ziyuan was still in disguise as he pretended to be puzzled. I promised you that I would treat Wu Jiang as my own child, I even passed on the holy dragon technique to him. Timing Xiao, what you're saying makes it sound as if I'm trying to harm him. Big brother. Zhao Tingxiao's tone intensified by a few points, and now that it had come to this, why would Li Ziyuan need to continue his disguise? Ha ha. Li Ziyuan laughed, then his smile slowly converged, not intending to pretend anymore. Timing Xiao, you can't blame me. It is you and Wu Jiang who have a rebellious heart. If you guys don't have a rebellious heart, naturally you don't have any ghosts in your hearts, so how could you refuse my invitation? You forced me. Zhao Wujiang didn't pretend anymore, there was nothing to pretend. Li Ziyuan had already made his move, and today, no matter what reason or rhetoric, Li Ziyuan would never let him and his old man go. In the original, Long Zhan was only compelled to say a few words, and was able to join forces with Li Ziyuan to kill the king of Zhenbei. How much did Long John's compulsion play a role in this? Wasn't it the ruthless Li Ziyuan who wanted to get rid of the Jinbei king? Especially for a headstrong and suspicious emperor like Li Ziyuan, once he has a suspicion in his heart, he will definitely get rid of the person who makes him suspicious. Li Ziyuan snorted, his eyes glowing viciously. Joke. All those who rebel say that I forced them to do so. It's just an excuse for the rebels. Boom. In the next moment, Li Ziyuan burst out with a strong and unrivaled aura. This was the most powerful force he had before he was about to step into his weakened stage. Martial Dao Extreme, Grand Master. How could he possibly wait until his weakening stage arrived before making his move? He couldn't trust any of them. There was no way he would allow himself to just step into his weakening phase and give others an opportunity to take advantage of it. He wanted to resolve all hidden dangers before his weakening period arrived. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. It was better for him to fail everyone than to allow anyone to have the slightest desire to fail him. Zhao Tingxiao's hand holding the sword was trembling, and he had already made a move when Li Ziyuan spoke. But the sword chi had just touched an inch in front of Li Ziyuan's throat and was forced to stop, making it difficult to advance another inch. It was like encountering the strongest city wall, the hardest scale armor of the great dragon of heaven and earth. The only self-sword technique? It's a mess. Li Ziyuan's powerful aura directly shook back Zhao Tingxiao's sword chi as he coldly snorted. In the entire world, only I am qualified to be the only one. In the next instant, Li Ziyuan's vast martial arts aura of the Grandmaster realm swept across the entire field, swirling up the wind and snow in the sky, and everyone's bodies shook, as if they were in the middle of a shocking wave. Li Ziyuan shot out a palm wind whistling, dragon roar. Zhao Tingxiao's sword chi broken, keep retreating, one hand to support the ground to stabilize his body, full of flesh and blood broken, he will be the vast majority of the sword chi instilled into the boundless, now only rely on the sword chi, he is not Li Ziyuan's opponent. At the same time, after Li Ziyuan repelled Zhao Tingxiao, his next palm was already slapping at Zhao Wujiang, he was about to completely wipe out this scourge of Zhao Wujiang. Zhao Wujiang's long hair flew and his gaze was like a torch. With his heavenly sword in his hand, he picked up the wind and snow with his sword and rose to the challenge. Father and son were of one mind, his son inherited his father's sword, and his sword was unrivaled. Chapter 116 Battle of the Ultimate. My destiny is not up to heaven. Zhao Wujiang picked out his sword, and the kingly power of the heavenly sword poured out, the water blue light and blood red light, in the instant it struck, transformed into a purple aura, with a treacherous and berserk aura. But in an instant, the sword chi encountered Li Ziyuan's palm wind, was slapped into pieces, few remains. Li Ziyuan's expression was cold, without the slightest hint of mockery. Zhao Wujiang had no qualifications to be mocked by him in his eyes. Under the heavens, there was only one person in the martial realm who could qualify to be mocked by him, and that was Zhao Tingxiao, who was only one step away from his realm. Zhao Tingxiao saw that Wu Jiang was in trouble and struck with shocking fury, spitting out a word from his mouth that resembled a Taoist incantation. In the next moment, the wind and snow between heaven and earth stirred, and the long wind filled his sleeve robes, hunting. His hands were full of wind flakes, which turned into swords in an instant. Even though he had poured the vast majority of his warm sword chi into Wu Jiang, he was still the leader of the sword Dao. 10,000 swords. Zhao Tingxiao handed out a sword, his body transforming into a residual shadow as he clashed with Li Ziyuan. Boom! The snow piled up around the royal residence and the wind and snow that filled it exploded in an instant. The wind and snow filled Zhao Wujiang's eyes, and with the aura that Pops and Li Ziyuan spread out when they fought against each other, it was difficult for him to inch forward at all. In the field of wind and snow where the two were battling, an ice flower shot out. Zhao Wujiang's eyes condensed and he reacted quickly, his heavenly sword blocked in front of his body. At the same time, his 5 fingers formed a claw, taking on the appearance of a dragon, as he blasted his palm towards Li Ziyuan. A cold snort came from Li Ziyuan in the wind and snow field, and the same power of Holy Dragon Kung Fu was flicked and shot out by Li Ziyuan. The speed was so fast and powerful that Zhao Wujiang couldn't avoid it. He stifled a grunt and blood spilled out of his mouth, his figure flew backwards and crashed hard into the door of the mansion. Li Ziyuan's casually executed second-layer Holy Dragon skill crushed his third-layer Holy Dragon skill. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Li Ziyuan's eyes trembled, and his hand on Zhao Tingxiao became more and more vicious. At the same time, he was surprised and couldn't help but laugh. Wu Jiang, in just a few days, you actually cultivated the Holy Dragon Kung Fu to such a level, it really surprises me. Or did you hide something from me before? Wolf's ambition. It's obvious. Zhao Wujiang tried to climb up, but severe pain swept through his entire body, and his body felt like porcelain had shattered, and the severe pain of being torn apart spread to all his limbs and bones in an instant, causing him to grimace and laugh out loud in pain. He crawled twice before getting up. Swinging his sword at the strong, he was defeated, but his guts were still there. The martial realm had also grown in brokenness, and he was already a second-grade martial artist. But it was still not enough, he was far from Li Ziyuan's strength. Li Ziyuan watched in his eyes. His heart was amazed at Zhao Wujiang's martial talent. If he really gave Zhao Wujiang more time, maybe Zhao Wujiang could really create a myth, escape from him peacefully, hide in the shadows, and rise again until he surpassed him. Then he would have left himself a big problem. Luckily, he was decisive enough to choose to clear all the trouble at his strongest stage, before his weakening period arrived. With a single step, he wanted to cross over Zhao Tingxiao and take Zhao Wujiang's life straight away. He wanted to be in Zhao Tingxiao's presence, so that Zhao Tingxiao could watch his beloved son being slapped into bloody mud by him. Only extreme pain, the deepest hatred, could make his cold and silent martial realm feel boiling and go further. His eyebrows were like icebergs, his right palm had 5 fingers facing the ground, and the wind and snow filled his dragon robe, flying in his palm. He then casually flicked his right palm, like a snow dragon roaring, spewing out a sky full of ice crystals, burying them in the sky towards Zhao Wujiang with a mountainous momentum. The roiling snow and wind all manifested in front of Zhao Wujiang's eyes. His eyes were filled with the pale white of the end of the world. Where could he avoid it? Wujiang! Zhao Tingxiao was furious and took a step out. The wind and snow behind him was like his cloak, traveling with him. 10,000 swords return. The wind and snow sword chi passed through Zhao Tingxiao's body, like the entire pale sky and earth pouring down, righteously pressing down on Li Ziyuan. In the face of Zhao Tingxiao's overwhelming power, even if Li Ziyuan was the top of the martial arts, he would never dare to take it lightly. The power of his holy dragon kung fu was no longer reserved, and a dragon's roar came from within his body. After the dragon's roar, his body emerged with bright yellow armor, glittering. He was like a god of war looking down on the living world, his hands pointed at Zhao Tingxiao and Zhao Wujian's father and son at the same time. His aura was out of this world. Fingertips bright yellow streams of fireflies flashed, the wind and snow and streams of fireflies instantly condensed into 2 swimming dragons. This is what happens when you disobey me. Li Ziyuan grunted angrily. The last layer of the Holy Dragon technique, the might of the dragon phase, with his Grandmaster realm, Zhao Tingxiao could resist it, but Zhao Wujiang couldn't block it. Only the expected scene of Zhao Wujiang being blasted into ice slag didn't appear. The snow and wind in front of Zhao Wujiang's mansion slowly dispersed, and 2 figures reunited there. A gorgeous silhouette in Zhao Tingxiao, one in front of the other, protected Zhao Wujiang's body. This silhouette wore a wide black robe and had an exquisite face, clear and charming, with an aura like an abyss. Chapter 117 Don't Talk, Kiss Me. The silhouette that stood in front of Zhao Wujiang was none other than Dao sect patriarch Shi Yuhang. Shi Yuhang was dressed in a black robe, like a lotus flower under a quiet and tranquil night. She stared coldly at Li Ziyuan with a grave expression. If it wasn't for the fact that she had cooperated with Zhao Wujiang long ago and was subject to Zhao Wujiang, today she would have said anything to watch Zhao Wujiang, this hateful man, be slapped to death by Li Ziyuan. But with Zhao Wujiang dead, Li Yunrui's extreme sacred body would be even more hopeless to obtain, and her parents were no longer in the royal residence, thought to be taken away by Zhao Wujiang's order. Without Zhao Wujiang, she was afraid that it would be hard for her to find her parents in this life again. Tingxiao, Wujiang has formed a party and has a patriarch to protect him. He has already turned against him. What else do you have to say? Li Ziyuan's tone was mocking, his heart was astonished. Zhao Wujiang was really hard to kill, that dude-like demeanor in the past was indeed feigned. He was right to strike today. His guess was right. Zhao Wujiang was indeed the son of a chaotic warlord who had been harboring evil intentions for a long time. He was so young, and his martial arts talent was not bad, but he had actually made such connections. This son must not be retained. Zhao Tingxiao was silent. He was relieved that Wu Jiang was fine, but he was shocked inwardly. Shi Yuhang was originally going to be unfavorable to Wu Jiang, but now he has actually put down his arms? And he was protecting Wu Jiang? How did Wu Jiang persuade Shi Yuhang? This child, he was even more prepared than he had expected. This seat will take away Zhao Wujiang. Shi Yuhang could feel Li Ziyuan's powerful oppressive aura. She became more and more gloomy, not willing to stay here for long. She was only responsible for saving Zhao Wujiang's life, even if she fulfilled the promise she made with Zhao Wujiang before. Li Ziyuan gave a wildly paradoxical laugh. You don't want to leave today either. Take Wu Jiang away. Zhao Tingxiao knew that if they delayed any longer, when the troops Li Ziyuan had gathered, none of them would be able to leave. He felt some remorse in his heart at the moment. Perhaps if he had followed the Zhao family's destiny and died earlier, Wu Jiang wouldn't have suffered this calamity today. However, in the prophecy, Zhao Tingxiao could not take the initiative to seek death. He could only let the sword of destiny fall. At this moment, the iron blood rage in his body was completely activated, and he had already decided to give up his life today to let Wu Jiang leave. He was old, he couldn't leave, he could only send Wu Jiang here. And if he died, the fate of the Zhao family would be solved, and Wu Jiang would no longer have to be trapped by the prophecy, and could live well. The only one who can fight against the heavens. A snowflake solidified in midair behind him, snowflakes and sword chi. Shi Yuhang gazed at him, ready to take Zhao Wujiang away. She had just tugged Zhao Wujiang, only to feel the sudden rain and wind surging in front of her, and Li Ziyuan's bright yellow figure was already in front of her. Want to go? Li Ziyuan laughed coldly, and grabbed out with a claw, like the claw of a giant dragon, overwhelming all living beings. Shi Yuhong dodged in haste and was grazed by the claw wind. In an instant, a deep wound appeared on her left arm, the blood flow gurgled and could not be stopped at all. Her face instantly paled. Li Ziyuan was too powerful, the martial Dao was overwhelmingly grandmaster, far beyond a grandmaster, she was simply unable to fight against it head-on. Not to mention that she had forcefully practiced the extreme in heart skill before, her cultivation was damaged and her strength was not at its peak. Zhao Tingxiao swept in one step, the wind and snow sword Qi traveled with him once again, his burly body blending into the wind and snow at the moment, one step crashing into Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan staggered slightly as he tried to directly shock Zhao Tingxiao away. A combined strike. Zhao Wujian looked at his old dad's madness of furious hair wanting to protect him from leaving, his tone carried a plea, hoping that Shi Yuhong didn't just want to take him away, but was able to help his old dad, combining their strengths with his old dad's, to see if they could force Li Ziyuan back, and together they could escape. Now that Li Ziyuan was overly arrogant, trying to kill them all with one person, not allowing the subterranean dragon guards to make a move, this was their only chance at the moment. Shi Yuhong was still protecting Zhao Wujiang as she dodged. Li Ziyuan's great master's power was too powerful and swift, and it didn't give her and Zhao Wujiang the slightest chance to catch their breath. She also didn't dare to let Zhangli and Fei Yan step into the battlefield. Once the two disciples made any mistakes, in the hands of the furious Li Ziyuan, where could they withstand the slightest bit? I'm afraid they would have to die violently on the spot. Our strength is not enough to fight against the Dog Emperor. Shi Yuhong shook his head. Your father's sword Qi is no longer at its full strength, this Seat's extreme in heart technique has suffered a loss, as you also know. I can barely save you today. This is still under the circumstance that your father fought to the death to block Li Ziyuan for us. There is still power. There's still power. Zhao Wujiang clutched Shi Yuhong's wrist and said in a trembling voice. Kiss me. Kiss you? Shi Yuhong was stunned. What time is it? Zhao Wujiang still has the heart to say such nonsense. The next moment, Zhao Wujiang tightly kissed her lips, and her mind exploded with thoughts. Crazy. Chapter 118 Father's Life for Son, Battle with Heaven. Shi Yuhong had once been forced to kiss Zhao Wujiang on the cheek in the royal palace, under the watchful eyes of her parents' concern, and it was only the cheek. It was nothing more than a play. But now, at the critical moment, Zhao Wujiang had the audacity to forcefully kiss her. Kissing her on the lips. Her mind exploded with thoughts, her shame and annoyance surged madly, and she was about to push Zhao Wujiang away. Zhao Wujiang parted his lips at the right time and quickly explained. Did you feel the power? Shi Yuhong only felt stinky and repulsive. You have the extreme yin heart technique, I have the true yang heart technique, the power of yin and yang, Dao Zong. Dao Zong. Zhao Wujiang reminded. Shi Yuhong snapped back to the subtle and unpredictable power of yin and yang that the Dao sect ancestor sect pursued. The next moment Zhao Wujiang kissed her lips again, varying the true yang force. Between Zhao Wujiang and Shi Yuhong, there wasn't the kind of heart-to-heart connection between Zhao Wujiang and Li Yunrui. However, as a grandmaster expert, even if there was no telepathic connection between the two of them, it wasn't difficult to maintain a certain tacit understanding, and as long as there was a tacit understanding, it was thought that they would also be able to perform that subtle yin and yang power. As expected, when Yu Hang felt the hot true yang power, the power of the extreme yin heart skill in her body was boiling rapidly, like the land of the long drought, every grain of soil was trembling. She blessed her heart and while dodging Li Ziyuan's attack, she joined forces with Zhao Wujiang and blasted out with the palm. The invisible clear chi swung away in an instant. Li Ziyuan was initially disdainful, but the instant the clear chi swung into his body, he could not help but stiffen. The dragon chi of the holy dragon kung fu protection slowly shattered, and he let out a muffled grunt of disbelief. Even if he had not fully defended himself, but how on earth did this force break through his protective dragon chi? He was a grand master. Between a grandmaster and a grandmaster, there was a heavenly gap between them. Zhao Wujiang was actually able to make this woman exert such a subtle power. It must not be retained. Shi Yuhong was also shocked, her heart was pounding, her face was flushed with a touch of pallor, but she simply couldn't suppress the shock and joy within her. She had executed a Dao master's technique with Zhao Wujiang's help. Zhao Wu. After feeling the subtle power she had dreamed of, she tasted it and wanted to savor the subtlety of the power one more time. However, she suddenly noticed that Zhao Wujiang's face was like gold paper and his breath was extremely weak. It seemed the yin and yang power that the two of them had jointly exerted had almost emptied Zhao Wujiang's power. Li Ziyuan was enraged, he had to kill Zhao Wujiang today. For the first time, he felt a long-lost fear in Zhao Wujiang. This son was too heaven-defying, he absolutely, positively could not be allowed to live. His body was like a swimming dragon, and with all his firepower, he was about to forcibly stare down the power of the two patriarchs to kill Zhao Wujiang. But perhaps it was because brothers were connected, perhaps it was because fathers and sons were of one mind. Zhao Tingxiao perceived this killing opportunity that was so strong that it was extreme. Big brother. A furious cry rang out from Zhao Tingxiao, his voice mournful and grumbling as he carried a roiling sword aura and ran once again. His figure carried anger, pain, and broke. Li Ziyuan had just had his protective dragon chi shattered, and was directly embraced by him in a close embrace. Big brother.
Zhao Tingxiao's eyes were as crimson as blood, and the watery mist in his eyes caused Li Ziyuan to go into a bit of a trance for a moment. Back then, Zhao Tingxiao also hugged him like this, blocking that whistling arrow for him, letting him escape, thus walking step by step behind him to the end. Now, Zhao Tingxiao held him as he did back then, but it was not to fight for his life, but for his beloved son, Zhao Wujiang. It was also no longer to block the life-threatening arrows, but to call out for the rain of swords from the 10,000 swords. Swords come! Zhao Tingxiao let out a heartbreaking roar as he used his body as a sword, briefly imprisoning Li Ziyuan, and the wind and snow around him trembled crazily as the snowflakes stood still in mid-air at this instant. Along with the stillness, there seemed to be time, the past and the present overlapping together. In the next moment, the snowflakes in the sky, like sharp swords, whistled down from the dome of the sky, as if they wanted to bury all beings. Boom! The earth shuddered, the surrounding houses collapsed in pieces, the soldiers and horses were crushed by the snowflakes, and in the blink of an eye, the royal residence was in ruins. Looking from the dome of the sky, the snowflakes in the sky turned into sharp swords, chiseling out a deep pit in the earth. And in the pit, stood the two brothers who once had a spirited and like-minded spirit of righteousness. Li Ziyuan was hunched over, his hair was disheveled, bleeding water continuously flowed from his mouth and nose, his face was filled with shock and trance. Zhao Tingxiao, breath atrophied, tightly embraced Li Ziyuan's thighs, dead refused to let go. Everything in the year so like, but the end has changed the appearance, when the deep love and righteousness, in the end, cannot withstand the suspicion brought by the years. We parted ways, and both of us lost. The wind and snow are still howling. Zhao Wujiang cried muffled, his throat was blocked by a whimper. Pops had said that there was a way to keep him out of Kyoto, but he didn't realize that it would be a parting of the ways. Sacrificing himself in exchange for a way for him to leave. He clenched his heart, only hard to call out of father, when Yu Hong dragged him constantly looking for a way out. Not far away from the soldiers have been like a tidal wave coming. Both have exhausted their strength, and it is difficult to send out the Dao Sect's mastery. The only way to go today is to leave first. The Dog Emperor and your father are both defeated, now is the time to retreat. Where's your sanity, where's your sanity? Sure, Yu Hong kept dragging Zhao Wujiang, his brows heavy with anger. The world in Zhao Wujiang's eyes gradually faded away, and the wind and snow gradually obscured everything in his eyes, a blood-red color. Above the ruins of the royal residence, in the large pit struck by Zhao Tingxiao's sword chi, Li Ziyuan tore off his dragon robe, which was full of holes, and wiped away the blood and tears on Zhao Tingxiao's face. Soldiers in armor surged from all around, surrounding him and Zhao Tingxiao heavily. His voice was hoarse, his voice could not be heard as happy or angry. Tingxiao, at the realm of the Zhongshe, only you can hurt me. The two of them were both defeated, and now that they were hugging each other, Zhao Tingxiao knew that today's situation was over. But Wu Jiang escaped, and that's what he wanted to see. Zhao family destiny knocking faster and faster, today's events cannot be prevented, in his eyes, is also destiny in the fall. According to the prophecy he knew, if he died today, then Wu Jiang in the future, is it no disaster, no disease, no pain, no injury, no restraint? If so, so good. His mouth whimpered indistinctly, the blood was obviously 10,000 sticky, but clear as water, could not stop flowing. Big brother, kill me, get rid of the worry in your heart. Li Ziyuan's eyes flickered, he reached out and wanted to help up the heavily injured Zhao Tingxiao, but Zhao Tingxiao's body was stout, and at the moment, both of them were heavily injured, so he was unable to help up Zhao Tingxiao, who was as heavy as a mountain, for a moment. He just shook his head, Zhao Tingxiao couldn't be killed yet. Worthy of being his righteous brother, a sect master, actually able to fight with him, a great sect master, until they were both defeated. One could imagine how strong Zhao Tingxiao should be. And how could he kill such a strong person so easily? He was going to use the holy dragon power to drain Zhao Tingxiao's strength, and take Zhao Tingxiao as a hostage for the future. Zhao Tingxiao's blood was dripping out of his mouth and nose, his face was getting paler and paler. Li Ziyuan didn't even kill him, and it was impossible for him to lose his own life. Then, how should he break the prophecy and exchange his own death for Wu Jiang's life? Is it true that everything is destiny and nothing can be done about it? Chapter 119, The Sister Protector. At all costs. At all costs. Imperial Palace. Li Yuni and his sister Li Yunrui kept running away. The eunuchs and forbidden soldiers quickly surrounded them, constantly blocking his and his sister's retreat. Your Highness the Sixth Prince, this is His Majesty's order, release Her Highness the Princess, don't make a mistake. The forbidden army gradually surrounded and approached the two were of honorable status, they didn't want any accidents. Li Yuni drew out his protective short sword and held it in his backhand, the other hand led Li Yunrui, whispering to Li Yunrui to keep instructing him. After his sister Li Yunrui received orders to enter the palace, he and several of his royal brothers decided to help his sister and Zhao Wujiang out of the palace after his sister's lobbying. Some of the things that Father Emperor had done over the years, in fact, all of them who were children had some numbers in their hearts. Father Emperor's suspicion was getting heavier and heavier. If this continues, I'm afraid that my sister and brother-in-law will be persecuted. And just a short while ago, mother secretly told him, Aunt Li Zhaohua was arrested, father out of the palace, suspected to go to the Jinbei Wang house. Get lost. Li Yuni held his sword and angrily stared at the forbidden army that surrounded him. The forbidden army turned a deaf ear and just slowly approached. Get lost. This time, Li Yuni backhanded the knife against his neck, gritting his teeth. Scram! Brother! Li Yunrui bit her lip, her eyes filled with watery mist as she pleaded in a low voice. There's no need to be like this, several brothers have promised me that they can escort me and Wujiang away, they can receive us. Li Yuni smiled tenderly at his sister, his voice low. It's not enough. The forbidden army stopped for a moment, as a last resort. They didn't want to see the prince and princess get hurt, otherwise they would definitely be chastised afterwards. I'm telling you to roll. When Li Yuni saw the wall of forbidden soldiers still blocking the road, his hand holding the sword pressed down heavily, the sharp sword cut through his neck in an instant, and there was blood dripping down. He looked ferocious. It's not for you guys to get in the way. Roll, roll, roll. The forbidden soldiers hesitated for a moment. You looked at me and I looked at you. Still not rolling. Li Yuni pulled fiercely, cutting a longitudinal slit where his neck connected to his shoulder, all of which could be seen as writhing flesh and blood, as he gripped his sister's hand tightly and walked in the direction of the exit. Roll or not? Roll or not roll or not roll? Li Yuni again after two knives poked hard at his shoulder, blood splattered everywhere, looking at the forbidden army's heart jumping. Li Yuni held the knife, and Li Yunrui moved step by step towards the exit. Li Yuni knew that his sister was saving for a rainy day, and had already figured out a way to contact his royal brothers. But he also knows that his father's ruthlessness and growing desperation. Today's matter, it is necessary to see blood. In order to make this group of forbidden army to capture sister's fear of hands and feet. The forbidden soldiers did not dare to move, and could only allow the two to walk to the exit. Yun-yi. Outside the exit, several disguised imperial princes looked panicked and kept waving at the two of them. Hearing the voice, Li Yuni breathed a sigh of relief and pushed his sister towards his royal brothers with a push. The rest. He, Li Yuni, took it alone. Instead of following and being punished, it was better for him to resist alone. Seeing that the seventh princess was about to escape, the forbidden army chose to close in despite the difficult choices. Li Yuni blocked the exit, his eyes determined. He was covering his sister and those royal brothers to go. And on the second course, the royal brothers would escort his sister and brother-in-law away. Once again, he stabbed himself without mercy, and the forbidden soldiers increased their speed, preparing to hold him down while arresting the seventh princess. Seeing this, Li Yuni grunted and laughed as he slashed a knife viciously across his own neck, and in an instant, blood flowed like a stream as he pressed down on his neck in death. He could never watch his sister be captured by the forbidden army. He had to buy time for his sister and the others. Yan-yi. An imperial prince exclaimed, his eyes crimson, wanting to take Li Yuni with him, and Li Yunrui also wanted to save his brother. Li Yuni stretched out his bloody hand and pushed his sister once again, saying nothing, but his pale face and crimson eyes already said it all. Li Yunrui cried as he was helped into the car by the imperial sons, whose masked henchmen drove and quickly left. Li Yuni's body was half kneeling, his face as white as gold paper. He blocked the exit and muttered, "Send me to the imperial doctor. If I die, all of you will die. Whoever crosses me, I will die for you. Look. Dang." His body fell sideways and collapsed to the ground, with a pool of blood already underneath him. Many thanks to the brothers for making a move. Horses' hooves sounded, and Li Yunrui's tearful eyes thanked the few imperial brothers who loved her. The royal brothers dared to risk their lives to help her in Wujiang. She was grateful. A few imperial sons, their eyes full of sorrow, smiled gently at Li Yunrui. In today's matter, they were helping their beloved sister as well as themselves in the future. The father emperor was becoming more and more desperate. There were even signs of regicide. When they received a return from their eyes earlier, saying that the Jinbei king's residence was surrounded, they immediately followed the arrangements Yunrui had asked them to make earlier and began to escort Yunrui away at the first opportunity. "We will send you and Zhao Wujiang out of the city." The fifth prince basically didn't show his face on weekdays. He knew that he was not favored, but it was a matter of his sister's safety, so he said in a deep voice, "After leaving the city, everything will depend on yourselves. I believe Zhao Wujiang must have made arrangements earlier as well. Here are some coins to make it easier for you guys to make arrangements on the way." The fourth prince pulled out a brocade pouch from his bosom and stuffed it into their only sister's hands. "Once we part today, Yunrui, take care of yourself. You and Wujiang. Don't come back. Kyoto will be a dragon's den in the future." Inside Kyoto, the pursued Shi Yuhong put down Zhao Wujiang. His aura was terrifyingly cold. Zhang Li supported Zhao Wujiang, his flying eyebrows into his temples knitted deeply. Zhao Fian observed the surrounding situation. The Daxia Dog Emperor's subterranean dragon guards actually had so many strong people. Coming from all sides of the city, how were they supposed to escape? Without saying a word, Shi Yuhong had already started killing. She had escaped the royal residence with Zhao Wujiang, but she was still trapped. Could it be that she was destined to have this fate today? The 10 or so strongest members of the subterranean dragon guards teamed up to restrain Shi Yuhong, while at the same time separating their manpower to attack Zhao Wujiang and the three of them. Zhao Wujiang was trapped by the dragon guard, and it was difficult to escape for a while. Once they were trapped for a while longer, Li Ziyuan was afraid that he would bring a group of strong people to visit again, and then they would have no way to fly. Could it be that they would still have to forcefully perform the Dao Sec's mastery once more? If that was the case, even if they survived, they would still have to injure their own foundations. However, if it really came down to the last resort, it was better to hurt one's foundation than to lose one's life. This life of his, he must live. He can't die. If he dies, everything is gone. He must live. Father is still in the hands of Li Ziyuan. Poof. Poof. Several of the subterranean dragon guards who were tangling with Zhao Wujiang's four were stabbed through the heart from behind one after another. With 5 masked powerhouses killing their way into the battlefield, the balance of battle power suddenly tilted, and the subterranean dragon guards kept losing. Send Zhao Wujiang away first. The masked men had a clear goal. They weren't here to kill, they were ordered by their masters to help Zhao Wujiang get out of the trap. You guys go first. Shi Yuhong frowned and instructed his disciple. Zhao Fian nodded her head, and with her senior sister, they set up Zhao Wujiang and started to flee, the light of swords rasping behind them, and the killing continued. Where are we going? Zhao Fian inquired. Zhao Wujiang was still regulating his breathing. The previous slap with Shi Yuhong was too terrifying in terms of exertion. He panted and said, "Let's leave Kyoto first." Along the way, Zhao Fian, who had excellent lightness of being, kept framing Zhao Wujiang to dodge, while Jiang Li guarded against any enemies that might appear. Until the three of them left Kyoto and walked outside the city. Zhao Fian was relieved. The dog emperor went crazy today. Luckily they finally escaped the capital. Now find a safe place, wait for Master Can. But Zhao Fian had just breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Li's sword trembled and exclaimed, "Watch out!" Zhao Fian habitually avoided, but avoided too much. The figure flew backwards, ruthlessly wiped on the ground, blood marks deep, mouth and nose gushing blood. Not far away, a slightly shorter figure stepped forward. Shen Zhonghua's voice was shrill. After sending the eldest princess to the palace. It is you. Your Highness. Chapter 120. I laughed at the wind's light snow like cotton, 2 swords of the gods painting the forbidden zone. Shen Zhenghua walked step by step, looking short and apart from a head of frosty hair. He was no different from an old man in an ordinary people's house. However, his undisguised power of a grandmaster possessed a powerful oppression in front of the three of them. Zhao Wujiang. Let's go. Zhao Wujiang braced himself and waved his hand at Jiang Li and Zhao Fian. Their target is me, there's no need to get killed. Senior sister. Go. Zhao Fian was seriously injured and clutched Jiang Li's robe. Jiang Li's white clothes were stained with blood, and her hand holding the sword was trembling. She shook her head. This sword today, if she didn't have the courage to chop it out, then she would be unable to chop the next sword for the rest of her life. And flee, where can she flee? With a flick of her wrist, her sword came out of its sheath, its body as white as frost. Just like Zhao Wujiang's sword that day, the sword was picked out. With the wind and snow, she chopped at Chen Zhenghua. Chen Zhenghua merged his fingers and lightly clamped the tip of the sword. His body only took a step back, a smile hanging on his cheeks. Your Highness, with your hands tied, the old slave can still take the liberty of sparing these 2 redheads of yours. Jiang Li's face grew colder and colder, his force spread across his sword, wanting to use his sword chi to shock the old eunuch back. Chen Zhenghua's 2 fingers exerted force, the long sword snapped in response, the broken tip of the sword shooting out and stabbing into Jiang Li's torso. Jiang Li was losing ground, his white clothes dyed in blood in no time. Zhao Wujiang was still regulating his breathing, his condition was recovering faster and faster, but he still needed time. Chen Zhenghua wasn't in a hurry either, he was only responsible for corralling or capturing Zhao Wujiang. The emperor wanted to kill Zhao Wujiang himself, he didn't have the power of life and death over Zhao Wujiang. Chen Zhenghua approached step by step. He also only realized after he had imprisoned the eldest princess under orders that Zhao Wujiang was already so strong, 2nd-grade martial artist. How long had it been? No wonder the emperor was in such a hurry to get rid of Zhao Wujiang. Once Zhao Wujiang really had a backlash, with Zhao Wujiang's talent, it wouldn't take more than a few years. I'm afraid that he would be able to step into a grandmaster or even touch the threshold of a grandmaster. Regardless of whether or not Zhao Wujiang had a bad heart, I'm afraid the emperor wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Moreover, Zhao Wujiang was clearly colluding with unknown forces in the Jianghu, and was having a rebellious heart. Now that Zhao Wujiang could not escape, he was at the Zone Master realm and it was easy for him to capture Zhao Wujiang. He looked at Zhao Wujiang, who was still tenaciously regulating his breath, not resigning himself to his fate in the slightest, and sighed. Your Highness, surrender. Even if you escape, you'll still be wanted by the court. Moreover, Her Highness is still in the palace. If you can escape, what about her? What about your child, who will be born a sinner? If you ask my old slave, there's absolutely no need for you to resist, just tie your hands, you beg for forgiveness from the emperor. With the emperor's love for Her Highness, he might just let you live. Zhao Wujiang had the strength to swing his sword. He raised his hand and grabbed it towards his side. The heavenly sword was held in his hand.
Shen Zhenghua sighed when he saw this. Your Highness, why are you doing this? Zhao Wujiang didn't say anything, and the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger, as if what he was holding wasn't the sword, but his own life. His rolling heart chi flowed down the sword. The wind and snow filled his eyes, and he just swung his sword upwards, flat out. Zhang Li and Zhao Fian supported each other. Zhao Wujiang's figure in Zhang Li's eyes became more and more stunning, just like that day when he danced with his sword in the snow. This sword, still full of rebellion, full of treachery, more full of resistance. There was a huge difference in strength between Zhao Wujiang and Li Ziyuan, and Zhao Wujiang dared to strike out in anger. Even though Zhao Wujiang was defeated and was crushed by Li Ziyuan in an instant, Zhao Wujiang still didn't have his guts and heart of resistance crushed. The wind and snow have been crushing me for 3 to 5 years, but I laugh at the lightness of the wind and snow like cotton. I still have a swan's ambition in my heart, and I will laugh at the sky when I reach the top. He is this sword, indignation and determination, cut through the bewilderment and decadence. Shen Zhenghua was initially disdainful, so what if he was a second-grade martial artist? Could this sword still hurt him at the level of a grandmaster? But when the sword carrying the snow and wind arrived in front of him, in an instant, the snowflakes were shattered into a misty white fog. All he could see in front of him was a snowy white. Then with a buzzing sound, white ripples swept out, and he was forced to retreat backwards, as if the 3 feet of land around Zhao Wujiang was a forbidden land that had been drawn with the gods of the heavens, and no outsiders were allowed to step a single inch into it. Not a single step was allowed. Zhao Wujiang cut another sword, roaring mournfully and angrily. Shen Zhenghua was horrified, resisting another round of sword chi wind and snow. He kept retreating. The sword chi wind and snow couldn't hurt him, but it pressed him and blocked him. He couldn't take a step forward. When the snow and wind dispersed, Zhao Wujiang's figure was no longer in front of him, and the only thing left on the snow was Zhao Wujiang's hot blood, which had not yet congealed into frost, as he fled away from serious injuries.